Lulu was horrified to find himself transported to an unknown space. The space was small, only about 10 feet in diameter, with the rest of the area shrouded in thick white fog, making it impossible to see the outside scenery. Above him were sunlight, blue skies, and white clouds, while the ground beneath his feet was very soft. The soil was not ordinary yellow earth but black with faint traces of shimmering light. In the center of this 10-foot radius space, there was a tender sprout about 4 to 5 inches tall, shimmering with flowing light. It was unclear what kind of plant it was. At that moment, a sudden sensation of drowning overwhelmed Lulu, causing him to panic. In his desperation, he rushed straight toward the white mist nearby. Bang! The seemingly soft, cotton-like mist turned out to be harder than steel, sending him tumbling to the ground with a thud. "Where is this? Let me out!" Lulu's face turned red with exertion as he struggled to shout. Buzz the space suddenly trembled, and in the next instant, Lulu snapped back to reality, finding himself deeply submerged underwater. He swallowed several mouthfuls of river water, struggling to swim toward the shore. Back on the bank, Lulu vomited violently, gasping for air, overwhelmed by a sense of having narrowly escaped death. "Mud monkey, you actually drowned?" Chunjong noticed something was wrong with Lulu and swam back from the water. "Stop, don't go. Call Qin Shoren back. There's a ghost down there." Lulu gasped breathlessly. "A ghost?" Fatty Chen looked at Lulu suspiciously. "How can there be a ghost in broad daylight?" "Don't argue. Just listen to me. Get him up here now. And tell Shangyun to stop washing to come back with me immediately." Lulu's tone was resolute and brooked no argument. "That thing is too bizarre. I'm terrified something might happen to you." "All right." Chunjong had never seen Lulu so grave before. He immediately called Qin Shoren and Li Shangyun back to shore. Qin Shoren also looked skeptical, but seeing Lulu's pale face, he didn't argue further. Afterward, the 4 of them headed toward Dashi village. Chunjong and Qin Shoren, accustomed to laziness and fearing they'd be sent to herd cattle if they returned too early, deliberately slowed their pace. Meanwhile, Lulu walked just as slowly, weighed down by his troubled thoughts. Suddenly, he felt a burning sensation in his left hand. Earlier, he had been too frightened to check the wound. When he looked at the palm of his left hand, his pupils involuntarily contracted, and he exclaimed inwardly, "What is this? When did this damned thing appear on my palm?" Only now did Lulu realize that a small, 3-tiered blue pagoda pattern had somehow appeared on his palm. He rubbed it with his fingers, but the pattern didn't fade at all, as if it had been tattooed. This frightened Lulu greatly. Could it be a ghost possession? This made him involuntarily recall his recent experience underwater, and he couldn't help but think he had encountered a water ghost. It seemed he needed to find an opportunity to visit a Taoist priest in town for a checkup. "Hey, what are you doing?" Qin Shoren noticed Lulu standing frozen in place and walked back to him. "And nothing." Lulu forced out an awkward smile. "You didn't actually run into a ghost, did you?" "No." Lulu was about to explain when he suddenly saw an old Taoist priest emerge from the forest path. The priest appeared to be in his 70s or 80s, even older than the Qingyang Sect priest they had encountered earlier in Longxing town. He was gaunt and hunched, dressed in a light blue Taoist robe, with sparse and disheveled gray hair tied in a bun, and dark spots covering his face looking as if he could pass away at any moment. If not for the long sword strapped to his back and the horsetail whisk in his left hand, Lulu might have mistaken him for a ghost. Despite this, Lulu still felt a creeping unease. Qin Shoren and Li Shangyun, who were walking ahead, both came to a stop. Chunjong gulped audibly and muttered in a voice as faint as a mosquito's, "Is this an immortal or a ghost?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than the old Taoist suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked straight at Chunjong, startling him so much that he immediately hid behind Lulu. Lulu thought this person looked somewhat eerie, but at least their attire was quite proper. He gathered enough courage to walk forward and bowed to the old Taoist. "See, senior." The old Taoist's gaze shifted downward. His eyes were not cloudy despite being old, staring at Lulu with a hoarse voice. "Junior? You guys? Where are you going?" Lulu didn't dare to look directly at the other party and lowered his head as he replied, "We are all from Bashi village. We have just participated in the Qingyang Sect's awakening ceremony, and we are preparing to return to the village." "Back to the village?" The old Taoist's eyes flashed with essence. "None of you have succeeded in awakening?" "Yes, senpai." "Old me. How about sending you a creation?" "Creation?" Lulu was puzzled. That Qingyang Sect is nothing more than a false name. Why don't you guys go with me? How about I take you to cultivate immortality? Immortal cultivation. Lulu didn't say anything, but Qin Shorin exclaimed. Well, the old man has his own way for you to cultivate immortality. Do you want to go? Think. Qin Shorin nodded repeatedly. Good. Then you guys go with the old man. The old Taoist instantly revealed a satisfied smile at his words. And with that, he turned around and walked towards the forest path behind him. Senior, can you let us go back and tell the adults? Seeing that the other party was actually leaving as soon as he said so, Qin Shorin couldn't help but shout from behind. The old Taoist stopped at those words and turned around again. The old Taoist goes out and speaks of destiny in all things. If you leave, then your destiny has been broken and you will not be able to enter my immortal sect. Upon hearing this, apart from Lulu, Qin Shorin, Chun Zhong, and Li Shangyun all had a hard look on their faces. Lulu did not look embarrassed, and it was not that he wanted to go with the old Taoist, but he always felt that there was something wrong with this old Taoist, and as to what was wrong, he could not tell himself. After thinking about it, Lulu still decided not to take the risk. He loved to read the wild history of the Qi monster when he was young, and it was common to see books describing those mountain spirits and monsters that turned into human forms and came down to the mountains to swindle children, eating meat and swallowing hearts, which was quite scary, so he arched his hand and said, Senior, although we have the heart to cultivate immortality, but we are not the material to cultivate immortality, so we won't bother Senior. Saying that, he gave a wink to the three. Let's go. Several people inside the number of Lulu had good encountered things are generally Lulu said, at this time to see Lulu this kind of decision, although the heart does not understand but also did not ask out in person, have to the old Taoist man arch apologized, and then followed the Lulu to go to the side. Not good enough. Lulu a few people just walked a few steps. The old Taoist suddenly took out a rolled up yellow paper to a few people, yellow paper instantly fly out. Lulu a few people have not had time to react, has been enveloped by a thick white fog. In just 2 or 3 breaths, several people felt a wave of dizziness and snapped a few times and planted themselves on the ground. The old Taoist didn't even look at him. He directly turned around and went into the forest. A few moments later, a carriage came out from the forest. The old Taoist bowed his body as if picking up garbage, and threw Lulu's several people inside the carriage one by one. The carriage was then driven and disappeared down the forest path. Chapter 3 Medicine Slave. The carriage sped as fast as it could, and the mountains, rivers, grass and trees flew backwards. The night is overcast and the moon is on the horizon. With a creak, the carriage finally stopped at the foot of a high, rocky mountain. The old Taoist lifted the curtain to look at the car, nodded with satisfaction, walked in and clamped Lulu with one hand. The other hand clamped Qin Shorin, walked out of the car footsteps gently a little bit, like a meteorite to land on a piece of strange stone. A burst of ups and downs after has arrived at the halfway point of the mountain. After resting for a while, the old Taoist once again exerted his strength. Like a ghost, like a light leap on the strange rocks with the help of his strength. Each time he leaped upwards for more than 10 feet. Within a short time, the Taoist had arrived at the top of the mountain. There was an old Taoist temple here with the inscription Qingyang Guan. The Taoist kicked open the door of the temple and walked in. Behind the gate was a not-so-small courtyard. A young Taoist of 17 or 18 years of age was looking around in the courtyard. When he saw the old Taoist come in, his face was instantly happy, and he heaved a sigh of relief as he quickly stepped to welcome him. Master, you're back. The old Taoist nodded. Master has brought back 4 more medicinal slaves. There are 2 more at the foot of the mountain. Go get them up. Yes, Master. The young Taoist bowed his head and then quickly walked towards the outside of the courtyard. On the right side of the yard was a row of short houses with 6 rooms, each with a number on the door, from left to right, numbers 1 through 6. The elderly Taoist clamped Lulu towards the short house. He first threw Lulu to number 1, came out and locked the door, and then threw Qin Shorin to number 2 before leaving. After a while, that young Taoist talent panted and walked back. Armpits similarly clamped 2 people, only to walk with a wobble. Looks like to be tired to break the breath, mouth cursing. Stupid big man eats so much, almost the old man wastes to exhaustion. After saying this, he clanged open the door to number 3 and threw Chun Zhong in, and finally threw Li Shangyun to number 4, before he breathed a fierce sigh of relief. Then he walked over to room 6 and listened with his side ear, and realizing that there was not the slightest movement inside, he shook his head and sighed and turned to leave. The sun and moon rotate. The next day, a sliver of sunlight shone through the narrow, breathable window in the wall, and there was finally a glimmer of light in the dimly lit room. A wisp of moldy scent surged into his nostrils. Lu Li's brows furrowed and he opened his eyes in a ghostly manner. This, where? Lu Li slowly got up and rubbed his somewhat swollen head. He looked around and realized that he was actually in a dark and narrow room. The room was empty, except for some hay and water stains. This is locked up. The unpleasant feeling rose steeply. This place looked similar to the cell in the book. The walls were sealed tightly around and there was only one air-permeable window. He tried to pull on the door of the room and realized that it was motionless, still made of steel, and a heart went cold. That old Taoist really isn't a good person. Lu Li retreated to the wall, holding his head down, confusion written in his eyes. That old Taoist's ability was too mysterious. A few of them were afraid to be in danger. Clunk. Suddenly an opening was made under the door and a small iron basin filled with rice was pushed in. Lu Li inclined his head to look at it, and found that the meal inside was not bad, even better than in Boulder Village, fragrant with meat and vegetables. It did not look like he was going to mistreat people. And in his heart there was another trace of doubt. What exactly did he want to do? Son of a let me out. I through the inner building. Let me out. Just then, Lu Li suddenly heard a kicking sound coming from the next room, and once he heard it, it was that Qin Shorin. This beast. The corner of Lu Li's mouth twitched slightly. The other side. Taoist Temple Hall, a three-legged tripod in the center of the hall, the tripod below the ground fire nuisance out, the young Taoist sitting on a small stool, from time to turn a knob. As the knob turned, the opening and closing of the two pieces of iron on the ground fire port followed suit, with the flame growing larger and smaller at times. The old Taoist seated next to him looked at the teenager with a face full of appreciation. Zhengping, this means of fire control of yours, you're already quite skillful. It's very good. Fan Zhengping wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead and said casually, it's all because Master has taught us well, but Master, we always catch mortals to test the medicine. I'm afraid that it's against the way of heaven or not this time after the test, even if it's done. Humph. The old Taoist snorted coldly at his words and admonished. Cultivation is meant to go against the heavens. If we are afraid of the heavenly Tao, then we might as well learn to plow the fields and plant the ground like those mortals. Besides, for these mortals to become stepping stones on our path of cultivation, that's a blessing they've cultivated over several lifetimes. The path of cultivation can only go farther if we stick to our heart, you remember. Yes. Fan Zhengping sniffed and stopped arguing, lowering his head and continuing to manipulate the earth fire. A moment later, he turned off the ground fire switch and slowly opened the furnace lid. Looking at the two pitch-black pills inside, he frowned. Master, it seems like the herbs used this time are still not right. This acupuncture point pill is still black. Is that so? The old Taoist got up and walked over, staring at the Dan in the tripod. No harm done, perhaps the acupuncture point Dan was originally this color, try it slowly, as long as we try it correctly once, we masters and disciples will make a lot of money. The old Taoist was named Zhang Song, a loose cultivator now over 80 years old, but only the 8th level of Qi cultivation, so it was obvious how difficult the path of cultivation was. The formula of this acupuncture point Dan was accidentally picked up by him in a cave. It is said that successful refining can allow Qi practitioner stage cultivators to quickly break through the chakra points, and the realm will grow by leaps and bounds in a single day. Even the major clans don't have this kind of pills, which if he can make it, then he will have a great possibility to succeed in building his foundation before the age of 100 years old. However, this Dan formula was only a remnant, only 3 of the 4 herbs had been verified, and even the owner of this Dan formula had never successfully refined it. That's why he kept looking for herbs to try with, not lest the elixir he refined poisoned himself to death. So he went around grabbing mortals to try the medicine. So far, he has practiced this medicine for more than 3 years, and hundreds of people have died trying it. But this remaining herb still hasn't been tested out. Yes. Fan Zhengping nodded. I'll go find someone to try. After saying that, he got up and walked towards the courtyard outside the hall. And when he came to the courtyard, he went straight to the door of the room numbered 4. Slowly opened the door, and shouted to a child inside. You can come out now. That child was none other than Li Shangyun. His face was delighted at the words, and he hurriedly ran out, innocently asking, Xian, immortal master, why are you locking me up? Where is Mud Monkey Brother and the others? A flash of intolerance flashed through Fan Jingping's eyes, but immediately hid it again. They went to another place to cultivate. Locking you up here was to sharpen your heart. It's okay now, my master has refined a pill for you. After you eat it, you can be an immortal, follow me. Really? Aha! The two then walked towards the main hall. Chapter 4 Hope. Come to the temple. When Li Shangyun saw Zhang Song's creepy old face again, he couldn't help but take a step back in fear. Little fellow, you seem to be afraid of the old man? No, it isn't. Hee hee. Don't worry. Old man is an immortal, he won't harm you. Zhang Song revealed a hint of a smile and stepped forward in a gentle tone. Come on. Take this pill. If you can hold on, you will be able to cultivate immortality. Really? Hearing that he could cultivate immortality, Li Shangyun immediately revealed a look of interest. Of course, old me never cheats children. Zhang Song handed over the elixir. Li Shangyun stared at the elixir and stretched out his small hand as he picked it up, throwing it into his mouth after a slight hesitation. Ah! In an instant, Li Shangyun's face twisted, and he planted himself on the ground with a thud, his body shaking madly as if he was having a seizure, but in a dozen or so breaths, his feet stomped and he directly did not move. Master! Fan Zhengping looked at the scene and wanted to speak. Zhang Song's face was ugly. All right, take care of him. I have to go down the mountain to continue searching for spiritual medicine. You guard the Taoist temple and wait for me to come back. If anything goes wrong, I will hold you responsible. Yes, master. Zhang Song flung his sleeves, turned around and went back to his room to clean up, and a few moments later walked out of the room with a package on his back, staring at Fan Zhengping. Zhengping, I know that you have a good heart, but you have to remember that you're a cultivator, and you can't achieve great things with a good heart. When the master returns next time, I hope you have been transformed. Yes, master. When Zhang Song left, Fan Zhengping sighed again and picked up Li Shangyun's body and left the hall. There was a small door on the left side of the courtyard. Fan Zhengping pushed open the small door, and in front of him was a large pit several feet in circumference, in which the stench was overwhelming. Flies were like clouds, and uncountable corpses were piled up in it. Some of the corpses had only begun to decompose. Others had already been reduced to white bones. Fan Zhengping threw Li Shangyun down with just a glance, and the originally lively and lovely child was reduced to an object of contention between flies and ants in the twinkling of an eye. Time passed, and 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Mud Monkey. Fatty said that Xiangyun hasn't moved for days, as if he wasn't in the room at all. In room 1, Lulu leaned against the partition wall, and Qin Shorin's worried voice from next door came from within a small hole larger than the size of his fist beside him. After the past few days, several people had gone from the initial panic to numbness. All three are in the adjacent room wall with a hard fist smashed a small hole, and Qinzhong next door is Li Shangyun. These days, no matter how Qinzhong called out Li Shangyun, the other party did not respond. I know. Lu Li responded indifferently, but there was no more following. This room, except for the adjacent partition wall, is brick. The surrounding walls are into blocks of boulders, cannot be shaken. He really cannot think of where to get out of it. Will we die? Qin Shorin's voice trembled a little. I don't know. Lu Li didn't know how to comfort the other party. If his guess was right, Li Shangyun was afraid that he had already had an accident, and it wouldn't be long before it was their turn. By the dim light, Lu Li raised his left hand, stared at the small tower pattern in his hand, and muttered, What kind of thing are you anyway? Looking closely, he suddenly realized that there were words on the top of this small tower, besides the 4 words 3 treasures glazed, written on the base of the tower. The 3 layers from bottom to top were engraved with the words boundary, empty, time, and soul, respectively. Time 3 words. 3 treasure glazed tower? Lu Li blurted out, wondering if this wasn't a ghost. Was it some kind of treasure? Crunch. Just as Lu Li was about to observe in more detail, the door to the room was pushed open and a young Taoist of 17 or 18 years of age stood at the doorway, looked at Lu Li on the ground and said, Master is not here, come out and get some air. It was Fan Zhengping. Can I get out? The long-lost fresh air rushed into the room. Lu Li stood up with a miso and rushed out in 3 or 2 steps, breathing in the outside air. Not long after, Qin Shorin and Qinzhong also ran out. I'll kill you. Suddenly, Qinzhong swung his fist and charged towards Fan Zhengping. Fan Zhengping frowned slightly, and just at the moment when the other party rushed in front of him, he suddenly raised his foot and thumped it on Qinzhong's chest, directly kicking him backward and sending him flying backward, smashing heavily on the wall behind him. Qinzhong let out a mouthful of blood with a wow sound. Lu Li and Qin Shorin's faces changed as they hurriedly ran over to help Qinzhong up. Fan Zhengping shook his head and looked at the several people. I've already gone against my master's instructions by letting you guys out. If you guys don't know what's good for you, then I'll just have to lock you back up. Where's Xiangyun? What did you do to Xiangyun? Qinzhong still struggled to rush up, hissing from his mouth. If, however, you're talking about the kid, I can tell you that he's dead. What? Upon hearing this news, both Qin Shorin and Lu Li were dumbfounded. and even though the two of them had guessed it, it was still a bit hard to accept hearing this news. Qin Shoren's fists clenched and just about to charge forward, but Lulu stopped him and shook his head at him. Go back. Qin Shoren's face showed his unwillingness, and he directly went back to his room in a huff, closing the door with a clang. Chun Zhong heaved a glance at Lulu, unable to hide the disappointment in his eyes, and similarly flung himself back to his room. You're very smart. Even though I'm only a first-level qi practitioner, I'm not something you mortal brats can deal with. Fan Zhengping glanced appreciatively at the skinny black teenager, who was a head shorter than him, and turned towards a stone chair in the center of the courtyard, saying as he walked, "Let's chat." Lulu took a deep breath and slowly followed. After coming to the stone chair and sitting down, Fan Zhengping patted the side. "Sit down." Lulu hesitated, but still sat down and didn't say anything. Seeing that Lulu didn't say anything, Fan Zhengping said to himself, "In fact, I used to be like you guys. I was captured to try out the medicine, but I was luckier. He gave me a spirit awakening pill out of a sudden whim, and I happened to have the 5 spirit roots. So, he took me as his disciple to help him out, and over the years, he taught me a lot of skills, and I'm very thankful to him, but I don't want him to continue killing people, so I'm conflicted." Upon hearing this, Lulu looked at Fan Zhengping with surprise, not expecting that he was also captured, and thinking of this, he could not help but say expectantly, "Immortal Master, since this is the case, is it okay for you to secretly let us leave?" Fan Zhengping shook his head. "It's not that I don't want to let you guys go, but I can't. Not to mention that Master treats me well. If I let you guys go, I'm afraid I won't be able to survive when he comes back. Can't we leave together?" Fan Zhengping glanced oddly at Lulu. "Why should I leave? Master is experimenting with an elixir. If the experiment is successful, my cultivation will surely skyrocket. Perhaps Master is right. Mortals should be proud to be stepping stones for us cultivators. To put it bluntly, it's just selfishness. The so-called benevolence is only when it doesn't touch the interests of the other party, and the so-called benevolence is only when it doesn't touch the interests of the other party." From the other party's 3 words, Lulu had already understood the other party's meaning. So it turned out that the so-called immortals were not as desireless as they had imagined, and were even more greedy than mortals, right? Upon hearing this, Lulu stopped talking. After a moment of silence, Fan Zhengping added, "Although I can't let you leave, I can give you a hope." Chapter 5 Awakening. Hope. Lulu sniffed and immediately looked at Fan Zhengping with excitement. What people want most when they are desperate is not hope. As long as there is hope, everything is possible. "Yes, hopefully." Fan Zhengping nodded. "You naturally don't have a choice as mortals. If you possessed spiritual roots, Master might take you as disciples like he did with me." Spiritual roots. When he heard those 2 words, Lulu's entire body softened and lost his mind. "We participated in the Qingyang Sect's awakening ceremony and did not awaken our spiritual roots." "No spirit root?" Fan Zhengping first frowned, then stared at Lulu as if he had made some major decision. "You wait," said, sprinting as fast as flying, rushed into the hall. Lulu saw the situation, immediately ready to skedaddle, but looked at the closed door next to the room, and then sat back on his butt. Not to mention that Fatty Chun and Qin Shoren were still inside. This speed of the other party alone was not something he could escape from. In just a few moments, Fan Zhengping ran back, pocketing a bunch of jade bottles, and sat back in his chair, saying, "These are the spirit awakening pills that I secretly refined. There are a total of 120 of them. I'm now giving them all to you. You guys split them up and eat them, and if anyone awakens a spirit root, you let me know, and I'll look for Master to plead for mercy and see if I can get him to spare you." Awakening spirit pill? Lulu looked at the pile of jade bottles and shook his head. "We've already taken it." "I know," Fan Zhengping explained. "In fact, in the cultivation world, the 5 spirit roots are not the most trashy spirit roots. Under the 5 spirit roots, there are 6, 7, 8, 9 countless possible spirit roots. This kind of spirit root is called a miscellaneous spirit root, and if you want to awaken, you will need a large amount of awakening spirit pills to do so. But this kind of spiritual root, even if awakened, the cultivation speed that is slower than a turtle crawling, may not enter the first level of qi cultivation in a lifetime, but it's better than no hope, isn't it? There's also this statement." Lulu heard the originally extinguished dream of cultivation flared up again. Even if it was a miscellaneous spirit root, as long as he could cultivate, then he would not give up. "Thanks." Lulu grabbed the jade bottles collectively. No matter what the result was, he had to try it out. The 2 of them then exchanged a few more brief words, and Lulu couldn't wait to head towards the room. He first came to room number 3 and found Qingyang, distributing 4 jade bottles and handing them to him, explaining to him what had just happened. But unexpectedly, Fatty Chun cursed Lulu as a dog's leg and didn't take them at all. Lulu had no choice but to place the jade bottle on the floor, and then came back to Qin Shorin's room. Although Qin Shorin had a hard time in his heart, he heard that there was hope and did not hesitate to take the jade bottle. Fan Zhengping in the back watched everything in his eyes, and thought that this kid is not very knowledgeable and has a stable character. If he can awaken the miscellaneous spiritual roots, perhaps in this life there is a real possibility to enter the first level of qi cultivation and perform a little bit of immortal tactics. Seeing that Lulu had finished distributing, Fan Zhengping got up and locked the door of his room and left. Lulu, on the other hand, sat on the weeds and began to furiously swallow the spirit awakening pill. So many awakening spirit pills, even if it was a large cultivation sect like the Qingyang Sect, it would never be possible for a mortal to squander so much, which was really thanks to that little bit of benevolence in Fan Zhengping's heart. As a pill entered his mouth, Lulu hurriedly stared at his body. Nay, there was no reaction at all. After a quarter of an hour, Lulu sighed helplessly and stuffed another one in. Unconsciously, 3 hours had passed, and the waking spirit pill had been eaten for a full 18 pills, but naturally the body still didn't react at all. But at this time, in the small hole in the wall next to it, suddenly a fist stretched over, and at the same time came Qin Shorin's trembling voice. Mud monkey, look, am I awakening? Here. Lulu froze, grabbed Qin Shorin's hand, looked at the faint densities emerging from it, and exclaimed, Beast, you actually really awakened. Ha ha ha. Awakened. I have spiritual roots. I can cultivate immortality. Qin Shorin pulled his hand back as he shouted around the room. Not long after, Lulu heard Qin Shorin running to the wall separating Qinzhong to show off. Qinzhong, who was about the same as Lulu, snapped his eyes to a few jade bottles by the doorway and staggered over. Turn the night deep. All 40 awakening spirit pills had been consumed by Lulu, but there was still no sign of awakening. Lulu's heart had almost died and he collapsed powerlessly on top of the hay. Early the next morning, Lulu was awakened again by Qin Shorin's excited voice, and it turned out that Fatty Chin had also awakened. Lulu was devastated and was silent. Around noon, Fan Zhengping came again and opened the door of the room to let Lulu and the three of them go out for air. Upon hearing that both Chunzhong and Qin Shorin had successfully awakened their spiritual roots, Fan Zhengping couldn't help but be surprised, saying that he would help them plead with their master to stay and help him with his alchemy as well. Mud monkey, I still have 25 awakening pills here, so take them and try again. Seeing Lulu sulking, Qin Shorin turned around and went back to his room to hold out 3 jade bottles. Chunzhong similarly returned to the room, took out 3 jade bottles and said, I have 20 of them here as well on the immortal road. None of our 3 brothers can be missing. Lulu did not want to take it. 40 cannot be awakened spiritual roots. Even if awakened, that is also afraid of garbage to the right. But see the 2 hopeful eyes, Lulu still took over. That Fan Zhengping also do not know whether it is alone for too long. See Qinzhong 2 people awakened. Actually for the 2 people to explain its cultivation methods. Lulu in the side to listen to the clouds, eyes inevitably envy. When the sun set, Fan Zhengping finally finished his narration. Then a few people ran to the kitchen and busied themselves with cooking, which was really enjoyable. Lulu had been distracted, and when he returned to his room after eating, he began to furiously pour pills again. Disappointment always came again and again. In one night, Lulu had eaten 30 of them, but he still hadn't succeeded in awakening, and the awakening spirit pill only had the last 5 left. The next day, Lulu didn't go out again. Chunzhong too came to the room to see him. Some comfort is not the slightest way helpless to leave. No, I can't just give up. Lulu looked towards the last jade bottle and endured his exhaustion to open the cork. 1, 2, 3. Steeply, Lulu's body glowed. Gold, green, blue, red, brown, white, purple, black, bright yellow. 9 colors of light came out through his body. This! Lulu's body shook with excitement, and he suddenly exclaimed, Awakened! I'm awakened! Outside, Chunzhong and Qin Shorin looked at each other when they heard this, and then darted in, and when they saw the condition of Lulu's body, they immediately rubbed their eyes. What condition? Although there was a faint multicolored glow on their body awakening, it wouldn't be as terrifying as Lulu's It was as if the whole person was glowing. Fan Zhengping also ran in and looked at Lulu and couldn't help but gulp. Is it really the manifestation of awakening a spiritual root? Chunzhong and Qin Shorin were stunned at his words. Could it be? This is not an awakening? I don't know. Fan Zhengping was puzzled. He had never heard of one that had awakened like this. It was a pity that he was only at the first level of qi practicing. It was said that after a successful awakening, a foundation establishment powerhouse would be able to directly probe what attribute of spiritual root the other party possessed. Chapter 6: The Pagoda. Could it be that I have not awakened? Is this a sign of having eaten too much of the awakening pill? Lulu's heart hung in the air when he heard this. Mud monkey. Don't worry. This is definitely an awakening. Qin Shoren saw Lulu's nervousness and stepped forward to comfort him. However, Fan Jingping's expression faded, thinking that awakening 3 at once. It is obvious that they are all miscellaneous spiritual roots. The master is afraid that he will not accept 3 miscellaneous spiritual roots. He walked out with a heavy heart. Lulu looked on, greeted Qin Shoren and Chunjong and asked in a low voice, "In the past 2 days, have there been any changes in your bodies?" The two of them looked at each other and Qin Shoren said, "There are no other changes, but it seems that the eyesight and sense of hearing have become much more sensitive, and there is also the fact that sometimes when you close your eyes you can see your own body, and according to the introductory mantra that Senior Fan gave us, I'm afraid that it's in the process of condensing the divine consciousness." Chunjong nodded. "I'm the same. That mnemonic Lulu also knows after awakening the qi veins will be visible, condensing the divine sense can internalize the qi veins, and then qi cultivation stage cultivation is to absorb the so-called heaven and earth spiritual qi to refine to open the qi veins points and orifices, so that the qi veins are smooth and store the true qi. There were a total of 12 auxiliary veins and 2 main veins in the qi vein, and by opening the 12 auxiliary veins, one could build the foundation, which was the 12th level of qi cultivation. Generally, geniuses would not build their foundation at the 12th level, they would choose to open both main veins together, that is, the 14th level of qi cultivation, so that they could operate the great circumference heaven, and the power of their spells when they cast them would be far more than the 12th level of the foundation builders. Each qi vein had 100 more points and orifices, and it was only when they were completely opened that they could be considered a perfect one, so cultivation wasn't that simple, especially for a miscellaneous spirit root like theirs. It was even tougher than ever, because of the mixed attributes of heaven and earth's aura. A single spirit root only needed to condense into that one attribute of true qi corresponding to its own spirit root to be used to punch the acupoint. Instead, multiple attributes had to condense multiple attribute true qi in order to break through an acupoint. Just like the 5 spiritual roots of the 5 elements, one would need to condense the true qi of the 5 attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, and the speed of condensation was not as simple as 1 to 5 alone, because you simply can't guarantee that the aura you absorb in has all 5 elements within it. The miscellaneous spirit roots under the 5 elements were even more so. Lulu nodded. "Good. After condensing divine sense you will be able to view the qi veins and also absorb and refine the spiritual qi. By then you will know what spiritual root you have." What I'm trying to say is that Fan Jingping's face didn't look right just now, and this time, with both of you awakening successfully, plus the possibility of me awakening successfully as well, there is no longer anyone left in this Qingyang to test the medicine. And I'm guessing that it's unlikely for that old Taoist to take in miscellaneous spirit roots as disciples, and even if he did, he wouldn't be able to take in 3 at once, so we still need to plan ahead. Chunjong and Qin Shoren nodded their heads immediately upon hearing this, and Qin Shoren said indistinctly, "It's still you who have a good head on your shoulders. I nearly forgot about it. We are but miscellaneous spirit roots. The difference between us and mortals isn't that big. I'm afraid that we still can't avoid the risk of being tested for medicines." They killed Xiang Yun. This Fan Jingping's heart is not broken, but he still harbors the idea that a mortal's life is not a life. We do need to be careful. Chunjong said, "Mud monkey, just tell us what to do. We'll listen to you." Lulu pondered for a moment and said, "Make a false move and wait and see what happens." "Good." After a few more moments of small talk, the two left. In the evening, while cooking, Fan Zhengping suddenly said, "I have a feeling that Master might be coming back. From tomorrow onwards you guys can no longer go inside the courtyard. But don't worry. When Master comes back, I will state it truthfully. Master has a good heart. The chances of you guys becoming his disciples are still quite high." Good heart? Lulu and the 3 of them looked at each other. They all saw the mockery in each other's eyes, but none of them retorted. Instead, they happily agreed. After dinner, Fan Zhengping brought the 3 back to his room and then locked them one by one, confirming again and again before leaving. He was very apprehensive in his heart. He had gotten 3 miscellaneous spirit roots at once, and he didn't know if he would be chastised. Only after listening to the sound of departing footsteps outside did Lulu sit down on his knees. He didn't have any cultivation techniques and only had a crude introductory recitation that was all about condensing divine sense and sensing aura, and didn't even have a method for absorbing and refining it. According to Fan Zhengping, Divine sense was a part of the soul that could see things instead of the human eye, and a powerful divine sense supplemented by true qi could control things. Lulu closed his eyes, adjusted his breathing, and began to condense his divine sense according to the mantra. A quarter of an hour, 1 hour, 2 hours. Suddenly, Lulu felt that he suddenly floated up. He could even see his own body sitting on a plate. Even at night, the scene of the 3-foot radius became clearly visible. Lulu was delighted. Is this the so-called divine sense? Didn't you say that it's extremely difficult to condense divine sense? That's amazing too. The marvelous feeling disappeared as soon as he moved his mind, and when he opened his eyes, his surroundings were still dark, and when he sensed with his heart again, his surroundings immediately became clear again. After using it a few times in a row, he became more and more spontaneous, and was able to use his divine sense with just a thought. Moreover, he felt that his eyesight and hearing had become more sensitive, and he, who was originally unable to see at night, was now not as dark as he was, even if he did not use his divine sense to look inside the room. Just then, Lulu suddenly felt a sizzling heat coming from the palm of his hand. Lulu raised his hand and saw that the tower tattoo was actually flowing with a faint stream of light, and at the same time an odd feeling suddenly struck him in his heart. He felt that this thing was just like an entity, and it was as if he was able to control it at will. With a look of surprise on his face, he tried his mind. Buzz. That small tower actually did fly up and turned into a real 3-story small tower, which was gray and had a few cracks on it, and the whole thing was only the size of a thumb, which looked like a small ornament. His mind moved again, and the small tower transformed into a green tattoo imprinted on the palm of his hand again. Boundary empty. Time. What does it mean? Lulu stared at the small words on the tower and frowned in thought. 3 treasure glazed pagoda. The first floor of the Hall of Spirit Objects, the world of the immortal mansion, planting herbs, raising spirit animals, improving the quality of the soil and so on can enhance the size of the space, the initial Qingyang square circle. The second floor of the Hall of Space, storage space, the size of the space is always 10 times the size of the first floor of the space, and there is never an upper limit. 3 layers of time hall you can enter inside to cultivate initial 10 times the proportion of time. The larger the space of a layer, the higher the proportion of time. Just as Lulu was pondering, a stream of information suddenly flowed into his mind, all about this small tower. This treasure, absolute treasure. Lulu dumbfounded looking at the palm of the small tower pattern. The heart cannot be excited. Mud monkey, where are the treasures? Qin Shoren, who was next door, suddenly heard Lulu exclaim and brought his eyes to the cave mouth to stare straight at Lulu. Ahem, no. I said my spiritual roots are too mixed and I need treasures. This kind of treasure should never be exposed, or else I'm afraid that it will immediately lead to killing. Chapter 7. Immortal Fruit. Spiritual roots too mixed? Qin Shoren froze, then exclaimed, You can see within. Inside view. Lulu heard this and hastily sunk his divine sense. His face instantly became wonderful. Vori. What's wrong? 9 spirit roots. Lulu looked at his 9-colored chakra and his face twitched madly. I'm a 9 spiritual roots in Tama. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light and darkness. Lulu does not know what to say. No wonder he ate more than 70 spirit awakening pills before awakening the spirit root. There is more garbage than the spirit root. Gong, congratulations. Next door. Qin Shoren poofed and rolled on the floor covering his stomach, rolling to the other side in the process. Hey, fatty, I'll tell you something. Chan Zhong was in the middle of his cultivation, and at this moment he was looking bitter. When he heard Qin Shoren's words, he was impatient. If you have something to say, just say it. If you have a fart, just let it go. Fierce hammer. Qin Shoren cursed before saying, I'm telling you, don't tell anyone. Mud monkey is a 9 spirit root. Ha 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 ha. What? Chan Zhong froze and scratched his head. I thought my 7 spirit roots were already trashy enough, but I didn't realize that mud monkeys even have trashier ones than me. You're a 7 spirit root? Qin Shoren's smile withdrew. I won't talk to you anymore. Laozi's divine sense hasn't been successfully condensed yet. Lulu heard the two laughing from afar and thought to himself that these two guys were really heartless. However, Lulu wasn't too disappointed. Although his spiritual root was too wasted, the good thing was that he could cultivate and he had the Hall of Time, so he could completely pile it up with time. Say it and do it. Lulu directly sat down on his knees, and after tranquilizing his mind moved, and then his divine sense instantly entered the Hall of Time, and just in the moment he went in, his divine sense directly transformed into a human form that was exactly the same as Lulu. Snapped and stepped inside the Temple of Time. Into the eyes, this is really a big hall, only the hall is empty. In addition to the center has a futon, the left side of the hall there is a standing scale. The ruler had a pointer on it, and the number it was pointing at now was 10, representing a 10-fold flow rate. That is to say, cultivating here for 10 days was only 1 day in the outside world, and as the medicinal garden on the first floor of the pagoda expanded, this flow rate would follow suit, which was quite miraculous. The only shortcoming was that he could only use his mind to come in and cultivate in place of his body, and although everything he cultivated would be a true reflection of his body was actually still out there and could not be used as a hiding prop. Of course, there were disadvantages and advantages so that he could practice in front of people in a big way, and outsiders would not be able to discover that he was using the time temple. Lulu sat down on his knees in the hall and began to utilize his divine sense to sense the aura of heaven and earth. At this time, although he was sitting in the Hall of Time, there was no aura in the Hall of Time, and what he was sensing was only the external aura. Dozens of breaths later, he suddenly saw a wisp of ethereal blue aura roaming around him, which was manic and contained all sorts of berserk attributes within it. Lulu's heart understood. It seemed that this was the so-called heaven and earth aura. The aura was sensed, but he did not have the method of absorbing and refining it, so he had no choice but to withdraw his divine sense and withdraw his mind from the Hall of Time. Now everything is ready except the method of practicing. Lulu lay down on the hay, thinking in his mind what he had to do to get the cultivation method. I don't know. If there's a chance to leave, it would be great if I could worship the Qingyang Sect. Lulu's mouth shattered. Before I knew it, it was light again. There was a clunk and a rice bowl pushed in. This time, Zhengping did not open the door to let them go out for air, which made Lulu's heart lifted up again. Could it be? Is it possible that the hope that he has been able to see with great difficulty is going to be lost like this? Loss after loss, Lulu would not do something like hunger strike. After eating, Lulu started to fiddle with divine sense again. Since he couldn't cultivate, the only thing he could play with was this divine sense. And so, 7 more days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Qin Shorin also managed to gather his divine sense to see his first chi vein, and like Fatty Chun, it was a 7-spirit root. This day, Lulu was so bored that he suddenly remembered that there seemed to be an odd plant inside the Hall of Spirit Objects, and with a thought, the scene inside the first layer of space instantly appeared in his mind. It was the same space he had accidentally entered in the water last time. 3 treasure glazed tower, all space body cannot go in. The last time the glazed tower initial recognition, he was pulled into a layer of space as actually the soul, otherwise his body would not have sunk to the bottom of the river, filled with a bellyful of water. However, the first floor of the Hall of Spirit Objects did allow for the raising of living creatures, provided that these living creatures had signed a soul contract with him. At this time, that emerald green plant had unexpectedly grown to 3 feet high. Its branches were getting more and more lush, and it had also borne 10 small green fruits, with the same streams of light turning on top of the fruits, which were somewhat dreamy. What the hell is this thing? It can't be an immortal fruit, right? Eat one and ascend to immortality. Lulu wanted to pick one and taste it, but it didn't look like it was ripe, so he thought better of it. It's been more than 20 days. I'm afraid that old demon is really coming back. Lulu's divine sense retreated from the first floor of the glazed tower and looked at the window inexplicably a little worried. Lulu's intuition was really accurate. In the evening, Zhang Song unexpectedly really rushed back in a dusty manner, with a bit of gravity on his face. Zhengping was looking at the gate every evening for the past few days. After his master had done so many things that hurt the heavens and the earth, he always felt a little unsettled in his heart, until he saw Zhang Song return safely. His heart was relieved, and he hurriedly greeted him. "Master, you're finally back. You're really worried to death about your disciple." Zhang Song nodded, relieved. "I was going to catch a few more mortals back to test the medicine on the way, but unexpectedly there was an accident, and we were targeted by the people of the Qingyang Sect, so we have to move as soon as possible." Targeted? Zhengping's complexion changed, and he said in some panic, "Master, then let's quickly leave." "There is no hurry." Zhang Song waved his hand. "Master has already used a trick to throw them off. They can't chase after them here for a short time, and the ones who are coming are just a few juniors. Even if they come, it's not yet known who will win and who will lose. Besides, it's not easy to find a place with an earth fire, so it's not too late for us to finish refining these potions before we leave." The master and disciple hurried back to the main hall. Zhang Song threw a few parcels onto the offering table. There was a strong medicinal fragrance overflowing from the parcels. "These are all the ones that master snatched from those small cultivators who were picking medicines. Look at what kind of spiritual medicines there are, and pair them up with a record. Yes, master. Fan Zhengping picked the elixirs while using a pen to record the paired Dan formula. 3 of them had already been determined, and the change was only the last elixir. Master, there are quite a few medicinal herbs this time, some of which I don't even recognize. Fan Zhengping suddenly said. Zhang Song sat cross-legged in the hall and said with some fatigue, "Draw out what you don't recognize. This time I was targeted and my master didn't have time to check. I'll rest for a while." Yes, master. Fan Zhengping shook his head and simply drew the spirit herbs he didn't recognize on the Dan formula. The acupuncture point pill was only a first-order elixir, specifically for Qi practicing stage cultivators to use. The recognized realms in the cultivation world were Qi practicing, foundation establishment, Jindan, Yuanying, transformation of God, separation of God, harmonization, Mahayana, and transitional hijacking, 9 major realms. Except for Qi cultivation, which was divided into 12 or 14 levels, all the others were divided into 4 sub-realms: early stage, middle stage, late stage, and peak. Therefore, herbs and pills were similarly categorized into 9 orders. According to the color and the amount of impurities contained in the pills are divided into 4 common qualities, namely lower grade, middle grade, upper grade, and very high grade, and it is said that there are even higher qualities above, only that no one can make them. Chapter 8. Becoming Immortal. Noon on the 5th day. Inside the large hall, Zhang Song stared at the small tripod with red eyes, his face already hard to see. Fan Zhengping, who was manipulating the ground fire, even buried his head, not daring to look at Zhang Song's face at all. In 5 days, they had intermittently refined 25 Dan formulas, but 24 of them were either wasted due to the collision of medicinal materials or directly blew up. Fortunately, the quality of this Dan furnace was good, or else they didn't even have a furnace at the moment. Now there was only one last Dan formula left. If it failed again, Zhang Song's hard-earned elixir this time would undoubtedly go down the drain. What are you shaking for? Be more careful for me. Seeing Fan Zhengping's body shaking, Zhang Song scolded sternly. Yes. Fan Zhengping forced himself to calm down and tried to control his hands. After another moment, a sudden scent of medicine wafted out. Zhang Song's face was delighted as he rushed over and lifted the lid of the furnace. And when he saw the 3 dark green pills inside, his entire body sighed in relief. Good, good. Fan Zhengping saw this and hurriedly went up to check, and then the same even said with joy, Master, this is the best quality in 3 years, right? And still 3. Zhang Song nodded and said after thinking for a while, although this character is better than all the previous ones, it still looks almost interesting, and I don't know if it's because the fire is not well controlled or because of the herbs. In this case, go ahead and pull that kit out and try it. Fan Zhengping nodded his head and said yes, just about to go suddenly frowned, turned around and said apprehensively, Master, that the remaining 3 people all awakened spiritual roots. You see, he had intended to plead for Lulu's trio, but having just experienced Zhang Song's intimidation, the words that came to his mouth did not dare to come out. Spiritual roots? Zhang Song stared at Fan Zhengping suspiciously. What do you mean? Fan Zhengping's body trembled. His mind turned sharply and said, Apprentice is worried about Master's laborious work, so he took it upon himself to feed each of them 5 awakening spirit pills, and they all awakened, all miscellaneous spirit roots. Asshole. I said how come my herbs keep failing to match up? So it's you who's playing tricks. With a flurry of angry curses, Zhang Song slammed his palm against Fan Zhengping's small abdomen. In an instant, Fan Zhengping flew backwards out of the great hall and smashed into the center of the courtyard with a bang. His head tilted, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out with a wow. Zhang Song stood at the entrance of the temple, looking at Fan Zhengping from afar, shouting, I'll settle your affairs with you later. Go and bring out those 3 children for me right away. Fan Zhengping's face was pale. He now finally understood that in his master's heart, he was ultimately no better than that unwarranted acupuncture point pill, and this slap completely woke him up. He struggled to his feet and staggered towards the nearby room where the 3 Lulu people were imprisoned. Lulu heard the sound of opening the door of the room and immediately stood up. When he saw Fan Zhengping, who was pale and looked difficult, he couldn't help but be surprised with his eyes. Fan, senior brother? What are you? Fan Zhengping shook his head. Master has returned. I was not able to help you guys. He asked me to take you guys to try the medicine. You just ask for more blessings. Test the medicine. Lu Li's body trembled and his mind roared. Finally, it's here. He walked out of the room and looked at Qin Shoren and Chen Zhong, who came out one after another, both of them with a strong fear on their faces. Fan Zhengping sighed softly and said with difficulty, "Let's go. This time the Dan medicines are of good quality, and if you are lucky, not only will you be able to escape, but you will even be able to gain benefits." Seeing that the three people still did not move, Fan Zhengping added, "Don't you want to escape? I was beaten like this by the master. Go." Lulu glanced at Qin Shoren and Chen Zhong, whispered, and walked at the front. I don't want to die." Qin Shoren followed behind Lulu, his hands trembling non-stop. "Afraid of a ball, people die eggs facing the sky, we three brothers die together. The big deal is that we will come back in 18 years. By then we might even have a good spiritual root." Chen Zhong seemed to have resigned himself to his fate and cheered himself up. Lulu's heart was relieved when he heard this. Fatty Chen is right. Stretching one's head is a knife. Shrinking one's head is also a knife. Maybe it's really like what Senior Fan said, just in case you get lucky. Saying that, Lulu actually knew that even if the drug test was successful, they wouldn't survive. According to Fan Zhengping, that Dan formula was extremely valuable, and even if the drug trial was really successful, Zhang Song would not let them leave alive. When several people arrived at the main hall, Zhang Song was already waiting impatiently. As soon as he grabbed Lulu to his body, he pinched open his mouth and forced it in, while his voice was as cold as ice. "Swallow it. Don't let the old man get angry." Lulu was instantly like falling into an ice cave when the other party looked at him, and with a roll of his throat, he swallowed the elixir. Zhang Song called Chen Zhong and Qin Shoren over again, and handed one capsule to each of them. "Eat it yourself." Fan Zhengping leaned on the doorway and watched this scene with an indescribable feeling in his heart. As the medicinal power entered his body, Lulu instantly felt an extremely strong force rampaging through his dantian. After awakening the spiritual root, the cultivator would manifest the first chakra, which was connected to the dantian barrier, and the first acupoint was above the dantian barrier, and he, Fan Zhengping, had said that the efficacy of the acupuncture point pill was to assist in opening the acupoint. With a quick turn of mind, he hurriedly used his divine sense to guide that force towards the dantian acupoint on the first chi vein. The drilling pain came steeply. Lulu felt as if someone was stabbing himself with a sharp knife, and as soon as his mind was relieved, the strong power suddenly retreated back, crashing around inside his dantian. "Spell it out." Lulu stabilized his mind and once again controlled it to crash into the acupoint. Another scream. On one side, Zhang Song saw Lulu's face grimace and let out miserable screams from time to time. A heart had already cooled down halfway. The two beside them, Qin Shoren and Chen Zhong, also seemed to have discovered the key to the situation, and their miserable screams rose up. A few moments later, Lulu suddenly heard a boing sound, and under his internal vision, he realized that a hole had opened up above his dantian, revealing a pitch-black hole, and it was the chi vein that was connected to the other end of the hole. Passed. Lulu couldn't believe that he had just entered the first level of chi practicing. It is said that the first acupoint is the most difficult to open. I didn't expect that just this one acupuncture point Dan would help myself open the most crucial one, although there are still 99 acupoints left to open in the first level, but I am also considered to have entered the first level of chi cultivation. Lulu shook his head and his expression gradually became natural. Zhang Song could not help but feel a surge of surprise at the sight and immediately ran towards Lulu. Not good. Lulu's face changed, his mind turned violently, and without waiting for the other party to get closer, he directly fell on his back, while revealing an extremely uncomfortable expression as he kept rolling on the ground. Next to Chen Zhong also broke through the acupoints, was about to report happily but suddenly saw Lulu rolling on the ground, also from time to time to give himself a wink, frowned, finally came to his senses, and in the same trend also fell on the ground and kept rolling. That Qin Shoren had been pinching his fists, full of pain to control the medicinal power. It was not easy to punch open the acupoints, did not even notice the eyes of the two Lulu, and immediately let out a loud laugh. "Ha ha ha. Immortal. I'm an immortal." Lulu. Chapter 9, The Dan Formula. It's done. At the sound of his voice, Zhang Song was so happy that he directly stepped over Lulu and Chen Zhong, who were on the ground, and excitedly grabbed Qin Shoren's arms. "How is it? What does it feel like? What does it feel like?" Only then did Qin Shoren realize Lulu and Chen Zhong who had fallen to the ground. His face changed and his expression suddenly became agonized.
So hard, so hard,"
said he was about to fall to the ground. "Humph. How dare you tease me?" Zhang Song's face sank when he saw this and lifted Qin Shoren up by his neck. "Hard to bear, right? I'll pinch you to death." "Don't." Chen Zhong immediately climbed up from the ground at the sight. I say. Seeing that he couldn't hide it anymore, Lulu had no choice but to stand up as well. Only then did Zhang Song let go of Qin Shorin and looked at Chen Zhong. Speak, tell us your true feelings, and I can consider taking you as disciples. If anyone dares to lie half-heartedly, I will not blame me for being merciless. Just as Chen Zhong was about to open his mouth, Zhang Song had a change of heart. Wait, you come with me. With that, he brought Chen Zhong into the side room. A few moments later, he led Chen Zhong out, and led Lulu and Qin Shorin in, and looked at Lulu. Speak up. If there's even a hint of what you're saying doesn't match up with what that little fatty is saying, then all three of you will die. The old fox. Lulu had greeted Zhang Song for 18 generations in his heart, but he didn't dare to hide it anymore. Zhang Song immediately laughed with tears falling from his eyes after hearing this. Ha ha ha. Heaven have mercy. Heaven have mercy. Ah. Old man has finally succeeded. After saying that, he also ignored Lulu. Two people hurriedly ran out of the room, frantically rummage up on the offering table. After searching for a while, he suddenly looked at the doorway to hide Fan Zhengping. The last Dan formula? The dispensing of medicine and fire control were all controlled by Fan Zhengping, and the Dan formula was also recorded by Fan Zhengping, and more crucially, this time he didn't check what medicinal herbs he brought back, and if he didn't have the Dan formula, then all of this would have been for nothing. Forgot to write. Fan Zhengping's legs shook like a sieve. What did you say? Zhang Song's eyes flashed red, as if he were insane, and he hurriedly ran to Fan Zhengping's body, grabbing the other party by the collar. Do you know what you're saying? Master, could it be? Am I really no better than a Dan formula? Fan Zhengping's face was filled with loss. Zhang Song's hand loosened and he changed his tone. Zhengping, do you know what this Dan formula represents to Master? Stop fooling around. Quickly give it to Master. From now on, Master will definitely cultivate you properly. Cultivate me? Fan Zhengping roared with tears in his eyes. I'm wasted. That palm of yours just now has wasted my dantian. Do you know that, my dear master? Let me tell you, that Dan formula has already been thrown into the earth fire riot by me. No one can get it. No one can get it anymore, ha ha ha. You're looking for death. Zhang Song was instantly so angry that his veins flared up, and he raised his hand and slapped it down towards Fan Zhengping's heavenly aureole. Fan Zhengping did not dodge in the slightest and just stared straight at Zhang Song. Halfway to the palm, Zhang Song suddenly stopped. Wanna die? Not so easy. I want to leave you behind to slowly torture until halfway through the sentence. Zhang Song, however, suddenly looked at the courtyard door, only to see three men and women in green clothes with long swords walking in successively. The three of them had a silver medallion of the Great Sun pinned on their chests, and a green long sword was inserted in the middle of the Great Sun. Immortals of the Qingyang Sect. Lulu couldn't help but look happy when he looked at the three people dressed up. Came quite fast. As soon as Zhang Song threw Fan Zhengping back into the main hall, he himself walked down towards the courtyard and looked at the three. A few little guys. Don't you want to lose your life? How dare you trespass the old man's Taoist temple? The man in the lead looked at Zhang Song indifferently. Evil Taoist Zhang Song. You're not small in guts. How dare you use a living person to test the medicine in my Qingyang Sect's territory? So what, we cultivators all die from time to time, let alone mortals and other ants. Shouldn't they be born to contribute to us? Good guts. The green-clothed maiden on the left became furious at the words. How many of us cultivators didn't come out from the mortal world? For you to act against the heavens like this and block the immortal reincarnation is simply an unforgivable offense. Saying that, he took a little step and swept towards Zhang Song. At the same time, his right hand turned into a palm. A touch of green true qi came out through his body, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a green vine that wrapped around Zhang Song. How dare a tiny sixth grader act recklessly? Zhang Song was undaunted, striking a fiery red true qi with a palm in the air. The true qi hit the vines and instantly ignited a blazing fire, like burning dry wood, making clicking and popping sounds. The young girl's face turned white and she fell to the ground, the green-colored vines disappearing instantly. Instead, Zhang Song's flames were not reduced at all, and he charged directly towards the young girl. Senior Sister Cinny, be careful. The man in the lead and the teenager on the left let out a cry in unison and flew forward, a red and a blue channel of true qi attacking Zhang Song while pulling Zhou Cinny behind them. A mere 7th level cannot help this seat. Zhang Song's left hand produced another palm. Another fiery red true qi surged out, and 2 balls of blazing fire blasted at the 2 men respectively. This demonic path is surprisingly so fierce. In the middle of the hall, Lu and the 3 of them looked at each other, a heart pounding. If these 3 couldn't beat Zhang Song, then they wouldn't end up well either. However, at that moment, Fan Zhengping, who had been silent, walked towards Lulu. Lulu frowned and took 2 steps back. "What do you want?" Qin Shoren and Chun Zhong leaned towards Lulu's side at the same time upon hearing this, their faces full of vigilance. There is no malice." Fan Zhengping's face was difficult, and with a trembling hand, he fished out a piece of yellow paper from his pocket and tremblingly handed it over to Lulu. This is the formula for the acupuncture point pill. I no longer have a chance to attain immortality in this life, so I'm giving him to you." Dan's formula? Lulu and the 3 of them looked at each other. All of them saw the joy in each other's eyes. Lulu snatched the Dan formula as soon as he could and asked with some disbelief, Why are you doing this?" Fan Zhengping glanced at Zhang Song, who was fighting outside. "Helping him to kill more people. I've almost forgotten that I was once captured by him. Until today, I finally understand. It all seems to have changed. But in fact, it has not changed. When I came, I was mortal. When going, still mortal." After saying that, he pulled out a pitch-black elixir and stuffed it into his mouth with a bite. Trialists, Fan Zhengping is here to accompany you." Snap. Looking at Fan Zhengping, who had fallen to the ground and was convulsing madly, Lulu and the 3 of them could not say what they felt in their hearts. "Is this what the books call karma?" Lulu muttered, and with a thought, the Dan formula in his hand was already stowed away in the small tower storage space. In the distance, the great battle continued. After the continuous bombardment of true qi, both Zhang Song and the 3 from the Qingyang Sect already looked exhausted, but the 3 from the Qingyang Sect clearly had the upper hand, even if only one of them was at the 7th level of qi cultivation. The talismans that were thrown out one after another and the pills that were swallowed from time to time were all things that Zhang Song did not have. When cultivators fought, it wasn't just the realm that they were comparing. The bottom card was the key to victory. Chapter 10. Departure. Boom! Another explosion came out. Zhang Song came out from a cloud of black smoke in a state of distress. He looked at a few people with some fleshly pain and touched out a talisman, urging his true qi to throw it forward. In an instant, one of the disciples of the Qingyang Sect's feet were dented, and the whole person sank directly downward, and almost in the blink of an eye, it had already disappeared over the neck and neck. The other 2's faces suddenly changed, and they flew forward to rescue them. Zhang Song took this opportunity and swept back to the main hall. When he saw the already out-of-breath Fan Zhengping, he hissed in a fierce voice, "Why? Why did you do this to old me?" After saying that, suddenly, his eyes turned to Lulu's 3 people who were cowering on the side, and under the rapid change of his mind, he abruptly revealed a flash of a fierce smile. "Hey, you guys are on good terms with my disciple. He wouldn't have given you the Dan formula. Huh." With that, he grabbed towards Lulu's trio. "Humph. Still want to commit murder." Right at this moment, a female voice suddenly sounded at the entrance of the hall, while a palm slapped Zhang Song's back. Zhang Song's face suddenly changed, backhanded a real qi hit out, rushed into the side room in the same trend, slapped the window and scurried out. The young girl hesitated a little, turned and chased after him. A few moments later, the 2 men outside also rushed into the hall, and the man in the lead said to the teenager next to him, "Senior brother go help Xine." "Yes, senior brother Chu." The teenager also chased after him after saying that. Seeing that senior brother Chu left, he didn't care about Lulu's trio and went straight to rummage through the hall, and only after a long time of searching did he turn his gaze to Lulu's trio and asked, "Did that evil Taoist feed you pills?" Qin Shoren was just about to speak, but Lulu jumped ahead of him. No, he was just about to give us food to eat, but I didn't expect you guys to come in." "No?" Senior Chu asked again. "Then, have you guys seen any Dan formulas or anything like that?" Lulu still shook his head. "We've been locked up in the hut for over a month, and we've just been released." As he said that, Lulu's eyes suddenly lit up and said, "I remember, when we were first captured, that senior brother on the ground gave us an elixir." "What pills?" Senior brother Chu asked hurriedly. "Yes," he said. "It seems to be an awakening elixir." "Awakening spirit pill?" Senior Chu showed his disappointment at once, then stared at the 3 of them suspiciously. Then, "If you guys ate it, did you have any reaction?" "Reaction?" Lulu feigned ignorance. "No other reaction. All 3 of us have smoke coming out of our bodies, light and pretty, just like..." He didn't tell the truth and directly described the situation he saw on the girl named Xiao Yun when he awakened in Dragon Walk Town that day. Next to them, Qin Shorin and Chun Zhong didn't understand why Lulu lied, but both of them had always considered themselves to have bad heads, so they just quietly watched Lulu perform. Seriously, Chu Qing was instantly excited when he heard this, thinking that although he hadn't found the Dan formula, if he could harvest 3 geniuses to go back, the benefits would be quite a lot. Indeed, Lulu made a fuss and pretended to be puzzled again. Immortal Master, why are you asking this? Ha ha ha, no, nothing. Chu Qing was overjoyed, looking at the 3 people as if they were looking at a treasure. I'll tell you guys, I'm Chu Qing, the core disciple of the Qingyang Sect. I'll take you guys to cultivate in the Qingyang Sect. Okay? Cultivation. Lulu shook his head and shrank back. You're not a liar, are you? We were tricked by that old man to come here last time, and then he put us in a small dark room. Liar. Chu Qing froze. How could I be a liar? Saying that, he took down a token from his waist and shook it. Look, this is the token of the Qingyang Sect. Seeing that Lulu was still unmoved, Chu Qing suddenly took out a piece of yellow paper and threw it outwards, blowing a big hole about 3 feet in diameter in the floor with a loud bang. See, this is called a bursting talisman. As long as you guys go to the Qingyang Sect with me, I'll give each of you 3 of them. How about it? So strong. Lulu gulped. Okay, I promise you. Not bad for a mud monkey. Monkeyish. Qin Shorin and Chun Zhong both looked at Lulu oddly. It's shameful that you, a 13-year-old, are acting like a 7 or 8-year-old to be cute. Well, good. Chu Qing smiled with a wide-eyed smile and reached out to take out a pile of yellow paper with black light flowing through it, dividing it into 9 sheets to look at them again, and again to make sure there wasn't an extra one before handing it over to Lulu. Come on, take it and divide it up. This bursting talisman is a middle-ranking talisman, below the 6th level of Qi cultivation. If you do not pay attention to be directly blown up half-dead, quite rare. He has a total of just a dozen left. This time for Lulu 3 people can be said to be the blood of the money. Lulu took it over, feeling the terrifying aura on it. Shocked and at the same time, his heart was ecstatic, and gave 3 more to Fatty Chun and Qin Shorin respectively, which he put into his bosom. Thank you, Immortal Master. Of course he didn't dare to directly put it into the storage space. If the small tower was discovered, not to mention this bursting talisman, he was afraid that his life would be lost. Well, you don't have to be polite, and you don't have to call me Immortal Master, just call me Senior Brother Chu, and when my 2 senior siblings come back, we'll return to the Qingyang Sect together. Didn't wait long. The young girl and Senior he then came back, but both of them looked depressed, and it was obvious that they had not chased after Zhang Song. Chu Qing didn't seem to be surprised, and after roughly understanding the situation, he greeted a few people and headed out. When they arrived at the foot of the mountain, Lulu and the 3 of them were all relieved. This time they had finally gotten out of this hellish place without any danger. There was a luxury carriage at the bottom of the mountain. It must be the Chu Qing trio who rushed over. Lulu had thought that immortals were all flying in the sky, but now it seemed that not all immortals could fly. Seeing Chu Qing greeting Lulu and the 3 of them on the car, Hee-jun and Jo-sini both looked puzzled. Hee-jun asked, Senior Brother Chu, what are you doing bringing them on the car? Aren't we going straight back to the clan? Chu Qing haha laughed. Senior Brother do not know these 3 people can be a treasure. They all awaken the spiritual root, and just eat a awakening Dan awakened, to be sent to the Foreign Affairs Hall. I test a bit. I think the minimum is also a 5 spiritual root. It is considered to make up for the loss of our mission was not accomplished this time. Surprisingly, they all have spiritual roots. Jo-sini's face was filled with shock. This luck of Senior Chu's is too good to be true. Last time, Senior Uncle Fong only recruited back 2 people after all his efforts. Ha ha ha. Something like chance is so mysterious. Well, let's go back. With that, a few people got into the car. This horse is not a general horse, grow very strong not to mention also has a unicorn horn, looks like a fae. A few people get on the car and no one driving. The horse is like knowing the way, pulling himself all the way to gallop up. All along the way, Lulu was silent and seemed a bit formal. In fact, he wasn't being formal, he was just worried that the Qingyang Sect wouldn't take them in because he was in too much need of a cultivation technique right now, and as far as the current situation was concerned, entering the Qingyang Sect was undoubtedly the best option. Chapter 11 Detection. The northwestern end of Liangzhou has a perennial mist-covered place. The mundane people mistakenly into which a dozen feet will be dizzy and cannot find the north, and finally turned around and back to the outside, always unable to go through the mist. Behind the mist can vaguely see across cutting steep cliffs. Cliffs no less than 100 feet high, east and west stretches for an unknown number of miles, very spectacular. On this day, a black shiny carriage but slowly drove into the mist, in which the left and right turn line for about half a quarter of an hour, which only through the mist, standing in front of the small wooden house under the cliff. 3 older men and women jumped off the wagon first, and were followed by 3 younger teenagers. 3 teenagers have their own characteristics, a man with a strong body, big eyes and thick eyebrows, waist round and thick bladder. At a young age it looks like it is not very good to be messed with. The other had a normal build, and his face was originally quite handsome, but he had a pair of rat eyes and 2 sharp rabbit teeth, which made him look a bit lewd. Compared to the first 2, the last teenager, although the skin tanned a little dark, also thin a little, but compared to a lot of proportionality, originally the face is just not ugly, but in the 2 set off instead looks a little handsome, such as ink eyes from time to time to emit the light of wisdom. It was Lulu and his party who had been rushing for 6 consecutive days. Qingyang seemed to be afraid that Zhou Sini and He Jun would steal his credit, so he instructed the 2 of them to go and return the carriage, while he himself took the opportunity to lead the 3 of them, Lulu, towards the left side of the cliff. Lulu is thinking about this cliff looks very clean, and there is no extra building around, thinking that this should not be the Qingyang Sect, to walk for a while before realizing that the original cliff there is also a path straight up the mountain. The path was no more than 3 feet wide, and the stone steps on it looked as if they had been cut out hard and steep. As if he was afraid that Lulu and the others would fall down the stone steps, Qingyang let the 3 of them walk in front. The 3 of them climbed upwards with great difficulty with their hands and feet, and despite the fact that they hadn't hunted for exercise on weekdays, the steep stone steps still tired them out. Especially Qin Shorin, who was climbing in the middle, suddenly turned back to look, but realized that he had already reached the top of the cloud. A cool wind came, his legs softened, and he almost rolled down. Lulu didn't dare to look back at all, but just urged Qin Shorin to hurry up. Enough time for a quarter of an hour. A few people finally climbed to the top of the cliff, the front opened up, a large green stone square first into the eyes, the square around the various kinds of ancient buildings, the distance is the peaks of the forest, the clouds shrouded in the peaks above look very dreamy. And at this moment, in front of the right side where several people were standing, a towering stone monument was engraved with the very 3 big words, Qingyang Sect. All 3 of them had their mouths open, as if they had the expression of a bumpkin entering the city. It's not too late to look at these things later. Several senior brothers come with me first. I'll take you to test your spiritual roots. Qingyang said with some urgency. Upon hearing this, Lulu and the 3 of them hurriedly followed. To the east of the plaza was an attic building called the Foreign Affairs Hall, a place where the Qingyang Sect specialized in dealing with the sect's trivial matters, including recruitment, task issuance, and so on. Qingyang led the 3 of them straight in and then went up the stairs to the 2nd floor. Inside the lobby on the 2nd floor, at this time, an old man in green was leisurely drinking tea. Seeing Qingyang arrive, he couldn't help but raise his gaze, stood up and asked, "What's going on here?" The old man in green clothes is named Yutong, is the 2nd elder of the Qingyang Sect, and also serves as the head of the Foreign Affairs Hall. Only in June and July each year, when the Qingyang Sect recruits new people, will go to the Foreign Affairs Hall to sit and help detect the attributes of the spiritual root, usually in their own cave seclusion. It was now the end of July. This year's recruitment had ended, and he was about to prepare to pack up and return to his cave to cultivate. But he didn't expect a few more little guys to come. However, this Qingyang was not from the Foreign Affairs Hall and was not in charge of this recruitment, so he was a bit puzzled. Qingyang hurriedly stepped forward and said respectfully with some complacency, "Enlightened 2nd elder, disciple went out to do a mission when I came across these 3 little guys by chance. They have all awakened their spiritual roots. Please ask 2nd elder to help detect how many spiritual roots they are." The 2nd elder was a foundation establishment powerhouse, and only the foundation establishment stage could probe another person's spiritual roots. Yutong sniffed in surprise and glanced at the 3 Lulu who were full of apprehension, and then looked at Qingyang in astonishment. "You actually have such a chance? 3 at once. This kind of chance doesn't come to anyone." There was a rule in the Qingyang Sect that as long as one could bring in newcomers to the sect would have rewards, and the better the talent, the higher the rewards. In addition to the rewards of the Qingyang Sect, if the disciple that he or she introduces in is lucky enough to enter the upper sect, then the rewards of the upper sect can be even richer. Therefore, many people in Qingyang Sect are very keen to go out to look for suitable seedlings, but looking for seedlings with spiritual roots is like looking for a needle in a haystack. It all depends on fate. Some people have looked for their whole life and have not found a cultivation seedling, like Qingyang, so do the task at once to come across 3 of them. To say that it is a lucky streak of is also not too much. Hehehe. Okay. Qingyang's mouth was almost grinning to the waistband of his pants as he urged, "2nd elder, take a quick look. If a heavenly spirit root comes out, it'll be a fortune." Heavenly spiritual root? Yutong gave Chu Qing a blank look. Go dream your spring and autumn dreams. After saying that, he looked at Lulu. What's your name? Lulu was already nervous to the extreme listening to the two conversations. When he heard the other party call out to himself, his mind unexpectedly rumbled, and when he heard the other party call out again, he reacted, stepped forward and arched his hand and said, My name is Lulu. No need to be so nervous. Yutong smiled and beckoned to Lulu. You walk up. Lulu thought about stretching his head and shrinking it, and took a deep breath and walked over. Yutong nodded, then pinched Lulu's wrist and began to check it. Lulu immediately had the feeling that all his organs were being seen through. Chu Qing looked straight at this scene and had the excitement of opening a blind box. A moment later, Yutong's brows furrowed, and then his face began to shake wildly as he muttered, Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, darkness. Boo! Old me has never seen such a trashy spirit root. What? Chu Qing froze. Second Elder, are you mistaken? They can all be awakened successfully after eating only one spirit awakening dana. The minimum is also 5 spirit roots, right? How is it possible? Humph. Old me can still swindle you. The smile on Yutong's face converged and disappeared. Next, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and darkness. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder. Finally, all 3 people were tested. At this time, Yutong's face had turned iron blue. He really couldn't figure out how these 3 living treasures had awakened. And Chu Qing's face also sank. Normal pseudo-spirit roots can be rewarded, but if miscellaneous spirit roots... Elder, can we stay? Although the 2 had bad faces, Lulu still couldn't help but want to ask for a result. Of course, if it didn't work he wouldn't force himself. If he couldn't ask for a technique here, then he could only think of something else. Since he had already awakened his spiritual roots. Even if it was ruined, Lulu had to go on. Chapter 12. Cultivation. Chu Qing couldn't help but hear this. Although these 3 people's spiritual roots were mixed, but at least they had spiritual roots. If they could be initiated, they would be considered to have made a contribution to the clan Ah. Maybe they could also receive some rewards according to the standard of 5 spiritual roots. Thinking of this, he hastily bowed and said, Second Elder, spiritual roots are hard to find. Our Qingyang Sect has been green and yellow, and the miscellaneous service hall is even more short of people or... Yutong stared at Lulu's trio and thought for a moment, then said, The rule of Qingyang Sect is that you can be initiated as long as you have awakened your spiritual roots, but in the past, it never occurred to me that mixed spiritual roots like yours could be awakened as well. So there is no stipulation that miscellaneous spiritual roots can't be taken in, so let's do it this way. Then, in accordance with the criteria for initiation, you guys will start out as miscellaneous disciples with the same 5 spiritual roots. Lulu and the 3 of them immediately looked happy upon hearing this, looked at each other and respectfully thanked them. Yutong nodded. But what I have to explain to you is that old me has never seen such a mixed spirit root before. Although the spirit chi in our Qingyang Sect is much denser than that of the outside world, old me feels that it is impossible for you guys to reach the 2nd level of chi cultivation in your lifetime. And the rule of our Qingyang Sect is that you can only become official disciples at the 3rd level of chi practicing. You guys can be prepared in your hearts. Qin Shorin and Chun Zhong's faces collapsed when they heard this. Lulu, however, even said that it would not be a problem. As long as the Qingyang Sect could take them in, it would be a great favor to them. Yutong nodded appreciatively when he saw how understanding Lulu was, and after stroking his beard and smiling, he summoned a disciple. That disciple first took Lulu and the 3 of them downstairs to register. Then he gave each of them a small cloth bag, and after saying some sect notes the group headed towards the path on the west side of the square. While walking, Lulu couldn't help but ask, Senior brother, where are we going? That senior brother glanced back at Lulu and said as he walked, You are all journeyman disciples. You have to report to the journeyman hall. I forgot to tell you just now that journeyman disciples do not have resources to give out. If you want cultivation resources, you have to do things. Different things get different contributions. Contributions can be exchanged for cultivation resources at the contribution hall, and you can also use contributions to exchange them for Gongfa martial arts at the Gongfa building. Oh! Lulu sniffed and stopped talking. After walking for a long time, a hut and a small square suddenly appeared ahead, with few people walking on top of the square. There was an obviously more luxurious house directly north of the square, and that senior brother led the 3 of them across the square and inside. Inside the main hall, a rough-faced middle-aged man was lying on the eunuch's chair and huffing and puffing. That senior brother walked up and coughed twice lightly. The rough man woke up instantly and rolled over to sit up. Upon seeing that senior brother, he couldn't help but change his face, scrambling to get up and salute, smiling sarcastically. Senior brother Lu, what wind blew you over? Senior brother Lu lightly glanced at the other party and pointed at Lu Li's trio and said, these three are the new disciples, you make the arrangements, and from now on, they will be the people of your miscellaneous service hall. Yes, yes, yes. The rough man nodded in panic. Seeing this, senior brother Lu gave a few more instructions to the Lu Li trio and left. The rough man stared at Lu Li's trio again and again, then said in a cold voice, introduce yourself. My name is Wen Hong. I'm the sole deacon of the miscellaneous service hall. You guys can call me Deacon 1. When you're here, you have to listen to my orders for everything. Whoever dares to disobey, hey, I'll tell him that he can't live without dying. Remember that. Although Lu Li and the three of them disliked Wen Hong's tone, they still said that they had memorized it. Wen Hong then recruited a boy, and after giving some instructions, he asked the boy to take Lu Li and the three of them to find their own place. The housing in the handyman hall were all courtyards, and under normal circumstances a courtyard would house 6 people. But right now there weren't a lot of handyman disciples, so many of the courtyards were empty, and Lu Li's trio chose a small courtyard where no one lived and lived in it. After a dizzying amount of busyness, the three of them could finally clear their heads, and after gathering for a while to lament, the three of them went to their respective rooms. Lu Li couldn't wait to open the small bag he had just received in the Foreign Affairs Hall. He didn't care about anything else as long as there was a technique that could be practiced. According to senior brother Lu who had led them here, there was a copy of the Qingyang Sect's basic technique in here. He opened it up and saw that there was indeed a cultivation technique called the green sun technique. All of a sudden, he was breathing a little hard. He also did not look at the small bag inside. There is nothing else. Directly will be the Qingyang skill into the space hall, and then sat on the bed in a thought transformed into the body appearance into the time hall. In the hall of time, Lu Li reached out and beckoned, and that green yang skill appeared in his hand once again, and herein lies the marvelousness of this pagoda. No matter what he was doing inside, the outside world looked like he was just meditating. According to Lu Li's understanding, this hall of time was more like a fantasy space, fantasizing about what one was doing in it, but the cultivation gains would be returned to the main body without missing a beat. Then there was the fact that in the hall of time one could access the items in the second floor of the hall of space, but not the items on the body outside, which was why Lu Li had first put away the green yang skill in the hall of space. In the hall of time, Lu Li sat down on his knees and began to look over the green yang secrets. About an hour or so, Lu Li will be Qingyang know-how from beginning to end. Roughly read once, have a general understanding of the cultivation. Turn to the last side. Lu Li realized that the original Qingyang know-how only practiced Qi stage of cultivation methods. Practice Qi above the stage is a blank slate. It's a bit of a shame, but I guess it's better than nothing. It took another hour for Lu Li to once again read it thoroughly, which resulted in the green yang skill being completely recorded in his mind. Then he began to cultivate. As he released his divine sense, he immediately sensed that there were quite a few raging clouds of aura around him, more than 10 times richer than the previous aura in Qingliang Guan, and in his heart he had a few more hopes for cultivation. Although his own spiritual roots were mixed with the 10 times time flow rate added, this refining speed wouldn't be too slow. As he operated the spell, the surrounding aura immediately surged in towards his body, following Lu Li's guidance into the Dantian. It was worth mentioning that the amount of spiritual roots a cultivator had would only affect the speed of aura refining, not the speed of absorption. The speed of absorbing aura was completely dependent on the grade of the technique. The higher the grade, the faster the speed of absorbing aura would be. In just a dozen or so breaths, the aura of the surrounding 3 feet of land was absorbed by him, and while the surrounding aura was recovering, Lu Li began to run his spells to refine these raging auras and turn them into true Qi. According to the green sun tips, the number of layers of the acupuncture barrier varied for different spiritual roots, with only 1 layer of the acupuncture barrier for heavenly spiritual roots and 2 layers for dual spiritual roots. By analogy, Lu Li's acupuncture point barrier had a full 9 layers. Each layer in turn corresponded to a different attribute and required a different attribute of true Qi to open it. In other words, Lu Li needed to condense 9 attributes of true Qi to punch through them in turn if he wanted to use true Qi to punch through the acupoints. When a chakra was completely opened, that is, when the first level of Qi cultivation was complete, one could cast spells through the chakra. That's when multi-spiritual roots come into play with a variety of options. Regardless of what attribute of true Qi is inside your Dantian, as long as the true Qi passes through the Qi vein, it can automatically be transformed into the attribute of true Qi you want to release. If one had a single spirit root, one would only be able to release the single attribute of true Qi corresponding to one's spirit root. This was considered to be compensation for the hard work of the multiple spirit root cultivator in punching the acupoints. Unconsciously, 30 hours had passed in the Hall of Time. Lulu, on the other hand, didn't have the slightest intention of stopping. He was very much enjoying the sense of anticipation that came with this kind of cultivation, and was always thinking of rushing through the second acupoint soon. Knock, knock. Just then, there was a sudden vigorous knock at the door. Chapter 13. Fade. Lulu had no choice but to stop and open the door to see that it was Chunjong and Qin Shoren. Chunjong was carrying a large basin of steamed buns and looked at Lulu with a silly smile on his face. Mud monkey, I've got some food back for you. Lulu then realized that it was already dark outside and said thank you, inviting the two into the room. Mud monkey, you can't skip meals even if you cultivate. There's still a long time to go in the future. Several people sat at the table and Qin Shoren said, I know. I'm just too excited to get a merit law for the first time. Lulu said as he took a big bite of the steamed bun. Didn't you guys practice today? I just cultivated for 2 hours and found that the speed of refining true qi is really too slow, and I have a full 7 layers of acupoint barriers, so I don't know when I'll have to poke at them. Qin Shoren said with some loss. You say, we won't really not be able to reach the second level in our lifetime like old man Yutong said, right? Lulu froze and comforted. Don't be in a hurry. We are still young. Take your time. Saying that, he seemed to have remembered something and hooked down to secretly take out that Dan formula. Don't we still have this? This is that Dan formula. Qin Shoren's face was delighted at his words. Quickly take a look. What's written on it? Chunjong also hurriedly came up. Lulu nodded and lowered his voice to read. First Order Tsueju Grass, First Order Thunder Fire Orchid, 500 years of Earth Milk Extract, and what is this? Lulu suddenly stared at the last ghostly drawing-like pattern, which looked like something like a strawberry, but with a few additional strokes added to it that looked like they were smoking outlines. I know, it's strawberries on fire, Chunjong said coldly. Lulu and Qin Shoren sniffed at the same time and blankly glanced at Chunjong. Lulu said, I don't care what it is first, you two remember the first 3 items? I remember that the miscellaneous disciples have the job of taking care of the medicinal gardens, so if there is an opportunity at that time, you guys understand, right? Understood. The two of them certainly understood Lulu's words. Their spirit roots were so mixed up that if they were to cultivate step by step, I'm afraid that there was really no way for them to break through to the second level of qi practicing in this lifetime. Lulu saw the situation, nodded, gruffly instructed. I have to remind you that Fan Zhengping but said, this Dan formula even the major clans do not have. If leaked out, will certainly lead to a murderous disaster. You two have to be careful, especially the beast. I know, don't look at me as being big-headed. I have a sense of propriety in this kind of thing. Qin Shoren said seriously. Well, that's good. After eating, Lulu kicked the two out, saying that he was going to cultivate so that the two would also not relax their cultivation because they had the formula for the acupuncture point Dan. After all, this thing did not have the slightest clue so far. After the two left, Lulu directly laid down on the bed, as he realized that insta-laying or sitting would not affect the access to the Hall of Time. And if he sat down, he always felt a backache after coming out. Lying down was much more comfortable, and even if others came in, they would only think he was sleeping. After cultivating for more than 30 hours just now, the first layer of the metallic barrier of his second acupoint had begun to loosen, and he wanted to strike while the iron was hot and directly punch through it. Just as Lulu was cultivating. In the back of the Qingyang Sect's mountain, on the Tianjia Peak, in a cave, 3 old men were happily drinking a small amount of wine. One of the old men in green was none other than the second elder, Yutong, who had given Lulu's trio a spiritual root measurement today. The other person that Lulu would have similarly seen if he were here was the gray-clothed old Taoist who had gone to Longxing Town to recruit new recruits that day. He was actually the 3rd elder of the Qingyang Sect, Fang Buwei. As for the long-bearded old Taoist sitting in the eastern position with an introverted breath and a reddish face, it was Shao Jie, the renowned grand elder of the Qingyang Sect. The 3 of them talked to each other and laughed from time to time. It wasn't long before several people had a few drunken looks on their faces. Yutong suddenly thought of something interesting in general. His body came to the table and said mysteriously, Old brother Shao, old brother Fang, I came across an interesting thing today. Do you want to hear it? What interesting thing? Shao Jie and the 2 of them sniffed and looked at Yutong at the same time. Yutong, this person is usually very serious, very little gossip. They are very curious. Hey, to say that you may not believe, I actually came across a 9-spirit root today. Heavens, 9 spirit roots, I've never even heard of it in my life, let alone seen it with my own eyes. You guys don't know, at that time I was directly confused, and after probing it over and over again, I still find it too unbelievable to this day. 9 spiritual roots. Shao Jie rolled his eyes. Elder, you can't brag like this. Why don't you just say that you recruited a heavenly spiritual root, and I might still believe you for a few points. That's just it. Feng Boei shook his head somewhat helplessly. Even though Lao Fu recruited a double spirit root this time, it's not so bad that it's going to blow you up like this, right? Feng Boei said double spirit root, in fact, is in the Dragon Line town recruited the girl named Xiao Yun. This thing at that time in the Qingyang clan but caused a sensation, even closed 3 years not out of the head of Li Shenyang or personally out of the gate. Feng Boei also earned a lot of attention and took a lot of rewards for this. Yes, Lao San was able to recruit a double spirit root this time. That is also a contribution to the clan. Lao Air, you're going a bit overboard with this insinuation. Xiao Jie shook his head and said, "Who's insinuating? I'm telling you, it's not just the 9 spirit roots. There are 2 7 spirit roots with him." Hey! Xiao Jie and Feng Boei looked at each other and sighed helplessly. They did not expect that a dual spirit root would make the hallowed second elder jealous like this. But then again, the other party was in charge of the Foreign Affairs Hall. This was originally a matter for the Foreign Affairs Hall, but I didn't expect it to be preempted by the third elder, so whoever's heart wasn't going to feel good about it. Hey, a hammer, hey! Yu Tong see 2 people like this expression, suddenly angry to slap the table. You do not believe, is it? Do not believe tomorrow you go to the Foreign Affairs Hall to ask? I still remember those 3 boys, one called Lulu. There are 2 called Qin Shorin and Chen Zhong. You personally go to explore a clear. Make it up. Keep making it up. The 2 stared at Yu Tong silently, their faces full of sorrow. Light. No more drinking, chow. Seeing the 2 of them with this expression, Yu Tong burst into a rage. His mouth called out that the friendship had faded, and said, a foot on the table flew out with a swoosh. Next moment. Ouch! There was a sudden cry of pain from outside, and a crunching click. Xiao Jie and Feng Boei exchanged a glance and hurriedly ran out, only to see Yu Tong at that moment fall under a banana tree, and the bucket-thick banana tree had been knocked into 2. Lao air, imperial swords don't drink. Drinking doesn't imperial swords, you? Xiao Jie's face skin trembled crazily, obviously unable to hold in his laughter. Fade out, fade out. Yu the same carp stood up, reached out his hand. A long sword whistled out, and ignored the 2 men shouting behind him, and directly took off in the air without looking back. The next morning. Chapter 14. Picking water. Dang dang. Lulu, who was still cultivating, was suddenly awakened by a piercing sound. Until now, he had time temple cultivated for more than 50 days, which was equivalent to 4 or 5 days in the outside world, and it was worth being happy that he had finally pierced through the metallic barrier of the second acupoint, and finally saw a glimmer of hope. He got up and looked. It turned out that it was already dawn outside, and Lulu knew that it was time to start receiving the mission. The tasks of the servant disciples are not like the formal disciples who need to go out, and there is no danger. The work is almost all auxiliary formal disciples' cultivation work, such as chopping wood, carrying water, cooking, cleaning, and medicine garden weeding, and so on and so forth. Lulu got up and cleaned up a bit, realizing that he had stayed up all night but didn't feel tired in the slightest. He thought about it and could only attribute it to the fact that his main body was sleeping. He couldn't help but feel a bit secretly happy. That way, he could stay up all night every night with impunity. After leaving the room, Qin Shorin and Chen Zhong both happened to come out. The 3 of them exchanged a few pleasantries and walked towards the small square of the handyman hall. Just like them, the handyman disciples from each courtyard came out one after another. When he came to the small square, Lulu found that yesterday's Deacon Wenhong was standing with one hand behind his back on the steps directly north of the square, looking at the crowd with cold eyes. Beside Wenhong also stood a slim, groveling, light blue tunic-clad teenager. When someone saw the teenager, they couldn't hide the disgust in their eyes and muttered "dog's leg" in a low voice. Lulu was surprised and glanced at that person without saying anything. Qin Shorin, however, was full of curiosity as he walked to the man's side and asked in a low voice, "Senior brother, what kind of dog leg?" The man was startled at the words, and quickly made a motion to silence himself, and stared at Qin Shorin again, his brows furrowed. "You child, why do you look so obscene? Quickly stay away from me." "You!" Qin Shorin was furious, thinking you're good-looking. Blankly glancing at the man, he retreated back to Lulu's side. A few moments later, people had arrived, and Deacon Wenhong swept a glance at the crowd before saying, "Today is the first day of August, and according to the rules, the tasks will be reassigned today, and after receiving the tasks, they will not be allowed to be changed for a month until the first day of the next month. Everyone, line up." After saying that, he said to the dog's leg beside him, "You go and take charge of the registration." That dog's leg hurriedly saluted and said yes with a smile, then sat down at the registration desk and shouted in a fox-like manner, Everyone line up for me and go up one by one. Seeing that everyone was lined up, Wen Hong yawned, seemingly not having slept well, and ordered a few words before turning around and entering the lobby. Seeing Wen Hong leave, 7 or 8 people immediately stepped out from within the group and rushed to the front of the group. Brother Zian, I want a fishing quest. Fishing? Person couldn't wait to say. Boss son, I want to fish too. Don't be in a hurry. That dog's leg, responded smilingly, while intentionally glancing at the indignant people in line behind him. Since you guys chose to follow my son Zian to mix, then I naturally won't treat you poorly. Lulu sniffed and realized. It dared to say that this person was privately ganging up on his own people and giving the easy jobs to his own people. Mud monkey, why don't, let's hang out with him too. Qin Shoren also heard the meaning. The tall man standing in front of Qin Shoren glanced back at him and said meaningfully, Junior brother, if you came to the Qingyang Sect to mingle, it's just a matter of time. If you want to go farther, I would suggest that you don't go. Qin Shoren was stunned and quickly asked, what does senior brother mean by this? The man laughed and said, Junior senior brother doesn't know that Sun Zian favoritism work is good, but it's going to deduct 70% from inside the contribution you get. That is to say, the contribution you get your hands on is only 30%, and the contribution you actually get is far less than those hard work. Sure, if you're afraid of hard work, forget it. So it is. The 3 of them, Lulu, understood after hearing this. Sun Zian's own people quickly finished claiming their tasks. The team kept moving forward, and in a short while it was Lulu's turn for a few people. At this time, the tasks had already been picked pretty much, and what was left was basically some hard labor work. Seeing that Lulu's trio were newcomers, Sun Zian's eyes rolled, and he began to follow their lead, saying that he could help them arrange easy work. Lulu's trio had long understood what was going on. They were not here to spend their days in leisure, and politely refused. Sun Zian's face became very ugly when he heard this, but it was not good to have a seizure on the spot, and after organizing it, he threw out 3 tasks for the 3 to choose, which were high enough to contribute, but the veteran handyman basically wouldn't touch them. Qin Shoren picked and chose the task of cleaning the clan square. Lulu looked at the only 2 remaining tasks, hesitated for a moment and chose a water-picking task. Although it was a bit of hard work, the contribution wasn't low, it was a full 300 points a month. Finally, it was Chun Zhong who had no choice when it was his turn, and received a job of chopping firewood. They had grown up in the mountains since they were young, and thought that these jobs would not be difficult for them. After receiving their assignments, the 3 of them climbed into conversation for a few moments before going their separate ways. Lulu found a pair of buckets to carry on his shoulders in the miscellaneous building and walked towards the east side of the miscellaneous service valley. According to the requirements, he needed to go to the Bishui River a mile to the east of the Handyman's Valley to fetch water, and then send it to the pool at the top of Zhengping Peak in the west. Lulu was now also considered to be practicing Qi for the first time, moving much lighter than before, and in a short while he saw a 10-feet wide river in front of him. The water was very clear, so he thought that this must be the Bishui River. The task of picking water did not specify how much to pick every day, but one must ensure that 5 of the 10 pools at the top of Zhengping Peak were full, because the pools at Zhengping Peak were for the use of the entire Handyman Hall, and daily life depended on this place. As for the water used in the rest of the Qingyang Sect, there was no need for people to pick it because the Qingyang Sect had already set up a water supply system when it was constructed, and the only thing that didn't have a water supply system was this Handyman Valley, in order to exercise the Handyman disciples. This bucket is also not a normal bucket, more than 10 times larger than a normal bucket. If the 2 buckets are filled, I'm afraid there is no less than 500 pounds. Lulu tried, found just loaded to 1/3 of their own some strain, do not dare to load again, carrying a long stretcher on the way back all the way to walk a quarter of an hour, he came to the west of the foot of the Zhengping Peak. Looking at the incomparably steep road up the mountain, Lulu wiped the beads of sweat on his face and muttered a few words before rushing upwards. Halfway through the line, suddenly heard the roadside jungle came from a clattering sound of chopping. A burly teenager is vigorously swinging an axe, each axe with all its might, but only the dark trunk of the tree peeled off a little skin. Lulu walked over and asked suspiciously, Fatty, did you not sharpen this axe? When Chun Zhong saw that it was Lulu, he turned back with a depressed face and handed the axe to Lulu. Try it. Lulu took the axe and looked at it, and then gently touched it with his thumb, just gently touching it. He even nearly cut his finger. He couldn't help but be filled with shock. This axe is so sharp? Yes, this axe is already sharp, but this ghost tree is even harder than iron. At first I thought it would be easy to chop 3 trees a day. Chun Zhong scratched his head, his face full of depression. Haha. Take your time, don't rush. Lulu patted Qingyang's shoulder and shook his head to go back to continue carrying the pick to continue up the mountain. Chapter 15 Brothers. That grandson. Looking at the 10 large pools that only 3 were full, the other 7 were empty. Lulu was so angry that his mouth was crooked. According to the rules, he had to make sure that all 5 pools were full, and this one pool had to be picked at least a full 100 quintals, which meant that he had to pick at least 200 quintals to make sure that there were 5 pools that were full. At this rate, he estimated that it would take a month of picking day and night and filling the double barrels each time to fill the 2 pools. This is on purpose, isn't it? Lulu sat on his butt and stared at the foot of the mountain with indignation in his heart. It was a pity that he was only barely at the first level of Qi cultivation now, and he hadn't even opened a single Qi vein, so he couldn't use his true Qi to collect major objects, or else he could have considered secretly loading some water inside the space temple. Yo, not a small temper. Right at this moment, a man in a blue long shirt suddenly walked out from the jungle next to him. Contribute 90% of my share. I'll only let you pick 10 quarts of water every day. How about it? Lulu inclined his head to see who it was, if not that Sun Xian. 90%. That's 270 points of contribution to be shared out. Lulu got up and glanced at Sun Xian, shouldering the pick obediently with a grin. Thanks for your kind words, senior brother. I think I can do it, he said, ignoring it, and headed straight down the hill. Humph. Don't know what's good for you. A flash of gloominess flashed in Sun Xian's eyes as he shouted from the back. I'll give you 3 days to refill these 2 pools of water, or else I'll be blamed for being impolite as a senior brother. 3 days? Lulu gave a start, a strong sense of aggression rising steeply. So, this is the Qingyang Sect. He had once again seen the ugly side of cultivators, who could do anything for resources. Isn't it just wanting your own contribution? I'm not as good as you want me to be. Lulu clenched his teeth and rushed furiously down towards the foot of the mountain. He didn't stop all the way and went straight to the Bishui River. This time he directly filled both barrels by half and then rushed back as fast as he could. From the early morning to the blazing sun to the sunset, Lulu finally couldn't carry it. He lay on the edge of the pool, looking at the starry sky, his heart a burst of powerlessness. Hard work all day. He counted only picked 10 quarts. Why don't you just give it to him? You can't fight him. A voice resounded in Lulu's heart. No, never. 300 points of contribution, it can be exchanged for 3 condensing pills. How can I give up? Another voice followed. Just then, 2 blurry figures came up towards the top of the mountain, and when they got closer, Lulu realized that it was Qin Shoren and Qingyang. Mud monkey, you? Qin Shoren was carrying a pot of steamed buns and salted vegetables. Looking at Lulu, who was full of frustration and wanted to speak. It's okay, I can do it. Lulu shook his head. Hey, eat something first. Qin Shoren handed Lulu the steamed buns. Thanks. What are brothers doing talking about this? Lulu nodded and lowered his head to take a big bite. Fatty, how's your tree cutting going? Qingyang helplessly shook his head. Only cut a tree, but that there is no hard and fast requirement. As long as a month cut 90 trees on the line. After eating, Lulu turned back to look at the pool. You guys go back first, I want to try again. What's the point of trying? That grandson is clearly intentionally screwing us. If I say we should all quit, this bull Qingyang Sect won't stay. Qin Shoren said indignantly. I think so. He's just getting back at us for not sharing his contribution. And why wouldn't I know that? Lulu shook his head. But it was hard for us to join the Qingyang Sect. There are tons of cultivation resources in front of us here. As long as we have contributions, we can exchange them at will. If we leave, where are we going to find cultivation resources? But bear with it, you can become an official disciple at the 3rd level of Qi practicing. That Sun Xian should only be at the 2nd level of Qi practicing. We'll clean him up when we break through to the 2nd level. A flash of ferocity flashed in Lulu's eyes. Hearing about packing up Sun Xian, Qin Shoren and Qingyang instantly brightened their eyes. And finally Qin Shoren offered to help Lulu fill the pool with fairies first to get over the immediate difficulties. Qingyang also readily agreed, and Lulu thought about it and felt that it could only be done. So the 3 brothers went down the mountain and found 2 more pickets and started working on them overnight. Qin Shoren could only fill 1/3 of the water at first, just like Lulu did the first time he picked water, but later on he slowly managed to fill half of it. As for Qingyang, because of his natural stoutness, he filled half of it at the beginning, and in the end, he even picked it straight to the brim. The 3 figures just kept coming and going between Suiyun Peak and Bishui River in the dark night. Lulu was touched in his heart and thought that he could not lose these 2 brothers in his life. As the sky was brightening, some people found a few people still picking water, and they couldn't help but secretly sympathize with a few people in their hearts. However, Sun Xian's face sank when he saw this scene, and he walked up to stop Qingyang. Have you finished chopping down the trees? Just pick water here. Qingyang put down the pick. Senior brother, I will naturally cut the trees, and promise to give you 90 this month is all. That won't do. Now the rules have changed, you must cut 3 trees a day. Otherwise you are not allowed to eat, not allowed to sleep. Finished and caught Qin Shorin. And you, the clan square must be swept 3 times a day. If there is a bit of garbage on it, I will only ask you to try. 3 times, why don't you Angie die? Qin Shorin sniffed on the spot, was angry. That square is several miles square. Roughly sweep once half a day is gone. Sweep 3 times, that is not to want him to rest and sleep. What did you say? Sun Xian's face chilled as he stepped forward and snapped a slap on Qin Shorin's face. Little thing. Give you face? Get the hell out of here. Qin Shorin instantly reddened his eyes, wanting to go forward but was pulled back by Qingyang, shaking his head vigorously at him. Lulu saw this scene from afar and rushed over with quick steps. Beast, how are you? When Qin Shorin saw Lulu rushing over, his clenched fists loosened and he grinned. It's fine. It's a small thing, mud monkey. I'll go and clean up first. After saying that, and without waiting for Lulu to reply, he picked the water to the storage bucket below and poured it out, forcing back the tears and hooking his head towards the Qingyang Sect square. Qingyang was also full of apologies, went back to the house and took the axe and pinned it to his waist, and carried the water up the hill again. Let's go. I'll help you send these 2 buckets up the hill. No deliveries. Sun Xian kicked Qingyang's bucket over and teased. I'm telling you, do your own thing. Anyone who dares to do things for others again, it won't be as simple as kicking it over. You. Qingyang picked a fight and was about to go up and fight. Fatty. Forget it. I'll do it myself. Lulu didn't want Qingyang to suffer, so he immediately shouted. Qingyang's fists unclenched, and with a deep look at Sun Xian, he directly turned around and left. Lulu was calm on the surface, but in his heart, he was already furious to the extreme, and without looking at Sun Xian, he buried his head and walked towards the mountain. After a night's effort by the 3 brothers, the 4th pool was by now completely filled with water, though the 5th was still empty, and with 2 days to think about it, there was still little hope. Looking at the clouds in the mountains, Lulu sighed. What a heavenly land on earth. But unfortunately, such a heavenly land is inhabited by a group of inhuman people. He sat down on the ground and took the opportunity to catch his breath, the thick fog in front of him suddenly reminding him of the spirit hall on the 1st floor of his pagoda. He remembered that there was an immortal fruit there, right? I don't know if it's ripe yet either. Chapter 16, Refining the Body. Thinking of this, Lulu hurriedly sunk his divine sense into the hall of spiritual objects. At a glance, Lulu's heart thumped, only to see that the 3 feet high stalks and branches on the red light flow, the original turquoise leaves at this time has also become red, and the 10 green fruits at this time has also turned into a reddish red, each of which is the size of a baby's fist, and the shape is extremely like a tightly tugged baby's fist. What kind of fruit is this? Can I really eat it? It shouldn't be poisonous, it's so good looking. Lulu hesitated, and suddenly his expression was certain. Put up a fight. If you gamble right, you will become immortal. If you gamble wrong, you will be treated as if you have never come to this world. With that said, a fruit had appeared in his hand with a thought. Instantly, a fresh scent hit his nose. Lulu's complexion was shaken, and he immediately felt that his entire body was much more refreshed. So he couldn't help but say in surprise, "It's really an immortal fruit. Can't wait to take a bite at the thought. There is no kernel inside, and it almost melts in your mouth." As the spirit fruit was swallowed into his stomach, an extremely violent power spread through his body like a tidal wave, and the blazing heat made him feel as if he had fallen into a blazing fire. Ah! Lulu screamed miserably and turned around to flop into the pool next to him. Guru, guru, guru. At once, the pool water began to bubble, but Lulu still couldn't feel the slightest bit of coolness. The scorching heat was like countless small knives were constantly cutting his flesh and bones. Lulu's eyes were red and he rolled around in the pool. His fists were clenched and his nails were deeply embedded in his palms. His face looked very painful under the distortion. A moment later, Lulu directly fainted and floated above the pool like a corpse, and around his body, strands of black and gray goo were bubbling outward crazily, and a fishy stench was rapidly spreading towards the perimeter of the pool. And I don't know how long it took, Lulu was suddenly woken up by the sunlight from the sky. The moment he opened his eyes, a foul smell came to his nose. He instinctively wanted to cover his mouth and nose but nearly sank, only to realize that he was in the center of the pool. And the 9-foot square of water around him was already covered in thick dirt. Lulu panicked and swam to the edge of the pool, flipped over onto the shore and lay on his back panting heavily. What kind of fruit is this? It hurts me to death. For a long time, Lulu only climbed up from the ground, looking at the blazing sun in the sky, thinking that this is a trouble, even sleep until noon at once, immediately ready to go to carry the bucket down the mountain to continue to pick up water. But just after taking 2 steps, Lulu stopped again. He felt something was wrong. He seemed much thicker. Lulu raised his hand to take a look. He couldn't help but have his pupils shrink. He realized that his arm, which was as thin as a spar, had become much fuller and his skin had become very tightly zipped. And then he looked at the other parts of his body. The same was true. And he felt as if his strength had grown quite a bit. Surprised, Lulu picked the bucket of water and ran wildly down the road. The pair of buckets were at least 20 to 30 pounds, but now Lulu couldn't feel the weight of the buckets in the slightest. And as he flew all the way to the Bisui River, he directly filled all the 2 large buckets with water. Slightly try his hand. I did not expect almost 400 or 500 pounds of 2 buckets of water, but he was easily stretched up. Immortal fruit ah! Lulu was so excited that he couldn't help himself, carrying 2 buckets of water all the way back to the top of Tsueyun Peak. A search finally found the half-uneaten immortal fruit in the grass by the pool, and with a hard face, he directly swallowed it all. Sure enough, the feeling like falling into a volcano struck again. Lulu didn't hesitate to jump directly into the pool. This time, he had learned from his previous experience, and the moment he went into the water, he took a withered tree branch in his mouth, and he could obviously feel his flesh and bones growing and condensing. Countless impurities floated out during the condensation process, and gradually, he became numb, the pain no longer enough to make him faint. After a little more than half an hour, Lulu could no longer feel the changes in his body, and only then did he climb out of the pool with a sense of satisfaction. He felt that his strength had become a few points stronger again. And the body seems to have grown and become much more normal in size. He looked at the layer of space. There were still 9 spirit fruits inside, and after thinking about it, he took out another one and ate them all. This time, the pain was more than double what it had been before, and he was able to hold on even without jumping into the water or containing a wooden stick, and the impurities he expelled were no longer so sticky, and the stench had almost disappeared. He had a feeling that the current him was fully capable of lifting 500 or 600 pounds of weight with one hand, and 1,000 pounds would be a breeze if he shouldered it. However, he wasn't satisfied with this and ate another immortal fruit. What made him a little disappointed was that he could still feel his flesh and bones writhing slightly for a moment in the beginning after he ate it, but at the back, this feeling disappeared completely. And no more impurities were discharged, and under his internal vision, he was shocked to find that his bones had become as polished as jade, while the cells of his flesh and blood were tightly bonded together and airtight. Power feels so good. Lulu figure upright, standing on the edge of the pool, look into the distance. Eyes in the flickering light, temperament directly elevated a degree, as if completely detached from the mortal world in general. Work first. He took up the bucket again and darted down the hill. After a round trip, he felt that this is still too slow and find a pair of buckets, pick 4 buckets at once, almost 1,000 pounds of weight, still swimming, except that he cannot control the balance of the body, walking too fast will pour a lot. Night. Chun Zhong was still chopping down trees, and Qin Shorin hadn't returned. Lulu didn't stop either. He had already switched from 4 buckets to 8 buckets, and each bucket was full, which was equivalent to 2,000 pounds of strength, and only then did he feel a bit of a strain going up the hill. And it's extremely difficult to control the balance, and if you're not careful, you're going to fall over. Lulu didn't dare to add more, and kept practicing the skill of picking water so that the several buckets would always be balanced. It was extremely difficult at first, but the further he went, the more skillful he became, and by midnight, Lulu was able to do it without using his hands to hold the buckets without slipping. He had worked out his own method of picking water, which was to use his divine sense to sense which bucket would be off, and then control his muscles to adjust the balance. By the end, he was even able to control muscle power in most positions. What Lulu didn't know was that with the degree of control he now had over his muscles, if he were to learn boxing, it would definitely be twice as effective. Early the next morning, Lulu finally stopped and looked at the 6 pools full of water in front of him, revealing a look of satisfaction, and then walked towards the bottom of the mountain full of joy. Under normal circumstances, this extra pool of water could be used for about 5 days. That means he won't have to carry water for 5 days. He came halfway up the mountain and realized that the sound of Tata chopping trees was still ringing in the dense forest next to him. And after a slight stop, he walked in, sighed softly, and said to Chun Zhong's back, "Fatty, take a break. I've got something good for you." Chapter 17, Big Brother. Good stuff. Exhausted, Chun Zhong turned back suspiciously. Then his pupils suddenly shrunk as he looked at Lulu, whose temperament had changed drastically. "You? What?" Lulu smiled faintly and pulled out 3 crimson fruits from his chest and handed them over. "I found a few fruits in the mountains. After I ate them I was like this and my strength increased quite a bit. There just so happens to be 6 more, so I'll give you 3 and give the rest to the beast." "There's such a good thing?" Chun Zhong sniffed and instantly picked up the fruit in excitement. "This fruit is good, but when you eat the first one, it's like falling into a pit of fire. It's hard, you have to be mentally prepared. You go to the pool at the top of the mountain to eat it. If you can't carry it, you can jump in the water." Lulu told Chun Zhong about his experience, so that he wouldn't be caught off guard and do anything drastic. Chun Zhong was both excited and scared in his heart after hearing this. And after hesitating, he gritted his teeth. "Do it!" Then he hurried up the mountain. A few moments later, pig-killing screams came from the mountain. Lulu smiled and shook his head, picking up the axe from the ground and swinging it in a semicircle boomed on the black wood in front of him. Instantly, the axe head entered the wood more than 7 inches. After a few dozen more consecutive axes, the black wood fell down with a crash, and Lulu clapped his hands, very satisfied with his masterpiece. And then it started on the second tree. Unconsciously, more than an hour had passed. Lulu had already chopped no less than 50 blackwoods, and just then, a rumbling sound rang out, and a burly teenager like a bursting bear darted towards Lulu. Lulu didn't even look at the backhand was a punch. The figure flew out backwards with a loud bang and fell to the ground with an ouch. "Mud monkey, why are you sneak attacking? Hey, hey, itchy hands." Lulu stepped forward and pulled Chun Zhong up. "How does it feel?" At this moment, Chun Zhong became very stout, his body bulging with muscles and looking full of power. Chun Zhong's mouth grinned. "I feel that I can knock over a bowl-sized black wood with one punch." Said actually really waved his fist. Boom, a fist smashed on top of a bowl-sized black wood. Click. Black wood did not break, but turned over the root. Lulu wanted to call Chun Zhong to go down the mountain with him to rest for a while, but Chun Zhong insisted on chopping all 90 trees before going down the mountain. So Lulu had no choice but to go down the mountain himself. He first came to the cafeteria to get something to eat, then went straight back to the cabin. After returning to the house, Lulu didn't rest. Laying down on the bed, he directly entered the time hall and started practicing. Not long after Lulu went back to the house, Sun Zian came to the peak of Qingyang Peak. For this junior brother who dared to go against him when he just entered, Sun Zian's heart was very unhappy. If he couldn't even clean up a new disciple, how could he still mix in the miscellaneous service hall in the future? Only when he saw the 6 pools full of water, his whole body was not good, and he flung his sleeves and went down the mountain in a huff, wanting to find trouble with Chun Zhong, because in his opinion, it must have been those 2 guys who helped Lulu again. But when he came to the halfway point of the mountain and saw a fallen piece of black wood, the whole person was even worse, and the knight did not see this Chun Zhong was a fat meat was practiced into a tendon, simply unacceptable, difficult to understand. It's true that cutting down trees can be a good workout, but that's an outrageous change, isn't it? Something wrong. Seeing Sun Zian's arrival, Chun Zhong walked towards Sun Zian with an axe in his hand and asked with a displeased expression. Seeing that Chun Zhong dared to threaten himself, Sun Zian immediately became furious and exclaimed, "Against you!" With a sway of his body, he instantly rushed in front of Chun Zhong, raising his hand and slamming it against Chun Zhong's chest. Snap! A crisp sound came from Chun Zhong, who stood still without moving at all while swinging his broad palm at Sun Zian's face and slapped him. Snap! Sun Zian did not expect this sight at all. He thought that Chun Zhong would be sent flying by his own slap, but unexpectedly, a sudden sharp pain came to his face, but he himself flew out and fell heavily on top of the dirt slope with a snap. Chun Zhong also froze for a moment when he saw this, and then revealed a flash of sardonic smile and burst out, "I'll kill you, you Yakuza!" Then like a brute bull, he charged towards Sun Zian again. Sun Zian's pupils suddenly contracted. His body rolled and narrowly avoided Chun Zhong's punch, and his backhand was a ball of fire thrown towards Chun Zhong. Chun Zhong was just about to catch up, but he was hit by that fireball on his chest with a bang, and immediately felt his internal organs rolling around, and sprayed out a mouthful of blood with a wow. "Crazy. Give me another crazy, ah." Seeing this, Sun Zian finally sighed in relief and stood at a distance staring at Chun Zhong with a fierce smile on his face. Kneel down and apologize right now, or else I'll kill you. I recognize you, MMMP. Chun Zhong burst out, a lunge forward, and in 3 or 2 steps, he charged towards Sun Zian again. Seek death. Sun Zian exploded back while throwing out another ball of fire. Chun Zhong was prepared this time, and when he saw the fireball coming, he directly stretched out his fist and smashed it on top of the fireball with a boom. Snap! The fireball was directly exploded by Chun Zhong's punch. How can that be? Sun Zian's face turned white with direct fright, turning around and running wildly down the mountain. Son of a... Don't run, wow, if you can. Chun Zhong shouted from behind but did not chase after him. Just now, although he had blasted the fireball, his fist was still numb now, and there was still a faint burnt odor coming out from his hand. The fruit given by the mud monkey is too powerful. I was actually able to beat away the second level of chi practicing. Looking at Sun Zian, who rolled and crawled and ran down the mountain, Chun Zhong was happy in his heart. Evening. Lulu was still cultivating when he suddenly heard a snap from inside the courtyard. His ears twitched and he immediately retreated from his cultivation. He stepped out to take a look. It turned out to be Qin Shorin who had returned. There was also a broom lying in the center of the yard, presumably venting his frustration. Looking at the upright, flesh and blood Lulu, Qin Shorin couldn't help but rub his eyes to make sure he hadn't made a mistake before he ran over. Mud? Mud monkey? Where's your monkey like? Lulu's face twitched. Come in and talk. The two then entered Lulu's room. A few moments later, Qin Shorin stared at the 3 crimson fruits on the tabletop, gulped and said, Mud? Mud monkey? Are you really going to give this to me? Nonsense. What am I going to do with it if I don't give it to you? Lulu patted Qin Shorin's shoulder. Take it. That's Sun Zian's revenge. We 3 brothers will get it back sooner or later. Good, good. Qin Shorin collected the fruit into his arms with a trembling hand. Monkey. A great favor. From now on you'll be my beast's big brother. Damn. Twisting and turning. You're the beast's big brother. Lulu glared at Qin Shorin without any good humor. Hehehe. Qin Shorin smiled sarcastically. Big brother. I'm going to the mountaintop to eat the immortal fruit first. Wait for me to come back. Go, go, go. Lulu waved his hand. Shortly after Qin Shorin left, the sound of Chun Zhong's excited tapping on the door suddenly came from outside the door, accompanied by the shout, Mud monkey? Open the door. I have good news. Upon hearing the sound, Lulu rolled up from the bed with a helpless face, waiting for Chun Zhong to come in before asking, What's the good news? Chun Zhong laughed out loud. You are unaware that I just beat that grandson to the point of rolling around and crying. That's what I call it. It's too good. Lulu froze. You beat up Sun Zian? Chapter 18. The Long Sleep. What's wrong? Seeing that Lulu looked a bit off, Chun Zhong was a bit apprehensive. It's fine. Just hit it. Things have come to this point, Lulu can't say anything. In his opinion, it is extremely unwise to hit Sun Zian. As the saying goes, if you don't hit the snake, you'll suffer. If you want to get it, you'll get it secretly. If they just beat up the other party, when they slowed down, I'm afraid it would lead to even more serious retaliation. Did I do something wrong? Chun Zhong scratched his head and said with a naive face. Lulu shook his head and digressed. You didn't do anything wrong. I've wanted to beat him up for a long time. Come on. Tell me how you beat him up. Although he was worried, he wouldn't show it in front of his own brother. Then again, he was also curious as to how Chun Zhong had beaten the second-level Qi practicing Sun Zian. One must know that the second level of Qi cultivation had opened a complete Qi vein and could cast spells. Chun Zhong sniffed and spoke at once, telling Lulu the scene that had happened before as it was. Lulu listened to a little deduction and then understood, that is to say, Chun Zhong relied on the physical body to win a first hand, directly put Sun Zian stunned, and then later the other party in a hurry to cast spells, and then by Chun Zhong a fist blast directly scared out of their wits and did not dare to fight with Chun Zhong again. In doing so, Lulu came to at least 2 conclusions. Firstly, not everyone who practiced cultivation had strong physical strength, and their strong physical body like this was a complete alternative which could have a surprising effect if used in a battle. Secondly, a strong physical body strength was enough to harden against some low-level spells, or perhaps as the physical body became stronger, it would be no problem to harden against high-level spells. The 2 of them chatted for a while longer. Chun Zhong left. Qin Shorin hadn't returned yet, so Lulu didn't think much about it and closed the door and went back into his cultivation. Until now, the second layer of wood attribute barrier of his second acupoint has been rushed through. It's the turn of the third layer of water attribute, and I don't know if it's because the body refining has made his nerves numb. At the beginning, impacting the barriers always felt like a needle sticking in the general difficulty, but now he just felt a little numbness. There were no words all night. It wasn't until the evening of the second day that Lulu felt a little hungry, and only then did he come back from his cultivation. I didn't expect to have practiced for a day and a night. Lulu to now finally understand what is called cultivation without days and months, the outside world more than 10 hours, time temple 8 or 9 days, almost in the twinkling of an eye. Walking out of the room, Lulu was ready to go and find some food, but he realized that the door of Qin Shorin's room next to him was hidden. He frowned and walked towards Qin Shorin's room. Pushing the door to take a look, there was no figure of Qin Shorin inside. He couldn't help but be a bit puzzled. Why are you still not back so late? Is it possible that you haven't finished cleaning? Just then, Chunjong walked in from outside the courtyard, holding a tray with 2 plates of stir-fried vegetables and a large pot of rice on it. Seeing that Lulu had actually come out, he hurried over. Monkey, you haven't been practicing. I've got some food for you. Thanks. Lulu turned back and asked, did you see the beast? Chunjong pondered for a moment and shook his head. No, maybe he hasn't come back from doing labor yet. Saying this, he handed the tray to Lulu. Eat some first. It won't be good if it gets cold in a while. Good. Lulu was preoccupied and took the tray back to his room. And so time passed for 2 more days. During that time, Lulu had also gone out to pick water for a day to fill up the 7th pool as well. As for Chunjong, since he had long since finished this month's tasks, he spent every day in the courtyard fiddling with his fists and feet. It was late in the evening on this day. Lulu finally felt that something was wrong, and rushed out of his room in a fire, calling over Chunjong and asking, has the beast not returned yet? Chunjong frowned and thought back. These 2 days I was in the yard during the day, unless he sneaked back at night. Saying this, his face changed. Something won't happen to him. Go out and look. Lulu's heart was beating hard. It had been 3 or 4 days with Qin Shorin's character. If he succeeded in refining his body, he was afraid that he would come back immediately to show off. How could he hold it for so long in order to do his work? He took Chunjong and ran up towards Cui Yun Peak. Where have you been? Where have you been? Where are you, beast? Beast! On the peak, Lulu and Chunjong anxious round and round while shouting, but let the 2 people disappointed. The mountain did not have the slightest response, also did not find the traces left by Qin Shorin. Fatty, why don't you go to the square and take a look around? I'll look around on the mountain again. Helplessly, Lulu could only hope that Qin Shorin was sweeping the floor in the square. Good. Chunjong answered and rumbled towards the bottom of the mountain. Lulu continued to search the mountain top, in the grass, in the bushes, in the thorn forest. Lulu rushed across the mountain and shouted without stopping. As the fiery clouds in the sky began to recede and night gradually descended, Lulu had almost carpet searched from the top of the mountain to halfway up the mountain. Puff! Suddenly, Lulu couldn't break as well as he should have, and just as he scurried out of a canopy of leaves, he planted himself under the high hurdle in front of him. He was just about to get up when he realized that he stepped on something soft and flimsy, and when he looked down, his face instantly became painfully hideous. He only saw a body covered in rags, with wounds all around it, and a big bowl hole blasted out of his chest was lying helplessly at his feet. Beast! Lulu's pupils shrank and his mouth opened wide. With that, he also ignored the fact that the other party had almost rotted away, and pounced beside Qin Shorin, sweeping him into his arms. Wake up! Wake up, brother! With red eyes, Lulu desperately shook Qin Shorin's corpse, his heart stinging like a pinprick. And I don't know how long it took. Lulu suddenly heard Chunjong's anxious shouts coming from the darkness, and only then did he come back to his senses, standing up and responding hoarsely, I'm over here. Immediately afterward, he saw Chunjong rumbling with his torch held up. When Chunjong saw Lulu and the corpse in front of him, his body shook, his torch snapped to the ground, and he pounced. Beast! No, it won't be. It won't be. Lulu was dumbfounded and didn't bother Chunjong. Only when the other party sat powerless on the side did Lulu say, dig a pit together and bury him. We can't let him be exposed to the wilderness like this. Chunjong nodded numbly and stood up. The 2 men found an open place and directly used their hands to plow the ground, and in a short time, they plowed a 3-foot deep pit, and the 2 men lifted Qin Shorin's body into the pit, and looked at it unwillingly for a while before burying it. A small dirt bag, just looking down the hill in silence. Just wait. Lulu murmured and walked forlornly towards the bottom of the mountain. Chunjong heaved a glance at the dirt bag and followed suit. In the blinding night, The earth bag looked so lonely. It is not easy to set foot on the road of cultivation of the great young man. I did not expect to be so long to sleep here. Chapter 19. Extermination. After returning to the courtyard, Lulu comforted Qingyang for a few moments and then went back to his room. The immortal fruit on Qingshoren's body was no longer there, so it must have already fallen into other people's hands, and the one who knew that Qingshoren had the immortal fruit was only himself, so purposely killing people to seize the treasure shouldn't be possible. Then there is only one possibility: Qingshoren went up to the mountain, just ran into the enemy. The two sides after the conflict, the other side found the immortal fruit, and then killed the mouth. And there was only one person who had a conflict with Qingshoren. The answer almost cries out. Lulu didn't tell Qingyang about his guess because the other party must be heading for Qingyang, because Qingyang had told himself before that he had beaten up Sun Zian on the mountain. According to speculation, Sun Zian has already been beaten by Qingyang once. The possibility of going up the mountain to intercept Qingyang alone is not great. That is to say, the other party also brought helpers. In the end, it was his own immortal fruit that had harmed the other party. He touched the 3 bursting charms in his arms, his fists clenched. The bursting talisman required the external release of true qi in order to catalyze it, and with their first level of qi cultivation, one of their qi veins had not been opened, and although they could mobilize their true qi to make their bodies lighter, they were simply unable to release their true qi externally. Now if he wanted to take revenge, then he could only seek to break through the second level of qi practicing as soon as possible and then use the explosive talisman. Then there was the fact that the bursting talisman on Qingshoren's body had also been searched, which was an extremely bad outcome for Lulu, and he had to be careful again and again. He suppressed the urge to take revenge right away and directly entered the Hall of Time. Midnight. In the last courtyard of the miscellaneous disciples' living area, a green-clothed man gently covered the door of his room and walked out from the courtyard. This person's face was rosy, his body was straight, and his temperament was extraordinary. With a strong look of satisfaction on his face, he murmured, "I didn't expect that those few fruits would have such an effect. It's really wonderful." With that, he shook out his shirt and walked in towards the next small courtyard. The room directly opposite the courtyard door and the room on the left side of the courtyard were both lit up. The green-clothed man's gaze sank as he walked straight towards the house directly opposite the door and knocked on the door. "Xiao Cheng, open the door." The sound of footsteps then came from the room, and a teenager in pajamas opened the door. And when he saw the man in green clothes, he couldn't help but be stunned. "Brother Sun, how do you do it?" At this moment, Sun Zian's waist was straight, where was the previous appearance of groveling at all times. Sun Zian lightly laughed. "That fruit was good last time. I purposely left one for you. Let's go in and talk." Xiao Cheng's face was delighted, and he hurriedly invited Sun Zian into the house. Just at the moment when Xiao Cheng turned around, Sun Zian's eyes instantly grew cold, and with a touch from his bosom, a rolled yellow paper sped towards Xiao Cheng's back. Boom! An explosion shook the entire house. Looking at Xiao Cheng again, he was directly bombarded and flung forward for more than a foot, heavily smashing down on the bed, his back above the blood and flesh, can vaguely see the broken spine and blasted organs. "You!" Xiao Cheng twisted his head with difficulty, and had already broken off before he finished a sentence. "Humph!" Sun Zian snorted coldly and turned Xiao Cheng's body over, and after some fumbling, he fished out an identical piece of yellow paper in his arms, and then his body shifted and hid behind the door. However, in a dozen breaths, the door to the room of that hut on the left side of the courtyard boomed open, and a burly man rushed in with quick steps towards Xiao Cheng's room. When he rushed into the room and saw the body on the bed, his face suddenly changed, and he was about to turn around and go out at once. Just a moment after he had turned around, a talisman suddenly sped up. Boom! There was another explosive sound, and the burly man was also blasted backwards. A large hole above his chest was hideous. Sun Tzu. The big man's pupils dilated, his head lolled, and he directly died. "If you want to blame the two of you for your bad luck. Only the dead can put my mind at ease." Sun Zian flashed a color of flesh pain, and felt around on the two strong men again, until he felt out an identical talisman on the strong man's body, and only then sighed in relief. Such talisman. It's a pity that two of them were wasted for nothing. A few moments later, he carried one over one shoulder and disappeared into the darkness with ease. The next evening, someone found the blood in the house. Under the panic directly reported to the deacon Wenhong. Wenhong heard that there is a possibility of death, immediately scared, rushed over to check. In the Qingyang Sect, this kind of place, although the servant disciples are all 5 spirit root, but also the foundation of the clan, Diana are not good, not to mention it too, if this is known by the criminal hall, he cannot keep this position as light or perhaps to be abolished cultivation expelled from the mountain. After a quick survey, when Hong's face had become extremely ugly, he found Sun Zian and asked him to secretly investigate the matter, and strictly ordered the man who reported it not to spread the matter, or else he would have to get him killed. Sun Zian left the bloodstains just to draw Wen Hong's attention, so that this matter would not be stabbed to the Hall of Punishment. This arrangement of Wen Hong could be said to be just what he wanted. He believed that as long as there was no more big storms in the valley, this matter would just go away. The next day, he came to Lulu's courtyard and knocked on the door of Lulu's room. Lulu woke up from his cultivation and opened the door. He couldn't help but let his pupils shrink and forced himself to calm down. "Senior brother? What is it?" Sun Zian pretended to be confused and said, "Where is that guy called Qin Shorin? I haven't seen him for some days. Is the mission still done?" Lulu could tell at a glance that the other party had already taken that immortal fruit, and he could barely suppress the urge to riot in his heart as he said coldly, "I only met him halfway, not very well acquainted. If there's nothing else, senior brother, I'm going to cultivate." "Not familiar?" Sun Zian's gaze flickered, revealing a flash of surprise. "That's just it. Probably too tired of practicing cultivation to escape." Saying that, he also kindly pointed out, "Senior brother, the path of cultivation is based on perseverance. You have to understand that senior brother arranging for you guys to do all this heavy work is actually for your own good. Look at senior brother me." Speaking here, he lifted up his sleeves, revealing an arm full of explosive power. "I came through the same way you guys did in the beginning, and that's how I got to where I am now. Do you understand elder brother's bitterness?" "Senior brother understands." Lulu lowered his head and didn't look at Sun Zian. "Hee. It's good to understand." Seeing that Lulu didn't have the slightest intention to stand up for Qin Shorin, Sun Zian nodded in satisfaction and left happily. It wasn't until Sun Zian walked away that Lulu finally couldn't help but slam his fist on the door panel. And with a clicking sound, he punched a big hole in that wooden door. Just at the moment he was about to turn around and go back to his room, he suddenly glanced at the closed door of Chun Zhong's room on the right side of the courtyard, frowned, and walked over quickly. The door to the room was not unlocked, and Lulu opened it with a gentle push. Walked in to take a look, only to find Qin Zhong lying motionless on the bed. A large face looks bloodless, lips dry and cracked as if a few days without drinking water. Chapter 22 Years. Fatty. Lulu gently patted Qin Zhong's face. "It's you." Qin Zhong ghostly opened his eyes. "Fatty, you can't go on like this. People can't come back from the dead. Don't you want to avenge him?" Lulu frowned. "Revenge?" Qin Zhong rolled over and sat up at the words. "You know who did it?" Lulu was silent for a moment and nodded. "I know, but I can't tell you now. You should cultivate well. When you reach the second level of qi practicing, you will naturally know. He's like, really strong, right? Right?" Lulu said this. In fact, he was just trying to cheer up Qin Zhong. Nowadays, Sun Zian ate the spirit fruit and was indeed a notch stronger than before, but if he wanted to take his own life without a sound, it would be almost impossible. And he also thought that he couldn't fight Sun Zian alone, which was why he was thinking of holding back. More importantly, he thought that Sun Zian was definitely not the only one involved in this, and it would be troublesome if he spooked them. Hearing Lulu say this, Qin Zhong immediately perked up and said straight away that he would cultivate properly. Lulu also instructed him to keep a low profile in his recent endeavors before he left with peace of mind. That's all. Time has passed in a hurry, and it has been more than 2 years since then. For 2 years, neither Lulu nor Qin Zhong changed their jobs, still doing the work of chopping wood and carrying water. Seeing that Lulu and the two of them had kept a much lower profile, Sun Zian did not intentionally make things difficult for the two of them anymore, as if this was really all in the past. It's warm spring. Everything is coming back to life, and the old bare trees in the yard are once again sprouting. Today's Lulu, already 16 years old, more than 7 feet tall, dark face faded childish, more mature, a dark green strong dress, looks extremely competent. He stood at the door of his room silently watching the burly man in the yard who swung his fists into the air, his mind drifting off to who knows where. The strong man is Qin Zhong, half a head taller than Lulu, short coat and gray pants, bare arms like copper and iron, thick eyebrows and big eyes are not angry and authoritative. Suddenly, Qin Zhong turned his fist around and blasted it into the old tree next to him. There was a click. The old tree that was difficult for one person to embrace was directly cut off. Good. That punch is 5,000 pounds. Lulu clapped his hands and walked towards Qin Zhong. This fist technique was called shaking the mountain, which Lulu and Qingyang had both worked hard for 2 years and spent a full 20,000 contributions to exchange for it from the merit technique building. According to the words of the old man who was the guardian of the merit building at that time, this boxing method was extremely outstanding, comparable to a divine-level technique, if not for the fact that it was a remnant, and then there was no one in the clan who practiced physical arts, he would never have exchanged this boxing method to Lulu. The punch proved to be really good. Cultivating to the introductory level allows you to explode twice the physical strength. Small success, triple. Deshang, quadruple. Round up, 5 times. A perfected mountain-shaking fist could mobilize the strength of every cell in the body, and the stronger the strength of the physical body, the stronger the power that erupted under one punch. Lulu had now reached the minor achievement realm. His physical strength was almost 3,000 kilograms, and if he used Shake the Mountain again, he could explode 9,000 kilograms of huge force in one punch, which was quite terrifying. As for Qingyang, his physical strength was almost 2,500, and with the addition of the mountain-shaking initiation, he was able to explode out with a strength of around 5,000 pounds. Boss, it's still a bit worse than you. Qingyang shook his head somewhat unsatisfied. After more than 2 years, Qingyang had gotten used to calling Lulu his boss. Lulu laughed and put one hand on Qingyang's shoulder. Your basic strength is a bit worse than mine. Carry more trees to exercise and refine Shaking Mountain a bit to catch up with me. I see. The muscles are getting more and more developed, but the brain seems to want things more and more. I don't know if it's due to the overstimulation 2 years ago. Lulu thought in a somewhat depressed mood. There's still one last cavern left. I don't know if you're doing well over there. Lulu looked out of the courtyard door, clenching and unclenching his fists. Even though he had the Hall of Time in his hand, it had only taken him over 2 years to punch through 99 acupoints, and there was still one last one left to punch through. As for Qingyang, he was even worse. Although the other party only had 7 layers of barriers for 1 acupoint, he had only opened 45 acupoints so far. However, the good thing is that both of them have a body of brute force, although the realm is low, but the battle power is not to be underestimated. Boss, what are you thinking? Seeing that Lulu didn't say anything, Qingyang came over and asked. Lulu shook his head. It's nothing. Keep practicing. I'll go back and rest first. With that, he went back to his room. The small tree of the 3 treasures glazed pagoda withered 2 years ago after Lulu harvested the fruits on it, as if it was a one-time thing, and for 2 years, he had to look inside every once in a while to see if there were any new saplings growing inside, and if it would bear any other immortal fruits. Unfortunately, more than 2 years later, that land is still bare. After taking a daily look, Lulu entered the Hall of Time again. Lulu had already gotten used to this kind of life. There was no extra socializing, apart from cultivating, even practicing the mountain-shaking fist. He spent most of his time cultivating in the Hall of Time, and only when he felt that he had accomplished something, this was the only time he went to the outside world to try his hand at it. The first level of Qi cultivation had reached a critical moment, and he didn't want to wait any longer for the last acupoint. He had to break through it right away. Although the connection point of the Qi veins was in the Dantian, except for the 2 main Qi veins which were from the Dantian to the heavenly palace in the brain, each of the other 12 was spread all over the body, and the last acupoint of this first one was at the sole of the foot, and after it was completely opened, he would be able to do a small circumferential operation and release the true Qi outwardly as he wished. Lulu now belonged to the perfect stage of the first level of Qi cultivation, and his divine sense was more than several times stronger than when he had just condensed, so he could sense the aura within a radius of 3 feet, and there was no such thing as having to wait for the aura around him to be restored after the refining was completed. Instead, he now felt that the speed of refining could not match the speed of absorption. The 5th day of the secret world. The 6th wind attribute barrier of the last acupoint was finally broken. He certainly didn't break the 6 layers of the barrier in 5 days, but he had already broken through the 5 layers before, and the thunder, light, and darkness were left behind him. These 3 attributes were the most difficult to break because these 3 attributes in the heaven and earth aura were extremely scarce compared to the 5 elements. After another 10 days, the thunder attribute began to shake. And at this point, he couldn't hold on any longer. The weakness coming from his flesh forced him to stop. Out to eat a meal, skipped a circle, just when he was ready to go back to his room, suddenly was hurriedly came to the deacon when Hong stopped. Kid, do not say that I do not take care of you. The great elder recently in the alchemy of the pills, the need for a medicine boy for a period of 1 month, the contribution of the well, a full 3,000 points, you do it or not? Is there such a thing as a good thing? Lulu looked at Wen Hong suspiciously. With this kind of good thing, it was usually secretly left by him to Sun Xian, so that he could privately put it out so that he could share some of the contribution. When could it be his turn? Seeing that Lulu didn't say anything, Wen Hong continued, Don't look at me with such a look. It's not your first day in the Handyman Hall. You know me very well. I might as well tell you directly. The great elder has an extremely eccentric temper. It's not impossible to casually reward you with a few bottles of elixirs when he's happy. But if you upset him, you're on your own. So it is. Lulu thought about it. He was about to break through the second level, and he just needed to contribute to exchange a spell. More importantly, he would need to refine the puncturing point pill in the future, and it was impossible to fake out a pill like the puncturing point pill, so he had to learn something about alchemy, and being able to travel to the Heavenly Jedi Peak this time was definitely a rare opportunity. So he nodded his head in agreement straight away and asked, "When do we go?" When Hong was relieved when he saw Lulu agree to do so, the veteran handymen all knew that the Grand Elder was extremely difficult to serve. Many people had been sent back half dead after going there. He smiled and patted Lulu on the shoulder. "You're very good. If you satisfy the Grand Elder this time, I'll give you an additional 300 contributions. Get ready, the Grand Elder will personally come here to pick you up in 5 days." Chapter 21, Revenge. Give me break. Time Temple was more than a month old. And on this day, Lulu finally came to the most crucial moment in his life. These days he prepared dry food. Even the door of the room does not come out hungry, out to nibble a few mouthfuls of pancakes, drink a few mouthfuls of cold water. Today is the 4th day, Time Temple more than 30 days. He only saw that his eyes were full of blood, and the black circle around his eyes looked like a giant panda. And the last layer of dark attribute barrier at the last acupoint of the first chi vein was already shaking. Pitch black true chi came out from the dantian and swarmed towards that last dark attribute barrier. 1 hit. Second bump. 99 hits. Boo. Suddenly, a crisp ring came, and the barrier broke. Broken. It's finally broken. Ha 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 ha. Lulu was so excited that he jumped straight up, dancing with his hands and tears in his eyes. It's been almost 3 years. Finally I've pierced you. Lulu's body trembled with excitement. He still remembers that the test elder Yutong said, "I feel that you guys will never be able to break through the second level of chi cultivation in your life. This, doesn't it break? Ha 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 ha." It took a full quarter of an hour of happiness before Lulu calmed down. He couldn't wait to push his palm forward, and a cloud of black mist immediately surged out from his palm, slapping against the pillar in front of him. Like, nothing powerful? Looking at the black chi that dispersed, Lulu was somewhat dissatisfied. With a thought, he switched to fire attribute true chi and struck out again, this time finally leaving a shallow mark on the pillar, but it disappeared again in an instant. Lulu knew that this was due to the rules of the Hall of Time, and even if he demolished the hall, it would be restored immediately. After trying several more consecutive times with different attribute true chi until he exhausted all the true chi in his dantian, Lulu stopped. Overall, the wind attribute and the light and dark attribute had a lower attack power compared to each other. Both the metal and thunder attacks look good. Of course, it could also be the result of one's inability to properly channel one's true chi without practicing spells. After spending another small half hour, Lulu restored all the true chi inside his dantian and the first chi vein before he retreated from the Hall of Time with satisfaction. When he came out, he realized that it was already dark. It was good to do things in the dark, and there should always be an end to the revenge owed for 2 years. Although he hadn't practiced his spells yet, he didn't want to wait any longer because he was going to leave this place tomorrow to go to the Heavenly Jade Peak, and he was afraid of an accident. Gently knocking on Qingyang's room door, it didn't take long for the door to open. It looked like he hadn't rested yet. "Boss, something wrong this late?" Lulu backhanded the door of the room and closed it, pulled Qingyang to the table and sat down, and said seriously, "Fatty, I'm going to go help Suffren take revenge tonight. Do you want to join me?" "Revenge?" Qingyang's body trembled at the words, excitedly saying, "You're finally willing to tell me." Lulu nodded his head and told Qingyang his guesses word for word, at the same time bluntly stating that although he was barely at the second level of chi practicing, he did not have the certainty of victory, and that if Qingyang was unwilling, he could not go with him. After hearing this, Qingyang first blamed himself and said that it was he who had harmed Qin Shorin, and that if he hadn't punched Sun Zian, the other party wouldn't have brought anyone up the mountain, and then decisively said no matter what, he will also go together. Lulu nodded and told Qingyang to give all of his bursting talismans to himself, as he was the only one who could drive the bursting talismans. Qingyang readily agreed. After getting the bursting talismans, Lulu rolled up the bursting talismans individually one by one, as his level of object control was almost non-existent now, and he relied on his true chi to support him so that he was able to roll them up to be able to throw them farther. After a bit of scheming, the two sneaked out of the yard through the night. They had long known where Sun Zian lived, and carefully felt their way into Sun Zian's courtyard. Sun Zian's courtyard was inhabited only by him, and at this time the lights were all dark, so it looked like the other party had already gone to sleep. Lulu gave Qingyang a wink and told him to wait outside the door of the room where Sun Zian lived, then went up and knocked on the door himself. Duck, duck, duck. Who? Sun Zian in the room woke up at the sound. Brother Sun. It's me. I have a good thing I want to give you. Outside the door, Lulu had a bursting talisman in one hand. His face was full of viciousness, but his tone was full of currying favor. Good stuff. Hearing Lulu's voice, Sun Zian suspiciously lit the lamp and opened the door halfway. Grandson, here's the good stuff. Suddenly, Lulu directly stormed up, flexing his fingers with both hands, and two wrapped talisman papers shot toward Sun Zian with a swoosh. Boom! Boom! The door to the room exploded. Even though Sun Zian had been careful, he was still a step too slow and was directly blasted backwards. Lulu knew that Sun Zian had likewise eaten the immortal fruit, and that this bursting talisman might not be able to kill him, so he chased after the other party as soon as he lifted off the shattered door of the room as soon as he flew out backwards. Fruity. The moment he went after him, Sun Zian had already flipped up with a carp, and at the same time, he flexed his fingers and a piece of yellow paper was shot at Lulu's chest head-on. Boom! Lulu flew backwards, his chest scorched black. Just as he got up, Sun Zian had already rushed over, yet he was greeted with two more talismans. Boom! Boom! Two explosions, Sun Zian heavily smashed back again. He was already seriously injured just now, and now he has eaten two strikes. The entire clothes have been completely torn, the whole body in many places of the skin and flesh dense. The mouth is the blood wildly sprayed. Looks miserable. Kid, how dare you? Sun Zian's eyes erupted with fire, and although he was miserable, he didn't resign himself to this, and waved his fists and slammed them towards Lulu. Compare your fists with me. A trace of disdain flashed across Lulu's face, and just as his opponent's fist approached 3 feet from his own, he suddenly threw a punch. The air exploded with one punch. Bang! Click! The sound of collision and the sound of bones breaking resounded at the same time, and Sun Zian screamed miserably as his right arm hung down powerlessly. Lulu gained momentum and stepped forward to throw a punch at Sun Zian's dantian. With a snap, Sun Zian flew back to his bed, while a mouthful of blood sprayed out with a wow. His dantian was ruined. Lulu also wanted to make a move, but at this time, Qingyang could no longer hold back and rushed in with 3 or 2 steps. Let me come, said, stepped forward and grabbed Sun Zian's waist, violently lifted upward, and then his knees bent, heavily smashed Sun Zian on his knees, clicked, directly folded the other party's spine into 2 sections. Hey! Sun Zian's miserable screams shook his eardrums. His face had deep fear in addition to pain. He simply did not understand why Lulu and the 2 of them would lay such a cruel hand on him. Qingyang didn't intend to let the other party go just like that. His sandbag-sized fist was about to blast the other party's head off. But at that moment, he was pulled back by Lulu. Wait! Sun Zian, lying on the ground, constantly sound. See Lulu stop. Suddenly rose a strong desire to survive, while spraying blood while hard to beg for mercy. Let me go. All my things. All for you? Chapter 22 Shao Jie. Stuff. Lulu squatted down and stared at Sun Zian, saying coldly, Tell me, who else killed Qin Shoren besides you? So, you guys have been playing dumb. Hearing this, Sun Zian finally understood why Lulu and his 2 men had come. He knew that he would not survive, revealing a touch of mockery. Haha. I just don't tell you. What can you endure? Kill me? I'm not afraid. Ha 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 ha. Yeah. Lulu's mind moved. A brightly shining kitchen knife appeared in his hand and shook it. Who said I'm going to kill you? Can't I cut you alive with a knife? You think I can't find out if you don't say anything? It's just a matter of taking some time. Saying that, with a light knife, he cut off a piece of skin and flesh from Sun Zian's arm. Ah, I say. Sun Zian looked at the kitchen knife in Lulu's hand and begged frantically for mercy. He was a cultivator, not as fragile as a mortal. This knife would definitely make his life worse than death. Go ahead. There's a limit to my patience. It's you Xiaocheng and Kung Fu. They were with me that day. Sun Zian lay on the ground, intermittently talking, and I do not know whether it is deliberately delaying time, but it took a quarter of an hour to finish, only to his disappointment. Until finished, no one came to explore the situation. This was actually no one's fault but Sun Zian's own choice of an extremely secluded place for himself to live. After listening, Lulu finally understood the beginning and end of the matter. I did not expect that this Sun Zian, in order for things not to leak out, but even killed that Yu Xiaocheng and Kung Fu 2 people. He handed the kitchen knife to Qingyang. Qingyang directly raised his hand and chopped off Sun Zian's head. Until this moment, The hatred that had been suppressed in the hearts of the two men for a long time could be released. And Lulu squatted down and touched a small golden bag on Sun Xian's body. This thing is called a storage bag in the Qingyang Sect, although it is not extremely scarce, but not everyone has it. With the contribution exchange, a primary storage bag also needs 1,000 contributions. He opened it up and saw that there was a bunch of contribution cards inside that added up to 3,000 contributions, as well as an elementary spell called Fireball. Lulu directly collected the storage bag by dropping blood and recognizing the owner, then took out 1,000 contributions and handed it to Zhengping. You find a chance to go and change your storage bag. There is also a book of Fireball technique in here. I'll give it to you when you get to the second level of Qi practicing. Good. Zhengping put the contribution card into his arms and looked at Sun Xian's corpse again. What about this dog? Lulu pondered for a moment. Throw the Bishui River. So the two of them took advantage of the night and threw Sun Xian's corpse into the Bishui River. Lulu knew that this matter could not be hidden at all, as long as others would not guess that they did it. After returning to his courtyard, Lulu solemnly instructed Zhengping some more before returning to his room. Taking this time, he was also ready to learn fireball magic. Although the fireball technique was only an elementary technique, it was still extremely good for the current Lulu. Without realizing it, the night passed. Dang dang. Early in the morning, the sound of assembly was once again heard in the square of the miscellaneous hall. It's the 1st of April, and it's the start of another month of assignments. Lulu straightened his clothes and walked out of his room to join Zhengping in the square. On the stone steps in front of the hall of miscellaneous service hall, when Hong faintly scanned the crowd, seemed to be waiting for something. But after waiting for a long time, he didn't find Sun Xian's figure. He couldn't help but curse. It's really getting more and more licentious. Then he took it upon himself to register it. Sun Xian, those people he knew, issuing tasks naturally still give them to send the task light high contribution. Because before, even if Sun Xian presided over it, the part of the drawback still mostly went into his pocket. Zhengping still chose the job of chopping wood. This chore might be difficult to accomplish for others, but for the current Zhengping, it was simply not too easy. He could finish a month's worth of work in 3 days, and he could still take a high contribution to cultivate comfortably. Lulu didn't go to the line because he was waiting for someone. The crowd dispersed after receiving their tasks. Zhengping and Lulu exchanged a few pleasantries and also went back to the small courtyard, leaving Lulu and Wenhong on the field. Wenhong walked up and instructed, "Kid, remember what I explained to you? Serve the great elder well. In the future, there's no chance of flying into the sky. I still have to call you a senior brother." Lulu glanced at Wenhong in surprise, and his mouth straightened. "I wouldn't dare." Wenhong snorted, "Like a pussy, I tell you, to be a person must dare to think and dare to do. Cowering is not a big thing, like lousy, so reckless favoritism for what is not in order to go farther." Said seemed to think of something. Eyes a turn. Said, "That Sun Xian is more and more unrestrained. I have the heart to want to promote in you. What do you think?" "Promote me?" Lulu was a bit surprised. He had always thought that Sun Xian and this Wenhong should have an extremely close relationship, but now it seemed that he was only using the other party as a tool to drive him. "That's right, carry you. Follow me to mix. You don't need to work. Just need to help me identify obedient handyman every month. I can share 30% of the contribution I draw from you. I'm not afraid to tell you that Sun Zi and I only share him 20% only. He can get a few hundred contributions a month for nothing." "Hundreds of dollars for doing nothing?" Lulu was a bit moved by what he heard, but it's just that the reputation of this dog's leg is a bit hard to hear. After thinking about it, "How about waiting until I return from the Heavenly Jedi Peak?" "Of course. I'm just telling you in advance." When Hong patted Lu Li's shoulder to look at the figure speeding in the sky. "The Grand Elder is here. Talk nicely." Lu Li looked up and saw that a green shadow was speeding from the sky, and only when he got closer did Lu Li realize that it was actually a green lotus platform, on top of which stood a round-faced, long-bearded old Taoist, who must have been the Grand Elder Shao Jie. Shao Jie descended to a place 2 feet above the ground and did not walk down, glancing at Wen Hong. "Is this the black charcoal head? Blackhead?" Wen Hong glanced at Lu Li, who was indeed a bit dark, and hurriedly returned respectfully to Shao Jie. "Zhang, it is precisely this black charcoal head. Pitch black. Did you just come out of the alchemy furnace?" Shao Jie glared at Lu Li and yelled, "Come up!" Taking the wrong medication. Lu Li was extremely upset in his heart, but he couldn't afford to snap, burying his head and taking a step up. "Stand firm. I'm not responsible for falling." Shao Jie fiercely exerted his force, and the lotus platform immediately flew towards the sky like a meteor. Lu Li was caught off guard and directly sat on his butt on the lotus platform. Instantly scared, His face went 1 degree white. His hands clasped the lotus petals on the side in death. With this clasp, Lulu realized that this lotus platform was not a real lotus seed, but instead felt a bit like metal. How unhelpful! Seeing Lulu's embarrassment, Xiao Jie lifted Lulu up with a gentle lift of his hand. If you don't have this much guts, you still have to cultivate a hammer immortal. This old thing is really off his meds. If he could, Lulu really wanted to kick this old man down from behind. Xiao Jie naturally did not know what Lulu was thinking, sneered and glanced at Lulu. Then with a flash of the spell in his hand, the lotus platform was suddenly filled with spiritual light, carrying the two of them out with a swoosh, leaving only Wen Hong envious, thinking, if only he were as powerful as the Grand Elder. Chapter 23. The lotus platform was very fast, weaving in and out of the peaks, and despite this, it flew for a full half a quarter of an hour before stopping at the waist of a huge, cloud-covered peak. The place where it fell was a small square, and even if it was said to be a small square, it was also 100 feet square. At the end of the square, there was a row of cave houses that looked like kills, with a cave house in the center being the most conspicuous, with a door that was 3 zhang wide, and the flower bed in front of the door was filled with all kinds of flowers and grasses, as well as a few banana trees. But one of the slightly larger banana trees was broken off for some reason. Kid, let me tell you something. After landing, Xiao Jie pointed to the slightly smaller cave door on the far left of the row of cave dwellings in front of him and said solemnly, you'll be living in there from now on, and you shall not run around freely without my command. Next door to you is where the old man refines pills. There's a bell inside your cave. You have to come out as soon as the old man pulls the bell. Ugly words in front. If you have half a delay, Lao Fu will never forgive lightly. Yes, elder. Lulu replied respectfully. Although he felt that Xiao Jie's speech was a bit hard and unsympathetic, the purpose of his coming here was to steal and learn alchemy. So he didn't take it to heart, and now he only hoped that this old man could teach a few words along the way when he was alchemizing pills. Seeing that Lulu's attitude was okay, Xiao Jie eased his tone and said, just now, the old man's alchemy blew up the furnace, and his words were slightly impulsive, so go and rest first. I'll call you if there's something wrong. Turned out that the alchemy had blown up. Lulu heard the words and instantly understood. He thought to himself, I said, why is it like eating gunpowder? He arched his hand and said yes. He walked a few steps and then turned back to ask, Lord Elder, may I ask, am I obliged to stay in the room? This kind of cave looks a bit stifling. He used to stay in the time hall to cultivate from time to time, but almost every day he would come out to the courtyard to take a breath. Xiao Jie pondered for a moment and said, you can go to the door and sit down, but you definitely can't go far away because old man may refine pills at any time. Understood. Hearing that he could come out for air, Lulu was mildly relieved, and after saluting, he walked towards the stone cave. Entering the stone cave, Lulu realized that it is not as small as imagined, but the arrangement is relatively simple. A few stone benches around a stone table. A stone bed plus a small compartment is the entirety of the cave. Lulu pushed open the cubicle to take a look before realizing that it turned out to be a toilet. Lulu didn't complain and entered the Hall of Time as soon as he sat down on the bed, then started another round of fireball technique training. Later in the evening, Lulu suddenly felt a little hungry, and then he remembered that he had forgotten to ask where he could get something to eat. So he went out of the cave to try to find Xiao Jie to ask. When he came to the door of the biggest cave in the center and knocked, there was no response from inside. So he walked towards the eastern cave again, and only when he reached the last cave Lulu saw the word food hanging on the door of the room, and the door was still open. Lulu walked in after a slight pause. Inside was a fat man with a bloated body and a limp as he walked. The fat man had a shredded girth tied around his waist and was currently working on something at the stove. You are. Seeing Lulu come in, the fat man looked at Lulu suspiciously as he held a water scoop in one hand and asked, I'm the new medicine boy, and I'm a little hungry so. Oh, so it's the medicine boy. Fatty pointed to the small steaming cage that was steaming. You can eat a few of the freshly steamed buns first. The stir-fry will be ready later. Thanks. Lulu thanked him and then went to fetch the buns on his own. You're quite bold. How dare you take the job of a medicine boy? Fatty said as he was busy working. What's wrong? Lulu was sitting in the corner eating a bun and asked with some uncertainty when he heard this. He thought to himself, Wen Hong did say that this grand elder is not easy to serve. But the big deal is to get a beating. It's not as if he's talking about boldness. Regarding the matter of getting beaten up, Lulu was psychologically prepared before he came here. His own skin is thick, and he can still carry an unusual slap. And look at the Qingyang Sect, a month can earn 3,000 work is the top of the sky, not to mention the handyman, is the official disciples go out to do the task, A 3000 task is also absolutely in the mouth of the knife-licking blood, quite dangerous. Fatty shook his head and sighed. It seems like you don't know much about this place. I'll just tell you to be careful when you encounter Qingyang is all. After saying that, he no longer cared about Lulu and started to busy himself. Lulu had wanted to ask this dang Qingyang who exactly he was, but seeing that the other party had no intention of explaining, he didn't make a fool of himself. After eating 3 cages of Xiao Long Bao, Lulu was finally full, and regardless of whether the other party was hitching a ride or not, he politely thanked the other party, and then left the cafeteria. Seeing Lulu being so polite, the fat man let out another sigh. Coming outside, Lulu was just about to go back to his room when he saw Xiao Jie hurriedly walking head-on from a path to the west, and hurriedly stood to the side to respectfully salute. Xiao Jie frowned. Where did it go? Eat the bun, Lulu said with a lowered head. Xiao Jie seemed to have remembered that Lulu was a handyman and had not yet reached the level of grain refreshing when he heard this, and without reason, he released his divine sense for a moment, then revealed a flash of astonishment. 16 years old, first level of consummation. When did you enter the sect? Enlightened Elder Lord. It will be 3 years soon. From the previous term? Xiao Jie was even more shocked. You kid is not bad. You reached the first level of perfection in 3 years. Perfect one? Lulu thought to himself, isn't it the second weight? Thinking about it suddenly dawned on him that although he could now release his true chi externally, he really couldn't be considered to be in the second level yet, because his second chi vein had only just manifested, and his first acupoint hadn't even been flushed open, so naturally he couldn't be considered to have entered the second level. Upon hearing this, he only said, Disciple is just practicing hard. Hard working is good. Xiao Jie nodded appreciatively. Diligence can make up for clumsiness. It's not impossible for the 5 spirit roots to cultivate to the high level of chi cultivation. Go back and have a good rest. Tomorrow the old man is going to concoct pills and will need your help. Yes, Elder. Lulu continued to walk forward and shook his head, listening to the other party's tone. Even if the 5 spirit roots wanted to reach the high level of chi cultivation, it wasn't that easy. As for his own 9 spirit roots, Tisk, he didn't know what to say. It seems like we have to find a way to collect the piercing point pill materials. This time, to be able to observe the Elder's alchemy is counted as a chance, and it would be even better if I could get a few pointers from the other party when the time comes. Lulu made up his mind that he must perform well and steal some alchemy skills from Xiao Jie, so that he wouldn't have his hands full in the future when he was refining the acupuncture point pill. In the Temple of Time, Lulu reached out his hand and a ball of crimson fire slightly larger than his fist immediately surfaced in his palm. Although it was a little bit flimsy, the temperature was not low, and the air around the ball of fire made a zippy sound, but Lulu himself didn't have the feeling of scorching heat. He whirled the fireball and threw it forward, instantly speeding out and smashing it against the wall of the great hall with a loud bang. The fireball went straight to pieces. That's a primer, isn't it? Lulu's face was slightly happy. After practicing for so many days in the Hall of Time, he was now finally able to summon fireballs as he wished, and as he kept practicing, the fireballs he summoned each time were a few points more solid, and the temperature had also increased. He released his divine sense to sense the outside world and realized that the sky had already dawned, and with the idea of leaving a good impression on Xiao Jie, Lulu directly got up and went out of the room. Walking outside and taking a look, he found that the cafeteria was surprisingly lit up, and after a slight pause, Lulu walked over towards the cafeteria. Chapter 24. Jealousy. Good morning, elder brother. Just after arriving at the cafeteria, Lulu saw that the limping figure was busy, and from time to time raised his arm to wipe the beads of sweat on his forehead, which looked quite hard. Fatty glanced back at the sound, smiled when he realized it was Lulu, and said, Good morning. Then he went back to his own business and said, The buns are in the steamer, the congee is in the pot, and the pickles are over there. You can do it yourself. Good. Lulu nodded, took 3 cages of Xiao Long Bao and a bowl of porridge and a dish of pickles, and then ate by himself. I have to say, the Xiao Long Bao is very well done. Meat foam leaks, the meat is obviously fried, and it is not greasy at all. After eating a few bites, Lulu casually asked, Senior brother, there doesn't seem to be anyone else on this mountain. Can you make so much to eat? You don't know. There is a senior brother on this mountain besides the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder seldom comes to eat. But that senior brother's mouth is tricky. I'll get a few more dishes that he can pick at his leisure so that he won't be chastised. Senior. It's the senior brother Tung Qingshang Tang that I mentioned yesterday. He's the senior elder's named disciple. Saying this, Fatty sighed and shook his head without saying any more. Lulu didn't ask too many questions, and after eating hurriedly, He came to the door of the alchemy room and waited quietly. It was only after waiting for a small half-hour that Xiao Jie brought a tall and thin green-clothed teenager to walk slowly. Xiao Jie was in the front and the green-clothed teenager was in the back, looking quite extraordinary. Xiao Jie saw that Lu Li had actually waited here in advance and couldn't help but nod. Not a bad realization. As the words fell, Lu Li clearly saw the teenager behind him frown, but pretended not to see it and respectfully said, "This is what a disciple should do." "Disciple, what disciple?" The green-clothed young man immediately rebuked. "You're just a handyman. How dare you call yourself a disciple? Remember, in front of master, you can only call yourself a subordinate." Master? Turned out that this man was Deng Qingsheng. Lu Li frowned slightly, but he didn't push back and bowed his head. Xiao Jie turned back to look at Deng Qingsheng, shook his head and did not say anything as he took out a token and pressed it towards the door, and after a burst of streaming light flashed, the door of the alchemy room rumbled and lifted up. Only then did Lu Li realize that the gate was actually a boulder that was a foot thick. The alchemy room was even wider than the cave where Lu Li lived, with a 1-foot-high Dan platform in the center. A bronze-colored 3-legged Dan furnace was set up above the Dan platform, and there was a knob mechanism right in front of the Dan platform. There were quite a few shelves around the Dan room with some jade bottles on them, and there were quite a few books on the shelves to the east. Only after the two went inside did Lu Li walk in with his head down. "Kid, I'm sure you haven't come into contact with alchemy either. I brought Qingshang here today so that he can familiarize himself with alchemy as well, and secondly, to give you a demonstration so that you can understand what you'll have to do in the future when the old man alchemizes pills." Xiao Jie turned back to Lu Li. "Brother, subordinate knows." Xiao Jie nodded and gave another wink to Deng Qingsheng, who immediately walked back to the door and pressed against a mechanism, and the thick stone door rumbled down. Just when Lu Li thought that the room would become dark, several white lights suddenly shot out from the roof, and it turned out there were actually breathable windows and light tiles up there. Only the stone door was covered when it opened. Afterward, Xiao Jie reached out and tricked out a large pile of medicinal herbs and placed them in the jade basin on the Dan platform, then sat straight on the futon in front of the Dan platform and gently turned the knob. As the knob turned, a flash of fire suddenly filtered out from under the Dan furnace, and the temperature in the room came up at once. It's amazing. It was the first time Lu Li had seen alchemy, and he thought to himself, how can there be such a big fire underground? Off some more. Just as Lu Li was thinking, Deng Qingsheng suddenly pushed Lu Li, almost making him sit on his butt on the ground. Lu Li's heart was on fire, and after stabilizing himself, he glared angrily at Deng Qingsheng. "What? Do you want to beg for a fight?" Deng Qingsheng raised his eyebrows and looked at Lu Li with contempt. Lu Li's performance in front of Xiao Jie just now made him extremely upset. In his opinion, being an odd job man should have the consciousness of an odd job man. To think of climbing up the big tree of master was simply unforgivable. "All right, you're a chi practicing 4th level, what are you bothering with him for? Pick and choose your medicinal herbs." Xiao Jie suddenly said indifferently. "Yes, master." Deng Qingsheng glared fiercely at Lu Li and squatted next to the jade basin in front of Lu Li to start sorting the herbs. It turned out to be the 4th level of chi practicing. Lu Li calmed down a bit and looked faintly at Deng Qingsheng's back without knowing what he was thinking. This step is called heating the furnace. The temperature must not be too high when heating the furnace. Otherwise, it will cause an indelible effect on the first flavor of the herbs. Xiao Jie suddenly opened his mouth, not knowing if he was speaking to Deng Qingsheng or Lu Li. "Remember, master," Deng Qingsheng said as he sorted the herbs. Lu Li was about to open his mouth, but he also closed his mouth when he heard this, revealing a touch of self-mockery. He was just a handyman. How could the other party instruct him? But he still took Xiao Jie's words seriously. "If you don't point it out, it's not against the law for me to memorize it on the sly." "Xianju grass, 1 plant." Xiao Jie spoke again. "Yes." Upon hearing this, Deng Qingsheng panicked and took out a dark-bodied elixir from the jade basin and uncovered the lid of the furnace and threw it in. Turns out this one's called Zhenju herb. Lu Li looked at it and secretly memorized it. Herbs into the furnace. Xiao Jie once again controlled the ground fire switch. The fire instantly became bigger. Lu Li looked over and realized that Xiao Jie actually closed his eyes in the operation. Cannot help but a great sense of curiosity. He does not look at how to know the size of the fire. Moreover, upon closer inspection, Xiao Jie's hand controlling the earth fire switch always maintained a slight shaking, and there was also a small change in the flame underneath that Dan furnace, which could not be seen at all if one did not take a closer look. Lu Li had the heart to ask, but he didn't dare to open his mouth. Suddenly, Lu Li realized that Xiao Jie's face suddenly trembled. It turned out that there are a few drops of sweat beads flowing into the corner of the other person's eyes. Lulu thought for a moment and looked around to see a hand towel on the shelf behind him. So he carefully took it down, then controlled his footsteps and slowly walked over to Xiao Jie and wiped it off. This kid's got a good eye. Although Xiao Jie did not open his eyes, he knew that it was Lu Li's doing. Chow. This lapdog. Deng Qing was so angry that his body shook a little, wanting to angrily rebuke the words to the mouth and then back. Lu Li looked in his eyes, still pretending not to see. As long as he can learn what he wants, not to mention wiping the sweat, is to let him lift the shoes is also no problem. As for this Deng Qingsheng, probably because of the Shaolai to his own attitude and jealous. This fire control can't be rushed. You need to familiarize yourself with the medicinal properties of the herbs. Different herbs need different fire. A hint of heaviness or a millimeter of lightness will affect the quality of the finished dan. What we can do is to improve our familiarity with various herbs through constant refining and countless trials. And fire control cannot use the eyes to see the size of the flame. You need to sink your divine sense into the furnace. Always observe the degree of melting of the medicinal herbs. According to the degree of melting of the medicinal herbs to control the fire is the best. Rumor has it that powerful Dan masters only need to get their hands on a herb to know how much fire to use and how much time they need to melt it. That's our ultimate goal. Lu Li held his breath as he listened to Xiao Jie's intermittent narration, afraid of dropping a word. Chapter 25 Endorsements. By now, he finally understood that the other party's eyes were closed not because he wasn't not looking, but he was using his divine sense to sense the medicinal materials in the Dan furnace. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but also move his divine sense, secretly observing the medicinal materials in the Dan furnace. At the same time, some doubts rose in his mind. Wasn't it said that divine sense couldn't penetrate physical objects? So why could it penetrate this Dan furnace? Or is it that the furnace has a special prohibition just like the storage bag? In fact, Lulu guessed 8 or 9 is not close to the same. Dan furnace and storage bag, built at the beginning of the establishment of a special, can be used for people to explore the divine sense of the prohibition in order to facilitate the control of the fire. And the furnace is also divided into grades. The higher the grade of the furnace temperature distribution is more uniform, the more various prohibitions. The Dan is also easier. At this moment, the Xianzhu grass in that Dan furnace was constantly changing and shrinking, and drops of light black medicinal essence were slowly overflowing from the epidermis. In about a quarter of an hour, the Xianzhu grass had been refined, and a drop of essence the size of a grain of rice lay quietly at the bottom of the Dan furnace. Jade grass, one plant. Xiao Jie let out a slight sigh of relief and said faintly again, "Yes." Tong Qingxing hurriedly took out another palm-sized emerald red spirit medicine from the jade basin, and uncovered the stove lid and was about to throw it inside, when he suddenly felt a hot and intense pain coming from his hand, and threw the stove lid to the ground in a panic. At the same time, the juju grass was thrown into the furnace. Zizi. Instantly, the color of the Shenzhou grass essence that had already been refined directly whitened by a degree. Asshole. Xiao Jie stood up with a miso and scolded sternly. How many times has master told you how hot this furnace is that you're not clear about it? I forgot. Deng Qingsheng lowered his head, not daring to look at Xiao Jie. Forgotten. I see that you didn't take the old man's words to heart at all. Or is it that the old man has treated you so well that you've gotten a little carried away? Disciple. Disciple knows his mistake. Teng Qingxing flung himself onto his knees. Go back to the back of the mountain and shut down for half a year, grind your foul temper. Don't rely on the 3 spirit roots and act like you're a big deal. After half a year, if you haven't changed, don't stay at the Heavens Jedi Peak. The old man doesn't have disciples like you. Master. Xiao Jie raised his eyebrows. Yes. Teng Qingsheng stood up with a disheveled look on his face, giving Lu Li a hard look as he passed by, opening the organ and walking out without looking back. Xiao Jie shook his head and turned off the ground fire, looked at the remaining dozens of spirit medicines in the basin and waved his hand to put them away, thought for a moment and took a book from the bookshelf next to him and handed it to Lu Li, saying, "This spirit medicine treasure book was brought back from the upper sect by the founding ancestor of my Qingyang Sect, and it contains many spirit medicines that are very rare. I don't require you to memorize the medicinal properties of various herbs, but you must memorize the names and looks of the first 50 herbs within 7 days, and the old man will take the herbs to test you after 7 days. If you can answer, you can stay on. If you can't, then you can go back to the miscellaneous service hall, and you don't want this contribution." Lu Li's face was instantly delighted when he heard this, and he hurriedly picked up the spirit medicine treasure guide. Compared to the contribution, this was the real treasure. He didn't guarantee anything, He only said that he would do his best. Xiao Jie was annoyed in his heart and stopped talking nonsense with Lulu and directly kicked him out. After coming out of the alchemy room, the oppressive aura suddenly disappeared. Lulu exhaled fiercely and went back to his cave holding the spirit medicine treasure. 7 days to memorize the names and looks of 50 kinds of spiritual medicines. Whether others could do it or not he didn't know, but he himself had the Temple of Time. 7 days was equivalent to 70 days. If he still couldn't memorize it, then he might as well just hit the wall. Moreover, Lulu had been fond of reading books since he was young. Not to say that he couldn't forget, but his memory was quite good. Then again, since he had opened his first chakra, both his ears and eyes had been sublimated again, and he believed that memorizing such things would be even easier. Temple of Time. Lulu couldn't wait to turn over the Spirit Medicine Treasure Guide. Opening it, Lulu looked even more delighted. Not only was there an illustration on it, but the growing environment and medicinal properties of the herbs were also approved underneath. The so-called medicinal properties are the common effects of the herbs and the herbs that will clash with those herbs and so on. The heather grass, 100 years for the first order. The highest can grow to the third order, like in fear of sun, often born under the stone cracks, often used in the refining of the first order of powerful Dan. Fiery sun spirit leaf, 300 years for the first order. The highest can grow to the third order, like yang aversion to in. Thorn algae, 100 years for one order, can grow up to 2 orders, both yin and yang, amphibious, often used to neutralize the medicinal properties. The more Lulu read, the more energized he became. He quickly flipped back a few pages and then folded back to start reading from the first page. Not only did he want to memorize the names and looks of the herbs, he was also going to write down all the annotations. The book was so precious that he feared he'd miss it and never touch it again. In the evening time, Lulu went out to eat something. Just as he was about to leave, the fat cripple in the kitchen suddenly said, "Senior brother that Deng Qingshang came over today and furiously took a big bag of dried food, cursing and swearing. Looks extremely angry, you have to be careful. Find a chance to go back to the miscellaneous service hall." Deng Qingshang. Lulu turned around and arched his hand. "Thank you for your kind words. I will pay attention." He naturally knew why Deng Qingshang was angry, but the other party had been punished to go into seclusion for half a year, and he wasn't ready to just leave. "I hope you don't end up like me." Staring at Lu's departing back, the fat cripple sighed, sitting at the table and lifting up his pants, staring at his right foot full of helplessness. That right foot from the knee down turned out to be a prosthetic made of wood. After returning to his room, Lulu once again immersed himself in the spirit medicine treasure study. Suddenly Lulu's body trembled and he saw an extremely similar thing on the 20th page, like a strawberry, with a reddish body still lingering with a faint flame gas. He hurriedly took out the piercing point Dan formula, and when he compared it, it was surprisingly 9 points similar. Red flame fruit, 100 years for the first order, the highest 3 orders, the nature of the yang, only born in the magma fire veins. So, your name is Red Inferno. Lulu had memorized this name to death. In this way, he had a complete grasp of all 4 herbs of the acupuncture point pill, and he was only waiting for a slight means of preserving his life. He would leave the Qingyang Sect and go in search of these elixirs. That Deng Qingshang looks no older than himself. He was able to dictate to himself based on what? Isn't it just the cultivation level corresponding to his age? If he was strong enough, why would he need to grovel so much? If I were strong enough, then how dare Deng Qingshang speak to me like that? After memorizing the red flame fruit, Lulu continued to turn it over again. Time flew by. 6 days had passed since the last alchemy. On the 7th day, Lulu put away the spirit medicine treasure book after just half a day of reading it, because up to now, he had memorized all the 6,301 spirit medicines recorded in this book. This includes medicinal properties and growing conditions. The Temple of Time was more than 2 full months. This speed was not very fast, but Lulu was already very satisfied. He's not a genius, he doesn't have a knack for forgetting things, but he's just read a lot. Tinkerbell. Lulu was just about to go out and relax when the bell on the roof suddenly rang. It seemed that it was that Elder Shao who was looking for him. Chapter 26. Lulu did not dare to be slow, hurried out of the cave, stopping to take a look, only to find that the door to the alchemy room next to it was already open, and hastily straightened his clothes and walked in. "Close the door," Xiao Jie said as he saw Lulu enter while cleaning the Dan furnace. Lulu looked at the mechanism button next to the gate and pressed it tentatively, and after a crunching click, the gate began to slowly slide down. "How's the memorization of the herbs that I asked you to memorize going?" Xiao Jie could not see the joy and asked casually. Lulu hurriedly took out the spirit medicine treasure dictionary from his pocket and handed it over. Reporting back to the elder, "I've already finished memorizing it." "Finished memorizing?" Xiao Jie raised his eyebrows and picked up the spirit medicine treasure dictionary, casually summoning out a plant with 8 long leaves, all blue but with reddish roots. What is this? Lu Li's pupils immediately shrank when he saw this, and his breathing became a little short. Wasn't this the Thunderfire orchid that was used to refine the piercing point pill? Seeing Lu Li's expression, Xiao Jie thought that Lu Li was nervous and hadn't memorized the book properly at all, so he couldn't help but look cold. Speak! Lu Li then reacted. Yes, it is the Thunderfire orchid, 100 years for the first order, the highest second order, preferring yang and aversion to yin, born in the open land. The Thunderfire orchid is located in a circle of 10 feet and so on. There will be no other elixir to survive. You actually memorized the medicinal properties and the growing environment? Xiao Jie could not help but be surprised at his words. Then he took out another elixir with a shape similar to the one just now, but with a blood-red body. What about this one? Blood crystal grass, 100 years for 1 rank, the highest rank, both yin and yang, born in the place of rich aura. At those words, Xiao Jie was even more surprised, and took out a few spirit medicine for Lu Li to answer. Lu Li without any difficulty. The moment the spirit medicine appeared, he opened his mouth to answer, answering to the end. Xiao Jie directly became dumbfounded. He still didn't believe that there was anyone in the world who could memorize the entire spirit medicine treasure book in 7 days. You have to know that there are more than 6,000 kinds of spiritual medicines on it. So he directly flipped to the back of the spirit medicinal pill treasure book on the side, looking for a spirit medicine he hadn't even seen before. Tell me about the soul infant fruits annotations. Soul baby fruit. Lu Li pondered a little, and a gray fruit that looked like an infant suddenly appeared in his mind, saying, Soul infant fruit starts at the 4th order, and is raised by 1 order in the following 1,000 years, is of the nature of yin and fear of yang, and is mostly born in the place where ancient battlefields where great powers are buried, and is a superb elixir for enhancing the strength of the divine soul. You. Xiao Jie's eyes widened as he compared and realized that what Lu Li had said was actually word for word, and for a moment, he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. After taking a deep breath before full of sighs, I have to say, this memory can be called horrible. The spirit medicine treasure dictionary old man only read the first 1,000 kinds of feel dizziness cannot see down. Did not think that you actually. Lu Li naturally wouldn't tell him that he had been watching for more than 2 months, and respectfully said, Disciple is just being diligent. Hardworking, you mean old man is not hardworking enough? Ha! Lu Li froze, not knowing how to reply. Joking with you. See how scared you are. Alright, since you've memorized it, I won't make things difficult for you anymore. From now on, you'll do a good job here. I won't treat you badly. After saying that, he let Lu Li start picking out the herbs. After the classification, Xiao Jie began to alchemize again. Lu Li is quietly waiting for the other party to command. See the other party's forehead sweat and carefully walked over to help wipe the sweat, and then returned to the original position to continue to wait. The boy! Xiao Jie thought that his face was thick enough, but he did not expect that this kid's face was thicker than his, and he softened his heart and refined it while saying a few more words about the knowledge of alchemy. Lu Li was naturally extremely happy and secretly kept what the other party said in his heart. A spirit medicine refining finished, Xiao Jie and let Lu Li put into the second plant. Lu Li see last time Dang Qingsheng scolded naturally will not go to use their hands to uncover the furnace cover. Eyes turn, not waiting for Xiao Jie open mouth will be found on the Dan table a special rag. He used a rag to lift the lid of the furnace by a small slit, then quickly dropped the elixir and immediately covered it back up. According to Xiao Jie, the medicinal liquid inside the Dan furnace was extremely sensitive to temperature changes after refining, and it was important to minimize the temperature changes as much as possible. In fact, Lu Li had refined his body. The temperature of this furnace lid couldn't help him at all, and he only did it because he didn't want Xiao Jie to scold him for not remembering. Xiao Jie also nodded appreciatively when he saw this. The two of them were busy in the alchemy room, while Tung Qingshang in the cave in the back of Tianjie Peak in a piece of cliff was so angry that he slammed his fist on the rock wall. Thinking that he was a genius with 3 spirit roots, who had reached the 4th level of qi cultivation after only 6 years of initiation, he was so unappreciated. It's your fault, it's your fault. Tung Qingshang's fists were pinched to the point of clacking, and a cold aura exploded in his eyes. You wait for me. I definitely won't let you off just like that. Knock knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door from outside the cave. Hand it in. Tung Qingshang's face was as heavy as water as he opened an opening and said in a deep voice to the crippled fat man outside. There is a prohibition on this iron door. As long as the door is closed, only Xiao Jie's token can be opened from the outside. After he came in, he can only obediently wait for 6 months after Xiao Jie to let him out. But Xiao Jie won't let him starve. Every day he will let Min He come to send food. Min Ho is the fat, crippled guy from the cafeteria. At that, Min Ha slid the tray through the crack in the door. Just as he was about to leave, Teng Qingxing suddenly called out to him, "Wait! Do one thing for me and I'll give you favors." "I've been busy lately," Min Ha said indifferently and directly turned around. This leg of his is what Teng Qingxing broke. If it is not for his lack of cultivation, he will definitely get this death, not to mention helping him to do things. "A bottle of condensation pill," Teng Qingsheng shouted as the killing intent in his eyes skyrocketed. "Condensation pill?" Min He stopped and said faintly, "What is it?" Concentration Dan, as the name suggests, is an elixir that refines spiritual qi into real qi. It can help one to quickly refine spiritual qi. It is an elixir that cultivators in the qi practicing stage tend to be attracted to. Even in a place like the Qingyang Sect, the average formal disciple can only receive 1 bottle in a month. As for the miscellaneous disciples, don't even think about it. If you really want it, you have to exchange it for contributions, 100 contributions for 1, 1,000 contributions for a bottle. Therefore, Min He immediately stopped when he heard the 3 words condensation pill. The aura of this heavenly Jedi peak was quite dense. If he had the help of the condensation pill, he would definitely be able to break through to the 3rd level very quickly. "Help me kill someone." When Teng Qingsheng saw Min He stop, he couldn't help but show a touch of mockery, thinking that a dog is a dog and remembers nothing. "No way." Min He turned back and glanced at Deng Qingsheng. A bottle of condensed Jindan wanted him to kill people. Where could there be such a good thing? 2 bottles. 2 bottles always. Seeing Min Ha leave directly, Deng Qingsheng furiously slapped the iron door. 3 bottles or no deal. Min He was finally impressed and walked back. "How dare you bargain with me?" Deng Qingsheng eyes chills straight up, again and again tangled a bit, gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, 3 bottles on 3 bottles. Kill who?" "That new boy, he's only a 1st level consummate, and you're in the early 2nd level, it's easy to get him killed." "A newcomer?" Min He frowned, immediately knowing who the other party wanted to kill, and said indifferently, "He's my brother. Don't you think this request is funny? Brothers? Where the did you get a brother? Cut the crap. It or not. Extra money. Oh, you have the guts. Dare to tease old me. Up to 4 bottles, you love to do it." Min He directly laughed in anger. His eyes flashed and said, "Bring his dog's head to me within 7 days. 1 hand to pay and 1 hand to deliver." Said so, Teng Qingxing pressure did not intend to give Min He condensed real Dan, the heart of the thought of waiting for you to kill the kid. "I will stab you a stab out, 1 arrow double carving, not beautiful." "That won't do. You think I'm a cutie." "No, what if you cheat then?" Who knew that Min Ha wouldn't fall for it at all? "What do you want?" Deng Qingsheng couldn't help but look at Min He somewhat differently. "Pay at least 2 bottles of deposit first," Min He said as he stretched out his palm and looked at Deng Qingsheng indifferently. "After it's done, then pay the final payment and deliver the goods with 1 hand." At those words, Teng Qingsheng's fists pinched and clicked, hesitating for a long time before pulling out 2 jade bottles and throwing them out. "I hope you don't trick me or else, you know the consequences." Chapter 27. Dog's Head. Noon 5 days later. Lulu was about to go to the medicinal garden on the east side of Tianjie Peak to help Xiao Jie collect medicines when he suddenly heard a knock on the door from outside, and he couldn't help but frown. In the past few days, Lulu had been accompanying Xiao Jie in refining pills until last night when he had to stop because of the lack of Shenju grass among the 4 herbs used to refine the concentration pill. During that time, Xiao Jie saw that Lulu was doing well and even let him practice fire control. Only after he shook his hand and directly burned the elixir in the furnace to ashes, Xiao Jie was filled with flesh pain and did not allow him to refine anymore. Because of the continuous alchemy, Xiao Jie's divine sense consumption was also serious, so he was prepared to rest for 2 days and explained to Lulu to go to the Tianjie Peak Pill Garden to pick 10 Xianzhu grasses back. Lulu naturally couldn't wait because last time he had seen the Thunderflame orchid in Xiao Jie's hands. This time, he could just go to the medicine garden to see if there was any Thunderflame orchid in existence. If there was, he couldn't help but make a good job of it. Opening the door of the room to take a look, Lulu was surprised to find that the visitor was the fat man from the kitchen, with a few plates of fragrant fried vegetables and a pot of wine in his hand. "This fat man hardly goes out on weekdays. Why did he run here today?" "Senior brother, a chat?" Min He said with a smile. "Senior brother, please." Lulu stepped aside. Entering the room, Min He walked straight to the stone table and sat down, took out the wine and food, and poured a bowl of wine for Lulu when he sat down. and did not wait for Lulu to drink it, drinking a bowl of wine by himself and said, "Senior brother, what exactly is the purpose of our cultivation?" Lulu was puzzled by the other party's action, and after thinking about it, he said, "If it was 3 years ago, I think my greatest ideal would be to be able to fly in the sky like the books say. What about now?" "Now," Lulu said after a moment of contemplation, "I want to become stronger and not have to look at people's faces. Yes, I thought that I could live without restrictions after cultivation. Until now I realized that a dog in the secular world is living more freely than us." Minhee said and shook his head, violently pouring down another bowl of wine directly. "So, what exactly are we here for?" Lulu shook his head. "Cultivation is like climbing a mountain. In order to reach the top, we sometimes have to crawl. The path crawling may be long or short. If you hold on, the peak is in front of you with a view of the mountains. If you can't hold on, the way back is easy, but it's harder to come back up. And we're at the crawling stage where we have to be careful not only of falling if we can't get a good grip, but also of people walking in front of us throwing rocks at us. Sometimes, being a dog is just a way to prevent those who are ahead of you from falling in line. But of course, if you can get help from those who are ahead of you, it's kind of an unexpected blessing. We can be dogs, but we can't be dogs for the rest of our lives. And when you outgrow the person who once treated you like a dog, you can kick him down the hill and make him never come back." Said here, Lulu also no longer say down, he said so much, but also just think that this heart has the intention to retreat, out of the heart of the deep hidden a little kindness to point a little. For Lulu himself, no one could shake his will to cultivate. In his life, he must personally stand at the top and look at the people prostrate below this great river and mountain. So, this is cultivation. Minhee's eyes instantly became clear after hearing this. He stood up and gave a heavy salute to Lulu. "Senior brother, this favor of yours, Minhee will never forget. If I can go on, I will definitely repay you." Saying that, he placed a jade bottle on the table and said, "Open it tomorrow," then hurriedly left. Lulu frowned as he stared at the jade bottle and was just about to open his mouth when that Minhee had already disappeared. He shook his head and stowed the jade bottle in the space temple before heading out the door towards the path to the west. Lulu was able to have this epiphany. In fact, it was only after experiencing the death of Qingyang Mountain and Qin Shorin that he realized that people in the cultivation world were all striving to become stronger. It was hard to distinguish between right and wrong in this, but there were enemies in self. On the other hand, Manhwa returned to the kitchen and picked up a parcel on his back and carried another parcel up the east path, still limping as he walked, but with a light in his eyes. Not long after, Minhee once again arrived at the back mountain cliff, in front of the cave where Teng Qingsheng was confined. He tapped on the door and shook the package he was carrying in his hand, which was still dripping blood underneath. "Senior brother Teng, the thing you asked for." Inside, Deng Qingxing smelled a look of joy, clanging and pulling open the middle of the iron door, revealing the square hole and said impatiently, "You killed him, quick! Give it to me!" As long as he gets the head, he is considered to have the evidence. This Tianjia Peak is only a few of them, and he is locked up here and can't get out at all. Then as long as he makes up a reason, saying that it was Minhee who killed Lulu in order to intentionally curry favor with himself, he doesn't need to do anything at all and the other party will have to die. Wouldn't it be nice to kill two birds with one stone? Minhee looked at Deng Qingsheng indifferently. "Senior brother Deng, don't you feel that something is missing?" "Less what?" Deng Qingsheng froze and said in a deep voice, "You have to let me take a look first, right? It's certainly no problem to watch." Minhee slowly uncovered the corner of the package, and the head inside was actually really identical to Lulu, and the head stared with wide eyes, full of horror. "Good, great." Seeing the head, Teng Qingsheng instantly felt that a big part of the matter had been accomplished. He pulled out 2 jade bottles and threw them out. "Here you go. Quickly give me his dog's head. I'm going to kick it up a few notches." Minhee picked up the jade bottle and looked at it, suddenly revealing a touch of playfulness. He hardened the package through the gap. "Senior brother Deng, carefully examine it. I'm a person who is absolutely reliable in what I do." "Reliable?" Deng Qingsheng oddly looked at it, thinking that in a moment you will know what it means to be reliable. He couldn't wait to rip open the package, looked at it again and then suddenly pointed at Min and let out a loud laugh. "Ha ha ha, dog. You even killed Lulu to please me. You're dead? You're dead. Ha ha ha." "Yes." Who would have guessed that Min? He was not the least bit flustered, still staring playfully at Deng Qingsheng. "Look at what's under that neck." "Neck?" Deng Qingsheng froze, staring at the break in the neck of the head. Only then did he realize that there seemed to be a yellow paper in the blood and flesh. Pulling it out and looking at it, his face changed drastically. Illusion talisman. Min He, you dare to use an illusion talisman to deceive me. The moment Tang Qingxing pulled out the illusion talisman, the original head of that Lulu unexpectedly turned directly into a dog's head. Ha 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 ha. Min He laughed uncontrollably. Deng Qingxing, do you think I'll really help you kill people? You are too presumptuous before your time. Ha 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 ha. Don't you want the dog's head? Just what you want. Ha 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 ha. Min He, do you know what happens when you tease me? Do you believe that I will be the first to kill you when I come out? Tang Qingxing gritted his teeth, his eyes wanting to spit out fire. He didn't expect that this normally rebellious and honest dead fat man would dare to tease him like this. Get me killed. Min He snorted. That will have to wait until you come out. Saying this, suddenly his face turned cold, his eyes staring straight at Tang Qingxing. Tang Qingsheng, you'd better live well. My revenge for this broken leg, sooner or later I'll find you to get it back. Without looking back, he turned around and walked away. Asshole, don't go, don't go. Deng Qing was so angry that he frantically slapped the door, and under his anger, he actually sprayed out a mouthful of blood with a wow. Tianjia Peak is very large. There is a depression at the end of the path to the east of the small square. The depression is always covered by a white mist. The white mist can be vaguely seen on the side of the brown logs surrounded by the wall and a grass pavilion. At the end of the path is the grass pavilion, and at this time there is a gray-clothed old man over 100 years old sitting in the grass pavilion, looking like he is cultivating. Lulu walked forward and took out the forbidden token that Xiao Jie had given him and said respectfully, Senior, I have come to collect medicine by order of the Grand Elder. The old man slowly opened his eyes, raised his head and stared at the forbidden token in Lulu's hand before standing up, his voice a little hoarse. What kind of medicine? Shenju grass. How much? 10 plants. There are a total of 15 more Shenju grasses in the medicinal garden. 1 mile to the east. Go get them yourself. Saying that, his palm spread out and a palm-sized jade tablet suddenly appeared in his hand. The jade tablet was light blue in color and had a green metal chain on it. The old man waved at Lulu. Come here. Lulu was unsure and walked over. The old man suddenly waved his hand. The jade plate flew towards him with a swoosh, and without waiting for him to react, it was already hanging on his neck. The chain then contracted and almost tightly strangled his neck. Lulu's face changed and he immediately had to pull it off. Don't move. Chapter 28 Handwritten Notes. Right at this moment, the old man opened his mouth and said indifferently, This thing won't harm you. It's just stopping you from using the storage space within the medicinal garden. Come out immediately after taking the herbs and register them for me. So it is. Only then did Lulu let go of his hand and exhaled before walking towards the small door behind the hut. According to Xiao Jie, there was a prohibition on the fence, and without his token, he would die when touched. Despite having the token in his possession, Lulu carefully tried several times to make sure that the so-called prohibition would not attack him before he pushed open the small wooden door with one hand. After entering the medicinal garden, he couldn't wait to walk to the side and try to sink his divine sense into the storage bag. Buzz! Instantly, the jade plaque around his neck emitted a circle of faint ripples. Surprisingly, you really can't use a storage bag. Lulu's face was slightly ugly. In that case, even if there really was a Thunderfire orchid here that could not be taken away. Undeterred, Lulu tried to drive the 3-treasure glazed pagoda again. In an instant, the glazed tower's storage space was visible. Surprisingly, it can. Lulu's expression was delighted as he realized that this jade plate that isolated his divine sense couldn't even block him from using the pagoda. So wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted inside? However, Lulu then collected his joy. That old man said the location of Shenju grass and how many quantities were left in a single breath, indicating that the other party was incomparably familiar with the spiritual medicines inside this medicinal garden. He was afraid that even if he sneaked the elixir out, he could easily investigate himself. Whatever, let's pick herbs first. Shaking his head, Lulu walked towards the east side of the medicinal garden. The medicinal garden looked big, but in fact there were not a lot of spirit medicines in it. 1 plant in the east, 1 plant in the west, and the plants were far apart from each other, and the ridges were far apart from each other. Most of the herbs here were less than first order, some were even just seedlings, and Lulu didn't see a few qualified elixirs along the way. Think about it, the first order of spirit medicine is 100 years to start, where there are so many 100 years of spirit medicine, will be planted here. I am afraid that the spirit medicine is also thinking about the long-term plan for the planet. Walking, he had already arrived at the place where Shenju grass was planted, and under a sweep, there were not more but not less than 15 first-order Shenju grasses, and he thought that this old man was really familiar with this medicinal garden. Just as he plucked to the 8th plant, he suddenly realized that the one next to him had diverged, and it looked like 2 plants had been planted side by side. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the small plant that had been divided out had only 30 circles of spirit lines, meaning that the vintage was only 30 years old. Unable to help his mind, he directly pulled up all of the 2 plants, one large and one small, and turned back to look at them before secretly throwing the smaller one into the spirit hall. Then the mind sank into the hall of spiritual objects and plowed out a small pit to plant that Shenju grass. The moment he planted it, Lulu obviously felt that the Shenju grass had become much more verdant and full of vitality, and the color of the Shenju grass planted outside was simply not in the same class. What a gem! Lulu's face was delighted as he retreated from the Hall of Spirits. After picking the 10 Shenju grasses, Lulu didn't leave the pill garden immediately, but wandered around the pill garden. To his disappointment, he never came across any more divergent spirit medicines. Moreover, there was no thunderfire orchid inside this medicinal garden. After leaving the medicinal garden, the old man guarding the garden counted the amount of Shenju grass in Lulu's hands and touched Lulu's body, touching him so much that he was uncomfortable, before removing the jade tag around his neck and letting him leave. Just as he returned to the square, Lulu saw Xiao Jie waiting for him and hurriedly walked over to salute. "Senior, you are looking for me? You don't have a jade for preserving the spirit medicine. Old me is worried about the loss of the medicinal effect, so I am specially waiting for you here. Give it to me." Xiao Jie reached out and said, "Turns out that jade can preserve elixirs." Lulu made a note of it and handed the Shenju grass to Xiao Jie. Xiao Jie cleared his head and nodded. "Old me doesn't have many medicinal herbs on me. I will suspend refining after another round of concentration of truth pill. You have performed well. Stay here to cultivate after accompanying old me tomorrow, and go back when the period of 1 month has expired." "Thank you, Senpai. This heavenly Jedi peak is very rich in spiritual energy. If you can cultivate here, must be twice the effort with half the effort. But the other party obviously has no intention of letting himself live here permanently, so Lulu did not have the cheek to beg to be taken in. After all, he was just a journeyman disciple. It was normal for the other party to not see him. The next day, Lulu waited outside the alchemy room as promised, and later in the evening, Xiao Jie came. Without any nonsense, the two entered the alchemy room successively to start the last alchemy. Xiao absolute Lulu some good sense, refining at the same time from time to mention to him, Lulu naturally all in mind. This time, Xiao Jie refined faster than before, and by the afternoon, he had finished refining all 10 groups of condensing pills, and after he finished refining, Xiao Jie touched a yellowed pamphlet from his pocket and handed it to Lulu. "Kid, you're very shrewd, but nay, you're only a 5-spirit root, destined to not be able to go too far, and alchemy requires an extremely high level of divine sense, so even if the old man intends to take you as an apprentice, there's still no way to do so." This alchemy handbook was organized by the old man when he had nothing else to do on weekdays, mainly about some general knowledge of alchemy. For an entry-level apprentice like you, it is still not a small help. You take it. Much thanks to Senior." Lulu's eyes glowed as he put away the pamphlet. "All right, you go. Counting up to the 1-month period, there are still 10 days left. The heavenly jade peak is rich in spiritual chi. You don't want to waste it." "Yes." Lulu saluted once again and turned to leave. After leaving the room, Lulu couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. 20 days have passed just like that. It's a pity that I've only learned some theories. The practical exercises are still too far away. Thinking back on his gains in these 20 days, Lulu could only say that his knowledge of herbs and the basics of alchemy had grown and improved. As for practical exercises, since the last time he burnt the herbs at once, Xiao Jie no longer let him control the fire. Thinking about it, how precious the spirit medicine was, and how could he let it go to waste? After returning to his room, Lulu directly entered the time hall. Time was precious and he didn't want to waste a single moment. He first took out the alchemy handbook and read it a few times, realizing that what was written on it was almost similar to what Xiao Jie had said earlier during the alchemy, and after roughly noting it down, Lulu put the alchemy handbook away. Then he began to cultivate frantically. The aura here was quite dense, and the speed of his own refining was far from being able to keep up with the speed of absorption. Lulu couldn't help but sigh. If only there was a condensation pill to help. The concentration pill could increase the speed of refinement by 2 times, and was extremely valuable to Qi practitioner stage cultivators, and in the Qingyang Sect, a single lower-grade concentration pill would require a full 100 contributions. At noon the next day, Lulu suddenly felt a strong hunger coming from his own body and couldn't help but stop. He came to the kitchen only to realize that Manhwa was surprisingly missing. Luckily, there were still quite a few buns in the steamer, so Lulu warmed them up with his own hands over a fire and ate them. He also found some dried-out pancakes in a large basin, and with the attitude of practicing until the end of the month in one breath, Lulu put away all the pancakes as well. By now, the kitchen was empty. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered the jade bottle that Manhwa had given him, and mysteriously said something about only opening it after a day. Curious, Lulu took the jade bottle out. Chapter 29 Worship. When he opened it, he realized that there were 10 dark green pills lying inside. Is it the concentration pill? Lulu was a bit disbelieving, and after confirming it again and again, he realized that it was really the condensation pill, and he was pleasantly surprised, and then he frowned. Why did he give me the condensation pill? Was it just for those few words of mine? Thinking about it, Lulu could not figure it out, but this condensed truth pill is not fake, so he did not think about it anymore, and only said that he would say thank you to him again when he had the chance. What Lulu didn't know was that at this time, Manhwa had long since left Qingyang Sect, and the next time the two would meet, he didn't know when. With the concentration pill, Lulu didn't want to waste any more time and directly went back to his room and started another round of closed-door seclusion. In the blink of an eye, nearly 3 months have passed since the Temple of Time. The outside world is also on the 9th day. Counting the time, today was April 30th, and it was time for him to leave. What was worth celebrating was that he had successfully opened the 4th acupoint of the 2nd chi vein, and was now considered to be a true introduction to the 2nd level of chi cultivation. Divine Sense directly soared from its original range of 10 feet to 20 feet, and the range in which it could absorb aura was also boosted once more. The effect of the concentration dan was really good, except that a concentration dan could only last for about 3 or 4 hours, and the medicinal effect was gone before he finished his addiction, and for the rest of the time he relied on himself to slowly refine it. If there were more condensed truth pills, he would definitely be able to break 2 more acupoints. It seems still have to find a way to earn more contribution is the right thing, so continue to break through to the 3rd level of chi practice to become a formal disciple. Do not know when to wait. After simply packing up, Lulu left the cave. He had hardly exercised in the past few days, and his body was a bit stiff, so he went out and took a hard breath of fresh air, then looked at the warm sun in the sky and felt immensely relieved. Duck, duck, duck. Lulu came to the door of Xiao Jie's cave in the center and knocked on the door. He envied an existence like Xiao Jie, who could go into seclusion without eating or drinking, and even secretly thought about waiting until he had built his foundation, and then stayed in the time palace to cultivate. With a creak, the door opened and Xiao Jie appeared in the doorway, sizing up Lulu. Kid, you have something to do? Lulu unintentionally glanced, found that Xiao Jie's cave mansion than their own residence their luxury countless times. Inside the stone table is also full of various types of fruits full of spiritual chi. Cannot help but face slightly twitching. It seems, foundation establishment stage powers don't eat nothing at all. Seeing Xiao Jie staring at him, he hurriedly lowered his head and said, reporting back to senior. Today is the end of the month. I have to go back. So, contribution. Oh, if you don't say it, old me almost forgot. Xiao Jie's face was flushed with red, and there was a strong odor of wine between his words. It looked like he had just drank wine, and drank a lot. Saying this, he spread his palm and 3 purple cards appeared in his hand. After thinking about it, he took out another one, a total of 4, and handed it to Lulu, saying, according to the agreement, there is a total of 3,000 contributions, but I am thinking that you have performed well, so I will send you an extra 1,000. Take it. Lulu was ecstatic and hurriedly took the card over. Thank you, senior, for the reward. I'll be on my way. Well, old me just drank some wine and my head is a bit swollen, so I won't see you off. You can walk back down the mountain slowly by yourself. Xiao Jie nodded, and after saying that, he turned around and closed the door of the room with a clang. Hey, this old man is nice. Lulu prettily put the contribution card into the space palace. As for the storage pouch at his waist, it was just used to cover his ears in order to avoid being discovered in his pagoda. Just as he was about to leave, Lulu glanced at the kitchen and suddenly remembered that he had to say thank you to Manhwa. So he quickly walked over. But when he walked in to take a look only to find that the inside is still empty, even the remnants of the meal have been moldy, the heart immediately rose a bad feeling, hesitated and returned to Xiao Jie. Door knocked. A moment later, Xiao Jie pulled open the door of the room with a boom. There's no end to it. You can't even enjoy a drink. Flip-flopping is faster than flipping a book. Lulu slandered a sentence in his heart, but still politely said, Senior, I found that the meals in the kitchen have grown hairy. Senior Manhwa has disappeared for many days, and I am worried that something has happened to him, so I have come to report. It. Manhwa. Xiao Jie frowned and walked out, then hurriedly ran to the kitchen. and after a burst of clanging, asked towards Lulu with an ugly face. When was the last time you saw him? Lulu thought for a moment and returned. It should be 12 days ago. 12. Not good. Xiao Jie's face suddenly changed and he panicked and ran towards the back of the mountain. Lulu wanted to follow up and take a look, but when he saw the other party running towards the back of the mountain, he remembered that Deng Qingsheng was still locked up in the back of the mountain, so he didn't go and make a fool out of himself and headed straight towards the path that descended down the mountain on the other side of the square. Backcountry. At this time, Deng Qingsheng had become unlike a person. His face was bloodless, his hair was dry, his eyes were sunken, and all that was left of his body was a piece of skin attached to his bones, looking like he would die at any time. He lay motionless on the floor staring out the front door, his eyes lax and without even the strength to speak. Xiao Jie panicked all the way, came to the iron door and kicked it open. When he saw Deng Qingsheng in this state, his body shook, and he quickly ran over. "Ah Shang, are you all right? It seems that good talent is really treated uncommonly. Lulu has been pleasing to the other party, and the other party has not let him stay for a moment more. And this Deng Qingsheng was born with a small stomach and mean language, and Xiao Jie has never given up." It was still morning at Tianjie Peak, but by the time Lulu had groped his way to the Sect Square it was already sunset, so it was obvious how far it was from Tianjie Peak to the Sect Square. There were only a few sparse people walking around in the large square, and all of them were in a hurry and didn't linger in the square. The entire Qingyang Sect surprisingly appeared to be a bit cold, and it looked not as lively as the Handyman Valley. Lulu shook his head and buried his head towards the east side of the square. He inadvertently saw a handyman disciple who was cleaning the square and couldn't help but pause for a moment. A name suddenly surfaced in his mind, causing his nose to turn sour for no reason. Wiping the corners of his eyes, Lulu walked quickly. When he arrived at the foot of Zhengping Peak, Lulu looked up at the path up the mountain, then turned back to the square and went to the 100 Treasures Hall to spend 10 points of contribution to exchange for some incense and paper candles. These things are mundane items, but because most of the disciples of the Qingyang Sect are from the mundane, cannot be avoided on special days want to pay homage to their loved ones, so this is also prepared. Holding incense and paper candles, Lulu kept following the path all the way up to Zhengping Peak, and when he came to the halfway point of the mountain, he directly drilled into the jungle, and after walking for a while, he once again came to the front of that familiar dirt bag. He first lit 3 white candles, and then he lit the whole bundle of red incense all over before he finally started to burn the paper. The firelight swayed on Lulu's dark face and shone in the ink like pupils, mapping out a touch of crystal. The smear of crystals slowly gathered and rolled down with a snap. Lulu choked and murmured, "Although I helped you take revenge, unfortunately, you can't see it. If there is an afterlife, I hope that you are a supreme genius, and that you are treated like a treasure in your lifetime." Chapter 30. After the worship, Lulu buried his head all the way back to his small courtyard. Just to the door of the courtyard heard the sound of hee-ha-ha from inside. Lulu hastily collected the lonesome, organized his clothes, lifted his head and walked in, looked at the busy figure, smiled and shouted, "Fatty, want me no?" "Old Big." Chun Zhong saw Lulu come in and froze slightly. Then he was ecstatic and ran over in 3 or 2 steps. "Boss, you're finally back. I heard that the great elder has a strange temper. Quick, let me see, are you missing any arms or legs?" Lulu's face twitched and scolded with a laugh. "What missing arms and legs? Can't you see that I'm fine?" It's me who said the wrong thing." Chun Zhong scratched his head with an embarrassed face. "All right, didn't blame you." Lulu patted Chun Zhong's shoulder. "How's that? That one Hong didn't give you a hard time, did he?" "No, I haven't seen him since you left." "That's good." Not surprisingly, Lulu expected. Chun Zhong just 3 days to complete the month's work, and then has been hiding in the courtyard cultivation. In addition to eating almost will not go out, cultivation of hard work, then Lulu is not bad at all. Moreover, the opponent's mountain-shaking fist had also become a minor success, reaching 3 times the explosive power, which was quite terrifying. Lulu hadn't practiced boxing for the past month, and was still at the minor stage, but that fireball art had been practiced to perfection, and he could cast fireballs as he wished, and the power of the outbursts all depended on the amount of true qi in his body. The two chatted for a long time before separating. Lulu returned to the long-lost room, could not help but feel doubly intimate. Here the aura than the Tianjie Peak is a big difference. Lulu, a month down, is also a little tired. Today is not prepared to cultivate. Not caring if it was dark or not, Lulu directly covered his head and slept. I don't know how long I slept. In a daze, Lulu suddenly heard a knock on the door from outside. He frowned, thinking didn't he instructed not to disturb me. Scratching his head somewhat dejectedly, Lulu got up and opened the door. When he opened it, It wasn't Qingyang, but a stout middle-aged man. Lulu froze for a moment. Lord Deacon, you have something to do? The person who came was none other than Wenhong. Wenhong smiled and looked into the room. Chat. Lulu hurriedly made away and waited until Wenhong went in. Then he followed and sat at the table, because it was a bit dark. Lulu also lit up the lamp. By the looks of it, you've had a good time at the Heavenly Jedi Peak this month, huh? Wenhong said as he sized up Lulu. It's not bad. The Grand Elder isn't as difficult to serve as one might think. Grand Elder? Wenhong was slightly stunned. You haven't seen Tang Qingsheng? I heard that senior brother Deng seemed to have upset the Great Elder and was punished to the back of the mountain to think about the past. So I didn't run into him. Lulu didn't say why Deng Qingsheng was punished and said casually. Oh well, you're a lucky boy then, Wenhong said with some emotion. There are quite a few of us in the miscellaneous service hall who have been tormented by him, and now when Heavenly Jade Peak is mentioned, basically no one dares to go there. Hearing Wenhong say this, Lulu's face suddenly looked a little ugly, thinking that this Wenhong really is not a good thing, and he didn't even explain the situation to me before he went there. But fortunately he was lucky to have a great life. Don't blame me, you kid. I can't help it. Besides, aren't you fine? I wouldn't dare. Heh. Wenhong smiled sarcastically and took out a purple card from his casual hand. Take it. This is 1,000 contributions. Previously promised to give you 300 contributions. Look at your grumpy look. The extra counts to make it up to you. With a flash of light in his eyes, Lulu hurriedly put away the contribution card and said with a smile, Lord Deacon is really quick. Counting up, he now had a full 7,000 contributions, and he could exchange 70 of them for the condensed truth pills, but this contribution was still far from enough for him. Now he urgently needed more contributions to exchange for the condensation dan to quickly break through to the third level to become a formal disciple, because only formal disciples could exchange for higher level spells. If you were just a handyman, there were some spells that could not be exchanged even if you had contributions. Very well. I like your money-grubbing character. Seeing Lulu with this expression, Wenhong nodded in satisfaction. How is the consideration of what I told you last time? Last time? Lulu frowned. Then he remembered that before he left. Wenhong had said that he wanted to let himself help him. But this reputation as a dog's leg, wasn't it a bit too unpleasant? There were 66 disciples in the miscellaneous service hall, and at least half of them extremely hated an existence like Sun Xian's. You have to think about it, you have to know that even if you don't do it, as long as Lao Zi opens his mouth, this handyman hall will definitely have a large number of people rushing to do it. Seeing Lulu frowning, Wenhong lightly mentioned, Okay, I'll do it. Lulu agreed after a little hesitation. If he was just an ordinary servant, the normal task of 300 contributions a month would be the top of the sky. In this case, he did not know when he would have to wait until he broke through the third level of Qi cultivation to become an official disciple. He couldn't wait to become an official disciple. Then he asked, Lord Deacon, I can do it. But I want to know if there will be trouble if this gets out? Trouble? Wenhong snorted. Don't worry about it. This is the tradition of the handyman hall through the ages. The people above know it well. As long as you don't get someone killed, I can help you with everything else. But let's get one thing straight, if you get someone killed and get stabbed, then don't blame me for skimming off the top with you. So it is. Lulu finally understood why that Sun Xian had dared to be so reckless before. The two of them chatted for a while longer before Wenhong left. Lulu was still sitting at the table, his fingers gently tapping on the tabletop, his gaze drifting, not knowing what he was thinking. Dang, dang, dang. Early the next morning, the 1st of May. Early in the morning, the familiar knocking sound sounded outside. Lulu had a rare good night's rest, got up and came to the courtyard to wash up before going out of the courtyard with Qingyang. Boss, I've heard that Wenhong is going to choose a new lapdog. So when he does, what if we secretly get him killed? While walking, Qingyang said mysteriously. What? Lulu's face twitched as he glared fiercely at Qingyang. What dog's leg? Watch what you say. Did I say something wrong? Qingyang scratched his head at the back with a puzzled expression. When the two came to the square of the miscellaneous service hall, the people were basically all here, gathering in twos and threes to whisper something. Lulu listened to a few sentences, probably all discussing who is the new dogleg elected by Wenhong. There were 4 other people who had followed Sun Xian before, and they were now in a state of extreme fear, and they had never been in front of the crowd in the past, relying on Sun Xian's support. Lulu walked forward while listening to the crowd's discussion. And just then, a tall, thin, gray-clothed man suddenly called out to him, whispering a reminder. Master Lu, don't go forward. Today is different from the past. If you rush forward and are seen by the lapdogs that Wenhong has elected, They will surely think that you are intentionally showing off, and then you will inevitably be targeted again. Lulu recognized that person named Chu Qingfeng doing odd jobs has been 7 or 8 years to date or Qi Practice 2, but it looks like it is about to break through Qi Practice 3 to become a formal disciple. Chu Qingfeng is a good person. When they first came to the handyman hall, Chu Qingfeng had kindly reminded them that they could only follow Sun Zian to be a handyman for life. As for the back Lulu, 3 people were targeted by Sun Zi and many people in the miscellaneous service hall were sympathetic, but only this Chu Qingfeng to Lulu courtyard to comfort a few people. Lulu had been keeping it in his mind, and when he saw the other party reminding him, Lulu nodded and said, "Many thanks to senior brother Chu for reminding him." He then walked straight up the stone steps under the other party's astonished gaze. Then, Chapter 31, Good People. The whole room was silent. The crowd was all full of incredulity as they looked at Lulu, puzzled, astonished, mocking. All sorts of expressions overflowed on their faces. It was wonderful. The 4 people who had followed Sun Zian earlier were even more wide-eyed, their hearts thumping as they saw that Wen Hong was actually smiling and nodding at Lulu. Instantly, all 4 of them had the feeling that the sky was about to fall. Although they were not involved in the bullying to Lulu's several people, they knew all about the grudge between Lulu and Sun Zian. If Lulu had the intention to pursue the matter, they would be in deep trouble. Lulu straightened his back and scanned the crowd, and did not have the groveling posture that Sun Zian had before. Wen Hong's face was not displeased either. Instead, he felt that Lulu was different from the others. He cleared his throat and shouted to the crowd with a voice like a bell. "Listen up everyone, from now on, Lulu is the vice deacon of our handyman hall. He can represent me with full authority. If any of you want to dare to disobey the arrangement, then I won't be blamed for turning my back on you." Seeing that the crowd was dumbfounded, Wen Hong's face sank and suddenly burst out, "All and you remember. Remember." The crowd was startled, then came back to their senses and answered in unison, "Subdeacon." This word made the crowd a bit puzzled, because previously Wen Hong's followers had no position at all, and even Wen Hong had never openly stated that Sun Zi and could act on his behalf. Even Lulu gave Wen Hong an unexpected look, and Wen Hong didn't even explain this, just letting everyone just call it as it was. After a lecture, Wen Hong then told Lulu to sit down at the place where the quests were handed out and started handing out the quests, while he himself left directly without looking at them. "What kind of bull vice deacon? Isn't that just a dog's leg?" A thin man with a face full of displeasure muttered in a low voice. "Who the are you calling a lapdog?" Suddenly, next to him, Chun Zhong's tiger eyes glared and came up to stare straight at the man. "What? Being a lapdog doesn't let people talk. That person is named Shi Yenza, to the handyman hall has been a full 9 years, is considered to be extremely old handyman, now practicing Qi 2 heavy cultivation, thought he would be selected by Wen Hong, did not expect to return to a newcomer, his heart can be said to be very unhappy. Right? Dare to do not dare to do. Do the dog leg should have the consciousness of being scolded. That's just it." As Shi Yenza's words fell, several veteran Qi practicing second levels stepped forward. "You're ing looking for death." Chun Zhong was furious and blasted out, punching at the chest of another gray-clothed teenager who was looking at him with a mocking face. Bang! That person did not expect Chun Zhong to take a shot at him at all, and without defense, he was directly hit by a punch that sent him flying backwards through the air, and with a thud, he smashed into the square 3 feet away, and his head was tilted and he directly fainted to death. "Good guts. How dare you, a newcomer, take a shot at us? If I don't teach you a lesson today, my name isn't Shi Yenza." Shi Yenza intentionally provoked a dispute, cursing angrily while waving his hand at the 2 people around him. "Beat him to death." Upon hearing this, the 2 people next to him had activated their true Qi and were about to strike. But at this time, the sound of a boom came that just finished talking Shi Yenza directly. A dog fell 3 feet away. The original Shi Yenza standing place but stood a dark green power suit teenager. The teenager coldly scanned the left and right duo for a moment, and with a lift of the palm of his hand, 2 slapping sounds rang out, and the duo was directly slapped in place in a few circles. Then the teenager, 1 person a foot, directly kicked the 2 people down to the ground. Only then did he clap his hands. "If you guys aren't convinced, you can always come to me, but whoever dares to touch my brother, I'll make his life worse than death." So strong. He was actually at the 2nd level of Qi practicing, and it seemed like he hadn't cast any spells just now, right? The crowd looked at Lulu with shocked faces. Chu Qingfeng on one side couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile when he saw this. This once bullied teenager had become even more powerful than him. Seeing that the crowd didn't speak, Lulu shook his head and walked straight up the stone steps, looking at the crowd and said indifferently, There are a few things I want to tell you, and I want you to remember them. First, you can disobey me, but you cannot disobey me in front of me, or else I will not show mercy. So bullish looking. Upon hearing this, the people below all revealed a look of disbelief, but none of them said anything. Secondly, in my place, there is no such thing as affinity. I will clearly label all tasks. Easy tasks can be taken by anyone, but the old rules, I'm going to siphon off 60% of the contribution. 60%? Anyone can pick it up? Hearing this, the people have been a little surprised to know that in the past when Sun Xian sent out missions, this kind of mission are only sent to their own people and still draw 70%. Lulu ignored the expressions of the crowd and continued. Thirdly, as long as you complete your tasks on time and in accordance with the amount of time, I definitely won't intentionally make things difficult for you, but of course, whoever dares to go against me is another story. As soon as the words left their mouths, the crowd exchanged pleasantries and changed their attitude towards Lulu. You should know that Sun Xian used to let them mix with him, but he did everything, deliberately making things difficult so that you cannot complete the task. Such things cannot be done. That is why everyone called Sun Xian as a dogleg. If it was really as Lulu said, this Lulu could be called a good person. Is it okay if I want to take the fishing quest? I'm not in good health. Suddenly, a thin man in front of him asked with some apprehension. The fishing task can be said to be quite easy, and the monthly contribution is not low. Previously in places like the miscellaneous service hall without connections simply could not receive. Of course, as I said, as long as the mission is still available and willing to accept my conditions, I can arrange it. Saying that, he directly beckoned to Qingyang. Fatty, you don't need to take the mission either. Come and register for me. Qingyang sniffed and grinned. All right. Qingyang then sat behind the long case, while Lulu stood to the side and kept looking through the tasks, categorizing all of them. After some planning, Lulu suddenly realized a problem. Some tasks were too easy and took up very little time, like fishing, laundry, chopping vegetables, and so on and so forth, which could be done in just 1 or 2 hours, used to be so hard for people to take over as the main job. The contribution of such tasks was originally inferior to that of drudgery tasks, and in this way the people who took these tasks were relaxed, but after taking a cut, the contribution that came to hand was not much at all. Thinking about it, Lulu directly categorized this type of task as a part-time job so that everyone could do it in their free time, so that everyone could earn extra money, and his own draw would become more. After some calculations, Lulu realized that if all of these tasks were taken, he would be able to withdraw a full 50,000 contributions, and subtracting the 70% that he would have to give to Wenhong, he would be able to take 15,000 himself. This calculation, Lulu's face became a little odd, and he thought that Wenhong this day did not do anything, even took 35,000 for nothing. Of course, he himself was about the same, just registering. It was quite good to get 15,000 a month. Even those formal disciples couldn't earn so much contribution in a month. Lulu immediately announced to the crowd that in the future, all of these easy jobs would be categorized as part-time jobs, and anyone could take them as long as they could guarantee that they would be able to complete their main job. As soon as they heard that they could earn extra money, the crowd became excited and praised Lulu for being a good person. What's more, Lulu guaranteed that he wouldn't intentionally make things difficult for them in their own jobs, which made them even more confident in taking on part-time jobs. After explaining the commission rules to the crowd once again, Lulu directly handed the task book to Qingyang before turning around and leaving. His time is precious now. First go to the Dan Hall to exchange some concentration pills and come back to cultivate. As soon as possible to break through to the 3rd level of Qi. Practicing to become an official disciple is what he should do. Seeing that all the people were submissive to Lulu, Shi Yanzai felt remorseful in his heart. Since Wenhong had finalized this matter, there was almost no possibility of changing it. He just felt upset in his heart and wanted to vent it out. This was great. Not only did he offend Lulu, but he was also ostracized by the crowd. Brother Shi, I think it's better for us to find some time to apologize to him. There's no need to go through with the contribution. Inside a few people, someone whispered. Chapter 32. The Soul Streamer. Clan Square. Lulu stopped for a moment and then walked towards the Dan building, which was under the Qingyang Sect's Dan Hall and was a place that specialized in exchanging pills. At this moment, on the 1st floor of the Dan building, there was only a middle-aged deacon who was exchanging pills for a young girl in a long lavender dress. The two did not have any unnecessary words. The young girl was ready to leave after exchanging the money, and just as she reached the door, she suddenly stopped again, looking at the dark teenager who hurriedly came to show a touch of thought. Only when the teenager came closer did he try to say, "You are senior brother Lulu?" Lulu saw the young girl from afar, and after stopping to meditate a little at the words, he hurriedly arched his hand and returned, Lulu, meet senior sister Zhou. This person was Zhou Xini, who had saved him in Qingyang 3 years ago. At that time, if it wasn't for her rushing into the hall in time, it was not certain whether he was dead or alive now, so for Zhou Xini, Lulu was still grateful. It really is you. Zhou Xini was a bit unbelievable. I heard elder brother Chu say that your spiritual roots are extremely mixed. I didn't expect. This really turned her perception upside down. In 3 years' time, Lulu had actually cultivated to the second level of qi, practicing with the talent of the 9 spiritual roots, which was really hard for her to comprehend. Lulu didn't know how to answer and said with a smile, "It's just a matter of practicing harder." After saying that, he digressed and asked, "Senior sister Zhou, has that evil Taoist been captured?" Zhou Xini shook her head. "No, there has been no news of him at all in these 3 years. It seems that he has left Liangzhou." Didn't catch it. Hearing this news, Lulu frowned, thinking that Zhang Song regarded this Dan formula as his lifeblood. It is absolutely possible to give up just like that. And he is so old, I'm afraid he won't live for a few years. It is unlikely that he will catch someone to test the Dan formula again. Then, it is very likely that they will look for opportunities in me and Qinzhong in this way. When he thought about this, Lulu immediately had a feeling like a man's back. He even felt that the Qingyang Sect was not safe anymore, because although Zhang Song could not enter the Qingyang Sect, he could completely seize the disciples practicing in the Qingyang Sect outside and control them, and then drive back to catch me out. No, I have to prepare for this sooner rather than later. He was originally prepared to exchange for the concentration pill, but now it seemed that exchanging for something to save his life was the best policy. Because the realm is impossible to break through in a short period of time, and even if it breaks through, it's only 3 times, and the difference between 1 more and 1 less is not very big. And the bottom card is different. Powerful bottom card over 1 or 2 steps to kill people is no problem at all. After returning to his senses, Lulu chatted with Zhou Xini for a few more moments before saying goodbye and leaving. It's all grown up. Looking at Lulu's back, Zhou Xini murmured with a faint smile and also turned to leave. 100 Treasure House. This is where the Qingyang Sect specializes in selling all sorts of groceries, including but not limited to weapons, defenses, talismans, etc. Generally, the disciples of the Qingyang Sect would come here to buy some life-preserving guys when they go out to practice. At this time, the 100 Treasures building was similarly empty, with only a chubby middle-aged deacon dozing on a recliner behind the counter. Lulu walked up to the counter and gently knocked on the countertop before the fat deacon woke up and saw that Lulu didn't have his badge with him. He couldn't help but show a touch of disappointment. "What do you want?" No badge indicates that it is only a miscellaneous disciple. Miscellaneous disciples are only 200 or 300 contributions a month tops, most of which are used to buy the condensation Dan, and the ones who come here are basically none. Lulu didn't know what he wanted to buy, so he said, "I want to buy something suitable for me to use to protect my life. I don't know if senior brother has any recommendations? Life-preserving things?" The fat deacon looked at Lulu skeptically. "What are you doing buying these for an odd job disciple? Could it be that you're preparing to go out and practice?" "Ahem. I won't trouble senior brother with this one." "Heh, mysterious." The fat deacon stood up. "There are a lot of life-preserving items, but none of them are cheap. Tell me how much you have to contribute. I'll give you a recommendation. Lulu thought to himself, since it's something to save his life, then it must be the best to buy, so he directly said, "I have 7,000 contributions. What do you think is appropriate to buy, senior brother?" 7,000. The fat deacon's body shook. "You're not kidding me?" Even formal disciples rarely bought 7,000 at a time. Lulu didn't talk any nonsense, and with a spread of his palm, he directly took out 6 purple cards, as well as a stack of white and yellow cards. "I'm serious." Good. The fat deacon's eyes were glowing. He turned around and ran towards the shelves inside the side. "Wait, don't run away, or else I'll chase you to the Handyman Valley to beat you up too." Lulu was speechless at his words. A few moments later, the fat deacon held a large pile of miscellaneous things and threw them on the counter, casually picking up a large black sword and began to gabble about it. Lulu saw this and quickly said, "Senior brother, I don't want a weapon. Is there that kind of thing that is easy to use and powerful, such as a powerful talisman?" "Told you so." The fat deacon rummaged around under the counter, and in a short while, he took out a bunch of talismans and placed them on the counter. Middle-ranked sprinting talisman, 200 contributions apiece. True Qi driven to make 1 lighter and increase speed by at least 2 times. Middle rank explosive talisman, 300 contributions apiece. Middle ranked earth trapping talisman, 200 contributions apiece. Middle ranked flame bomb, 300 contributions apiece. High grade turtle armor talisman, 1,000 contributions apiece. After some introductions, the fat deacon raised his head to look at Lulu. How is it? Is it still satisfactory? Lulu deliberated for a while and finally bought 5 explosive talismans, 5 earth-trapping talismans, 5 flame bombs and 10 sprinting talismans. As for the turtle armor talisman, he gave it up after thinking about it because it was too expensive, and because his physical body was still fine. If all of these talismans greeted a person, even the middle level of Qi practitioner would have to hold a grudge, which was enough for Lulu today. Senior brother, actually I have another good thing here. Do you want to take a look? Seeing Lulu being so generous, the fat deacon spoke much more politely and said in a mysterious manner. Lulu shook his head. I don't contribute anymore. It doesn't matter if you don't contribute. You can exchange it for something else. What's good? Hearing the other party say that, Lulu couldn't help but get a little interested. The fat deacon's eyes flashed as he sniffed and walked out from behind the counter, walking straight to the door and glancing around before crunching the door shut, the light in the room instantly dimming by a few points. Seeing this, Lulu instantly frowned, and one of his hands quietly reached into his arms. Don't be nervous. Can I still harm you here? Seeing Lulu's hand reaching for his arms, the fat deacon's face twitched and said, What the hell is senior brother trying to do? Hey, let me show you something good, the fat deacon said as he reached out and waved his hand, and a 5-foot-tall black streamer suddenly appeared in his hand. The streamers looked like signboards held by street fortune tellers, but the streamers were shorter, with dark red poles and a white skull painted on them, making them look a bit creepy. Almost instantly, the strong smell of blood and a piercing coolness hit the air. Chapter 33. What is it? Lulu felt that this small streamer didn't look like a good thing. The fat deacon hemmed and hawed. This one is named Blood Soul Streamer. As for the grade, right now it can only be considered an ordinary Shen artifact because there is no Yin soul in it. It was just stained with some blood when it was built. Stained with blood. Yes, this small streamer came from a loose cultivator who was hunting and killing children in the Liangzhou territory at that time. I was ordered to go and kill him, and I collected this blood soul streamer in the meantime. At that time, this blood soul streamer had already been soaked in blood for 3 years. Although it's not much use to me, it's still very good for a low-ranked cultivator like you. Speaking here, the fat deacon paused for a moment before continuing. Moreover, as far as I understand it, this blood soul streamer can grow, and the more blood and souls it eats, the stronger it becomes. What's more, it's only an arcane weapon now, and it can be manipulated by Qi practitioner stage cultivators. If it was a magic weapon, you wouldn't be able to use it at all. The recognized classifications of defense weapons in the cultivation world are Shen weapon, FA treasure, and spiritual weapon. Under normal circumstances, Qi practicing stage cultivators can only use Shen weapons at most, Foundation establishment uses FA weapons, and Jindan can only sacrifice FA treasures. Well, any interest? Forget it. I always feel that this thing is too sinister, and I didn't contribute to buy it. Lulu shook his head and said. Other than that, this thing has been soaked in blood for 3 years, and it's still a boy and a girl, so how much resentment must it be? Kid, really don't think about it? You should know that in the cultivation world, strength is the most important thing. There are no sinister things in this world, only sinister people. The fat deacon seemed to be eager for Lulu to buy this blood soul streamer in general. Then why don't you use it yourself? Hearing Fatty say that, Lulu also had a twinge of heart. This thing feels a little hard from a long way away, and if used in the right place, it really isn't a bad card to save your life. Actually, I also think he's a bit sinister. What's more, I'm now at the 8th level of Qi cultivation, and this blood soul streamer can only affect the 4th level of Qi cultivation at most right now, so in order for it to match my strength, I guess I'd have to kill hundreds of people for it to devour. And since I am decent and kind, and have no enemies for me to kill, there is no way to make it stronger even if I wanted to, can have an effect on the 4th level of Qi practicing. Lulu's eyes could not help but light up. This is very suitable for him now, and this thing is not disposable. Should I take it down? After thinking about it, he asked, How are you going to sell it? $200,000? Or do one thing for me? 200,000. Why don't you go grab it? Hey, you can choose the second condition. What conditions? Lulu oddly sized up the fat deacon, always feeling that the other party was deliberately trying to lure him into doing something for him. Come to think of it, he had said that he had no contribution to make, and the other party was still selling to him, which was not normal in the first place. It made him wary. It's very simple. You are currently at the 2nd level of Qi practicing, When you reach the third level of Qi practicing, there will be an examination to become an official disciple. According to the rules of the past, the location of the test is usually in the Qingyang secret realm, and there is a cave named Qingyang Mansion deep in the Qingyang secret realm. What I want you to do is to fetch one thing for me at the Qingyang Mansion. What is it? A stone, greenish-colored stone. Stones? Dangerous. There's a certain amount of danger. If you can take it out, I'll send you an additional 100,000 contributions in addition to this blood soul streamer. A stone is worth this much contribution? That's not for you to know. Just say yes or no. Why are you looking for me? Lulu looked straight at the fat deacon with his eyes, as if he wanted to see something from the other's face. He actually had some understanding of the test because opening the secret realm was not easy, so each test needed to gather at least 10 people to open it, which meant that he was not the only option. The fat deacon smiled meaningfully. It's very simple. The fact that you, a handyman, can come up with so many contributions at once is enough to show that you have some means, and I need smart people like you who have means. Senior brother is worthy of being a businessman. Lulu smiled and extended his hand. I promise you. Cool. The fat deacon directly threw the blood soul streamer over. Lulu gripped the flagpole. The bloody aura instantly surged, making him feel that it was a little difficult to breathe. His face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly bit his finger to force out a drop of essence blood to drop on the flagpole. Within moments, he felt that he had an inexplicable connection with this blood soul streamer, and he could even feel a gray space inside that black streamer, with gusts of gloomy winds wandering and wailing in it, like countless children screaming in misery. What an evil thing! Even though he had already recognized his master, Lulu still felt his soul trembling as he listened to the wailing. After just a glance, Lulu put it away. Only after storing it away did Lulu ask, if we fail to complete the mission, this blood soul streamer can't finish. The fat deacon looked at Lulu with a smirk. If it can't be finished, this blood soul streamer will naturally be taken back.
Que, gotit.
Lulu skimmed his lips and directly turned around and walked away. Looking at Lulu's back, the smile on the fat deacon's face slowly tightened and disappeared as he murmured, I hope you won't let me down. It was midday when they returned to the handyman's valley. Lulu also does not hang around, directly back to the room to start close cultivation. This time did not change to the condensation dan, only to wait for the next month to receive the contribution to say again. When it was evening, drooping figures arrived at the entrance of Lulu's courtyard, and after a few moments of hesitation, a thin gray-clothed man standing in the middle shook his head and sighed. Let's go. Let's hope that he'll forgive us for good. The other three looked defeated and shook their heads as they followed. Walking up to the door of Lulu's room, the gray-clothed man raised his hand and hesitated before knocking on it. Duh, duh, duh. The voice was sometimes loud and sometimes small, as if he was worried about waking Lulu up and afraid that he wouldn't be able to hear it. After 3 voices, the man in gray stopped knocking, lowered his head and waited quietly, and several other people have not dared to breathe a breath. A few moments later, Lulu opened the door to the room from inside, and when he saw that it was Shi Yanzhe and the others, he couldn't help but frown. What are you guys doing here? Shi Yanzhe couldn't help but feel a coldness in his heart when he heard this, sighing that the other party really did hold a grudge. But he could only harden his head and top it off when the matter had come to this point, arching his hand apprehensively and saying, We are here to apologize to Lord Deacon. When these words came out, the few people behind them bowed their heads. Please forgive Lord Deacon. This certainly shows that they have gone soft. Apologize. Lulu raised his eyelids and looked at the several people with a smile. Is there such a thing as apologizing? A few people looked at each other. The leader Shi Yanzhe suddenly dawned on him. His palms spread out, respectfully handing out 4 cards. Lord Deacon, this is a little bit of our intentions. Look, Chapter 34, Newcomers. In fact, there was no need for Lulu to say anything at all. They had already discussed it when they came here, and each of them contributed 1,000 contributions, although it was a bit painful. But if they could get this over with, it would be considered to be value for money. Oh, you know how to get up. Lulu saw this and casually waved his hand to put away the 4 cards. Okay, let's leave it at that. Don't mess with me again. Yes. Shi Yanzhe and the others were relieved when they heard this. Let's go. I'm going to cultivate. Seeing that a few people were still standing still, Lulu directly gave his expulsion order. At those words, Shi Yanzhe couldn't help but reveal a touch of embarrassment and said with a smile on his face, My lord, that senior brother Chun hasn't given us a mission today? No assignment given? Lulu froze and was dumbfounded. Then he called Chun Zhong out of his room. saying that he must not make things difficult for several people in the future, and he personally gave all of them a task to do before letting them leave. Sure, Yen Zhe, several people were touched, and the last bit of resentment in their hearts disappeared without a trace. Boss, just let them go? Qingyang said with some reluctance. What do you want? Lulu looked at Qingyang indifferently. Kill them? Even if we don't kill them, we should teach them some lessons, right? A lesson. Lulu shook his head. A lesson will only make people secretly hate each other and then secretly scheme against you and me, just like what we did to Sun Xian back then. You have to remember, unless you want to get the other person killed, don't easily make grudges with others. Qingyang's eyes angled. Let's get them killed then. This head of yours. Lulu is really speechless. He found that Qingyang, this block is getting bigger and bigger, but his head is getting more and more not wanting to do anything. He can only bluntly say that he should not go looking for other people's trouble and let him cultivate properly, that is. Saying this, Qingyang immediately understood. Lulu then took out his own 4,000 contributions and handed it to Qingyang, asking him to find a time to go and help exchange it for a condensing pill. After an explanation, Lulu went back to his room to continue his closed-door cultivation. This seclusion was for 2 months. During this period, Lulu hardly ever went out. Everything was taken care of by Qingyang. Even the second month's task distribution, Lulu only stood towards the stage for a bit. When Hong laughed directly after harvesting 35,000 contributions, calling out that he hadn't looked at the wrong person. In the past, Sun Xian had made things difficult for everyone, not to mention that he didn't get much commission, but he also caused a lot of grievances in the whole servant hall. Lulu here, everyone is happy to take the task. Not only the commission has become more, the whole servant hall is also a peaceful. Lulu, on the other hand, after dividing the 15,000 contributions, also exchanged all of them for condensed truth pills. It's just that he has the Hall of Time, and this point of condensed Jindan is still a bit of a drop in the bucket. After 2 months of seclusion, coupled with the assistance of the congealed truth pill, his second chi vein had also opened up to 26 acupoints, which was considered to have entered the middle stage of the second level. Today was the first day of July, and he had to end his cultivation for the time being. One was that today was the day of sharing contributions, and the other was that there were newcomers joining today. The triennial recruitment for the Qingyang Sect had already ended, and it was only natural that newcomers would come to the miscellaneous service hall. Greetings, Lord Deacon. Greetings, Elder Brother Lu. On the small square of the miscellaneous service hall, when the people saw Lulu coming, they came up to greet him, all with smiles on their faces, and Lulu responded with a smile without the slightest bit of arrogance. When Lulu got on the stage, when Hong looked at Lulu with a face full of grudges and said, "You kid. Now the entire handyman hall calls you deacon. Instead, no one knows that I am a deacon." Lulu smiled faintly. "Why do you need to be general with them, Lord Deacon? It's not right to have contributions to make." "That's true." When Hong nodded and took out 15 purple cards and handed them to Lulu, "Nah, last month's. I'm not in the habit of defaulting on my salary." "Hehe. Thank you, Lord Deacon." Lulu was ungracious and took it as soon as he could. "By the way, isn't there a newcomer today? The newcomers won't be here until later. I'll bring them to your yard in a few minutes. You'll get to know them by the way and give them their assignments." "All right." Lulu nodded his head and suddenly looked at Qingyang next to him. "Lord Deacon, this brother of mine is working very hard. Do you want to mean it?" "Meaning?" When Hong's big eyes glared. "That's all your work. You let someone else do it yourself and you still have the nerve to ask me to mean it?"
Che, Betty.
After mixing well with Wen Hong, Lulu realized that this person was just straight and not that kind of vicious person, so he often joked with him. "Come on. Look at your wealthy look." When Hong shook his head and once again took out a purple card. "This one is for that kid. Don't keep it for yourself." Lulu didn't expect the other party to actually give it, so he hastily took it. "How can I? I'll thank Lord Deacon for him." The tasks were being handed out in an organized manner. No one was cutting in line. No one was crowding. All there was the sound of laughter and cursing coming from the crowd from time to time. Lulu and Wen Hong were also laughing from time to time as they stood on the side. Only after all the tasks had been handed out did Lulu take Qingyang to say goodbye and leave. Returning to the courtyard, Lulu directly handed over all the contribution cards to Qingyang. Exchanged them all for Jindan. As the saying goes, medicine is 3 times poisonous, but Lulu didn't care at all. The fact that he dared to use the condensation pills so recklessly was all due to the benefits brought about by his own body refining, as he discovered that the impurities created by the absorption of the medicinal power of these condensation pills couldn't even enter the skin of his blood veins, and were instead crowded out. Lulu only needed to luck his true chi to spit it out of his body. Noon. When Hong did walk in with 5 teenage girls, some with frustrated faces, others with curious faces. 4 of the teenagers looked to be only in their teens, and should have only just awakened with no cultivation fluctuations on their bodies. The only one was the young girl, who looked to be 14 or 15 or 16 years old, and although she was plainly dressed, her cultivation had unexpectedly reached the terrifying peak of the second level of chi practicing, which was much higher than Lulu. Lulu was looking at the young girl with a face full of shock, as the same person was at the second level of chi cultivation. Even if the other person had opened many more acupoints than himself, he could not hide it from him. An accident, right? When Hong's face twitched when he saw Lulu's expression. I was also fiercely shocked when I first saw it, but don't be too surprised. Senior brother Lu from the Foreign Affairs Hall said that she came from a despondent cultivation family, and because her family was robbed, she happened to run into the third elder who was out recruiting under the escape. So it is. Lulu had heard of cultivation clans when he chatted with those masters and brothers on weekdays. In fact, it was some big families in the secular world that had passed down some cultivation methods because their ancestors had been cultivators, but most of such families would send their clansmen to the clan after they had trained them up to the third level of chi cultivation. This was because the cultivation resources in the secular world were still far worse than the sects. On the contrary, this person was actually exterminated. It's really a rough fate. Seeing that everyone was staring curiously at Lulu, when Hong then said to a few people, "Remember everyone, this name is Lulu. He's the deputy deacon of our miscellaneous service hall. If you guys have any problems in the future, just look for him directly." After saying that, his eyes glared. "All of you meet Deacon Lu." Lulu. Chapter 35, Exit. "Greetings, Deacon Lu." The 5 of them have respectfully saluted, and those children around 10 years old were also in good shape, which made Lulu couldn't help but think of the stricken Li Shangyun, and waved his hand under the sigh. No need to be courteous. However, when that young girl heard the word Lulu, her body obviously shook a little, which made Lulu a little strange. Thinking about it, he just took it as an illusion, or maybe the other party was too nervous. "Okay, I'll leave it to you, I'm going to drink." Seeing this, when Hong waved his hand and directly got up to leave, Lulu was a bit speechless. After thinking about it, he found Qingyang. Qingyang was now bigger than when Hong. He glared at them as soon as he arrived. Scaring a few teenagers, Lulu blankly glanced at Qingyang. "They've just arrived, find a dormitory for them." "Oh." Qingyang glanced at a few people, and when he saw the young girl, he couldn't help but frown and asked, "Sister, do you have any requests?" Can I just stay here?" The young girl's eyes glanced over Lulu and then back to Qingyang. Qingyang froze. He just wanted to ask the other party if they had any special needs, such as requesting a courtyard with a female disciple or something like that. He didn't expect the other party to request to live here. He immediately scratched his head and looked at Lulu. "Boss? This?" "Yes." Lulu nodded. Newcomers might be afraid of being born. Lulu also found it understandable, and looked at the 4 teenagers again. "This courtyard can accommodate a total of 5 people. Any of you who want to live here can also mention it, but there are only 2 spots." The 4 teenagers looked at each other, and in the end, only a tiger-headed, big-headed teenager stood out. My name is Su-chan. I also want to live here." "Any more?" Lulu looked at the remaining 3 again. All 3 of them shook their heads and looked like they had already gotten acquainted. So Lulu let Qingyang lead the 3 out of the courtyard to find another place to stay. After understanding, the girl named Lu Xinyu, this year 14 years old, as for the spiritual root, is the 5 spiritual root, otherwise would not have come as a handyman. Other than to avoid evoking each other's sadness, Lulu did not ask more questions. And the teenager called Su-chan, who was 11 years old this year, came from a small village in the White Knight city of Liangzhou, and was a farmer's son just like Lulu. When Qingyang came back, Lulu let Qingyang release the task for the 2 and explained the rules of the Qingyang Sect's handyman before returning to his room. With the newcomers arranged, Lulu was ready to cultivate properly again. This time, he was prepared to cultivate to the 3rd level in one breath and then sign up for the official disciple examination. With Lulu in seclusion, Qingyang had the additional job of preparing meals for Lulu every day in addition to practicing. He knew that Lulu practiced that ruthlessness, and if he hadn't delivered the food on time, I'm afraid the other party wouldn't have come out to eat once in 2 or 3 days. On the other hand, Qingyang's own cultivation was progressing very slowly so far. Although he had also exchanged some concentration pills, he had only opened 63 acupoints, and it was unknown when he would reach the 2nd level of chi cultivation. It was worth mentioning that the big-headed doll called Su Chun was also very hard-working in his cultivation, and other than cleaning, he spent the rest of the time smothered in the house and didn't come out. On the contrary, it was that Lu Xinyu who often walked around the courtyard and also looked at Lu Li's room door from time to time. Brother Qingyang. Deacon Lu has been holding back in his room for months. Isn't he afraid of suffocating? On this day, Lu Xinyu casually said as she sat in the courtyard after finishing her work and watched Qingyang practicing boxing. After a few months to get along, Qingyang and the other two people in the yard have been familiar with, and this Lu Xinyu age and Qingyang is not much difference. The character of the gentle Qingyang is also on its as on their own sister. He collected his stances and squatted sitting by the water basin in the yard and wiped his face and said loudly, he is a cultivation maniac. What is a few months? The longest time he used to cultivate for more than 2 years. In addition to the occasional dry work, he almost does not go out. Now it's good, you don't have to do the work, and you don't even want to live when you're practicing. It was said with both emotion and concern. And I don't know to take a break. Oh, have you guys been here long? More than 3 years, almost 4. Qingyang sighed, seemingly remembering something sad. Shaking his head. No more. I'll go and get dinner for the boss. Although he doesn't eat it, the preparation still needs to be prepared. Although he delivered food every day, Lu Li would rarely eat it. I'll join you. Lu Xinyu sniffed and immediately stood up from her chair and followed. Qingyang did not refuse, and the two of them went to the cafeteria to ask for some meals before returning to the courtyard. And Lu Xinyu followed into Lu Li's room this time. Lu Li's room was similar to the other rooms. The entrance was a round table, and on the right-hand side was an ancient-style 8 immortal bed with a roof, with an opaque mosquito net stopped in front of the bed. This was something Lu Li did on purpose, in order not to let anyone see him sleeping inside, or else Qingyang would be afraid that he would be screaming. The two went inside. There was no surprise that yesterday's meal hadn't been touched in a single bite. So Qingyang put the hot meal on and put away yesterday's meal before preparing to leave. Lu Xinyu, on the other hand, looked at the large bed a few more times and murmured with a frown. Why does it feel like I'm sleeping? What? Qingyang looked at Lu Xinyu in confusion. No, nothing. So on day after day, rolling eyes. It's winter again, and it's been over a year since the last newcomer was initiated. This year's winter seemed to be very harsh. The Qingyang clan, which had never had snow, unexpectedly had a blizzard, and overnight, the entire Qingyang clan was draped in a thick coat of snow. In the Valley of the Handymen, when Hong also announced that everyone should take a vacation and rest for a few days, so that they could work again when the snow melted. Although the physique of cultivators was far stronger than that of mortals, it was not enough for the average Qi practicing stage cultivator to ignore the cold. However, there is one person who is listed as an exception. Qingyang was now bare-chested, carrying a large stove from outside the courtyard, walked in and went straight to Lu Li's room, and gently put the stove 3 feet away from Lu Li's bed before he shook his head and gently closed the door of the room. Brother Qingyang, is Lord Deacon still cultivating? A spirited young girl clad in a snow jacket poked her head out from Qingyang's room and asked. Aha! Qingyang nodded and walked over. There was also a large fireplace in Qingyang's room, and besides the snow-white Lu Xinyu, there was also a big-headed teenager who was fiddling with the coals. That big-headed teenager looks like he's grown quite a bit. In the evening, Qingyang was ready to go help Lu Li prepare dinner again, but unexpectedly Lu Xinyu stood up first. Brother Qingyang, take a break and let me do it. Qingyang nodded and sat back down. It wasn't the first time that Lu Xinyu had delivered meals. At first he was a bit uneasy, but as the times became more and more frequent, Qingyang realized that Lu Li seemed to eat more of the meals sent by Lu Xinyu, and was happy to do so. Not long after, Lu Xinyu came to Lu Li's room with several bowls of steaming rice. She cleaned up while staring in the direction of the bed, and even accidentally nearly spilled a bowl of soup before she returned to her senses and hurriedly left. Hiss! My bone seems to have grown a piece. She had just walked to the door when she suddenly heard a thud. She inclined her head to look. It turned out to be Lu Li, who rolled down from the bed. She hurriedly turned back, put the tray on the table and ran over to help Lu Li. Chapter 36. Enrollment. With Lu Xinyu's assistance, Lu Li stood up smoothly, but the touch of softness on his arm caused him to faintly freeze for a moment, and he said, "Thank you," and then drew back his arm in a panic. Lu Xinyu, on the other hand, stood to the side with a red face and didn't say anything. Lu Li moved his joints and let out a clicking, crunching sound, which slowly adapted. When he took a closer look, he realized that this Lu Xinyu even had a few more points of spirituality, and the temperament when he first started was simply very different. To avoid embarrassment, Lu Li took the lead and asked, "Where's Fatty?" "Fatty?" Lu Xinyu suddenly realized after thinking about it. He's in his room roasting on the fire. A roasting fire? Lulu took a look at Lu Xinyu's outfit, then quickly walked to the door. A cool air instantly hit his face. Looking at the white blankets outside, Lulu was in a bit of a trance. It's winter again, ah. Without realizing it, it had been almost 5 years since he joined the Qingyang Sect. And himself also from 13 years old ignorant child into 17 years old magnificent young man, and then turn over this March, he will be 18 years old if it is in the secular world, should the child are 1 or 2 years old. It's true that there are no years of cultivation, and time flows like water. What is Lord Deacon thinking about? Lu Xinyu asked softly as she stood beside Lulu. The voice is soft and nice. It's nothing, just some emotions. Lulu shook his head. Don't call me Lord Deacon, call me Master Lu or Lulu. And also, thank you for the meals you delivered for me during this time. They were delicious. This is true, the meals sent by Lu Xinyu seem to have been carefully selected. Unlike that naive thing Chen Zhong, who just knows to desperately load himself with meat, which makes him vomit. This is all what Xian you should do. Duh. Brother Lu doesn't need to say thank you. Lulu nodded and walked out of his room, coming to the door of Chen Zhong's room. When he saw Chen Zhong's thick bladder, he couldn't help but tease. Fatty, are you poor bones having a fever? Wearing so little. Old boss. Chen Zhong froze and stood up with a miso and ran to Lulu. Boss, you've gone crazy. Shutting down for so long at once. This is not a breakthrough in a hurry. Lulu patted Chen Zhong on the shoulder, then sat down by the fireplace. Lu, big brother Lu. Su Chen timidly looked at Lulu and shouted. This isn't big head doll, you kid is not bad. More than a year to open up 20 acupoints. Lulu said with some surprise. Ha 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 ha. Boss, don't tease him. He's just like a pussy with a thin skin. I'm not thin-skinned, I'm just not a talker. It was warm inside the room. A few people gathered around and laughed. At first Su Chun was a bit formal, but with Chen Zhong and Lulu teasing him repeatedly, Su Chun let go and started to talk about some interesting things with the children in the village. Lulu and Chen Zhong naturally empathized with this kind of thing, doubly so. I don't know if it was touching the sad past. Lu Xinyu was a bit depressed and got up to say goodbye and go back to her room. Into the night. Lulu did not cultivate. It was comfortable to sleep in the snowy winter. He lay on the bed holding a copy of the alchemy handbook in his hand, slowly flipping through it. His mind constantly simulating the alchemy scene. This more than a year he only cared about raising the realm, although he successfully manifested the 3rd meridian, and also opened 5 of the acupoints, is considered to be a real chi cultivation triple entry, but other things are the same did not practice. I do not know whether it is a gain or a loss. After looking at it for a while, Lulu put the handbook away and began to think about the future. He has been practicing Qi 3 times, can sign up to participate in the official disciple's entrance examination, which is also equivalent to him to give up the identity of the handyman disciple. This handyman hall more than 10,000 contributions per month cannot be collected. It looks like we'll have to talk to Wen Hong and see if we can leave the position to Chen Zhong. Chen Zhong has also reached the 2nd level of Qi cultivation, although he has also just reached it, but with the other party's strength, sitting in this position is no problem at all. Thinking about it, Lulu fell into a deep sleep. Early in the morning the next day, Lulu was ready to go out to find Wen Hong, but he saw Lu Xianyu standing at the entrance of the courtyard looking around. Seemingly waiting for himself, Lulu walked up. Senior Sister Lu, what are you doing here? I'm waiting for you. Wait for me. Well, I'd like to sign up for the initiation test with you. Lulu froze, and with a probe of his divine sense, he realized that the other party had even reached the 3rd level of Qi practicing. So he said, let's go then. Entrance examination registration is likewise looking for Wen Hong to apply, and then sent to the Elder Hall for review. When I found Wen Hong was leaning against the fire, leisurely drinking a small wine. The small life is called a nourishing. See Lulu full of envy. When Wen Hong heard Lulu say that he was going to participate in the examination, his face became very wonderful. He was both shocked and dismayed. Lulu had only been here for 4 or 5 years, but he had reached the 3rd level of Qi practicing. This kind of speed was simply appalling. Of course, someone like Lu Xinyu, who was a half-step, triple-step in his own right, didn't count. Sighing for a while, this said, the entrance examination needs to be reported to the Elder Hall for review. There are 2 elders who review and pass can participate in the trial. The completion of the trial will be issued official disciple medals, but also to obtain the opportunity to go to the 2nd floor of the merit building to select the merit law. In addition, ordinary disciples are also rewarded with 10 condensation pills every month. For the average disciple, this is a real profit, but for you, somewhat uneconomical. Lulu smiled bitterly. I can't help it. I can't stay in the Handyman Valley for the rest of my life. Besides, I want to go up to the second floor of the merit building to pick a merit law. I have to have an official disciple status, don't I? Hey, as you wish, but even though you're gone, I still need to ask you if there's a suitable candidate for this vice deacon position? Lulu smiled. I don't need to tell you about this. Chunjong can be said to be more skillful in this business than I am. When Hong laughed, I knew you would talk about him. Okay, it's settled then. Chunjong will replace you. But that kid is a bit grumpy. You have to explain to him clearly. Don't make any trouble for me. Don't worry. I'll talk to him. All right, you two go back first. I will report this matter. And if there are no surprises, within 3 days someone will take you to the Foreign Affairs Hall to do the test. And after the judgment, they will report your quota. Testing. It's just a test of cultivation, just going through the motions. A clear-eyed person can tell by looking at it. Oh. I've heard that at least 10 people are required for each trial opening. This time? You two are lucky. There are already 9 people enrolled in front of you. Counting you two can completely open the secret realm. Speaking here, when Hong paused for a moment before continuing. As a person who has come before, old brother has to remind you that the inside of the secret realm isn't that peaceful. Get your quest items after you go in and leave. Don't risk your life to fight for those unwarranted things. What mojo? I don't know exactly what it is. It seems to be left behind by the founding ancestor, Qingyang Sect. Chapter 37. Before the examination. The two of them chatted for a while longer. Lulu then went back to the courtyard with Lu Xinu. Lulu didn't know what exactly was the mojo that Wen Hong was talking about, but he guessed that it would be the green-colored stone that the fat deacon of the 100 Treasures Pavilion had asked for. In the room, Lulu organized all the talismans he had on him in case of emergency. Sprinting Talisman 10 with True Chi Catalyze can enhance at least 2 times the speed, critical moment used to escape good. 5 Flame Bombs attack talismans. When driven, they can explode with the power of a middle-ranked cultivator using a fireball spell, that is, equivalent to the 4th to 6th level of Chi cultivation using a firebomb spell. 7 Explosive Talismans, just like the Flame Bomb, they were all attack talismans, also belonging to the middle rank. Trapping Talisman 5, Earth Spell Talisman, mainly used to trap the enemy. When used while they are unprepared can make the opponent sink deep into the ground. Using a talisman was equivalent to temporarily hiring a cultivator to help one cast spells, while one only needed a small amount of true chi to drive it, thus avoiding its own consumption and allowing it to exert stronger power. After organizing the talismans, Lulu took out the Blood Soul Streamer again. The streamer pole was dark red, and the bloody atmosphere was exactly what came out from the pole, making people very uncomfortable. The surface of the streamer looked like a piece of black rags, with nothing else on it except for a white skull, and the moment it was offered up there was a gust of ghastly wind surging towards the surroundings. Even though Lulu had already recognized it as his master, his body still felt cold. There was no target to test the effect. Lulu just looked at it and put it away. This was all his external bottom card. Other than that, Lulu's greatest reliance was his own physical body. 3,000 basic strength coupled with the mountain-shaking fist technique, the power could not be underestimated. As for the fireball spell, it's good to use for cover. Time rushes by, and it is 3 days in the blink of an eye. This day, in the courtyard came a man in a light green long shirt. Chunjong saw that man and hurriedly went forward to greet him, then went to call Lulu. Lulu came out and after a moment's thought he quickly walked over and respectfully arched his hand. Greetings to senior brother Lu. The person who came was none other than Lu Feng, who had sent them to the miscellaneous service hall in the first place. Lu Feng's face was only indescribably shocked. He had never thought that Lulu still had a day to get out of the Handyman Valley, and judging from the situation, Chunjong wasn't far away either. Lu Feng was not arrogant. He politely bowed his hand and returned the salute. Senior brother Lu really shocked me. Lulu laughed. It's just piles of pills. This is true if a normal person, even if there are so many pills, fear also dare not eat like this, because the body simply cannot stand, not to mention Lulu also has a time haul. A day to eat the condensation of Real Dan can be called a horror. However, he was not worried in the slightest, because his body was able to automatically collect impurities, and the piece of elixir was only insufficient, and there was nothing he dared not eat. Lu Feng, however, shook his head about this piece of elixir he has experienced. Take himself, in fact, is not very short of elixir, but every time he eats a condensed truth Dan he will have to rest for a few days before he can eat the second, otherwise his body cannot withstand it at all. However, everyone has their own secrets, and Lu Feng didn't seek out the root of the problem. The two of them chatted a few more times before Lu Feng explained the reason for his visit, and it turned out that Lu Feng was here to help them with the test. Lulu hurriedly called out Lu Xinyu, and after Lu Feng's divine sense swept through it, he said that it was okay and told them to get ready, and that when the elders were ready, they would open the Qingyang mysterious realm. As for the assessment rules, they would only be told when the secret realm opened. After Lu Feng left, Lulu didn't cultivate the Qingyang technique anymore, but started practicing boxing because it was impossible to raise the realm in a short period of time, and the only thing that still had progress was boxing. In this way, Lulu practiced boxing in the Hall of Time from time to time, and came out to the courtyard to practice with Chen Zhong. The wind whistled as the two men punched and fought back and forth. Lu Xinyu seemed to be unmotivated to cultivate, and often stood at the doorway watching the two men blast each other. Her eyebrows slightly knitted, her bright eyes turning. She didn't know what she was thinking, until Lu Feng came again half a month later. At this time it was already early spring. The snow had long since melted. The spring sunlight sprinkled down, and the old tree that had been blown off by Chen Zhong surprisingly grew shoots once again. Lu Feng was here to pick up Lu Li and Lu Xinyu for the examination. Lu Li found Chen Zhong seriously instructed, and reluctantly glanced at the hut where he had lived for 4 or 5 years, followed by Lu Feng resolutely turned away. Walking to the bottom of Chui Yun Peak, Lu Li realized that there was already a line of people waiting for them. 8 men and 1 woman, all disciples of the Handyman Valley. However, they were all older than Lu Li. One of them was that Chu Qingfeng. Seeing Lu Li come, Chu Qingfeng took the lead to go forward and greet him. "Master Lu, you are really a divine dragon." Upon hearing this, some people within the other few smiled and nodded their heads towards Lu Li, but a few of them also looked like they were in love with him. It was also true that after leaving the Handyman Valley, Lu Li couldn't control them. So naturally, he didn't need to deliberately curry favor. Lu Li looked at him and didn't take it to heart, arching his hand at Chu Qingfeng and smiling. "I've kept you waiting. Humph. You still think you're a vice deacon. Such a big stance." One of the green-clothed men in his 30s wrapped his arms around him and said as he glanced lightly at Lu Li, "Kids, why bother with him?" The man next to him said with a smile, "Oh, cannot underestimate him. At first I have spent 1,000 contributions to have today it. To say, I really want to thank our Lord Lu Deacon. This year did not make things difficult for me." But at that moment, a tall, thin man came up to Lu Li with a smile on his face. "Isn't that right, Lord Deacon?" It was the same Shi Yanzi who had handed over his contribution and begged for mercy. "Me too. It's fortunate that senior brother Shi knew how to be flexible in the first place, or else we would have been in deep trouble." When Shi Yanzi's words fell, there was immediately a person who chimed in, also one of the 4 people from Shi Yanzi in the beginning, named Xiazi Shi. The beginning of the provocation of the man in green clothes named Luan Sinan, the man behind the concurrence is Su Yuqing. These 2 people usually do not show the mountains, did not expect to have such a big resentment in their hearts. As for Shi Yanzi and Xiazi Shi in the back, they are really 2 talents, hard to hold back until the 3rd level of Qi practicing test before bursting out, which makes Lu Li are a little impressed. Lu Li didn't have much of a reaction to the provocations of a few people, but instead looked at Lu Feng and asked, "Senior brother Lu, are all the people here?" "Aha." Lu Feng nodded his head and faintly swept over a few people, frowning. "I know how you all feel at this time, but I want to tell you that getting out of the Handyman Valley doesn't mean you're superior, counting you're only at the bottom of the official disciples. So I suggest you don't posture yourselves too high. What's more, it's still a matter of whether or not you'll be able to pass the test." Chu Qingfeng froze. "Senior brother Lu, there's still the matter of not being able to pass the examination?" "Heh," Lu Feng said as he looked at Chu Qingfeng oddly. "What do you think is an assessment? Since there is an assessment, naturally there are passes and fails. I might as well tell you in advance, if you fail the test, you will forever lose the chance to become official disciples, and can only be dispatched to the various stationary points in the secular world to be miscellaneous for the rest of your lives." Hearing Lu Feng say this, the hearts of the crowd immediately hung in the air. They thought they were just going through the motions, but they didn't expect to play for real. Chapter 38. The Secret World Opens. Lu Feng led his group through the plaza and headed inward towards the path under the mountain directly to the north. "Senior brother Lu, what did you mean just now when you said that if you fail the examination you will be issued to the secular stationing to do odd jobs?" While walking, Lu Li walked 2 steps faster to Lu Feng's side and asked in a low voice. Lu Feng glanced at Lu Li and said as he walked, "Senior brother doesn't know, our Qingyang Sect has external stationing points in every major city in Liangzhou, mainly collecting some intelligence or resources, which is considered as a part of the sect's external affairs hall, and the people in charge of these things are the miscellaneous disciples who have failed the examination in the past years. So that's how it is. Thanks for explaining it, senior brother." Lu Li sort of understood. Senior brother secular residency has no clan resource support. If you want to cultivate resources, all depends on contribution exchange. So don't easily give up the opportunity to become a formal disciple. Otherwise, Qi cultivation 3rd level is basically the highest realm in your life. Lu Feng kindly reminded. I'll keep that in mind. Lu Li said gratefully. It was almost noon when the group finally came to the end of the trail. A gray-black cliff wall stood in front of the eyes of several people. The cliff wall was tens of feet high, spanning 2 or 3 miles from left to right, high in the middle and low on both sides with a glossy front, looking like a huge old grave. And on the front side, the 2 scarlet characters Qingyang were carved on the polished cliff wall. Lu Li just took one look and felt like his whole body was going to be pulled in, so he hastily withdrew his gaze. At this time, there were 3 old men sitting on their knees inside a grass hut at the bottom of the cliff, chatting with each other. Lu Li recognized the 3 at a glance. One was Yu Tong, the 2nd elder who had once helped him measure his spiritual roots. One person was Shao Jie, the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Jedi Peak. The other person Lu Li didn't know the name of, but the old Taoist man he had seen in Dragonwalk Town was actually the 3rd elder, Fang Buwei. When he approached the grass hut, Lu Feng told the crowd to wait outside and walked in himself, respectfully saluting and saying, "Greetings, Great Elder, 2nd Elder, 3rd Elder. The disciples for this examination have all arrived." The 3 looked at each other and stood up. Lu Feng saw this and hurriedly stepped aside. Shao Jie took the lead to walk towards the crowd, and with a sweep of his eyes, he steeply looked startled and took 3 or 2 steps to Lu Li. "Kid, you're actually 3 times heavier?" Lu Li was unsure and thought to himself, "Didn't you go through the Hall of Elders to register when you signed up? And didn't you know that there was me?" On second thought, it was clear. Although he had stayed at Tianjia Peak for a month, this Shao Jie had never asked him what his name was, and had always been addressed as Kid. He could not help but laugh dumbly. Disciple ate some pills and barely reached the 3rd weight. TSK, you're really surprising old me. Your cultivation speed is not even close to that of old me's named disciple. What is old brother so emotional about? Yu Tong from behind also walked up. When he saw Lu Li, his face was wonderful. "It's you." Saying that, he immediately turned around and shouted to Fang Buwei behind him, "Lao San, come over here for me. Last time I told you that you didn't believe me. Take a look for yourselves. Is this kid a 9 spirit root?" 9 spirit roots? Shao Jie, who was next to him, froze and steeply exclaimed, "Is this the kid you were talking about last time?" He remembers that the 3 of them drank that time because this is the reason for the trouble. Yu Tong drunkenly even crashed his banana tree to break. Who else if not him? Yu Tong stared at Lu Li with wide eyes. "Your name is Lu Li, right?" Lu Li's face twitched. "Yes, Elder. You are really called Lu Li." Shao Jie's face was full of disbelief, as he grabbed Lu Li's wrist and began to probe. This probe, the round old face immediately became incomparably wonderful. Lousy, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light and darkness. How in the world can there be such a chaotic spirit root? Just then, Fang Buwei also walked up. When he saw Lu Li, he first frowned and then became even more incredulous. Did you attend the awakening ceremony held by Old Man in Dragonwalk Town?" Although Lu Li's size had changed drastically now, his tan skin and monkey eyes were somewhat familiar to him. "Yes, Elder." Lu Li bowed respectfully. "Old me remembers that you didn't awaken last time, right?" Hearing Lu Li say this, Fang Buwei immediately frowned. "It's like this. We were captured by the evil Taoist Zhang Song on our way back from the awakening ceremony." Lu Li roughly recounted what happened, but did not say that he had gotten the Dan formula. What no one noticed was that just as Lu Li was talking about being taken captive by Zhang Song into Qingyang Guan, a flash of hatred flashed through Lu Sinyu's eyes. The 3 of them, Fang Buwei, were filled with emotion after hearing this and felt that Lu Li was deeply blessed. Although the 3 of them were very curious about Lu Li, a 9 spirit root, being able to cultivate so quickly to the 3rd level of Qi practicing, they did not pursue the matter to the bottom of the matter. After some emotion, it finally got to the point. Shao Jie took out 11 pouches for the crowd to go up and draw, and only after everyone in the crowd had taken a pouch did he say, "All of you listen well to the old man. You only have 10 days. Inside the brocade pouch there are tasks for this examination. Everyone's tasks are different. You need to successfully bring back the task items to be considered qualified. Otherwise, it is a failure of the examination. In addition, inside the pouch, besides the mission, there is also a jade pendant, so you can crush the jade pendant after encountering life-threatening situations inside or completing the mission. and you will naturally be teleported out at that time. If you crush the jade pendant without completing the task, you will be directly judged as unqualified when you come out. Remember all of them. Is there even a danger to your life? Everyone's faces changed, but they were also relieved when they heard that there was a life-preserving jade pendant, and they all said that they remembered it. Xiao Jie nodded and continued, although I think it's a bit unlikely, but I still have to say a few words. According to the sect's records, the founding ancestor of the sect, Qingyang Sect, never came out again after entering the secret realm in the first place, and the Taoist scripture that the ancestor cultivated was also brought in. The Taoist Sutra is an untold secret of the upper sect, and the speed of cultivation far exceeds our sect's Qingyang skill. And according to the accounts of previous examination disciples, there is a cave named Qingyang Mansion in the depths of the secret realm, which is most likely related to the ancestor. So, if possible, you guys try to break into the Qingyang Mansion after completing your mission, and whoever can find out where the ancestor is going or bring back the Taoist Sutra this sect will definitely give you massive contribution rewards. Tai Xian Jing. The speed of cultivation far exceeds the green sun technique. Lulu immediately revealed a look of interest when he heard this. Even if he had the assistance of the concentration pill right now, the speed of refining the aura still couldn't keep up with the rate of absorption, and if he really had a higher level technique, then he would have to fight for it. The others and Lulu still had similar expressions as Lulu. Hearing that there were higher level techniques, they were all secretly determined to break into the Qingyang Mansion. Seeing the situation, Xiao Jie nodded in satisfaction and said, "All follow me." Then he turned around and walked towards the direction of the grass hut. Yutong and Feng Buwei followed one after another. Only after the crowd passed through the hut did they realize that there was a cave at the bottom of the original crag. But 2 feet into the cave entrance was blocked by a cloud of mist with purple light flowing through it. The 3 of them, Xiao Jie, spread out at a distance of 1 foot from the purple mist. Then the 3 of them looked at each other and offered a purple jade pendant at the same time. The jade pendant was suspended in front of the 3 of them, and as the 3 of them continued to make seals, the jade pendant began to erupt with dazzling light, and one by one, strange runes buzzed and rotated around the jade pendant. Kai! Suddenly, Xiao Jie let out a cold shout, and the talisman entwined on the jade tablet on his chest became a flash of streaming light that shot toward the purple mist 1 zhang away. Yutong and Feng Buwei did the same, and the 2 streams of light followed closely. The 3 instantly turned pale and their breath withered. Who? Suddenly, the purple mist in front of them began to rotate rapidly, finally transforming into a purple vortex, and a gust of strong wind swept towards the outside of the cave. If you don't enter at this time, when will you wait? Xiao Chang drank. The people looked at each other, looking a little fearful of the vortex. Lulu frowned slightly at the sight, and with a clench of his teeth, he took the lead and walked in. Chapter 39 Bamboo Grass. Is this the Qingyang secret realm? After a period of heavenly rotation, Lulu suddenly came to an unfamiliar space, and the first thing he saw was patches of yellowish weeds, which were 3 feet high and hard to see the end at a glance, very desolate, and somewhat different from the secret realm he had imagined. There seems to be a green stone path under the feet, but it is deeply covered by the weeds dumped on both sides, and the path is covered with moss, full of traces of age. Couldn't someone have lived here? Lulu looked ahead in thought as he took out a yellow paper stamped with the seal of the Foreign Affairs Hall from the pouch he had just received from Xiao Jie, on which was scribbled a line. Collect 10 first-order spirit medicines. Elixir. Looking at the withered yellow in front of him, Lulu was a bit puzzled. Would there be spirit medicine in such a desolate place? Putting the yellow paper that recorded the mission back into the brocade bag, he took out another purple jade tablet and looked at it, cautiously putting it into his breast pocket. This jade tablet was a life-preserving thing, he couldn't afford to lose it. Just as he was about to move forward, he suddenly heard a few noises coming from around him and inclined his head to see that it was Chu Qingfeng and his party that had come in. A white silhouette walked towards him from a distance. Patting the hay stained on his body, Lu Xinyu warmly shouted, "Big brother Lu." Lulu nodded and asked curiously, "What is your mission?" Lu Xinyu sniffed and opened the brocade pouch to look at it, then said with a slight frown, "Kill a grade 1 preliminary spirit beast and bring back the corpse." Killing spirit animals? Lulu was both incredulous and somewhat curious. Incredibly, it's so desolate that it doesn't even look like there's a living thing here. Curiously, he had seen wolves and rabbits when he grew up, but he hadn't seen any spirit beasts yet. "Master Lu." Chu Qingfeng also walked over and greeted him. Lulu responded with the same smile, and only after inquiring did he realize that Chu Qingfeng's mission was actually to kill spirit beasts as well, but he needed to kill 2 of them. Far away, the four of them, Luan Sinan, Su Yuqing, Xiazisha, and Shi Yenza, also gathered together and discussed something in whispers. The remaining four seemed to not want to get too close to Lu Li's trio, and instead of joining Luan Sinan's four, they formed a small group around them alone. Seeing this, Lu Li thought for a moment and said, "I don't have the same mission as you guys, why don't we go together? I'll help you guys kill the demonic beasts, and you guys will give me the elixir you find, so it'll be easier to complete the mission." "Actually, that's what I meant." Chu Qingfeng immediately agreed. Lu Xinyu was equally fine with it and nodded in agreement. Thus, the three of them also formed a team, and after a slight exchange, Lu Li led the two of them forward along the verdant stone path. The weeds along the roadside were too deep to view with the naked eye even if there were spiritual herbs. At first Lu Li even released his divine sense to sense them, but after a long time, he felt very tired and had to withdraw his divine sense. Walked for who knows how long. The weeds on both sides surprisingly began to get shorter, and even a hint of green emerged. Lu Li's face was delighted as he greeted. "It seems that the deeper we go, the stronger the vitality. Let's go." With that, he began to run wildly. When the others saw this, they thought Lu Li had found some treasure and chased after him. After about a quarter of an hour, Lu Li stopped at the edge of a lush bamboo forest. The withered grass in this place had completely subsided, and the bamboo forest in front of him was lush and green, a world away from the desolate scene before. Luan Sinan and the four of them also panted and caught up, which made them realize that Lu Li hadn't found the elixir. But seeing the vibrant life of this place, Luan Sinan didn't bother to talk nonsense with Lu Li, and after glancing at Lu Xinyu, he waved his hand and said, "Let's go." Then he couldn't wait to rush in towards the bamboo forest. Shi Yenza's trio sniffed and hurriedly followed. "Senior brother, shall we go as well?" Chu Qingfeng said as he was worried about being snatched up by a few people. Lu Li nodded and slowly followed, his eyes turning, but he deliberately slowed down his pace. Since they liked to take the lead, it would be better to let them go ahead. This bamboo forest didn't look like a wilderness bamboo forest either. There were many intricate green stone paths in the center. Lu Li was getting the impression that this Qingyang secret realm was inhabited. "Senior brother, aren't we going ahead?" Seeing that Luan Sinan's four people were getting farther and farther away from him, almost about to disappear from sight, Chu Qingfeng couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. It's okay. The mission isn't that easy to accomplish, and what comes to hand may not be one's own until the last moment. What does senior mean? There's no point, we'll just find our own. This bamboo sea is huge. There's no need to follow them. Lu Li finished, surprisingly really not chasing after Luan Sinan and his party, but toward the path to the left of the fork in the road. Did not walk for long. Lu Li suddenly looked to the right side of a clump of green bamboos growing together. Other places of green bamboos are one by one a few feet apart. Only this clump has dozens of trees growing together. This suddenly reminded him of the record above the spirit medicine treasure guide that there was a kind of spirit medicine named tsueju grass that liked to grow in such an environment. More importantly, the tsueju grass was precisely one of the 4 spirit medicines used to refine the thorny point pill, and if he could obtain the tsueju grass, then he would undoubtedly be one step closer to refining the thorny point pill. With anticipation, Lu Li walked over. Chu Qingfeng and Lu Xinyu looked at each other with some uncertainty, as they both did not feel the slightest bit of spirit medicine aura at all. However, Lu Li had already rummaged through the clumps of emerald bamboos. This clump of emerald bamboos grew so densely that he couldn't even see the middle. Lu Li frowned and summoned a pitch-black axe from the Hall of Space. The axe was something he'd taken from the miscellaneous building, just in case he needed it. He swung his axe and put down a tsueju bamboo in 3 or 2 strokes, and after chopping down 7 or 8 more in a row, Lu Li was finally able to see the center, which was piled high with rotting bamboo leaves. Lu Li paused briefly, then began to plow these rotting bamboo leaves to the outside. The damp bamboo leaves accompanied by a cloudy and moldy smell is not very good, but he did not care at all. It wasn't until the rotten leaves outside had piled up 3 feet high that Lu Li stopped and excitedly pounced in, grabbing a half-foot tall seedling. Seedling body emerald green, the same long bamboo joints, the leaves and the outside of the same bamboo, but the branches are more. There is a light dense winding on it. This is spirit medicine. Chu Qingfeng walked up with a face full of incredulity. How did senior brother discover it? Lu Li smiled. This is called tsueju grass. It likes to grow in the center of this shady bamboo bushes. The aura will be covered by the green bamboos next to it, so it's hard for ordinary people to discover its existence. Actually, I didn't discover it either. I just took my chances. So it's like this. Chu Qingfeng came to a realization. Then let's quickly go find a bamboo bush like this? Aha! Lulu nodded and put away the emerald bamboo grass before continuing on his way. Successfully finding an emerald bamboo grass put him in a good mood. This bamboo forest seemed boundless. There should be more to it. Since he had come here, he couldn't let go of this opportunity. Compared to other vain things, refining the acupuncture point Dan was undoubtedly much more important. In the distance, for other examination disciples, 3 men and 1 woman just happened to see this scene, and someone's eyes flickered as they said, "This kid is so lucky to have found a spirit medicine so quickly." The woman laughed softly. "There is no need to hurry. They are only 3. By then if it really can't work we—" Chapter 40. No Mercy. Time flew by, and 3 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Lulu was still traveling around in the emerald bamboo forest, seeking to find more emerald bamboo grass. In order to expand their search, both Chu Qingfeng and Lu Xinyu took the initiative to spread out their search. Lulu thought about it and agreed, because the other 2 groups seemed to have already moved away from the bamboo forest, so he thought that the 2 of them would not be in danger. At first Lulu was still walking along the stone steps path in the forest, and as he walked, he simply went straight into the bamboo forest. Not long after, Lulu once again found a clump of clustered emerald bamboos. After chopping down a few trees by following the gourd, I plucked the rotten leaves and took a look. Then I was overjoyed. Great! I found another one. So far, he had found 6 plants of Chuizhu grass, all of which he planted into the Hall of Spirit Objects to use later when he refined his own acupuncture point pill. Suddenly, Lulu's ears move, seems to hear a faint cry for help. Listen carefully and no movement. After thinking about it, he felt that something was wrong. He had not seen Lu Xinyu and Chu Qingfeng for half a day, so don't get into any accidents, so he put out his divine sense and started searching around for the 2 traces of the 2 people. In the meantime, in the bamboo forest about half a mile to Lulu's left, Lu Xinyu in a long white dress was looking at the 4 people in front of her with a panicked face, her body constantly retreating. "Don't come over. What do you want?" "What for?" Luan Xinen showed a lewd smile on his face and glanced towards the 3 people beside him. "She actually asked us what we want to do? Ha ha ha. Junior sister, you see how clean this surrounding is? Why don't you play with us? Let's all have fun together. Wouldn't it be much more fun than practicing cultivation?" Shi Yanzhe laughed strangely and approached step by step. "Yes. How boring cultivation is. Brothers teach you to play something exciting. Ah. Hey, come on." The 2 of them, Su Yuqing and Xiazisha, had the same strange smile on their faces, and one hand kept rubbing underneath them, looking nasty to the extreme. You guys." Lu Xinyu was so angry at the situation that she was trembling and turned around to escape. "Humph, toasting wine but not refusing to eat it. Since this is the case, then I won't blame us for coming hard." Luan Sinan's complexion was withdrawn. 3 or 2 steps chased after him, raised his hand and blasted a golden true chi towards Lu Xinyu's back. Lu Xinyu's pretty face changed as she ran and backhanded a water arrow out at the same time. Snap! The 2 true chi collided. Lu Xinyu directly flew out backwards, and the moment he landed, he immediately climbed up again, using the momentum to escape again. However, at this moment, Shi Yanzhe raised his hand and slapped his palm, and a vine swooshed out, wrapping itself around Lu Xinyu's feet. Without defense, Lu Xinyu directly fell to the ground. Just to get up, the vine even went up with the trend, and at once wrapped Lu Xinyu tightly. Senior brother Shi is good at this. Several people swarmed around Lu Xinyu. "No, don't." Lu Xinyu looked at the several people in horror, her body trembling unceasingly. "Scream ah! The louder you scream, the more excited we will be." Luan Sinan squatted down and stared at Lu Xinyu with interest. "Tisk! What a watery-looking girl." Saying that, he looked towards Shi Yanzhe and the others. "Why don't you let me have some fun first?" "Naturally. It's time for that senior brother to play first." A few of them smiled and nodded their heads, and stood towards the outside waiting for the show with their arms folded. "No, let me go, let me go. Junior sister, I advise you to enjoy yourself or else. Senior brothers can be very heavy-handed." Luan Sinan said that he was going to undo Lu Xinyu's clothes. But at this moment, Lu Xinyu suddenly gritted her teeth and a yellow talisman paper was thrown out. Boom! In an instant, Luan Xinen flew out backwards by a distance of 10 feet, while Lu Xinyu also took the opportunity to escape by taking the road. "Pest!" Luan Sinan grimaced, a mouthful of blood sprayed out. "Stinking. I don't call Luan Sinan if I don't you over today. Catch her for me." Shi Yanzai's 3 people also reacted instantly and chased after them. Brother Lu! Help! Brother Lu! With despair on her face, Lu Xinyu shouted as she ran. Bitch! No one can save you today. Shi Yanzai's face showed viciousness. Chasing after Lu Xinyu to reach out a foot away, another green vine shot out. Yeah! At the critical moment, a dark green figure in the bamboo forest next to him came speeding along with a gloomy voice, and then a talisman shot head-on at Shi Yanzai's chest. Boom! The fireball burst, and Shi Yanzai instantly flew backward like a prawn with his body bowed. Lulu didn't intend to let Shi Yanzai go just like that. A sprinting talisman was sacrificed, and he followed it like lightning, raised his hand, and threw a punch. Buzz! Space seemed to distort. Snap! Like a watermelon bursting, Shi Yanzai's head was directly blasted and exploded. Shi Yanzai fell just where the following Xie Zishir and Su Yuqing. The two did not have time to react. Lulu is another 2 talisman paper thrown out. In the moment the two flew backwards, such as the bone of the gangrene generally followed Xie Zishir. Snap! A punch to the side of Xie Zishir's head. And then, not even caring if the other party was dead or not, he turned back and punched Su Yuqing's head again. In less than 10 breaths, the 3 of them had their heads blown off. No, no, no way. Luan Sinan wanted to go forward to see the situation. Pupils shrinking, legs as chaff. Do not dare to think more. He directly reached out to his arms, want to borrow the life preservation talisman to escape from the realm of secrets. But just then, a small black streamer was inserted in front of him with a duck sound, and a ball of black gas surged out from the streamer, wrapping him tightly in the blink of an eye. Luan Sinan instantly felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. His mind was frozen in general. There was also a strong smell of blood coming out of his nose, making him dizzy, and for a while he actually stayed in place. A few breaths later, Luan Sinan came to his senses and was about to detach himself from the black mist right away. But just then, a huge fist smashed in with a strong wind. Bang! Luan Sinan smashed out of the black mist. Half of his head had disappeared, blood and brain matter spilling all over the place. Lulu sank his face and took a big breath. At this time, he was truly relieved. Lu Xinyu in the distance seemed to have been scared silly. Covering her small mouth and looking at the scene in horror, was this teenager really the harmless-looking Lulu? Lulu didn't pay attention to Lu Xinyu's expression and reached out to recall the blood soul streamer. But he unintentionally saw that Luan Xinan's blood had actually flowed backwards and kept pouring into the streamer pole. With a thought, he lifted the small streamer and directly inserted the streamer pole into Luan Xinan's belly with a poof sound. Moment. The corpse began to shrink rapidly, while a strand of black and gray air flew backwards from Luan Sinan's mind, struggling to be pulled into the worn-out streamer. Lulu frowned slightly, revealing a thoughtful look. Divine sense sank in to take a look. The gray and black gas unexpectedly turned into a hideous head without a body. The appearance is Luan Sinan. The head seemed to sense Lulu's presence and looked up at him before wailing and wandering in the space within the streamer again. Thus, the blood soul streamer has its first evil spirit. A few moments later, Lulu drew back the blood soul streamer. At this time, Luan Sinan's body had completely transformed into a dry corpse. The appearance was quite creepy. Even Lulu was not expecting such an effect. He fumbled around with the dried corpse and took out a storage bag and walked towards the other 3 corpses. Chapter 41: The Great Green Snake. Lulu didn't stop until he had turned all 4 of them into dry corpses. His principle was to either not make a move or to make things worse without leaving the slightest hidden danger for himself. If one of these 4 were to let go, it would not be good for him, and he could not afford to carry the sin of exterminating his fellow disciples. Opening the 4 storage bags and looking at them, a total of 5,000 contribution cards and 15 first-order spirit medicines were collected, 5 of which were emerald bamboo grass. On top of that, there are 3 low-level entry-level spells. There wasn't even a single talisman after all. Come to think of it, a sheet of middle rank would cost a few hundred contributions, and these people simply couldn't afford to part with it. However, in Lulu's opinion, although cultivation was important, the bottom card was even more important. Cultivation was always something in plain sight, and it was the undercard that could take people by surprise. Walking back to Lu Xinyu's side, Lulu asked, "How is it? Is everything all right?" "No, it's fine." Lu Xinyu blushed a little. "Thank you. You're welcome. If it wasn't for helping me look for the Cuizhu grass, you wouldn't have been in danger. Right? Cuizhu grass." Lu Xinyu said as she took out 2 Cuizhu grasses from her storage pouch and handed them to Lulu. "Just found 2. Looking at the green bamboo grass in Lu Xinyu's hand and the soil on his small white hands, Lu Li's heart trembled gently, and he carefully took it. Thank you. Lu Xinyu revealed a smile at his words. No, you're welcome. This way, Lu Li would have 13 plants of Tsueju grass, and if he succeeded in refining all of the acupuncture point pills, he would be able to refine at least 13 of them as well. As for the other 10 elixirs collected from Luan Sinan's 4 people, Lu Li couldn't use them right now and was going to use them to turn in his mission. Let's go. Let's go find senior brother Chu. Lu Li's own quest had been completed, and as this bamboo forest was obviously devoid of spirit beasts, it seemed that he had to look elsewhere. After taking a few steps, Lu Li realized that Lu Xinyu seemed to be injured, one hand covering her chest with a hard look on her face, her brow furrowed. Do you want to take a rest? I'm fine. Look for Senior Chu first. Time is running out, we need to finish the mission quickly. Okay. Lu Xinyu was just injured by Luan Sinan's true chi, walking up to quite slow. Lu Li several times want to go up to help the last have endured down. See Lu Xinyu straight rolled his eyes, and finally eyeballs turned directly towards Lu Li fell over. Lu Li was startled and hurriedly held her back. Senior sister. Let's see, you'd better take a rest, he said and helped him directly to the side to sit down. Lu Xinyu beamed with a disgruntled expression before she began to move her true chi to temper herself. After a little more than half an hour, Lu Xinyu's face looked much better before she stood up. Brother Lu, let's go. The two continued to move forward. After walking for a while, the bamboo forest to the right of the two suddenly came Chu Qingfeng's anxious shouts. Lu Li hurriedly responded, and a few moments later he saw Chu Qingfeng rushing out of the bamboo forest. Senior brother, senior sister, where did you run off to? No, I just went a little farther that way and just came back, Lu Li said. Oh. Chu Qingfeng took out 3 Cuizhu grasses and handed them to Lu Li. Senior brother, I found 3. Do you think you need to look for more? Lu Li took it. I've had enough of mine, now go and find the spirit beasts for you. Another 3 plants, so that would give him 16 plants of the emerald bamboo grass. Senior brother, just now I saw a big snake over there, and I don't know if it's a spirit beast or not, because I'm a person who is naturally afraid of snakes, so I didn't dare to get too close. Chu Qingfeng pointed to the direction behind him. Big snake. Well, it's green in color, at least as thick as a bucket and 2 or 3 feet long. That big. It was the first time Lu Li had heard of such a large snake, and for a while he was also drumming in his heart. Let's go and take a look. If it's not possible, let's go and find a smaller sized one. In Lu Li's opinion, the bigger the size, the harder it must be to deal with. So the two of them traversed directly towards the north of the secret realm under Chu Qingfeng's leadership. Walked for about half an hour. There was a faint sound of running water ahead, and after 100 paces, Lu Li suddenly saw a hillside on his right-hand side, with quite a number of raised stones on top of the hillside, and some small trees. The flowing water came from the very stream at the junction of the bamboo forest and the hillside flowing down the hillside to the valley below. And before them too was a downward sloping hill, the top of which was full of emerald bamboos. As for the left-hand side, it was also a rocky hill like the right-hand side of the hill, with clumps and clusters of trees on it, which were not very dense. Standing here looking forward through the verdant bamboos, directly opposite was the side of the wall. Above the wall there was a stone staircase going up the mountain, which was wide, a foot wide, but very steep, and at the end of it seemed to be a cave. There seemed to be words on the cave, too far away for Lu Li to see what was written on it. Senior brother, where is the big snake you mentioned? Lu Li asked. Chu Qingfeng scratched his head and pointed at the slope in front of several people. It was just down here. Why is it gone? Down here. Lu Li looked below. The bamboo forest. The slope here is not very steep. Thought for a moment. Go down and take a look. And there seems to be a cave on the opposite side. Could it be the Qingyang mansion? Qingyang mansion? Both Chu Qingfeng and Lu Xinyu's eyes lit up when they heard this, and they followed Lu Li as he slowly walked towards the bottom of the valley. That cave was directly across the street, and going in towards the valley below should be the best option. Wait! Halfway down the mountain, Lu Li suddenly heard a rustling sound coming from his left-hand side, as if it was snakes crawling, and hastily reached out to stop the 2 people behind him. He inclined his head to look. Hiss! Suddenly, a huge green snake fiercely scurried up from the rotten leaves about a foot away from his left hand. It raised its big green head, opened its bloody mouth wide. Its 2 sharp fangs flashed with cold light, and bit towards Lu Li. Lu Li let out a strange cry and frantically retreated. At the same time, he touched into his arms, not caring what talisman he touched, and directly threw it forward. Boom! Popping sound. Lu Li didn't look at how it turned out, and once again retreated furiously backward while fumbling for a few more talismans, finding a sprinting talisman and stuffing it into his boot, then staring vigilantly at the place where the black smoke filled the air. Fortunately, the bursting talisman that was thrown out just now, if it was a sprinting talisman, then this joke would have been a big one. Chu Qingfeng and Lu Xinyu had already retreated to the upper spread, and Lu Xinyu shouted towards Lu Li, "Big brother Lu, come up here and leave it alone." Lu Li was just about to agree when the head in the black smoke bit at him again. If one took a closer look, one would realize that the large green head was already drenched in blood, but its eyes were scarlet, and it was obvious that it had already been provoked by Lu Li's ferocity. Lu Li's face hardened at the sight, and he threw out another explosive talisman. Boom! This time, Lu Li threw it accurately, and surprisingly, he threw the talisman into the mouth of the big green snake at once, and Lu Li obviously saw that the jaw of that big snake was perforated by the blast. Snapped, the big snake's head hit the ground heavily, but did not die of gas, but began to wriggle up madly, his huge tail flung around, and those bowl-sized green bamboo around him were slapped into a mess, like it's boarding on life. Chapter 42 Immortal Emotionless. The 5th day of the assessment is half over. In the grass hut outside the secret boundary, Xiao Jie's trio did not leave. AI, if the prohibitions are tightened again, the Ancestors' Cave is afraid that it will be permanently closed, and I don't know if these little guys will be able to enter the Ancestors' Cave this time. Xiao Jie stared at the purple mist under the cliff wall and muttered. This Qingyang secret realm seems to have a special ban. With the passage of time, the secret realm limitations will become stronger and stronger according to the records. At the beginning of the time to practice Qi 12 can also go in. With the passage of time, to the recent can only practice Qi 3 to go in. The Qingyang Sect had gone to great lengths to enter the Qingyang mansion to find out what was going on. But in the end, they had come up empty-handed. The senior management of the Qingyang Sect looked on, anxious in their hearts, but did not have the slightest solution. If the ban was closed to the first level of Qi practicing, then even if they sent someone in, it wouldn't help. AI God's will. Yutong shook his head and sighed. It is rumored that the ancestors' cultivation is monstrous, not to mention that the forbidden means is even more intimidating to hear. His old man is doing this when there is a deeper meaning to it. Don't have a deeper meaning? Fang Buwei looked at Yutong suspiciously. Well, I once heard someone mention that the ancestor seemed to be a bit abnormal when he entered the Green Sun mystic realm, and also strictly forbade the disciples of the Green Sun sect to enter the mystic realm. If I guess correctly, I'm afraid that this prohibition wasn't innate, but rather it was set up by the ancestor himself. All of us, the juniors, might have made a decision against the ancestor. There is still this kind of thing. Xiao Jie frowned and said, "Why didn't you say so before?" Yutong smiled bitterly. In fact, I also want to know the whereabouts of the ancestor. If his old man really passes away in the Qingyang mansion, that body of skills perhaps also in the Qingyang mansion, so, to put it bluntly, it was coveting the inheritance of the Qingyang realist. Xiao Jie and Fang Buwei were able to understand when they heard this. After all, they also held this mentality. They just didn't know that real Qingyang had ever had such a ban. In that case, it seemed that this Qingyang mysterious realm was not as simple as imagined. Inside the secret, Lulu and his party had already descended into the valley. After crossing the creek, there was even a winding forest path. Several people had already walked along the path for several hours, and still had not come to the end. It really was looking at the mountain to run away from the horse. And after killing that big green snake last time, the three of them encountered a slightly smaller green snake and a half a zhang long mutant porcupine. The slightly smaller green snake the three of them took care of without much effort. However, the mutant porcupine was making Lulu and Chu Qingfeng in a sorry state, with burrs sticking all over their bodies, and in the end, it was Lulu's face full of flesh pain that threw out a few flame bombs, and that's how he was able to clean up the other party. At this point, all three men's tasks were considered complete. To Lulu's surprise, after walking for such a long time, several people had not encountered the other three men and one woman who had come in together, and they did not know where they had run off to. The valley was very silent. Other than the footsteps of Lulu's trio, there were no more murmurs, not even the sound of birds chirping. The ancient trees on both sides were lush and green, completely blocking the sunlight in the sky, and the path appeared a bit dark. After walking for a while longer, Lulu suddenly stopped with a lift of his hand, his eyes staring dead ahead at the corner. There seemed to be a voice coming from over there. Chu Qingfeng and Lu Xinyu looked at each other and hurriedly stopped in their tracks. "Brother Lu, what's wrong?" Lu Xinyu asked in a small voice. "There's movement." As soon as Lu Li's words fell, the figures of three men and women suddenly walked out from around the corner. Two men and one woman. The woman wearing a brownish-yellow dress walked in the forefront. A few people buried their heads and walked forward without uttering a word, looking a little downcast. Lulu recognized those people. It was the other group of 4 who had come in for the examination with them before, only that for some reason only 3 people were left now. The woman also saw Lulu and his party, and with a slight frown, she brought the 2 of them over at a quick pace and said with a smile, "Senior brother Lu, are you guys going to Qingyang Mansion?" Qingyang Mansion? It seems that the cave on the cliff is really the Qingyang Mansion. Lulu's mind had already understood, and he nodded his head and returned, "Exactly. Why did senior sister come back? That Qingyang Mansion is not a good place to break into. We don't think we have that strength, and the mission is not yet completed, so we won't go and waste our time." Saying this, the woman's gaze flickered slightly and smiled at Lulu. Senior brother has been in the bamboo forest for so long. He should have already finished his mission, right? Lulu shook his head. "Not yet. We ended up getting lost as we traveled around in there. That's why we delayed for so long and didn't find a few elixirs." "Is that so?" The woman was a little unconvinced. Indeed, Lulu didn't want to entangle himself with the woman and said directly, "Senior sister, we wish to take a look at that mysterious cave first, so we'll take our leave first," he said, winking at the 2 loose sinew and brushing past them. Lulu had just walked past the woman when a flash of ruthlessness flashed across the woman's face, and between her raised hands, a ball of fire blasted towards Lulu's back. "Watch out!" Lu Sinew exclaimed, swaying behind Lulu. Bang! With a popping sound, Lulu felt hit by something and turned back to look. His face instantly changed drastically. It turned out that it was Lu Sinew who had blocked a blow for herself. "What are you guys doing?" Chu Qingfeng's complexion changed as he rushed over to help up Lu Sinew, staring at the 3 of them full of anger. "What for?" The woman smiled faintly. "Hand over the spirit medicine on your body, or else, don't blame us for not remembering the friendship of our fellow disciples." The other 2 surrounded Lulu's trio on the left and right, with a teasing look on their faces, and did not speak. At this time, Lulu's trio had injured 1 person, and they were completely sure to take it. You guys actually robbed a fellow disciple." Chu Qingfeng then reacted. In his mind, shouldn't fellow disciples support each other? How could they do such a thing? Robbery? Oh, the clan has rules against robbery. Boom! The woman didn't finish her sentence, but an inky green figure suddenly appeared in front of him. "Lift your hand." A punch, to the point where most of the head above the bridge of the nose was directly blown to pieces. And the other 2 men were still wearing teasing colors at this point. Lulu reversed back and rushed towards the man on the right with another punch. "You!" The man on the left then reacted, panicked under panic, burst back. At the same time the hand is going to reach into the arms. Lu Sinew saw the situation as soon as he broke away from the stagnant Chu Qingfeng, raised his hand and shot a water arrow at the man's chest. The man couldn't help but use his true chi to block it in fear, but with the delay of a few breaths, Lulu had already cleaned up the man on his right and shot towards him. Spare! Boom! What greeted him was only a sharp pain in his chest, and his entire body was sent flying backwards 2 or 3 feet, smashing heavily into the ancient tree behind him. A hole in his chest was shocking. Phew! Lulu's face turned white as he propped himself up on his knees and panted heavily. This time he is considered to be a real insight. The previous breath and he was still talking and laughing with his fellow sister. Turn a split second to turn the other cheek, the world of cultivators, when really let a person dare not relax. It was just that what the other party did not expect was that Lulu's combat power would be so strong that they, who were also at the 3rd level of chi practicing, could not even walk a single move under Lulu. Speaking of which, it wasn't that Lulu was too strong, although he had all the brute strength. The other party didn't die that easily if they were prepared to dodge in advance. Unfortunately, they were careless and they didn't even expect Lulu to dare to kill. After all, they were only trying to grab the elixir. Chapter 43, Qingyang Mansion. Senior Sister Lu, why don't you take a step ahead with Senior Brother Chu? I'll be right behind you. Recovering slightly, Lulu said to the 2 Lu Sinew with a flickering gaze. Lu Sinew understood and nodded his head to look at Chu Qingfeng, who had a hard time accepting it. Senior Brother Chu, let's go. Chu Qingfeng nodded numbly and followed Lu Sinew forward. When the 2 left, Lulu then summoned the blood soul streamer and plunged it into one person's chest with a poof, and instantly, the person's body began to dry up, and the blood-like gases slowly disappeared into the streamer pole, while the grayish gases melted into the streamer surface. In about half a quarter of an hour, all 3 corpses had been turned into dry corpses. Lulu retrieved the blood soul streamer and found that there were a few more body-less evil spirits in the streamer, some with green faces and fangs, some with faces full of pus, each with their own special characteristics, and the evil spirits were chasing each other. It was as if they were trying to devour each other. Lulu withdrew his divine sense and opened the 3 storage bags to look at them. There were a total of 6,000 contribution cards inside, as well as some miscellaneous things, and after a careful flip, Lulu was suddenly attracted by a gray ancient book. The Great Diffusion of the Forbidden Arts. Looking at the few large words on the cover, Lulu frowned slightly and slowly turned it over. The forbidden, based on the 8 directions of Qianquan, the power of all the spirits of heaven and earth, can be attacked, can be defended, can be limited to. After roughly flipping through a few pages, Lulu realized that this seemed to be a book on forbidden formation spells, but it was told in such an esoteric manner that Lulu felt a little dizzy just by taking a look at it. It should be a treasure. This place was not suitable for research, so Lulu put away the Great Diffusion forbidden technique into the space temple and walked forward. That Chu Qingfeng's heart is too soft, and I don't know if it will be bad. Walking, Lulu's eyes flicker. The heart hesitates. He is afraid Chu Qingfeng cannot withstand the investigation of the clan will reveal this matter, but also do not want to kill Chu Qingfeng. Dilemma. After all, the other party had never thought of harming himself, and was quite a good person, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that he was chivalrous. Not much longer. Lulu finally walked out from the forest path. There is a fence in front of the broad platform. Behind the broad platform is a wide cliff stone steps. The end of the stone steps is a cave. The cave seems to have no door. The cave entrance is engraved with the words, Qingyang Mansion. At this moment, Lu Xinyu and Chu Qingfeng were surveying something about a foot or so in front of the stone steps. Lulu walked up only to realize that it was a corpse. The body was covered in bruises and marks from the fire, and looked somewhat miserable. Brother Lu. Lu Xinyu turned back to greet him. Chu Qingfeng was silent with a sullen face. Lulu nodded. Wasn't this with those guys? How did he die here? We don't know. He was already dead when we came. Lu Xinyu said. Lulu sniffed and squatted down, felt around the body and found that the storage bag was gone. Roughly already understood what was going on. Shaking his head, he said, "It should be those 3 people who killed him just now." "Those 3 just now?" "Aha." Lulu didn't explain and looked toward the stone steps up the mountain. "Go up and take a look?" "Good." Lu Xinyu nodded and followed Lulu as he stepped onto the stone steps. Chu Qingfeng hesitated and followed suit. There didn't seem to be anything special about the stone steps other than the fact that each step was higher than normal stone steps. However, when Lulu walked to the 10th step, he suddenly felt as if something was pressed on his body. Although it was very slight, he still felt it. And then Lu Xinyu, who followed up, reacted even more obviously. Her body trembled a little, frowning. "There seems to be something odd here." "Yes." Lulu sensed and found nothing unusual and continued forward. When he reached the 20th step, but then he suddenly felt something pressing on his body, as if he had just started to carry a brick and then suddenly added another one to his shoulder. Strange. Lulu shook his head and continued on his way. On the 30th step, Lulu once again felt his body heavier by a hair. At this time, Lu Xinyu, who was following him, was already sweating on his forehead. "Brother Lu, I'm afraid that there is a gravity-forbidden formation here." "Gravity-forbidden formation?" Lulu asked in disbelief. "Well, I've seen it inside the family miscellany, saying that there are great powers who are able to utilize the terrain to set up forbidden formations, which includes the gravity-forbidden formation, which can also be interpreted as a formation, where those who enter will feel gravity far beyond the outside world, and their actions will become sluggish. If the forbidden formation is strong enough, it can even directly crush people to death." "There's more of that?" Lulu frowned and looked up at the remaining stone steps above his head. It looked like there were still 70 to 80 steps left. He hesitated. "It's just a matter of coming here. It's a shame not to try." So it went back up. The reason he dared to go up was actually related to the fat deacon of that 100 treasures pavilion, because the other party specified that there was a green stone inside the Qingyang mansion, which was enough to show that the other party had arrived at the Qingyang mansion, or that someone else had arrived at the Qingyang mansion. Since everyone else could get there, would he, a person of body refining, still be stopped by this gravity-forbidden formation? Without realizing it, Lulu had already arrived at the 70th step. At this moment, Lulu felt as if he was an ordinary person carrying a bucket of water. Although it was a bit weighty, it wasn't enough to overwhelm him. On the contrary, it was Lu Xinyu next to him, hooking her body, looking very difficult with a big breath coming out of her mouth. "Senior sister, you don't go up, right?" Lulu thought to himself. "It's just as well if you don't go up. In case there are any treasures inside, you'll still have to score a share." Lu Xinyu wiped the beads of sweat on her forehead and looked at the remaining stone steps. I feel okay. Fine. Lu Li bristled and continued forward. To Lu Li's surprise, Chu Qingfeng, who had been silent all along, looked a bit more relaxed than Lu Xinyu, and even, later on, directly surpassed Lu Xinyu. When he reached the 90th step, the gravity increased steeply, and Lu Li, who was caught off guard, had his body shaken by the pressure, as if an ordinary person had switched from a bucket of water to a bag of cement. But after a little bit of acclimatization, Lu Li returned to normal. There were only 9 stone steps left behind, and the gravity wasn't increasing any further, so it looked like that was the maximum. It seemed that the so-called gravity-forbidden formation was nothing more than that. Lu Li instead was a little disappointed because with this gravity, I'm afraid that it would not be hard to defeat those 2 guys behind him. In that case, wouldn't the treasure be split between the 3 of them? And if he was allowed to make a move to beat the 2 back, this kind of thing again seemed like something he couldn't do. Lamenting all the way, Lu Li finally arrived at the top of the stone steps. After he stepped onto the platform at the highest point, the gravity on his body suddenly disappeared, and in front of him was a giant hole that was 2 feet high and 3 feet wide. Raising his eyes, the floor inside was dark, and there was a stone case in the deepest part, on top of which there happened to be a palm-sized green pebble. Lu Li's eyes were not on the pebble. Rather, there was a pile of scattered skeletons on the futon in front of the stone case, and wrapped around the skeletons was an inky green tunic, which shone with black light and looked extremely extraordinary. Lu Li hit it with a glance. However, he was also more than a little puzzled. This gravity-forbidden formation was obviously not very strong, so why did those 4 people not enter the cave? Also, the fat deacon who entrusted him to fetch the lapis lazuli. When? Chapter 44. Just as Lu Li was pondering, Chu Qingfeng and Lu Xinyu also came up one after another. Both of them seemed to have emptied their bodies, bending over and panting, their faces reddened, and it took half a quarter of an hour of conditioning before the 2 of them were able to regain their breath. "Brother Lu, why don't you go in?" Lu Xinyu asked. "Of course I'm waiting for you guys. I'm not the type to eat alone," Lu Li said calmly without blushing. Both men's eyes lit up at the words, and Chu Qingfeng's originally stoic face eased for a few moments as he arched his hand at Lu Li. "Senior brother is very righteous, but this kind of brutalization of fellow disciples is something that senior brother should never do again." Lu Li's eyes flickered as he smiled and said, "Of course, just now. I was also just angry that they had injured senior sister Lu, and I didn't stop for a moment when I got carried away." Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyu's eyes flashed with a touching and somewhat torn. Chu Qingfeng, on the other hand, heaved a sigh of relief, thinking that although his senior brother was a bit grumpy, he was really nice to his own people. So he once again arched his hand and said, "Senior brother, everyone has recovered almost enough. Let's go in together and see what kind of treasures there are, and the 3 of us will just split them." "Good." Lu Li nodded and reached out. "Senior brother, senior sister, please." Saying that, he pretended to walk forward, and the 2 of them, not suspecting anything, stepped straight in, while Lu Li's lifted foot was suddenly withdrawn. Just the moment the 2 stepped into the cave, the mutation was sudden. The earth-colored aura rose out of thin air, instantly enveloping the 2. "Ah!" The sound of screams rang out at the same time, and Lu Li released his divine sense to see that the 2 men had collapsed in the yellow mist. Even their heads were tightly attached to the ground, motionless, with blood flowing from the corners of their mouths. Another gravity-forbidden formation? Lu Li's face changed greatly, and after a few struggles, he finally gritted his teeth and rushed in. And almost instantly, Lu Li felt like he had a huge mountain on his back, and his bones clicked with pressure. Without time to think carefully, Lu Li dragged the 2 of them with one hand and rushed out of the cave. "Sifu, senior sister, are you guys all right?" Lu Li's face was anxious, and one of them had 2 slaps on his face, trying to wake the other up. Pest! The 2 men ate 2 slaps from Lu Li, and a mouthful of blood spurted out as they finally woke up from their coma. Thank you, senior brother." Chu Qingfeng had a heartfelt look on his face. "Thank you, Brother Lu, for coming to the rescue." The 2 of them started to rest on their knees after saying that. If it wasn't for Lu Li's hand just now, they were afraid that it would be difficult for them to come out. Lu Li, on the other hand, frowned when he saw this. There was indeed a problem here. At this time that yellow fog has not dissipated, if it is really only gravity-forbidden array is just, he is worried that there are other things waiting for him behind the forbidden array. With a tangled face, he glanced back at the 2. But it was this glance that unintentionally, he seemed to notice that something was different about the opposite side of Tsueju Mountain. so he turned around to take a look. An unbelievable look appeared on his face, as he realized that the originally vibrant Tsueju mountain was actually enveloped in a layer of withered yellow, and the bamboo leaves at the top of the Tsueju were slowly withering away. What's going on? Lulu was somewhat unable to understand how it had suddenly changed. Senior brother, I think we'd better go back. It looks like we can't break in here. Chu Qingfeng was almost done regulating and stood up with a palpitating face. Lu Xinyu just looked at Lulu and didn't say anything. Lulu had one hand behind his back, gently tapping his fingers, and finally shook his head. I want to try again. Saying that, he took out a sprinting talisman and pasted it on his leg. Turning back to look at the two. You guys stay here. Chu Qingfeng wanted to say something, but Lulu had already rushed in. In the yellow mist, Lulu hooked his body to move forward with difficulty. Every step he took he had to stay for a while. This yellow mist, which was less than 2 feet, was so far away to walk. This place was about 4 or 5 feet away from where the skeleton was. Lulu believed that he would have no problem getting out of the yellow fog even though he had a hard time walking. What he was worried about was that there was something else within the remaining 2 or 3 feet behind the yellow fog. It was a full 3/4 of an hour before Lulu finished walking the 2 feet of land. Seeing that he was about to leave the edge of the yellow mist, Lulu suddenly stopped, thought for a moment, and casually took out a storage bag and threw it forward. Phew, phew. In an instant, the firelight in front of them rose, the crimson flames were 4 or 5 feet high, and the range extended all the way to a place a foot in front of the skeleton. Is this also a forbidden formation? Lulu looked at the rising crimson flames for a moment. After gazing for a while, Lulu finally couldn't resist the temptation of the treasure, and slowly stretched out his hand to test the temperature of the flame. He had refined his body, and the unusual high temperature couldn't help him, and what he was afraid of was that the flame exceeded his own tolerance limit. After several attempts, Lulu's face steeped in joy. No problem. This flame is a bit hot, but for him can still bear. Lulu's fierce force directly from the yellow fog pounced. Just in the moment he left the yellow fog, steeply feel a body light, but also a leap of 5 or 6 feet, directly to the center of the flame range. Phew, phew. The fire glowed loudly and a burning smell suddenly came from it. Lulu looked down and saw that his body was fine, but his clothes were burnt to a crisp, and there was not a single hair left on his body, and when his head was wiped, the burnt hair ash directly rubbed off. Lulu turned back to look, and outside, Lu Xinyu screamed and instantly turned around. Aha! Lulu grinned and charged forward naked. Just a moment after he stepped out of the range of the flames, both the yellow mist and the flames disappeared into thin air at the same time. The ban is broken? Lulu froze, cannot think carefully, directly forward to grab that ink green long shirt to the body set. Outside the Chu Qingfeng see the face of joy, also rushed in. Lulu clothes set to half, see Chu Qingfeng rushed in. He did not care about the clothes. 3 or 2 steps rushed to the side of the long case. A hand will be that lapis lazuli put away. Chu Qingfeng came in to take a look. Nothing inside. Looking around suddenly found a green jade bottle on the side of the long case. Rushed forward. Lulu would like to even take away the jade bottle, thought about it or forget it. Things cannot be too desperate not to mention our acquaintances. Other than these 2 things, the entire cave was empty, and some of the debris indicated that there should have been quite a few treasures inside. But they had already disappeared through the erosion of the years. Chu Qingfeng glanced at the green jade bottle and was about to open it to see what it contained, but suddenly realized that Lulu looked a bit abnormal. At this moment, Lulu's face was extremely odd, green and red for a while, and his eyes were also green and red for a while. Senior brother, what's wrong with you? Chu Qingfeng's face changed and he hurriedly came forward to inquire. Back, back. Lulu gurgled in his throat and shouted out 2 words with difficulty. At this moment, a gray shadow suddenly rushed into his mind and was battling and fusing with his divine sense. Kid, don't struggle. Being able to become this seat's flesh is a blessing you've cultivated in 8 lifetimes. This seat has been waiting for this day for hundreds of years. The gray shadow suddenly turned into an evil middle-aged man. The man was handsome. His black hair was like a waterfall, and there was also a blood-red flame marking on his brow. Taking. A word suddenly came to Lulu's mind, and his eyes filled with horror. Chapter 45 Qin Feng. The so-called seizing the body, that is, the divine consciousness cultivation to a certain realm can be combined with the soul, forming an independent divine soul, the body after death. The divine soul is still able to act alone, seizing other people's bodies for their own use. However, this such ability was generally only initially possessed at the Yuaning stage, but none of them were able to survive for too long. meaning that it was highly likely that this person's original cultivation level was above Yuaning. This caused Lulu to directly panic. The two were engaged in a tug-of-war in Lulu's mind. Give up. This seat's methods are not something that a little minion of your chi practicing stage can resist. That evil man interfered with his words as he nibbled away. Am I going to die? Lulu's mind was in severe pain as he began to replay a scene from his journey. No, I can't die. It was not easy for me to come this far. How can I die here? The more he reminisced, the more unwilling Lulu became. It wasn't until the memory flipped to the scene of the transaction at the 100 Treasures building that Lulu seemed to catch something and shouted, "Hataki!" Click. Steeply, a small 5-foot streamer appeared out of thin air and was inserted in front of Lulu with a clicking sound, and a rolling bloody aura surged out as 6 or 7 hideous evil spirits roared and rushed into Lulu's mind. Lulu pointed at the evil man. Bite him to death for me.
Yeah.
The evil spirit roared and instantly lunged towards the evil man. No, how could you, a disciple of the righteous path, refine such an evil weapon? No! The moment the evil man saw the evil spirit rushing in, he even directly gave up fighting for Lulu's body and scurried out with a swoosh, and Chu Qingfeng outside was looking at Lulu with a worried face. However, in the next instant, a ray of grayish-black chi violently rushed into his mind. Ah! Chu Qingfeng instantly wailed and wailed, falling to the ground with a thud, his body trembling unceasingly. Lulu couldn't help but change his face when he heard the screams, and immediately drove the evil spirits in the streamers towards Chu Qingfeng's mind. No, what came was a miserable scream from Chu Qingfeng. Lulu's face changed, and he hurriedly retrieved the evil spirit, but at that moment, Chu Qingfeng suddenly stood up, his eyes staring at Lulu grimly. Jie, kid, this seat really has to thank you, If it wasn't for you using the soul streamer to suppress his divine sense, this seat wouldn't have been able to succeed so quickly. You're not Senior Chu. Lulu's face changed and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Senior Chu, you can also call me Senior Chu, but this seat's name is Qingfeng. Saying that, he stretched out his palm. The Great Diffusion Forbidden Technique is in your hand, right? Bring it. What do you mean? Lulu stared at Chu Qingfeng warily. There's no need to play dumb for this seat. I've fused this kid's memories. There's no way you didn't take the Great Diffusion Forbidden Technique when you killed those people. And I might as well tell you, this Great Diffusion Forbidden Technique is what this seat took a lot of effort to throw out in order for you guys to learn the formations inside and come here to accept this seat's takeover. It's a pity that those few people are just too wasteful, taking the forbidden arts and not studying them, not to mention killing each other. So, this is all you're doing. Lulu finally understood why this Great Diffusion Forbidden Art was in the hands of those people. Alright, this seat thinks that even though you kid is in the Qingyang Sect, your methods are quite like my demon sect. Hand over the Great Diffusion Forbidden Technique and this seat will spare your life. Qingfeng stretched out his palm, waiting for Lulu to hand over the Great Diffusion Forbidden Art. Don't even think about it. Lulu's long streamer lifted and shot toward Qingfeng with a swoosh. Tiny mole crickets dare to go against this seat. Qingfeng's face chilled as he formed a hand seal with both hands. The blood mist around his body instantly tumbled, but after flickering for a moment, the blood mist suddenly receded. Qingfeng's face was ugly to the extreme. What a waste, without even killing a single person. This seat can't even perform the sea of blood technique. As he spoke, his body swayed and had avoided the blood soul streamer, panting heavily. It seems that you are no better than that. Lulu's heart was greatly determined at the sight, and he urged the sprinting talisman under his feet to kill towards Qingfeng. Outside, Lu Xinyu saw that Lulu was no longer using the blood soul streamer and rushed in as well. Lifting her hand, an aquamarine-colored palm print struck Qingfeng in the back. Little trick. Qingfeng's figure shifted and disappeared in place like a ghost, and in the next instant, he appeared directly in front of Lulu, and then he raised his hand to slam a fist into Lulu's chest. Lulu did not expect his opponent to be so fast and could only hastily raise his fist to meet him. Bang! With a crash, the two unexpectedly took 5 steps back each. Qingfeng stabilized his stance and his face became more and more ugly. He was actually forced to take 5 steps backward by a mole cricket of the 3rd level of chi cultivation. But before he could say anything, 3 more water arrows shot towards him. Little doll, do you really think this seat has a good temper? Qingfeng's eyes flashed with a red aura, just a slight deviation to avoid the water arrow, and then even like an instantaneous movement like 3 feet distance in the blink of an eye, and then a foot will be Lu Xinyu kicked out of the hole. Sister! Lulu exclaimed in shock and once again chased after him. The two of them then tangled up in the cave, and at first Lulu became completely sandbagged like being blasted around by Qin Feng, with blood flowing from his mouth in a very sorry state. However, with the passage of time, Qin Feng's true qi is exhausted. Lulu, on the contrary, by virtue of a brute force gradually gained the upper hand, and from time to time also threw out a talisman Qin Feng made miserable. Bang! There was another crash and both men became shaky. Kid, this is the end of the day. After this seat recovers a bit, I will come back to take your life. Saying that, Qin Feng took out a purple jade tablet and grasped it in his hand, threateningly saying, "You'd better not reveal the existence of this seat, otherwise, the matter of you killing your fellow disciples and possessing the blood soul streamer. This seat will also give you all the shakes." Saying that, he crushed the jade card with a click, and the whole person directly disappeared into thin air. At the same time, the Qingyang mysterious realm began to tremble. Lulu's face suddenly changed, wiping a handful of blood from the corner of his mouth. He directly ran towards the outside of the cave. The moment he ran out of the cave, Lulu was directly stunned by the scenery outside, only to see that the originally emerald green valley had unexpectedly become lifeless as well, with all the leaves of those ancient trees withering away and cracks all over their trunks, looking as if they had withered and died for countless years. Moreover, the entire secret realm was shaking wildly, as if it was about to explode. It's too late to think about it. Lulu pulled up Lu Xinyu on the ground. "Senior sister, quick, crush the jade token." Lu Xinyu looks hurt not light. Heard the words also dare not hesitate. Panicked to take out the jade card luck true chi click pinched into smithereens. Seeing Lu Xinyu disappear, Lulu followed suit and crushed his own jade token. After a moment of heavenly spinning, Lulu snapped and fell to the root foot of a piece of cliff wall, and immediately after, he felt himself being lifted up and then moved at a rapid speed. Misty. Lulu seemed to have heard a roar and the sound of falling rocks, and immediately afterward, he was thrown to the ground. I don't know how long it took. Lulu woke up quietly. Chapter 46 returns. When he opened his eyes, it turned out that he had already left the secret realm and was now lying on the path outside the secret realm. The cliff in the distance had collapsed by now, and among the rubble, the shadow of the previous grass hut could be faintly seen, and Lu Xinyu was also lying on the grass next to the path, still in a coma. Xiao Jie and the three of them were surrounding Chu Qingfeng to inquire about something. When they saw Lulu waking up, the three of them surrounded towards Lulu again and Xiao Jie asked, "Kid, are you alright?" Lulu was wearing an inky green robe at this time. The green light flowing above the robe was extraordinary, but the bare head looked a bit funny. He stood up and scratched his head. I'm fine. What exactly happened inside?" Xiao Jie's eyes stared tightly at Lulu. Lulu frowned slightly and looked over from the gap of a few people, only to see that Chu Qingfeng was calmly looking at himself. His face was very calm, and there was not even a hint of nervousness, which made Lulu a little confused. "It's amazing how calm he is." Lulu narrowed his eyes slightly and took a deep breath and said, "I don't know, disciple. We were picking spirit medicine. Who knows, the secret realm suddenly shook like crazy. Disciple got scared and came out." Under the rapid rotation of his mind, Lulu still held back. This person acted too calmly. He suspected that even if he told the truth about his taking over Chu Qingfeng, the three elders would have difficulty in seeing the clues. If he angered the other party and shook out the fact that he had used an evil weapon to kill his fellow disciples, he would instead take the blame because although the secret realm was shattered, those several corpses might not have been destroyed. Of course, Lulu wasn't afraid of the elders' investigation. That blood soul streamer was in the Hall of Space, and he was confident that no one other than himself would be able to discover the existence of the pagoda. Just this way, he and Qin Feng, two people who cannot take advantage of completely unnecessary involution, may also be therefore angry this 1,000-years-old devil is really a bit more than the loss. Hearing Lulu say this, the three elders looked at each other, all revealing strong doubts. As for Qin Feng, he didn't raise his eyelids since the beginning, as if he wasn't surprised by Lulu's approach. "Senior brother, could it be that what goes around comes around?" Feng Bui suddenly looked at Xiao Jie thoughtfully and said, "What's the opposite of what's true? It's like this, since it's possible that this secret realm prohibition was made by the ancestor, its purpose should be to restrict the disciples of the Qingyang Sect from entering the secret realm, and the secret realm prohibition gradually becoming stronger will definitely consume a large amount of heaven and earth spiritual qi. Could it be that, after consuming it to a certain extent, the supply of heaven and earth spiritual qi was not enough, thus leading to the self-destruction of the prohibition. Fang Buwei said, I think Lao San has a point. Yutong nodded and said, and don't rule it out. Xiao Jie nodded and looked at Lulu. Did you find any other anomalies when you came out other than the secret realm shaking? Elder. Disciple saw that all the ancient trees inside dried up in an instant. Lulu said truthfully. In fact, he was also curious as to how this secret realm, which was fine, would suddenly explode. The three of them nodded their heads after hearing this, and Fang Buwei said, that should be correct. The ancient tree drying up means that the prohibition is not only devouring the aura, but also sucking the vitality of the secret realm. After that, the three of them inquired about some things about the Qingyang mansion. But Lulu straightened up and said that he hadn't had the time to enter the Qingyang mansion yet to put it off. During the questioning process, Lu Xinyu also woke up, and I don't know if she heard the conversation between Lulu and the others, but what Lu Xinyu said was no different from Lulu, which made Lulu couldn't help but feel secretly relieved. After the three elders had another discussion, Yutong took Lulu and the others along to the Foreign Affairs Hall to complete the formalities. Foreign Affairs Hall, second floor. Yutong let a few people take out their pouches and mission items and check them. Then he personally registered them, and when the registration was completed, he gave them a storage bag each and said, this storage bag is considered to be your reward for becoming official disciples. Besides that, there is a badge, a token, and a complete copy of the Green Yang skill inside. The complete Green Sun technique? Right, the Qingyang skill you used to cultivate can only cultivate to the Qi practicing stage, while the complete Qingyang skill can support you to cultivate to foundation establishment perfection. So it is. Lulu thought that it was because the previous Green Yang skill was flawed, and now this complete Green Yang skill could increase the speed of cultivation. The result was just more cultivation methods up to the foundation establishment stage, which was a bit disappointing. Yutong ignored Lulu's change in expression, and after explaining some formal disciple matters, he summoned Lu Feng and asked him to take Lulu and the three of them to find a place to live. The official disciples' living area was to the west of the sect square, with a wide tree-lined avenue stretching from the square to the west, all the way to the foot of a majestic mountain peak. On both sides of the broad path were neatly arranged blocks of solitary courtyards, and it was feared that there were hundreds of them. The solitary courtyards were luxuriously constructed, and compared to the courtyards in which the miscellaneous disciples lived, there was a world of difference. Lu Feng pointed to the peak behind the courtyard and said, that's Qingyun Peak. The spiritual qi up there is much denser than the foot of the mountain. When you guys reach the 8th level of qi cultivation, you can move out of the courtyard below and cultivate in the cave up there. Lulu looked up and saw that the clouds and mist lingered on that Qingyun Peak, as if it was an immortal's blessed land, making his heart yearn for it. After saying that, Lu Feng led a few people to continue on their way. A few people first walked on the main road for a while, then walked into an on-ramp. Following the on-ramp all the way to the end, the three of them finally stopped in front of the gate of a single courtyard. Lu Feng pulled out 3 jade keys and handed them to the three respectively. There is a defense prohibition on the courtyard door. This is the prohibition key. You guys have to keep it properly. If you lose it, you need to compensate 500 contributions. Lulu pinched the key and looked at it, then looked at Qin Feng, who had been silent. He always felt something was wrong in his heart. After thinking about it, he pulled Lu Feng to one side and whispered, Senior Brother Lu, could there be a separate courtyard? I'm really not accustomed to living with strangers. It's not that Lulu doesn't like living with strangers. If it's just Lu Xinyu alone, it's just a matter of time. But this Qin Feng, it's better to forget about it. Lu Feng shook his head. Senior brother, it's not that I don't want to help you. There's really no way. Don't you see that there are so many courtyards here? In fact, there are so many people living in each of these courtyards. Senior brother, be patient. Wait until some people move to the mountains. Then I'll help you to find a single courtyard. Do you think it's feasible? Lu Feng was actually somewhat kind to Lulu. If it was someone else, he was afraid that he would have already thrown his face away. Where would he be so polite to talk nonsense to him? Lulu was greatly disappointed at his words, but still politely arched his hand. In that case, I would like to thank Senior Brother Lu for taking the trouble. If there is an empty yard to come down to, I would also like to trouble Senior Brother to let me know. In the future, I will not forget Senior Brother's kindness. All right, I'll make a note of it. Senior Brother, go in and take a look first. I'll leave first. Lu Feng gave an explanation and left. Lulu shook his head helplessly, and when he walked back, the courtyard door was already open. But Lu Xinyu was still waiting for Lulu at the door. And when she saw Lulu coming back, she couldn't help but ask, Brother Lu, what are you looking for him for? Chapter 47, Harvest. It's fine, just idle chatting. Let's go in as well. Lulu smiled faintly without much explanation and walked straight in. Directly across the street from the entrance is a 3-room townhouse main house with a living room in the center, bedrooms on either side, and a 2-room townhouse guest house on the left side of the yard. The courtyard was paved with flooring, and the flower bed in the corner had some flowers and plants as well as an unknown ancient tree. The dress-up was indeed better than the handyman's valley. Lulu chose a room to the right of the main house after roughly understanding the layout. Lu Xingyu said that she didn't want to get too close to Qin Feng, so she chose a room on the left side of the main house. Qin Feng hadn't said anything since the beginning, just quietly watching the two walk around as if he was looking at 2 lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Lulu couldn't stand this kind of gaze, and after saying a few words to Lu Xingyu, he headed towards his room. The walls of the room were not just a thin layer of boards like in the Handyman Valley, but were made of blocks of ancient stone up to a foot thick, and even the door was a stone door, making it quite secure. This made Lulu slightly relieved, thinking that Qin Feng's current cultivation level would not be able to easily shake the wall. This Qin Feng is like a thorn in his heart. He can't think of any way to kill the other party yet. Instead, he has to always worry about being backstabbed by the other party. He gently pushed the stone door with his hand. Even though his base strength had already reached 3,000, he still felt that it was a bit laborious. However, it was good that there was a mechanism button next to it so it could be closed with a gentle push. Closing the stone door, Lulu walked straight to the table and sat down, starting to count up the harvest from this secret realm. Inside the medicine garden on the first floor of the pagoda, the 16 sueju grasses were growing very vigorously, which filled Lulu's heart with anticipation, thinking that it was time to find an opportunity to go out and look for the other 3 ingredients of the acupuncture point pill. The efficacy of the acupuncture point pill was very counterintuitive. A single acupuncture point pill could punch open an acupoint, and without a doubt, it was the best choice for him to rapidly raise his cultivation. In addition to the Tsueju grass, what surprised Lulu was that the Shenju grass that was taken from the Tianjie Peak had 50 spirit lines, which made him a little puzzled. It had only been more than a year and less than 2 years in the past. How did it all of a sudden grow from 30 years to 50 years? Could it be? Can this layer of the medicinal garden accelerate growth? When he thought of this, his breath caught a little. If this was really the case, wouldn't it mean that he could quickly cultivate a large number of spirit medicines in the future? That's not right, is it? Lulu hadn't noticed it before, and upon this closer look, he realized that the land of the medicinal garden was surprisingly much larger than before, reaching more than 3 feet. So, this medicinal garden can really expand. He had received relevant information when he first activated the small tower, saying that the more spirits inside, the more space there would be on the first floor, and now it seemed to be true. After exiting from the spiritual hall's medicinal garden, Lulu put his divine sense into the second layer of the spatial hall again, and unsurprisingly, the second layer of the spatial hall became 30 feet square because of the expansion of the first layer of the medicinal garden. With a thought, he took out an ancient book and a palm-sized green pebble from the space temple. This was the biggest gain of this trip to the secret realm. He first curiously picked up the lapis lazuli and examined it carefully. After examining it, Lulu couldn't help but be a little disappointed. The lapis lazuli looked just like ordinary pebbles. There was nothing special about it. Then why does the fat deacon hold this lapis lazuli in such high regard? Lulu's gaze flickered. Could it be that just because this thing was placed rather conspicuously, he took it as a treasure? Nope, this thing shouldn't be easy. As Lulu thought about it, he suddenly had a flash of light and bit through his middle finger, forcing out a drop of blood that fell on top of the green stone. The blood was instantly sucked in by the lapis lazuli. Immediately after that, the green stone shook a bit, and one by one, small golden characters flew out from the green stone, and the small characters automatically arranged and combined themselves, and finally, they even formed a scripture which was suspended in the air in front of Lulu's eyes. Tai Xian Jing. Looking at the 3 big words at the beginning, Lulu's body shook with excitement. This was actually the Tai Xian scripture. The next instant, those small golden words twisted and turned out to whistling and rushing into Lulu's mind. Before Lulu had the chance to take a closer look, an old and weak voice suddenly resounded again in the midst of the lapis lazuli. I am Yi Qingyang. I was attacked by the devil's body. In order to prevent the devil's scourge on the clan, I trapped myself in the secret realm, and now I feel that I can't support myself, so I have left behind a copy of the Taishan Sutra and a copy of the Great Diffusion Forbidden Technique. The Taishan scripture is the property of the upper sect Taishan Dao sect. If someone from this sect obtains it, they should hand it over to the sect for proper disposal. Do not publicize it to the world so as not to bring about the trouble of killing oneself. The Great Diffusion Forbidden Art records the inheritance of the heavenly forbidden way. I accidentally got it, one of my body array forbidden skills out of this. If there is a destiny of people get it, When the collection of prudence, this thing wants the public, fear for the world's enemies, hard to get a good end. So scary? Lulu stared at the ancient book on the table and had no reason to be alarmed. After that old voice finished speaking, there was no more follow-up. Lulu tentatively shouted "Senior" a few times, and after realizing that the other party really did not respond, he then picked up the green stone and surveyed it. The lapis lazuli was still the same, but the Taishan scripture inside had already belonged to Lulu. He turned his eyes, thinking that the fat deacon did not want the green stone, so it is just right to take it for some contribution. Putting away the green stone, Lulu picked up the Great Diffusion Forbidden Technique again and began to look through it. It can't be bragging, can it? Seeing the last part of the general outline, Lulu suddenly widened his eyes, because there was a line written at the back of it. Those who have accomplished the forbidden art turn over their hands to become forbidden, and wherever the mind goes is a forbidden area, trapping, destroying, living, killing, and controlling. All are just a thought away. That is to say, where he stood, a wave of the hand. As long as the divine sense can sense, the range will be turned into a restricted area, life and death plunder, but in their own thoughts. If this is really the case, this great diffusion forbidden art is really horrible without bounds. We must know that a real great power can cover hundreds of millions of miles with a single thought of divine sense. If this is combined with the great diffusion forbidden art, will it not be directly against the heavens? However, when he excitedly flipped backward, he realized that he could only see the first article, the 100 Explanations of Rune Forbidden. As for the 2 chapters of the 100 Explanations of Formation Forbidden and the Great Diffusion Forbidden technique stated above the general outline, it was as if they were glued together and could not be uncovered at all. He directly flipped the Rune Forbidden 100 Explanations to the last page, only to realize that it was written at the back. Only after successful foundation establishment can one cultivate the art of formation forbidden. As it turned out, it wasn't sticking, but rather one's own cultivation wasn't enough. Lulu realized, which meant that he could only look through the second chapter if he reached the foundation establishment stage. After reading for a long time again, Lulu put away the Great Diffusion Forbidden technique. This first Rune Forbidden 100 Explanations was about all kinds of talisman making and runic inscriptions, which required the use of many materials which he simply didn't have the time to collect right now. His current priority was to collect the acupuncture point Dan materials to break through his cultivation, and the way of talismans could only be relegated to the back of the queue, and it would not be too late to study it again when he had some free time. In the evening, Lulu finished counting all of his harvest and stretched out muttering, "Let's go find the fat deacon first to hand in his business. He still owes me 100,000 contributions." With that, he opened the mechanism and walked out. Just as he left the courtyard, a gray-clothed man followed him out, and as Lulu took a step, he took a step as well. Lulu turned around violently and looked at Qin Feng angrily. "What the hell do you want?" Qin Feng looked at Lulu indifferent. "NTLY, kid, how about handing over the Great Diffusion Forbidden technique to this seat? And not only will this seat not make things difficult for you, but it will also accept you as a disciple." Chapter 48. How about giving me some time to think about it? Lulu didn't reject it outright. He was worried that saying the words "too dead" would make Qin Feng jump over the wall. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but have his eyes light up, thinking that this kid was quite measured, knowing that this kind of heaven-defying object wasn't something he could grasp. So he nodded his head and said, "All right, this seat is very optimistic about you, so I'll give you a month to think about it." With that, he turned and walked back. Seeing that Qin Feng was no longer following him, Lulu was finally relieved, and then he walked towards the clan square. When he came to the 100 Treasures building, the fat deacon was busy. When he saw Lulu come in, he couldn't help but look happy, and urged the few inner disciples, hurry up, a few hundred contributions and still dilly-dallying for half a day. It's really a disgrace." After hearing that, several people faced suddenly a burst of green and red, and finally turned directly away. "What attitude? Well, do not buy, we go to change the condensation Dan to go. That's it." "Humph. Love to buy or not." The fat deacon walked out from behind the counter, closed the door behind him, rubbed his hands together and asked with an expectant face, "How is it? Did you get it?" Lulu smiled faintly and reached out. The lapis lazuli had appeared in his hand. "It's this one, isn't it?" Yes, that's it. Quick, give it to me." The fat deacon didn't care how Lulu fetched it, and trembled as he reached for the lapis lazuli. "Eh?" Lulu raised an eyebrow and put the green stone away. "Senior brother wouldn't have forgotten something, right?" "Forgot what?" The fat deacon froze for a moment, then laughed. "You kid?" he said as he took out 10 gold cards and handed them to Lulu. 100,000 contributions, you point? The light in Luli's eyes flashed as he took the card and looked at it. Sure enough, it was 10,000. He nodded. No more, no less, just 100,000. After a moment's pause and pretending to be puzzled, he said, Elder brother, is there anything special about this lapis lazuli that makes you so fascinated? Hey, I don't know, but I think this thing is not ordinary. Don't talk nonsense. Give it to me. The fat deacon said impatiently. Lulu didn't say anything more and took out the green stone and handed it over. He wasn't afraid of the fat deacon leaking this matter out, because according to the rules, the things obtained inside the Qingyang mansion were to be handed over to the clan, and the other party's private plotting was already a felony. If he shakes himself out, he can't do any good. The fat deacon didn't even look at the lapis lazuli when he got it. He just put it away and then urged Lulu to go quickly. Lulu looked at the fat deacon slyly and pretended to be full of curiosity and teased before saying that he still had to buy some talismans. On this trip to the secret realm, he had basically used up all the talismans he had purchased last time, leaving him with only 3 earth-trapping talismans that he had yet to use, and now that he had gotten into this big trouble with Qinfeng, he had to be prepared. After the two haggled, Lulu bought 30 explosive talismans and 25 sprinting talismans for 11,000 contributions. So far, the contributions he had scavenged in the secret realm had been exhausted, and in the end, he was only left with 100,000 contributions that he had just gotten from the fat deacon, which he was going to exchange for Xinjiang, and after some cultivation, he would find a chance to get rid of Qinfeng to go out and look for the whereabouts of the Thunderflame Orchid and other elixirs. Wait! Seeing Lulu to leave, the fat deacon suddenly flashed his eyes, fished out a yellow leather book from his bosom, and said mysteriously, Senior brother, when it comes to life-preserving things, it has to be one's own strength. Look, this itself law. The earth rank advanced. 100 years of rare, body law. Lulu was shocked. Body techniques were quite rare. Not to mention the earth rank advanced, even the yellow rank body techniques were rare to find in a place like the Qingyang Sect. Because normally body techniques have no attribute limitations anyone can cultivate, and compared to combat techniques, body techniques are the real life-saving things, can't fight but can run not. As soon as he picked up the ancient book, the first thing that caught his eyes were the words blistering wind steps. When he opened the first page, Lulu immediately looked odd, because it is clearly written on it, with the wind as the spirit, lightness of its body. Like the wind like a shadow without trace. This was a book of wind attribute body techniques. No wonder the other party was willing to make a move. Looking at the entire Qingyang Sect, apart from himself and Chen, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to find a second person who possessed the wind attribute. However, this fat deacon couldn't possibly know that he possesses the wind attribute. Could it be that he's trying to trap me? Thinking of this, Lulu pretended not to understand and pointed to the words, wind as spirit, on the first page and said, Senior brother, what does this mean? When the fat deacon heard this, a flash of dodge unconsciously flashed in his eyes, and he laughed sardonically. This should be, letting people become as free as the wind, right? Is enough to show that this gong method is extraordinary. Make it up. Keep making it up for me. Lulu stifled a laugh in his heart and didn't dismantle the other party. Instead, he nodded his head in a fervent manner. Seeing Lulu nodding his head, the fat deacon showed off even more. Senior brother, I won't hide it from you. If it wasn't for the fact that my senior brother is too fat to fly, I would never have offered this technique. You don't know the scarcity of the body law, senior brother may as well tell you, not to mention the ground rank advanced body law, even if it is the Shen rank body law, in the entire eastern wasteland also can't find a few books. Really? I lied to you about having a son without an asshole. Lulu's face twitched as he glared at the fat deacon. How to sell? 100,000 contributions. The fat deacon thought to himself, this gong method is good, but it's a pity that I've never seen anyone with the wind attribute, so I can slaughter your kid for a sum of money, so I can only count you as unlucky. $100,000? Why don't you go and grab it? Lulu directly threw a hand back and pretended to walk away. No, don't go. How much did you say? You and I are brothers, name your price. Seeing that Lulu was going to leave, the fat deacon was anxious. He had shown this stance to many inner disciples, but all of them just took a look and didn't want it. Today it was hard to catch a dilettante, he had to get rid of this thing. Lulu stopped at the words and stretched out 3 fingers, thought about it and stretched out another. 40,000. I don't want any more. Seeing Lulu first stretching 3 fingers and then turning them into 4, the fat deacon felt that 40,000 might really be the limit for this douchebag and gritted his teeth. Here you go. The fact that he was willing to offer his blast steps at such a low price had to start with the origin of these blast steps. This gong method was actually a dark loss he had suffered when he was a handyman. At that time, he didn't know anything and wanted to learn body techniques. He unintentionally rummaged through the corners of the first floor of the Gongfu building and found this dusty copy of the Blast Wind Steps. At that time, when the old man guarding the building saw that he chose the Blast Wind Steps, instead of reminding him of it, he said with a smile on his face, "Young man, you've got a good eye." It cost him 3,000 contributions for nothing. I hate it now just thinking about it. Thanks a lot. Getting the blast steps, Lulu was already happy in his heart, thinking that today was really a good day, and after saying thanks, he headed out. No need for thanks. I hope you won't hold a grudge against old me in the future, the fat deacon muttered, suddenly remembering his previous encounters in the Merit building. His heart's bad taste rose steeply and he shouted at Lulu's back, "Junior brother, you have a good eye." Chapter 49. High winds. I have a good eye naturally. The corner of Lulu's mouth curled into a smile as he headed straight towards the Dan building. Arriving at the Dan building, Lulu exchanged the remaining 60,000 contributions for 60 bottles of Jinjin Dan under the horrified look of that Dan building's deacon, and then rushed towards the dormitory. 10 bottles of concentration pills, 1 bottle of 1,000 contributions. After walking for a while, Lulu suddenly stopped and turned around to look at a man behind him with a white sun green sword badge. What does senior brother mean by following me all the way? The man saw Lulu discovering himself, so he walked up quickly with a smile on his face. Senior brother, you can't use up so many condensing pills in one go. Why don't you? How about lending senior brother a few bottles? Lulu frowned. I'm sorry. I'm exchanging this for another senior. I can't lend it to senior. After saying that, he directly turned around and left, while releasing his divine sense to be alert to the movements behind him. When that person heard that Lulu was helping other senior brothers to change, he couldn't help but show a flash of hesitation, and then seeing that Lulu had already walked away, he muttered, "Count yourself lucky, kid." Then he turned around and left. Lulu saw that the other party did not come after him. Then he was relieved, thinking that the principle of not revealing one's wealth is really right. It seems that in the future, he still has to be more careful. Although he was a formal disciple, his cultivation was the existence of the bottom, and it would be strange if he did not let people remember him for having so many condensing pills at once. Soon, Lulu returned to his small courtyard. The door to that Qinfeng's room was closed tightly, so he must have been practicing inside, and there was no Lu Xinyu in the courtyard. Lulu entered the living room only to find that Lu Xinyu was sitting in the doorway of the room on the left, staring blankly. Upon closer inspection, the other party's face was still a bit pale. Lulu frowned slightly as he walked over and asked, "Senior sister, are you sick? Why do you look so white?" Lu Xinyu's body trembled slightly, and she didn't raise her head. Instead she buried it. I'm fine. Senior sister, if you have a disease, you have to cure it. I'm really fine. Fine. Lulu stared at Lu Xinyu and turned around to go back to his room. 60 bottles of condensation Dan, a total of 600 pills, a medicinal effect of 1 hour, calculated that it could be used in the Hall of Time for him to use continuously for 50 days, which was equivalent to 5 days in the outside world. 600 condensation dawn were eaten in 5 days. If this kind of eating method was spread out, I'm afraid that someone would have to arrest him and study him. Lu Xinyu watched as the door to Lu Li's room slowly closed, her slightly red eyes revealing a touch of struggle. Ahem. Suddenly, she covered her mouth and coughed violently, and when she spread her palms, they were blood red, and she sobbed in a low voice, Why is God doing this to me?" Inside the room, Lu Li was lying motionless on the bed, and his mind had already entered the Hall of Time. He didn't rush to cultivate, but began to carefully flip through his memories about the Taoist scripture. Those small golden characters had already fused with his memories ever since they entered his mind. They just hadn't penetrated through yet. It's like reading a book where the words are memorized, but you don't yet understand the meaning. As he kept flipping through the pages, the joy on Lu Li's face grew. This Taoist scripture was indeed more complete than the Qingyang skill he had cultivated before, and the method of absorption and refining was also more advanced. Moreover, the Taoist scripture could still be cultivated to the Yuaning level, but of course this was a bit distant for him. After studying for 4 or 5 hours, Lu Li grasped the qi practicing chapter thoroughly, and then sat down in the temple and started to inhale. As he ran the mantra, the aura within 10 feet around him suddenly swarmed towards his body. The speed was quite fast, and it was simply not something that the green sun technique could compare to. After the aura entered the dantian, Lu Li began to separate and refine it according to the method described in the Taoist scripture, and the speed of refinement was surprisingly more than twice as fast as the Qingyang technique as well, and that's without taking the condensed truth pill. In other words, his current state was completely comparable to his previous state of being high on drugs using the green sun technique. This made Lulu even more confident, who said that a 9-spirit root couldn't cultivate immortality. It was just that he hadn't encountered a strong technique. Of course, outsiders definitely couldn't because they didn't have so much time even if they had the feats. After a round of refining, Lulu's mind moved and 60 jade bottles immediately appeared in front of him. He opened one, took out a dark green concentration pill and swallowed it, and then once again he sucked violently, and the surrounding spiritual chi instantly swarmed to him. With the congealed truth's boost, the refining speed was once again much faster. In this way, Lulu kept refining and punching his points, refining and punching his points, and was busy, rolling eyes. 10 days then passed in the outside world. During that time, Lulu had also come out twice, both times heading to the cafeteria to receive some dry food before returning in a hurry. And every time he came back, he could see Lu Xinyu sitting in the doorway fuming. The other party's face seemed to be getting paler and paler, and even her eyes were a little dark, but no matter how Lulu asked, the other party said that she was fine. This left Lulu without the slightest solution. On the 100th day of the secret realm, Lulu suddenly moved his body and instantly appeared 10 feet away, so fast that one could only see the residual shadow. 10 feet in a breath, this blistering wind step is considered an introduction. Lulu murmured with a happy expression on his face. He had stopped cultivating the Taishan Sutra as early as the 70th day of the secret realm, after he had opened his 26th acupoint, and had switched to cultivating the blistering wind steps and counting. He was now considered to be at the mid-third stage of the triple stage. According to the records of the blistering wind steps, 10 zhang in a breath was considered an introduction, 20 zhang a minor accomplishment, 50 zhang a major accomplishment, and 100 zhang a complete accomplishment. Of course, this was the best state of the qi practicing stage. If one reached the foundation establishment stage according to the above, how fast one could burst out then all depended on how much true qi one used and the strength of one's physical body. There was no specific upper limit, and that was what made the blistering wind step so terrifying. I wonder if, compared to Qin Feng's ghost-like stance, this blistering wind step has any power in a battle. Thinking of that day in the Qingyang mansion, Qin Feng's stance that was like an instantaneous movement, Lulu still had palpitations in his heart. If not for the fact that his physical body was strong enough and the other party was very weak, he was afraid that it would be difficult for him to leave alive. Suddenly, Lulu looked at the ink-blue-colored robe on his body and found that there was still a faint ink-colored light flowing on it. He couldn't help but frown. The robe sold well, but it seemed to be a bit too eye-catching, right? And it always felt a little too loose on him and didn't quite fit. This thing looks like it's not a mortal product, will it? Lulu had a sudden thought and squeezed out a drop of blood from his fingertip and dropped it on top of the robe. Moment. Above the robe the ghostly light flickered. A string of information flowed into Lulu's mind. Ink haze treasure clothes, shrinking freely, can be repaired and cleaned by itself. Surprisingly, it can really recognize its owner. Lulu's mind moved, and his robe suddenly changed, unexpectedly transforming into a set of inky green power suit. Exactly the same as the one he wore before, and it fit perfectly. That's a good one. That's much more comfortable. Lulu looked up and down, at the same time moved his body, feeling much more comfortable. He did not like the long robe or this strong clothing is easier to move. With another movement of his mind, the flowing light around his body disappeared, looking not much different from ordinary clothes. Tinkerbell. Just then, there was a sudden, crisp ringing sound from the roof. Lulu hurriedly retreated from the Hall of Time and opened the door to see that it was Lu Xinyu. Chapter 50. Departure. Something wrong, senior sister? Lu Xinyu nodded and looked at Lulu for a moment of hesitation before saying, Brother Lu, I've taken on 2 quests. Is it okay if you accompany me? Mission? What mission? Lulu knew that formal disciples could receive a bottle of concentration pill every month, but if they wanted it after they ran out, they would have to buy it with their own contributions, and the source of the contributions was to do the quests. Unlike the miscellaneous disciples, most of the tasks of the formal disciples were of a dangerous nature, and they almost always needed to go out. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyu took out a piece of paper stamped with the seal of the Foreign Affairs Hall and handed it to Lulu. Lulu took a look at it and saw only that it read, I hunt and kill the grade 1 spiritual beast sundown wolf and collect wolf skins at 300 contributions each. Suggested location, Thunderfire Mountain Range. Second, collect Thunderfire orchids, 500 contributions per plant. Suggested location, Thunderfire Mountain Range. The first Lulu didn't think anything of it, but when he saw the words Thunderfire orchid, He couldn't help but tug the task list a little tighter. So it turned out, there were Thunderfire orchids in the Thunderfire mountain range. He already possessed the emerald bamboo grass, and this Thunderfire orchid was also one of the flavors used to refine the acupuncture point pill. So it seemed necessary to take a trip to the Thunderfire mountain range. Lulu secretly memorized the words Thunderfire mountain range. Big brother Lu, what's wrong with you? Seeing Lulu tugging at the task list with a death grip, Lu Xinyu asked somewhat weakly. No, it's fine. Lulu returned the task list to Lu Xinyu and said with some concern, Senior sister, you're not in good health. It's a bit inappropriate for you to go out and do a task now, isn't it? Lu Xinyu shook her head. I ran out of concentration pill, and now my cultivation is very slow. I want to break through quickly and then take revenge on my parents, but I'm afraid that I can't deal with those demonic beasts. Saying that, he couldn't help but shed 2 lines of clear tears, whimpering and sobbing. Lulu heard the words and his heart couldn't help but feel sad. He reached out his hand and gently patted the other party's shoulder. Okay, I'll find a time to go and take a mission to accompany you. Thank you, brother Lu. Lu Xinyu lowered her head. No need to be polite, Lulu said as he pulled Lu Xinyu into the room. And right under the other party's expression of fear, Lulu closed the door. Looking at the other party with a look of shock, Lulu froze. Senior sister, don't misunderstand. In fact, I want to tell you that Qin Feng can't easily let us leave like this. In order to prevent accidents, we need to plot. Hearing Lulu say this, Lu Xinyu was relieved. The two of them plotted in secret for a long time before Lu Xinyu walked out of the room. Early the next morning, Lu Xinyu left the courtyard. That Qin Feng did not seem to notice its departure. Still, room door closed. When it was evening, Lulu came out to sit in the yard for a while. Just as he was tentatively preparing to get up and go out, Qin Feng suddenly opened the door and walked out. Kid, time has passed for 10 days. How have you considered it? At this time, Qin Feng's aura was much more powerful, and his face had even undergone a slight change. And before he wanted to take over Lulu, that divine soul had a slight resemblance. Lulu stood up. Isn't there still 10 days left? I'm learning the introductory talisman making method above. About 7 or 8 days, you can wait a little longer. Introductory talisman making method? Qin Feng's face sank slightly. Who told you to learn the above? Hee. Lulu also pretended to be offended when he heard this. This great diffusion forbidden art is in my hands now. Could it be that Senior won't even give me the chance to learn the introductory talisman making technique? If that's really the case, then I'll only have to destroy it. Don't. Qin Feng sniffed his face. Okay, I'll let you learn. Not only can I give you 10 days if you haven't learned. Senior, don't worry, if I can't learn it. It only means that I have no destiny with this great diffusion forbidden technique, and I will give my hands to Bo for a good future, said expectantly. At that time, Senior, don't forget. Accept me as a disciple. Qin Feng's face was delighted as he laughed. You kid is on the right track. I'll give you 10 days, and when I learn the great diffusion forbidden technique, I can also instruct you on it. Upon hearing this, Lulu gave another burst of compliments, patting the horse's ass, hearing Qin Feng's heart blossom. In the end, Lulu bluntly said that he wanted to go to the 100 Treasure Pavilion to buy spirit paper, and swaggered out of the courtyard in front of Qin Feng. Seeing Lulu left, the smile on Qin Feng's face disappeared all of a sudden, and he said grimly, the little Qi practicing stage is not qualified to become the blood slave of this seat, but also presumed to be the disciple of this seat. Wait for this seat to get the forbidden art and then slap you little to death. The plaza. Lulu buried his head and sprinted forward. His face had no other color except for the grimness. This Qin Feng's aura was getting stronger and stronger. He didn't dare to put out his divine sense to probe the other party's cultivation just now, but he could vaguely feel that the other party was already close to the late triple stage. This kind of speed was something that even he, who possessed the Temple of Time, didn't dare to think about. Qingyang Sect can't stay any longer. Lulu's mind raced all the way, and in the end, he could only make this decision, to leave the Qingyang Sect and avoid the front line for the time being. He did not choose to leave directly, but instead came to the Handyman Valley to find Chen Zhong and commanded in a condensed voice, Fatty, I'm going out. I don't know when I'll be back. That Chu Qingfeng has already been taken in the secret realm. Now his name is Qin Feng. 3 months later. You reveal this news secretly, but don't let others know that it's you who revealed it. A year from now, I'll wait for you at the White Cloud Valley outside of the Qingyang Sect, and you'll go there and tell me about the state of the Qingyang Sect. Although Chen Zhong was puzzled in his heart, he saw Lulu's grave expression and said solemnly, Don't worry, boss, I'll do as I'm told. It's just that, boss. Outside is different from the sect. You have to be careful when you go out. I know. Lulu patted Chunjong's shoulder. Qingyang Sect is a good place. You have to seize the opportunity to cultivate well. A year later, forget it. Let's talk about it a year later. After some more instructions, Lulu left in a hurry. Returning to the square, Lulu hesitated or walked in towards the Foreign Affairs Hall and took over a dozen level 1 demon removal tasks in one breath before Lulu walked out. He wasn't sure if Qin Feng would shake himself out after his news was blown out, so it wasn't certain if this Qingyang Sect could come back. As for taking the quest, it was only holding Qin Feng too late to shake himself out, so he could still come back and hand in the quest then. If it was really shaken out, then at that time, Chunjong would definitely inform himself that he would simply not return to the Qingyang Sect. Under the wall to the south of the Qingyang Sect square, a carriage was waiting quietly. The white-skirted girl in the car had her eyes fixed on the path down the mountain. Her sickly face had expectations, struggles, and pain. It was getting late in the day, when suddenly, a shadow flashed down the cliff path like a ghost, and suddenly appeared next to the carriage a few breaths later. The white-skirted girl was so scared that her body trembled, and only when she saw the teenager's appearance did she forcefully exhale. "Brother Lu, it's you? You scared me to death. Let's go." Lulu shook his head and rolled over to sit in the front room of the carriage, glancing at the cliffs behind him with what seemed to be reluctance in his eyes. Then he cracked a whip on the steeds, but Hiya! Chapter 51, New Graves. The sun and moon turn, and the grass goes backward. The mutated steed ran furiously with hooves all the way, as if it didn't know how to get tired, and half a month had passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the sky suddenly started to drizzle, and the sound of Lu Sinyu's violent coughing came from the carriage again. Every time he heard this sound, Lulu knew that it was time to stop again. Every time Lu Sinyu coughed, she had to stop and rest for a while, and anyone with a discerning eye could tell that something was terribly wrong with her body. Lulu had also asked Lu Sinyu, but Lu Sinyu swallowed back every time the words came to her lips, as if she had something to hide. Lulu looked up at the towering mountains looming at the end of the sky, pulled the carriage to a stop, and turned around to walk into the carriage. "Senior sister, if it's really not possible, let's not go, right?" Looking at Lu Sinyu's appearance, it seemed that his life would be in danger at any time. Lulu, even though he had the intention to seek out that thunderflame orchid, he couldn't bear to see the other party die in front of his eyes. "Lu, brother Lu." Lu Sinyu covered her mouth with a hand towel and said with a pale face, We're almost at Green Thunder City, right? Well, in half an hour we will pass outside of Green Thunder City, and after Green Thunder City and another day's walk, we will be at the Thunderfire Mountain Range," Lulu said slowly as he sat next to Lu Sinyu. "Half an hour?" Lu Sinyu glanced at the rain curtains outside the window and murmured, "Brother Lu, I want to go into the city to pay my respects. Can you, please, speed up the rush? I'm afraid I can't hold on much longer." "Senior sister, you?" Lulu looked at Lu Sinyu's pale face, wanting to say, "What the hell are you doing?" "Brother Lu, just don't ask. Wait until we get to Green Thunder City, and I'll tell you everything." "Okay. Good." Lulu nodded grimly, while then turned to sit back in the front room and violently cracked a whip. Hiya! The steeds neighing, the wheels spinning, the carriage piercing through the rain curtain like a sharp arrow, the oncoming raindrops snapping at Lulu's face like gravel, making him blur his vision and messing up his mind. Arrived. Not long after, the outline of a vague city loomed in the rain and mist. Lulu's face was slightly happy. Ignoring the fact that his body was already wet around him, he turned around and said, "Senior sister, hold on." Once again, he swung out a whip, shocking all the falling rainwater into water mist. The carriage sped into the city. The guards under the city only saw a black shadow sweeping past, stretching out their hands and retracting them, their mouths wide open, their faces filled with shock and incomprehension. He wondered a little if there was something wrong with his eyes, or perhaps a ghost. The rainstorm poured down, the streets were empty, and the carriages traveled unimpeded. In the blink of an eye, it was already in the east side. Willow House. The dark plaque was engraved with 2 large golden letters. The stallion neighs, and the galloping carriage squeaks to a halt in front of the door, standing in the rain. Lulu pulled back the curtain of the car and shouted in a low voice, "Senior sister, we're here." "Aha!" The voice inside the carriage was very weak. After answering a sound, there was no more movement. After waiting for a while, Lu Sinyu slowly walked out, Her face had an extra snow-white gauze. Brother Lu, good looking. The veil covered most of Lu Sinyu's face, but there were many more dark red blood lines above her forehead, as if they were hideously densely covered with cobwebs. Lu Li's pupils shrunk violently. There was no doubt that the previous Lu Xianyu was very beautiful, but it had turned into this appearance. Looking at Lu Xianyu's expectant eyes, he nodded. Senior sister is very pretty. Ryushin laughed. Facing the pouring rain, he gently leaped off the carriage, but after landing, his body was soft, and suddenly he was about to fall to the ground. Lu Li hurriedly held her in place. Senior sister, Brother Lu, take me in. This is my home. I'm home. The young girl murmured in a low voice, and if it wasn't for Lu Li's excellent ear, he could barely hear it. Good. Lu Li nodded his head and picked up the young girl in a horizontal embrace, facing the rain and walking step by step towards the gate of the Lu mansion. The door was left open a crack. Lu Li kicked with his foot, and the door opened with a creak, and into his eyes, bleak. The scattered corpses and bones were lying horizontally and vertically on top of the square behind the door, allowing the rain to pound them mercilessly, and the chilly atmosphere came to his face, making Lu Li couldn't help but shiver. This is what's happened. Lu Xinyu in her arms inclined her head and looked towards the square, her bloodshot eyes shedding 2 lines of bloody tears, her expression despondent and helpless. Father, mother, my daughter is unfilial. I failed to help you avenge. I have not been able to help you avenge your hatred. Lu Li opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but realized that he didn't know what to say at all. The breath of the woman in his arms was getting weaker by leaps and bounds. Perhaps it was useless to say anything at this point. Lu Xinyu withdrew her gaze and looked at Lu Li. Senior brother, I'm sorry that I lied to you. What? Lu Li looked at the young girl in his arms. I was actually sent by Zhang Song to the Qingyang Sect to trick you into coming out. He killed my whole family and forced me to eat the heart-eating worm. I hated him so much, but I couldn't help it. The heart-eating insect will hatch in 2 years. I also hesitated for 2 years. 10 days ago, I felt like I couldn't hold out any longer, and I wanted to go home. So, tricked you out. But don't worry, I didn't inform Zhang Song. I'm just scared to go home alone. Saying that, Lu Xinyu slowly touched out a storage from her bosom. Brother Lu, there's a treasure in here. Carrying it on your body can isolate your divine sense from probing. It's kind of, Xianyu has apologized to you. Can you forgive me? So that's how it is. Lu Li suddenly had a bout of fear, staring blankly at Lu Xinyu, shaking his head. I don't blame you. I should be grateful to you. Grateful for your kindness. Grateful for letting me live. Yes, if his whole family was exterminated, he would have tried to survive by all means, and then take revenge by any means, right? How would he care about the death of an irrelevant person? But she didn't do that and gave herself a chance to live. What else is there to say for yourself? However, Lu Li could not help but sigh. Sometimes danger is really undefendable. It seems that in the future we have to be more careful. After all, not everyone is Lu Xinyu. Brother Lu, that's nice. Receiving Lu Li's reply, Lu Xinyu's mind was relieved and her pupils began to rapidly collapse. Her mouth murmured and whispered, Father, Mother, your revenge. Halfway through the sentence, the slender jade hand suddenly dropped down powerlessly. Sister, Lu Li exclaimed in shock and shook Lu Xinyu in his arms with all his might. But the other party never responded again. She's dead. Lu Li was silent and speechless. His heart was a bit painful, as if a needle was sticking. He didn't know why his heart ached. He himself and this senior sister didn't seem to have too many encounters. A few moments later, Lu Li walked to the center of the square through the torrential rain, and several talisman papers shot out. Rumbling a few explosions, a big pit more than 10 feet square was revealed. Lu Li came back and picked up Lu Xinyu to look at it, and resolutely returned to the rain. In a short while, a new grave was added in the center of the Lu family square, and the 6 words Tomb of New Rain Sister on the 3-foot-high stone monument in front of the grave represented Lu Li's thoughts. Elder sister, rest in peace. If senior brother kills Zhang Song one day, he will definitely come back to tell you. Staring at the tombstone, he slowly walked back to the porch and picked up the storage bag on the ground and put it in his arms. Close the door and leave. Chapter 52 Arrival at Watercloud Town. The heavy rain remained. The pitch-black carriage strolled through the streets of Qinglei City, making a clattering sound. Compared to the rush that wanted to crush the rain curtains when entering the city, this time it appeared to be very calm, and even a bit despondent. Sitting in the front room of the carriage, the ink blue power suit teenager, his back leaning against the door frame, holding the purple-blue storage bag in one hand, his thoughts drifting to nowhere. He didn't know whether to be thankful or sad. Because of the other person's kindness, he or she escaped and should probably be thankful. But he couldn't be happy in any way. Perhaps, I'm not really a heartless person myself. Lulu thought that he had been ruthless enough, until now he realized that he had always been kind inside, only that he had suppressed that kindness deeply when dealing with his enemies, right? The carriage left the city and continued southeast. Thunderfire Mountain Range is located in the southeast of Liangzhou. The highest part of the mountain range is 1,000 feet, east and west stretches for thousands of miles, north and south branches crisscrossing, like a lying giant centipede. From north to south across the pass is the land of Qingyang State. The Thunderfire Mountain Range is considered to be a strange scene in Liangzhou. On the branch veins, no matter the mountains, rocks and jungles are all fiery red, while on the main vein it is a ghostly blue, and the name of the mountain range is also named after it. This place was rich in all kinds of spiritual medicines, among which the Thunderfire Orchid was the most famous. And there was an endless stream of people who came to explore the treasure and collect medicines. As more and more people gathered, small towns were built at the foot of many branches, and a number of forces came into being. This day, at the entrance of Shuiyun Town, located at the foot of one of the westernmost branches of the Thunderfire Mountain Range, a black carriage came head-on. The teenager who was driving the car looked at the crowds of people shuttling through the streets, quietly released his divine sense and sensed, and couldn't help but reveal a touch of doubt. How could there be so many cultivators? On second thought, he stepped out of the car, unhooked the crossover and snapped at the horse's ass. "Go on, you're free." The mutated stallion seemed to have some spirituality and glanced back at Lulu, and with a long neigh, he ran away furiously. Only then did Lulu touch the purple jade at his waist and slowly walked in. The purple jade was called the Hidden God Jade, which was obtained from inside Lu Sinyu's storage bag, and after it was actuated, it could shield any divine sense probes within the same great realm. This was undoubtedly one more life-preserving card for Lulu. Along the way, Lulu realized that this town, which didn't look too eye-catching, had 5 to 6 out of 10 cultivators, and although most of them weren't too high in cultivation, there were some that he couldn't see through. In order to avoid causing displeasure, Lulu did not purposely probe the cultivation of a particular person. As he walked around, he noticed that there were many other stores selling cultivator supplies in the surrounding area, and in curiosity he walked to the door of a grocery store and watched from afar. He was curious how cultivators traded with each other. Did they use gold and silver as well? This is clearly unrealistic. After watching a few people trade in a row, Lulu realized that the currency they were using was actually condensed jindan. After thinking about it, it was understandable for the condensing pill to be used as a universal currency as a necessity for chi practicing stage cultivators. However, right now he doesn't even have a condensation dan on him, so he is really poor and clanking when he counts. Just looking at it, Lulu was ready to leave, but at that moment the chubby shopkeeper suddenly walked towards him. He first looked skeptical, then respectfully saluted. "Does Senior need anything? Seniors?" Lulu frowned. The other party and himself were both chi practicing third grader. Why did he call himself a senior? But it was not good to ask directly. So with a change of mind, he asked, "Do you acquire storage bags here?" The fat shopkeeper's eyes lit up. Collect. Collect. Something like a storage bag may not be rare for an existence like Senior, but it's a scarce commodity for us secular casual cultivators, nah. Lulu nodded and casually threw out a storage bag. "This, see how you can collect it." The fat shopkeeper took over the divine sense and immediately said, "According to the normal market price, this kind of primary storage bag we charge 12 lower grade condensation dan, but for the sake of seniors, I'll offer you 15. How about it?" "In my honor?" "Ahem, yes," the fat shopkeeper said while glancing towards Lulu's chest, as if he wanted to get a better look. Seeing this, Lulu also lowered his head and glanced towards his chest, and this time, he immediately understood that the other party was not seeing through his cultivation at all, but rather this Qingyang Sect's chest badge of his own made the other party scornful. It seemed that the influence of the Qingyang Sect in Liangzhou was really not small, but it was good. This would also sell a few more condensed jindan, so he pulled out all the storage bags on his body, 9 in total. "Sell them all." "This, so much?" The fat shopkeeper was startled. "What, no?" "Yes, yes." The fat shopkeeper nodded his head repeatedly. "I'll fetch you the condensation pill right now." In a short while, the fat shopkeeper took out a large jade bottle and 5 small jade bottles and handed them to Lulu. "Senior, there are a total of 150 pills. Please count them." Lulu nodded his head after his divine sense swept, and realized that there was no problem. No problem. Then he turned around and left. While walking, Lulu pondered for a while or removed the badge. When you go out, you have to be careful about everything, and I'm afraid that most of the people who come out of this kind of immortal sect of the Qingyang Sect will look down on the secular cultivators, and the number of people they have offended will not be small. If someone were to hold a grudge against the disciples of the Qingyang Sect, wouldn't he or she have to carry an undeserved disaster? What Lulu didn't know was that he had just left on the front foot. The fat shopkeeper closed the door on the back foot, and after hurriedly walking into a fork in the road, he stopped at the entrance of a place called Water Cloud Cottage. Straightening his clothes, he stepped into it. The two guards at the entrance hurriedly saluted respectfully. "Greetings, Protector Wang." The fat man ignored it and walked directly into the lobby, shouting respectfully at a rough man in the hall who was snoring on his back. "Wang Fu pays his respects to Grand Master Su." "What is it?" Su Shan leaned his back against the large tiger skin chair, still tilting his head. "Big boss. There's another Qingyang Sect bastard." "Qingyang Sects." Su Shan slowly sat up, squinted at Wang Fu and said, "Look carefully? There's absolutely nothing wrong with it. I've read it 3 times. What cultivation? Mid-triple. Okay, you bring a few brothers over to clean him up. Remember to do it cleanly, don't leave me any handles, otherwise, you know the consequences." "Yes, big boss." The town wasn't very long. East and west was just 2 or 3 miles. Lulu didn't walk for long before he reached the end. Half a mile away from the town gate, a fiery red forest went from low to high, and the distant end was a turquoise blue. This was one of the branches heading to the main vein, the water cloud branch. I also don't know which location the thunderfire orchid grows in. Looking at the reddish forest that stretched out in front of him, Lulu realized that he had thought of the Thunderfire mountain range too simply, thinking that it was just like a medicinal garden waiting for him to pick it. "That's just it. Take your time to find it." After a slight hesitation, Lulu directly walked towards the outside of the town. At this moment, there were 2 women and a man outside the town discussing something in a whisper. Seeing Lulu come out from the town, one of the petite pink-clothed girl's eyes lit up as she walked towards Lulu. Chapter 53 Sneak Attack on That Pig. "This senior brother, are you alone?" The pink-clothed girl trotted to Lulu and asked. A fragrance came to his nose. Lulu could not help but take a closer look at the young girl in front of him. The other party looked no more than 14 or 15 years old, with a slightly rounded face and a pair of big watery eyes, which gave him a surprisingly familiar feeling. But after thinking about it, I could never remember what was so familiar. He looked at the green-robed man and the white-robed girl in the distance again and asked thoughtfully, "Is something wrong? Here's the thing, the last time we found Senior Sister Ling." Before the pink-clothed girl finished her sentence, the green-clothed man came over and said after glancing at Lulu, "This senior brother, we want to go into the mountains to collect medicines, and we are just short of 1 person, and it's also dangerous for you to go into the mountains as a chi practicing triple, so why don't you come with us and you can also have a caretaker." This sounded like it was for Lulu's benefit at first, but Lulu always felt something strange. "Senior, you? Senior sister, going out? Have you forgotten the elder's instructions?" "Fine." The girl in pink beamed and stopped talking. "How about it, senior brother? I'm a 5th-level chi practitioner. You'll undoubtedly be much safer with us," the green-robed man said again. Lulu thought for a moment that he didn't know the whereabouts of the Thunder Flame Orchid anyway, so he might as well follow a few people into the mountains first and see if he could pry some information out of them. So he nodded his head and agreed, pretending to be elated. "In that case, thank you for taking care of me, senior brother." The green-robed man couldn't help but look relieved when he saw Lulu agree. "When you go out, you should." Saying that, he greeted the white-clothed girl. "Senior Sister Fu, let's go." In a short while, a few people came to the edge of the water cloud mountain. As far as the eye could see, there was a reddish tree trunk, even the ground was purplish-red sandy soil, and I don't know if there were too many people walking around, but the weeds in the forest were also very sparse. As those 3 walked ahead, that senior Sister Fu found topics to talk to the green-robed man from time to time, but the green-robed man only occasionally replied with a sentence or two, instead bragging to that senior Sister Ling about his past in the Thunderfire Mountain range from time to time. Said something like the big boss of the water cloud walled city would have to go around even if he saw him. However, that senior Sister Ling didn't seem to have a problem with it, and didn't even answer a single word. The relationship between the 3 seems very delicate. Seemingly feeling a bit bored, Senior Sister Ling suddenly slowed down her pace and walked side by side with Lulu and asked, "This senior brother, why don't you say anything?" Lulu's eyes lit up. thinking that the opportunity had finally come, and he hurriedly said, "Miss Ling, I've heard that this Thunderfire mountain range is rich in Thunderfire orchids. I wonder if it's true." The green-robed man seemed to be displeased, and said with a cold snort, "Humph, Thunderfire orchid? True is true, but the Thunderfire orchid only grows above the main vein, where it has long been controlled by the people of the 6 mountain fortresses. How can you, a small chi practicing 3rd degree, be able to go there?" "Senior brother Zhong, others are just asking. There's no need to talk like that," Senior sister Ling said with a frown. "I'm doing this for his own good, lest he lose his life by running up to the main vein without knowing the heights of heaven," the green-robed man said, and then said to Senior sister Ling, "Senior sister, when you go out, you have to keep your eyes peeled. Some people are very dark on the surface, but their hearts are actually even darker." Lulu heard some upset. This is not clearly say their own. Black how, eat your white rice? Unhappy as he was, Lulu didn't flip out directly, because he was a person who always disliked doing that kind of unnecessary face fight. That senior brother's speech was hard to hear, but he at least got 2 useful news from it. One was that Thunderfire orchid only grows in the main vein, which means that there is no Thunderfire orchid on this branch vein, and he would have to find a chance to get rid of a few people to go up to the main vein directly. Secondly, the main vein had been occupied by some 6 mountain fortresses, and he had to be careful when he went up there, or else he was afraid that his life would be in danger. A few people continued to move forward, and that Senior Zhong seemed to have a purpose as he led a few people through the inside of the forest. What they don't know is that just 100 feet away behind them, that fat Protector Wang is trailing with 5 or 6 people, and one of them, a man of the 2nd level of Qi cultivation, said, "Protector, that kid even found helpers, do we want to?" Fatty Wang pondered for a moment and nodded. "That green-robed fellow has an extraordinary aura. Most likely he is also a member of the clan, and they are obviously walking with a purpose. It is likely that they have found a treasure. Go back and notify the big boss and ask him to bring someone in person." "Good." The man nodded and slowly backed away. 2 hours or so. Lulu and his party had gone deeper into the jungle. The forest had more weeds and small trees on the ground in addition to the large reddish tree trunks. It was obvious that not a lot of people had walked here. Ta-da! Suddenly there was a rush of running sounds from the bushes ahead. Senior Zhong, who was walking in front of them, had a condensed expression as he raised his right hand to signal them to stop. The white-clothed paymaster sister leaned somewhat nervously towards Senior Brother Zhong's side. "Senior Brother, there's a demonic beast?" "Who?" Before Senior Zhong could say anything, a big gray guy suddenly leapt up high from the bushes and crashed headlong towards the 2 of them head-on. "Get out of the way!" Senior Zhong's face changed and he dodged away while kicking Senior Sister Fu sideways. Ah! As soon as the 2 of them dodged away, Lulu and that Ling sister at the back were exposed, and Ling's sister screamed in fear and even covered her eyes and froze dumbly in place. Lulu in front of the 2 before the 2 flashed away has moved to the side of the horizontal half a Zhang. See this cannot help but frown. Hastily performed the wind step flew back, a hand to catch the other waist, narrowly avoided this fatal blow. Only then did Zhengping react and quickly ran over and asked, "Senior sister, are you alright?" After saying that, he looked at Lulu angrily. "Don't let go yet." Lulu gave Zhengping a faint look, then let go of Senior Sister Ling. Senior Sister Ling came back to her senses and did not pay attention to Zhengping. Instead she looked at Lulu and shyly said, "Thank you?" Zhengping instantly turned pale. The big gray thing rushed over after a moment of break, but directly rushed out 4 or 5 feet, back to God and roared towards Lulu. 3 people rushed over. "How dare a small pre-first level dare to be reckless? Watch me kill you." Zhengping seemed to be intent on performing. Seeing the other party charging, he didn't hide. With a wave of his hands, 5 sharpened logs appeared out of thin air, and he pushed forward. The spiked wood suddenly shot towards the gray monster head-on. After a couple of muffled plopping sounds, the sprinting monster finally collapsed 3 feet in front of Zhengping. Lulu, who had ducked to the side for fear that his opponent would not be able to carry it, realized that the monster was actually a large boar with tusks. "Senior sister, you didn't get scared." Zhengping proudly clapped his hands and walked back, and when he saw Lulu, who was hiding to the side, he immediately had a mocking look on his face. "Senior brother, what are you doing?" Lulu smiled sarcastically. "I'm not looking for a suitable position to sneak in." "Sneak attack? Sneak attack on who?" Of course it's the pig." Chapter 54, Scheming for the Red Flame Fruit. After a left and a right, several people had arrived in a valley. Unlike the jungle before, the temperature inside this valley seemed to be quite a bit warmer than outside. Aside from Lulu, the other 3 looked very uncomfortable, and Zhengping and Senior Sister Fu, who were walking in front, had their backs drenched in sweat. And next to her, senior sister Ling's cheeks were also flushed like ripe apples as he blinked his big eyes and looked up at Lulu, asking curiously, "Senior brother, don't you feel hot?" Lulu inclined his head to look into the other's eyes, the familiarity growing stronger, and shook his head. "I'm okay." Saying that, he could no longer resist asking, "Senior sister, haven't we met somewhere before?" Zhengping in front of him gave a beat. "Senior brother, what are you kidding? Let me tell you, senior sister Ling status is esteemed. It's not for you, a loose cultivator, to climb up, to be a person or to have some self-knowledge." The white-clothed Fu Yao sniffed and thought that Lulu was not too bold, but it was a pity that he was not strong enough. Senior sister Ling sniffed, but her face was thoughtful as she walked. "I also feel that you are somewhat familiar, but I just can't recall." "Senior sister, collect your mind. We are almost there." Zhengping interrupted. Upon hearing this, senior sister Ling also stopped speaking. Not a moment later, two red cliffs suddenly appeared in front of the several people, and there was a small slit in the middle of the two cliffs, which was so narrow that it could only accommodate one person to pass through. Who? But at that moment, a manic beast roar suddenly came from the depths of that crevice. And the roar came out from the crevice, shaking people's hearts. Lulu frowned. Based on the sound alone, he could tell that this thing was definitely not something to be messed with. I couldn't help but slow down and collect my feet at the thought. Seeing Lulu stop, Zhengping, who was already preparing to walk towards the crevice, suddenly turned back. "Senior brother, why don't you go? This can't be done." He still needs to rely on Lulu to help attract that flame lion's attention. "Hee hee." Lulu laughed. "Elder brother, you haven't told me why I'm here yet. You're all acquaintances, but I'm all alone. What if you all pit me together? Besides, you guys went all the way straight to this valley. It's obvious that there's something you want in here, and it's not like I have anything to gain, so why should I help you?" Zhengping frowned. "Senior brother is wrong to say that, right? If it wasn't for me killing that tusked boar in the first place, would you have been able to walk here peacefully? Could it be that senior brother doesn't even have this sense of gratitude?" "Yes, senior brother. You can't forget your roots as a human being," the white-clothed Fu Yao said with a twinkle in his eye as well. "Hee hee. Forgetting my roots." Lulu directly retreated a few steps back and stared at the several people vigilantly. "I didn't pick a single spirit medicine along the way. Instead, I helped you guys save senior sister Ling. Speaking of forgetting your roots, I'm afraid I'm not talking about yourselves. Senior brother Zhong, this senior brother is right since we called him along. He should have a share of the red flame fruit as well. Let's just tell him the truth." Senior sister Ling said. "Red hot fruit." At the sound, Lulu's heart thumped. Red flame fruit is exactly the last flavor of the medicine on the formula of the acupuncture dan. When Fan Zhengping drew it out with a pen, Lulu saw it on the spirit medicine treasure guide. He thought to himself, "No wonder the air here is so hot. Could it be that there is a magma land inside?" The news of the Thunderfire Orchid has already been obtained, and now this red flame fruit is close at hand. It seems, God is helping me. Just as Lulu was pondering, Zhengping also made a decision under the flickering of his eyes, and he said, "Since this is the case, then I won't hide it from senior brother. The depths of this slit is the side of a secluded valley with a diameter of more than 50 feet, and at the bottom of the cliff behind the secluded valley there is a cave, and according to the clues that I've gathered, there is a pool of magma inside that cave, and what's growing inside it is none other than the red flame fruit. But in order to enter the cave you must pass through the Valley of Secrets, and inside the valley there is a first-grade middle-rank spirit beast flame lion. All we have to do is for 3 of us to attract the attention of the flame lion, and the other person to take the opportunity to enter the cave to collect medicines." "A grade 1 middle-stage spirit beast?" Lulu frowned. "Are you guys sure you can handle it?" The first level middle stage was equivalent to the 4th to 6th level of Qi cultivation, and if it could make Zhengping so cautious, then it must be at least equivalent to the 5th level of Qi cultivation. Zhengping shook his head. "There is no need to kill it. That flame lion is huge. It can't get into either this cliff crevice or the cave behind it. We just need to hold him back for a while our teammates go forward to collect medicine. Like this." Lulu's eyes flickered. "All right, I promise, but how are you going to divide this red flame fruit?" Zhengping smiled skinlessly and said directly, "Since they're together, it's certainly an equal share." When these words came out, Fu Yao and senior sister Ling both looked over with some surprise. Lulu thought to himself, "This guy said it so quickly. It seems that he is not ready to share it with me. Maybe he is still ready to kill me after getting it, but a few people inside the number of his cultivation is the highest. He obviously cannot go into the cave to pick medicine when he himself. Thinking of this, Lulu pretended to smile happily. In that case, I'd like to thank senior brother. Haha, you're welcome. Let's go. A group of people then walked towards the narrow gap successively. Zhengping was in the front, Fu Yao's cultivation was higher than Lulu's and reached the 4th level of qi practicing in the 2nd, Lulu was in the 3rd, and senior sister Ling was in the last. It looked like Zhengping was preparing to let senior sister Ling go and collect the medicine. In that case, would he be able to snatch the red flame fruit from senior sister Ling? Just as a few people entered the gap, a group of bare-chested men were watching the scene with glowing eyes in the distant canyon. Big boss, should we follow them in? Guardian Wang's eyes rolled and said grimly. The rough big man at the head said with slightly sunken eyelids, just wait here. Behind that gap is the Jedi. They can't escape. Good. It's still Big Boss's wisdom. We'll just sit here and reap the profits. That flame lion's fur is worth a lot of money. Oh, in fact, the old man has long found the flaming lion inside, only has been worried about the casualties of the brethren before not moving that only these few do not know death dare to go in. Must have some dependencies. The old man will wait here for them to exhaust their bottom card, and then he. The big dog clearly did not know the true purpose of Zhengping's trip. The end of the crack. Lulu looked forward through the gap between the two in front of him. Inside is really a side of the valley, surrounded by towering cliffs. The valley and the grass and trees loose. A giant lion is lying lazily in the middle of 2 ancient trees. Male lion body length of nearly 2 feet, limbs strong, mouth fangs, body red, lying on the ground like a small mountain. At a glance is not to be messed with. Through the sparse redwood, Lulu could vaguely see a 2-foot wide, 5-foot high dark cave entrance on the opposite side of the valley, and he thought that must be the cave where the red flame fruit was located, as Zhengping had said. Right at this moment, Zhengping turned his head and said in a condensed voice, I'll count to 1, 2, 3. The 3 of us will rush out together to lead the flame lion to the left, and then senior sister Ling will take the opportunity to head to the cave to pick the red inferno fruit. Have you all memorized it? Several people nodded. Zhengping held his breath at the sight and began to count softly. 1, 2, 3. As soon as the words fell, he swooshed towards the flame lion. Chapter 55. Your senior brother is not a good person. Fu Yao also hurriedly followed when she saw this. Lulu was the only one who looked like he had been dumb enough to stand still. That flame lion saw 2 people rushed in. Miso jumped up, large body even taller than 2 people. It seems to not expect there will be humans to break in, excitedly roared with a cheerful and eager pace a pounce, 5 feet distance in the blink of an eye. 2 people simply did not expect this kind of result, nearly scared to sit on the ground, have a false move and then scattered to the side wildly. Flame lion were willing to let go of the 2. A low roar shocked the valley buzzing. The large body even flew up in the air. Rumbling sound landed in the 2 originally stood. Luckily, both of them were not slow, or else they were afraid that they would be slapped into mush by the flaming lion's slap. But although both of them were not hit by the flaming lion's paw, they were shocked by the powerful forcefulness of the aura and flew out backwards by more than a foot. Elder brother, what are you doing? Hurry up. Senior sister Ling in the back urged Lulu with a face full of anxiety. Sorry, legs are numb. Lulu observed this and suddenly ran his body directly, headed for the cave. That's right, he didn't go to hold the flame lion back, but went straight to the cave. Kid, what the are you doing? Zhengping was instantly enraged at the sight of the situation, and while running for his life, he angrily scolded Lulu. Elder brother, hold on. I'll be back after I fetch the red flame fruit. Lulu's figure was strangely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he had already passed half of the valley. Senior sister Ling froze for a moment, as if she didn't understand Lulu's action. Then on second thought she seemed to understand. Then she directly killed towards the flame lion. Senior brother, let me help you? Zhengping was almost mad, running away while a wooden spike shot wildly toward the flame lion behind him. But these spikes could not even break the skin of the other side. It is obvious that this flame lion has already advanced to a high level. Seeing that Lulu had already rushed into the cave, Zhengping could only yell towards the 2 of them. All of you, retreat back into the crack and wait for him to come back. Upon hearing this, the 2 who were originally prepared to go forward to help each other immediately turned around and ran back to the crack. Bang! The flame lion was unable to collect its form for a moment, and its huge brain slammed directly on top of the crack, hissing and roaring at Zhengping, who was close at hand. Zhengping's face was a ghastly white as he gasped for air. Senior sister Fu, senior sister Ling, step back a bit. On the other hand, Lulu entered the cave only to realize that it wasn't narrow. and a pool of fiery red magma in the middle of the cave was gurgling and spitting bubbles, and rolling waves of heat poured out. At the edge of the magma pool, a small red shiny tree was full of bright fruits. The shape of the fruits was extremely similar to strawberries, except that they were much more translucent than strawberries, as if they were melted iron. Red flame fruit, ha ha ha. It's really red flame fruit. Lulu was excited. There were 50 red flame fruits in this tree. It was really an unexpected fortune. He first carefully tested the temperature of the red flame fruit, and as soon as he put his hand on it, it made a moist sound, as if it was roasting meat, giving him the feeling of being stabbed by a needle, but it seemed to be acceptable. With a slight turn of his eyes, he didn't bother picking the fruit and directly lifted the small tree by its roots. Instantly, the air began to smoke. Lulu didn't dare to hesitate. With a thought, he directly put it into the medicinal garden of the Hall of Spiritual Treasures. Then his mind sank into the medicinal garden and plowed a big pit to plant the red inferno fruit tree, then stared with anticipation as the fruit tree changed. A quarter of an hour passed. 2/4 of an hour passed. He found that the fruit tree not only did not die but more and more crystalline up, and the fruit tree around the 3 feet of land even became red. It looks like would the fruit tree automatically adjust the environment. This space is going against the grain. Lulu was both delighted and shocked. What a treasure he had picked up. As time passed, not only did the land underneath the red flame fruit tree change, even the space of the medicinal garden expanded by a point once again. It seems that this red flame is really extremely rare. Looking again at his garden full of lush green bamboo grass, Lulu couldn't help but be in a good mood. Now all that's missing is the thunderfire orchid and the earth milk essence. Let's start refining the acupuncture point pill as soon as we find these two things. After being happy for a while, Lulu withdrew from the medicinal garden. He poked out half of his head to look at the opposite side of the crack, and realized that several people were still there, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. If Zhengping gets angry and runs away, it'll be a big game. However, it was impossible to think that the other party would run. After all, he still wanted to get himself killed to monopolize the red flame fruit. Lulu didn't dare to make a noise. If he lured the flame lion over, then it would be troublesome. Luckily, the flame lion was now with its back to him. So he simply walked to the entrance of the cave and waved at Zhengping's several people with a squeeze of his eyebrows, begging for the other party to understand what he was trying to say. Zhengping had been keeping an eye on the cave entrance. When he saw this, he was furious. He glared fiercely at Lulu and turned to look at Fuyao behind him. "Senior Sister Fu, that bastard is coming out. Let's go and distract the flame lion." "Senior brother, what about me?" Senior Sister Ling asked. "Don't go if Senior Sister Ling's cultivation is too low. It's not good if you get caught up instead." "Oh." Zhengping has never seen her so well behaved. The original mood of boredom could not help but feel a few points better, thinking, when I killed that kid we will return to the clan, so that people outside will not remember the senior sister. He took a deep breath, waved his hand, and rushed out again. And with the sealing technique on his hand, he directly shot a large fluff of sharp wood towards the flaming lion. "Sinful animal, suffer death." Seeing this, the flame lion once again burst into a roar and roared as it chased after Zhengping. Seeing this, Fuyao hastily cast a spell. An ice cone shot desperately at the flame lion's butt. The flame lion was taken by surprise, and suddenly the steel door shrunk, turned back and rushed towards Fuyao. She wanted to retreat back into the rift, but when she saw that Lulu hadn't come over yet, she only had to lead the flame lion to the right. Zhengping took the opportunity to catch his breath and shouted angrily at Lulu, "Don't come out yet!" After saying that, he also ran towards Fuyao's direction. Lulu estimated that the two people could not hold on for long, and seeing this, he did not hesitate any longer. His footsteps were a little bit, accompanied by the sound of whistling wind, and in an instant, he reached 10 feet away, and in a few lifts and falls, he rushed into the outside cracks. Seeing the pink-clothed girl standing in the middle of the road, he hurriedly urged, "Senior Sister Ling, hurry up. Elder brother and sister haven't come back yet. Go out and wait first." Lulu looked anxious. "No, I'm going to wait here," the young girl said stubbornly. "Then I'm sorry." Lulu's face was ruthless as he directly carried him on his shoulder and scampered outside in a frenzy. Out of the crack, he threw down Senior Sister Ling as he said solemnly, "Little girl, that senior brother of yours is not a good person. I advise you to stay away from him. Farewell." After saying that, his feet generated wind and turned into a stump and ran wildly towards the valley outside. You can't leave." It was then that she reacted to the fact that this black senior brother turned out to be really bad. "Senior sister, where is he?" Just at this time, Zhengping, two people finally panting, ran out. Two people, hair disheveled, neck and neck above the dirt, very woeful. He ran away. Ran away? Zhengping's face was dripping with water as he shouted angrily, "Kid, if you dare to tease my old man, I will thwart you." After saying hello, he also went after them. Chapter 56. Green Sun Sect's Little Sheep. Big boss. That bastard from the Qingyang Sect has come out. Hiding behind a rock, Fatty Wong shouted in excitement when he saw Lulu running furiously all the way towards his party. "You guys go stop him." The big dog didn't show up. Yes. Fatty Wong had a sardonic smile on his face and waved his hand at the crouching hulks behind him. "Follow me." At those words, more than 20 bare-chested big men flashed out from behind the boulder, instantly forming a long line. Lulu was running for his life, but he didn't expect a group of big men to suddenly appear in front of him, and he almost rushed straight up. It was hard for him to stabilize his stance. When he saw the short and fat Protector Wong, his gaze couldn't help but cloud over. "It's you." "Hee, of course it's me, the son of a from the Qingyang Sect. Is it that you drifted off after calling you senior twice? Ha 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 ha. Come on. Give this Protector to unload his dog legs." "Yes." The big men shouted in unison and walked side by side towards Lulu. Surprisingly, they were all clear of the second level of chi practicing. "Just by you guys." Lulu turned back to look behind him, and with a little footstep, he rushed towards the strong man in front of him like lightning, and raised his hand to throw a punch. Before that strong man could react, his entire body was already unconscious, and the crowd only saw a huge figure flying out backwards, and then Lulu was gone. Looking behind the crowd again, the big man's head had become torn apart. "Gollum." The crowd gulped in unison. "This is too strong, isn't it? The second level of chi practicing is not a match for his punch." Even Fatty Wong was confused, and after reacting, he was hysterically roaring, "Give me chase!" It was unknown what Lulu had offended him that made him hate him so much. The big dog who was hidden behind the rock was also totally not expecting Lulu to be so fast. He wanted to chase after him, but then he thought that there was still a big guy behind him, so he shrunk back. Fatty Wong and his group chased out a dozen feet and then stopped, because they realized that they couldn't even sense Lulu's presence anymore. However, at this moment, a man in green and a white and pink figure came speeding from behind. Fatty Wong made an immediate decision to order the crowd to stop a few people. People from the water cloud walled city. Zhengping stopped his stance and looked at Fatty Wong with a sullen face. "What do you want?"
Hehe, what for?
Fatty Wong snorted. "You guys are in league with that son of a from the Qingyang Sect, right? In that case, all of you stay here for me," he said with a wave of his hand. "Take it down." "How dare you?" Zhengping was furious, and with a wave of his hand, several spiked logs shot out, and after a few muffled sounds, the three burly men who came face to face unexpectedly fell to the ground directly. The crowd of strong men once again had their pupils shrinking violently, cowering and not daring to go forward. Zhengping sneered. "It seems to have given you face. Even my Qingyang Sect dares to insult me." Pop, pop, snap. Right at this moment, the big leader, who had been hiding behind a rock, clapped his hands and came out. "Fellow Taoist is really a good tactic." Zhengping turned around and frowned. "You are also from Water Cloud Walled City? Hee, you have very average insights. The person who killed me doesn't even recognize me, Sushan." "Sushan? You're the big boss of Water Cloud Walled City." "Humph, you're not too stupid." Sushan's feet stepped. The whole person jumped up high. At the same time, his right palm vainly grabbed a hand. His hand unexpectedly appeared out of thin air. A face basin-sized gray stone. Falling at the same time, the hand gray stone will be like a cannonball towards Zhengping, smashed over. Fifth perfection. Zhengping's pupils suddenly contracted. His hands quickly formed a seal, and a green-colored runic disc instantly appeared in front of him. Just before that disc solidified, the gray stone had already smashed up. Bang! The gray stone impacted on top of the green runic disc, but after half a breath, suddenly there was a click, the disc went up in smoke, and the boulder continued to move forward, smashing into Zhengping's chest with a bang. Pest! Zhengping's blood spurted wildly as he flew backwards. Sushan did not intend to just let it go. Just as Zhengping flew backwards, his entire body once again leapt high into the air, and the same move struck again. "Senior brother, be careful!" Fu Yao and senior sister Ling exclaimed at the same time, wanting to go forward to help. Fu Yao was slightly faster, and in the blink of an eye, she reached Zhengping's side. and with a single seal, she struck out several ice arrows to meet the gray stone. But unexpectedly, right at this moment, Zhengping beside him had a vicious look on his face and pulled Fu Yao to himself. Boom! The speeding gray stone smashed directly on top of Fu Yao's head. Half of Fu Yao's head was smashed and cracked. She unbelievably turned back her head wanting to ask why. But because the person behind her had long since disappeared, she directly fell on her back. Hee. Worthy of being a bastard of the Qingyang Sect. How dare he use his own senior sister as a shield? Looking at Zhengping, who took the road and ran wildly, Su Shan's face was full of mockery. Then a talisman was inserted into his shoe, turning into a stump and chased out towards Zhengping, while at the same time, he drank to the others of Shui Yunjai. Take that, wench. This boss is going to have a good time tonight. The remaining guardian Wang, as well as a dozen or so strong men, immediately surrounded the pink-clothed maiden at the word. Guardian Wang looked at the pink-clothed maiden indifferently. Bind your own hands, or do you want us to do it ourselves? The pink-clothed girl's eyes were dumbfounded at this point. She was completely confused at this point. She didn't understand who was the good guy and who was the bad guy. Why, did his own senior brother want to harm Sister Fu? Why, that dark senior brother wants to rob the elixir? Why, these people are trying to kill them? People, why it's like this? Seeing that the young girl didn't speak, Protector Wang directly waved his hand. Take it down! In an instant, the two burly men walked towards the young girl, who, it seemed to them, was already scared silly. It was also true that people who came out from inside this kind of sect were like flowers in a greenhouse. Perhaps even killing rabbits would be scary, let alone killing people. But the moment they approached the young girl, she suddenly woke up and exclaimed, Don't come over. Please let me go. I'm not a bad person. I'm not a bad person. Ha 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 ha. The crowd was directly amused by the young girl. Looking at each other, someone teased, Little sister, you're not a bad person, and the brothers aren't good people either, so you'd better obediently tie your hands. It won't be fun if I hurt you later. No, leave me alone. Leave me alone. Seeing a big man continue to walk towards her, the young girl turned around in fear and fled, but she was surrounded outside, and she was pushed back again. Ha 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 ha. The little sheep of the Qingyang Sect. The crowd laughed in unison again. The young girl immediately showed despair, her body trembled as she kept begging for mercy, but she completely forgot that she was also a Qi practitioner third grader. If she fought back, not to say that she would be able to escape, she wouldn't be bullied like this. And the side of the Wang protector just embracing hands coldly watching this scene. He believes that he is in, not to mention the other side of this state, even if the head-on fight, this young girl in his hands cannot go through 3 rounds. The two burly men had also lost their patience and were about to come forward to lift the young girl. The young girl had also lost her last hope and was ashen. But just then, a strong wind suddenly blew across the crowd's cheeks. The inky green figure swept down like a ghost from a tree not far away. Lift your hand. Both fists came out in unison. The two strong men flew backward with a loud bang, lying on the ground with their heads tilted, directly not moving. Chapter 57 Qin Shorin's cousin. After killing 2 people with both fists, the remaining people of Water Cloud Walled City reacted. They were roaring, all kinds of spells greeted towards Lulu. Although they were all practicing the 2nd level of Qi, Lulu didn't dare to be careless in the slightest, casually conjuring up 4 bursting talismans, turning his body around, and threw them out in the 4 directions around him. The bursting talisman collided with the oncoming spells, and there was a rumbling explosion that shook Lulu's eardrums, and a group of Qi practitioner 2nd level dudes fell to the east and to the west. Middle-ranked talisman. Protector Wang's pupils shrunk violently and he involuntarily took 2 steps back. His eyes flickered before he shouted, He can't make it. Quick, surround me and get him killed. Seeing the crowd of strong men really surrounded, Wang Guifa quietly touched out 2 talismans, a flame bomb held in his hand in case of emergencies, at the same time urging the sprinting talisman directly towards the valley outside the wild run. In the midst of the black smoke, one strong man after another flew out backwards, either with his chest dented or his head cracked open. His death was quite miserable. Snap! As the last person slammed down heavily beyond the black smoke, the scene finally quieted down. Lulu ran out, only to realize that there was no more figure of the fat man, and he couldn't help but look a little ugly. He walked over to Fu Yao's corpse and took a look, but he saw that the other party's head was cracked open and her wide eyes were filled with unwillingness and resentment. She was already out of breath. Sighing, Lulu returned to the field and brought the stupefied senior sister Ling to one side. Because of the fear that the big pawn went and returned, he did not dare to stay longer, took out the blood soul streamer and inserted it into the center of all the corpses. The blood of the surrounding corpses suddenly flowed back against the current, swarming to the streamer pole, and a wisp of gray and black gas also struggled to glance into the streamer. The bloody aura of the blood soul streamer was once again a few points thicker, and an evil spirit roared continuously within the streamer. What made Lulu slightly surprised was that Luan Sinan's half-bloodied head was a hair bigger, but when facing Yao's cracked head, he didn't dare to fight it head-on. It seems that this Fu Yao's resentment is not small. Are you okay? When all of them were turned into dry corpses, Lulu retrieved the blood soul streamer and walked over to the pink-clothed girl and asked. In fact, he did not leave just now, just continuous performance of the wind step makes his true chi deficit, along the trend to hide on the top of a redwood tree. That king protector did not find him because he had driven the hidden god Jade, shielding his divine sense from detection. The young girl buried her head, her body trembling slightly, and did not speak. Lulu frowned. If you don't say anything, I'm leaving, that big boss will be back soon I'm afraid. You're on your own then. Said surprisingly, he actually walked out the door. To be honest, he was willing to make a move, mainly still want to rob that king protector on the body of things, just did not think that the other party directly skipped out. If not for the blood soul streamer got some benefits, their own round is considered to be a waste of time. As for this young girl, although he was somewhat familiar with her, he was not yet so familiar that he would risk his life to help each other. No, don't leave Rue behind. Seeing that Lulu even said he would leave, the young girl directly cried out with a wow sound, looking really like she had never seen the world. Rue. Lulu stopped his steps. He finally knew where that familiar feeling came from. Back then when Dragonwalk Town awakened the first awakening that little girl with a tiger's head and brain. Wasn't it called Xiaoyun? Hey. Lulu sighed and walked back. Follow me out of here first. Saying that, he didn't care if the other party answered or not. He pulled him up and sped towards the outside of the valley with a hand on his back. It was not long after Lulu left. That big boss had indeed returned, with that king protector by his side. The two men looked at the dried corpses on the ground, and their pupils could not help but shrink, and the Grand Master looked violently at Protector Wang. Are you sure that he is really a disciple of the Qingyang Sect? I saw him wearing the insignia of the Qingyang Sect with my own eyes. Protector Wang's teeth chattered. Hee. Good. The Grand Master's fists clenched. I can't imagine that the Qingyang Sect, which is clearly a righteous sect, would have someone secretly practicing such an evil technique. A moment later seemed to think of something. Eyes turned and said, immediately notify the other brothers of the cottage. Full search for this kid. Big boss. I'm afraid the brothers are no match for him? Humph, what are you afraid of? Tell the brothers to bring flares. You don't need them to go on, just signal. Yes. On the other hand, in a hidden cave near the top of the branch vein, Lulu sat cross-legged on a rock and closed his eyes to recover his true chi. Ling Xiaoyun's face looked a lot better than before, and her big eyes surreptitiously surveyed Lulu. About half a quarter of an hour later, Lulu finally recovered and suddenly looked at Ling Xiaoyun. Do I look good? Ha! Ling Xiaoyun hurriedly lowered her head at those words. Lulu felt that this girl is interesting, just too simple-minded. This kind of person if placed in the world must be praised by everyone. But in this cultivation world full of desire, simple destined to be bullied. Are you from Dragonwalk Town? Lulu asked with some emotion. Ling Xiaoyun revealed a flash of surprise when she heard this. You? How do you know? Oh, because I can do the math. I don't believe it. Ling Xiaoyun stared at Lulu suspiciously, as if she wanted to find out something from the other party's face. But after looking around, she only felt somewhat familiar, and she simply didn't know where that familiarity came from. So she asked, Elder brother, what's your name? Me? My name is Qin Suffren. Qin. Ling Xiaoyun visibly froze for a moment and suddenly widened her eyes. I know you're Lulu. Huh. It was Lulu's turn to be confused. How did she know? He. Still trying to trick me. Ling Xiaoyun smiled triumphantly. You don't know, right? Qin Shoren is my cousin. He used to mention you when he came to my house to play, saying that he has a friend called Mud Monkey, who looks like a black, monkey-like monkey. Besides, I've seen you before that year of the awakening. Lulu was now convinced. He didn't expect Qin Shoren to have such a cousin. By the way, I thought you guys didn't have an awakening, you... What? Ling Xiaoyun was clearly a bit confused. Oh, I was lucky. Then I picked up some mountain wild fruits and ate them, and suddenly I awakened. It seemed that the other party didn't know that Qin Shoren had already entered the Qingyang Sect. Lulu also didn't want to bring up that sad past and casually fooled around. So, you're lucky then. The two had a chat. Lulu also know the original Ling Xiaoyun is actually water and would double spirit root into the Qingyang Sect is directly into the third Elder Feng Bui door, just 3 years to reach the third level of Qi cultivation. Now, he was also at the triple perfection half step to the fourth realm, and his cultivation level was even a hair higher than Lulu. Only 2 simple people and has never done killing things. All the skills simply do not know how to play against the enemy in addition to cover the eyes, is to scream. Feng Bui had no choice but to decide to find 2 formal disciples to bring his own disciple out for some training. And then there was what happened before. I didn't expect the other party to be that beast's cousin. Now, it's a bit difficult to handle. Chapter 58. Stand down, let me do it. Brother Lu, what are you thinking? Seeing Lu Li's gloomy expression, Ling Xiaoyun looked out of the cave with some fear in her heart. Lu Li shook his head and stood up and walked to the entrance of the cave to look outside. The cave is located halfway up a steep peak, and the redwoods flourish below, with face-sized leaves covering the sky, so you can't see into the forest. Suddenly, a canopy of red leaves 100 feet away below began to tremble violently. As if someone was deliberately shaking the trunk of the tree, Lu Li's eyes stared and he slowly took half a step back. After another moment, the quivering red leaves stopped, followed by a rustling and crawling sound from the forest. It's a demonic beast? Lu Li frowned slightly, looked at Ling Xiaoyun behind him, and said thoughtfully, "Follow me." Ling Xiaoyun hurriedly followed. The two of them groped their way down the mountain, and as they approached the roots of the steep peak, Lu Li finally spotted the demonic beast, which turned out to be a monster with a fat body that resembled a rhinoceros, but with light scale armor on its back. A silver-tipped horn above the bridge of his nose was 2 feet long. The rhinoceros monster also discovered the two, letting out a low grunt, 2 streams of white smoke coming out of its nostrils, shaking its body and rumbling towards the two. Early level 1. Lu Li sensed it for a moment, and with a flash of his gaze, he looked at Ling Xiaoyun next to him. "Xiaoyun, I'll leave it to you." "Huh. Don't go," Lu Li said as he pushed Ling Xiaoyun out towards the wildly running rhino monster. "Ah!" Seeing the rhinoceros monster rushing towards her, Ling Xiaoyun was so scared that she screamed and covered her eyes directly with both hands. Swoon! Lu Li's face twitched, and his figure shifted before Ling Xiaoyun, grabbing the sharp silver horn while kicking the rhino monster in the cheek, directly sending the rhino monster falling to the side. At the same time, he ripped off Ling Xiaoyun's hand that was covering her eyes and scolded in a stern voice. "Kill it, or I won't care about you." Ling Xiaoyun's face was filled with aggression when she was bellowed at by Lu Li. "Not on right." Lu Li's face sank as he directly turned around and left. The rhinoceros monster also stabilized its stance and charged towards Ling Xiaoyun once again. Ling Xiaoyun's feet trembled as she turned around and ran in Lu Li's direction, and just as she reached Lu Li's side, she was pulled back by Lu Li and shouted explosively, "Are you a waste? You're a 3rd-level Qi practitioner. You don't even dare to kill a 1st-level pre-existing spirit beast. What's the use of you living? Why don't you just go ahead and die?" After saying this, he turned around with an open heart, and with a punch, he backhanded a ball of fireballs to the rhinoceros monster that was running wildly, and at the same time as the other party was blinded, he threw out a few more balls of fireballs. With a few pops, the rhinoceros monster directly blossomed its head and collapsed. He turned back and looked at Ling Xiaoyun with cold eyes. "See, it's just bigger in size. It can't even carry an ordinary fireball spell. What the hell are you afraid of?" After saying that, he huffed and puffed his way back to the cave, leaving Ling Xiaoyun standing alone and sobbing helplessly. "Oh, bad man, you're bad. I don't want you to help. Don't want you to help." Ling Xiaoyun stood in place for a while, wiping her tears while walking towards the jungle. Behind the cave, Lu Li sighed softly. The hidden god jade stream of light around his waist turned, and he tiptoed down again. All the way through the forest, Lu Li always kept a distance of more than 10 feet from the other party, and from time to time, he used the redwood to hide his figure. About half an hour later, Ling Xiaoyun stopped abruptly and began to slowly move backward. A gray-colored wild wolf in front of her was tentatively and slowly approaching her. The coyote wasn't too big, but it was also 5 or 6 feet long, with a pair of eyes that glowed with a faint blue light, and a few sharp fangs in its mouth that seemed to be demonstrating to Ling Xiaoyun. "I'm not afraid of you. I'm not afraid of you," Ling Xiaoyun mumbled to herself as she retreated. Seeing that Ling Xiaoyun kept backing up, The gray wolf seemed to have a grasp of the situation and suddenly leapt up in the air while pouncing on Ling Xiaoyun with its mouth wide open. Seeing this, Lu Li's heart was in his throat, but he forced himself not to come out. Ling Xiaoyun furiously retreated a few steps while screaming at the same time. Just when Lu Li thought that the other party was going to cover her eyes again, Ling Xiaoyun suddenly moved. She waved her hands and chanted, "By Bo Palm!" Buzz! In an instant, an aquamarine transparent runic disc emerged in front of his body, while a huge transparent palm print flew out from the runic disc, blasting head-on at the gray wolf's head that had shot out. The gray wolf was unable to dodge and was actually hit by that palm print. Bang! With a muffled sound, the gray wolf was directly slapped and flew backwards. Ling Xiaoyun's face was happy, and she was about to be proud of herself, but unexpectedly the gray wolf even climbed up again, and at the same time let out a shrill whine and bit at Ling Xiaoyun's calf like lightning. Ling Xiaoyun's face changed drastically, and she threw out a handful of talismans in panic. Boom! The talisman exploded, and the running gray wolf was directly blown apart. And Ling Xiaoyun was also affected by the wave, being shocked to fly backward 5 or 6 feet, falling to the ground with a snap. What a waste! Lu Li secretly shook his head. There were at least 7 or 8 explosive charms in that handful, and surprisingly, she used all of them at once. However, Ling Xiaoyun didn't care at all. She climbed up from the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. A light seemed to come through in her eyes. She turned back to look behind her, hesitated, and gamely continued on her way. In this way, 2 or 3 more hours passed. The sky had all started to darken, and during that time she had encountered 2 more wolves, and after some woeful battles it was finally a surprise, and she was getting tired, but the light in her eyes was getting brighter and brighter. She realized that the demonic beasts weren't that scary anymore. Wow! Just then, a sudden sound of branches colliding came from the jungle on her left. Ling Xiaoyun stopped in a hurry, slowly backing up while her eyes were dead set on the rolling branches in the distance. A few moments later, a short and fat man took the lead and walked out, followed by 3 bare-chested burly men. Surprisingly, it was that Protector Wang and his party. When Protector Wang saw Ling Xiaoyun, he was first stunned, then he was ecstatic. "Little girl, where's that kid?" Ling Xiaoyun had already used all of her talismans at this time, and although she was not as fearful of treating a few people as she had been before, she still could not help but be afraid, and once again took a few steps backward. I don't know. No? Protector Wang let out a strange laugh. "You'll find out in a while," said with a wave of his hand. "Take it down for me." The 3 burly men looked at each other and stepped forward, 3 different colors of true qi shooting towards Ling Xiaoyun. The true qi had not condensed, it looked like it had actually not even learned any spells, it was just ordinary true qi. "I'm going to beat you all to death." Seeing this, Ling Xiaoyun shouted petulantly, and at the same time, she pinched a spell, and a green-colored shield suddenly appeared in front of her. Slap! Advanced spells. The 3 channels of true qi struck above the shield, emitting a crunching sound, and the 3 burly men looked at each other, all seeing the shock in their respective eyes. Wang Fu's pupils also shrunk violently. Then he was ecstatic and shouted, "All stand back! Let me do it!" He then dodged forward and a huge fireball was violently thrown at Ling Xiaoyun. Ling Xiaoyun's pretty face changed, and she hurriedly continued to increase her true qi, and the somewhat dimmed green-colored shield lit up once again. Bang! The fireball hit the shield with a popping sound, and the shield darkened for a moment, but did not shatter. Ling Xiaoyun also only shook her body for a moment. But in the next instant, she suddenly felt the soil under her feet loosen, and her entire body instantly sank down, leaving only above her neck outside the soil. With a mocking expression on his face, Protector Wang didn't give Ling Xiaoyun a chance to react, and directly smashed a fireball into Ling Xiaoyun's head, looking like he was ready to kill her directly. Chapter 59: The Little Old Man in Gray. Protector Wang's movements were too fast for Ling Xiaoyun to react. Seeing the fireball flying towards her head, Ling Xiaoyun could not help but feel a wave of despair. "Humph! Pretend I don't exist." Accompanied by a cold voice, a fireball suddenly flew out from the right-hand side of Protector Wang, and with a loud bang, it impacted on top of the fireball that Protector Wang had struck, and both fireballs exploded at the same time, with flames flying over. Immediately afterward, an inky green figure abruptly appeared in front of Protector Wang. Wang Guifei's heart thumped, immediately want to touch the flare in his arms, but Lu Li and Hao will give him this opportunity. A rocking the mountain, buzzing fist will be smashed in the face of Wang Guifei on top of the door. After a bang, Protector Wang's fat body slammed backward with a loud bang. Lulu chased after him and threw another full-force kick at the chest of Guardian Wang. The remaining three had been dumbfounded, gulped, and turned to flee. "It's a little late to be leaving, don't you think?" Sobbing voice sounded at the back of a person's head. That person immediately sweated, wanting to beg for mercy, but suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from the back of his head, and then he lost his senses. In just a dozen or so breaths, the remaining two also fell to the ground one after another. Lulu let out a breath and looked at Ling Xiaoyun, who had broken free from the mud. "Are you all right? Didn't you not care about me?" Ling Xiaoyun gamely inclined her head. "Oh, kinda stubborn." Lulu touched his nose and shook his head as he turned around to pack up the corpse. A few moments later, 3 more evil spirits were added to the blood soul streamer, and he also got 2 storage bags, both of which were searched from the body of that Wang Guardian. Lulu didn't look at what was contained in the storage bags, but instead held the 4 fireworks tube-like objects in thought. This water cloud-walled city doesn't seem to have many experts except for that big boss who is at the 5th level of Qi practicing. If he lures that big boss away, maybe Ling Xiaoyun can go down the mountain safely? Thinking of this, he pulled out 5 sprinting talismans and 5 bursting talismans and handed them to Ling Xiaoyun. "Keep these talismans, in a moment I'll go and lure the people from Water Cloud Walled City to the east. 2 hours later, you take advantage of the night and go all the way to the west. Don't enter Water Cloud Town even after you've left the jungle, and find your way back to Qingyang Sect directly, is that okay?" Ling Xiaoyun froze. "Why do you want to help me?" Lulu smiled. "Oh, because you're good looking." Although this statement was a joke, Lulu really wanted to help Ling Xiaoyun. Not for any other reason but for that dead brother. "You!" Ling Xiaoyun blankly glanced at Lulu, suddenly feeling that this person wasn't so annoying anymore. "All right, don't waste any more time, you head west now, but don't go too far. Go find a place to hide first. Wait for me to go to the east to release a flare, and then 2 hours later you'll move to leave quickly." "Can't we leave together?" "No." "So, are you in danger?" "Don't worry. I'm much better than you. I'll be fine. Although you look like a bad guy, you are quite good to me." Ling Xiaoyun looked a little worried and raised her head to say seriously, "Brother Lu, you must come back alive." Lulu was slightly stunned, and when he came back to his senses, Ling Xiaoyun had already disappeared into the darkness. "Good luck with that." Lulu shook his head and turned around to run wildly towards the east. However, he did not perform the wind blast steps. Although the wind blast steps were fast enough, they were very consuming of true qi, and as a means of escaping one's life, they could not be used at will. After a little more than half an hour, Lulu took out a flare and drove it with his true qi. A splash of brilliant fireworks instantly illuminated the sky. On the outskirts of the branch vein, Su Shan raised his head and immediately rejoiced, immediately summoning the crowd. "We've found that person's trail, all follow me." He had thought that Lulu would escape to the outside before he surrounded it, but now it seemed that the other party was actually very close to the main vein. This made him a little anxious. If Lulu went up to the main vein, that would be troublesome. When Ling Xiaoyun saw the fireworks rising, she couldn't help but meditate. "But don't let anything happen to you." After Lulu released the fireworks, he immediately exerted his stance and ran wildly, running more than 10 miles in one breath before stopping to release the second flare. At this time, Su Shan had already gathered everyone from Water Cloud Walled City together, and a group of more than 20 people were chasing after Lulu's direction. Only, before they could reach the first signaling point, they saw a second flare light up further east, and Su Shan instantly sped up his pace. "That kid is escaping, all of you be sharp." Close to the early hours of the morning, Lulu had already run an unknown number of miles, without Ling Xiaoyun by his side. He felt much more relaxed and acted without fear. Without hesitation, he released the last flare. At this time, a group of people from Water Cloud Walled City had long been left behind by Su Shan. Seeing the flare light up again, Su Shan couldn't help but curse. What did this kid eat to grow up? He even ran so fast. Lulu did not run forward after releasing the flare, but instead turned his body towards the direction of the road back. Returning almost 2 miles later, he then jumped, lightly landing on the top of a branching redwood, then drove the hidden god Jade to cover up his breath. Not a moment later, Lulu saw Su Shan sweep past his feet without the slightest stop. After waiting for a while longer to make sure it was safe, Lulu jumped down from the tree and ran towards the main vein after thinking for a while. It is said that Thunderfire Orchid is above the main vein, so it's time to find it. 3 days later, Lulu finally climbed up to the main vein of the Thunderfire mountain range, and he realized that the jungle on the main vein was a ghostly blue color, not to mention that even the aura was much denser than the branch veins, and it was almost catching up with the heaven's Jedi peak. It should be good if we cultivate here. Lulu thought so as he searched around for traces of the Thunderflame orchid. It didn't take long. Lulu's eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly ran towards the front, just 10 feet in front of him, on the open space full of dead leaves. There was a plant shaped like a spring orchid, with 8 leaves, emitting an eerie blue light. Thunderfire orchid, haha. It's really a thunderfire orchid. Lulu was overjoyed and carefully uprooted it. Unlike the ghostly blue color of the leaves, the rhizome of this thunderfire orchid was crimson red. After admiring it beautifully, Lulu planted it into the medicinal garden, and just coming up to find a plant, which gave him a lot of confidence. Without realizing it, Lulu had already spent 3 days on the main vein. What surprised him was that all the way here, not to mention the people from the 6 mountain fortresses, even the demonic beasts didn't come across a single one. And there were surprisingly many thunderfire orchids up here. In 3 days' time he had already picked 120 plants, as if they were waiting for him to pick them up. If it wasn't for the fact that this place was deserted, he was somewhat skeptical that this was not someone else's medicinal garden. Why does it feel so unreal? Lulu frowned as he realized that another thunderfire orchid had appeared 10 feet away, and instead of feeling happy, he felt vaguely uneasy. Whatever, pick it first. After reciting a sentence, Lulu was ready to go and put that thunderfire orchid away. However, he was just halfway there when an old man in gray suddenly scurried out from the nearby jungle to stop him. The old man, with a skinny figure and a small nose and eyes, stared at Lulu with a smirk and said in a conspiratorial manner, "Good boy, you even dare to steal from the White Sun Walled City." Chapter 60 Daylight Town. Daylight Cottage? What White Sun Walled City? Lulu stared at the gray-clothed old man with a face full of vigilance. "You don't know?" The old man's eyes were angled, and he suddenly let out a strange laugh, turning around and shouting at the group of strong men running wildly behind him. "Come quickly! Someone is stealing your elixir." Saying that, his body suddenly came in front of Lulu, and before Lulu could react, he grabbed Lulu and threw him towards a group of strong men. "Kid, fend for yourself." After saying that, he ran away in a puff of smoke. Lulu was shocked, and with a loud bang, he smashed down on the 3 big men who rushed at the front, and together with the 3 of them, they flew backward more than 10 feet away and rolled into a ball. "Kid, where the did you come from?" The 3 strong men felt like their bones were falling apart as they lay on the ground screaming. Lulu scrambled up from a few people, and with a movement of his body, he was already more than 10 feet away from a few people, and arched his hand at a few people and said, "A few big brothers, I'm just here to collect medicine, and I'm not familiar with that old man." "You, what did you say?" A strong man covered his stomach and stood up. "I don't know the old man well?" Previous sentence. "I'm here to pick herbs?" The strong man was furious and waved his hand at the crowd behind him. "Come on, beat this medicine thief to death for me. I'll go." Lulu let out a strange cry and directly turned around and fled. "Don't run. Stop. Get him." A group of burly men roared as they gave wild chase. On his way to run, Lulu looked back, and this look almost didn't scare his soul away, only to see that the speed of a group of big men was surprisingly not the least bit slower than him as well. Although he didn't use the blistering wind steps, he used the blistering walking talisman. A slight induction, he realized that this group of people's cultivation is not lower than a triple, and the leader of the 3 people he simply cannot see through thought this is that the so-called White Sun Walled people. If ordinary fighters are this strong, how strong must the leader of the White Sun Walled City be? Thinking of here where still dare to have the slightest reservation, directly sprinting talisman plus gale step, a smoke ran out of shadow. Where did it go? I don't know. A group of big men chased out more than 50 feet. Suddenly there was no trace of Lulu. Their faces were very ugly. In the meantime, in a pit hole on a giant branch vein, Lulu was panting heavily and staring out of the hole with a wary face. "Kid, stepped on my foot." Suddenly, a ghostly voice came from behind Lulu. "Holy!" Lulu was so scared that he nearly jumped up, and was pulled back hard by a withered palm covering his mouth. "Don't scream. Don't scream. Scream again. I'll kill you." Why does that sound so familiar? Lulu froze, turned around to see who it was if it wasn't the old man from before. He was furious and pulled the other's arm off. "Old man, what do you mean?" "What do you mean what?" "You." Lulu would like to ask each other why they want to take themselves as a shield, on second thought, and feel that asking this question is not too childish. directly shut his mouth and sat down on his butt. Kid, pissed off. Lulu. Kid, you have good stance. Where did you learn it? Lulu. Boy, why don't you say something? Lulu. Old man, there is a limit to my patience. Don't think that you can run wild just because you are in a higher realm than me. Be careful. I'll kill you. Yo, kid, pretty wild. Hee hee, average. Lulu's eyes rolled, and he suddenly flew out of the pit at a rapid pace, while backhanding 3 explosive talismans and throwing them into the hole. Boom! In an instant, the dirt flipped over and an old man interspersed with roiling dirt shot straight up into the sky. The earth pit was already small, and the power of the 3 bursting talismans could be said to have been utilized to its maximum power. Old man, dare to pit me. Lulu let out a strange laugh and scattered. Little, don't run, old man is going to get you killed. Ouch! My old waist. On top of the hillside, the old man was dressed in rags, his face smeared with black as he shouted in the direction Lulu had fled. Found the old thief. At the top of the hill, a strong man full of excitement pointed at the old man lying halfway down the slope and shouted. Then, a group of burly men rumbled down. You! The old man rolled and crawled, backhanded a few talismans and threw them out, taking the opportunity to disappear into the redwood forest at the bottom of the mountain. At the end of a northward extending branch in the middle section of the Thunderfire mountain range was a town called White Sun Town. White Sun Town was said to be a town, but it was actually equivalent to a small city, and it was quite bustling with traffic and streets. Towards evening, lights were gradually lit up in the town of Bairi, giving people a sense of warmth and security in the middle of this vast wilderness. Later in the evening, a teenager dressed in an inky green power suit arrived at the town's entrance. Finally ran out. The teenager looked back at the Thunderfire mountain range, which was gradually engulfed by the night, and slowly sighed in relief before lifting his steps and walking in. He was none other than Lulu, who had just run out of the Thunderfire mountain range. The harvest from this trip was good, only what he didn't expect was that the elixir actually had an owner, which was why he ended up being hunted down. Walking into the town, Lulu realized that this place was much more prosperous than that water cloud town. With wide streets, noisy crowds, and ancient buildings, it looked like this town had some history. I was walking so fast just now that I forgot to see what this place was, Lulu muttered as he looked around. Buns, buns. Guest, come and play. As he strolled through the streets, a shout came into Lulu's ears. Not long after, Lulu arrived in front of a large 5-story restaurant in the middle of the town, looked up at the signboard and walked in. Sir, inside please. As soon as he entered the door, a waiter came forward to greet him with a smile on his face. Guest, are you stopping by or staying at the store? Let's eat something first, Lulu said casually. All right, customer. Upstairs is quiet. Should we? Xiao Er asked tentatively. The second floor is clean but also a bit more expensive. Lulu didn't know the doorway, and when he heard that there was a clean place, he immediately said, Go to the second floor. Okay. Xiao Er's face was joyful, bowing his body to lead the way for Lulu. That attitude was as respectful as it could be, making Lulu a little embarrassed. Thinking to myself, it's just a meal, is this necessary? Coming to the second floor, the second looked around and pointed to a table by the window. Master, it's clean there, and you can see the scenery outside. Want it? Just there. Lulu didn't even think about it and directly agreed. Okay, master, please, quickly please. Xiao Er's mouth was grinning to the waistband of his pants. After sitting down, Xiao Er took out one of the 2 cookbooks and handed it to Lulu. Master, take a look. What do you want to eat? Lulu flipped through the pages, pointing at a copy of something called Wolf Heart and Dog Lung, and asked, What is this thing? This is barbecued gray wolf heart, a primary spirit beast. The flavor is very good. Do you want to try it? Spirit beasts. Well, all of our recipes on the second floor are made from spirit beasts and spirit medicines, and they're definitely worth every penny. Chapter 61. Stinking Beggar. Lulu nodded. Then have one. After saying that and ordering a few other things, he suddenly realized that the numbers behind the name of that dish were different, and there was a circular mark behind each number, and couldn't help but ask curiously, What does this mean? Xiao Er quickly explained. This is the price of the menu. Oh, this one. Does it stand for 1 or 2 pieces of silver? Silver. Xiao Er was stunned and said with a smile. Don't joke, customer. Who doesn't know that the second floor of our White Sun Tavern only accepts condensed true pills? Condensed Zhendan. Lulu stood up with a mischievous sigh. You mean, the price of the dishes I just ordered were all condensed Zhendan? Yes, what's wrong? Guessed you don't have no money, do you? When Xiao Er saw this, the smile on his face gradually tightened. How shine on? Lu Li's face twitched and he sat back on his butt. His heart is dripping blood. Just now he ordered a few dishes total down to a full 15 condensing Dan. But in the way of face, he also had to admit. Seeing this, Xiao Er laughed once again. The speed of changing his face was horrifying. In no time at all, 6 or 7 dishes were served. The aroma came to his nose. Lu Li immediately appetite, also do not care about how many condensed real Dan spent, directly buried his head to eat. He had only taken a few bites when he suddenly felt a shadow looming over his eyes, and when he looked up, he froze. Only to see an old man wearing tattered clothes, a face of black ash as if just digging coal back, is sitting across from himself staring at himself slyly. That looks like a beggar, but the flickering fire in the eyes said that the other party is very angry. You are. Lu Li's mouth was stuffed to the brim and he looked at the beggar in a daze. You tell me. The beggar opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of black smoke between them. I said, looking at the other party's somewhat swollen face. Lu Li felt that this person was a bit funny, puffing out a mouthful of rice. You. Can you not sit in front of me? I want to have a good meal. Laugh, little man, you still dare to laugh. The old man instantly stormed out, standing up and about to punch Lu Li. Senpai. Rest in peace. Rest in peace. Lu Li picked up the bowl and hurriedly backed away. He had long recognized this person. It was the same old man that he had blown up with the explosive talisman in the Thunderfire mountain range before. Humph! The old man glared at Lu Li grimly and sat back on his butt again, not really looking like he wanted to beat up Lu Li. Lu Li also sat back with a sarcastic smile. Senior, I can't blame you for this. You're the one who pitted me first. If it wasn't for my life, where would I be able to sit here, right? The old man said. You're still the first person who can make the old man in such a mess. Give me that stance of yours and this will be settled. Body technique? Senior is not joking. Lu Li said while taking a big mouthful of dry rice. All Dharma disciplines have a master. If I dare to pass it on randomly, my master will have to get me killed without the need for Senior's action. Master? The old man frowned slightly, carefully sizing up Lu Li, and asked in disbelief. Your master is? In his opinion, Lu Li's stance was too terrifying. He had never seen a Qi practicing stage junior cultivator who could possess such a stance, and it was normal for such a secret art to have a master. Lu Li didn't raise his head and said while eating, My master never lets me report his name, but since Senior wants to hear it, I'll reveal it a little bit. Senior mustn't spread it out or master will surely beat me up if he finds out. Don't ink, tell me. The old man was full of impatience. Lu Li pretended to look around, fussed to the old man's ear, whispered, In fact, my master is called Lu Li Real. You must not spread out otherwise. Real Lu Li. The old man frowned as he stared at Lu Li. How come the old man has never heard of this person? Ahem. Isn't it normal that seniors haven't heard of it? My master's work has been a great success, and he has been practicing hard in the deep forest for many years. So is it not something that a cat or a dog can know about? The old man froze. Really? I, Qin Shorin, swear to heaven that if I tell half a lie, I will be struck down by heaven. Your name is Qin Shorin? Yeah. Haven't you asked for advice yet? The old man's eyes rolled and suddenly grinned. Old man Wuda, how about making a friend with fellow Taoist Qin? No virtue? Lu Li was stunned, thinking what kind of bull name is this? But this old man is really lacking in virtue. He gave Wuda a sly look. It's fine to make friends, but if your old man punks me again, don't blame me for calling out master to come out and beat you up. Which can this person has always been pure nature, how would I do pitfalls? What happened before was just a misunderstanding. I thought you were from that white sun-walled city, so I was a bit heavy-handed. I hope that you, fellow Taoist Qin, won't be offended. Oh, no offense, no offense. And the stance. Wait until I ask the master. When are you going to ask? Are you bored? This old man couldn't get away from his stance in 3 words, and it didn't look like a good thing. Wuda smiled sarcastically. Don't be angry. Don't be angry, well, the old man just casually said. Saying this, his eyes turned, and he shouted to Xiao Er at the stairway. Xiao Er, come here for a moment. That junior slightly froze when he saw Wuda. His face immediately sank, and he quickly ran over. Where did the stinking beggar come from? Don't be quick to get out. Disturbing your guest's meal. Be careful, I'll get you killed. He said and apologized to Lulu with a compensatory smile. Guest, don't be angry. I'll drive him away. Lulu looked at Xiao Er slyly and didn't say anything. In the next instant, that junior flew backward to the stairway, followed by Wuda as if possessed by a gangrene generally close to the body. A hand grabbed its collar and lifted it up, staring straight at the other side. Are you also worthy of scolding, old man? You! Xiao Er's feet trembled and his face was filled with terror. Seniors, spare your life, spare your life, spare your life. Wuda backhanded a slap, followed by a jade bottle smashing on the other's chest. Open your dog eyes and see what's inside. Junior glanced at Wuda in fear, then tremblingly opened the jade bottle, which was actually a full bottle of condensation Dan. It looked like there were 40 to 50 of them. He couldn't help but tremble, and snapped and gave himself 2 slaps. Seniors, forgive me. It's because I have eyes and don't recognize empty tie. Hee. There is some meaning. Wuda let go of Xiao Er. Just serve the food according to the money in here, and count what that kid ate together. Yes. Junior was both remorseful and elated. Older brother is quite rich. Seeing Wuda come back, Lulu couldn't help but raise his eyelids. It's a small thing, old brother Qin eats slowly. There will be good food in a while. Not long after, the junior arranged for a table full of food and wine, and Wuda stuffed Lulu in front of him one after another. However, Lulu had already eaten almost as much as he wanted and was not really interested in a table of food. Wuda thought that Lulu was still counting on what happened before. He couldn't help but say, speaking of that bull's 6 mountain fortresses, they are really not a NG thing. If it wasn't for them circling the Thunderfire mountain range as a private place, how could I have made a misunderstanding with old brother Qin today? 6 cottages? Lulu came to have a few interests. I'm not hiding it from you, old brother. I've been following my master in the mountains and practicing hard before. This is the first time I've come here. Can you tell me about these 6 mountain fortresses? Chapter 62. 6 great cottages. Wuda took a sip of his small wine and said carelessly, the 6 great mountain fortresses are the White Sun Fortress, the Puffing Snow Fortress, and the Bright Fortress located in the northern part of the mountain, as well as the Earth Tiger Fortress, the Wandering Dragon Fortress, and the Heavenly Wolf Fortress located in the southern part of the mountain. When Lulu heard this, he thought to himself how there was no water cloud walled city that was chasing him and couldn't help but ask, what about the water cloud walled city? Water cloud walled city? What kind of place is that? Wuda was first puzzled, then suddenly said, you should be talking about the small cottages that have newly risen up. This kind of small cottages are just too many in the Thunderfire mountain range. The Water Cloud cottage is even a small cottage. That the White Sun cottage must be how strong. Think of their own steel. The White Sun cottage medicine cannot help but be a little worried. Asked, old brother can know the White Sun cottage in what place? White Sun walled city? Wuda raised his eyebrows. What do you want? I'm just ready to stay away from them since they're on my mind. Wuda's face instantly became odd as he sniffed. Didn't you see the 3 words White Sun Town written on the town gate when you came in? What do you mean? What do you think, old man? I'm telling you, this is the base camp of the White Sun walled city, White Sun Town. What? Lulu was shocked and stood up with a miso. It was too dark outside. He didn't even look. He didn't realize that he had run into someone's lair. What a mess. What are you doing? Of course it's running away. Lulu was about to leave without looking back. Wuda quickly got up to stop Lulu. Don't be in a hurry. When I came in, I just happened to run into the White Sun walled city's people pouring out, all of them rushing towards the mountain. Are you not looking for death by running out now? A nest? They didn't find you. It's not thanks to you. Wuda glared at Lulu grudgingly and tugged at his tattered shirt. If old man looks in the mirror now, he probably wouldn't recognize himself. Upon hearing this, Lulu hemmed and hawed and sat back down again, only to find it difficult to dissipate the worries in his heart. Now the 4 flavors of ingredients for the refining of the acupuncture point pills have already obtained 3 flavors, just missing the last flavor of the Earth's Milk Essence. If there is no Earth's Milk Essence in this Thunderfire mountain range, it would be better for him to leave earlier, in case he is caught by the people from the White Sun walled city. It would be more than worth the loss. Thinking of this, he asked again, older brother, have you ever heard of Earth Milk Essence? Wuda froze. His expression became more and more odd. Thinking that this kid is not a roundworm in my stomach? Staring suspiciously at Lulu, he suddenly had an idea and said with a grin, Old brother Qin, this is really the right person to ask. You really know? Lulu was overjoyed in his heart. Of course. Wuda nodded his head and mysteriously came up and said, older brother doesn't know. Old me came precisely for that earth milk essence. But I picked a few thunder fire orchids on it by the way. Oh, I'm not hiding it from you, old brother. I've gotten accurate information that there is a heavenly pit on that main vein called the sun-eating pit, and there is earth milk essence right inside the pit. And the old man also personally went down to explore it. The cool air below is overflowing. It is definitely the place where the earth milk essence grows. Went down to explore? Older brother has gotten the earth's milk essence. No. Wuda snapped and sat back. There's a little guy at the 6th level of Qi cultivation guarding down there, and I didn't want to get tough with him, so I avoided it for the time being. A little guy at the 6th level of Qi practicing? Older brother's cultivation level. Hee, old me is now at the 5th level of Qi practicing. Lulu. After the exchange, Lulu finally got the news of the earth milk essence, but according to this Wuda, there was a second leader of the White Sun walled city sitting underneath that sun-eating pit, and that second leader's cultivation level was the 6th level of Qi practicing. Wuda meant that the two of them would go together, with Lulu luring the man away and Wuda going to fetch the earth milk essence. Then the two of them would split it equally. Lulu naturally didn't believe Wuda's bull, but the other party was the 6th level of Qi practicing. It was obviously unrealistic for him to try to snatch the earth milk essence from the other party alone, so he thought about it and pretended to agree to it. When Wuda saw Lulu agree, he was overjoyed and thought, a little doll is a little doll, and his knowledge is still shallow. Because all the people from the White Sun walled city had gone out to the Thunderfire mountain range, the two decided to cultivate in the city for a while, and then go to the Sun Eater pit after the wind had died down. After eating, Lulu found Xiao Er to book the guest room. Xiao Er highly recommended Lulu to stay on the 5th floor, saying that the rooms on the 5th floor were very luxurious and had special services. Lulu had already suffered a loss once. Naturally, he wouldn't fall for it again, and bluntly said that it would be fine to give him an ordinary room. So the junior brought him to a room on the 3rd floor facing the street. The room layout is very simple. You can still hear the noise coming from the street outside. Lulu does not care, but feel very cozy, more importantly, here to spend the silver. Live for a month, only need to be 30 taels of silver only. Lulu killed a lot of people. There is no lack of silver. A wave of his hand directly threw out 100 taels to the second. First set 3 months, more counted on you. This small too does not have cultivation. He recommended Lulu to live in a better room, is only hoping to get more silver commission. See Lulu so generous, immediately thanked. After Xiao Er left, Lulu directly unlocked the door of the room. Then he sat down towards the table and took out 2 brown storage bags and counted them with anticipation. The 2 storage bags were obtained from that water cloud walled city Wong protector. That person also operates a grocery store. I think there must be a lot of things inside. Open the first storage bag. Lulu couldn't help but feel happy in his heart, only to see a bunch of jade bottles neatly stacked inside. More than 150 large-sized jade bottles. In his heart, he mumbled, condensed truth Dan, condensed truth Dan. Then with a face full of anticipation, he opened a bottle, and when he saw that it was full of dark green pills, he laughed out loud. Fortune, fortune. It's really the condensation Dan. Another consecutively drew a few out and opened them without exception. All of them were condensed Jin Dan, so counting, there were more than 15,000 of them. Counting the 150 pills he had on him, he now had a full 15,500 condensed Jin Dan on him. Even if he continuously cultivated without stopping, it would be enough for him to stay in the Hall of Time for more than 3 years. After storing all the condensed Jin Dan in the Space Palace, Lulu couldn't wait to open the second storage bag. The divine sense cast in to take a look and found that it was filled with animal skins, all kinds of them, and it looked like there were no less than 2,000 of them. With so many beast skins, it should be worth quite a few condensed Jin Dan as well, right? Lulu's eyes were thoughtful, and he took the storage bag along with it into the Space Palace, thinking that this Protector Wong was really a good money boy, and this was a bargain for himself. What he didn't know was that at this time, the Water Cloud Walled Village's big boss Sushan had already gone crazy with anger because of Protector Wong's death, and was leading a group of brothers to search the mountains for his whereabouts. After packing up everything, Lulu first entered the medicinal garden and observed it, realizing that at this time, the space of the medicinal garden had already reached 2 miles in circumference, and there were a total of 130 thunderflame orchids, 16 shui zhu grasses, as well as that red inferno fruit tree and a shen zhu grass. Why did it fall off? Lulu suddenly realized that there was a red crystal fruit lying on the red soil underneath that red flame fruit tree. Chapter 63 Reward for the White Walled City. He picked up the red flame fruit and examined it, then came to a realization. This red flame fruit was already ripe with a full 300 spirit lines. According to the standard of red flame fruit, 100 years is 1 rank, and the highest it can grow to is only 3 ranks, and it won't grow anymore after it reaches the limit. Lulu thought for a moment and summoned a bunch of jade bottles, picking all the red flame fruits and storing them in the jade bottles. The fruit tree is still here, so maybe it will produce new fruit. After storing all 50 jade bottles in the Hall of Space, Lulu also left the Pill Garden and arrived at the Hall of Time. He had left Qingyang Sect for close to a month. This period of time he was busy searching for spiritual medicine, has not had time to cultivate up to now. His third chi vein is still only open 26 acupoints. Now it is just the right time to take advantage of this opportunity to properly cultivate a little. Because the aura here wasn't really dense, Lulu didn't intend to take the concentration pill for this cultivation. With the assistance of the Taoist scripture, it was more than enough to refine this thin aura. In the meantime, firelight flickered in the jungle on the main vein directly across from White Sun Town. More than 100 people kept shuttling in and out of the forest in search of something. A green-robed old man with one hand behind his back stood at the edge of a craggy cliff, looking down at the flickering firelight below, his face so cloudy that it was about to drip out of the water. What few people know is that this man is the godless White Sun-walled big boss, Blazing Sun Hand by Shang. Not long after, a strong brown short-coat stalwart with a powerful aura hurriedly ran up and saluted Bai Shang, reporting to Big Boss, "The inventory is complete." Bai Shang took a deep breath and asked, "How?" The big man in the brown short coat lowered his head and didn't dare to look at the old man, and said tremblingly, "According to the residual traces, no less than 300 plants were stolen." "Ah, asshole!" Bai Shang's eyes were glazed over and he roared sternly, "Turn over for me. Even if you turn over the Thunderfire mountain range, you must catch that little thief and that old thief for me. Duh boss. The other cottages. You just look for it. I'll greet the other cottages myself." "Yes. By the way, notify down, you are only there to arrest people. When you pass by other territories, be honest. Don't touch other people's elixirs. Whoever draws trouble to my White Sun-walled city." The old man's means, you know it. "Yes, Big Boss." The burly man's body trembled slightly at his words, and he got up and quickly rushed towards the bottom of the mountain. The western section of the Thunderfire mountain range was completely frantic as more than 100 men and women wearing the badge of the White Sun-walled city ran through the jungle, gradually moving towards the eastern side of the mountain range. 3 days later, the news of the White Sun-walled city's stolen elixir spread, and the entire White Sun town was in an uproar, discussing who was so bold as to even dare to steal the White Sun-walled city's things. 15 days later, the White Sun-walled search party arrived at the middle section of the Thunderfire mountain range and encountered the middle section forces, the people from the drifting snow-walled village. After the two sides stalemate for a long time, it seems that there is no negotiation. Finally, the people of the White Sun-walled city had to ask for instructions from Bai Shang. Bai Shang was once again furious after hearing this. "Good you yi piao shui, this revenge old man remembered." Bai Shang then announced a retreat, leaving only a handful of people to continue searching on the mountain. The next day after returning to Bai Ri town, Bai Shang issued a bounty announcement. The 2 portraits of an old man and a young man spread throughout the entire Bai Ri town. Those who could provide accurate clues would be rewarded with 800 lower-grade condensed jindan, and those who could provide a human head would be rewarded with 3,000 condensed jindan. Such an attractive reward instantly mobilized the emotions of the crowd of casual cultivators. Half towards the Thunderfire mountain range surged in, but the White Sun-walled has rules not allowed the crowd of casual cultivators to enter the main vein, can only be searched for on the major branch veins. For a while, not only the western section, but some of the scattered cultivators even poured into the middle branch, and even began to spread to the western section. Luckily, the junior who had seen Lulu was just a mortal and didn't have the time to go out and walk around outside. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would be exposed on the spot. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. The loose cultivators who went out to search for Lulu and his duo almost all came back full of disappointment, and the sparse streets once again resumed their previous bustle, with the sound of a long sigh ringing out from the restaurants. When the young man who had been delivering food to Lulu for 3 days and 2 days was free, he also sat on the side and listened to the crowd telling stories, and in his heart he was also very eager about cultivation, and even imagined that one day he would be able to be as powerful as the young thief and old thief that the crowd was talking about, and then it would be great. When it was late in the evening, Xiao Air brought dinner to room 306 again, as was customary. It was ordered by the guest, delivered once every 3 days. That guest ate little but was generous. Carrying a few plates of small dishes and a pot of rice, Junior gently knocked on the door of the room, then waited quietly. According to past practice, that guest would open the door to the room in about 60 breaths. This time was obviously different though. It was only 10 breaths before the door to the room opened and a tanned, inky green power-suited teenager smiled at him and took the dinner tray. Good work. This is what I should do. Junior replied respectfully before preparing to leave. Suddenly, the teenager called out to him, "Wait." After saying that, he tossed out a silver ingot. "Come in here for a moment. There's something I want to ask you." Xiao Er was delighted, and carefully put the silver ingot into his pocket, and walked in quickly. "Customer, what do you want to know?" Lulu smiled and gestured for the other party to sit first before asking. "A while ago, this white sun town seemed to be much colder, and now it's suddenly bustling again. Is something wrong?" "Oh, the guest said this Xiao Er immediately spoke at length. "I heard that 2 months ago someone stole the elixir of the lot under the jurisdiction of the White Sun Walled City, and then the big boss Bai Shang personally led people to catch them." Seemingly worried that his news wasn't worth the silver in his arms, Junior shook out all the news and gossip he had learned, true or false. Lulu's heart thumped when he heard it. While he looked at Xiao Er, "You haven't seen that reward notice?" Junior shook his head, thinking that Lulu also wanted to pick up the reward, and said, "No, some time ago when the restaurant didn't have much business I did go out to shop a few times, but unfortunately the notices were all torn up by those cultivators. If you want to see it, you can go to those cultivators and ask them." Lulu was slightly relieved. "I know. Yes, sir. Please, do you have any other questions?" Junior asked as he stood up. Lulu thought about it and suddenly remembered Wuda. That fellow was also in seclusion during this period of time. I don't know if he has come out of seclusion yet, so he said, "By the way, does that beggar have any movement recently?" "Him." Xiao Er glanced towards the door before saying in a low voice, "I saw him come out 3 days ago in the evening, you said. It's been almost 2 months. It's not like there's no bath in the room. He's still that dirty. Really can't understand. Could it be that being a beggar is still addictive?" "Oh? Out. Well, but there doesn't seem to be any movement in his room for the past 2 days, and I don't know if he's gone." "Okay. I got it, go ahead." When the little two left, Lulu couldn't help but show a thoughtful look. This Wuda even left 3 days ago. Did he want to go fetch that earth milk essence alone? Chapter 64 Encounter with a Night Wolf. After dinner, Lulu frowned and paced back and forth in his room. After 3 months in the outside world and 30 months of closed-door cultivation in the Hall of Time, his third chi vein had opened up 66 acupoints, reaching the late 3rd stage. If he wasn't killed in seconds, with his speed coupled with the hidden god jade, he shouldn't have a problem getting away from cultivators below the 6th level. But if you're besieged, it's a little hard to do. Where exactly did this old man Wu to go, with his strength and character? He shouldn't have gone ahead to the sun-eating pit alone. Could it be that after 2 or 3 months of cultivation, he had made a breakthrough in his realm? People are drifting. Knock, knock. Just as Lulu was pondering, a sharp knock suddenly sounded outside the door. Lulu immediately revealed a wary look and leaned against the door and asked in a deep voice, "Who?" "It's old man. Old brother Qin, open the door." A familiar voice came from outside the door. Lulu hurriedly opened the door. Then a gray robe, small nose, small eyes, with a beard of 8 thin old man squeezed in at once. Not that Wuda, and who is it? Looking at the other party's appearance, it wasn't as scruffy as Xiao Er had said. "Kid, we can't stay here anymore. We have to leave immediately." Wuda handed out one of the 2 black hoods in his hand to Lulu. "Put it on. It's easy to act." "You went out just to buy this?" Lulu shook the cloak in his hand. Cloak along the edge of a circle of black veil. Black veil do not know what material, touch very comfortable, not like the general fabric, from the inside to the outside without blocking the line of sight, but from the outside to the inside of the words, it is a touch of black. "Of course not. This cloak old man has long had. I went out just to spy on the news. I did not expect that the White Sun Walled Village even put out a bounty." Said suddenly looked up at Lulu. "You kid, the appearance seems to be somewhat different from before, Different." Lulu froze, inclined his head to look at the long hair falling down around his ears, then suddenly realized, isn't this better? He had been burned bald by fire in Qingyang Mansion before, and his hair was still only 5 inches long for 3 months. But now it was already 3 feet of black hair like ink, and his whole temperament was different. "Good is good, but your black face is still not much changed. It is better to put the cloak on to be safer. It doesn't matter if you die. It will be troublesome if you involve the old man." Hearing this, Lulu thought to himself that this old man is really not a good thing. It seems that on this trip, not only do we have to be careful of other people, But we also have to guard against this old thing as well. He lifted his cloak and covered it over his head. Leaving now? Wuda didn't pay attention to the change in Luli's expression and also pulled his cloak over his head. Of course, it's better in the dark. Let's go. The two of them immediately went out of the door, came downstairs and left the restaurant without saying hello. Although it was dark outside, the White Sun Town was still brightly lit, and the two of them didn't go through the main gate. Instead, they traveled through the alleys, and in a short while they came to a short wall. This fence is just to prevent some ungrateful demonic beasts on the mountain from attacking the common people. It is not very high. The two of them just jumped up with a gentle leap, and then disappeared into the vast night. The mountain road at night was not very good. Even if Luli's eyesight was a lot better than when he was a mortal, he didn't dare to run too fast if he didn't put out his divine sense. On the contrary, this Wuda seemed to be accustomed to walking at night, walking effortlessly in the forest. Hey Wu, wait! In a valley, Lulu, who was walking behind, suddenly realized that there were two big green lanterns trailing all the way behind him, and hurriedly tugged on Wuda's shirt. What's wrong? Don't you go, wow, there's a big guy back there. Big guy. Wunder suspiciously looked back and his face suddenly changed. Marred. It's the Wolf King, run. Instead of not stopping, he ran faster after saying that. Your Honor. Lulu was so furious that he couldn't care less. Summoning a sprinting talisman and pinching it in his hand, he overtook Wuda in a puff of smoke. Ow! At once, a long, sharp whistle came from behind, and the two large lanterns snapped and snapped in wild pursuit toward the two. Kid, don't you know how to respect the old and love the young? Wait for me. Wunder cursed and spilled his guts. Lulu heard the words instead of not stopping, but instead ran even faster. The branches that blocked the road were clattered by him, and in the blink of an eye, he left Wuda behind a dozen or so feet. Kid, don't run away. Let's fight it to the death. Wunder gasped and yelled in alarm behind him. Old Wu, you stall it first. I'll go to the front and rest for a while before coming back to help you. Lulu is not a little cutie. This is the king of wolves, where it appears there must be wolves. If it gets surrounded, then it will be in trouble. Beast, if you damn run again, I'm not done with you. Seeing that the Wolf King was already less than a foot away from him, Wuda was so angry that his mouth went askew and pulled out a sprinting talisman to chase after Lulu. Bang! I don't know if he was running too fast or Lulu was too slow, but Wuda actually crashed straight into Lulu. What are you stopping for all of a sudden? Wunder covered his chest full of depression. Ahem, I don't want to either. Lulu pointed to a patch of green eyes in front of him. It seems like we're surrounded. Ow ow. Ahead, the sound of wolf whistles rose and fell. The Wolf King in the back stopped in his tracks and screamed up to the sky. The group of wolves in front seemed to have received some instructions and began to change their formation, encircling towards the two, with a rather high level of spirituality. This is big trouble, Wunder muttered. What to do? Lulu also put away his joking color and asked in a grave manner. What else can we do? Kill a path. Night wolves have an extremely strong sense of territory. I guess they don't dare to go up to the main vein. Wuda said. Yes. Lulu did not wait for Wuda to say anything after he finished speaking, and with a little step, he rushed towards the wolves in front of him. Good boy, some courage. Seeing this, Wuda praised the situation and then turned his body to the left, not going in the same direction as Lulu at all. You are really not a good thing. Lulu was furious when he saw this. He went up alone and attracted a large number of wolves. That Wuda, instead of helping him, he raided towards the weak spot, thinking don't give me a chance to catch you or I will have to kill you. Between the lifts of his hands, a gray wolf that had lunged at him had flopped and smashed back. On Wunder's side, he had already killed the wolves to the periphery because they were weak. Lulu had wanted to lure the wolves over, but realized that the way there had been blocked, and these coyotes pounced on him like they didn't want to die, so he had to give up. With the power of the sprinting talisman, Lulu made left and right turns, smashing furiously all the way. Within a short time, a dozen or so coyotes fell to the ground. However, there were hundreds of wolves in this pack. This was not a solution at all. Lulu clenched his teeth and stepped on the head of one of the young wolves, and then used the force to rise up in the air, and then the wind surged on his body, and he flew out with a whirring sound for more than 10 feet. As soon as he landed, the 4 or 5 coyotes around him pounced and bit at him again. On the other side, Wunder was nowhere to be seen. You big daddy lackadaisical bastard. I'm not done with you. Lulu didn't want to get involved in the battle, but with Wuda's disappearance, the wolves were all surging towards him, and they were all so fast that if he didn't perform the gust of wind steps, he would have to keep using the Gust of Speed talisman in order to barely keep up with the speed of the wolves' run. Chapter 65 Plotting the Sun-Eating Pit. In the darkness of the valley, Lulu tossed and moved around with thumping and popping sounds and the wailing of the wolves. At the very beginning, Lulu was bent on getting out of the battlefield, but as time passed, Lulu also fought out of his temper, and even if his robes were tattered and his entire body was bruised and battered in many places, he would not take half a step back. Because he realized that as he kept dodging and counterattacking, he was more and more able to control his body's strength, and each time he threw a punch it was just right, not using one more point of force nor using one less point of force. Each punch could send a coyote to the ground. In the blink of an eye, half an hour passed. Only 20 or so of the 100 or so coyotes were still circling around him, and Lulu had become shaky. He still had true chi in his body, but his body felt incredibly heavy. The Wolf King that had been quietly staring at Lulu in the distance seemed to have found an opportunity as well, and suddenly his body bowed and shot towards Lulu like an arrow. Waiting for you. Lulu's shaking body suddenly straightened up, and just as the Wolf King approached his body by a foot, 2 explosive talismans were thrown out head-on. There were 2 explosions. The Wolf King fell down from mid-air, but there was no major damage, shaking his body a bit to charge towards Lulu again. But just then, another talisman landed at his feet. Instantly, the dirt dented and its entire body sank rapidly. The Wolf King let out a cry of alarm, and with a slap of his tail on the ground he was about to use the momentum to rise. Lulu would not do what it wanted. Just in the moment when the other party sank, the whole person shot over and rode on the back of the Wolf King in one go, and a pitch-black axe suddenly surfaced in his hand to slash down on the Wolf King's head. Pust! With a muffled thud, the axe chopped 5 inches into the Wolf King's head. Ow! The Wolf King, in pain, lashed out and leapt up from the mud pit with a loud bang. So strong! Lulu's pupils shrunk as he grabbed the long hairs on the Wolf King's neck and swung his axe in a frenzy. Ow! The Wolf King wailed and wailed while jumping up and down. Pust! Another axe went down, and the Wolf King finally fell to the ground. Lulu also lost all his strength, lying on the back of the Wolf King and panting heavily, while staring vigilantly at the 24 young wolves in the distance. He was now truly exhausted. The young wolves in the distance saw that the king of the wolves was dead, wandered for a moment, and simply dispersed. Lulu's nerves relaxed at the sight and he directly fainted. And I don't know how long it took. Lulu felt that his face was warm and there was someone patting his face. He woke up to see a gray-clothed man with a cloak squatting in front of him. He was furious. Good for you, you lack of virtue. You still have the nerve to come back. Wuda smiled sarcastically. Cough, cough. Don't be so angry. I'm not back. If it wasn't for the old man guarding you for the night, you may not have been eaten by some demon. Humph. Guarding all night? You're afraid that no one will help you lure away that chi-practicing 6th-level expert, right? How could it be? Qin kid, you think too badly of me. To be honest, I didn't leave last night. I've been watching you up there. If it wasn't for the fact that I wanted to let you experience, I would have already made a move to help you. Wuda said without a red face. Hee. In that case, I still have to thank you. Lulu sat up and patted the weeds on his body, only to realize that his clothes were surprisingly tattered. Activating his spiritual energy, the garment instantly returned to its original state. This was the Inkia treasure cloth, which could be restored to its original state no matter how it was broken. Thank you just. Wuda didn't finish his words, suddenly widened his eyes. Kid, your clothes are good. Can? You. Can't. Fine. Wuda bristled, but his gaze was fixed on Lulu, as if he was still thinking about Lulu's precious clothes. Lulu did not bother to pay attention to Wuda. He could see through this person, a typical dead friend of the road, not dead poor road, or extremely greedy. See any treasure, want to take it for themselves, that kind of person. But just as he was about to pack up the wolf corpses, he realized that all of the wolf corpses on this ground were actually without fur, leaving only the red-turned blood corpses, whose fur seemed to have been stripped away. Lulu's face instantly sank as he turned to look at Wuda and stretched out his hand and said in a deep voice, Bring it! What? Don't pretend. Who is this field of wolf skins if you didn't take it? Cough, cough, how petty. Wuda smiled sarcastically. Seeing that Lulu seemed to be really angry, he didn't return the favor and took out a storage bag and threw it to Lulu. I worked for you all night for nothing. Lulu snorted coldly, and his divine sense penetrated into the storage bag to take a look and found that there were more than 80 wolf skins inside. My storage bag. This is considered your compensation for betraying me last night. Lulu didn't have the slightest intention of returning it. This person had already left him with no good feelings, and he believed that as long as he wanted to run away, this person couldn't do anything to himself even if he was at the 5th level of qi practicing. Okay. Wuda gave Lulu a sly look. Departure. Lulu looked up at the ghostly blue ridge above. Let's go. He didn't say anything like don't you screw me over again or anything like that, because he knew that even if the other party promised, it would still be a lie. And he also planned to ruthlessly pit this old man. Because it was already dawn, the two walked with extra caution, fearing that they would be discovered. 2 hours later, the sun was blazing. The two finally came above the main vein of the Thunderfire mountain range again, and when they arrived here, they were even more careful. Wuda released his divine sense all the way to sense in advance for fear of being ambushed by the white sun-walled city. It wasn't until the sun was in the west that the two finally broke out of the dense, ghostly blue jungle into a vast expanse of grass. The grass is also a blue. Lulu at first glance thought that there is a mine of fire orchids, the result of a closer look at all the weeds. This grass is afraid of no less than 30 miles square. The open and pleasant scenery makes his mood is not so depressing. He looked at Wuda asked, how far is the eclipse pit? It's probably in the center of this meadow. You need to walk closer to see it. Wunder pointed ahead, then took the lead and walked towards the front. Lulu followed without slowing down, looking at Wuda's back, his gaze turning slightly, not knowing what he was thinking. In less than 2/4 of an hour, the two stopped at the edge of a circular sinkhole. The diameter of the sinkhole is not less than 100 feet, the depth is also 100 feet. A glance down to vaguely see the bottom of the valley, there are a lot of rounded boulders, as well as a series of clumps of green plants. Look at a long time this everywhere in the blue, and suddenly see a few clumps of greenery on the contrary so that Lulu feel a little kindly. It's like the feeling of someone who has been walking in the desert for months and suddenly sees a green hill. The sinkhole was surrounded by a smattering of flat cliffs, but there was a steep path in front of the two of them that should be able to go down, and Lulu asked, going down from here? Wunder nodded and pointed at the largest gray boulder below the valley floor and said, I'll hide behind that boulder when I go down, said and pointed to an inconspicuous dark hole in front of the boulder. There to go in will be able to arrive at the stone pool next to the stone call under a guy there to practice. You have to look carefully to find out. You do not lean too close, far from cursing his mother, to draw him out on the line, and then use your stance to trick him out of the sinkhole. Chapter 66. Meeting Zhang Song again. You're not going to take the earth milk essence and run, are you? Lulu stared at Wuda oddly. How can it be? The old man is not that kind of person. Don't worry. I took the essence of the earth's milk and came out to help you. Scold him. Then to each his own. If he chooses to chase me, I don't need your help. Half a month later, we'll turn around in Piao Shui town, and I'll divide the earth milk essence among you. Are you sure he's not fast? Don't worry about it, I've already been here last time. He can't even catch up with an old man like me. How can he catch up with you? All right. Lulu would be skeptical, although he was prepared to pit this old guy, but if the other party was too strong, he was afraid that he would lift a stone and hit his own foot. Saying that, the two of them walked down the path on the cliff face. The path was a bit steep. If mortals were afraid that they wouldn't dare to walk at all, but as people of cultivation, their guts were far beyond that of mortals, not to mention that their control over their bodies was also quite in place. Within a short time, the two arrived at the bottom of the valley. When he reached the bottom of the valley, Lulu realized that the insignificant stones he saw above were not small. Each mass was enough to cover an adult's body. Especially the mass that Wuda pointed out before, it was as high as a small 2-story building. Stepping over the cobblestones on the ground, the two of them headed straight for the dark cave entrance ahead of them. The boulder next to the cave entrance was the hiding place that Wunder had mentioned. Coming to the edge of the boulder, Wuda stopped and seriously instructed, Kid, although that guy is slow, but you are only the 3rd level of qi cultivation. If you have reservations, don't blame me for not reminding you if you are slapped to death by him. Lulu glanced at Wuda slyly. Don't worry, I don't want to die yet. The two of them chatted a few more times before Wunder sneaked and hid behind the boulder. Lulu took a deep breath before cautiously walking towards the stone cave. Hearing Wuda say that the man was the 6th level of qi practicing, he hadn't gone up against the 6th level of qi practicing yet, which left him with no bottom line in his heart. The light inside the stone cave wasn't very good, but it wasn't too dark either, and it was possible to walk normally, only the path wasn't very spacious, and the stone wall above his head dripped water down from time to time. According to Wuda, the passage was more than 30 feet long and it was curved, so as long as one was careful, one would not be discovered. After taking a few steps, Lulu still felt a little unsure, so he took the hidden god jade from his waist and slowly infused his true qi into it. and only when the hidden god jade emitted a purple light did he put it back on his waist and continued forward. The hidden god jade could be used for roughly half an hour per input of true qi, during which time it could block any qi practicing stage cultivator's divine sense probing, which was quite good. After turning 2 corners, the passage ahead was less than a foot. In front of the passage, an earth-colored stone basin with a diameter of 2 to 3 feet and a height of about half a foot caught Lulu's eye. There was an upright stalagmite in the center of the stone basin, around which shimmered and floated a milky white liquid, with a rich and odd scent. Lulu gazed at the tip of the stalagmite. There seems to be a milky white liquid slowly flowing out of the stalagmite. Along the skin of the stalagmite flowed back into the stone basin, but the speed is quite slow. If you do not look closely at it, simply cannot be found. Earth's milk essence. Lulu's heart thumped. The last elixir of the acupuncture point pill, Earth milk essence, had finally been found. As long as he fetched the Earth milk essence, he could start working on the alchemy matters. He had waited for this day for too long. Holding down his excitement, Lulu tiptoed out from the corner and then carefully stepped into that 110-foot straight path. According to Wuda, there was a stone depression next to the stone basin. That qi practicing 6th-level cultivator was practicing in that stone depression. He had to be careful. The passage was narrow and Lulu couldn't even see where the stone pass was, so he could only stick to the stone wall and continue to probe forward. There is a depression next to the stone basin there, and under the depression sits a gray-clothed old Taoist, who is withered and thin, with a face full of black spots and white hair and beard, and has a somewhat creepy appearance. At this moment, the old Taoist was cultivating with his eyes closed, not knowing in the slightest that Lulu had entered. Just a foot away from the exit of the passageway, Lulu stopped and slowly poked out half of his head, looking over to the right of the stone basin. This look. Ainyet Zhang Song. Lulu directly screamed out. The heart of Wuda ancestors' 18 generations have given a curse. This is the 6th level of qi practice. It is clear that he is going to pit him. Do not even think about it, directly turned around and fled. Who? When Zhang Song heard the voice, his eyes instantly opened like lightning and rushed towards the passage. Lulu's soul are almost gone. Directly take the road to run wildly. 5 years ago this goods is practicing qi aid although he wants to get dead Zhang Song, but with his cultivation today, afraid that is not enough for the other side of a slap. After a few flickers, Zhang Song finally saw Lulu's shadow. There seemed to be a color of expectation in his small eyes, pulling his throat and shouting excitedly, "Kid, are you that kid? Stay. I won't hurt you. Quickly stay. Otherwise, I will kill you." Lulu did not care, running at the same time feel that it is not fast enough, summoned a sprinting talisman on his feet. Instantly, the soles of his feet, a smoke rushed out of the passage. Then with a turn of his body, he turned directly behind the boulder where Wuda was hiding, and shouted at Wuda, "Old Wu, run. He's the 8th level of qi cultivation. You can't hide anymore." It was as if he was afraid that Zhang Song in the back wouldn't hear him. As soon as Wuda heard this, his face turned green and he cursed Lulu over and over in his heart, instantly rushing up to the sky. "Good wow, it's you old again." Zhang Song, who had just rushed out, saw Wuda rushing out and recognized Wuda by the other party's figure. And with a little step under his anger, he rushed towards Wuda. "Kid, dare to disrespect your ancestor." Wuda's sweaty hairs stood on end as he backhanded a talisman and threw it behind him. Bang! With a blast, Zhang Song just had a body shape and caught up again. "Old, you can't run away today. And that kid in front of you, you stop. Help me capture this old. I will give you the Earth milk essence." Zhang Song screamed while chasing after him, and he didn't know if what he said was true or not. Lulu simply believed in Zhang Song's bull, and it was not likely that the other party was more interested in catching himself. With a wild run, he tumbled up to the top of the sinkhole in a dozen breaths. Wuda cursed in the back. Using the sprinting talisman wasn't enough, and offered a small green triangular flag to hold in his hand, which unfolded against the wind, and even carried him straight up into the sinkhole. Zhang Song seemed to have gone berserk this time, and chased after the 2 men relentlessly. Not long after, Lulu, who was running at the front, had already entered the jungle, and the moment he entered the jungle, he landed on top of an eerie blue sky covering tree with a single leap. After leaping to the top, Lulu immediately forced himself to hold his breath and remain motionless. A few breaths later, Lulu saw Wuda flashing past his feet with strange cries all the way. After another 2 breaths, Zhang Song also swept past like the wind. After stabilizing himself for a moment, Lulu leapt down from the tree and flew straight back towards the sinkhole. The Earth's milk essence was right in front of him, and he had to fight for it. Chapter 67, The Collection of Spiritual Pills. Lulu soon returned to the bottom of the sinkhole, did not dare to have the slightest delay all the way to the depths of the cave. Looking at a large basin full of sparkling milky white liquid, Lulu slightly relieved. Then he squatted on the edge of the stone basin and took out a large pile of jade bottles with both hands and began to quickly collect the earth's milk essence. After a little more than half a quarter of an hour, Lulu collected the earth milk essence in the stone basin, and then he couldn't wait to put it into the second floor space hall, and after counting it, he found that it was loaded with more than 130 bottles. According to the Dan formula, this earth milk essence was only to neutralize the medicinal properties, and only 1 drop at a time was enough, and these more than 100 bottles were enough for him to refine I don't know how many acupuncture point pills. Lulu did this not because he needed so much earth milk essence himself, but he just didn't want to leave it to Zhang Song. Instead, he was now somewhat puzzled. What was the meaning of this song guarding this earth milk essence and not taking it? Was it deliberately waiting for me to pick it up so that it could be a keeper? Thinking about it, Lulu immediately had a feeling that his hairs were standing on end, and thought that this old man was really shady, and after looking around and realizing that there were no other treasures in the pit, Lulu directly pulled out his legs and ran. After exiting the sinkhole, Lulu didn't go in the previous direction, but instead ran wildly towards the south side of the mountain range. According to what the map drew, the main vein of the Thunderfire mountain range was the boundary between Liangzhou and Dongzhou, with Liangzhou to the north of the main vein and Dongzhou to the south of the main vein. Then the White Sun walled city was one of the 3 major walled cities in the north, and his task of collecting the materials for the acupuncture point pill had already been completed, so there was no need to venture north again. Even if we want to go back to the Qingyang Sect, we have to avoid the wind of that Zhongsong first, in case the other party sets up an ambush at the entrance of the sect. Finally arriving at the dark blue jungle to the south of the meadow, Lulu then slowed down his pace a little at this time. His whole body of true qi had already been exhausted and was in urgent need of a little recovery. He dragged his tired body around in the forest, trying to find a place to hide. Huh, there's thunder fire grass here too? Lulu didn't walk for long and suddenly realized that there was a ghostly blue plant not far in front of him, thinking that it wouldn't be another one of those cottages, right? After hesitating for a while, he still couldn't hold back and uprooted it, thinking that I'll just pull up one plant and it shouldn't be discovered. As he walked, Lulu found another plant. Never mind, 2 plants should be fine. After a little more than half an hour, Lulu looked at the distant thunder fire grass and the corner of his mouth twitched. They've all been plucked for 300 plants, so it's not that bad. Plucking up this thunder flame grass, Lulu realized that he had arrived at the junction of the main vein and a huge crimson branch vein, thinking that he didn't need to get entangled anymore. He looked around and suddenly realized that there seemed to be a modest cave entrance on the rocky slope of the branch ahead of him. When I got closer, it was indeed a cave entrance, but it was so small that I had to crawl in. Lulu stepped on a bowl-sized redwood to look inside the cave and found that it seemed to be quite big inside, thinking that it was really a good place. He also released his divine sense to sense it and found that the surrounding spiritual qi was much denser than that of Bairuzhen, so he decided to hide here for a while first. He snapped off a branch from the redwood with dense foliage, then dragged the branch backwards to climb inside the cave, and only after it was completely out of reach did Lulu stick the branch in the entrance of the cave to cover it up. It took another 2 or 3 feet back before the inside became open. He stood up only to realize that it was as if someone had purposely created this place, and there was a 2-foot square space inside, and there was even a stone bench and a stone bed. Lulu didn't think about that much and directly sat on top of the stone bed and started to recover. When he had recovered almost, he sank his divine sense into the medicinal garden space. What made him happy was that the medicinal garden space had become bigger again, reaching a full 5 miles in circumference, and it was full of vitality, with a strong medicinal fragrance filling the entire space. Most of them were thunder fire orchids inside. There were more than 400 of them, followed by Cuizhu grass. There were only 16 plants of Cuizhu grass, which made Lulu feel a little unsatisfied. With 16 plants, it was only enough for him to refine the acupuncture point pill 16 times, which was considered to be the shortcoming of several medicinal herbs, because that red inferno fruit also had 50 of them. Moreover, this red inferno fruit tree was bearing buds again, and it should still bear fruit. He transformed into an entity and walked over to the Cuizhu grass to take a closer look at it, and after looking at it for a while, he found a Cuizhu grass that had grown more vigorously, snapped it into 2, and then stuck the half cuttings that he had snapped off to the side. Lulu wanted to try and see if this would be viable. Only after doing this did he enter the Hall of Time to begin his seclusion, and to avoid prying eyes, Lulu put away the hidden god jade before he went in as well. The spiritual qi here was rich, and he still had more than 15,000 condensed truth pills that he hadn't used, so this time he was going to impact the 4th realm. The fourth level of Qi cultivation was a watershed. Entering the fourth level meant entering the middle stage of the Qi cultivation realm, and the strength far exceeded that of the third level. As Lulu activated the Tai Shin scripture, the surrounding spiritual Qi instantly swarmed towards him, instantly filling his dantian. Lulu thought that the spiritual Qi here was really dense and hurriedly began to refine it. After a round of refining, he suddenly realized that within the aura of the Thunderfire mountain range, the aura of the lightning and fire attribute accounted for much more than the other attributes, which made his heart secretly happy. The lightning attribute barrier was considered to be a relatively difficult barrier to break through, and in this way, his hopes of breaking through were much greater again. The other side. After Zhang Song chased Wu De to the area belonging to the drifting snow-walled city, he suddenly felt that something was wrong, so he hurried back to the heavenly pit, and when he saw the empty stone basin, he was so furious that a mouthful of old blood was spewed out, and his sparse pale hair fell down on his face, and he was filled with indignation. "Boy, you so ruthless. Old me has been waiting for you for 5 years. 5 years? Why are you doing this to me? I just want the Dan formula. No, I can't give up like that. I must catch you, you can't escape." And then, with a squeeze of his fist, Zhang Song quickly left the heavenly pit and headed straight to White Sun Town. The huge compound in the center of Bai Ri Town was inscribed with the 3 big words, Bai Ri Walled City. And Zhang Song walked straight in with a sullen face. "Greetings, Second Lord." When the guards at the entrance saw Zhang Song, they quickly bowed respectfully. If Lulu was here, he would have been scared to death. He didn't realize that Zhang Song was the second leader of the White Sun Walled City. When he first came to White Sun Town, he was no different from a wolf entering a tiger's mouth. Zhang Song didn't even bother to give a response as he crossed the square and went straight into the main hall. At this time, inside the main hall, a green-robed old man was sitting on a high seat, talking about something with the crowd, and when he saw Zhang Song come in, he couldn't help but be stunned, and hurriedly walked down, greeting him with a smile. "Older brother, why did you come back? Could it be that you got what you wanted?" Everyone looked at Zhang Song with a look of awe. Zhang Song narrowed his eyes and scanned the crowd before saying, "I met the person, but I didn't catch him, and this time I came down to the mountain precisely for this matter." He gave a rough account of what happened before to the people of Whitewater Walled City, then looked at Bai Shang and continued, "Help me catch that kid. The benefits are known to you." Then he took a pen and paper and drew 2 portraits, one of an old man without a cloak and one of a man with a cloak on his head. "I've seen this old man once, but this teenager, I didn't get a good look at his face. That old man can be taken as he pleases, but this teenager must be captured, you understand, right?" When they saw the portrait, the crowd's expressions suddenly became a bit odd. Wasn't this old man the old thief they were chasing some time ago? And this young man seems familiar, doesn't he? Chapter 68, Finding the Dan Furnace. A few days later, the cultivators around the Thunderfire mountain range had once again gone crazy, and after more than 3 months, instead of giving up on hunting down those 2, the White Sun Walled City had increased the reward amount. 8,000 Qi condensation Dan for the young and 3,000 true condensation Dan for the old. With this amount, not only those scattered cultivators who had no power, even the people from several other mountain strongholds had secretly sent people out to get a piece of the pie. Of course, what they wanted to know more was why these 2 were worth so many condensed truth pills. However, these few cottages that sent people out did not include the Earth Tiger Cottage, which was in the eastern section of the southern part of the mountain range. The people of Earth Tiger Walled City were equally mad, because their family's Thunderfire Orchid was also stolen by whoever, and at this time, they were just as mad as the White Sun Walled City in tracking down the murderer. It's been a rough couple days out there. Lulu hid inside the cave from time to time. He could hear the sound of trampling coming from outside, as well as a burst of divine sense fluctuation scanning in. It was good that he had the hidden god Jade, otherwise, even if he hid in the cave, it would be difficult for him to avoid such intensive divine sense probing. On the 15th day, just when Lulu was feeling hungry, a golden serpent thicker than an adult's arm slithered in from the cave entrance. Lulu's heart rejoiced, and after determining that there was no one around, he summoned his black axe and chopped down at the serpent's head. The big snake didn't even look like a spirit beast, and without even having a chance to react, Lulu chopped off its head, and the rest of its body twisted around madly on the ground. When the big snake stopped moving, Lulu grabbed its corpse and stuffed it into his mouth. As a gust of fishy odor entered his mouth, Lulu resisted the urge to vomit and pinched his nose as he puffed and chewed. It had to be said that although this big snake was not a spirit beast, but under the nourishment of spiritual qi, the blood and flesh energy in its body was quite sufficient. Just after eating about half a foot, Lulu felt his body warming up and regaining a lot of strength. After eating it, Lulu took another look at the remaining snake corpse, and after thinking about it, he put it away in the space temple. Lulu realized that the space palace was different from normal storage bags. It seemed to be able to completely keep the items fresh inside. Even the spirit medicine could do the same inside without the aura dissipating, which was better than a jade bottle. Very anticlimactic. After doing this, Lulu continued to sink back into his cultivation. The cultivators outside who passed by from time to time were completely oblivious to the fact that Lulu was hiding right under their noses. Summer goes to fall, fall comes to winter, winter goes to spring again. Before you know it, it's June again. The incident that happened last summer was no longer of concern to the crowd, and the Thunderfire mountain range returned to its previous calmness, with those who should be picking medicines, and those who should be hunting demonic beasts, hunting demonic beasts. That one old and one young two medicine thief also completely no news. Some people say that the two have left the Thunderfire mountain range. Some people say that the two have been buried in the mouth of the demonic beasts, and some people say that the two have been executed by the White Sun Walled. All in all, it's no longer relevant to them. This day, located at the small cave entrance at the junction of the western section of the main vein and a branch vein, a head slowly stretched out and inclined its head to look at it before continuing to climb out, only to realize that it was an 18 or 19-year-old inky green power suit teenager when he came out completely. The teenager was 7 or 8 feet tall, with an upright figure, dark skin, and 3 feet of black hair draped over his shoulders. Not to say it was good-looking, but it was by no means hard to look at, and his eyes dripped before the teenager rushed down the mountainside in a single leap. The figure was light and airy, lightly falling into the crimson jungle below. The teenager then let out a long breath. I didn't think that a closed door would be a year. This time I've missed the hour. Thinking of the agreement he had made with Chun Zhong more than a year ago, Lulu couldn't help but frown slightly. It's been a year. Other than occasionally coming out to hunt for some food, he spent the rest of the time cultivating, and there was not a single condensed jindan left on his body today. Happily, he had achieved far more than expected this time, breaking through to the 5th level of Qi practicing realm in one fell swoop. Although the 5th Qi vein had only opened one acupoint, it was still a solid 5th level of Qi cultivation. It was precisely because he was holding back the energy to break through the 5th chakra in one fell swoop that he had remained in seclusion for so long, or else he would have come out a long time ago. Whatever, anyway, we've already missed the hour. Let's go find a furnace to refine the acupuncture point pill before going back. Lulu thought as he ran towards the bottom of the mountain. As his cultivation level increased, his figure was also much more flexible than before, and he was able to leap 1 to 20 feet with a light footstep, although his speed was not as fast as using the blizzard steps. But the good thing was that he did not need to use up his true Qi. Near the end of the afternoon, Lulu arrived at the foot of the mountain. Unsurprisingly, there really was a town here, and looking at the scale it wasn't too far off from the previous White Sun town, and on the entrance stone tablet on the north side of the town were the 3 big words Earth Tiger Town. Earth Tiger Town. Lulu murmured a sentence and raised his steps to walk in. This Earth Tiger Town is also quite a lot of people. Walking on the streets are not only practitioners, there are also mundane people. I think they must be here to do labor to earn a living. After glancing around, he walked straight in towards a store called Jubilee Hall. Behind the counter, a middle-aged man with dark golden robes was looking at a book. Seeing Lulu come in, he quickly got up to greet him. Little, just spitting out a word. He suddenly withdrew it and respectfully said, Senior, what do you need? Because he realized that he couldn't even see through this teenager, the 2 words, little friend, that had just come to his lips didn't dare to be said. In this world, age doesn't mean anything. Having strength is what makes a senior. This is the secret to staying alive that Ding Wei arrived at after decades of mixing with loose cultivators. Lulu faintly scanned the shelves and shook his head. I want to sell some animal skins. I don't know if you take them here? He got more than 2,000 animal skins in the hands of that Shui Yunjai Wang Guardian last time and hasn't made a move yet. And this time he wants to buy a Dan furnace, which will surely cost him a lot of money, so he wants to make a move. Collect, of course. Ding Wei hurriedly nodded his head while asking, how many beast skins does Senior have to offer? Lulu didn't talk nonsense and directly threw out a storage bag. It's all in there. Count it yourself. If the price is right, I can sell it all to you. Beast skins were generally used to make the clothing and armor of cultivators, of course. There were also some people who used beast skins as medicinal herbs. The uses were quite extensive in the cultivation world, and there was no worry about sales. Ding Wei carefully picked up the storage bag, and with a sweep of his divine sense, he immediately exclaimed, Elder, you this. What's wrong? Lulu frowned, thinking could he have discovered something? No, it's fine, it's just, I've never seen anyone offer so many beast skins at once. Oh, just see it now, how about, can you eat? Lulu said with a sigh of relief. Eating is fine, it's just that, Elder may have to wait. I need to go to the Hall Master to declare it. Is that all right? Hall Master. Elder may not know. This gathering treasure hall is not my private property. Is the ground tiger cottage industry. I hear at once cannot take so many condensed true pills. Cottage again. Lulu frowned slightly. Tell me first, how many condensed jindan are you prepared to offer? Chapter 69 Lei Ming of Earth Tiger Village. Ding Wei sniffed and looked again, saying, Senior, there are a total of 1,300 early-stage beast skins in here, and 910 mid-stage beast skins. I'll give Senior the price of 3 lower-grade congealing pills apiece for the early stage, and 6 of the mid-stage apiece for the mid-stage, for a total of 9,360 pills. Elder's quantity is rather large. I'll round it up and give you 9,005. What do you think? 9,005. Lulu calculated, this price is considered to exceed expectations, but this Earth Tiger Walled sounds like it's not the kind of small cottage that Watercloud Walled can be compared to. He was a little hesitant to take this risk. Seems to see Lulu's hesitation. Ding Wei patted his chest and assured. Seniors, rest assured, our ground tiger fortress family is big, and the big boss is very righteous. Absolutely will not do that kind of bullying behavior. You see? All right. I'll wait for you for half an hour. Lulu finally decided to take a shot here and forget about it. It was indeed right to be careful when going out, but it was unattractive to shy away from things. Ding Wei heard even said not half an hour, and then called a boy to watch the store. He was in a hurry to go out the door. Lulu retrieved his storage bag and looked around the store. After some viewing, Lulu asked the boy, Do you have any Dan furnaces for sale here? The boy shook his head. Senior, something like a Dan furnace is too expensive. Not to mention our place, even the other 5 mountain fortresses directly under the store. I'm afraid we don't have it. No furnace? Upon hearing this, Lulu was immediately in a bit of a bind, not realizing that the Dan furnace was so hard to find. Seeing this, the boy thought for a moment and said, Senior, we will hold an exchange meeting here at the beginning of every month. Many cultivators will take this opportunity to go and exchange the items they want. The location is in the Tiger Power Square at the south side of the town. Senior can go to try his luck. Oh, there's such a thing. Lulu instantly became interested and gratefully said, Thanks for telling me. Senior is polite. Afterward, Lulu had a chat with the boy. Not long after, the departing Ding Wei returned, with a cloud-robed middle-aged man by his side. The middle-aged man walked straight towards Lulu as soon as he entered the door, withdrawing his divine sense with a slight sense on the way, and had already put on a smile when he walked up to Lulu, arching his hand and saying, Older brother teenage hero ah. Lulu saw Ding Wei nodding towards himself from behind, and in his heart, he realized that this person was afraid that this person was the hall master that the other party was talking about. So he hurriedly arched his hand and returned the salute. Mountain boy, I can't be praised by the Lord Hall Master. Ha ha ha, old brother is modest. Older brother has reached such a cultivation level at such a young age. Even though he is located in the mountains, he is much stronger than those sect heavenly prides. Lulu smiled without saying anything. The clan's pride? He doesn't dare to compare himself. Seeing this, the cloud-robed middle-aged man also did not talk nonsense and went straight to the point. I heard that old brother is going to sell a large number of animal skins, but is it true? Lulu nodded his head and said, Indeed. I've already made a deal with that stewardship lord just now. The cloud-robed middle-aged man nodded his head and laughed. That guy doesn't know any better and doesn't have any eyesight. I, Lei Ming, will do the honors and give you an extra 5,000 condensed truth pills. How about that? The back of the Ding Wei herd immediately showed a touch of puzzlement. This batch of goods, even if all out of the maximum profit of 2,000 only, if you add 5,000, that is a loss ah? But when Lei Ming spoke, he couldn't interrupt and could only listen quietly. Instead of being happy to hear this, Lulu frowned. What does old brother mean by this? Haha. Nothing else. I'm a person who loves to make friends. Old brother had better explain his intentions. Otherwise, I won't sell this beast skin either. Lulu didn't believe that pie would fall from the sky. This person was so attentive. I'm afraid it wasn't as simple as making friends. Ahem. Old brother still doesn't believe me. Lei Ming smiled sarcastically and turned to look at Ding Wei in the back. Let's start with the deal you guys talked about before. After saying that, he looked at Lulu again and said, Older brother, you guys trade first. Let's find a place to talk after we're done. What does this man want? Lulu frowned. His heart was full of doubts. But the other party did not mean to be overbearing, and for a moment he could not understand the situation. His eyes flickered for a moment, and he smiled. Okay. The deal was done quickly because it had been negotiated before. Lulu got 9,500 condensed jindan. This amount if he had just come out from the Qingyang Sect for a while. He would have gone crazy with joy, but the current Lulu didn't have much of an expression and calmly put away the condensed jindan. Lei Ming took in Lulu's expression and thought, this kid, he is so calm. I really didn't find the wrong person. Maybe he can really help me. To know that even as a Land Tiger Fortress Hall master of him, a year's salary is only 1,000 condensed true dan only, this 9,000 condensed true dan has been equivalent to his salary for 5 years, and this kid is not change color is definitely not ordinary people can do. Once the transaction was completed, Lei Ming led Lulu out of the store. After circling around, the two came to a place called the Falling Tiger Restaurant. Seeing the two come in, the fat shopkeeper behind the counter personally welcomed out to greet them respectfully. It looks like this Falling Tiger Restaurant is also the property of the Earth Tiger Walled City, making Lulu secretly frown. Lei Ming smiled and ordered a few words, then reached out his hand and said, older brother, please. It looked like it was ready to go up to the second floor. Lulu froze, suddenly remembering his previous encounter at the White Sun restaurant. He couldn't help but look odd and thought to himself, this guy can't be seeing that he's gotten a few thousand condensed truth pills and wants me to spend them here, right? Older brother, what's wrong with you? Seeing Lulu dazed, Lei Ming said suspiciously, ahem, I think this first floor is just fine, or that which into old brother young hero, must be on the second floor. You and I destiny to always have to let the old brother do the landlord's friendship is not doing the honors? Determining that it wasn't spending his own money, Lulu couldn't help but breathe a little sigh of relief. Although he had quite a bit of money, this amount of money wasn't enough to buy a good den furnace. I'm afraid, so he had to save what he had to save. The second floor is more elegantly arranged than the White Day restaurant, with a circle of screens around the outside of each table, and some ornaments and flowers on top of the aisle, making the environment quite nice. We'll sit over there. At the mouth of the stairs, Reeming said as he glanced at the corner spot by the window. After the two of them sat down, they had only just spoken a couple of words when a few waiters came over with all kinds of delicacies, only stopping when the tabletop was all full. The table was full of delicacies, which looked extremely tempting, but Lulu was a bit disoriented. Old brother, eat. Don't be polite. Lei Ming greeted with a smile, replacing some dishes that he thought were good in front of Lulu in the meantime. Since old brother is so gracious, then I won't be polite. Lulu smiled faintly and didn't bother to be polite. Moreover, he had been in seclusion in the Thunderfire Mountain range for too long, and at this time his stomach was also hungry, so he ate and drank without caring about his image. Only between eating and drinking, Lulu always looked up at Lei Ming so much from time to time. In fact, there was one question he could never figure out. What is it that this man can't do that he needs to be so attentive to a stranger like me? Chapter 70 Lei Ming's Request. Thinking about it, Lulu's mouth didn't stop and he ate to himself. Lei Ming not as Lulu as devouring. Sven seems to have something on his mind, generally eat very slowly, and in the end even sighed. Just say what you have to say, old brother, Lulu said as he ate. He knew that Lei Ming had something to say, and in his heart he was also a little curious about what the other party actually wanted to say. He and the other party were just meeting in passing, although they were now sitting together for dinner, but I'm sure the other party wouldn't be so naive as to think that this meal would allow him to do something for him. Upon hearing this, Lei Ming finally found the opportunity to open his mouth and said with some embarrassment, truth be told, I do have something that I would like to ask for old brother's help. Tell me about it, old man. The two of them said old brother on the left and old brother on the right, but in fact they may not take each other seriously in their hearts. Just like Lulu to Wu De, the surface of the old brother called affectionately, however, the action is to think of how to pit each other to death. Lei Ming also no longer hid it and said bluntly, actually, it's like this. I have a daughter named Lei Xiaoman, her mother died early, and I've been the one who brought her up since she was young, and it could be that I've been too harsh on her, causing her to resist me. A month ago, she brought a man in his 30s, named Zhang Yu, to me, saying she wanted to go out with him to make a break for it. That Zhang Yu although tried to cover up, but the face of the shade is unable to escape my eyes. I concluded that this person is not what good goods, so I sternly refused, not only drove away that Zhang Yu, but also Xiaoman locked up so that she can reflect on. Lei Ming narrated the story and spoke for half a quarter of an hour before stopping. After listening, Lulu finally figured out what happened. It turned out that Lei Xiaoman, instead of reflecting after being locked up, took the opportunity of Lei Ming going out to trick the guards into escaping. Lei Ming was in a big hurry and looked around for someone to find out the news. At the end of his prying, he gets news that he can hardly accept. His daughter is getting married. The object was none other than the man in his 30s, Zhang Yu, the son of Zhang Dao, the hall master of the traveling dragon-walled city. Jesus, his daughter's 14 years old. Lei Ming only feel the sky is going to collapse if only the age gap is just the key according to their own information, that Zhang Yu but more than 30 years old has married 7 wives, and each one after marriage did not live for a year. Obviously, there is something wrong with this chapter Yu. He thought about going to retrieve his daughter in person, but he had a special status, so if he appeared in the Yulong-walled city, he would surely cause big trouble. It would be fine if it was just a hassle. He was more worried that once he had spoken out, his own daughter would instead be even more adamant about her decision, which made him very conflicted. Seeing that the wedding date is less than 10 days, this time Lei Ming can be described as anxious round and round. If you really cannot think of a way, then he only reported to the big boss, asked him to help with the brothers to break into the Dragon Wall hard robbery. The losses so incurred would be incalculable. It wasn't until today, when Ding Wei said that a teenage senior with an extraordinary aura had come, that he was moved. Lei Ming's intention was to let Lulu mix into the dragon village before the wedding and quietly trick his daughter out. Because he had gotten the news that the dragon village was recruiting with Lulu's skills and talent, he would be at least a captain-level existence, and it was not impossible for him to become a hall master. It was because that Zhang Dewu was only at the 6th level, and he was still in his 60s. Older brother, what do you think? Lei Ming was afraid that Lulu wouldn't agree, so he hurriedly said again, as long as you agree, I'll give you 5,000 condensed truth pills right away, and after it's done, I'll give you another 5,000. After saying that, he also said misery. You don't know, old brother. I'm suffering. I've raised Mandy since she was born, and she's not even grown up yet, and she ran away. If I could find a decent man, I'd be fine, but what kind of guy is Zhang Yu? If he kills Mandy, I'll be damned. All right. Lulu's face twitched, thinking that it wasn't you who forced your own daughter to be like this. But he did want the condensation pill nowadays, and although this trip was a bit risky, it shouldn't be too much of a problem if he was a bit more cautious. So he simply agreed, I can help you, but I hope you don't break faith with me only. I'm a casual cultivator. My parents died out, no worries. The implication is that if you lie to me, I'll do anything. Lei Ming was overjoyed when he heard this and assured, don't worry, old brother. My Lei Ming's character, that is absolutely no problem. With that, he took out a storage bag and handed it to Lulu. You first point. This is the deposit. As for the rest, I'll go borrow it from the boss. Lulu, borrow? Lei Ming awkwardly said, to be honest, this is already my savings for many years, but don't worry. Our boss is very good at talking. He will definitely lend it to me. If not, I, Lei Ming, will be a cow and a horse in my life to repay you. This? Lulu pinched the storage bag in his hand and was at a loss for words. He secretly counted and found that there were more than 5,300 condensed jindan inside, and it looked like Lei Ming was trying to win his favor, and the extra few hundred were not taken out. Calculating, this line of work doesn't seem to be a loss even if you only get more than 5,000 condensed jindan. So he nodded his head and agreed. All right, I'll give you a hand, but you have to get the rest ready for me. Okay, sure. After saying that, Lei Ming took out another firework tube-like thing and stuffed it to Lulu. Older brother, try to get it done the day before the wedding. If you really have difficulties, just let off a flare. It looks like it's still a little unsettling. Okay. Lulu put the flare away. After the two exchanged a few more brief words, Lulu left the restaurant, while Lei Ming seemed to be relieved and got up to go downstairs. This trip should not be too much of a problem if there were no surprises. The flare he gave Lulu was actually not as simple as just giving out signals. It also had small runes attached to it that could facilitate tracking the holder's whereabouts. Of course, Lulu himself didn't know about this, and at the moment he was still a little confused in his mind as to why the other party was so relieved of him. Thinking to myself, if I don't have a special charm. In the middle of his thoughts, Lulu had already arrived at a stable on the east side of the town, which was specialized in selling horses. That Yulong walled city was located in the middle section of the southern part of the mountain, and it was more than 1,000 miles away from the western section of the Earth Tiger walled city, so if he relied on his body skills, he would have to be exhausted to death. After a few selections, Lulu chose a large black horse that looked extremely robust, oily and shiny, with a sharp horn on top of its head, a bastard at first glance. There are still 10 days to go before that Lei Xiaoman gets married. Seems like I have to hurry up. I still have to come back for next month's swap meet myself. Hiya! Lulu let out an explosive shout, and the black horse immediately transformed into a black stream of light and shot off towards the town. Chapter 71 Arrival in Yulong Town. In the middle of the southern part of the Thunderfire mountain range, Yulong Town. Like the other 5 major mountain strongholds, Yulong Town also had a history of hundreds of years, and because it was in the middle of the mountain range, it was a bit more prosperous than Earth Tiger Town and White Sun Town. In the center of the town, a huge manor covering an area of more than 10 miles in circumference, is the soul of Yulong Town, where the Yulong village is located. Within the manor, in addition to the luxurious deliberation hall and the plaza in front of the hall in the main north, there were dozens of separate houses situated on both sides of the plaza. The other courtyard to the west of the square was where the ordinary disciples of the traveling dragon walled city lived. And the other courtyard on the east side of the square was the residence of the senior management of the Yulong walled city. At this point, in a backyard named Great Martial Academy, on the east side of the square, a red-clothed girl with a bun and a pretty but expressionless face was sitting by a stone table fuming. Behind the young girl, 2 maids stood silently behind her, not uttering a word. Right at this moment, a man in green with a thin face and a white face walked out from the east side of the compartment, stood on the corridor and glanced at the young girl in the yard from a distance, collected his face gloomily, squeezed out a smile, and then walked over quickly, shouting from afar, "Xiao Man, see you, Your Excellency." The 2 maids hurriedly saluted. That red-clothed girl, however, seemed not to have heard and paid no attention. Seeing this, the coldness in Zhang Yu's eyes grew large as he sternly scolded the 2 maids. "What did I order you to do? And why is Xiao Man unhappy?" Upon hearing this, the 2 maids instantly turned white and flopped down on their knees. "My lord, spare your life. My lord, spare your life. Spare your life? Humph." Zhang Yu smiled grimly and was about to make his move. "Enough!" Suddenly, the girl in red stood up in a miscellaneous, heavous manner. "It's none of their business." Only then did Zhang Yu retract his palm. "Don't get out yet." "Yes, yes." The 2 maids were like amnesties, carrying their skirts and running out of the inner courtyard. "Xiao Man, be happy. I've done everything you've asked me to do. I'll marry you in the open. I'll definitely not wrong you." Lei Xiaoman remained expressionless and said, "I know, go away. Before I get married, I want to be quiet." Zhang Yu's eyes flashed, smiled and said, "Good. As long as you behave yourself, all according to you." After saying this, he actually walked away without looking back. Only after arriving at the entrance to the backyard did he turn back to look at Lei Xiaoman, who was sitting back on the stone bench again, and retracted his gaze to say to the 2 guards in a chilling voice, "Protect Xiaoman well for me. If anything goes wrong, the 2 of you won't have to live." "Yes." The 2 burly men suddenly felt a piercing coldness and hurriedly bowed their heads back. Seeing Zhang Yu leave, Lei Xiaoman in the courtyard finally couldn't help but sob. "Father, I was wrong. Where are you? Xiao Man, I miss you so much." She was cajoled by Zhang Yu, said the outside world, then the ground tiger town fun 100 times. The mountain wildflowers everywhere. The river fish spread joy. I did not expect to go out of the ground tiger town. Flowers did not see, but was actually under house arrest but also ready to move on her. If not for the fact that she had also reached the 3rd level of qi cultivation, at this time, she was afraid that she would have already been brutally poisoned. However, to her surprise, after that resistance, this Zhang Yu unexpectedly collected himself and once again resumed the fluttering gentleman's appearance that he had first met with her. It was only the eerie aura that was revealed on that body from time to time that gave Lei Xiaoman a feeling like falling into an ice cave. And this feeling had gotten heavier and heavier as time went by. He, it seems, does not seem to be alive. 6 days to go, Daddy. If you don't come, you won't see me again." Lei Xiaoman didn't know if her father had received the news. At this moment, how she hoped that this was all a dream. In the meantime, phew, a mile outside the western gate of Yulong Town, a large black horse with white smoke in its mouth was pulled by the teenager on its back to the point where its front feet jumped straight up. "Finally. My ass is falling apart in my pocket." The teenager rolled off and rubbed his butt. The person who came was Lulu, who had been rushing around day and night for nearly 4 days. After he dismounted, he looked around, found a hidden place, led the big black horse over, and took out a long rope to tie it, before heading towards Yulong Town. He still has a use for this horse. He can't let it go. On the west street, Lulu looked all the way, not in a hurry to go to the dragon village. This trip came in a hurry, their own understanding of the dragon town and nothing, act need to be more cautious, only good. Lulu circled around inside the town a few times and generally familiarized himself with the environment before walking into a restaurant. The restaurant was called the Traveling Dragon Restaurant, and just by listening to the name, one could tell that it was an official industry. This time Lulu didn't go up to the second floor again, but directly found a lively place on the first floor and sat down, ordering a pot of wine and a few small dishes. He doesn't drink. He's just doing it. Even though it was on the first floor, the consumption here was not low. Those who could sit here were either foreign vendors or people who practice cultivation. It was impossible for ordinary people to enter the Traveling Dragon Restaurant. Hey, that Clearwater chick from Chui Hua House is really nice. Will you go for a walk in a while? Ha ha ha. Still go. Look at how thin you are. I think you'd better replenish your body before you go. Lulu just sat down. He heard some lace news coming from the table behind him, and thought that this is really a good position for prying news, not waiting for him to listen carefully, and then he was attracted by the voice of the table in front of him. I heard that Guy Li Air got lucky yesterday and even picked up a storage bag. Really? Who did you hear that from? Who else could it be? He himself, but I don't think I've seen him today. I don't know where he's been. Humph. Happy. I just happened to see his body at the foot of the mountain when I went up today. Someone at the next table suddenly sneered. No way. That's really bad luck. He's not unlucky, he's called deserving. He doesn't even know how to be a casual cultivator when he doesn't know how to be rich. Someone in the distance mocked. Ha ha ha. Brother Wong is right. Let's brothers drink to each other across the sky. The people on the first floor are very casual, talking and even drinking across several tables. Little brother, is it okay if I sit here? Lulu was eating peanuts to himself when suddenly a mature voice rang out at his table. He looked up, and it turned out to be a middle-aged man dressed in cloth, carrying a plain sword, and with a stubble-covered face of vicissitudes. Lulu smiled. Of course there's no problem. The middle-aged man nodded and sat down, also ordering a few small dishes and a jug of wine, and ate on his own. The noisy atmosphere did not stop for a second because of the arrival of the Hanzi, and the sounds of laughter continued to rise and fall, except that Lulu's table appeared to be exceptionally quiet. The cloth-clothed man ate for a while, then suddenly raised his head to look at Lulu. Little brother doesn't drink. Why do you want to order wine? Lulu raised his eyebrows lightly, looked at the wine altar and then smiled. I'm waiting for someone who wants to drink. People who want to drink? Yes, or you can take it if you want. Chapter 72 Duel at the Dragon Village. There's something about little brothers. The man in cloth smiled bashfully. You're here to ask for information, aren't you? Lulu was slightly surprised in his heart. It seems that the people here are not simple, and without hiding anything, he smiled and said, I heard that the Traveling Dragon Walled City is recruiting? Hey, you say this is not much news at all. The whole Yulong Walled City, and even the Tian Wolf Walled City, Tiger Walled City, basically all over the world. Is it that the little brother is just out of the mountain not? Lulu shook his head. That's not true. It's just that I just came from afar. But I'm a bit confused. I just walked around to the entrance of the Traveling Dragon Walled City and found that there was no movement. Ah, can old brother clear up the confusion for me? He had just been to the entrance of the Traveling Dragon Walled City, and it looked so calm there that it didn't look like it was recruiting at all. In Lulu's opinion, if such a big cottage was recruiting people, these loose cultivators should be squeezing their heads into it. Upon hearing this, the cloth-clothed man picked up a bowl of wine and drank it down before saying, It's not that there's no movement, it's just that the wind has passed. Oh, Lulu was secretly surprised. How so? The Han shook his head, somewhat disappointed. This time, the Traveling Dragon Walled Village only recruits captains and above levels. The minimum requirement is the 3rd level of Qi cultivation. Naturally, there won't be too many people who can participate, and 2 days have already passed. Today should have already reached the selection stage. I see. I can't believe it's been 2 days. No wonder there's no one at the door. At the thought of this, Lulu couldn't help but feel a little anxious, and after simply eating, he hurriedly left the entrance to the giant estate of Yulongshai. Stop, what for? 2 guards reached out to stop Lulu, and one on the right frowned and asked. Lulu looked up at the square behind the door and realized that there were quite a few people gathered around the ring in the middle of the square. So he hurriedly said, This big brother, I'm here to participate in the selection. Participating in the selection? The 2 were startled at the words, and the arrogant look on their faces immediately went away. They are just ordinary disciples. This time to participate in the selection of the position can be the minimum is also the captain level. To really selected, maybe this person is their top boss, and hastened to politely said, young warrior quickly please. Although they had already entered the selection stage, it was stipulated above that the selection wasn't over until the ring fight was over, and it wasn't a violation for them to let Lulu in. At this time, on the ring in the center of the square, two men were fighting, tossing and turning. 5 elemental spells were struck one after another, quite powerful under the collision. Around the ring, a group of ordinary disciples of the traveling dragon walled city were curiously looking at this scene. Some people were pointing at the ring, and the clamor rose and fell without any rules. There were 3 large mahogany chairs on the east side of the ring, and a middle-aged man with square golden robes sat in the center, his eyes slightly closed, as if he wasn't very interested in the fight. This man is the head of the dragon village, Qingyang. The green-robed man sitting on Qingyang's left-hand side was named Zhang Dao, the head of the Yulong village hall. The power of the head of the hall in the major cottage is only second to the head of the house, and there is no distinction between what kind of hall it is. Anyway, it is the head of the hall, and it can act as a substitute for the command of the captains and ordinary disciples below. And the black-robed man sitting on his right-hand side was the second leader of the traveling dragon-walled city, Xiao Yunfeng. So far, within the 3, other than Zhang Dao who was looking at the ring all the time, Yu Qinglong and Xiao Yunfeng were both disinterested, as if they were still somewhat trying to doze off. The disciples watching the battle outside were also very casual, sitting or standing, crooked and undisciplined. In the inner circle, there were only 8 people who participated in the selection. All of them were at the 3rd level of Qi practicing cultivation. Because there were too few participants, Yu Qinglong finally decided that he only needed 1 captain, which made the competition slightly more ornamental. Bang! Suddenly, the ring once again emitted an explosive sound, but it was one of them who was knocked out of the ring, leaving only a middle-aged stout man with a meteoric sledgehammer standing on top of the ring. Who else is there? At the sound, Yu Qinglong slightly opened his eyes, nodded his head and said, this guy has a good brute strength. Winning 7 games in a row is qualified to become the captain of my traveling dragon-walled city. So, it's settled? Zhang Dao asked, inclining his head. That's it. Wait. Yu Qinglong was halfway through his sentence, when suddenly a green-colored power suit teenager squeezed out from the crowd outside. Who is this? Is he here for the audition too? Looks like some ability, how to grow so black ah. The disciples looked at Lulu with their voices. Shut up, all of you. Yu Qinglong let out a rebuke and the scene immediately quieted down. He narrowed his eyes and sized up Lulu. Then his eyes lit up as he stood up and walked towards Lulu. You're here to participate in the selection as well? The crowd did not show a surprised expression when they saw this. Their big boss had slept from the beginning, but they did not expect that they would get up for this person. 19 years old, 5 weights. Xiao Yunfeng and Zhang Dao looked at each other, unable to hide the shock in their hearts. Lulu looked at the ring and retracted his gaze again, arching his hand back at Yu Qinglong. Exactly. I wonder, can I still participate? Haha, of course. Yu Qinglong looked extremely happy. But, you're treating him. I'm afraid it's a bit of a bully. Huh. Lulu touched his nose. This? How about this? Yu Qinglong thought for a moment and suddenly turned to point at Zhang Dao. He is the hall master of our Yulong village. His strength is already at the late 6th stage. If you can walk under him for 3 moves, I will then create another deputy hall master position. How about it? He's Zhang Dewu. Lulu followed the direction of Yu Qinglong's finger to look over, thinking that the one who got married is not this person's son, and nodded his head in agreement with a turn of the mind. Yes. Good, with gusto. Yu Qinglong immediately summoned Zhang Dao to explain the situation. He thought, it seems that the big boss is thinking that he is too old and has insufficient potential, and wants to find someone to replace him. He didn't deny that Lulu had a lot of potential, but once he threatened his position, it was a different story. However, he didn't show it and instead complimented Lulu. The two then made their way to the ring. The fat man holding the meteor hammer in the ring was prepared to teach Lulu a lesson. But when he saw that Lulu dared to fight with the hall master, he couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. The 2 men in the ring were facing each other from a distance. Yu Qinglong stood below with his arms wrapped around him and said, Ring rules. No talismans are allowed. No intentional taking of lives. Let's begin. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dao smiled grimly at Lulu. Kid, you have to be careful. For the sake of the Yulong walled city, the old man won't keep his hands off. You have a death wish for me? Lulu frowned slightly. his heart secretly alerted as he said in a deep voice, "Lord Hall Master, just go ahead and make your move. Call me out." Zhang Dao let out a strange laugh. His body flashed and ran towards Lulu, lifting his hand. His true qi transformed into a large gray stone, whistling and smashing into Lulu's chest. Chapter 73. The Plan to Lure the Dragon Village. It's not worthy of being in the late 6th stage. Seeing how skillfully the other party's spells were being used, Lulu instantly got into the spirit, and just as the first boulder was 3 feet away, he decisively used the gale steps, and a series of boulders instantly whizzed past him. What speed! The crowd on stage smacked their lips. Zhang Dao also froze for a moment and let out a sardonic laugh. "You can't hide!" Accompanying the words, a fist-thick vine had already entwined towards Lulu. Humph! Lulu let out a cold snort, and between his raised hands, 3 balls of fire the size of a basin slammed into the vines. Boo! First there was a popping sound, and then there was a sound of nuisance burning. After the fireball and the vine held each other for 2 or 3 breaths, the scaled-down version of the vine that had been burnt to a crisp suddenly broke through the fireball and stabbed towards Lulu's chest. It looked like Lulu was still half a move behind. However, at this point, the vines no longer posed much of a threat to Lulu, and with a single swing of his fist, he smashed the sprinting vines to the side. Right in the midst of the crowd's exclamations of surprise, Lulu took a little step and in the next instant was already standing in front of Zhang Dao. Zhang Dao only saw a fist coming in front of him. Even the space was a bit distorted. He couldn't help but have his pupils shrinking violently, casually hitting a piece of gray stone crashing into the fist at the same time. He retreated backwards with a roar. Bang! Lulu's fist smashed on top of the gray stone, which directly burst apart. Hiss, what a strong flesh! The crowd all sucked in a breath of cold air at the sight. However, Lulu didn't intend to stop just like that, blasting the gray stone while chasing after Zhang Dao like an attached bone. Zhang Dao was so shocked that he couldn't stabilize his stance at all and retreated to the edge of the ring in the twinkling of an eye. Seeing that he was about to fall into the ring, he suddenly did an aerial flip over Lulu's head, while at the same time slamming a series of gray stones into Lulu's back. The use of spells and responsiveness to the enemy is impeccable. Lulu felt the whistling wind behind him. He couldn't help but change his face at this time. He wanted to dodge for fear that it would be too late. He turned around boldly and swung his fist. Shake the mountain! Bang, bang, bang! A series of bursting sounds rang out, and the gray stone transformed by that true qi instantly turned into countless pieces of powder filling the ring. Before Lulu could regain his senses, a green-colored vine amongst the broken pieces of powder rushed towards him once again. Enough! Suddenly, a low voice resounded under the ring, accompanied by a shower of golden light shooting from under the ring, and the green-colored vines were instantly twisted to pieces by that golden light. Obviously, it was Yu Qinglong who made the move. 3 moves have passed, he won. Yu Qinglong glanced at the grim-faced Zhang Dao and said indifferently. When Zhang Dao heard this, the gloominess flashed in his eyes and he turned to Lulu with a smile and said, "Little brother is good at what he does. Hee hee. Thanks to Lord Hall Master for saving his hand," Lulu said with a leathery smile and went straight down to the ring. Only then did the crowd react. This teenager had actually passed 3 moves under the Hall Master. After this battle, Lulu also had a certain perception of his own strength. Even if he had only just entered the 5th level now with his physical strength, it would not be a problem to fight hard against the late 6th level. If you counted the undercard Blood Soul Streamer and took the opponent by surprise, perhaps a counter-killing would not be out of the question. Of course, what Lulu had to admit was that it was still very difficult for him to take on the 6th level with his fireball spell alone. It seemed that he would have to learn some high-level spells when he had the chance. "Good boy, you really opened my eyes." Yu Qinglong walked over to Lulu and said with a face full of appreciation. He believed that Zhang Dao's last move, even if he didn't make a move, this kid would be fine. He did so, but just wanted to sell the other side some face. After all, such a genius, not to mention their Yulongjai, even if they put it into the Qingyang Sect such as the sect, it is also quite rare. Big Boss is too kind. But it's just that the Hall Master has shown mercy, Lulu said as he glanced at Zhang Dao with a smile on his face. Zhang Dao was also an old man. On the surface he praised Lulu, but in fact his heart was already chilled to the core. After a few people exchanged pleasantries, Yu Qinglong brought a few people into the council hall, and after a while of deliberation, he determined Lulu's position as the deputy hall master, and gave him a building on the right side of the plaza called the Green Mountain Courtyard, and, of course, Lulu reported the name of Qin Shorin in order to avoid trouble. Led by a disciple, Lulu arrived at the Green Mountain courtyard. The other courtyard was not small and was divided into a front courtyard and a back courtyard. The disciple leading him was named Yukong, about the same age as Lulu, but his cultivation level was only at the second level of qi practicing, and he acted a bit formal in front of Lulu. Lulu stopped to look around the front yard and then came to the backyard. The backyard was huge, it was 100 feet square. Inside it were pavilions, flowers and greenery. Lulu stood in the middle of a pavilion. He didn't have the heart to appreciate the scenery in front of him. He turned around to look at Yukong and asked, "Brother Yu, is the layout of all the courtyards here the same? Your Excellency is flattering me. The title of brother should never be used." Yukong hurriedly bowed and replied, "To my subordinate's understanding, the layout of the courtyards on the east side of the square are all similar." "Oh." Lulu nodded and asked again, "Do you know where Lord Hall Master lives?" Yukong said, "Hall Master? Ah, he lives in the Great Martial Courtyard, just one building behind this Castle Peak courtyard. Does your Excellency wish to visit the Hall Master?" Lulu nodded. "Of course. It's always a good idea to pay a visit when you first arrive." After asking Yukong some more questions and roughly understanding the current state of Swimming Dragon Walled City, Lulu let Yukong leave. There were only 3 people in the current senior management of the Yulong Walled City, namely the big boss Yu Qinglong, the second boss Xiao Yunfeng, and the head of the hall Zhang Dao, whose strength he roughly had an understanding of. He wouldn't have a problem taking on him on his own, but it wouldn't be so good if he brought another drag along with him. As for Yu Qinglong and Xiao Yunfeng, it was said that both of them were at least at the 8th level of cultivation. If the 2 of them made a move to block the way, the mission would definitely not be accomplished. Lulu felt that it was necessary to lure the 2 away. But what's the best way to get both pawns to leave at the same time? Lulu racked his brain and couldn't think of anything good. Evening. Lulu sat on his bed and was about to enter the time hall to cultivate when suddenly, with a flash of light, he remembered the Thunderfire orchid in the medicine garden and had an idea. As one of the 6 great mountain fortresses, Yulongjai must have jurisdiction above the main vein as well. So he went up the mountain in the night. It wasn't until the early morning of the next day that Lulu came above the main vein. He put on his cloak and borrowed the hidden god jade and his own cultivation. Lulu quickly picked up all the Thunderfire orchids in the area under the jurisdiction of the Yulong Walled City. After picking, he deliberately released his breath to lure the inspecting disciples to discover him, and then he ran towards the west of the main vein. Several inspection disciples chased after them, but because the gap was too large, they were finally gotten rid of by Lulu. Seeing that the Thunderflame orchid had been stolen and harvested, the inspection captain directly panicked and hurried towards the mountain. After arriving at the main hall, he fell on his knees in front of Yu Qinglong with a thud. "Duh. Big boss. It's not good. Our elixir. It's been stolen." Chapter 74, Returning to the Great Martial Academy. "What?" Yu Qinglong directly crushed the teacup in his hand into smithereens with a click after hearing this and roared, "Who is it?" Yes, it was a man with a cloak on his head and dressed in black. We didn't see his face. What he saw was indeed black, as Lulu had turned his Masha treasure clothes into black when he fled. Head with a cloak, could it? Is it the same person who stole the elixir from White Sun Walled City and Earth Tiger Walled City? Yu Qinglong rose suddenly, 3 or 2 steps out of the hall, shouted in a cold voice, "Pass on my order, where my Yulong village people all out. This time, I will definitely catch that little thief who picks medicine. Yes, not much longer." Knock knock. The bell of the dragon village rang, and a figure quickly ran towards the square from all directions, then gathered together, discussing in a low voice what had happened. The summoning bell hasn't rung in so many years that people have forgotten it exists. About a little over half a quarter of an hour. Everyone had already gathered, and the 4 of them, Yu Qinglong, Xiao Yunfeng, Zhang Dao, and Lulu, stood opposite each other and the disciples. More than 10 captains stood at the front of the crowd of disciples' teams, each with more than 10 people, totaling no less than 150 people. This caused Lulu to be shocked, although the strength of these people was far inferior to the Qingyang Sect. If they were to talk about the numbers alone, they were not much worse than the official disciples of the Qingyang Sect. "Where is the captain of the first team?" Seeing that it was almost time, Yu Qinglong suddenly looked towards the empty seat at the very front of the first column on the left. Back to big boss, my son, he. Sick." Zhang Dao was a little afraid to look at Yu Qinglong. Yu Qinglong frowned. "It can't be that he's gone to dabble in women again, right? Tell him to come out immediately, otherwise, this captain position will no longer work." Yes. Zhang Dao's body trembled as he hurriedly flew towards his own separate courtyard. Not much longer. A cloud-robed teenager with a ghostly green face was then dragged out by Zhang Dao, struggling as he walked. Is this Zhang Yu? Lulu couldn't help but frown when he took a closer look. This person's state was too weird. His pupils were gray not to mention. That face didn't look like a living person. Yu Qinglong and Xiao Yunfeng, on the other hand, were astonished. That's just it. Since he's in this state, let him go back and rest. Yu Qinglong shook his head and turned to look at the crowd and said in a deep voice, "All follow me." The large troop drove off in great numbers, and Lulu followed. Zhang Dao looked at his son, shook his head and sighed, "Go back. I don't know what the hell you're doing, but I want you to do things in a measured manner. Nothing is more important than your own life." Zhang Yu finally stopped struggling and hoarsely said, "I understand." After saying that, he walked towards the great martial academy without looking back. Zhang Dao glanced at Zhang Yu's back, and after collecting his expression, he exited the Yulong village with a few flashes. Come to the edge of the branch. Yu Qinglong ordered the crowd to spread out and carpet search upwards. Lulu took the opportunity to distance himself from the crowd and used his stance to hide in the mountains and forests. When Zhang Dao saw Lulu leaving the group, his eyes flashed with murderous intent. But when he wanted to chase after him, he realized that he couldn't sense where Lulu was going, so he had to stop for the time being. Lulu hadn't actually traveled far. He had only borrowed the hidden god Jade to hide underneath a stone depression. He waited until the large search party had passed before he sped down towards the mountain. In the late afternoon, Lulu once again returned to the empty dragon village, the Grand Military Academy. At this time, the great martial courtyard was quiet. Only the entrance to the backyard had two majestic guards. The rest of the people with cultivation had already left. Inside a practice room in the east side of the backyard, Zhang Yu was cultivating with his knees crossed. The way he was cultivating was extremely strange. There was a field of corpses lying all over the place. Most of these corpses had already rotted. Some had even turned into white bones. However, the bodies appeared to be female, judging by the clothing left next to them. The stench in the practice room was overwhelming, but Zhang Yu didn't seem to be able to smell it, as he placed his hands on top of a female corpse that was still intact, and a wisp of gray-black breath slowly disappeared into his body along his palms. His face was getting green and his eyes were getting gray. A few moments later, Zhang Yu stood up. His face was slightly closed. He seemed to be smiling but couldn't see the smile. He said grimly, "It's so close. I can't wait. Come on, baby. Fulfill me." With that, Boom opened the stone door and walked quickly towards the backyard. In the courtyard, the girl in red suddenly felt a gloomy wind coming. She couldn't help but tremble, turning around to take a look. She was so scared that she stood up and stomped back a few steps. What are you doing? You promised me." "Young lady, my husband can't wait any longer. Just fulfill me." Saying that, he suddenly stretched out that chicken claw like withered hand claw and grabbed towards Lei Xiaoman's collar. "No!" Lei Xiaoman let out a cry of shock and backed up while a purple thunderball suddenly appeared in her hand. "You! Don't come over! If you come over again, I'll be impolite." Zhang Yu seemed to be a little afraid of that thunderball. He couldn't help but slow down his pace a little. "Xiaoman, I do love you. Let's go to the cave. I will definitely love you well." "No, we're not married yet. The book says that you can only cave in when you're married." Lei Xiaoman stared at Zhang Yu dead in the face, taking one step backward towards the courtyard door. But at that moment, the corner of Zhang Yu's mouth hooked slightly and he shouted hoarsely, "Take it down!" Bang bang. Instantly, two huge forces slapped above Lei Xiaoman's back. Lei Xiaoman lunged straight back at once. "Let's see where you're going to escape." Zhang Yu took the opportunity to grab Lei Xiaoman by the neck and lifted her up in the air. Licking his dry lips, he excitedly shouted, "Come on, little lady, give me your yin yuan, and I'll be able to achieve great success." Said mouth went to the other man's face. "No, no." Lei Xiaoman's feet stomped about, desperately shaking his head. Two lines of tears couldn't stop flowing down. "Father, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Jijiji, isn't it too late to say that now? Come on." "I think it's not too late." Suddenly, a faint voice sounded at the entrance of the backyard. An inky green power suit teenager walked in with his arms wrapped around him. It was Lulu who hurried back, and he was relieved to see that Lei Xiaoman was fine. "Bold. How dare you trespass the great martial academy? Seeing this, the two guards shouted sternly and killed towards Lulu at the same time. Hee hee. Just the two of you. Lulu's body swayed and two balls of fire were thrown out as he met them head-on. Bang bang. Before the two people could react, they were smashed by the fireball and flew backward for a couple of feet, and when they fell on the ground and just wanted to get up, Lulu suddenly descended from the sky and stomped on the chests of the two people with a heavy foot. Plop, two sound, two strong man chest depression. A breath did not gasp over directly died. You? Who is it? Zhang Yu dragged Lei Xiaoman back a few steps and stared warily at Lulu. Help! Help me! Lei Xiaoman was being choked, and it was a little difficult to breathe. Chapter 75, The Weird Zhang Yu. Lulu was unmoved by Lei Xiaoman's plea for help. Instead he looked at Zhang Yu with a smile. I am interested in your gongfu. Gong fa? Zhang Yu froze for a moment. He secretly felt Lulu's cultivation and realized that his divine sense seemed to be like a mud cow entering the sea. His eyes turned slightly. So it's about the gong method. I should have said so. Lei Xiaoman's face instantly turned ashen at the words. Give me the feats and I'll turn around and leave. Lulu still had a smile on his face. Zhang Yu's face flinched slightly and looked as if he was smiling. Well said. Well said. Saying that, he felt into his arms. Just then, Lulu suddenly disappeared into a stump, while Zhang Yu also surprisingly touched out a talisman and threw it at Lulu while directly throwing Lei Xiaoman to the side and frantically storming back. Boom! The talisman paper exploded, and Lulu shook his body and spat out a mouthful of black smoke with a poo-poo. This Zhang Yu is quite quick to react, and also very decisive, without the slightest bit of procrastination. But fortunately, his body was strong enough that the bursting talisman didn't cause much damage to him. He just felt his qi and blood churning. Lei Xiaoman, on the other hand, was lying on the ground panting heavily. Hee. I have to say, I admire you. Lulu let out a sardonic laugh and said heartily as he looked at Zhang Yu, who was filled with disbelief 5 feet away. He wanted to borrow the name of the gong method to paralyze Zhang Yu, and then wait for the opportunity to strike. I did not think that this guy was completely not fooled. Good thing that the other party let go of Lei Xiaoman, so it is also considered to be disguised to achieve the purpose. Hee. Don't you want my gongfu? Everything is fine. Zhang Yu stared at Lulu from afar and said while slowly backing away. That was good just now, but not so good now. Lulu looked sullen, fiercely on the ground, instantly like a meteor shooting towards the chapter U. Several feet away in the blink of an eye. That chapter U hairs stand up. C cannot be avoided. In a hurry, a cold black smoke steeply from the body came out. Bang! Lulu slammed his fist hard on Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu only felt that he was hit hard by a bison, and he flew out backwards with a bang, and fell into the pond behind him with a snap. The water rewinds and the black aura on Zhang Yu's body disappears into thin air. His head tilted and he opened his mouth to spray out a mouthful of black blood. Lulu frowned. Now that he had reached 5,000 pounds of base strength, even if he didn't perform Shaking Mountain, it wasn't something that Zhang Yu, who was at the 4th level of Qi practicing, could carry, and the other party didn't even have the slightest dent in his chest except for spitting out a mouthful of black blood. What kind of kung fu did this person practice? Thinking about it, Lulu's action is not slow. In the other side of the water in a moment, he has already bulldozed up. A hand grabbed the other side of the collar, raised his fist according to the other side of the door is bang bang a few punches. As fist after fist fell. Zhang Yu was blurred and his nose was collapsed, yet his head showed no signs of cracking at all. I don't believe this. Lulu suddenly struck a strange pose and shouted, Shake the mountain. Buzz. Space distortion. The fist has not yet arrived. The wind first. The fist compressed from the power of the air blowing Zhang Yu's cheeks are swirling up. How dare you? Suddenly, Zhang Yu's eyes snapped open, and an old and angry voice rang out from Zhang Yu's mouth. Immediately after that, Zhang Yu, who was already close to extinction, had no idea where the strength came from, and even broke away from Lulu at once, letting his punch land in the air. The black aura on Zhang Yu's body increased steeply. Then he leapt and landed on the courtyard wall dozens of feet away, turned back to look at Lulu, and said in a pale and eerie voice, Kid, dare to spoil the good things of the old man. You wait for me. I will personally come to clean you up. After saying that, with another leap, he disappeared from Lulu's sight. Stay for me. Where would Lulu be willing to let the other party go just like that? He instantly performed the blast wind step and chased after them. But unfortunately, that Zhang Yu had already lost his trace. Even his divine sense couldn't search for him. It looked like he had cast some secret method, which made him vaguely uneasy. The other party later spoke in a completely different tone of voice. It is clear that Zhang Yu is no longer in person, and I do not know who the person behind it is in the end actually have such a skill. At this time, Lei Xiaoman was still in a state of stupor. Lulu walked up and asked, "How is it? Can you still move?" Only then did Lei Xiaoman come back to her senses, staring at Lulu with a face full of caution. "You, who are you?" Lulu fished out the flare that Lei Ming had given himself from his arms. "This, I wonder if you recognize it." Lei Xiaoman's face was delighted. This is the flare of my Earth Tiger walled city. It's good to know." Lulu nodded. "Your father asked me to save you? Come with me?" "Father." Lei Xiaoman's body trembled. "Really? He didn't blame me?" "Little girl, your father has gone through a lot of trouble for you." Lulu was a little emotional. Lei Ming had pulled out his life savings, not to mention the external debt he had to carry in order for him to save his daughter. Speaking of which, he couldn't help but be reminded of his own father, the sour scholar who was full of benevolence and morality and forced him to stay up all night and study hard for a meritocracy. Unfortunately, there was no chance for him now, even if he wanted his own father to force it. After Lei Xiaoman experienced this encounter, it looked like she also understood, and with tears in her eyes, she said, I'm sorry for him." Lulu nodded in relief. "If you apologize, you'd better say it to him face to face. Now we have to get out of here quickly. If that Zhang Dao comes back, we won't be able to leave even if we want to buy then." "Well, I'll listen to you." Lei Xiaoman nodded. Subsequently, the two people directly over the wall out of the courtyard, and then leaped over the courtyard wall of the dragon-walled village which came above the street. Lulu did not dare to stay longer, took Lei Xiaoman and walked out towards the west gate of the town. Luckily, the black horse was still there. Leading out the black horse, Lulu let Lei Xiaoman sit on it first. Then he himself jumped on it and sat behind Lei Xiaoman, his hands holding the reins. "Giddy up!" With a loud shout, the black horse immediately galloped wildly, and a burst of fresh scent then pounced into Lulu's mouth and nose, causing his mind to be slightly shaken. After running for a while, Lei Xiaoman, who was sitting in front, was already blushing and panting. She inclined her head up to Lulu and said timidly, Can I not sit in the back?" Lulu froze and pulled the reins sharply. Of course, because he also felt a little uncomfortable and also felt a little heat in his palms. The two switched positions. Lulu sat in the front and Lei Xiaoman sat in the back. As Lulu gave another soft drink, the black horse gave a long neigh and once again galloped furiously. Lei Xiaoman was caught off guard, leaned back and almost fell down, and hurriedly embraced Lulu from behind. This was fine at first, but as time went on, the occasional squeezing sensation coming from between them made them more uncomfortable. However, it was good that both of them were cultivators so they could forcibly endure it and get over it. When he traveled to the evening of the second day, Lulu suddenly stopped within a forest path. "What so?" Lei Xiaoman asked glumly from behind. Lulu looked in front of him and frowned slightly. "There's a commotion in front of us. It looks like a large number of people are rushing towards our direction." Chapter 76 Return to Earth Tiger Village. "Well, then, let's duck and cover, shall we?" Lulu shook his head and smiled slightly. "It's too late, but there's no need to hide." "Why?" "See for yourself." Lulu's body slightly deviated, letting go of his line of sight. A line of more than 100 people in front of them, each riding a BMW. The leader of the line was a rugged man with a full beard, and to the right of the man was a gray-clothed, thin-faced old man. On the left was a cloud-robed middle-aged man with what appeared to be urgency between his eyebrows, precisely Lei Ming. When Lei Xiaoman saw Lei Ming, her body trembled, but in the next instant, she shrank back behind Lulu and hid herself tightly. Lulu was just about to speak when that Lei Ming had already driven his horse over and said with a face full of joy, "Older brother, you're back. Where is my daughter?" Lulu directly crossed his horse over. "See for yourself." "Father." Lei Xiaoman couldn't hide anymore and covered her eyes with both hands, only a slit left to timidly look at Lei Ming. Xiaoman." Lei Ming instantly choked. You're fine. That's great." Seeing that Lei Ming had no intention of blaming himself, Lei Xiaoman then lowered her hand. "Father, I'm sorry. It's my daughter's fault. Daughter should have listened to you." "No, it's okay. I was too hard on you. It's good that you're fine. It's good that you're fine." Lei Ming's eyes were filled with compassion as he drove his horse to Lulu's side and said with heartfelt gratitude, "Older brother, I really thank you this time. This love, Lei Ming, will never forget it in my life. Please return to Earth Tiger Walled City with me." so that I can treat you well. Hee. Old brother is polite. Lulu smiled. I'm still preparing to attend the exchange meeting in 5 days, and I'm also preparing to make a trip to Earth Tiger City. So, I'll be bothering you. No interruptions. No interruptions. Let's go. Lei Ming finished turning his horse around and returned to the burly man with the beard and arched his hand. Big brother? He's the one I'm looking for. And you said I'm unreliable. Look, this is right now, isn't it? The burly man hemmed and hawed and looked at Lulu. You kid. How dare you break into the dragon-walled city alone? You've got guts. I will definitely find you to have a good drink. After saying this, he also turned his horse to yell at the crowd of Earth Tiger-walled city. Brothers, mission accomplished. The group of scumbags in Yulong-walled city will clean up some other day. Hit the road back to the house. Withdraw. Yoo-hoo. The crowd yelled, turned their horses, and galloped furiously. On the contrary, it was this Lei Xiaoman who seemed to be glued to herself. Lei Ming didn't ask her to sit on his horse. Instead, he let his daughter embrace Lulu. With a faint smile on his face, he really didn't know what he was thinking. It was a whirlwind ride, and another day had passed. In the early hours of the third day, the group finally returned to Earth Tiger Walled City. The layout of the Earth Tiger Cottage is similar to the Yulong Cottage. At Lei Ming's invitation, Lulu was not polite and followed him to Lei Ming's other compound. Later, Lei Ming ordered people to prepare a large table full of food and wine. The bearded big Dongjia and the gray-clothed, thin-faced old man also came, and the four of them sat together and talked and laughed. After Lei Ming's introduction, the burly man with the beard was named Li Chenghu. The gray-clothed old man's name was Chu Fankong, and he was the Earth Tiger Walled City's second leader and military advisor. Li Chenghu is a man of honor, had to pull Lulu drink. Lulu excuses but drank a small mouthful, only to feel bitter and choking, and waved his hand and said, cannot drink, caused a few people to laugh. Li Chenghu laughed. Little brother, you have to practice life in the world. Do not drink live, and what is the meaning? Little fellow, don't listen to this mangy man. Drinking this thing, just drink 2 mouthfuls once in a while. Like him, sooner or later he will have to drink himself to death. Chu Fankong did not give Li Chenghu the slightest bit of face. What do you know? Li Chenghu didn't care, picked up a bowl of wine and directly poured it in, wiped his mouth haphazardly, and said, what's the difference between someone who doesn't drink and that? Lulu shook his head straight as he watched. He didn't think there was anything wrong with drinking, but it was not something he loved, at least not the one he loves now. Older brother, if you don't drink then eat more dishes. Don't be polite to old brother. Lei Ming said with a smile. Lulu smiled faintly. Don't worry, old brother. I'm not the type of person who is so formal. There's no need to mind me. Well, that's good. After Lei Ming finished speaking, he suddenly turned to look at the maid behind him and asked, where's Miss? Why hasn't she come out on such an occasion? The maid pondered for a moment. Probably still freshening up. Comb your makeup? Lei Ming frowned. What's with the combing of makeup during mealtime? Go ask her to come out. Yes. The maid answered and was about to go out. But at that moment, a petite young girl wearing a water blue embroidered jacket came in from the door. The young girl was wearing cloud temples, bright eyes and white teeth, agar nose and small mouth, when it was a small family posture. The crowd couldn't help but double take at the sight. Li Chenghu was slightly stunned and then laughed. Xiaoman niece, you dress this? How come I've never seen it before? Yeah, it's really weird to the extreme. Chu Fankong also said with a smile. Lei Ming was also dumbfounded for a moment. Her daughter said that it was not too much to say that she was grumpy, usually dressed in red, when has there ever been such a small family dress? When the crowd said this, Lei Xiaoman's face swished red to the roots of her ears, and she gave a complaining glance at a few people. What are you talking about? Ha ha ha. No, it's always okay for me to drink. Li Chenghu's face was odd and he buried his head to drink. Lei Xiaoman rolled her eyes. Her lotus steps moved gently, slowly sat down next to Lulu Yin, said with a light smile in a thin voice, thank you for saving your life. I haven't asked for your name yet. The crowd was stunned at his words, and only then did they remember that it seemed like they didn't know what this kid's name was, and they opened their mouths to ask about it. Lulu frowned slightly, then smiled and said, I don't dare to take the big name. I am Qin Shoren. Beast. Li Chenghu opened his mouth. Or, beast. Pest. Chu Fankong glanced at Li Chenghu slyly. You mangy man. Which one of you is making fun of people's names like this? Saying that, in his heart he also felt strange. How could there be such an odd name in this world? Lulu didn't feel anything. It was just a code name. Besides, they used to call Qin Shorin a beast and had gotten used to it. Ahem, Byron. No, Brother Qin. Thank you for this time. Xiaoman will toast you with tea instead of wine. Lei Xiaoman was nearly led astray by Li Chenghu, and only reacted after being glared at by Lei Ming. Lu Li's face twitched slightly as he nodded, picking up his wine glass and taking a small sip. There's no need to thank me. I was only asked by elder brother Lei. Then a few people sat together and chatted, but because of the arrival of Lei Xiaoman, the atmosphere of the table convergence of a lot, Li Chenghu's dirty jokes cannot speak, really suffocated, drink a few big bowls after taking Chu Fankong away. Then Lei Ming supported Lei Xiaoman, before he took out a storage bag and handed it to Lu Li. Old brother Qin, this is what I promised you last time, so order it. Lu Li saw that this Lei Ming was quite a good person. He didn't want to take it, but then he thought that he might be able to use it to buy a Dan furnace, so he hesitated for a while but still took it and said, in that case, thank you, old brother. I just happen to be short of money lately, so I won't be polite with you. No, it's me who should be thanking you. The two of them chatted for a while longer, and Lu Li felt a little tired, so he excused himself and went to the room Lei Ming had arranged to rest. Chapter 77 Lu Li's Thoughts. Early the next morning, Lu Li was still sleeping when he was awakened by a crisp knock on the door, opened the door and saw that it was Lei Xiaoman. Without waiting for Lu Li to speak, Lei Xiaoman said softly, Brother Qin, breakfast has been prepared, and father asked me to invite you over. Lu Li wasn't very hungry, but the other party couldn't refuse with some good intentions and nodded. Good. With that, he followed Lei Xiaoman to the restaurant. Lei Ming had already waited for a long time. Seeing Lu Li come, he quickly got up. Did old brother sleep well last night? Lu Li nodded. Very good. It's very quiet here. It's been a long time since I've rested like this. It was also true that ever since he started practicing, Lu Li rarely simply slept. He usually slept on the surface but was actually still practicing, and because of this, he had become what he was today. After the two of them exchanged pleasantries, Lei Ming greeted Lei Xiaoman and sat down together. Breakfast was relatively light, but the flavor was not bad. Lu Li couldn't help but eat a few more bites, and seeing Lei Ming's face was tangled, seemingly having something to say, he hurriedly put down his chopsticks and looked at Lei Ming and asked, Does Lao have something to say? Hi. Lei Ming sighed at his words and also put down his chopsticks. Actually, early this morning Chu Dongjia came to me, saying that he wanted you to stay in Earth Tiger Walled City. I know that this is definitely not the second boss's intention alone. With Big Brother's character, I'm afraid that he's just letting the second boss come to probe. Speaking here, he couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile as he continued. If you don't agree, he's afraid that he'll have to use force. Use force. Lu Li's heart jumped. What does he want? Cough cough. Old brother, take it easy. Lei Ming also seems to be a bit speechless. To tell the truth, at first I was also forcefully dragged into the Earth Tiger Walled City by him. Lei Ming told Lu Li about his past. It turned out that at first, Lei Ming was also forcibly kidnapped by Li Chenghu, and at the very beginning, in order to prevent him from escaping, Li Chenghu not only put him under house arrest, but also forcibly gave him the qi-eating Dan. The qi-eating pill served no other purpose than to swallow true qi, making it impossible to cultivate or use spells. Under no choice, Lei Ming also had to agree first. However, as the two people get along for a long time, he found that this Li Chenghu is not as bad as he thought, and he is also very generous. In the end, he was willing to stay in the Earth Tiger Walled City. This time when Chu Fankong came to test the waters, Lei Ming knew that this was Li Chenghu's idea, except that Lu Li had saved his daughter, and this kind of reluctance was something that he could never do. So he still decided to tell Lu Li in advance so that he wouldn't make any misunderstandings when the time came. Father, quickly think of a way to help Brother Qin. Lei Xiaoman sniffed anxiously. This was the first time she had heard of her father having this past. However, Lu Li was in deep thought and an idea came to his mind. That Zhang Song's cultivation was not shallow, and if he wanted to take revenge, he didn't know when he would have to wait. And this Li Chenghu character straightforward, not like the kind of collusion generation if you can get his help, may be able to get dead Zhang Song in advance to Li Shangyun and Lu Xinyu revenge is not certain. Thinking of this, he gently tapped the tabletop and asked, I wonder, Grand Master Li's cultivation level is. Lei Ming was stunned. Thinking that Lu Li was trying to harden himself against Li Chenghu, he hurriedly persuaded, Elder Brother Qin, don't do anything foolish. The Big Dang clan has already reached the middle stage of the 8th level. It's not something you can fight against. You stay calm. Allow me to think of a way to secretly send you away. Mid-8. Luli's gaze brightened slightly at his words. Older brother, I'd like to meet Grand Master Li. What do you think? Seeing Big Boss? Lei Ming's face was delighted. Are you? Lulu calmly said. There's no harm in talking about it. Good, good. Older brother, come with me. I'll take you to see Big Brother. Lei Ming immediately stood up, looking like he also wanted Lulu to stay in Earth Tiger Fortress. Not a moment too soon. The two of them then arrived at a special courtyard named Earth Tiger Courtyard. At this time, in the backyard, Li Chenghu was sitting with Chu Fankong talking about something, and there was a large wine altar on the stone table. Li Chenghu lifted the altar from time to pour a mouthful of wine. Suddenly, Li Chenghu's big mouth grinned. If that brat doesn't know what's good for him, then we'll put him under house arrest, just like what we did to brother Lei Ming back in the day, and make sure that he follows me obediently. Chu Fankong glared at Li Chenghu. He's helping brother Lei Ming. So can you simple goods do something reliable? I'm not doing this for his own good. What's wrong with staying in the Earth Tiger walled city? Good wine and good meat. How can I treat him badly? That's no way to use force. Then you say how to do it. Not you said that boy talent is extraordinary. The future will certainly dominate the party. Right at this moment, Lu Li and his duo also walked into the middle of the backyard. Lei Ming stepped forward to greet them. Li Cheng, whose eyes turned suddenly filled with joy miso, stood up and walked towards Lu Li. Kid, you came just in time. Saying this, he dragged Lu Li over to sit down and said bluntly, the military division said that you kid is extraordinary and wants you to stay here. What do you think? This scene saw Chu Fankong shaking his head. Lu Li looked towards Chu Fankong on the opposite side. Chu Fankong smiled and nodded his head when he saw Lu Li looking at him. Indeed, it is the old man's intention. Don't worry, old brother. We are all civilized people, we won't use force. However, the old man still sincerely hopes that the Taoist friend can stay. What not to use? Shut up, simpleton. Chu Fankong directly glared towards Li Chenghu. Li Chenghu skimmed his mouth and didn't say anything. It looked like the relationship between the two was somewhat delicate. Two old brothers. Lu Li arched his hand towards the two men and interrupted their argument and said, Actually, I came here to ask for your help. If you agree, it is not impossible for me to join the Earth Tiger walled city. Help, Li Chenghu said. As long as it's my brother, not to mention help, even if I give up my life, it's not impossible, old brother, to say it. Seeing this, Lu Li also stopped talking nonsense and directly singled out that he wanted the two to help deal with Zhang Song. When the two heard that Zhang Song was the second head of the White Sun walled city, they both froze for a moment, and Chu Fankong said, This White Sun walled city and our Earth Tiger walled city are both in the western section, and even though they are one south and one north, there are many disputes on weekdays, but they are only minor frictions. Want to move the other party's second head? That is equivalent to provoking the cottage war. This consequences. What consequences? Li Chenghu said with a face full of indignation. If it wasn't for you old man blocking the way 3 times, I would have already led my brothers to kill them, and still allow them to be reckless for so long. You just know how to kill. Do you know how strong the other side is? Even if they win, then will the other 4 villages sit back and do nothing? Hearing 2 people say this, Lu Li heart secretly happy. It seems that this 6 mountain fortress inland is not as peaceful as the surface. He once again arched his hand and said, 2 old brothers to calm down. In fact, I'll go and lure that Zhang Song out. Then, Chapter 78. I'll give you money too. After hearing Lu Li's plan, all 3 of them felt that this plan was feasible. In this way, not only do not have to fight with the White Sun walled village head on and be picked up by the other cottages, but also let the other side lose a general, and from now on the White Sun walled village in the western part of the no longer have the right to speak. However, this was also extremely risky. If they were too late to rescue them, Lu Li was afraid that it would be hard for him to escape his clutches. In response, Lu Li bluntly told the 2 not to worry. He only had the means to let the 2 ambushes. After some discussion, Lu Li left. Li Chenghu also kindly arranged a mansion for Lu Li. Lu Li didn't refuse. After he came out, someone came to lead him to the mansion. Lu Li and Lei Ming politely followed that person. The mansion is on the east side of the square, down a crenellated stone path to the end. Bishop's Lake Court. Looking at the towering fence and the 10 feet wide ebony courtyard gate, Lu Li could not help but be a little surprised. This Bihu Yuan looked a few points larger than Lei Ming's courtyard. Led by that housekeeper, he entered the door and was not greatly shocked. Just see inside the corridor 1,000 turns, the courtyard, gravel path above the rockery, flowers and grasses all over, bursts of flowers and incense. Through more than 100 feet of the front yard, through a corridor, the eye is a party of turquoise blue small lake. Two huge long white jade stone bridges were suspended in a cross shape interlaced above the lake, connecting the inner courtyard in 4 directions: southeast, northwest, and north. Around the small lake, attics were standing and green willows were swaying. Around the blue water lake, there were quite a few rooms spread out in the east, west, and north directions. The one directly north was slightly more luxurious and looked like the main hall. After a stroll down, Lulu looked at his eyes and finally walked to the stone bridge intersection above that blue water lake and stopped, saying to the respectful housekeeper behind him, "I'll rest for a while, you go down." "Yes, Your Excellency." The butler bowed and stepped back before turning to leave. Only when the butler left did Lulu sit down on the bench by the stone bridge. Looking at the turquoise blue sky and blowing the warm wind, Lulu could not help but be in a bit of a trance. Thinking back on this journey, he was always on guard against being counted by others, and his pure teenage heart seemed to have changed. Others treat me sincerely, while I am afraid to use even my name, my real name. All this, is it really what one wants? Lulu muttered as he looked at the sky. This sitting was all afternoon. It was only when the sky was a little darker that Lulu let out another long sigh before he walked off the stone bridge and headed for a small building on the east side of the lake. The small building has 2 floors, with a spacious parlor on the first floor and a bedroom on the second floor, outside of which there is a long corridor with a view of the emerald willows and the turquoise blue lake below. Lulu was not in the mood to enjoy the scenery and sat on the bed after closing the door to the room. The mind sank into the medicinal garden space at this time. The medicinal garden had already grown to a range of 10 miles, counting the more than 400 thunderflame orchids that had been picked up later in the jurisdiction of the Yulong-walled city. The number of thunderflame orchids in the medicinal garden had now reached 850. The entire medicinal garden was a ghostly blue at a glance. To his slight disappointment, the previous cuttings of Chui Zhu grass did not come to life. It seemed that he had thought it was too simple, and it still couldn't survive without a rhizome. In that case, one would have to pay more attention to the news of the Calyxia grass in the future. Happily, that red inferno fruit tree had produced more than 50 more flower buds. Red with purple, very pretty. After exiting from the pill garden space, Lulu directly entered the time hall. This time, he didn't prepare for a long seclusion, so he didn't cultivate the Taishan scripture either. Instead, he practiced the blistering wind steps and the mountain-shaking fist. This blistering wind step had now reached the small completion stage and could move 20 feet in a breath, but Lulu still felt a little unsatisfied because with his current cultivation, even without using the blistering wind step, he could swipe more than 10 feet at a time. Of course, the speed would be quite a bit slower than casting gale steps. The blistering wind steps combined with the shaking mountain, only a residual shadow could be seen flashing around in the Hall of Time, and a roar could be heard from time to time in the Great Hall. The following day, the first day of July. According to the fellow from the Treasure Hall, there would be an exchange session later today, and Lulu retired from the Hall of Time early. Just want to open the door to go out. Outside the sound of crisp knocking, Lulu frowned, thinking that there seems to be no one else inside except himself. Opened the door, but it was a green-dressed little girl, the little girl carrying a side of wooden tray, the tray placed on the washing utensils. Lulu said suspiciously, "You are." The girl curtsied and said crisply, "Sir, I'm the maid that Chief Executive Huang has found to serve you. You can call me Xiao He. Breakfast is ready. May I ask, would you like to eat now or later?" Maid. Lulu thought to himself, when did this Huang Tong find a maid to come over? So it's good, so that he doesn't have to go around looking for something to eat. After thinking about it, he said, "Eat now." He was going to go for a walk after he ate. "Okay, Gongzi. Let me serve you to wash up first?" Although Xiao He was not very old, she was obviously trained. "It's better if I do it myself." Lulu was a bit uncomfortable and took the tray and walked back to his room. A few moments later, followed Koho to the dining room. Lulu ate to himself and suddenly realized that Xiao He was standing quietly behind him, so he couldn't help but say awkwardly, "Should we, together?" "No, no need." Xiao He shook his head repeatedly. "We have rules, we can't eat with the master." "What broken rules?" Lulu skimmed his mouth, not really liking this feeling of being stared at while eating, so he said, "You go down later and tell Huang Tong to prepare you a portion, as well when he prepares the meal next time. Just tell him that I said so. Remember." "Huh. Yes, my lord." After hurriedly eating, Lulu also wandered around in the inner courtyard for a while until the middle of the day before he left Bihuyuan and came to the town streets to wander around. Today's Earth Tiger Town was a lot more lively than the first time he came. Most of the people walking on the streets had cultivation in their bodies. Lulu guessed that these people might be here for the exchange session as well. This was good. The more people there were, the greater his chances of finding the Dan furnace. "Hi, Brother Qin." Suddenly, a young girl in an aquamarine jacket suddenly ran up from behind and gently patted Lulu on the shoulder. The two men dressed as guards behind the young girl also hurriedly followed and saluted Lulu. "Greetings, Mr. Qin." "Oh, you're welcome." Lulu smiled and waved his hand at the two of them, then looked at Lei Xiaoman by his side. "Why did you come out? Your father doesn't care about you anymore?" Lei Xiaoman said happily. "Father seems to have changed his attitude and," I said, "I saw Brother Qin come out, he'll protect me. So he let me out." "Me?" Lulu shook his head breathlessly. "I saved you last time at your father's expense. Do you think I'm a bodyguard?" Lei Xiaoman beamed. "I'll give you money too. Will you protect me?" "You? Well, I have money. How much do you want?" Lulu glanced at Lei Xiaoman slyly. "Little girl, you still don't understand. The money I'm talking about isn't worldly gold and silver. If you take out 10,000 condensed jindan, how about I protect you?" "Condensation. Condensation pill." Lei Xiaoman covered her mouth and exclaimed in shock. "Hee. Can't take it out, right?" Lulu waved his hand and walked forward quickly, saying as he walked, "Hurry back. There are a lot of people today. If you get captured again, your father is afraid that he will have to dump his family's money." "Who says I can't get it out, you?" "You wait." Lei Xiaoman beamed, stomped her foot and turned to run away. Chapter 79. Meeting Wuda again. Lulu wandered all the way around and ended up on the main road on the south side of the town. After following the main road to the south for another half a quarter of an hour, he finally realized that there was a piece of gray stone plaza on his left-hand side. The plaza was about 1 mile in circumference, which was not too big to say big and not too small to say small. A huge stone stood at the entrance of the square, on which were carved the 4 scarlet characters of Tiger's Might Square. To the right of the stone monument are the stone steps leading to the square. There are only 9 steps in total, but there are 4 guards standing on each side of the stone steps. All of them are the people from the Earth Tiger walled city. Perhaps because the hour has not yet arrived, no one has walked up to the square yet. At this time, there were quite a few people like Lulu who stopped by the street and quietly watched the stone monument, the fence and the guards guarding the square, looking like they were also first-timers. Square directly across the store named Wanbage, let Lulu doubt is, today the street so many people, this Wanbage store door is tightly closed, do not know exactly what business is done inside. He glanced at it and simply sat down on the stone steps in front of the Manpower Pavilion's door and closed his eyes. Ahem! Suddenly, a light coughing sound entered Lulu's ears. Lulu opened his eyes, and when he saw the appearance of the visitor, he couldn't help but take 2 steps back again, staring at the old man in front of him with a face full of caution. "It's you!" That old man in a gray robe, small nose, small eyes, upper 8 beard, lower goatee. A good set of thieving look. Not that Wuda, and who is it? "Kid, why do you have this look on your face? Are you afraid that I will eat you?" Wuda stared at Lulu slyly. "Ahem. That's not true. It's just a bit of a surprise." Lulu gave a dry laugh. "Long time no see, old brother." Speaking of this Wuda, Lulu really had to admire him. More than a year ago, both of them were chased by Zhang Song at the same time, and he thought that the other party had already died in Zhang Song's hands. But he didn't expect that he was still alive and well. "Hee, is a long time no see," Wuda said with some emotion. "I thought that your kid was slapped to death by Zhang Song, causing the old man to be sad for a long time. I didn't expect that you were still alive and kicking. It's true that good people don't have a long life?" Lulu was speechless. "Listen, is this what people say? At least they just think about it in their mind." This guy even said it directly. So he also said nonchalantly, "Each other. Hey, you kid. The old man is really liking you more and more." "Hey." Lulu glanced at Wuda and said with a twinkle in his eye, "By the way, last time I ran in a hurry. Have you gone to see that earth milk essence yet?" Wuda lost his head and shook his head. "Going was there, but unfortunately it's no longer there. Even that Zhang Song went back to the White Sun walled city. My old man guessed that he was the one who took the earth milk essence. That's really a pity." Lulu pretended to be sorry, but in his heart, he said that he was in trouble. This Zhang Song even went back to the White Sun walled city. What method should he use to lure him out? Yes, what a pity. Wuda didn't know what Lulu was thinking inside. That earth milk extract is an indispensable ingredient for refining the pulse nurturing pill. So this will slow down the speed of my old man's recovery of his cultivation again. Pulse nurturing pill? It was the first time Lulu had heard of this kind of elixir. so he couldn't help but be greatly curious. What is the pulse-nurturing elixir? Wuda froze. You didn't come here to refine the pulse-nurturing pill? Speaking here, he suddenly smiled to himself. That's right. Wouldn't something like the pulse-nurturing pill be known to anyone? It seems that your bullmaster is nothing more than that. He didn't even teach you the pulse-nurturing pill. Lulu pretended to be displeased. Old man, it's just a matter of you talking about me. If you talk about my master, be careful, I'll flip out with you. Not? Also Lulu, real person, on this insight also dare to call real person. A few hundred years do not see, this eastern desolate land has been reduced to such a thing? What does the old man mean? Lulu stared at Wuda with a face full of suspicion. What hundreds of years of absence? The two then had a chat. Under Lulu's constant probing, Wuda finally managed to tell the efficacy of the pulse-nurturing Dan. As for the formula, it was a dead giveaway, saying that unless Lulu exchanged it with his stance. It turned out that the so-called vein-nourishing pill was actually an elixir that repaired and nourished the chi veins. This kind of elixir was not common, and its efficacy was mainly to repair the damage to the chi veins caused by violent punching points. Under normal circumstances, people who practice cultivation by following the rules of punching the acupoints caused minimal damage to the chi veins, which would soon heal automatically, and there was no need to use the vein-nourishing pill at all. However, there were some geniuses who would choose to violently punch their acupoints in order to seek a quick breakthrough. That is, they would seek to punch through their acupoints with one or several impacts, which would result in cracks in their chi veins or acupoints. In this case, the effectiveness of the pulse-nourishing pill came out. It could help one to quickly repair these cracks, allowing one to impact the next acupoint without fear. After understanding this, Lulu had little interest in the pulse-nurturing pill. This is because he simply does not have the condition of violently punching the points, and has always done so in a gradual manner. At this moment, he was instead a little curious as to why Wuda cared so much about the pulse-nurturing pill. Could it be that the other party was a single spirit root genius? That is not right, so old, only practicing chi fifth. Wait, no, thinking of this, Lulu's divine sense probed, only to realize that he still couldn't see through the other party. Unable to help but be greatly shocked, this person was not even a fifth-level chi practitioner. Had he lied to him before, or had he recently broken through? Kid, what are you frowning for? What bad thoughts are you holding back again? Seeing Lulu frowning at himself, Wuda had no reason to sweat and took 2 steps back. Ahem, what bad thoughts can I have? Lulu laughed quietly, and with a twinkle in his eye, he came over again and whispered, Do you still want the earth's milk essence? Wuda's eyes immediately lit up. You know where there is one? Sure. Come on, tell me. Wuda was breathing a little hard. Lulu wanted this effect and said without slowing down. Then, Dan formula? Wuda's face tightened. Don't even think about the Dan formula. At most, I'll send you 2 after it's refined. Deal. Lulu didn't really care about the pulse-nourishing pill. He just wanted Wuda to let his guard down. Then said, I have a way to capture Zhang Song, but I need you to give me a hand. Are you okay with that? You? Wuda snorted. Don't brag. If you could capture Zhang Song, you would have taken it all for yourself long ago, and it would still be my turn? What do you know? Lulu pretended to be displeased. My master gave me a treasure that can instantly kill any cultivator below the 10th level of chi cultivation in seconds after it is set up. But this thing can't be moved, and I have to drive it with my divine sense in order to detonate it. So, I need someone to lure Zhang Song out. Wuda was a little moved when he heard it, thinking that this kid had such a treasure. But then he thought that something was wrong, and stared at Lulu suspiciously. Pull it out and show it to me. Lulu's face sank at his words. Older brother, don't you think that's too much? This is my killer weapon. How can I show it to others at will? If you don't want to do it, then forget it. In the end, I'll only get 2 pulse-nurturing pills anyway. On the contrary, it's you. Oh, that pool full of earth milk essence. It's a pity. A full pool. Older brother is afraid that you still do not know it. I was able to see clearly last time that the earth milk essence will be the stone basin are filled with. All right, dry up. Wuda put his heart on the line. I'll put up a fight one more time. I hope you won't screw me over again, otherwise, I'm not done with you, kid. He was truly in dire need of earth milk essence, and was confident that just seducing the other party into a trap shouldn't be a problem. Haha, cool. Lulu laughed out loud, thinking that he finally didn't have to risk his own life this time. Chapter 80 Gathering to pick up the pieces. The two of them had another general discussion and determined that they would go up to the mountains tomorrow, with Wuda going to buy Rijai to lure Zhang Song out, while Lulu would bring his baby to set up an ambush in the jungle outside by Town. The two of them were talking to each other, and Wunder seemed to have seen a bottle of earth milk essence beckoning to him. As the sky darkened, several face bowl-sized night pearls on the towering walls of the marketplace also lit up, illuminating Tiger Power Square. This means that the swap meet is about to begin. One by one, the scattered cultivators began to gather towards the streets outside the plaza. The guard standing on the right side of the top layer of stone steps lightly scanned the crowd and slowly said, "The rules of the exchange meeting. There shall be no fighting above the square, violators. Kill." Most of the people here had participated in the swap meet, and they all nodded their heads in understanding at the words. Only then did the guard speak to the crowd. "Go in." Instantly, the crowd swarmed in. Lulu and Wuda looked at each other and also walked in side by side. There were quite a few 3-foot-high stone platforms arranged around the square, and as soon as some people came in, they ran towards those platforms, looking puzzled at Lulu, and asked Wuda, "What are they doing?" Wuda glanced at Lulu. "Of course they're looking for stalls. These kind of people usually come with the idea of selling goods. The idea of buying is almost non-existent." "Oh, so that's how it is." Lulu nodded his head with clarity in his heart, then asked, "You don't have anything to offer?" "No. I'll just stroll around casually. The things here are just like that. I can't find a few pieces that I can see eye to eye with." After saying that, he looked at Lulu and said as he walked, "Kid, what do you want to buy?" "Dan Furnace," Lulu said casually. "Dan Furnace?" Wuda looked at Lulu in surprise. "You still know how to make pills?" "What, it doesn't look like it?" "Hee, this discipline of alchemy is very deep. Familiar with the nature of the medicine, recognizing the herbs, controlling the fire, which does not need to go through countless times of practice to be able to do. You are so young. If you want to learn alchemy, I believe you, but if you want to know how to make pills, I'll believe you. The old man knows his stuff." Lulu glanced slightly at Wuda. "So, you know how to make pills?" "Hee, of course." Wuda proudly stood up his chest. "If you need to refine pills, I can help you." The charge, almost mean on the line. "It's not necessary to help. How about, give me your Dan Furnace. I'll remember you for the rest of my life." "Bah! Don't even think about it. Petty." Lulu glanced east and west as he walked. Along the way, he found that most of them were selling spirit herbs, and almost all of them had little spirituality and looked like they were not well preserved. And Wunder walked and disappeared. Lulu shook his head and continued to search aimlessly. Suddenly, a yellow-robed woman came up from behind and walked alongside him, her voice as thin as a mosquito, saying, "Fellow Taoist, do you want demonic beast essence blood?" Lulu froze and inclined his head to look at the woman. "You're talking to me?" The woman was about 30 years old, with a broad face and yellow skin, and looked like she hadn't experienced much exposure to the wind and sun. The woman nodded. "Yes, fellow Taoist, do you need it?" Lulu was puzzled by the other party's mysterious appearance, but on second thought, if he learns to make talismans in the future, he really needs to use the demonic beast's blood. So he couldn't help but ask, "How do you sell it?" When the yellow-robed woman saw Lulu's interest, her face was instantly happy. "Primary essence blood, 20 bottles of congealed truth pill, intermediate 50. Saying this, he conjured up a jade bottle a little bigger than his thumb and handed it to Lulu. "This is primary essence blood. Look at it, fellow Taoist, it's absolutely pure." Lulu exclaimed, "Just a little bit like this, and you want 20 condensed truth pills?" The woman said, "Fellow Taoist, this is already a very real price. This essence blood is enough to inscribe dozens of primary talismans." Lulu shook his head, still feeling that it was too expensive, and with a change of heart, he said, "I don't want the essence blood. If you are willing to part with the refining method, how about I charge a high price?" Teach a man to fish is not as good as teach a man to fish. He reckoned that in the future, the first cultivation of the Great Diffusion Forbidden Technique will have to spend a lot of blood, to rely on the purchase of how much money that would have to be spent and then hit on the other side of the essence of the blood refining the idea of the method. The woman's face instantly showed alarm as she snatched the jade bottle back. "I'm sorry. I still have things to do, so I'll leave first." After saying that, he turned around in a hurry and left. While walking, he also secretly released his divine sense to sense Lulu's movements, as if he was afraid that Lulu would catch up. Lulu stared at the other party's back for a moment of reckoning, but still didn't go after him. Essence blood refining method in the secular world is indeed rare, but for the clan is not difficult to get. The big deal will be to come back and forth to the Qingyang Sect or find the Qingyang Sect to get a copy of it is. After a small interlude, Lulu continued to stroll for a while. Unfortunately, strolling through the entire assembly did not reveal anyone selling alchemy furnaces. Fellow Taoist, spirit medicine, take a look. It was just picked. It's still fresh. Just as Lulu was about to leave, the stall owner next to him suddenly waved and shouted towards him. Upon hearing this, Lulu glanced at the stall, only to see a bunch of spirit medicines scattered haphazardly on it, most of which were not matured yet, less than first order and somewhat withered. Suddenly, his eyes flickered to the pile of half-foot-tall bamboo-like plants haphazardly bundled together on the stall owner's left-hand side, and he asked, feigning ignorance, "What is this?" "This is obviously the chui zhu grass, only that the bamboo joints are withered and yellow with no aura, and the vintage is only 20 or 30 years. The boss scratched his head. "I'm not hiding it from you. This is something I found unintentionally in a bamboo forest. I saw that it had a spirit pattern and guessed that it should be medicine. So I picked it, and it's been sitting there for 2 months, and it's been unattended. Do you want it, fellow Taoist? I can deal it to you at a low price if you want it." Lulu pretended to hesitate for a moment, and then lifted up that big bundle of tsueju grass and pretended to weigh it and said, "The elixir should be an elixir, but the vintage is too low, so taking it back to refine the medicine is not going to work, and if it's planted, it won't necessarily be able to be planted alive either." The boss nodded deeply. "Indeed. I picked it 2 months ago. The first time I didn't sell it, I tried to plant it. It was fine if I didn't plant it. Once I planted it, this thing withered faster instead." This boss also seemed to be a straightforward person and did not have the idea of intentionally punishing Lulu. Lulu thought to himself that this green bamboo grass is the most picky environment. It would be strange if you can plant it alive. He pondered for a while and counted. "Let's do it this way. I'll give out 10 condensed truth pills, buy it back and try to see if 1 or 2 of the plants can survive," he said, and also pretended to sigh. "It's a pity that this thing is already withered beyond recognition, or else it would be nice to use it as a green plant for ornamental purposes." When the owner heard that Lulu was willing to buy it, he thanked him profusely. "Thank you, fellow Taoist. You're really a good person. This thing simply couldn't be put away any longer, and by then, not to mention the 10 condensed jindan, even if it was given away for nothing, people would feel that it was taking up space." "You're welcome." Lulu took out a small-sized jade bottle and handed it to the stall owner. Then he collected the bundle of chui zhu grass. Many people passing by were secretly shaking their heads when they saw this, thinking that this person had no insight, and that they would spend 10 condensation dan to buy a bundle of worthless weeds. What no one knew was that Lulu was already happy at this time. This bundle of bamboo grass is not less than 100 plants. If all planted live, that can be a big profit. Chapter 81, The Old Man in the Black Robe. Wuda appeared out of nowhere and looked at Lulu with a puzzled face. "Kid, what are you doing buying a bundle of dead green bamboo grass?" "I'd be happy to." Lulu was a little surprised that Wuda recognized it, but didn't explain. "Hee, whatever. Old man is just kindly reminding you." Wuda looked at Lulu slyly. "Well, did you find the Dan furnace?" "No," Lulu said with some depression. Seeing Lulu's face, Wuda was a bit happy. "You kid, you really think that alchemy furnace is a cabbage? Take your time to look for it. If you don't have it this month, there's still next month. You can always come across it in this life." "You!" Lulu glared at Wuda and said impatiently, "Where do you live? I'll come find you tomorrow afternoon and then go up the mountain together." "Up what mountain? Can you kid talk?" Wuda blew his beard and glared, and said in a bad mood, "It's always okay to go up the mountain and get Zhongsong. That's more like it." Wuda suddenly remembered something. "Your kid doesn't live with the old man?" "No need. I have a brother who lives here in Earth Tiger Town. I'll stay at his place." "Brother? Alright. Then you can just look for old man at the Earth Tiger restaurant tomorrow." After chatting briefly, Lulu left the assembly in a hurry, and it was already late at night when he returned to buy Hu Yuan. To Lulu's surprise, the maid named Xiao he hadn't even rested yet and was sitting alone on the stone steps at the courtyard entrance, fuming. When she saw Lulu come back, little Lotus Face instantly blushed and she hurriedly got up and ran over. "Gongzi, you're back." Lulu nodded. "What are you doing sitting here?" I made dinner for His Excellency, and I had thought that His Excellency would be back soon, but I didn't expect." "Hee, silly girl." Lulu rubbed Xiaohe's head. "In the future, if I'm not there, you don't have to prepare meals for me. You can just eat by yourself, remember?" "Yes, Gongzi." Xiaohe nodded. "Gongzi, the food is cold. Shall I go heat it up for you?" This Bihu Yuan is of the front yard. On both sides have houses. Lulu did not go in. I think it must be the subordinate residence. Lulu did not have hunger, shook his head and said, "I'm not hungry. If you have not eaten, heat up and eat it yourself." "Well then." Seeing Lulu walk into the inner courtyard, Only then did little Lotus smile happily and turn around to walk towards the house on the right side of the front courtyard with a bounce. Lulu didn't stop along the way and went straight back to the eastern residence of the inner courtyard. After closing the door, he couldn't wait to enter the medicinal garden. Looking at the bundle of sickly tsueju grass, Lulu didn't dare to delay, untied the rope and counted it, and found that there were 134 plants. Then he began to work, planting them all one by one. After planting it, Lulu didn't leave, but quietly stared at these green bamboo grasses. Not long after, the shriveled leaves began to slowly stretch out, followed by the stem and leaves began to turn green, and emitted a faint bamboo fragrance. Until this moment, Lulu breathed a sigh of relief. This herb garden is truly magical. In this way, one would have 150 tsueju grasses. After making sure that there were no problems, Lulu went back into the Hall of Time and started practicing his fists and stances. In the meantime, inside the dragon-walled city, Qingyang and his party also came back grimy. Continuously searching for several days, they found nothing. Everyone's face is not very good. Back in the main hall, Qingyang suddenly frowned and looked at Xiao Yunfeng, the second leader next to him, and asked, "Where's that kid Qin Shoren?" Xiao Yunfeng shook his head. "I'm not sure. I don't seem to have seen him since we went up the mountain together that day." Qingyang's complexion changed. Could something have happened? Immediately send someone to look for him. He is the hope of our Yulong walled city. He must be found back for me. Xiao Yunfeng nodded his head and quickly turned around and exited the hall, running towards the area where the ordinary disciples lived. Zhang Dao's eyes rolled and he said tentatively, "He wouldn't have escaped, would he?" In fact, he also hoped that Lulu had escaped so that no one in the Yulong walled city could threaten his position. Escape? Qingyang snorted coldly. Impossible. That kid looks honest as hell. He must have had an accident or encountered trouble. You take a break and go out to look for me as well. Make sure you get him back for me. Yes. Zhang Dao's eyes flickered as he thought to himself. This is good. Wouldn't it be great if I find him and secretly get him killed? After saying goodbye, Zhang Dao went back to the Great Martial Academy in a hurry. You are. As soon as Zhang Dao entered the door, he couldn't wait to run to the backyard with a shout. Just after entering the backyard, Zhang Dao saw the two guards' bodies lying on the ground, and instantly his face changed, yelling at the top of his voice, "You are, Tada." Suddenly, a cloud-robed young man with a grayish face slowly walked out from behind a rocky hill, his movements mechanically wooden, and under the illumination of a few long light lamps, he looked very strange. You are. Zhang Dao's body trembled and rushed forward in a panic to grab the teenager's arms. You, how did you become like this? But the teenager didn't respond in the slightest, and his eyes, which had already turned completely gray, didn't have a trace of extra color. No, talk. I'm your father. Zhang Dao shook Zhang Yu with a look of disbelief. He won't talk anymore. Right at this moment, an old and cold voice suddenly came from the gazebo on the right side of the courtyard. Zhang Dao was startled, and only then did he realize that there was a black-robed person wearing a hooded cap sitting on the fence of the gazebo, and from the voice he could hear that this person should be an old man. You, who are you? Zhang Dao stared at the black-robed old man. Is it you who made Yuer like this? Ho ho. A creepy dry laugh seemed to come from the inside of his throat, and as if he was tugging on a bellows, it was numbing to hear. Subsequently, the black-robed man did not see any extra movements, as if he had instantly moved out of thin air, and steeply stood in front of Zhang Dao's body. Ah! Zhang Dao was directly scared and sat on the ground. He raised his head and stared at the dry and thin cheeks like a skeleton under that black hat, and backed up in fear. Only the sound of ho-ho gasping came out of his mouth. He had never seen such a man, a face devoid of flesh and blood, with only a layer of old skin still clinging to the bones of his face. You're very afraid of me. The black-robed man's voice that seemed to come out of his throat sounded again. Elder, spare my life. Zhang Dao's feet did not listen to his commands, wanting to stand up and escape but realizing that he could not exert any strength at all. What a loser! The black-robed old man shook his head. His chicken claw-like withered hand lifted upwards, and a scroll unfolded downwards from his palm with a clatter. Tell me, this person, who is it? Above the scroll, an ink-blue power suit teenager was staring at Zhang Dao with a face full of viciousness. This is. Zhang Dao's eyes glared. This is Vice Hall Master Qin. Vice Hall Master Qin? Speak clearly. His name is Qin Shorin. He is the new Deputy Hall Master. Chapter 82 Plotting Zhongsong. Phew. This blistering wind step has finally become a minor success. Early in the morning, Lulu retreated from the Hall of Time. After this period of intentional practice, his blistering wind steps had finally reached the stage of minor achievement, more than 20 feet in a breath. Gongzi, you're up. I was about to go call you. On the gravel road by the lake, Xiao He walked over head-on and said to Lulu with fluttering eyes. Well, I'm going out today. Lulu nodded and said, Oh, when will the prince be back? This can't be said. I am a person of cultivation, you don't need to care about me. Just take care of yourself when I'm not around. For some reason, Lulu was quite fond of this Xiao He, perhaps because the other party was gentle and groveling. Okay. Gongzi, shall we go eat breakfast? Xiao He inquired with her head raised. Aha! The two came to the restaurant, and at Lulu's request, Xiao He also sat down to eat together. Lulu took a big bite and let out a sucking sound from time to time, while Xiao He kept his head buried and didn't let out a single sound, looking a little restrained. Lulu shook his head and didn't say anything. After eating, Lulu went directly to Li Chenghu's compound. To be honest, in terms of elegance, Li Chenghu's courtyard was not as good as Bai Hu Yuan. Li Chenghu is practicing boxing in the backyard, rolling and moving between the gusts of wind, strong body without the slightest sense of bulk. Suddenly, Li Chenghu body shape turned the direction of swoosh towards the courtyard door rushed over. The fist pushed straight into Lulu's face. Lulu frowned slightly and instantly shifted 2 feet to the right horizontally, while his right hand formed a fist, and he reversed and slammed his fist on top of Li Chenghu's wrist. Bang! Li Chenghu only felt a huge force on his wrist. His arm was directly swung to the side. He could not help but look shocked. Older brother, you can. Lulu smiled faintly. It's far worse than old brother, but it's just trickery. You kid with the military division of virtue literary. Li Chenghu shook his head, turned around and walked back to the stone table, and instructed the maid next to him. Get me an altar of wine, and by the way, make a pot of tea for this old brother of mine to come over. And the tea should be the best. The secular emperor's old man drinks that kind of thing. Yes. That maid curved her body slightly and turned to leave. Lulu thought to himself that this Li Chenghu is really a straight man. Slowly walked over and sat down. Older brother, I am going to go up the mountain today to lure that Zhongsong. Do you think it is convenient? Li Chenghu froze. Convenient. Recently, I've been idle for a long time, just waiting for you to give the word. After saying this, he asked with some gravity, Old brother Qin, do you really have a way to protect yourself? If we really can't, let's think of another way. It's still too dangerous for you to enter the White Sun-walled city alone. Lulu smiled. No need to worry, old brother. There is a change in my plan. Get someone to go and call old brother Chu over here. Let's discuss this again. Change of plans. Li Chenghu's eyes rolled. He stood up with a miso and yelled at the guards at the courtyard gate. Xiao Sanzi, go and call old man Chu over to me. This boss has something to find him. Yes, big boss. That guard gave a respectful salute and quickly turned around to leave. After a while, Chu Fankong slowly rushed over, and when he saw that Lulu was also there, he couldn't help but glare at the guard. Why didn't you say that little brother Qin was also there? The guard scowled and said, Duh. The boss said he was the one looking for you. Humph. Chu Fankong coldly grunted before he quickly walked over towards Lulu and the two of them, and sat straight down before saying to Lulu, Older brother Qin, are you looking for me? I have something to discuss, so I'm troubling old brother. Lulu smiled back. Oh, old brother is courteous. I thought it was this simple goods looking for old man to drink again. What is the matter with old brother? Lulu also stopped beating around the bush and said straight. I know a lewd old man who wants to get some benefits from Zhongsong, so he agreed to go and lure Zhongsong out for me. Lulu roughly talked about Wuda's situation and his plan. That is, he asked the two to not let Wuda know about their existence first, just follow them from afar, and when Wuda left, the two would then join Lulu, so that they could avoid Wuda's suspicion. Li Chenghu two people are listening to the strange expression, thinking that this kid is so in. However, the two of them also felt that this was more insured anyway. Dead Taoist friends do not die of poverty. Even if Wuda failed, that was nothing to lose, so they agreed without hesitation. After some planning, Lulu asked the two to get ready first and see himself and Wuda on the mountain later, with the two following far behind. After saying goodbye to the two, Lulu hoofed it to the Earth Tiger restaurant. Boy, you're serious this time, aren't you? Inside the room on the 3rd floor, Wuda raised his head. his eyes staring at Lu Li with a deadly stare, trying to see something on Lu Li's face. Lu Li calmly said, "Of course, I won't hide anything from you now. I have a grudge against this Zhang Song. You take your treasure. I just need his head." "You have a grudge against him?" Wu De was a bit surprised at his words. There's no harm in telling you this Zhang Song is nicknamed the evil Taoist. I was once captured by him as a medicine slave and several of my brothers died in his hands, so you understand what I mean," Lu Li said in a half-truth. "There's still this." Seeing that Lu Li was speaking genuinely without looking like he was faking, Wu De had already believed 7 or 8% of it and thought to himself that no wonder this kid was willing to risk his life for 2 pulse-nourishing pills. So it turned out that he had a grudge against him. That's good. So there's no fear that he won't try his best. Then Wu De said with great righteousness, "This is the first time that I have heard that Zhang Song still has this kind of past. So I will help you to get rid of this scum." The two of them debated for a while again before leaving the Earth Tiger Tavern and heading north of the town. Seeing the two of them out of the town, a boy who was following from afar had a twinkle in his eye and also turned towards the direction of the Earth Tiger walled compound. At this time, it was still early in the day, and the two of them moved extremely well, and in a short while they arrived at the halfway point of the branch. After Lu Li cleaned up a primary demon beast with a single punch, Wu De immediately exclaimed, "When did you kid become a 5th level?" He hadn't been probing Lu Li's cultivation, and this shocked him. "It's long since arrived," Lu Li said carelessly as he packed up the animal skins. "Is that so?" Wu De stared at the busy Lu Li, the essence in his eyes flashed, but in a split second he hid it again, thinking that when he had packed up Zhang Song, "I would pack up you by the way, I would like to see what secrets you have." The processing completed, the two set off again. Late at night at midnight, the two of them finally went over the main vein and came to the range of the branch vein on the side of White Sun Town. In a valley more than 20 miles near White Sun Town, Lu Li stopped and feigned a glance around. "This place is suitable for arranging treasures. I'll go here, the rest is up to you." "Here?" Wunder frowned. "This is still far away from Bai Ri Town. Can't we walk forward?" "No," Lu Li said with a straight face. "If we get too close to White Sun Town, if the other party escapes with injuries, we won't be able to stop him at all." "Okay." Wu De also stopped talking nonsense, looked around to make sure he had memorized the location and then flashed towards White Sun Town. Chapter 83 The Frenzied Zhang Song. Not long after Wu De left, 2 figures came whistling towards the valley. Even in the darkness also does not affect the 2 running speed, but more than 10 breaths will be snapped 2 successive landing in the center of the valley. The burly, bearded man took the lead and walked towards Lu Li. He went. Lu Li nodded. "Big brother Li, Elder Chu, do you have a way to collect your breath?" Chu Fankong said, "You can only suppress your realm. I'm afraid it won't work to completely astringe your breath." Saying that, he looked at Li Chenghu thoughtfully and said, "Bean goods. I remember that you got a couple of hidden breath talismans from the Wanbao Pavilion last time, didn't you?" Li Chenghu slapped his head. "I forgot if you didn't say it," he said and took out a few pieces of talisman paper and handed one to Chu Fankong and another to Lu Li and explained to Lu Li, "This is a high-grade hidden breath talisman. Inputting true qi can completely shield the divine sense probes of cultivators below the 9th level. As long as we don't show our faces, he won't be able to discover us. However, its efficacy is only for a quarter of an hour. We'll use it again when Zhang Song arrives." Hidden breath talisman? The light in Lu Li's eyes flashed and he hastily put it away. He had the hidden god jade. This hidden breath talisman wasn't really useful to him, but it was still good to use it to give away. It's been 2 years since he came out, and I don't know how Qingyang is doing in Qingyang Sect. Lu Li's first thought was Qingyang, thinking that it would be better to go back and take a look when this is over. The other side, in the dark corner outside the wall of Daylight Town, Wu De wore a hood and leaned his back against the wall and listened with his ears for a while, and then his footsteps gently landed at the end of a secluded path in the town. Holding up his cloak, he then made his way quickly through the dimly lit path with a sullen face. Not a moment too soon. He came outside the eastern courtyard wall of the White Sun walled city, took out a piece of yellow talisman paper and folded it into a triangle, then slowly injected his true qi, and instantly the talisman paper flashed with a spiritual light and then quickly hid down. He discreetly tucked the triangular talisman paper into his bosom before looking up at the towering courtyard wall, and then with a slight movement, he instantly rose off the ground and lightly landed behind a giant tree at the corner of the courtyard wall. After releasing his divine sense and sensing it for a while, he carefully stepped out from behind the tree. The layout of the daytime walled city was similar to that of the traveling dragon walled city, with the east side being where the higher-ups lived. At night, there was a guard standing on guard every few dozen feet on top of the broad paths outside these single courtyards to keep watch. Wuda carefully touched the northeast corner of the wall roots of that single courtyard. Through the night slowly moved forward to the broad road. At this time that broad road is standing on the side of a guard. Perhaps it was too late at night. The guard shook his body from time to time and looked like he was dozing off. Wunder had already reached behind the other party. But the man was completely unaware of it. Wuda suddenly covered the other party's mouth from behind. His other hand quickly pulled out a dagger against the other party's neck and said in a cold voice, "Don't scream, or else I'll kill you." With that, he dragged the guard into the darkness. The guard's eyes widened in horror as he felt the stinging pain in his neck. Wuda snorted lightly. "Tell me, where does Zhang Song live?" he said, slowly releasing the hand that covered the other's mouth, while the dagger pressed tightly against the other's neck. The guard's feet trembled as he pointed to the fence to Wunder's right. That's the building. This building." Wuda was shocked in his heart. His hand rose up and cut the guard's neck at the same time. His hands covered the guard's mouth to prevent him from making a sound, until the other party was completely motionless. Wuda then gently put the body on the ground. Staring at the courtyard wall, Wuda took a deep breath and leapt, landing lightly on top of the wall. He controlled his figure around the wall and tiptoed to the roof of the east side of the house. Because in the entire backyard, this was the only one that still had a faint glow. He carefully uncovered a black tile and looked down. Only a tiny red candle was still burning in the room, but he could not see half a human figure. And while he was wondering, he suddenly felt someone tapping his shoulder. He froze, instantly sweating. The next instant, with a bang, Wunder planted himself directly off the roof and landed inside the courtyard. He puked out a mouthful of blood, not waiting for him to get up. Above the roof of the room, a gray-clothed old man will be like a gangrene of the bones generally towards him attacked down. The old man flew swept on the way. A group of more than 3 feet in diameter of the giant fireball blasted smash to Wuda. Boom! There was an explosion, and the half-foot thick black stone floor was blown around by the fireball. Wuda rolled and crawled, narrowly dodging the fatal blow, and cursed with his mouth open. "Good grandson, is this how you greet your grandfather? Dog thing, old me has endured you for a long time. If I don't get you killed today, I won't be called evil Taoist." Zhang Song sniffed his eyes, wanting to spit out fire. His hands waved. A ball of fire connected into a string, whirring and roaring as it shot towards Wuda. "I'm going to you. Honor the old and love the young, understand." Between curses, the green triangular flag appeared in Wuda's hand and shouted, "You son of a don't know how to be courteous? Grandpa won't play with you anymore." Saying that, the small flag unfolded against the wind, and he instantly rose up in the air, while backhanding a few talismans and throwing them back. Zhang Song easily dodged the 3 talismans under the rolling and moving, and then took out a high-grade sprinting talisman and pasted it on his leg with a face full of flesh pain. "Old thing, if you can escape today, I'll be your grandson." Saying that, he chased after Wunder like a shooting star. Wuda was just out of the courtyard wall of the white sun-walled city, when he suddenly felt that Zhang Song had already come on top of his back. He could not help but let out a strange cry, and backhandedly threw back 2 more explosive charms. 2 thuds and explosions came, and Wunder fled without looking back. "You won't get away with it." The explosive talisman did not cause substantial damage to Zhang Song, and in a split second, he caught up again, and the same 2 explosive talismans smashed into Wuda's back. Bang bang. Wunder's back went numb, and he flung himself directly forward in an unsteady manner. "D." Seeing this, Zhang Song shouted harshly, and a string of giant fireballs wildly blasted over at Wuda on the ground without any money, obviously intending to get Wuda killed in one go. "Hey, it's a shame." Wuda knew that he couldn't avoid it. His eyes were full of reluctance. He suddenly summoned a piece of talisman paper engraved with brownish-yellow lines, and under the urging of his true chi, the talisman paper exploded, and even manifested a giant earth-yellow turtle shell. After a few rumbling explosions, the turtle shell slowly dissipated. As for Wuda, he had already taken this opportunity to dash forward for more than 10 feet. He knew that Zhang Song was serious this time, and didn't dare to play with fire anymore. Immediately summoned a sprinting talisman and pasted it on his foot, holding the small flag and sprinting towards the darkness in front of him. "You treasure quite a lot." A touch of greed flashed in Zhang Song's eyes. "But it's all destined to be mine today." As he spoke, he once again gave chase. The 2 just chased each other. Although Zhang Song was in a high realm and had a high-ranked sprinting talisman, Wu Da's small flag was not known to be some kind of treasure, and when used in conjunction with the middle-rank sprinting talisman, it was actually able to hold its own with Zhang Song. The only shortcoming was that Wu Da's little flag seemed to be extremely depleted of true qi, and it didn't take long for him to run before he became out of breath and his face turned pale. Zhang Song became more and more excited at the sight, and seeing that a high-grade sprinting talisman was exhausted, he didn't hesitate to take out another one and stick it on his leg. "Old thing, I'll see how much longer you can hold on to it." Chapter 84 Death of Zhang Song. Dawn. Outside the southern gate of Bai town, in the valley of the Reddish Branch, Lulu sat cross-legged under a redwood tree that was 7 or 8 feet in diameter, his brows slightly furrowed. Wonder hadn't come until now, so don't let anything happen. The current Lulu was no longer just killing Zhang Song to help avenge Li Shangyun and Lu Xinyu, because he suddenly thought of something. That is, Zhang Song used to be an alchemist as well, so it was not likely that he had an alchemy furnace with him. If this was really the case, not only would he be able to take revenge this time, but he would also be able to harvest a Dan furnace in one fell swoop, which could be considered the best of both worlds. Now everything was ready. All that was missing was for Wu Da to invite Zhang Song in. Coming. Chu Fankong, who had been keeping his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and said in a deep voice. Lu Li's face was delighted as he stood up with a mischievous look. "Big brother Li, senior, I'm troubling you." Li Chenghu and Chu Fankong glanced at each other and nodded, simultaneously leaping towards both sides. Lu Li, on the other hand, was running towards the back of the valley, towards the main vein, and the three of them formed a triangle and were hidden behind a giant tree respectively. Who? Suddenly, a breaking sound suddenly came from outside the valley. Lu Li raised his eyes, only to see a gray-robed silhouette wearing a cloak on his head was running wildly in his direction, under the flickering paws. He could see that the other party's feet were trembling, and if he looked closely, he could also find a large puddle of blood on the other party's chest. Obviously badly injured, Wu Da had just rushed in, followed closely by an old man with his hair in a loose bun. Lu Li recognized at a glance that the visitor was none other than Zhang Song, only that he didn't show up in a hurry. Wu Da ran wildly to a place 5 feet in front of Lu Li and could no longer hold on, shaking his body to a halt. "Run! Run again for the old man!" Zhang Song was also panting. His face full of black spots was bloodless, and he looked equally depleted, but at this moment, his eyes were full of light. Wu Da's heart thumped, staring at Zhang Song as he stepped backward step by step, while a pair of small eyes glanced around, shouting into the air in a small voice, "Winnie, Winnie, the old man is back. Old thing, playing God, take your life," Zhang Song said and was about to make his move. Wu Da was horrified and cursed Lu Li's ancestors in his heart, but he didn't want to wait for death and turned around to flee in fear. It wasn't until now that Lu Li slowly walked out from behind the tree. "Zhang Song, long time no see. Kid, you scared me to death." When Wu Da saw Lu Li come out, his heart was finally half put down. He said, "I'll leave it to you. I'll rest for a while," and then he sat down on the ground to recover. It actually looked like he trusted Lu Li very much. Of course, there was nothing he could do if he didn't believe it. If he didn't recover a bit, he wouldn't even have the strength to walk later. "Kid, you are?" Zhang Song was more than 10 feet away from Lu Li and stared at him with narrowed eyes. "Heh, looks like you've already forgotten." Lu Li shook his head. "But it doesn't matter. I'll help you remember in a while." Speaking of this, he snapped his palms a few times. "Get him!" As soon as the words fell, a sound of breaking air suddenly rang out from Zhang Song's left side, and a huge mass of gray stone carrying a monstrous might shot towards him. "How dare you!" Zhang Song was worthy of being a late 8th stage cultivator. His reflexes were quite possible, and he instantly swept backward by one zhang, narrowly dodging this fatal blow. But before he could get his footing, a ball of golden light poofed out and slammed into his shoulder. Instantly, Zhang Song's left arm was a bloody mess. "Fellow Taoist Hefong, have a word." Zhang Song's face suddenly changed. This forest was actually ambushed with experts, and he directly turned around and fled between words. "You can't escape." Chu Fankong flashed from Zhang Song's side, standing in front of him like a ghost, and between his raised hands, golden light appeared, and a palm slapped on top of Zhang Song's chest. Bang! Zhang Song exploded back several steps. Before he could stabilize his footsteps, another boulder behind him crashed on top of his back with a loud bang, and Zhang Song, like a leather ball, flopped forward again. D. Seeing this, Chu Fankong let out a stern cry, and a fierce light once again erupted from his palm, as he slapped his palm towards Zhang Song's heavenly aura. Zhang Song was horrified, instinctively slumped downward, while several talismans ran towards Chu Fankong, and regardless of the outcome, desperately ran out wildly to the right. There was a rumbling explosion that directly caused Chu Fan's air and blood to tumble. Zhang Song, who had escaped, was about to let out a sigh of relief when he suddenly realized that the soil under his feet was soft and half of his body had sunk in. "Kid, it's you." Zhang Song stared at Lulu, who stepped out from behind the tree trunk in front of him. The killing intent in his eyes was undisguised, and he was about to break free with a fierce force. "You can't get out." Accompanied by a thunderous explosive roar, Li Chenghu's true chi surged, and a huge ball of stone smashed onto Zhang Song's head with a loud bang. Zhang Song's eyes rolled white, directly being smashed dumb. The half of his body exposed outside the dirt shook. Slightly back to God, behind the Chu Fankong double fingers together, a golden light shot out, poof sound, his body shot through, even with the dantian are broken. By this moment, Zhang Song was considered truly finished. He couldn't figure out where these two people came from and why they were helping the kid in front of him. Seeing the other side of the dantian was abolished, Lulu also relieved. A few people are old geezer, decisive and ruthless between strikes. Look at Lulu's heart jumping. He approached slowly, looking at the breathless Zhang Song. "You should remember who I am, right?" Zhang Song half leaned forward, his voice hoarse and weak. "Old me, I was mistaken, I didn't expect. You could even make it this far, unwilling. Hee, yeah, I didn't expect it either." Lulu summoned a pitch-black axe and gestured at Zhang Song's neck. "Old man, I can't help but thank you. But unfortunately, my friend wants you dead very much." To be honest, if Zhang Song hadn't taken him captive to Qingyang in the first place, he might have really been a worldly mortal for the rest of his life. "Your friend." Zhang Song smiled to himself. "You mean that little doll? I remember him. Very naive." Lulu shook his head. "It's not just him. I think you should remember the Lu family of Qing Thunder City, right?" "The Lu family." Zhang Song seems to remember something. "It seems you have seen that girl child. She died without bringing you out. It seems that she likes you, black boy. The world of young people. The old man really do not understand, like it." Lulu was faintly in a bit of a trance. Then his expression was certain. "All right, talking so much nonsense to you is considered a way of thanking you for guiding me onto the path of immortality. Now, please, to the death." As soon as the words fell, Lulu slashed his axe diagonally. With a snort, Zhang Song's head rolled down. He picked up the head and with a thought, he put it into his storage bag. Li Chenghu and Chu Fankong, who had already retreated to the side, walked over at the sound of the voice. Li Chenghu looked at the headless body with half of its body stuck in the soil and said to Lulu, "Pack up. Let's go back." It looked like he wasn't prepared to ask for what Zhang Song had on him. Chapter 85, No Drunkenness. "Good." Lulu nodded and pulled Zhang Song's corpse up from the dirt, fumbling around a bit before finding a storage bag. Just about to open it to take a look, Wuda then ran over in a hurry. Old brother, you cannot forget your roots, ah. My old brother, I risked my life to lure him here. You? What do you want, old man?" Before Lulu could speak, Li Chenghu's figure had already stopped him. "I'm talking to my brother. What's in your way?" Wuda raised his eyebrows and looked at Li Chenghu, surprisingly speaking back. "Old thing, I think you're sick of living. Big brother Li, let him come over." Just then, Lulu spoke up. Li Chenghu glared at Wuda before he lowered his arm to let Wuda come over. Wuda glared at Li Chenghu unmercifully before running his ass over to Lulu. "It's still old brother who is righteous." Lulu shook the storage bag in his hand. "I haven't had a chance to look at what's in it yet. So how about I talk about a distribution method?" "What method?" "It's very simple. You can have all the earth milk essence inside. And everything except the earth milk essence belongs to me. What do you think?" "Yes." Wuda didn't even think about it and agreed, thinking, this Zhang Song obviously doesn't have any treasure. If he did, he would have taken it out long ago at the moment of life and death, and what he cares about is just the earth milk essence. "Cool." Lulu smiled at his words and took out the items inside one by one right in front of Wuda. 20 jade bottles, a danburator, 3 talismans, and some miscellaneous stuff. Lulu directly put away the Dan furnace and the 3 pieces of talisman paper, and then looked at the remaining jade bottles. "These are the ones? Let's see what's inside, shall we?" "No more." Wuda's face was full of astonishment as he grabbed the storage bag and examined it. A moment later his face was ugly to the extreme. "You, Didn't you say? There is a pool of earth milk essence. Lulu spread his hands. I said that pool of earth milk essence is missing. Who knows where he hid it? He said, looking at the jade bottle on the ground. Maybe inside. Wu De blew his beard and eyes, squatted down and started to check up. But the more he turned over, the more ugly his face. These 20 jade bottles checked to the end of the surprisingly all-condensed jindan. He sat down on the ground with his buttocks, full of loss, and said, Take it all away. Lulu waved his hand and a bunch of jade bottles immediately disappeared. Seeing the other party's forlorn face again, he felt a little heartbroken. So he took out another jade bottle. Wu De thought this kid heart is not too bad, no to leave a bottle for the old man. It seems that in the future cannot be too pitched him, thinking of reaching out to pick up. Whoops. Instead, Lulu peeled off the cork and carefully poured a capsule into Wu De's hand. Then, pulling his legs, he ran. Old thing, angry UA. Wu De instantly turned blue. A hand will be in the hands of the condensation of real pills fell to the ground. Rushed Lulu back, loudly growled. Ah, small, you had better not alone for me to meet, or the old man to get killed, you gasping me also. This kid. Li Qinghu, two people directly by this scene, was dumbfounded. Thinking how in the world can there be such a cheap people? Of course, they were unaware of Lulu and Wu De's feud. If they knew, they wouldn't think so. Because Wu De was even more pitiful than Lulu. At noon the next day, Lulu once again returned to the Earth Tiger Town, and after glancing back at the Crimson Mountain Range behind him, Lulu had a feeling of relief. This trip to the Thunderfire Mountain Range was considered a good harvest. Not only did he gather all the materials for the acupuncture point pill, but he also killed Zhang Song and obtained the furnace. Older brother, how about it? Can you join our Earth Tiger Village now? On the streets of the town, Li Chenghu said to Lulu while walking. Lulu nodded. Of course, thanks to the help of Big Brother Li and Elder Chu, I was able to kill Zhang Song to avenge his death. Wouldn't it be chilling if I were to excuse myself again? Ha ha ha. Old brother is interesting enough. Li Chenghu sniffed and directly put his hand on Lulu's shoulder. I'm very happy that you can say this, old brother, but this is something you shouldn't take too much to heart. In fact, I've long wanted to clean up that group of tortoise sons from the White Sun Walled City, and I've got to thank you for that. Now, that's being candid. Lulu was really somewhat admiring Li Chenghu. Three people while walking and discussing, Li Chenghu originally wanted to set up another hall led by Lulu, but Lulu insisted that his cultivation is not enough, excuses to shirk, and finally Li Chenghu could not argue, so he made him a deputy head of the hall. Lulu was not being pretentious in doing so, but he had other things to do and could not possibly stay in the Earth Tiger Walled City for the rest of his life. The so-called deputy hall master was just a name, and it did not affect the operation of the Earth Tiger Walled City. It would be different if he really became a hall master in the future. He would still have to take care of the Earth Tiger Walled City all the time, which would be extremely unfavorable to his cultivation. Chu Fankong understood Lulu's idea as soon as he heard it, but there was only a sigh in his heart. He understood that a place like the Earth Tiger Walled City was only suitable for the kind of young people who couldn't see any hope, or old people like them who couldn't see any hope in this life. If he forcefully stuffed the Earth Tiger Cottage into the other party, it would only be a detriment to him. But can let the other party recognize the Ground Tiger Cottage? He felt that it is also worth it if one day this kid really break out of the Hall of Fame. Say out is also their Ground Tiger Cottage go out of the people, perhaps the Ground Tiger Cottage can also be stained on the light. Thinking of this, he took 2 steps forward and walked side by side with the two of them, and said to Lulu with a smile, Old brother Qin, heaven and earth are very big, but Bihu Yuan will always be your home. Old brother hopes that no matter how far you go in the future, you won't forget this home. Lulu was stunned, and immediately realized that the other party had already seen his thoughts, and said seriously, Don't worry, old brother. At the end of the world, I won't forget about Bihu Yuan. That's good. That's good. Even though old me doesn't like to drink, I must accompany old brother Qin tonight without getting drunk. Li Chenghu was wondering how the two looked as if they were going to part for life and death. But when he suddenly heard that they were going to drink, he immediately threw the idea out of the window. Yes, 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 don't get drunk and don't return. Lulu also laughed at his words. Good. Although I don't like drinking either, but I'm happy today, so there's no harm in making an exception. Saying that, he seemed to have remembered something and pulled the two to one side, somewhat apologizing. Two old brothers? I'm really sorry, actually. Qin Shorin is the name of one of my deceased brothers. I lied to you guys before. My real name, Lulu. Lulu. The two looked at each other, then laughed out loud. You'll have to be punished with 3 cups first tonight. Admit the punishment. Admit the punishment. Lulu saw that the two did not have the slightest intention of pursuing the matter, and the shadow in his heart dissipated. Feels so good to be yourself. Back to Falling Tiger Cottage. Li Chenghu immediately gathered all the disciples and announced loudly, "All of you listen to me from now on. Brother Lulu is the vice hall master of our Earth Tiger walled city. When you see him, it's as if you've seen this boss. All of you have to be honest and obedient, remember. Deputy Hall Master. Deputy Hall Master." As soon as the words fell, the crowd immediately raised their voices in unison. The people here had seen Lulu on his way to the Dragon Village, and the crowd was convinced of this young man who had intruded into the Dragon Village alone to save Lei Xiaoman. Good. Li Chenghu was satisfied with the situation. "I've decided that we'll hold a bonfire reception in this square tonight to celebrate Brother Lulu's becoming the Deputy Hall Master of my Earth Tiger walled city. So everyone prepare the firewood and wine right away. Let's not get drunk." Good, good, good. The crowd cheered and went off to get ready with gusto. Chapter 86 Key to the Sword God's Tomb. Evening. Above the square of Earth Tiger walled city, 3 blazing fires shot straight up into the sky, illuminating the entire square. More than 100 people sat on the ground around the campfire, laughing and cursing, paddling sound. All kinds of sounds were mixed together, so lively. Lulu and Li Chenghu sat around a bonfire in the center. In front of each of them there were several wine altars and plates of small dishes for drinking. The firelight reflected Lulu's face red, and under the laughter, it was as if he had returned to the harvest season of Dashi Village. Every year at harvest time, the villagers of Dashi Village sit around a bonfire on the village's field and dam, where the adults drink and chat often, while the children laugh and play games. Mud Monkey. What did you throw on my back? So stinky. Qin Shorin, who was desperately running, suddenly turned around to look at Lulu. Ha ha ha. It's, ha ha ha. Huh? See if I don't beat you to death. Lulu seemed to see Qin Shorin waving his fists and rushing towards him. He smiled, and 2 lines of clear tears came out of his eyes. "Brother Lulu, what's wrong with you?" The young girl in the jacket next to him raised her head to look at Lulu and asked in a soft voice. "Ah, no, it's fine." Lulu wiped his face in a panic. "You, thinking of something sad?" Lei Xiaoman looked at Lulu in a daze. "Are you thinking of your mother?" "I get sad when I think of my mother," Lei Xiaoman said, pulling out a light blue embroidered handkerchief and handing it to Lulu. "Here, just remembering some past events." Lulu took the handkerchief and wiped it off, handing it back. "Thanks." Lei Xiaoman shook her head and smiled sweetly. "It's for you." Lulu looked at the other party's smile and was slightly stunned as he nodded and put it away. Next to them, Li Chenghu and Lei Ming, both holding the altar, have been drunk. The 2 hooked shoulders staggering, intermittently do not know what to mutter. Chu Fankong was still awake, but seeing Lulu and Lei Xiaoman sitting together, he didn't come over to disturb them. Lulu said sorry to Lei Xiaoman. Then he moved to Chu Fankong's side, lifted his wine bowl and said, "Older brother, I'll toast you." Good dry. Chu Fankong also seemed to have evoked something on his mind. His eyes were mesmerized as he drank it all in one go. Lulu forced himself to endure the discomfort and smothered his nose as he drank a mouthful. Then, without any regard for image, he directly put his hand into the dish and grabbed a handful of gazpacho and stuffed it into his mouth, trying to use it to cover up the discomfort in his mouth. "Older brother, don't force yourself in everything. Have as much as you can, drink as much as you can." Chu Fankong sighed. What the old man said. "Well, you are a smart person, much smarter than old brother me. But old brother, I still have to instruct you a few words. When you go out, low profile is the best. The fight for face is meaningless, ah." Saying that, he fished out a grayish square jade tablet from his bosom and gave it a reluctant glance, handing it to Lulu. "I'm old and don't want to go on any more adventures, so this thing, just give it to you. If you have the heart, you can go and take a look." A small sword was carved on the front of that jade plate, and the word desolate was carved on the reverse side. Lulu was stunned. "This is?" Chu Fankong sighed and said, "I've heard that this is the key to the Sword God's tomb. There are 8 pieces in total, and each piece is engraved with one of the 8 words inside the words heaven and earth, the universe and the flood. The Sword God's tomb appears once every 50 years, and it requires all 8 pieces to come together in order to open the tomb door to obtain the Sword God's inheritance. I was still young and my cultivation was low when I first obtained it, so I didn't dare to go to the Sword God's tomb the last time it appeared. Nowadays, although I have some cultivation, I have lost the heart to fight for supremacy.
Pity. Lamentable a.
The tomb of the sword god. Sounds awesome. Huh? Lulu hastily accepted the jade tablet. Old brother treats me so well. If I really manage to obtain the inheritance from inside in the future, I will definitely not forget old brother. Hey, good, good. Chu Fankong nodded in relief and said as he drank another bowl to himself. Calculating the time, the next time the sword god's tomb will appear should be 10 years from now, and judging from your current growth rate, you still have some chances. However, old brother still has that saying, don't force yourself in everything. Otherwise, I'm kind of doing you a disservice. Lulu nodded and said seriously, I'll remember. Cautiously storing the jade token in the space temple, Lulu inquired some more information about the sword god's tomb. But unfortunately, Chu Fankong didn't know much about the sword god's tomb. It was only known that the sword god's tomb would appear in the Cloud State's 10,000 Swords Valley every 50 years, each time lasting for 3 months, and then disappearing again after 3 months. Then there was the legend that in the sword god's tomb there was a heaven-defying sword Dao inheritance, which could open mountains and break the sea, which sounded very impressive, but it was all just a rumor spreading a rumor. Chu Fankong even thought that this was a deliberate trick to attract key holders to open the secret realm. When Chu Fankong got this key 40 years ago, at that time he was only 25 years old, his cultivation was practicing Qi 3 times. Because his cultivation was too low, prudent, he just looked at the sword god tomb from a distance and left. The idea was to wait for the next 50 years and try again. But now, he didn't have that courage. The older a person gets, the more afraid of death he is. He only wanted to make steady progress in the Earth Tiger walled city, or perhaps just spend the rest of his life in peace. By now, there was a large drunken mass in the square. Even the few who were awake had reddened cheeks. Lulu shook his head, and after chatting with Chu Fankong for a while longer, he stood up and prepared to go back to Bihu Yuan. Seeing this, Lei Xiaoman also hurriedly stood up and walked towards Lulu. Big brother Lu, are you going back to rest? Well, it's too late for me to sleep on the square. Oh, Lei Xiaoman was torn for a while, and finally gathered enough courage to take down a storage bag from her waist and handed it to Lulu, saying expectantly, Big brother Lu, you said that you would protect me if I gave you 10,000 condensed jindan. Take a look. Ha! Lulu stared at Lei Xiaoman oddly. At first he was just casually fooling around, but he didn't expect the other party to take it seriously. He shook his head with a smile and said, Little girl, I'm just kidding you. Where did you get so many condensed jindan from? I borrowed it from Uncle Li. Borrowed. Lulu's eyes glared and he pushed it back directly. Give it back quickly. I'm just talking to you for fun, and you're taking it seriously. Talking about having fun. Lei Xiaoman's smile instantly disappeared. Her hands clasped her storage bag full of loss, and she said, I see. Without waiting for Lulu to speak, she suddenly turned around and ran away. She ran all the way home before crouching in the yard and bawling her eyes out. Lulu did not drink a few bowls of wine, but he also felt a little dizzy. Seeing Lei Xiaoman leave, did not think much about it, and went straight back to Bihu Yuan. Xiao he was still guarding the entrance of the courtyard, and when she saw Lulu come back, she immediately jogged over to help him. Sir, did you drink a lot of wine? Why are you staggering when you walk? Yes. Lulu froze, thinking that he didn't feel anything. Xiao he snorted. Is there more? You can slow down, Gongzi, you'll hit the wall later. Chapter 87 Visiting Shui Yun Town again. Back in his room, the groggy Lulu fell back to sleep. What he didn't know was that he was already being remembered. In the hall of the big martial arts center of Yulangjai, the black-robed old man with only skin and bones left leaned on the back of the eunuch chair, looked at the shivering Zhang Dao kneeling on the ground, and said faintly, Look at you, you still haven't found out the origin of that person? My lord, forgive me, that Qin Shorin seems to have appeared out of nowhere. I secretly checked the entire Yulong town, but no one knows about him. I suspect that he isn't even a casual cultivator in Yulong town. Zhang Dao buried his head deeply. The piercing coldness made his teeth and jaw bones chatter. Hey, what a loser! The black-robed old man slowly stood up and lifted his steps outward, and the motionless Zhang Yu beside him followed mechanically. Zhang Dao was about to secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, the black-robed old man stopped beside him. He formed a palm with one hand and pressed downwards. Bang! A large flurry of ink black ice needles instantly shot Zhang Dao's head into mush. With that, his palm turned, and strands of blood qi flowed upwards, melting into his body along his fleshless palm. In just a few breaths, Zhang Dao's body turned into a dry corpse. From the beginning to the end, Zhang Yu next to him did not have the slightest expression or movement. Isn't it someone from Yulong Town? The old man muttered, reached out his hand. A party of bronze coffins quickly enlarged in his palm, and then slowly landed in the center of the hall. He faintly said, "Go in." Just as the voice fell, Zhang Yu next to him even took the initiative to walk over, sliding the coffin lid open a crack and laying in. The black-robed old man made a move in the air, and the coffin directly disappeared into thin air as he murmured, "Kid, if you dare to destroy the old man's spirit corpse, no one in this world can save you." And then his figure flashed, like a meteor rushing into the vast night. The next day, Lulu, with one hand behind his back, stood on the stone bridge in the center of the Bai Lake and looked at the distance in a daze. Behind him, Xiao He, who was all in turquoise, clasped her hands in front of her body and quietly looked at Lulu's back. For a long time, Lulu turned back and asked, "Do you have a spiritual root?" Xiao He shook her head. "Big Boss gave me the Spirit Awakening pill and said that I don't possess immortal destiny." Lulu nodded and took out a bunch of silver tickets from his storage space and handed it to Xiao He. "Take it, save it and spend it. These silver tickets should be enough for you." The other party didn't have an immortal fate, so even if Lulu wanted to give the other party a hand, there was nothing he could do. "Gongzi, you are..." Xiao He shook his head and didn't pick it up. "Take it." Lulu directly pulled over the other party's small hand and stuffed the silver ticket into it. "I'm going to leave. It's not certain whether I'll come back or not. This courtyard is good. If you want to live there, you can live there. If you are not used to it, you can leave on your own." After saying that, he shook his head and turned towards the direction of the outer courtyard. "My lord, I'll wait for you to come back." Xiao He stood on the stone bridge staring blankly at Lulu's back and shouted in a trembling voice. Lulu did not look back. First found Chu Fankong, explained his intention to go. Chu Fankong did not stay, just urged him to be careful outside and come back to visit when he had time. Lulu nodded his head and replied he wanted to say goodbye to Li Chenghu, but on second thought, he decided not to do so, and asked Chu Fankong to wait until he left before telling Li Chenghu. As for Lei Ming's side, Lulu didn't go there either. Out of the ground Tiger Fortress, Lulu came to the treasure hall to buy some talismans. Most of the talismans here are primary, intermediate talismans are very few, but see as Lulu want also did not keep 2 or 3 condensed Trudan, a total of more than 100 all to Lulu. Lulu counted, there were 35 sprinting talismans, 50 bursting talismans, 10 ground trapping talismans, and 15 flame bombs. The highest middle-ranked talisman could only inflict damage on the 6th level of Qi practicing, and if it was above the 6th level it could only make it lousy, and it didn't have much effect. But it can't help the quantity. If this handful is thrown out together, the effect will be different again. Approaching midday, Lulu rode a black horse out of the town through the west gate, then followed the foot of the branching mountains to the north. Lulu's purpose of this trip was Qingyang Mountain in Liangzhou, the same Taoist temple where Zhang Song had caught them to test the medicine in the first place. There's an earth fire there that can be used for alchemy. Stay until late afternoon. Lulu finally walked from the south of the mountain to the north, and an inconspicuous town surfaced. Outside the southern gate of the town, Lulu stopped. Suetsuan Town. It's really something. Lulu looked up at the simple door sign supported by a wooden frame. His eyes flickered for a moment, and he drove his horse inside. There were only 2 main roads in Shuiyun Town, spread in a cross shape. Lulu was walking on the street from south to north at the moment, and the houses on both sides were also very shabby, and compared to the Earth Tiger Town it was like a bustling metropolis compared to a mountainous village. Not much farther, the store on Lulu's right turned into a wall, and a little further the courtyard gate surfaced. Looking at the 3 big black words "Water Cloud Walled City" on the courtyard gate, Lulu frowned, then rolled over and dismounted. At this time, the courtyard door was closed. Lulu stared at the door for a while before he went up and knocked on the door. Doo-doo, doo-doo, doo-doo. It took 7 or 8 consecutive knocks before the sound of running footsteps came from the yard. Who the? The door of the courtyard opened with a loud bang, and a big man with a bare chest was grabbed by Lulu in the middle of his speech, and with a fierce push of his fingers, the blood on the big man's neck spilled out wildly. The big man didn't perish. His eyes opened round, and he begged for mercy with fear and difficulty. Seniors, spare your life." Lulu glanced at the houses at the back of the courtyard and faintly asked, "Where's Sushan?" It was too quiet here, and there didn't seem to be anyone else except for this strong man, which made Lulu a bit puzzled. Big Boss went out," the strong man said with difficulty. "Where did it go?" I don't know, it should be, according to the usual practice, it should be headed west to hijack the road. Hijacking. Just fight. Rob the passing casual cultivators and the small cultivators of the Qingyang Sect. Hee, you're really doing the job of a mountain bandit. Lulu smiled faintly, and then with a fierce force, the big man instantly lost his breath and collapsed with a snap. Lulu didn't even look at it and walked straight towards the house in front of him. After searching a bit, found that there is nothing valuable. There are a few servants here and there, but they are all just mortals. Lulu whisked all of these servants out of the cottage, and then a fire set the cottage on fire. The servants blanched and looked at the scene in horror, thinking that this was the end of the line, and that the big boss would have to take their lives when he returned. Lulu glanced at a few servants. All of you get the hell away from me. If anyone dares to put out the fire, I'll kill him. Saying that, he violently pressed his aura towards the crowd, and several servants immediately ran away in fear. Lulu looked at a few people's appearance and stroked his chin in satisfaction. Going west? It's just along the way. I don't know how strong that Sushan is. Should we kill him? Within a short time, Lulu had arrived outside the west gate of Shuiyun town, and while walking, he was absently pondering. Chapter 88 Fatty, long time no see. The southern part of the cool state. 100 miles outside of Green Thunder City, there was a pale jungle that stretched for more than 10 miles, called the Sheltering Sun Forest. The forest was full of ancient trees and overgrown. Even in the middle of the day, it looked very gloomy. Inside the Sheltering Sun Forest, there was a 10-foot wide dirt road that could be traveled by carriages and horses, and it was the main passageway connecting Green Thunder City and the Thunderfire mountain range. Usually people from the direction of Green Thunder City would choose to take this road when traveling to the Thunderfire mountain range, as it was the closest road, and although it was a bit shadier, it was still fairly flat. It was early in the morning. Misty white fog filled the entire sheltering forest, and a rustling through the bushes next to the dirt road in the forest resounded as a large, bare-chested man traveled quickly through the forest. Not long after, the big man ran to the center of a group of people who were all dressed similarly to him, and said urgently to a middle-aged man who was cultivating on his knees, "Big boss, a carriage has come. My subordinate can't see through the cultivation of the person who drove the carriage, but it shouldn't be as strong as you." The middle-aged man who was cultivating was none other than Su Shan of the water cloud-walled city, and upon hearing this, he opened his eyes and asked, "A casual cultivator or a member of the Qingyang Sect?" "It's from the Qingyang Sect. I saw him wearing a badge on his chest." "Very well, after waiting for so many days, I finally caught a scumbag from the Qingyang Sect for me. Wait for the hand to be steady. I'll slowly torture him to death." When he thought of his resources being snatched away by that Qingyang Sect brat 2 years ago, Su Shan couldn't suppress the hatred in his heart. It was also because of the lack of resources that they fell into the category of mountain bandits who robbed the roads. Yes, big boss. Around Su Shan, a dozen strong men had cruel smiles on their faces. Not much longer. Su Shan's eyes stared as he said in a deep voice, "It's coming." A dozen strong men immediately surged out from the forest at the word, blocking the middle of the dirt road in a human wall stance. Su Shan, on the other hand, stood up and watched the scene from afar, not rushing to show himself. What his men reported was only the cultivation of the person driving the car, in case there was an old monster sitting inside the car. Then wasn't he looking for death by jumping out? Suddenly, Su Shan's ears twitched, and his gaze looked down towards the lower right side of the road. A dark carriage was speeding along. The carriage flew around. The carriage was frivolous, and it didn't look like there was anyone sitting inside. The man who drove the car was the one who made him slightly surprised. The strong and powerful body was almost the same compared to him, and even to say that the muscles that were full of explosive power at a glance could not even be compared to him. If Lulu was here, he would have recognized that this person was Chun Zhong at a glance. The carriage sped on, and Chun Zhong seemed to have fallen asleep. Just then, "Stop the car! Stop! Get out of the way! Stop! Get out of the way! I can't brake!" Panicked roars, angry curses, and Chun Zhong's shrieks mixed together. The carriage unexpectedly crashed directly through the wall of people, sending 4 or 5 Shuiyun Jaihans flying. "Get him!" Seeing the carriage stop, a group of strong men waved their fists and rushed towards Chun Zhong. Chun Zhong still didn't know what had happened. Thinking that he was wrong, he dodged and apologized. Don't hit me. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it." However, the crowd didn't listen at all. Seeing that Chun Zhong didn't fight back, one by one, they hit harder and harder. Their fists thumped and thumped on Chun Zhong. Bang! Suddenly, a fist smashed into the bridge of Chun Zhong's nose, shaking him a few times. You guys! Chun Zhong was enraged as he grabbed a fist that was coming at him again and twisted it with force. Click, that arm was directly twisted into a twist. Then he raised his foot and kicked the man in the armpit, and with a snort, blood flew, and an arm was actually ripped off by him. Ah! The man's face turned white with pain, covering his arm and rolling up on the ground in agony. The rest of the people gulped and involuntarily took a step back. Chun Zhong looked at the broken arm in his hand, scratched his head, and handed the broken arm to the Han on the ground. I didn't do it on purpose. Do you still want it? Devil, you're the devil. The man rolled and screamed as he frantically backed away. Those 5 big men who were knocked away only got up from the ground at that moment, and they also took a few steps back. Waste! A furious curse resounded in the forest as Su Shan flashed out, and between his raised hands, a boulder transformed from a ball of true qi smashed towards Chun Zhong's face. Chun Zhong did not even think that the other side will be on their own. See the boulder smash to their own. Cannot avoid his pupils suddenly shrunk. Panic under the boom of a fist to meet the boulder hammered over. Bang! With a bang, the boulder burst open, turning into a strong wind that whistled in all directions. But before he could be happy, another boulder came one after another. Chun Zhong, who was unable to react in time, was directly smashed by the second boulder and flew backwards for more than 2 feet, spitting out a mouthful of blood with a wow. Kid, blame it on the fact that you're a disciple of the Qingyang Sect. As soon as Chun Zhong landed, Su Shan jumped up and lifted his hand. Another boulder whistled out, looking like he didn't intend to torture Chun Zhong, wanting to take his life with one blow. The boulder zoomed rapidly in Chun Zhong's eyes, and he felt that he might not live to see his next breath. How dare you! Right at this moment, a residual shadow accompanied by a cold and furious curse resounded in Chun Zhong's ears. Boom! In the next breath, the boulder burst. Immediately after that, several talismans shot out towards Su Shan. Rumbling rounds of explosions, Su Shan was directly blown apart. His mind rumbled, instinctively telling him that he should flee immediately. He shook his head for a moment, then quickly turned and leapt. Didn't leap up. He heard a shake the mountain ring out above his head, and then felt his head being smashed by a second hammer. Poof! Heads blossomed and blood splattered everywhere. The big boss is dead. There was a shriek from somewhere, and a group of men scattered in all directions. It's too late to leave, don't you think? The inky green figure flew behind one of them like streams of light, and with a poof, his fist pierced through his chest from the back. Without stopping, as it were, the 15 strong men of Water Cloud Walled Village who ran the furthest were only able to run out 100 feet before being caught up by the teenager, and in the midst of their frantic pleas for mercy, they smashed the other party's brain with a single punch. Chun Zhong was still collapsed on the ground, looking at this scene with a face full of unbelief. This man, is he really his boss? This is too raw. Lulu dragged the corpses together, backhanded a black streamer into the land in the center of the corpses, and without looking at it, walked towards Chun Zhong, extended his hand, and grinned. Fatty, long time no see. Chun Zhong rubbed his eyes, and after determining that this person was Lulu, he stretched out his broad palm and hitched it up, utilizing the force to rise up and embrace Lulu tightly. Boss, it's really you, I've wanted to die. In his excitement, he choked on his words. Ahem. Come on, you're trying to strangle me. Lulu broke away and hooked his shoulders and asked, Why did you run here? Chapter 89 Green Thunder City Worship. Qingyang Sect. Can't stay any longer. Chun Zhong scratched his head in some depression and said, Boss, when you left, didn't you ask me to spread the word about that Chu Qingfeng being taken over? I secretly wrote this on a note and secretly sprinkled it all over Qingyang Sect. At that time, it did attract the attention of the senior management of the Qingyang Sect. The Hall of Elders combined with the Hall of Penalties to interrogate Chu Qingfeng. But instead of finding out anything, the second elder also felt that Chu Qingfeng's talent is not bad, and accepted him as a registered disciple. I was afraid of being exposed, and I didn't dare to throw the note again, thinking that I would wait for you to come back, boss, before deciding how to deal with this. After listening to Chun Zhong's narration, Lulu sort of understood what had happened to Qingyang Sect in the past 2 years. Original. That Qinfeng did not know what method to deceive the interrogation not to mention, but also picked up a bargain to become the second elder Yutong's registered disciple. Now the cultivation level is even reached a horrible Qi cultivation 8, a sharpness directly over the double spirit root Ling Xiaoyun, known as the first genius of the Qingyang Sect. this actually didn't affect Chen Zhong very much. However, just a month ago, Qin Feng suddenly revealed the news that Lulu had killed a fellow disciple and possessed an evil weapon, causing the sect to shake. The Hall of Elders directly announced the abolition of Lulu's status as a disciple of the Qingyang Sect and issued a bounty for Lulu to return to the sect for trial. Ling Xiaoyun found her master, Fang Buwei, and tried to plead for Lulu's favor, but unexpectedly she was punished to the back of the mountain for a year. After hearing these news, Chen Zhong had a great feeling that Qingyang Sect was not safe anymore, and his relationship with Lulu could be known as soon as someone with a good heart checked. So he spent the night poking around to find out where Lulu had gone, and finally learned from Lu Feng of the Foreign Affairs Hall that Lulu had received a number of missions. These tasks are available in all places. Chen Zhong was momentarily confused, and could not care less about thinking, decided to escape first. When he came out, he traveled aimlessly south. After walking for a few days, Chen Zhong suddenly remembered that Ling Xiaoyun had heard that she had come back from the Thunderfire Mountain range, so she rushed this way with the idea of trying her luck. I didn't expect to run into Lulu. It had to be said that both of them were extremely lucky. Otherwise, even if Lulu was really in the Thunderfire Mountain range, Chen Zhong wouldn't have been able to find him so easily, because trying to find someone in the thousands of miles of the Thunderfire Mountain range was no different than finding a needle in a haystack. Lulu immediately frowned after hearing this. He didn't expect that after not seeing him for 2 years, that Qin Feng had reached the 8th level of qi practicing, and had even shaken himself out. This is going to be a real pain in the ass. Boss, where are we going now? After taking a breather, Chen Zhong asked Lulu. Lulu pondered for a while and said, the person that the Qingyang Sect is looking for is me. It doesn't have much to do with you. You'll be in trouble instead if you join me. It's better this way. I'll repair a letter and you take it with you to the Earth Tiger Walled City in the southern part of the Thunderfire Mountain range. And when you get there, someone will naturally arrange for you. It wasn't that he didn't want to bring Chen Zhong along, but he couldn't if he was alone. Even if he was approached by the people of the Qingyang Sect, he could escape without any fear. If Chen Zhong was with him, then it would be troublesome. It can't be that you think I'm pulling my leg because my strength is too low, right? Chen Zhong didn't seem to be stupid, staring at Lulu slyly. Why? I'm doing it for your safety. The people of Earth Tiger Wall are very good, and I'm relieved to have you there. All right. Chen Zhong agreed with some loss, not realizing that this was just a meeting, and that they would have to part again. Lulu thought for a moment and took out the blistering wind steps from inside his storage bag, and took out another storage bag containing some condensed truth dawn, and handed it to Chen Zhong together. Here are 9,000 condensed truth dawn, and a very good body technique, so take it and cultivate it properly. Chen Zhong was a 5 elements plus wind and thunder spiritual root, and this blistering wind step could also be cultivated. 9,000! Chen Zhong exclaimed in shock and shook his head again. Boss, I'll take the stance. You'd better keep the concentration pill for yourself. Cut the crap. Lulu slapped the storage bag into Chen Zhong's hand. Still not a brother anymore. All right, then I'll take it, and when I've finished my cultivation, I'll help you beat up those old assholes from the Qingyang Sect. Good. Lulu nodded and said with a smile. Go on. Be careful on the road. Only after seeing Chen Zhong leave did Lulu retrieve the Blood Soul Streamer, and incidentally Su Shan's storage bag as well. At this time, the Blood Soul Streamer was a lot stronger than before, and it was estimated that shocking a 6th gravity cultivator would not be a problem at all. Hey, it's not a good time to meet. Lulu turned back to look at the direction Chen Zhong left in, and let out a sigh of emotion as he mounted his big black horse and headed towards Green Thunder City. Late afternoon. Green Thunder City. East Side. The old Willow House. Borrowing the lights shot down from the Tong Wang restaurant, across from the Lu Mansion. One could see a black horse standing quietly outside the gate, the black horse burying its head and snorting, and not knowing where the owner had gone. Inside the mansion, on the square, a pale head was placed in front of Lu Sinew's tombstone. Lulu lowered his head, quietly looking at the stone monument in front of him, and muttered, Senior sister, the revenge you wanted to avenge, senior brother has avenged it for you. Rest in peace. After that, he bowed and turned to leave. After leaving the Lu Mansion, Lulu saw that it was getting late and decided to rest for the night before setting off, and saw that the lights were still on in the restaurant across the street, so he brought his horse over. Today, the business of Tongwang Tavern seems to be not so good. A waiter is sitting behind the main door and fuming. When he sees Lulu walking over with his horse, the sharp-eyed man rushes to welcome him and warmly greets him with, Guest, staying in the hotel? Lulu nodded. Help me settle this horse down. Okay. Xiao Er immediately came over to lead the horse to the stables. Only when the junior returned did Lulu follow the junior into the house. Lulu looked around and realized that although the lights were on inside, there was no one there, so he couldn't help but ask curiously, "There are no guests? What are you doing lighting so many lights?" Xiao Er smiled awkwardly at his words. "Guests do not know since the Lu house tragedy, our street is almost nothing, especially at night. That is even more cold and clear to the extreme. I'm a person who is timid, so I ordered more lights." "So it is." Lulu nodded. "Are you alone in this inn?" Junior replied, "Well, originally our Tongwang Tavern business was one of the best in Qinglei City, but after that incident it gradually fell out of favor, and the entire inn was left with just me as a junior, and even the boss went back to the countryside. But it's almost time. I heard the news from the boss that someone has already taken over this old Lu family mansion, and it will be demolished in a matter of days. And by then the boss will be back, and our business at the Tongwang Tavern will be better." "Dismantle." Lulu frowned. "Who took over?" Xiao Er shook his head. I am not sure. Generally, the purchase and sale of houses is a matter for the city lord's mansion. How? You want to buy it too? Buy it." Lulu's eyes flickered. "Let's get me a room first and later on, make a few small dishes and send them to my room." "Okay, Lu. Guest, follow me. I first take you to the room." Chapter 90, Entering the City Lord's Mansion at Night. On the third floor, the second wanted to let Lulu live in a row of rooms behind the house, but Lulu insisted on living in a row on the street. The second could not persuade but had to rely on Lulu. "I thought that this person does not know whether it is bold or tiger, even dared to live with hundreds of ghosts of the Lu house side." Helping Lu leave the room, the second went to work. Lulu was alone on the window, looking through the window at the stone monument on the Lu family square. Surprisingly, someone has bought this mansion. It seems one still has to do something about it. Not long ago, the second brought some rice. Some apologized and said, "Guest, recently business is not good. The food is limited, you will eat, really sorry." Lulu nodded and casually threw out a silver ingot. "Take it. Don't bother me if there's nothing else." Xiao Er's eyes instantly glowed when he saw the silver ingot. "Got it, master." After eating briefly, Lulu stepped on the window and rushed down the long street with a leap, quickly disappearing into the darkness. City Lord's Mansion. The night is not too deep. The city master's mansion within a side hall is still lighted. The city master Wang Chitai and a big belly fat man is laughing and talking. From time to time a burst of laughter. Wang Chitai does not know the specific origin of the other party, only know that the other party's surname is Mo, and it is quite generous. The two were precisely discussing the matter of the old Lu residence. This Mr. Mo was willing to buy the Lu mansion with 1,000,000 taels of silver. This was really a pie-in-the-sky thing for him. This kind of place, not to mention 1,000,000 taels of silver, even if you give it away, no one may be willing to take it over. The two men sat side by side at the temple, only separated by a coffee table in the middle. Wang Chitai lying on the coffee table writing something. Not long after, will be written all over the paper handed to Boss Missouri, full of smiles. "Mr. Mo, look at, this contract can still be satisfied?" Mr. Mo twisted it up and casually glanced at it, then laughed out loud. "Lord City Lord is quick. It's settled." Saying that, he reached out and waved his hand. 3 large mouth boxes appeared out of thin air in the center of the hall. 3,000,000 silver. Lord City Lord pointed. Surprisingly, they are cultivators. Wang Chitai's face also changed abruptly, looking terrified, waving his hands repeatedly. No need to order. He was just a mere mortal. How could he dare to question the immortal master? Ha ha ha, good. Satisfied, Mr. Mo put that contract away and stood up with a big smile before leaving. Phew. Suddenly, a thin piece of paper came blazing through the door of the palace. The paper seemed to be able to cut through steel under the high-speed rotation, and it was about to slice through Mr. Mo's neck in the blink of an eye. Good guts! Mr. Mo's pupils shrunk, his obese body steeply deflected, and although he barely managed to avoid the fatal blow, the paper still cut a bloody mark on his neck. A few continued forward until a click chopped the armrests of the large chair in the main seat directly north in two, and only then did it stop. The paper fluttered down, and Wang Chitai was horrified to find that it was 1,000 taels of silver bills. He lifted his head to look at the door of the temple. An inky green power suit teenager was slowly walking in. The teenager's face was expressionless, but every step seemed to be stepping on top of his heart, and his heartbeat seemed to be beating along with the teenager's footsteps. Finally, Wang Chitai couldn't help himself. He stood up and slowly took a few steps back. The teenager did not look at Wang Qitai, but looked at the grim-faced fat man a zhang away and calmly said, "That piece of land in the Lu mansion, you can't move it. Hee. Taoist friendship is capable." Mr. Mo rubbed his neck. "But are you sure you want to go against us? You guys." Upon hearing those two words, the teenager instantly moved, as fast as lightning. He rose off the ground with a clack, and then threw a punch. It wasn't until the teenager's fist was a foot away from Mr. Mo's dantian that Mr. Mo reacted, and he panicked and tried to feel something out of his arms. But before he could even get his hand into his arms, there was a heart-rending, sharp pain coming from above his belly. He then slammed back heavily, smashing the large chair at the main seat in the main north to smithereens with a click. Lulu's force was well controlled and did not take his life. Mr. Mo struggled a few times, but never stood up. His eyes were scarlet as he shouted at Lulu. "Kid, you dare to waste my dantan, you're dead. No one in heaven or on earth can save you." Ah! Wang Qitai had been stunned. This immortal master was unable to stand up after being punched by that teenager? He gurgled and gulped, thumping back a few steps until he could retreat no further before leaning helplessly against the corner. Young warrior, spare my life." Lulu looked at Wang Qitai indifferently and said calmly, "Wait here for me to come back. If you dare to take half a step away, not a single person from the entire city lord's mansion will survive." Wang Qitai desperately nodded his head in agreement, not daring to say anything superfluous. Lulu then looked at Mr. Mo on the ground, grabbed the other party by the collar, and after a few rises and falls, he arrived above the square outside the city lord's mansion. Snapping, he dropped it to the floor and stared at the fat face with interest. "Tell me, who are you? Who are you referring to?" Mr. Mo raised his head. This realized that the teenager's eyes were all without fear. So he was afraid. His body began to tremble. I'm just kidding. I'm just scaring you. Let me go. Let me go. I'm already an invalid. I won't look for you to take revenge." "Revenge?" Lulu smiled. "It's fine for you to seek revenge on me. Tell me, who is the person behind you?" This person offhandedly said, He didn't believe that this person didn't have other people behind him. And when he could do something desperate, Lulu had always been unable to leave hidden dangers. No one, just myself. It's all my claim alone. Senior, spare my life. It seems that you won't say anything until I give you some bitterness," Lulu said with a spread of his palm. A pitch-black axe appeared in his hand, and he squatted down to gesture at the fat man's cheeks that were full of fat. Hands up, axes down. Half of his face was cut off, and the blood couldn't stop clattering down. Ah. Mr. Mo screamed in pain and instinctively had to cover the wound with his hand. But the pain got worse when he touched it, and he braced himself on the ground with one hand and desperately shrank to the side. "Where can you escape to?" Lulu slowly moved his body, grabbed the other's ankle and yanked him back, lifting the axe and hacking at the other's feet. "No, I say. At the critical moment, Mr. Mo couldn't hold on any longer, and he screamed in shock at Lulu, his crotch indisputably wet. "Told you so." Lulu retrieved his axe and wiped it on the other party's robe. "My patience is limited. You'd better be truthful. If I think you're making up stories to trick me, you'll have to bear the consequences yourself." "Ming, understand." Mr. Mo nodded his head back and forth, lying on the ground and saying slowly, "Yes, it's a senior. He promised to give me 1,000 condensed jindan and asked me to help in searching for places with heavier grievances in Inchi. I passed by Green Thunder City, just happened to hear about the East City Lu family. After surveying, I decided to buy down." Chapter 91. Preparing to make pills. Looking for a place with more grievances and een? Lulu frowned and asked, "What's he looking for a place like this for?" I don't know. I'm just a casual cultivator who wants the condensation pill. Senior, spare my life. Spare my life." Lulu was slightly silent and asked again, "What does that person look like?" I'm not sure. He was dressed all in black and wore a mask." "Unclear," Lulu said with some skepticism. "Did you agree to him without even seeing his face?" He gave me 100 condensation pills as a deposit and I agreed." 100? This is too outrageous, isn't it?" On second thought, Lulu also found it understandable. This person is only the second level of qi cultivation or a casual cultivator. Ordinary casual cultivators want to obtain the condensation of Real Dan can be said to be very difficult. 100 condensation of Real Dan is already quite a lot. Not to mention that the person also promised to find after giving him 1,000. After some inquiries, Lulu did not get any useful news, But it was good that this fat man had not told that person that he had already found the Lu mansion, so he thought that for the time being, there would not be anyone who would hit on the Lu mansion's idea. After thinking about it, he asked again, "Since he gave you the condensed truth pill, you guys always have a way of contacting each other, right?" No. He told me to look for him in the land of the Eastern Prefecture's Great Zephyr after I find it. Said that he would give me other rewards besides the condensation pill. Eastern State Days? Yes. By the way, he also gave me this. It says that if you take this to the land of the Great Zay, he'll know that I'm coming. Saying that, Mr. Mo panicked and took out a palm-sized grayish jade tablet from his storage bag, which was engraved with some odd patterns on it. Lulu took it in his hand. He only felt that the cold breath on the jade card was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't think of where he had seen it before, so he casually put it away. He didn't know why the owner of this jade tablet was looking for this kind of gathering place for unjust souls, but he vaguely felt that this person was not a good person. After thinking about it, Lulu asked again, "This person? What is his cultivation level?" "Cultivation," Mr. Mo recalled and said, "I couldn't tell without him putting up a fight, but I felt that his aura wasn't as strong as his predecessors. In the cultivation world, people with a low realm were unable to detect the realm of people whose cultivation was higher than their own through their divine sense, but they could make a general judgment through the other person's breath. Generally speaking, as long as one was not higher than one's own 3 minor realms, one could make a judgment through one's breath, but if one was too high, there was no way to do so, and when one encountered such a person, it's best to hide far away. Since this fatty said so, it was enough to show that the person he was trading with did not have a high cultivation, of course. I can't rule out the possibility that the other party deliberately hid their cultivation. In that case, it seems, after I finish refining the acupuncture point pill, I still have to make a trip to the Eastern State, lest that person has the sudden urge to come back to Huahua Lu Xinu's grave again. Former senior, I've finished what I know. Look. Fatty Mo looked at Lulu pleadingly. Lulu smiled. Of course, I will give you a pain in the ass. Ouch. Ouch. Mr. Mo looked horrified, and before he could say the word fast, an axe was already chopping down towards his neck. With a thud, the fat head rolled to the floor. Lulu collected himself and stood up and turned towards the side hall. In the middle of the side hall, Wang Chitai sat on the ground, not daring to move half a step. The sound of the screams outside made his heart flutter. The sound of clattering footsteps suddenly rang out in the hall. Wang Chitai was abruptly startled and moved to crawl towards Lulu. "Duh. My lord, spare me. Spare me." Lulu lightly glanced at Wang Chitai, casually waved his hand and put away the 3 big boxes, before saying, "That piece of land in the Lu mansion, I've bought it, and as for the price, it's that 1,000 taels of silver tickets. You should have no opinion, right?" Wang Chitai glanced back at the silver ticket under the main seat's big chair. His body trembled, and he said in a loud voice, "No comment, no comment. The Lu mansion will be your lord's from now on." "Very well." Lulu nodded and helped Wang Chitai up. "Redraft a sales and purchase contract for me. If you dare to resell it again, you know the consequences?" Wang Chitai, like a great amnesty, even said understand, and then trembling redrafted a contract, stamped the official seal. In accordance with the laws of Dakian, the old Lu family house belongs to the Qin Shorin. This is just secular law. It doesn't restrain people who cultivate, but at least it won't let some secular merchants hit on the Lu house. After doing so, Lulu flashed away and went back to the Tongwang restaurant. The next morning, after a simple meal, Lulu set off again, heading northwest. Half a month later, in the middle of the mountains at the foot of a slightly desolate rocky mountain, Lulu finally stopped. Looking up at the about 100 feet high, jagged rocky mountain in front of him, Lulu sighed with emotion and then rolled over and dismounted from his horse. Out of the consideration that it would still be useful in the future, Lulu didn't release it and led the BMW on the path that wasn't considered a road in the middle of the strange rocks, slowly walking upwards. Finally arriving at the top of the mountain, a Taoist temple jumps out at you. He looked up at the 3 words, Qingyang Guan, above his head, and tied the big black horse to the strange rock on the right side in front of the door of the Taoist temple. Although the mountain is mostly strange rocks, there are quite a few thatched grasses between the strange rocks, so I think this big black horse will not be starved to death. It was quiet in the Taoist temple, and the familiar scene reminded Lulu of his former past. Looking around and feeling a sudden sadness inside, he came to the main hall with a sullen face. Inside the main hall, in addition to that Dan furnace unknown whereabouts, everything else remains the same as when he left. the Dan platform built specifically for alchemy is still standing quietly in the center of the main hall. That Fan Zhengping's body had already turned into a skeleton. Lulu cleaned it up and sorted it out, pushing open the small door on the west side of the yard. Lulu realized that the corpse pit which was full of skeletons. Hey, sinning! Lulu shook his head and walked to a place not far from the corpse pit and dug out an earthen pit and buried Fan Zhengping's body in it. No matter what, this person was also considered to be a benefactor. After a moment of silence, he once again returned to the main hall and cleaned up, and it took a small half-hour to clean up the main hall and the two houses to the east. He came outside and sat on the stone steps in front of the hall and fumed for a while before he began to prepare for the alchemy work. Lulu first placed the bronze Dan furnace obtained from Zhongsong on top of the Dan platform. This Dan furnace was about the same size as the black pots used by farmers for cooking, but it was three-legged, and there were also carvings engraved with some special patterns on it. After placing the furnace, Lulu tested the ground fire again. This ground fire switch was similar to a modern gas stove switch, except that it did not need to strike the fire. As the switch was turned, the two partitions made of special materials at the ground fire opening slowly opened. A reddish flame sprang up in a mischievous manner. The temperature of the flame was not thought to be too low, as even Lulu felt the warm breath. Seeing that the ground fire could still be used, Lulu breathed a sigh of relief. If there was no ground fire down there, this trip to Qingyang Mountain would be considered a waste of time. After all this, Lulu found a large jade disc from the north offering table, which he took and placed on top of the Dan platform, then took out a tsueju grass, a thunderfire orchid, a red flame fruit and a bottle of earth milk essence from the pagoda and placed them in the jade disc. He didn't dare to take too much at once because he didn't yet know how long it would take to refine an acupuncture point pill, and he was worried that taking it all out and leaving it for a long time might affect the spirituality of the herbs. Chapter 92: The First Alchemy. When everything was ready, Lulu started the first real alchemy in his life. The first three herbs of the piercing point pill were tsueju grass, thunderfire orchid, and earth milk extract, and the last herb was red flame fruit. The order of casting was also as mentioned above. If it was confusing, the refining would fail, not to mention the possibility of blowing up the furnace. Lulu took a deep breath and leveled his mind. Only after preheating the Dan furnace again did he carefully pick up the tsueju grass and put it in. After that, he quickly covered the furnace cover, sat on the small horse and went to school in the same manner as Xiao Jie did before, putting his divine sense into the furnace to watch the changes of the tsueju grass inside, while using his hand to slightly rotate the ground fire switch. Other than that, in terms of this smooth mindset, Lulu really did have a bit of an alchemist's appearance. In a flash, half a quarter of an hour passed. I don't know if Lulu was too careful, but besides being scalded and wilted a bit, the tsueju in that furnace didn't even refine a trace of the medicinal liquid, and Lulu appeared to be a bit depressed because of his divine consciousness that had been focused on the medicinal herbs. He was still too low in his realm right now, and he simply could not do what Xiao Jie did by keeping his eyes on the Dan furnace all the time. He had to temporarily withdraw his divine sense while turning down the furnace fire to recover a bit first. After recovering almost, Lulu then continued to put his divine sense into the furnace, but when he threw it in to take a look, his face suddenly looked bad, only to see that the tsueju grass inside had no spirit. The stalks contracted, wrinkled as if it were the face of the 100-year-old woman. Could it be caused by a sudden drop in temperature? Lulu had no choice but to take it out and then plucked another tsueju grass from the medicinal garden and threw it into the furnace. This time Lulu didn't dare to be careless and decided to never interrupt until his spiritual liquid was refined out, and at the same time he no longer watched the elixir all the time like he had been so stupid just now, and only occasionally threw his divine sense in to take a look at the changes in the elixir, and then immediately retracted his divine sense. This was indeed several times easier, and there was no feeling of divine sense being consumed at all. This made him secretly happy, thinking that he wasn't too stupid in the head. Because he felt that he had been too careful before, and that the refining was just too slow, Lulu increased the firepower by a fraction, and with the slight rotation of the earth fire switch, the firepower became a bit bigger. After changing the fire, Lulu hurriedly cast his divine sense in to make sure that he didn't burn the tsueju grass to ashes because of his sudden adjustment of the fire, and only then did he let go of his heart. After a while, Lulu once again cast his divine sense in and found that the emerald green juice had started to overflow from the stalks of that emerald bamboo grass. He could not help but look happy. After a few trials, he had finally grasped the fire of the emerald bamboo grass refining. He believed that, in the future, he wouldn't have to be so careful when refining the tsueju grass, and could directly adjust it to the fire level he needed. Not long after, the spirit liquid of the tsueju grass had been completely refined out, and the originally emerald green stems and leaves had been turned into flying ash, absorbed by the forbidden system on the Dan furnace, and discharged outside of the Dan furnace. This is one of the reasons why alchemy furnaces are rare, and this kind of prohibition to expel impurities out of the furnace alone is not something that ordinary people can carve. The refined spirit liquid gathered at the bottom of the furnace, about the size of a small thumb, and I don't know if it was Lulu's tsueju grass that was more spiritual, but this medicinal liquid even appeared to be emerald green and crystalline, which was extremely nice to look at. After a kind of medicinal liquid is refined out, it only needs to be kept warm. Lulu slowly turned down the ground fire, then quickly got up and grabbed the thunder fire orchid inside the jade plate and threw it in. Then with the swiftness of a thunderbolt, the furnace cover was tightly closed. After the thunder flame orchid went in, Lulu began to carefully maneuver it again. Because the tsueju grass inside had already turned into spiritual liquid, refining the thunder fire orchid required more attention, or else if one was not careful, the loss would not just be the thunder fire orchid, but even the tsueju grass spiritual liquid would be wasted. However, the Dan formula was verified after all, indicating that as long as it was properly manipulated, it was completely possible to do so without damaging the tsueju grass spiritual liquid and refine the thunderfire orchid essence out of it. Otherwise, it wouldn't deserve to be called a Dan formula. Behind the formation of each and every Dan formula, it was only after countless trials and tribulations by an extraordinary genius. So, Dan formulas were a treasure to those who practiced cultivation, especially Dan masters. The order of placement, in particular, cannot be obtained without repeated trials. Although it was Lu Li's first time alchemizing pills, he had repeatedly studied Xiao Jie's alchemy handbook and was not lacking in theoretical knowledge. Moreover, he was very cautious and didn't increase the fire at once, but gradually raised it to test it. When he saw the thunder fire orchid's leaves slowly overflowing with spiritual liquid, he immediately stabilized it and slightly reduced the fire. With this reciprocation, it was surprisingly incomparably smooth to refine the spiritual liquid of the thunderflame orchid. The two masses of spiritual liquid lay quietly at the bottom of the Dan furnace, and despite the edges touching together, they did not melt. Lulu stood up after a slight hesitation, picked up the earth milk essence in the jade tray and pulled out the cork, only uncovering a small slit in the Dan furnace while gently dropping a drop in. Zzz. The earth milk essence landed on the furnace wall, rising a white smoke. Lulu hurriedly closed the lid and put his divine sense into the interior of the furnace, observing it with a tense look on his face, only to see the milky white earth milk essence rolling down the furnace wall, then sliding down into the two clusters of spiritual liquid. But after sliding down there was not the slightest change. Each of the three clusters of spiritual liquid was not related to each other. This puzzled Lulu. Looking at the weak ground fire below the Dan furnace, Lulu pondered, then began to slowly increase the fire. Sure enough, as the fire was slightly larger, the three masses of spiritual liquid unexpectedly began to slowly merge, and in a short time, they merged into one piece, turning into a thumb-sized, emerald green, semi-consolidated medicinal pill. The hardness of the surface is estimated to be about the same as a sourdough. Just one last elixir left. Lulu's palms were sweating. After working so hard for so long, he finally saw a glimmer of hope. Now, as long as the last elixir, the red flame fruit, was not unexpected, this acupuncture point pill would be a success. He cautiously threw in the red flame fruit from the jade disc and once again carefully maneuvered the earth fire. It had to be said that Lulu's technique of slowly testing this fire from small to large was extremely good, and in no time at all he had figured out the temperature needed to refine the red flame fruit, and the fiery red spirit liquid began to slowly overflow from the surface of the red flame fruit, and gradually melted into the emerald green pill. As the crimson spirit liquid entered the pill began to slowly contract, and some small crimson spots formed amongst the emerald green, which looked surprisingly somewhat dreamy. It's going to work! It's going to work! Seeing this scene, Lulu excitedly shouted out of his mouth. While his hand shook, the flame under the furnace surged out with a miso. Oh wow! The elixir that had been molded inside was instantly scorched black. Ah! Aye! Lulu shines a hammer at his head, and he hates that in his heart. How can he be so unsteady now, well, blindly busy for half an hour? In fact, this is not to blame Lulu, not to mention that he is still young. It is those old men who have been through it for a long time, if they become a Dan, cannot be more excited than him. That's just it, we'll go through it later. Lulu turned off the earth fire and took out the charred and blackened waste Dan inside the Dan furnace. He sat in the doorway again and blew the wind to calm down for a while, summarizing the previous alchemy process before plunging into a new round of alchemy again. With the first experience. This time, Lulu's movements were much more skillful than before. Chapter 93. You're happy, my ass? Half an hour passed. Lulu had reached the red flame fruit refining stage again. This time, Lulu killed and did not dare to scream again. He held his breath and steadily held the ground fire switch. 10 breaths, 30 breaths. The first time he was in the middle of the night, and the second time he was in the middle of the night. Suddenly, his hand shook. Ha 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 ha. It worked. It worked. This time the hands weren't really shaking, but they were excited to turn off the ground fire, and then jumped up and down and laughed, happy as a 5 or 6-year-old. After laughing, he ran to the door and growled at the courtyard again, which calmed him down a little, and walked back to fetch out the emerald green elixir with red star points in it. It seems a bit different from the one I ate before, huh? It's not poisonous, is it? Lulu remembered that the one Zhang Song had given them before was dark green, and the color was far from this bright, probably because he didn't pay too much attention to it at that time, and he didn't seem to have found any red star points. Looking at the elixir in his hand, Lulu suddenly hesitated a bit. After thinking about it, Lulu decided that it was better to find an animal to try it out first, forget about the people although he was ruthless to his enemies, but to ask him to capture people to test the medicine for no reason, Lulu would never be able to do it. He took out an empty jade bottle and filled it with the piercing point pill, walked out of the Taoist temple and searched for it on Qingyang Mountain. This Qingyang Mountain was too desolate. There were rocks everywhere. He searched for a long time and didn't even see a ghost shadow, so he couldn't help but feel greatly disappointed. At this time he is not far from the official road under the mountain, but more than 10 feet away, is standing in a piece of mama lai lai on the boulder sweeping everywhere, thinking that really cannot only the big black horse to bring the test drug. With that thought, he sighed and prepared to return to the top of the mountain. Suddenly his eyes swept, and he suddenly saw that the dry thatched bush 2 feet away in front of him seemed to have moved, and with a joyful expression, he instantly leapt over, huffing and puffing. Just as he rushed to the thatched bush, a big gray guy popped up from it with a squeak and a scream, and in an instant, he popped out more than 10 feet away. What speed! Lulu exclaimed. Then, with a slight push, he went after them. The big guy saw Lulu chasing after him, and once again jumped up. Lulu grabbed it down and only pulled a handful of gray hairs. It was then that he realized that the guy was actually a rabbit that was half a man tall. With a strange cry, "You won't be able to escape!" With that, he directly transformed the true chi within his meridians into the wind attribute, and his blistering wind steps were executed, surpassing the giant gray rabbit in the blink of an eye. The gray rabbit was still running wildly. A break was not enough, and it crashed straight towards Lulu. Lulu slightly sidestepped his body, and just at the moment when the other party swept past him, he lightning fast stretched out his right hand, grabbed the other party's long ears and lifted him up. Squeaky! The gray rabbit screamed as he struggled. Little thing, you're not even close to comparing speed with me. Lulu stared at the big gray rabbit and laughed, shining a cerebral avalanche at the other party's head, directly bouncing the gray rabbit, saying that he was ready to return to the Taoist temple. Fellow Taoists, stay back. Suddenly, an urgent cry came from the official road below the mountain, followed by a white-clothed teenager whistling toward him, landing on top of a strange rock above Lulu with a thud. Dow! Before the words were finished, the teenager's face steeply showed the color of ecstasy. Good wow, even let me give a bump. Really stepped through the iron shoes without looking for the place to get all the effort. Ah ha 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 ha. Lulu raised his eyes to calmly look at the maniacally laughing teenager. What are you laughing at? That young man chest don't have Qingyang Sect official disciple badge. Lulu guessed that is to come to arrest their own, but this person is only practicing chi for only, he did not put it on the heart at all. What are you laughing at? The teenager slightly tightened his smile. Senior brother Lulu, you can't hide your matter anymore. Are you going back by yourself? Or will senior brother personally invite you? Yes. Lulu's words fell, and in the next instant, he appeared in front of the teenager. That teenager's heart thumped, until now he realized that he had never even seriously surveyed this senior brother. Under panic, he could only hastily run his true chi to protect his body. Bang! A booming fist slammed down on his chest, and he only heard a clicking sound coming from his ribs, and then he involuntarily flew backward, smashing heavily into the strange rock group with a rumbling sound. With a horrified expression and severe pain in his chest, he struggled to get up, but unexpectedly a foot suddenly descended from the sky, breaking his right calf bone with a click. Ah! He couldn't hold back his lost scream any longer, and his hands gouged the crack in the stone next to him in death. This all came too fast, but only a few breaths. He even had no time to exert all his skills before he became useless. But now was obviously not the time to think about this. because he felt the killing intent that permeated out from this senior brother. He struggled to stand up in terror, but he couldn't make his feet work at all. Tao, fellow Taoist. This all a misunderstanding. I recognized the wrong person. Spare my life. Hee. Did you recognize the wrong person? Lulu revealed a faint smile and hooked his body down to look down at the teenager. I didn't say I was going to kill you now either, huh? No, don't kill me? The teenager was a bit incredulous. But more than that, he was happy. Thank you, fellow Taoist. You're welcome. Lulu had a harmless look on his face as he casually took out a jade bottle and poured out the freshly refined acupuncture point pill. This is my freshly refined divine pill. Should I feed it to you, or should you eat it yourself? It's this. Lulu's face sank. You don't have the right to ask, eat or die. As he spoke, an axe emerged. Think about it. Even if you die, you don't want to be in pain. I will slice off all of your skin with a single blade, and then sprinkle it with salt. Upon hearing this, the teenager was suddenly furious. He sort of understood that Lulu did not intend to let him go at all, and he could not help but hate himself for being overwhelmed by excitement just now, which had brought him to this state. Seeing Lulu's gaze like a knife, he didn't dare to hesitate any longer and hurriedly said, I'll eat it. In his opinion, since Lulu had fed him the poison pill, he must have still had some use for himself, and as long as he got through it, he might not be unable to find a way out of the trap. Count on you to be sensible. Lulu pinched the elixir and bellowed in a deep voice, Open your mouth. Then, with a flick of his fingers, the elixir shot directly into the teenager's throat. The teenager coughed violently a few times, but he couldn't spit out the elixir. The elixir entered his abdomen. The teenager looked extremely painful at first, but after a few moments his face gradually became odd, even with unbelief and surprise. His last acupoint that he had been unable to open for a long time was broken through, and he was the 5th level of Qi cultivation. Thinking here, cannot help but let out a loud laugh. Ha ha ha. Could you finish? Pest. Before he finished speaking, Lulu directly chopped the teenager's head off with an axe and said quietly, I'm not even happy. What the hell are you happy about? Then calmly sacrificed blood soul streamer will be sucked into a dry corpse, and the body will be dealt with cleanly, and only then walk toward the mountain thinking. Really sleepy to come, someone to send a pillow, using people to test the drug can be more assured than the demonic beast. Chapter 94. I have to find him. After determining that the acupuncture point pill he had refined was indeed effective, Lulu became even happier. After rushing back to the Taoist temple, he started refining again without stopping. In the twinkling of an eye, the sky darkened. Lulu managed to refine 2 more acupuncture point pills, and at his current speed, he would be able to refine one in about half an hour. And as he became more and more familiar with the fire required for the materials of the piercing point pill, his refining speed was also much faster than before, and he even felt that some of the materials could be slightly increased in fire to enhance the refining speed. Even though it was dark outside, Lulu did not have the slightest intention of stopping. The lights in the main hall swayed, and the faint light looked a bit lonely in the darkness. Phew! Hurtingly, a strong wind blew outside. The wind sounded bleak, like the roar of a stern ghost. Lulu frowned slightly, and with a backhanded swipe he struck out 2 wind attribute true Qi, snapping the temple door shut twice. There was no talk all night. It was dawn again in the twinkling of an eye. The early morning sunlight shone in through the doorway. Lulu also turned off the earth fire, after continuously refining Dan for a night. Even if he only used his divine sense intermittently, he still felt a bit overwhelmed. Happily, in one night, he had already refined 10 acupuncture point pills. He went to the kitchen, cleaned up the gray rabbit he'd called in and simply fried it for dinner, then went into the east bedroom and sat down on his knees. After all these years of painstaking effort, I can finally enjoy the fruits of victory. Lulu held the pill bottle with a light in his eyes. Immediately, he pulled out the cork and poured out an emerald green elixir covered with red dots and swallowed it in one gulp. Because he swallowed too quickly, Lulu had already entered his abdomen before he could taste anything, and the brutal medicinal power instantly spread out and swooshed into his dantian. It was like a long dragon formed by countless arrows running amok in his dantian, twisting the true Qi in his dantian to riot, and the medicinal power was surprisingly more than several times stronger than the one that Zhang Song had given him before. Lulu was both delighted and alarmed. He was pleased that this medicinal power was afraid that it could not only break through one acupoint, and he was alarmed that this medicinal power was too strong, and if he did not control it well, he was afraid that it would pierce his Qi veins. Not being able to think carefully, He hurriedly controlled his true qi to wrap this long dragon of sharp arrows, pulling it towards the fifth qi vein. So far, his fifth qi vein had only opened 5 acupoints. Under Lulu's control, the long dragon of sharp arrows whistled and charged towards the 6th acupoint. A little. The acupoints with 9 layers of barriers were unexpectedly like papier-mâché, instantly stabbing through. Even the skin and flesh on the qi veins were torn and bloodied. Ah, you big man! Lulu was caught off guard by the pain of wailing. He did not expect the stabbing point so violent. Not only broke through the barriers, but also with the barriers connected to the skin of the qi veins were torn off. A piece of the sharp arrow long dragon also disappeared because of breaking through the barriers in half of a section. Before Lulu could react, the remaining half of the long dragon of sharp arrows had already broken through the 7th acupoint, and the medicinal power disappeared into thin air. Lulu didn't scream this time, but the veins above his forehead were rippling and his teeth were about to be gritted. He didn't even know how that white-clothed teenager from the Qingyang Sect had endured it before. Could it be because he had been punched by himself first, and the 2 kinds of pain had cancelled each other out? It hurts. Lulu lay down on the bed, breathing heavily. Took a long time for him to ease up. Taking an internal look, he found that the connection between the 2 acupoint barriers and the qi veins that he had just broken through were already bloody, and the slightest movement of his true qi would cause him pain. There are side effects. Lulu's face was bitter. This acupoint was broken quite fast, catching up with his months of hard training in the Time Palace. But the damage this brought was too great. Lulu pinched the jade bottle and fell into a dilemma. There was no doubt that the acupuncture point pill that he had refined was quite successful, but the medicinal power was also too fierce for his own qi veins to withstand, and he felt that if he were to take it again right now, the medicinal power that had rushed in would definitely strangle the qi veins that had been torn and injured just now. More importantly, he couldn't move his true qi after taking it, and using it would add insult to injury, and it would be harder to recover from the torn qi veins. Hey! Sighing, Lulu put away the remaining 9 acupuncture point pills. The acupuncture point pill could not be taken for the time being, and even if it was to be taken, it would have to wait until the 2 acupoints that had been damaged had recovered. He lay on the bedpan, looking at the ceiling with great reluctance. How could this be the result after all the hardships he had gone through and the 5 or 6 years he had spent searching for the materials for the acupuncture point pill? He thought he could take it with impunity. Is there any way to solve this problem? Lulu thought hard. Suddenly there was a flash of light. Doesn't the time temple have time acceleration? If I go inside and sleep, would I recover faster? Lulu's eyes lit up, and without thinking, he directly entered the Hall of Time. In the blink of an eye, Lulu had slept in the Hall of Time for more than 10 days. It's only noon of the 2nd day outside. He couldn't wait to come out and take a look. His face turned ugly. The bloody injury had a slight improvement, but it wasn't very obvious, and he didn't know if the flow of the time temple had any effect on the body's injury or not. Lulu decided to test it again to see if there was any difference in the recovery speed between not entering the time temple and entering the time temple. In this way, he stayed in the outside world for another 10 days. During this period, Lulu still continued to refine pills, only that he was no longer as desperate as before. In order to avoid triggering his injuries, he would only refine 4 or 5 pills a day at the most and then stop to rest. Finally, he came to the conclusion that the flow rate of the Temple of Time was effective in naturally recovering his injuries. Because in these 10 days, the recovery speed of his acupoint injuries was not as fast as the previous 1 day and 1 night of entering the Hall of Time. So he didn't dare to waste any more time, and only set aside 1 or 2 hours during the day for alchemy, and spent the rest of the time sleeping in REA. Ding books in the Hall of Time. There was no way around it, and he didn't dare to use his true qi now, so he couldn't do anything but sleep and read. More than a month had passed in the outside world, and the Temple of Time was nearly a year old. On this day, after he came out, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the injuries to those 2 acupoints had completely recovered, and his true qi was running smoothly without the slightest discomfort. He sat on the stone steps in front of the temple and silently calculated. According to this calculation, recovering from 1 injury would require roughly a month of time from the outside world, during which time I cannot use my true qi. Could it be that I am to secretly take medicine in the deep forest? That doesn't cut it either. This way, 1 year at most, one could eat 12 acupuncture point pills and break through 24 acupoints, which was not as good as normal cultivation. And to have to endure the pain that tore at my heart and lungs, what is the point? But what can be done to solve this problem? Lulu was once again in bitter thought. If only there were pills to quickly recover from acupoint injuries. Lulu dragged his chin and looked at the turquoise blue sky, thinking expectantly. Recovering from acupoint injuries. Pills? Lulu's eyes suddenly lit up. Right. How did I forget about this? Didn't that pitiful bastard Wuda say that the pulse-nourishing pill is specialized in treating injuries brought about by violent punching? No. I have to find him. The formula for the pulse-nurturing pill must be gotten. Chapter 95. Thank you, Brother Lulu. Having made up his mind, Lulu didn't waste any more time. Counting the 10 that he had refined earlier, Lulu had refined a total of 40 puncture point pills over this period of time. There were only the last 10 red flame fruits left as well. Although the red flame fruit inside the medicinal garden had already borne fruit, it was still far from ripe. He was going to leave this place after he finished refining these last 10 red flame fruits and return to the Thunderfire mountain range to find Wuda. It was worth mentioning that some time ago, Lulu had a whim when he was fetching medicine from the medicinal garden, fetching the medicine but not the roots, and left the roots of both the Tsueju grass and the Thunderfire orchid in the medicinal garden. And after this month's time, Lulu was surprised to find that the roots that were left behind had started sending out shoots again. I just don't know how much more time it will take to grow into a first-order elixir. The normal standard for determining a first-order spirit medicine was 100 rounds of spirit lines, which was 100 years in the outside world. However, the growth rate of the spirit medicines in the medicinal garden far exceeded that of the outside world, so how long it would take for them to become first-order spirit medicines once again, Lulu didn't have a bottom either. But overall it's a good thing. Even if you can't use it when you need it urgently, you can still use it to sell it in the future, right? 10 red inferno fruits could only refine 10 acupuncture point pills according to normal. But this time, Lulu wasn't going to take the normal route. This was because he had heard Xiao Jie say that some Dan masters would choose to put in several groups of spirit medicines together at once when refining pills, so that there was a chance of refining multiple pills at once. Of course, it is also possible that several groups of elixirs can only become one Dan. P.S. A group, that is, for the refining of an elixir of all the materials such as Tsueju grass, Thunderflame orchid, earth milk extract and red inflammation fruit, each one together is known as a group of piercing point Dan materials. Lulu was now planning to put in 3 sets of materials at a time and refine them together to see how many puncture point pills he could produce at a time. Both 3 Tsueju grasses, 3 Thunderfire orchids, 3 drops of earth milk essence and 3 red flame fruits. Of course, the so-called refining together wasn't throwing all the ingredients in at once and making a hodgepodge. Rather, it was to put in a few more points when refining a single herb. For example, when refining the Tsueju grass, 3 Tsueju grasses were put in at a time to be refined together. The same was true for refining several other herbs, by refining them in thirds. Finally, they are combined together to form an elixir, so that there is a chance of forming more than 3 elixirs at a time. But it's also possible to have less than 3. The main factors affecting the number of pills formed were the spirituality of the elixir and the level of the alchemist. A bit of a hustle. Lulu was pleasantly surprised to find that the difference between refining 3 groups of elixirs and 1 group of elixirs at once wasn't really that big. He only needed to pay a little attention to the fire, and then, as the alchemy handbook said, the year of the pills thrown in at the same time should be more or less the same. Because the longer the year, the stronger the medicinal properties of the elixir, the longer it takes to refine it. If there was too much of a difference in the vintage of the 3 elixirs, it would result in some of them having been refined while others were still being refined, so that the elixir that had been refined first might be affected by the temperature in the furnace and damage the medicinal properties. Lulu had long since familiarized himself with the alchemy handbook. He had already done the screening of the herb years when selecting the elixirs, and it was only now that he was so comfortable with refining them. About half an hour or so. Lulu then came to the last part, refining the red spirit fruit. And at this time, at the bottom of the furnace, 5 emerald green crystalline pills were actually formed, and it looked like as long as he didn't fail, he was actually able to refine 5 acupuncture point pills out of these 3 sets of materials. Seeing this, Lulu couldn't help but regret a little why he hadn't done this before, wasting a lot of spirit medicine for nothing. Thinking about it, Lulu still carefully maneuvered the ground fire. Because the 3 red flame fruits were all from the same season, the vintage was the same, so it became easier for Lulu to manipulate the fire. Not long after, drops of spiritual liquid overflowed from the epidermis of the 3 red flame fruits and slowly flowed onto the top of those rounded pills at the bottom of the Dan furnace. Immediately, the medicinal pill that had received the red flame fruit spiritual liquid began to rapidly solidify. In about half a quarter of an hour, the 3 red flame fruits were completely refined, and the remaining residue was directly discharged by the Dan furnace. And at this time, the 5 acupuncture point pills had also solidified to the end. After another dozen breaths, Lulu finally let out a long breath. Great success. 3 sets of materials to refine 5 acupuncture point pills is considered a master alchemist, isn't it? After a short break, Lulu once again threw himself into the alchemy, and just like last time, the same 3 sets of materials produced 5 puncture point pills. In the end, there were only 4 sets of materials left. Lulu pondered for a while, why don't he just refine all 4 sets of materials together? Another half hour or so. This time the results could only be considered moderate, with 6 dawn coming out of 4 sets of materials. Lulu packed up all the piercing point pills and counted them, counting from the very beginning of refining piercing point pills. He had used 50 groups of materials and refined 56 piercing point pills in the past month or so. Take away the one you ate, and there are now 55 left. If all of them were taken, one could directly rush through a small realm, which was considered quite good. However, because the side effects of this stuff were too great, Lulu was still prepared to find Wuda to get the pulse-nourishing pill before taking it just to be on the safe side. After relaxing, Lulu stood at the entrance of the grand hall staring blankly at the courtyard below. For a long time, he sighed and rummaged under the offering table to find some joss sticks and paper money. Then he came to the corpse pit outside the small door on the west side of the courtyard and lit it, bowed his head in silence and muttered, "Everyone, Zhang Song is dead. You all go in peace." These days he could feel what seemed to be the roar of unjust souls in the wind outside. It must be that these people were unwilling in their hearts, so they decided to make sacrifices on the occasion of their departure, so that they could transcend at an early date. As soon as the words fell, the wind rose up flat in the pit of corpses, and the buzzing and squeaking sound made one's scalp numb. "Brother Lulu." There seems to be a child's cry in the middle, and when he listened carefully, the voice was still somewhat familiar. Lulu's heart sank. "Xiangyun, you go at ease, your parents. I will go back to see them on your behalf." "Thanks, brother Lulu." This time, the voice was steeply clearer, as if it was shouted out with all its strength, and at the same time, the sound of the wind faded away, and the corpse pit returned to calm, as if all the unjust souls had disappeared into thin air. Lulu's heart was so hard to bear that he buried his head and went back to the main hall after filling up the mound. He cleaned the Dan furnace and put it away, and covered the Dan platform again. Qingyang Mountain was too far away from the Thunderfire Mountain range, and too close to the Qingyang Sect, and he probably wouldn't return here again. It was on the late afternoon side at this point. Lulu walked out of the courtyard door and found the big black horse in the mountains, leading it slowly towards the bottom of the mountain. Coming to the official road under the mountain, Lulu opened the map and looked at it, then turned on his horse and headed straight south. Boulder Village. Backed by a desolate rocky mountain, the jagged rocks on the mountain are full of wind and frost, and are full of holes. At the foot of the rocky mountain, more than 20 families sit in the north and face south, relying on the few flat lands in front of the village to grow some crops, or going to the vast forest in the east of the village to hunt some wild animals to make a living. It was September, and the bitter north wind whipped the strange rocks on the rocky hill behind the village to a whimpering halt. The teenager stood on the rocky hillside, quietly looking at the 2 inconspicuous graves in front of him. It was difficult to speak. The stone monument in front of the graves had been corroded beyond recognition, and the writing on it was blurred. Chapter 96. Jade wants to be an immortal. The young man is Lulu, and the unassuming dirt bag in front of him is his parents' grave. His mother passed away early. Lulu did not have the slightest memory of his mother in his heart. His father died when Lulu was 11 years old, almost 9 years ago. What Lulu remembered most about his father was that he was required to read for at least 2 hours every day, saying that it was the only way he could get out of here, take a merit test, and marry a good-looking daughter-in-law. Now he's gone out, but he didn't get a degree or a good-looking daughter-in-law. I don't know if it counts as going against my father's original intent. Hey! With a long sigh, Lulu lit joss sticks and paper money in front of his parents' grave and knelt down to kowtow 3 times. He sat quietly in front of the grave for a while before gathering his thoughts and descending the mountain, walking towards the east end of the village. It was early in the morning, and a wisp of white smoke wafted out from the small, ancient earthen roofs inside the village. There were small children who braved the cold to chase and play on top of the field and dam. Lulu stood far from the edge of the field dam and watched from afar, seeming to see his former self. He walked over slowly. The chasing children all stopped and stared at Lulu with some fear. A girl wrapped in a thick cotton coat was slightly bolder. She tried to take 2 steps forward. "Uncle, who are you looking for?" The girl looked to be only 4 or 5 years old, and her fleshy little face was a little cracked from the cold. Lulu smiled, crouched down and said in a warm voice, "I'm looking for Uncle Qin Wu. What's your name? Qin Wu, the father of Qin Shorin, is a strong and powerful man who used to be at the forefront of any wild animal attack. There is no village chief in Dashi village, and Qin Wu's weight in Dashi village is equivalent to that of the village chief. You're looking for daddy? The little girl fluttered her eyes, seemingly somewhat curious as to why this uncle would recognize her daddy. Dad? Lulu froze for a moment, and only after a quick look did he realize that this little girl's eyes were full of spirituality, and that she actually bore some resemblance to Qin Shorin. I didn't realize that the Qin family had added a little member. So much the better. Spinning around, he smiled and nodded. Yes, I'm looking for your father, said self-centered toward the field dam directly north of the earth yard. The little girl saw the situation, paused for a moment, and immediately chased towards Lulu. Passing Lulu does not stop, all the way back to the yard, and then thumped the wooden fence closed, turned back to the house and shouted, Daddy! Someone's looking for you. Lulu was dumbfounded and stood outside the short door looking at the little girl with a bitter smile, thinking that this girl's mind had turned quite fast and knew to remind the adults first. Who? A middle-aged man with rolled-up cuffs and a tall but full of vicissitudes of life walked out from the earthen house directly across from the courtyard gate, and 3 feet away from the fence. He stopped and looked at Lulu suspiciously. Young warrior you are? The other party was not dressed like a farm boy, which made him a bit puzzled. Uncle Qin doesn't recognize me? I'm Lulu, Lulu said with a smile. Lulu. Qin Wu froze and instantly ran towards Lulu in excitement, mentioning the little girl to one side to quickly open the fence, staring at Lulu with a face full of unbelief. You really are Mud Monkey, you're back. Lulu nodded. Well, I'm back. Good. A smile finally bloomed on Qin Wu's vicissitudes of face, and he shouted at the hut on the east side of the yard. Ma'am, cook a few more dishes. Lulu kid is back. Upon hearing this, a woman with a tattered apron rushed out of the hut in a hurry, and when she saw Lulu, she first paused for a moment in confusion, then ran up and grabbed both of Lulu's arms. Are you Shaoli? Auntie Ling, it's me. You great, back. Where's our run? Why isn't he with you? Auntie Ling said excitedly. Qin Wu also looked at Lulu expectantly. Looking at the two people's expectant gaze, Lulu's heart was instantly tangled up. He wanted to tell the two people the truth, but he was worried that the two people could not withstand the blow. His clenched fists involuntarily loosened up and said with a smile, Uncle Qin, Aunt Ling, the beast is an immortal now, he's practicing at the Immortal Sect. I came out on business this time and happened to pass by here, so I came back on the way to give you guys a peace report. Immortal? Both of them were overjoyed at the words. Qin Wu's face that was full of gloom was instantly filled with pride. Ha. I didn't expect my stupid son to have become an immortal. It really gave me a long face, but it caused the old man to worry about it for so many years for nothing. Come back some other day. The old man will have to give him a good beating. Auntie Ling was also completely relieved, but still complained a little. This kid said to go away. Ago is 6 or 7 years. Also do not send a message back. Really worried me to death. Lulu said, there are rules in the Immortal Sect, we can't go out privately, it was not easy for me to find a chance to come out. So to avoid you guys worrying, that's why I rushed back to tell you guys about it. You guys, according to this, well, Fatty Chun and Xiang Yun are both with us. Uncle Qin, go and call Uncle Chun and Uncle Li together. I have some things to give them here, and as time is short, I won't visit them all. Is it so urgent? Well, I have a mission ahead of me, so I can't stay long, or I'll be chastised if I return late. All right, you go sit in the hall first. I'll go invite them over. Hearing that Lulu would be chastised, Qin Wu said and hurriedly ran out. Aunt Ling sniffed and quickly said, Shaoli, it's not easy to come back. Even if you're in a hurry, you have to finish your meal before you leave. You go to the hall first and sit down for a while. Auntie will make you a few small dishes, it'll be ready soon. With that, he headed for the kitchen. Uncle, what's an immortal? I've never seen Daddy so happy. The little girl asked curiously as she stood off to the side beside the ancient 4-sided table in the hall. Little girl, don't call me uncle. Just call me brother Lulu. Lulu touched the little girl's head. What about immortals? They are the ones who fly in the sky. They are very powerful. They can move mountains, collapse the sea, subdue demons, subdue devils, pick stars, destroy cities, and open up the sky. Wow, so powerful. Little Jade wants to be an immortal in the future too. The little girl's eyes were filled with yearning. Hee. Lulu laughed bitterly, thinking that becoming an immortal could not be that easy. The world thought that if you entered an immortal Tao sect, you were an immortal. Unbeknownst to me, this is nothing more than having the qualifications to inquire about the immortal way. On the road to immortality, how many can go to the end and become that true immortal? Not much longer. Lu kid, it's you who's back. A familiar cry, accompanied by a few hurried footsteps, came from outside the courtyard. The voice full of expectations made Lu feel a little guilty in his heart, but he still couldn't help but incline his head to look out. 97. The situation in Mount Thunder. The visitors were Qin Wu and two men in cloth. It was Li Shangyun's father and Chun Zhong's father. Seeing the two faces with some expectation and joy, must Qin Wu has already mentioned his words to the two, Lulu rose to exchange pleasantries. Once again made up some kind lies to appease the two. The two heard finally put down their hearts. At the dinner table, Lulu tried to speak as little as possible, so that he wouldn't slip up and arouse the suspicion of a few people. After eating hurriedly, Lulu took out a bunch of silver tickets and gave them to the three people. The three people saw Lulu take out so many silver tickets at once, and thought to themselves that they really deserved to be in the immortal sect, and at the same time the last trace of uneasiness in their hearts also disappeared. With these silver tickets, there was enough for them to go to the city and live well for the rest of their lives. The path at the east entrance to the village. Qin Wu followed all the way here with Qin Ziyu in his arms. Shaoli, be careful on your journey. If you have time, come back with Arun and the others to visit, although old brother Chun and old brother Li don't say it. I know that they both miss their sons. Lulu nodded. I understand. Saying that, he arched his hand and said, Uncle Qin, that's it. I'll leave first. Good. Go out and take care of yourself. Goodbye, brother Lulu. Qin Ziyu waved at Lulu. Bye. Lulu waved his hand, rolled onto his horse, and left in the dust. Just as he was hurrying along, the destination of this trip, the Thunderfire mountain range, was already in complete disarray. Countless scattered corrections on the main vein madly plundered the spirit medicine that originally belonged to the 6 mountain fortresses, killing and looting everywhere. There is no lack of disciples who originally belonged to the major mountain fortresses in these people. There is only one reason for this mess. The main leaders of 5 of the 6 cottages had disappeared into thin air. Cottage members fled and died, and the only one that wasn't persecuted, the Earth Tiger Cottage, also disbanded its cottage and fled in anticipation of the wind. The Thunderfire mountain range, once again, became unowned. Many casual cultivators thought that this was a case of which great power was not happy with the practices of the 6 mountain fortresses and intended to take disciplinary action. So while gloating, they did not forget to rush up to the main vein to search for treasures. At this moment, in the main hall of the Earth Tiger Walled City's main hall, a black-robed old man sat quietly on top of the main seat, looking down faintly at the 3 black-robed men below and said, How is it? Still no clues? The 3 men in black all glanced at each other, and the one on the far right bowed and said, The reward has been sent out for several days now, and no one has come to provide clues. I'm afraid. I've beaten the grass to scare the snakes, and he's already fled on the wind. Behind the 3 of them, there were 13 coffins neatly arranged. Even if it was daytime now, it was still very creepy. The old man slowly stood up and looked at the coffins behind a few people. That's just it, making such a big commotion here. I'm afraid that we've already alarmed the Qingyang Sect. So let's go back first and then make some calculations. Yes, Grand Elder. The 3 men clasped their fists and led the way. The black-robed old man went straight forward, and with a wave of his hand, more than a dozen coffins instantly disappeared into thin air, pulling his voice and murmuring. Although he didn't catch that brat, harvesting so many materials is not a bad trip. After saying that, he once again reached out and made a move. A small bronze coffin quickly enlarged, and with a move of his body he stood steadily on it. Come up! Those 3 were all delighted at the news, and they leapt up in a single bound. Moment. The 4 of them transformed into a streak of light and rushed straight into the sky. On this day, at the west gate of Water Cloud Town, a large black horse slowly walked out from the town. On the back of the horse sat a gray-clothed old man holding a scroll of paper, with a thin face, small nose and small eyes, 8-character beard on the top and goatee on the bottom, and a faintly thoughtful look in his eyes. Arriving outside the town gate, he took a deep breath and muttered, I don't know what kind of treasure that brat has gotten, to be rewarded for his capture. It really makes old man worry. When he finished, he shook his head and casually tossed the roll of paper in his hand into the grass next to him. Then his legs clamped down. Yawn. Seeing that the horse wasn't going anywhere, he frowned and snapped, Hiya! In an instant, the black horse gave a long neigh and galloped up with hooves, sprinting all the way. Within a short time, one person and one rider arrived at the sheltering sun forest. The shadows of the trees in the forest flew backward, and the old man sat on the back of his horse as steady as an old dog, until a black rider in front of him came head-on before he opened his eyes fiercely and pulled the reins violently, directly pulling the big black horse upright while roaring explosively, "Tai, that kid! Stop for me!" The teenager on the horse that sped by was slightly stunned and pulled the reins just as sharply. There were 2 clicks and both horses landed at the same time. Lulu was instantly ecstatic and stared at Wuda. "Old man, you are truly my lucky star." No, he was worried that the Thunderfire mountain range was too big and was worried that he wouldn't be able to find the other party. But he didn't expect that the other party would take the initiative to come to his door. Wunder looked at Lulu oddly. "Blessed star? You, what do you mean?" "Ahem. Nothing. I'm not seeing you for days. I miss you. Where are you planning to go?" "Miss." Wuda instantly felt that this kid didn't have any good intentions, and with a turn of his small eyes, he suddenly laughed. "Isn't my old man worried about your well-being, and was about to go and tip you off?" "Tipped off? Your kid does not know it. Now the Thunderfire mountain range has been completely messed up. Someone is offering a big price to buy your clues. I did not think that your kid dared to run. Over there. There's still this." Lulu couldn't help but change his expression upon hearing this. "What exactly happened? Che. See how scared you are. Let's find a place to sit and talk," Wuda said and rolled off his horse. Lulu would be skeptical and followed Wuda to the curb and sat down, immediately asking again, "Old man, what's going on?" Wuda looked at Lulu slyly and said, "A group of mysterious people came to the Thunderfire mountain range, got rid of all the major cottage leaders in a swift manner, and put out a bounty to hunt for you." Wuda didn't deliberately hide it, and told all the news he knew in one breath. When Lulu Cho heard this, he only felt that the sky was going to collapse. He had just sent Qingyang to the Earth Tiger walled city, and he didn't expect something like this to happen. But when he heard the end, Lulu couldn't help but let out another sigh of relief. It turned out that the mysterious group had swept from the southern center section of the mountain range to the eastern section, then over the mountain range to the northern section, and then swept from the northern eastern section in reverse to the western section. In this way, the Earth Tiger walled city, which was the western section of the south, instead fell to the end, and it was precisely because of this time difference that the top management of the Earth Tiger walled city made a decisive decision to directly dissolve the Earth Tiger walled city and escaped. As for Qingyang and his party, according to Wuda, they had fled to the west in the direction of Xinzhou. And Wuda can know where Lulu is going, but also rely on his own mouth to fool Qingyang, said he and Lulu have lifelong friendship, so that Qingyang believed in the truth, the important task of the ventilation report to Wuda. In this regard, Lulu did not blame Qingyang for his thoughts. After all, this old man did experience a lot of things together with himself, and what he said could easily mislead people into believing, especially about Zhongsong. Both Qingyang and Lulu had gone through it together, and when Wuda said that he and Lulu had killed Zhongsong together, Qingyang's doubts about Wuda were instantly dispelled by 7 or 8 points. Coupled with his lack of cultivation, in the end, he had no choice but to let Wuda come and report the news. However, what made Lulu a bit puzzled was that this old man, apart from being a pit, he doesn't seem to have a warm heart. Does he? Is it about me? Chapter 98 Pulse Nourishing Pill Formula. Kid, what kind of eyes you have? The old man, 1,000 thrills and dangers, 9 deaths, came all the way here to give you a message. You seem to be still upset. 9 lives? 1,000 thrills? Lulu had seen shameless ones, but not such shameless ones. He looked at Wuda dumbfounded and performed for half a day before he slowly said, "You, what's the plot?" "Conspiracy." Wuda looked agitated. "Kid, in vain old man treats you like a child or grandchild. You, get out." "Ahem. As close as brothers, you should show it, right?" Finally showing the tail of the fox. Lulu shot a glance at Wuda and asked curiously, "What do you want?" "I'm not afraid of thieves stealing, but I'm afraid of thieves thinking." Lulu thinks it's better to ask for a clear answer, knowing what the other side wants so that he can sell at a good price. After all, he also has plans to come. Upon hearing this, Wuda was overjoyed and moved down to lean towards Lulu's side and said with a smile, "Old man doesn't pick? But I'm curious, what kind of treasure did you get that made that mysterious person so valued? Why don't you pull it out and let old brother take a look?" "Baby." Lulu frowned slightly. "Where did you hear that I got a treasure? When it comes to treasures, there are no more than 3 that can be missed. One is his own Tripitaka, The second is the formula for the stabbing point elixir. The third is the blood soul streamer. The concealment of the glazed tower was quite good, and even if it was used in front of others, they wouldn't be able to see it, so it was unlikely that it would be exposed. Although this blood soul streamer thing had some power, it wasn't enough for someone to send the reward all over the 6 Great Walled Villages, was it? Then there is only one possibility. Could it be that Zhang Song leaked out the formula of the puncture pill before he died? It shouldn't be. Zhang Song should value this more than his life. How could he easily leak it? Not to mention, he's not sure I have the formula on me. Thinking about it, Lulu couldn't figure it out. Kid, don't pretend. If you don't have a treasure, how could that mysterious person make such a big fuss to offer you a bounty? Wu De said with a face full of skepticism. You love to believe it or not. If I really had a treasure, I would have already fled to wherever to hide, and I would still be strutting back and forth in the Thunderfire mountain range. Then why is he after you? How should I know? Halfway through his sentence, Lulu suddenly thought of a possibility and said with a furrowed brow, could it be? Is it seeking revenge? Seeking revenge. When did you offend such a great power? The more Lulu thought about it, the more he thought it was possible. Miso stood up and said truthfully, when I first arrived in Earth Tiger Town, I accepted a commission to help Lei Ming of Earth Tiger Walled Village save his daughter. He roughly told the bizarre things he encountered in the Yulong village back then. Upon hearing this, Wu De's face immediately showed his gravity. Kid, you might really be in big trouble. How? According to you, it's highly likely that the one called Zhang Yu has long been controlled and cultivated as a spirit corpse. But when the other party hadn't fully become a spirit corpse, you shook his soul away, turning him into an ordinary puppet. In that case, the person behind the scenes efforts would have been wasted, and it would be strange if they didn't hunt you down and kill you to death. A spirit corpse? What's a spirit corpse? Wu De frowned and said, according to the old man's understanding, spirit corpses are considered to be a higher level of puppets, and the biggest difference between a puppet and a spirit corpse is that after the spirit corpse's sacrifice is completed, it can cultivate and grow just like a normal person, and its physical qualities are far superior to that of a normal person, and it is considered to be an alternative kind of doppelganger. So amazing! Lulu was filled with shock. Fantastic! Wu De looked at Lulu oddly. Now it's not a matter of whether it's magical or not, it's the fact that the spirit corpse sacrifice and refinement method has always only been accessible to the absolute top echelons of the Qingyang Sect, and this Qingyang Sect has been extinct ever since the War of the Righteous and the Devil 1,000 years ago. Now, it seems that I'm afraid that the Qingyang Sect didn't die out in the battle to exterminate the demons in the first place, and it's starting to resurface again now. I'm afraid this is not a good thing for the cultivators of the Eastern Wasteland. What war between the righteous and the devil? What Qingyang Sect? Lulu stared at Wu De with a confused expression. Don't ask me. I also heard it from hearsay. Wu De stood up and patted his ass, giving Lulu a depressed look. Since you kid didn't get the treasure, then I won't accompany you. You're on your own. After saying that, he was going to leave. Wait. Lulu's figure swayed and blocked in front of Wu De. Don't rush off. What the? Ahem. Truth be told, old brother, I am quite interested in your vein nurturing pill formula. Don't even think about it. Wu De took 2 steps back with an expression of sudden realization. I said, why did your kid look so gloomy just now? It turns out that he was hitting on the idea of Lao Fu's Dan formula. Don't be so harsh. I'll give you something in exchange. Okay? Exchange. Wu De raised his eyebrows. Such a heaven-defying Dan formula. What are you going to exchange it for? Lulu pondered for a moment and said, what do you want? Want what? Wu De instantly laughed. Don't say that I despise you. You don't have anything on you that I can look up to other than that body technique. But, although that stance of yours is not bad, it's still a bit short of what you want to exchange for Lao Fu's Dan formula. Scoff. You're not afraid of flashing your tongue when you speak. Lulu snorted. This stance of mine is at the high level of the Earth grade. How dare you compare it to my stance with a piece of broken Dan formula? Earth level high grade. Wu De instantly exclaimed. You kid didn't lie to me? It's not human to lie to you. A heart of Wu De thumped. Little boy. Just now it was indeed the old man's slip of the tongue. I'll switch with you. Earth level stance or high level such a stance, not to mention the Eastern Wasteland, even if it was placed in the entire Shenzhen realm, it would still be considered outstanding. Swap? Did I say I was going to switch with you with my stance? What do you mean? Lulu feigned hesitation. It's not impossible to want to exchange my stance, however, Your cultivation is higher than mine. I can't trust you, you have to give me the Dan formula first. Although that stance was of a high enough grade, it had to have the wind attribute in order to be practiced, and he was worried that Wuda would regret it after seeing it. Wuda sniffed and stared at Lulu again and again, then suddenly clenched his teeth and took out a yellowed silk, then took out a paper and pen and handed it to Lulu. Copy it yourself. So decisive? Lulu was slightly surprised and then took the formula and started to transcribe it. First rank heathergrass, first rank Buddha's heart fruit, Earth's milk essence, and first rank tranquilizing flower. Like the acupuncture point pill, it also required 4 flavors of elixir, but he had a large amount of earth milk essence here, so he didn't need to worry about it, and the rest was the other 3 flavors of elixir. The top of the Dan formula also recounted the medicinal properties of several spirit medicines. Lulu had seen these materials on the Spirit Medicine Treasure Guide before, so he didn't waste his time transcribing them. He just copied down the refining order and some precautions, and then returned the Dan formula to Wuda. Collecting his handwritten book, Lulu suddenly took 2 steps back, staring at Wuda with a wary face, and said sardonically, "That, old man, can I get a credit first?" Chapter 99. A fierce battle in the shielded forest. What? Wuda froze, and his face suddenly turned cold. Kid, do you know what happens when you tease the old man? Take it easy, I didn't say I wouldn't give it to you. I can pay you some interest first. Thunderfire Orchid. How about I give you the Thunderfire Orchid? As for the blistering wind steps, I'll definitely give it to you some days later. Lulu really didn't mean to take advantage of Wuda this time. As for why this is the next best thing, the main reason is that blistering wind step is now in Chen Zhong's possession, and this kind of gongfu is quite troublesome to transcribe, far less convenient than giving it to the original. However, Wuda clearly didn't believe Lulu's bull. Good you little brat, treating old me like a 3-year-old. A cold aura exploded in Wuda's eyes. Since you don't know what's good for you, then I can only come to fetch it myself, and collect some interest on the way, and you shouldn't blame me. As soon as the words fell, Wuda's hands quickly danced, and 2 thick red-colored snakes swooshed towards Lulu's chest, so fast that it was difficult to react. Lulu was startled. He didn't expect Wuda to make a move when he said he would, and in his haste, he could only lean back and narrowly avoid the 2 fire snakes attacking him in an iron-clad position. The 2 fire snakes whistled past, and with a loud bang, they snapped the face-thick tree behind them. Lulu's face changed slightly, and he stood up with a cartwheel. Old man, you're actually coming with me for real. Nonsense, you're only allowed to tease me, but I'm not allowed to come for real. Seeing that one strike failed, Wuda waved his hands again and the 2 fire snakes attacked Lulu again. At the same time, his body swayed. His hands became claws, red aura flashed above his claws, and he followed the tail of the fire snakes and bullied his way up. Good you pitiful bastard, in that case, don't blame me for being unkind. When Lulu saw the fire snake attacking again, he hurriedly performed the blistering wind step to move 5 feet to the left side, and the moment he landed, he quietly threw the 3 explosive talismans behind him. Seeing Wuda wielding his claws and coming close, Lulu quickly stormed back by more than 10 feet. Wuda didn't even notice the bursting talisman on the ground. Tada's foot stepped on it, and when he was about to go after Lulu again, his foot exploded with a loud bang, while a black mushroom cloud rose up. Wuda was instantly blown up into the sky like a cloud. And then with a thud, it fell heavily, smashing a large hole in the ground. With a cold flash in his eyes, Lulu reached out and threw another 5 explosive talismans towards Wuda. Boom, boom, boom. A shocking roar accompanied by thick black smoke raging out. Old man, are you still alive? Lulu stared at the black smoke and called out tentatively, still feeling a little uneasy. His footsteps a little like an arrow off the string, waving his fist and rushed into the black smoke. Regardless, touching an object, he activated Shake the Mountain and slammed it down with a boom. Bang! Hiss! In an instant, Lulu burst back, desperately throwing his fists. He felt as if he had smashed on top of a piece of fine steel, almost breaking his bones. At the same time, an old man holding up a giant tortoise shell with a lousy face walked out from the black smoke, staring at Lulu with eyes that seemed to be spitting out fire as he opened his mouth and spat out a ball of black gas. Kid, comfortable. As he spoke, he used the turtle shell as a shield with one hand, and drove the fire snake to attack Lulu with the other hand, and felt that it was not enough when he threw the fire snake, so he touched a few talismans and threw them wildly after Lulu. Lulu's heart was beating wildly as he darted away, while throwing talismans backhandedly against Wuda. With that, the 2 chased each other up and down. Finally, Wunder ran out of talismans. Lulu seized the opportunity and steeply turned around to throw another punch. Wunder was undaunted and raised his turtle shell to meet him. Bang! A fist smashed into solid ground, and Wunder thumped back a few steps as the turtle shell impacted on top of his chest, instantly wincing in pain. Lulu, on the other hand, similarly exploded back a few steps, his fists bloody and blurred. The two just stared at each other, wide-eyed. Comfortable, kid. Although Wuda was exhausted and in a sorry state, he was still a dead duck and taunted Lulu once again. Lulu was cursing in his heart, thinking that no wonder this old thing could get away safely every time. This turtle shell didn't know what kind of treasure it was. He used his full strength to shake the mountain, but he didn't even manage to leave a mark on that turtle shell. He crossed his arms with one hand, revealing a grim smile as a large handful of talismans suddenly appeared in his hand. Old thing, let's see if it's your turtle shell that's hard, or if it's my talismans that are plentiful, said the man who feigned that he was about to charge towards Wunder. Knowing that his speed was not as good as Lulu's, Wuda was startled and his body shrank, directly lying on the ground and covering himself tightly with his turtle shell. Lulu froze, let out a strange laugh, and slowly walked over. Circling around the turtle shell, he found a small gap on the side of the shell, and with a strange laugh, eased a sheet of flame bombs in. Next. Ah! Hoo-hoo! Wunder popped up instantly, snapping at the fire on his body. Seeing this, Lulu once again bullied his way up. But just as he rushed to 3 feet in front of Wuda suddenly revealed a strange smile, and immediately afterward, Lulu felt the land under his feet soften, and his entire body instantly sank. Trap charms. Lulu's face suddenly changed. Seeing Wuda, a giant fire snake, attacked again, under the horror did not dare to have the slightest reservation. A moment to drain the body of all the true chi from the feet of the gushing out. Phew! He instantly rose to the ground, soaring several feet into the air, narrowly avoiding that fatal blow. Then it came crashing back down with a heavy thud, and even though his body was hard enough, he was still thrown to the ground. He shook his head and was just about to get up when he saw that Wuda was attacking towards him again, and his face turned vicious, and a small black-faced, red rod streamer appeared steeply in his hand. As soon as the blood soul streamer came out, immediately a gloomy wind rose up, rolling black gas surged out, while evil spirits roared, and the bloody aura was nauseating. Wuda just entered the range of the black gas, felt a stabbing pain coming from his head, and could not help but be shocked, thumping and exploding back. It was not until he was out of the range of the black gas that he stared at Lulu in the middle of the black mist with palpitations and incredulity. Kid, you, surprisingly sacrificing an evil weapon. Aren't you afraid of being disallowed by the righteousness of the world? Evil weapon? Lulu snorted lightly. None of your business. With that, he lifted the blood soul streamer and went after Wuda. Wuda at this time is also a loss of true chi. See the situation immediately scared out of their wits. This turtle shell with his cultivation degradation has become an ordinary xuanqi, although it can withstand the external bombardment but cannot prevent the evil spirits to invade the consciousness and hasten to take the road to escape. With neither being able to utilize his true chi, Lulu's physical body had some advantages instead, and his speed was surprisingly able to hold his own with the 6th level chi practitioner Wuda. The two of them chased and fled, and in the blink of an eye, a small half-hour had passed. Kid, I advise you not to chase after me. In half an hour we will reach the Thunder Fire Mountain range. You have a loss of true chi and you are holding an evil weapon. You will definitely be hunted down and killed to death by the righteous cultivators. Wuda was panting, feeling like he might collapse at any time. Humph. Then you have to hold on until half an hour. I feel like you're about to collapse. Lulu was equally tired to the point where his bones were falling apart, and both of them were fighting through gritted teeth. Good, you kid has guts. Wuda was so angry that his teeth itched. Let's make a negotiation. I agree. How about that Dan formula is even on credit to you? That was fine a while ago, but now no. Unless. Unless what? Unless you give me the vein nurturing pill ingredients you found. Never. I'll beat you to death, you old turtle. Another tea time passed. Don't chase me. I'll give it to you. Wuda couldn't carry it anymore, as if he was carrying a huge mountain on his back. Not to mention running, he even staggered when he walked. Good morning, good morning. Lulu fiercely chased after him for a few steps, and his legs went limp as he pressed Wuda underneath him. Meanwhile, groping around on Wunder at random, Chapter 100 The Whereabouts of the Ningxin Flower. Wuda only felt that he was being pressed by a mountain, and resisted as hard as he could to no avail, as one by one, the storage bags were touched out from him by Lulu. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Asshole, how could there be a storage bag there?" Lulu smiled sarcastically. Hee, who knows? But, old man, you can't, that thing isn't as big as a bug. Get out. Lulu bristled. Just the truth. The two looked at each other wide-eyed for a while. Lulu took the lead and rolled to the side. At this time both of them were in a loss of true chi. He had to recover as soon as possible in order to calm the scene. If the other party recovered first, it would be a bit troublesome. However, he had the time temple, so his recovery speed wouldn't be too slow, and he directly sank his mind into the time temple in front of Wuda. Seeing this, Wuda also stopped talking nonsense and immediately sat down on his knees. The rolling aura instantly swarmed towards Wuda. Lulu, who was in the Hall of Time, was startled and thought to himself, what kind of technique does this old man cultivate? The speed of absorbing spiritual chi is so fierce. However, Wuda's thoughts were similar to Lulu's, thinking that this kid definitely got a great chance. Could it be true that his master, Lulu Jinran, was very powerful as the other party said? But why has the old man never heard of this character? It was about a tea time. Both of them opened their eyes almost successively, and after glancing at each other, they both saw the shock in each other's eyes. But they both tacitly did not open their mouths to ask. Wuda took a deep breath, stood up, and said with a gloomy face, "Kid, the storage bag is returned." Lulu cupped 4 or 5 storage bags in his hand, took a few steps back and said indifferently, "Give me the vein-nurturing pill materials or else, I'll keep these storage bags for you for now." These storage bags have been recognized by Wuda unless the other party's soul is broken. There is no way to open it even if he gets it. Of course, the storage bag is in Lulu's hand dead pinch, and Wuda has no way to forcefully take it back. Never. Wuda blew his beard and eyes. He was really surprised that this kid was so shameless, robbed his own Danfeng not to mention, but also hit the idea of their own spirit medicine. At the same time the heart is also suffocating tight, want him a pit all over the world. Did not think that today the tiger fell down by the dog bully, was a little kid pinched dead. Hee, I don't care, anyway, your storage bag is in my hand. If you don't take the spirit medicine, I won't give it back to you or else. Let's practice again. Lulu had a, I'm a scoundrel. Who am I afraid of expression as he said that he was going to put away Wuda's storage bag. Okay, you're shameless, you're great. It's always okay for me to give it to you. That's more like it. Lulu had a death grip on the storage bag and extended his hand over. Fetch it. Don't play tricks. My patience is limited. Wuda's face was full of meat pain. With a movement of his divine sense, a giant jade box instantly appeared in his hand. He unveiled the jade box, only to see a dark gray spirit medicine neatly stacked inside. The elixir was about half a foot tall, the roots and whiskers were all there, and there was a faint spiritual mist emanating from it, which seemed to be quite well preserved. There were like 50 plants in all. Briar grass. Lulu's face was delighted. He recognized the name of the elixir at a glance. It was exactly one of the 4 main medicines inside the pulse-nurturing pill. The heather grass. He stretched out his left hand. Bring it, kid. Things don't go too far. If it wasn't for the old man coming to tip you off today, it's not certain if you'd still be able to stand and talk. Let's talk. I'll give you half of this heather grass. How about it? Lulu's eyes slightly turned, thinking that although this old man was furious before and wanted to kill me, but also his own wrong in the first place, and the other side said is not unreasonable, a little hesitation will say, half is impossible. Give me 40 plants and this will be over. Okay, deal. When Wuda saw Lulu finally let go, he actually had a feeling that he had picked up a great bargain. He couldn't help but curse himself for his depravity. Thinking about it, he still took out 40 heather grasses and threw them towards Lulu. Lulu swept the heather grass through the air and steadily collected it into the medicinal garden space. The heather is well preserved and may or may not be able to be planted. Can I have my storage bag back now? You only have heather? What about the others? Other. Wuda snorted lightly. Do you think that spirit medicine is a cabbage? This heather grass was still only found after the old man collected it for 2 or 3 years. It was not easy to search for the whereabouts of the earth milk essence, but as a result, you know all about it. Lulu had been staring at Wuda's eyes, seeing that the other party didn't seem to be lying, and that he had not only gotten the Dan formula, but also 40 plants of briar grass. So he didn't bother with him, and returned all of the storage bags to Wuda. The two of them looked at each other, and after the deal was completed, they taunted each other a few times, and Lulu turned around and left. Wunder's eyes rolled, and suddenly he bumbled after him again. Kid, where are you going? Does it matter to you? Lulu didn't know where he was going, not to mention that the main purpose of this trip had been achieved. Even if it hadn't been achieved, this Thunderfire mountain range could not be visited. In case he was captured by that mysterious person, wasn't it just asking for death? So young, so much fire. Be careful of getting angry and exploding in place. You really are a dog's mouth. Lulu had been well read since childhood, and although he was occasionally naughty, he thought he was not that kind of frivolous person. But for some reason, as long as he came together with this old man, he wanted to explode at all times. Wunder sniffed and grunted lightly, looking up at the sky as he walked along. Lulu stopped helplessly. I'm scared of you. What exactly do you want to do? Wuda then hemmed and hawed. Kid, old man knows a place where there are Ningxian flowers. Are you going? Ningxian flower? Lulu froze and stared at Wuda with a suspicious expression. Why are you telling me? The Ningxian flower was also one of the ingredients of the pulse-nurturing pill. According to the Spirit Medicine Treasure Book, the Ningxian flower possessed the effects of calming the spirit and harmonizing the true qi. The Ningxian flower had a rank of 200 years and could grow up to a maximum of 4 ranks, which meant that the highest it could be used to refine a 4th rank elixir, which could be used by even the legendary Yuaning powerhouse. Quite valuable. However, it was said that this Ningxian flower only grew in extremely shady and wet places, and with Lulu's knowledge, he didn't know where such places existed. To tell you the truth, old me thinks it's too dangerous there, so I want to find you as a companion. Wuda had a frank look on his face. Dangerous? How dangerous? Let me put it to you this way, when you go there, not only do you have to watch out for poisonous insects, but you also have to always be careful of the changes in the natural environment. The natural environment? Yes, it's an infinite swamp. If you're not careful, you'll fall in, and there's miasma on top of the swamp, which is extremely poisonous. So dangerous? Hee, without entering the tiger's den, you kid won't be afraid, right? Wuda provoked. Chapter 101 North Hope Valley Market. Afraid? Lulu hummed lightly. If you dare to go, what am I afraid of? He certainly wasn't agitated, but he desperately wanted to refine the vein-nurturing pill. Only with the vein-nurturing pill did he have no worries about taking the acupuncture point pill, 55 acupuncture point pills. One with 2 acupoints would be enough to allow him to directly raise a small realm. Seeing Lulu agreeing, Wuda was finally relieved. This time he didn't fool Lulu, but he actually wanted Lulu to go with him, because that place was really hard to deal with if he was alone with his current cultivation. Otherwise, he would have gone to fetch it himself long ago. After learning about it, Lulu also realized that the place Wuda was talking about was actually the Dezhe in the eastern state. This was not the first time Lulu had heard of this place. The last time that fat man from Green Thunder City had told himself that the mysterious person who had commissioned him was in Dezhe, and now it seemed that the two events had coincided. In that case, he would have to make a trip anyway, not only for the Ninjago flower, but also in order to completely resolve that mysterious person once and for all. It just so happened that this Wuda together, if he was truly unbeatable, he could also be utilized slightly. Having made up his mind, Lulu discussed with Wuda again, who said that he needed to make some preparations before entering the Great Zephyr so that he wouldn't be caught off guard when he went in. According to Wuda's proposal, they first went to the Eastern State Scattered Cultivators Workshop to buy some necessary things, such as poison avoidance pills and the like. Lulu didn't know much about the Eastern State, and only said, "It's up to you to decide everything." So the two turned around and headed south. East State, located in the easternmost part of Dakian, covers an area of 50,000 to 60,000 square miles, with the East Sea to the east, Xinzhou to the west, Liangzhou to the north, and Yunzhou to the south. Perhaps because it is too close to the East China Sea, the seawater encroachment of the East China State, so that the eastern tens of thousands of miles have become a swampy land, also known as the Great Zephyr. Most of the people of the eastern state lived in the west, while the center was a gathering place for some explorers, and as for the eastern Great Zephyr, that's a place where even cultivators don't dare to venture into easily, known as the Forbidden Land. On this day, 2 people came from outside a large valley covered with mists in the direction of the north-central part of the eastern state. The old one looked to be in his 60s, dressed in a gray robe, and was currently stroking his goatee, looking up at a stone monument outside the valley. The words Northwatch Valley on top of the stone monument were either so weathered that they didn't look so obvious anymore. "This is it. Let's go make some reserves. I don't know when we'll be able to come back after this trip." The old man retracted his gaze and said to the ink-green power suit teenager next to him. The teenager looked at the valley filled with white mist and seemed to be disbelieving. "Are you sure there is a workshop in here?" The two were none other than Wuda and Lulu, who had arrived from the Thunderfire mountain range in Liangzhou. Wuda said with some complacency. Your kid is still less knowledgeable, the old man told you. This mist is just a blindfold. In order to prevent secular mortals from entering it, you just need to use your divine sense. You can easily find the way in. Oh! Lulu immediately released his divine sense upon hearing this, and the scene in front of him for more than 50 feet was instantly visible. Originally, the center of the mist is actually a stone mountain as high as more than 10 feet. The road between the stone mountain is intricate. If ordinary people go in, will only go around and back to the original position. However, Lulu could sense through his divine sense that these seemingly ordinary stone mountains actually had a great deal of mystery, because every 10 feet or so there was a stone mountain with special runes laid out inside, which could be sensed with his divine sense. Lulu guessed that the only way to find the right path to walk in was to follow these stone mountains that were arranged with runes. Just as Lulu was probing, Wuda had already taken the lead and walked into the mists. Lulu hurriedly followed. As expected, Wuda was heading in the direction of the stone mountain where the runes were arranged. Two people in the mist to turn around, about more than 100 breaths of time, finally walked out of the mist. Into the eye is actually a wide street. People came and went on the street, and stores stood on both sides, as if it was a small town. Moreover, Lulu was shocked to find that all the people walking inside were actually cultivators. Not even a single mortal could be seen. Wuda didn't say anything all the way, just burying his head and walking forward. Lulu guessed that the other party had been here before and followed him after a slight stop, just as the two men were burying their heads in the sand. In the center of the town, on the second floor of the Shun Tian restaurant, a man in black who was drinking wine but suddenly removed the jade plate on his waist and held it in his hand in surprise. Surprisingly, I really found it. Senior brother, what have you found? The black-clothed girl at the same table said suspiciously. The young girl's figure is concave and convex. Her face is fresh and unassuming, and there is a hint of cunning and flirtation in the pure and cold, when it is a perfect color on earth. Oh, it's like this. Master asked me to help find a place with heavy yin qi, saying that it's used to sacrifice spirit corpses, and I didn't think it was possible to find it alone, so I looked for some loose cultivators and asked them to help find it. Senior brother, he explained. What spirit corpse? Senior sister, don't ask. I don't understand either. Moreover, it's better for us to pry less into master's affairs. Saying that, he stood up. Senior sister, are you waiting here? Or are you going with me? The young girl hesitated for a moment. I'll join you. I feel that master, his old man, is afraid to come back. If we sneak out this time, if we are discovered, I'm afraid that we will involve senior brother. We'd better go back quickly. Hey, it's okay, master. He's always been a god. He won't come back so soon after a trip. But your worries are not unreasonable. Let's go meet that person and go back to the Great Zephyr. Next time senior brother will bring you out to play. Thank you, senior brother. The young girl instantly smiled sweetly. The other side. Wuda and Lulu walked out from a grocery store. Wuda handed Lulu a jade bottle. 1 bottle each? It should be enough. The jade bottle is loaded with poison dan, said to be able to prevent miasma invasion. As for the specific efficacy of how, only try to know. Lulu nodded and took it. Anything else to prepare? Wuda pondered for a while. There is nothing else to prepare. Let's go to Wan Baoji's store and take a look. It's good to buy some grain-preventing pills. Most of the demonic beasts inside that big zephyr are poisonous and can't be eaten. The Pathfinder pill? You kid wouldn't even know about the rescue pill, right? Wuda looked at Lulu with contempt and said as he walked. Grain-resistant dan is what chi-practicing stage cultivators use to replace rations with, similar to the dry pancakes you often eat, very convenient. However, can be more valuable than your dry pancakes. A grain of dan can manage you 3 days without eating or drinking and will not affect the body functions. There's still this good stuff. Lulu instantly became interested. Had he known that there was this thing, why would he prepare pancakes? The two of them went all the way forward, and in a short while, they came to the front of an extremely luxurious 3-story building, and written on the plaque above were the very words Wanbao Pavilion. Lulu stared at the plaque for a moment and suddenly remembered that there seemed to be a store called Wanbage in the town of Dihu, but it was closed at that time, so it was not too much to say that it was more of a chicken than a phoenix compared to this one. Couldn't help but ask curiously, Old man, is the one in Earth Tiger Town and this one a single boss? A boss. Wuda smiled. You could say that, but this one Baogu is far from what you see. Once inside, don't be too high profile or else I'll pretend I don't recognize you. With that, he walked in. Chapter 102, Kind Sister. The first floor of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion was divided into many areas, pills, talismans, weapons, medicinal herbs, oddities, and so on. Each area was quite large. At the entrance was the lobby, and on each side of the lobby stood a row of uniformly dressed maids, all of whom were not bad-looking. And all of them were clear of the first level of qi cultivation. This caused Lulu to be greatly surprised, thinking that the old man was really right. The 10,000 Treasures Pavilion was really not an ordinary place. As soon as the two of them entered the door, two well-built maids came over and asked them what they needed with smiles on their faces. Wuda was not surprised and said in an old-fashioned manner, "Lead the old man to take a casual look." Then he followed one of the maids of honor. Lulu was left standing alone and dumbfounded. "Sir, may I ask, what do you need?" Leaving that maid behind with a professional smile on her face, she asked politely. Lulu thought for a moment and said, "Do you have any high-level talismans for sale here?" He was now at the 5th level of qi cultivation, and most of the middle-ranked talismans could only explode with a power about the same as his own cultivation, which was fine for replacing true qi consumption, but couldn't have a surprise effect, so he was prepared to buy a few high-ranked talismans as a means of preserving his life. The maid nodded and said, "Yes, sir. Please follow me." After saying that, he led Lulu towards the inside, and in a short while the two of them arrived next to the counter in the talisman area. The maid removed the jade tag on her waist and opened the small door next to the counter and walked in, standing behind the counter and looking at Lulu with a smile on her face. "Sir, what kind of high-level talisman do you want?" Lulu watched in amazement, thinking that this 10,000 Treasures Pavilion was really powerful. Even the counter door was equipped with a forbidden system. He walked to the front of the counter and asked the maid, "Is there any introduction?" The maid nodded her head and said, "High-ranked cold ice talisman. When actuated, not only can it explode with powerful killing power, it can also slow down the enemy's true qi operation. High-grade turtle armor talisman. Transforms into the shell of a Xian turtle when activated, and can withstand 3 strikes at full strength below the 9th level of qi cultivation. High-ranked blast wind talisman. Boosts insta-speed by 3 times when actuated. High-level bursting charms." The general types of talismans were similar to those of the middle rank, only their power was different. After some introductions, the maid once again asked expectantly, "Sir, what kind do you think you need?" After Lulu thought about it, he bought 10 high-grade turtle armor talismans, 10 high-grade blast wind talismans, and 10 high-grade burst talismans. It wasn't that he didn't want to buy more, but this high-grade talisman was too expensive. It cost 300 condensed truth dan apiece, which was 100 times more expensive than the middle-grade talisman. Of course, there was a reason why it was expensive. After all, a high-grade talisman could be equivalent to the use of a spell attack by a cultivator of the 7th to 9th level of qi cultivation. After taking an inventory, Lulu realized that he only had 1,200 condensing pills left on him, and after thinking about it, he asked the maid to take him to the pill area to buy some grain-resisting pills. The rescue pills were not expensive, and 1 concentration pill could buy 10 of them. Because this thing would be useful sooner or later, Lulu simply spent 500 condensed truth pills to buy 5,000 of them at once, so that he wouldn't have to worry about food in future retreats. Lulu spent nearly 10,000 condensation pills at once, directly making that maid happy. Her behavior was quite intimate, almost rubbing up against him. Lulu felt the hot wind in his ears and fled after a burst of blushing. The maid giggled in the back and cried out in a chirpy voice, "Gongzi, come again." At the doorway, Wuda glared at Lulu in a sly manner. "What did you kid buy to make that little girl so happy?" "It's nothing. Why do you have an unhappy look on your face? Were you bullied?" Lulu couldn't help but be greatly curious when he saw that the other party had a gray look on his face. "None of your business." Wuda sniffed his face even more ugly. In fact, after he went in, he only cared about teasing that little maid. He didn't buy anything at all, and in the end he was directly driven out. "How can you be like this old man? Kindly caring for you, you still stomped on your nose." Lulu looked at the other side of the grudging appearance, and some cannot hold back the laughter, squeezed his eyebrows and said, "I just heard someone inside shouting old hooligan would not be talking about you, right? Get out." Wunder said and simply turned his head and left. "Che, really not a good thing." Lulu's eyes glazed over and he got up to chase after them. As he was walking, Lulu suddenly felt that someone was scanning himself with his divine sense. Not that kind of sweeping, but serious probing, and he couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly, take 2 quick steps, and lower his voice. "Old man, it seems like we're being watched." Staring. Wuda was about to look back immediately, but was stopped back by Lulu with a hand on his shoulder. "Don't look. I have a feeling that person's cultivation isn't very strong, so don't scare the snakes." Lulu couldn't figure out why the other party was staring at him. Could it be that he saw that he was generous and wanted to rob him? If that was the case, then he wouldn't mind a counter-robbery. Wuda understood. Secretly said this kid really enough whispered. You just should spend a lot of condensed real dan in it, right? Should be under the fishing. But this is good. You and I, brother. 50-50 no comments. It looked like Wunder and Lulu were both thinking the same thing and were ready to counter-robber. Deal. For this kind of flying fortune, as long as Wuda was willing to contribute, he didn't mind giving him a share. Besides, it's not possible to say whether it's a fortune or a disaster. Although the person behind this cannot feel the threat, but in case the other party is just an eye, and then popped out of a group of big guys, they can also pull this old man pad back knot. Senior, that's him? The girl in black asked the man in black as she stepped out of a crack in the wall next to him. Senior brother, he nodded and shook his head again. The Zimu jade is on him, but I don't seem to have looked for this person. What does elder brother mean? It's possible that one of those people I was looking for was killed by him and got my Zimmer jade. What about us? A shade flashed in senior brother He's eyes. He killed my men and came to the eastern prefecture. It's possible that he knows that I'm looking for the Xianin land. Let's go and take a look. It's possible that he's really found it, and he's come over to collect the reward. The black-clothed girl sniffed but was a little worried. Senior brother, that old man and I are the same as the 6th level of Qi practicing it, and that young man is also the 5th level of Qi practicing, higher than the senior brother you cultivation if. Listening to the tone, this black-clothed senior sister was even a bit higher in cultivation than that senior brother. 6th level of Qi training. Senior brother, he suddenly shrank. Does senior sister have a way to deal with him? The black-clothed girl hesitated a bit, then nodded. I can help you hold him back, but senior brother, you have to promise me that you won't be allowed to kill anyone, and that you'll leave when you get the news. Senior brother, he was torn in his heart for a moment and slowly exhaled. Fine. I'll just promise you. Well, senior brother is the best. The black-clothed girl then spread her smile. Senior brother, he shook his head helplessly. Senior sister is just too soft-hearted. Otherwise, there will be a place for you in the 7 martial furies position in the future. The black-clothed girl smiled faintly. Each of the 7 martial furies is merciless, and I don't want to be given to be one. The two said while slowly following in the direction of Lulu's duo. Chapter 103. Old man, put me down. Outside of Northwatch Valley. Lulu and Wuda hooked up and in no time they turned into the path heading east. Old man, don't just think about picking up a bargain. Get a few talismans to use. Lulu's hand that looped over Wuda's shoulder was folding a middle-rank talisman into an inconspicuous triangle, and every few steps, he secretly threw a few of them into the bushes next to him. Kid, you're being too cautious. You've thrown more than 20 middle-rank talismans onto the ground. Wuda looked shocked, thinking that this kid is simply too sinister. So many talismans, even if it cannot blow up people, but also absolutely can blow people out of their minds. It's called being careful, you know. Cut the crap and take it out or you won't want to share the spoils in a while. Take it, take it. Wuda gave Lulu a blank look and reached out to take out a bunch of middle-rank talismans and handed them to Lulu. There were more than 20 of them. That's more like it. Lulu took the talisman and smoothly put it away in the space temple. Wunder? You're not setting up ahead of time? Lulu smiled faintly. I'll keep it first and throw it later when the fight starts. If I don't finish blowing up all of them now, I'll have to pick them up later. How troublesome. You brat is punking old me again. Wuda blew his beard at Lulu. Don't get excited. It's just a few middle-rank talismans. I'll return them to you then. Lulu said. The hand on Wuda's shoulder suddenly exerted a slight force. Here it comes. Wuda sniffed and secretly released his divine sense to sense it, and his face suddenly changed. I'll go. There's a 6th grader. 6th? Lulu was shocked in his heart and said in a condensed voice, Are you sure about this? If not, let's run? In Lulu's opinion, there was no shame in running away. Wuda would have been the kind of see the situation is not right directly to leave the main, but the thought of just being this kid pit away 25 talismans, if the escape now, it is not for nothing, so clenched his teeth and said, The other one is only at the 4th level of Qi practicing. I'll hold off that 6th level for a while. You'll have no problem coming over to help me right after you've solved it, right? In his opinion, Lulu could even beat up himself the 6th level of Qi cultivation, so killing a 4th level would be a piece of cake. So brave. Lulu was stunned. It has to be. All right, leave the 4th heavy one to me, you hold on for a while. I'll come over to help you right after I kill him. Lulu also felt that he was a 5th level Qi practitioner, even though he was only in the early stages, but killing a 4th level should just be a matter of turning his hand over. Just as the two deliberately slowed down their steps to discuss, that senior brother he and the black-clothed senior sister had already chased after the two to a place 3 feet behind them, and senior brother he opened his mouth and shouted at Lulu's back. "This fellow Taoist, please wait." Lulu sniffed and gave a wink to Wuda and said in a deep voice, "Do it." Subsequently, the two of them turned around boldly, and in a flash of lightning, the two figures shot back at the same time. Lulu intentionally controlled the speed to slow down by half a beat. Wuda all the way flying sand and stones. In the blink of an eye arrived at the young girl in front of 5 feet away. At the same time, both palms out, "Fire dragon!" In an instant, 2 fire snakes roared out, attacking the front of the young girl without mercy. "Stop!" the young girl shrieked. She did not expect the two did not say anything on the hands, hastily thumped back several steps. At the same time the seal together, a number of transparent aqua-colored ropes intertwined with each other, snapped to sound impact on the 2 fire snakes above. Perhaps because the young girl was too hasty in her strikes, that one water-colored rope only lasted for less than half a breath before it was roasted and smoked away, following which the 2 fire snakes continued to move forward. Bang! The black-clothed girl covered her chest and fell back 5 or 6 feet. Wuda gained the momentum. His body shape spread and chased after him again, without the slightest intention of pity. "Senior sister, be careful." Senior brother he let out a cry of alarm and went to help, but right at that moment, a strong wind suddenly whistled towards him. Senior brother his heart was flabbergasted, and he instantly moved a few steps to the side horizontally. Lulu landed a punch into the air and didn't go after it, but looked oddly at the shocked senior brother he. The next instant, boom! With a popping sound, accompanied by a cloud of black smoke rising, senior brother he was directly blown up in the air, then smashed down with a rumble. Senior. On the other side, the black-clothed girl was tangling with Wuda. Slowing down, she was in a sorry state, but she was still able to hold on between the twists and turns, and when she saw that senior brother he was blown up, her pretty face changed, and she flew towards senior brother he after making a false move. At this moment, senior brother he's pants and legs were tattered, with blood dripping on top of his feet, looking quite miserable, and the blood in his mouth told several people that his injuries were not light. That's right, although the middle-rank talisman is generally harmful to the 5th or 6th level, but this senior brother he is only the 4th level and steadily stepped on the talisman. Not being blown up counts as he has some skills. The black-clothed girl picked up senior brother he and asked worriedly, "Senior brother, how are you?" Boom! Before she could finish, the two exploded once again under their feet. This time, senior brother he was even more miserable. His legs were directly blown to a bloody mess. Even the bones were clearly visible, and although the young girl was not much of a problem, she was also spitting black smoke from her mouth and was in quite a sorry state. Lulu looked at Wuda, only to see that Wuda was scowling at him, and it looked like Wuda had done it. Seeing this opportunity, Wuda did not talk nonsense. His figure moved, shouted, "Take life." At the same time, his right hand became a palm, and a fire snake shot towards the black-clothed girl. The ruthlessness of his hand made Lulu secretly frown. In fact, from the beginning until now, Lulu had a doubt in his heart. He couldn't figure out why the two men were tailing him. Because from the look and language of the two men, they didn't look like they were coming for their belongings, so they didn't kill them when they struck just now. Otherwise, he could have killed the black-clothed man with his first punch, instead of waiting for the other party to step on the bursting charm. "Senior sister, don't keep your hands off." Seeing a fire snake whistling, senior brother he staggered, his heart thumping, and rushed at the black-clothed girl to warn her loudly. "Stay." Both Lulu and Wuda were in awe at the words and burst back almost simultaneously. Tinkerbell. As soon as the two of them landed on the ground, a crisp bell sound rang out in their heads. Instantly, Lulu felt a dull pain in his head, as if he had been hit heavily with a hammer. His eyes went white, and he flopped down. Wuda's situation was quite a bit better than Lulu's. He shook his body, blinked his eyelids a few more times, and exclaimed, "Dementor Bell!" He then darted to Lulu's side, grabbed Lulu by the collar behind his back and lifted it up to run. "Senior sister, quickly chase after them." Seeing this, senior brother he eagerly shouted. The black-clothed girl looked like her exertion wasn't light either, and shook her head. "Senior brother, I feel my bell can't affect that old man, and besides, you're hurt so badly you need to be treated earlier. How about, let's go back and tell master." "Hey, okay." Upon hearing this, although senior brother he was unwilling in his heart, there was nothing he could do. Compared to the Xian land, his own master should value this senior sister's safety more. I don't know how far I ran. Lulu woke up ghostly and realized that he was being carried by Wuda and running. The earth and rocks on the ground flew backward under his eyes. He was both touched and speechless in his heart. And he said in a hurry, "Old man, put me down." Chapter 104, The Red-Trained Three-Headed Serpent. Huh? You kid woke up this early? Wuda was slightly surprised in his heart. So he hurriedly stopped and threw Lulu down with a loose hand. Lulu couldn't react in time and directly dropped to the ground with a thud, standing up and glaring at Wuda. "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" "What on purpose? You kid is heavy as hell, old man's hands are numb," Wuda said as he sat on his butt on the ground, his brow slightly furrowed. It's strange to say, how could the soul-regenerating bell be in the hands of a little girl who is at the 6th level of Qi practicing? What Dementor bell? Lulu sat down next to Wuda. Just now that little girl shook that bell. Let me tell you, that is a treasure. Once even the Yuaning power to see also have to retreat. So powerful? Lulu was startled, then stared at Wuda suspiciously. How did you know? None of your business. Wuda glanced at Lulu lightly, not giving him any explanation at all. Lulu immediately felt that this old man is somewhat uncomplicated, not to mention this insight is not something that ordinary people can have. But see, the other side does not want to explain, but also too lazy to get to the bottom of it. The two of them rested for a while. Wuda stood up and patted his butt and said, "Let's go, it's time to depart. That girl is not simple, don't bump into her again for good." Lulu was thoughtful and quickly followed. The two of them traveled all the way to the east. At first there were quite a few mountain ranges and jungles, but the further east they went the more desolate they became. Gradually the jungles began to recede, and there were only occasional small hillocks. A few more days of traveling. Even the hill cannot be seen. A glance at the past. All is a gray cloudy piece of the eye. Dozens of miles around only a few sky-high ancient trees stand alone in which. Lulu asked, "Is this the Great Zephyr?" Wuda stared ahead and nodded his head as he replied, "This is the edge of the Great Zephyr, and walking in is the true land of the Great Zephyr." "Where is the Nimbus flower?" "Another 5 or 6 days of walking should get us there, but it's been a long time since I've been to the Great Zephyr, so it's impossible to say if there are still any ninjago flowers there." Saying that, he made a little step and gently landed on top of a green turf 10 feet away, turned to Lulu and shouted, "Follow me. Don't look at this place to be calm. There might be a big guy right under your feet." Lulu knew that the big guy mentioned by the other party referred to the demonic beasts hidden underneath the soft soil, and he didn't dare to be careless when he heard that. His body shape slightly moved, and he landed behind Wuda as if he was nothing. Wuda gave Lulu an appreciative look and continued forward. At the same time, his heart was more and more eager for Lulu's stance, thinking that this kid eats softness and refuses hardness. It seems that the old man can't pit him too much, or else I'm afraid that it will be difficult to make him hand over his stance willingly. Lulu naturally didn't know that Wuda was still thinking about his stance until now. If he knew what Wuda was thinking, he would definitely praise the old man for being smart. Indeed, although Lulu was a person who showed no mercy to his enemies, he could really do that to his own people. It was like with Chun Zhong. As long as he couldn't use anything himself, he didn't hesitate to give it to the other party. 2 days later, two people came to a difficult to see the edge of the mauve mist before. Wuda looked slightly gloomy said, "This is what the old man said, miasma. This thing sucked 1 or 2 mouths is not a big deal, but if you suck more will cause indelible effects on the body." Saying that, he took out a jade bottle and poured out a turquoise pill from it and ate it. "Let's go. Some demonic beasts like to stay underneath this mist. You'll have to fight your way through it in a while." Lulu nodded and took a poison avoidance pill accordingly, then carefully followed. After entering the mists, Wuda's speed slowed down quite a bit, and every time he landed, he had to release his divine sense to sense it and make sure it was safe before continuing forward. In this way, at first it was fine, but as time went by, it slowly became a bit overwhelming, and in the end, they let Lulu walk in front of them. Lulu also learned a lot of knowledge along the way, understanding that as long as there is green turf can be landed, although the ground is still soft, but at least it will not sink. And those lifeless places can't be stepped on at all. 1 foot will surely fall deep into it. In this way, another half a day of walking safely. Let Lulu frowned as that after walking for so long, but has not yet come out of the range of the mists, cannot help but turn around and ask, "This back is all the misty zone cannot be?" Wuda shook his head. "According to my old man's experience, it should take another half a day's walk to get out of the misty zone, and the land outside is no longer soft, But the road after this will be even more dangerous, so you'll have to be on your toes. More dangerous. Lulu thought all the way to listen to you say danger to hear the ears are cocooned, also did not see where the danger, shook his head and leapt to fall to 20 feet away. Just at the moment of landing, Lulu suddenly sweated and exclaimed, "So many strange snakes!" When he explored with his divine sense, he only saw patches of strange snakes crawling on the piece of grass 30 feet away, and although these strange snakes were only as thick as an adult's arm, they were more than 2 feet long, and their crimson epidermis was covered with black spots, which were highly poisonous at a glance. What was even more shocking was that all of these snakes had 3 heads, which was bizarre. Red training 3-headed snake. Wuda also landed down, the divine sense of a probe, his face immediately ugly down. This is trouble, this thing is difficult to deal with and carries a strong poison. Even the 12th level of Qi cultivation was bitten on the bite, cannot hold out for an hour. The poison avoidance pill is useless? Lulu asked with a frown. It's useless. The poison avoidance pill can only protect against miasma, not venom. After Wunder finished, both of them were in a tangle. There was only that one patch of grass in front of us to land on, the rest of the place was muddy, and there might be even more powerful guys hiding under the mud, so I was afraid that it would be even more troublesome if we jumped off the ground. In other words, the place where that group of red-trained 3-headed serpents stayed was the necessary path for them to advance. Charge, we've come this far. Wouldn't it be a shame to just give up? After a moment of silence, it was Lulu who took the lead and spoke up. Just as well, let's put up a fight then. Wuda squinted his eyes at the distance and said solemnly, "Kid," old man said at first, "this swampland is in crisis everywhere. It's not a place for jokes, you kid don't do that kind of thing to pit your teammates against each other, or else, old man will never forgive you for the rest of your life." The color of surprise in Lulu's eyes flickered away as he nodded his head and said, "Don't worry, although I don't like you much, but at least you saved me once before, so I promise I won't screw you over this time. Count on your kid having a bit of conscience." Hearing Lulu mention what happened before, Wu just secretly nodded, thinking that this kid's heart wasn't bad to the end. The two of them discussed some more and decided to adopt the way of fighting and retreating to cross that piece of grass. When the decision was made, Lulu also stopped talking nonsense. His body shape swayed, accompanied by a strong wind, and landed on top of the grass with a whirring sound. "Sasha, Sasha." The moment he landed, the surrounding red-trained 3-headed snakes instantly looked like they had seen a mountainous delicacy, excitedly shooting towards Lulu with their heads held high. The 3-headed snakes in the distance had also caught wind of the situation, and their 3 heads rose 5 feet high, spitting out their letters and invading towards Lulu. At this time, Wuda has also fallen down. See the situation? His face suddenly changed. Reach out as a few flame bomb thrown out toward the surrounding, poof explosion sound urged. Do not get attached to the war, quickly go. Chapter 105. A substantial income. Lulu also threw out a few fireballs just now, but realized that this 3-headed snake was so flexible that the fireballs were just thrown out and it dodged away with a tilt of its head, so it didn't do any damage at all. Hearing Wuda's urging, he didn't dare to be slow, and was about to charge forward at once. However, just after running out for more than 10 feet, a row of 3-headed snakes steeply appeared in front of him. All of these 3-headed snakes were holding their heads high, little by little, and they were neatly arranged like well-trained soldiers, quite shocking. Lulu's heart thumped, secretly saying that these guys had such high spirituality. This was really difficult. Naturally, Wuda also noticed this scene, and while hitting the fire snakes to blast the 3-headed snake behind him, he said, "Go to the right." Lulu took a deep breath and pulled out his legs to run. The rows of 3-headed snakes hissed in unison at the sight, and suddenly swarmed towards Lulu and the two of them in pursuit. Lulu's face showed a fierce color, and he pulled out a handful of talismans and threw them behind him. Instantly, a rumbling burst came from behind him, and a reddish long rope was blown up and flipped in all directions. He was about to let out a sigh of relief when he suddenly felt a cool breeze blowing in front of him and decisively threw his body back. Almost instantly, 3 triangular snake heads rushed against his abdomen. The Wuda beside him was quick on his feet, and with a flash of fiery red light on his hand, he grabbed the 3-headed snake that was clinging to Lulu's abdomen and gripped the snake's body and twisted it with force. Lulu stood up straight with a slight push of his feet, and with a sudden movement of his divine sense, he threw another handful of talismans behind him and then urged, "Hurry!" Seeing a 3-headed snake fall to the ground, Wuda was hesitant. "Kid, the snake gall of this 3-headed snake is worth a lot of money. Should we take a gamble? It would be a shame to discard so many 3-headed snake corpses just like that. What do you want?" Lulu asked as he swung the fireball. Fight them. Are you sure? Lulu was also short of Jinjin Dan right now, and to be honest, he was a bit upset after leaving so many snake corpses behind. What's sure or not go? Wuda said as he directly turned around and charged towards the group of snakes behind him, quite bravely. This time, however, he didn't use another spell, but instead summoned his turtle shell to block in front of him, while holding a long sword in his hand to slash indiscriminately, and as soon as he saw the snake's head biting towards him, he raised his turtle shell to block it. Not to mention, in this way, these three-headed snakes unexpectedly did not have the slightest way to take Wuda. Instead, one by one, they were sneak attacked by Wuda and cut off their heads. However, just at this moment, several three-headed snakes came behind Wuda. Wuda instantly felt a cold chill behind his buttocks, but he didn't dare to turn around or it would be even colder behind his buttocks, so he could only charge forward against the turtle shell while shouting, "Kid, don't ink, come and help me, coming." Lulu's body swayed and instantly swept towards Wuda. On the way, a black light flashed in his hand. An axe was held in his hand, and in the process, he chopped down towards the three-headed snake that attacked Wuda's butt. With a poof, the snake's body and three heads separated instantly. Lulu came behind Wuda and was back-to-back with him while pinching up a high-grade turtle armor talisman and inputting his true chi with a face full of flesh. With a buzzing sound, an earth-colored turtle armor immediately appeared in front of him. And although it wasn't a real turtle shell, it was still quite thick. Wuda secretly praised Lulu for his willingness to give up. In this way, both of them were secured on all fronts. Wuda chopped out a sword every now and then, and Lulu chopped out an axe every now and then. In no time, hundreds of three-headed snakes perished under the sword and axe of the two. This high-grade turtle armor talisman was not a solid entity after all, and could no longer hold on after hundreds of impacts, turning into green smoke with a click and disappearing. Lulu looked at the ground full of corpses and hesitated a little before taking out another advanced turtle armor talisman. Just as he was about to use it, Wuda interrupted him and said, "Don't waste it. Leave the rest to old man." Lulu thought to himself that this old man was not bad, so he nodded and put away the turtle armor talisman. "All right, I'll leave it to you then." With that, he detached himself from Wunder and went to pick the ones that were left alone to deal with. After a few more moments, the great battle was finally over. The grass in a 2-mile radius was strewn with a field of three-headed snake corpses, and Wuda directly sat down on his butt in exhaustion. But that small pair of eyes was full of light. So much snake bile, it's a big money maker. Lulu was also a bit tired, but he had refined his body, so he wasn't as bad as Wuda. He slowly walked over to sit next to Wuda. "Old man, this snake gall is very valuable?" In his opinion, with Wunder's character, if this thing wasn't worth anything, he definitely wouldn't risk his life to hunt these three-headed snakes. "Of course, it's not worth it, old man. What's the point of bothering? How much is it worth?" Lulu instantly looked at Wuda expectantly. Wunder slowly extended 5 fingers. "At least 51. 50. Lulu was filled with shock. This three-headed snake is only a grade 1 middle-stage spirit beast. Can it be worth this much? This you don't understand it. The bile refined from the snake's gall can be used to refine many pills. It's something that many forces compete for, and this red training three-headed snake is extremely hard to find, so the price is naturally not something that can be compared to an ordinary intermediate-level spirit beast." "So it is." Lulu was also secretly delighted to hear this, thinking that he had used almost all of his concentration dawn, so it was really a case of someone sending a pillow when he dozed off. In the middle of his thoughts, Lulu remembered the refining materials for the pulse-nurturing pill, so he asked tentatively, "Right, old man, one of the ingredients of that vein-nurturing pill is the Buddha heart fruit, right? Do you know where there is a Buddha heart fruit?" "Buddha heart fruit?" Wuda glanced at Lulu and casually said, "The Buddha heart fruit is sold at the Wan Bao Pavilion. If you go to look for it yourself, you can try your luck at those extreme young lands. Exactly where it is available, I'm not sure. For sale? Is it expensive? Almost 50 or so condensation pills apiece. That's not really expensive." Lulu's eyes flickered, thinking that in this case, as long as he found the Ningxin flower, he could start refining the pulse-nourishing pill. A breakthrough was just around the corner. For a moment, his mood immediately improved. However, Wuda was sighing. "It's not expensive, but it's a pity. There's still one flavor of earth milk essence missing. I don't know when I'll be able to find it." Lulu opened his mouth. The words that came to his mouth were retracted, and he sighed in the same way. "Yes, yes." The two of them shook their heads and lamented for a while before they got up and started packing up the snake's guts. After being busy for a full half hour, the two of them finally collected all the snake gall bladders together, and after counting them, they found that there were actually 520 of them, and divided them equally, one person got 260 of them. If he were to follow Wuda's words, these would be enough to exchange for 13,000 lower-grade condensed truth pills. What a great income! Lulu planned to go to the 10,000 treasures pavilion to purchase the Buddha heart fruit once he found the Ningxian flower, and then he would find a place to hide and quietly refine pills for a breakthrough. Chapter 106: The Mysterious Micro-Moon. Lulu and Wuda continued to hoof it again after dividing the snake bile. Even at night, they both just rested on their knees for a small half-hour in turn. Finally, at the dawn of the next day, the two walked out of the purple mist. Lulu immediately felt that his body was empty and his entire body was much more relaxed. Although there was still a light mist ahead, it was all normal morning mist, and not only did it not have the dullness that purple mist brought, but instead it had a somewhat cool feeling. More importantly, he had been traveling through the swamp for more than 10 days, and even when he stepped on the grass, it was soft and flimsy, fearing that he would accidentally step through the turf. Now it was good that he finally had his feet on the ground and could move forward with confidence and boldness. Wuda also looked a lot more relaxed, but he still didn't completely let his guard down in his heart and said to Lulu, "Kid, don't be too happy too early. Although the land here is normal, there are even tougher things." "Something harder?" "Well, there is a mutated centipede here called the Great Zephyr Centipede, which is a specialty of this Great Zephyr. The adult Great Zay Centipede possesses a strength equivalent to the 8th level of Qi practicing. If we encounter it, we'll be in trouble." "So powerful!" Lulu's heart hung in the air at the words. "Of course, but although this thing is powerful, it doesn't have a high level of spirit, not even as good as the 3-headed snake we killed earlier. If we come across a single one, we can combine our efforts and try. After all, the corpse of this great Zephyr Wisp is worth a lot of money now." "You're afraid you're not crazy, right?" Lulu looked at Wuda with contempt, thinking that the old man had probably fallen into the eye of money, and followed Wuda as he walked. "Heh, people die for money and birds die for food. Even though the old man has lived some years, he is not immune to the mundane awe." Wuda stroked his goatee and was filled with sighs. "Oh, then you can't guarantee that you'll die on this word wealth someday. You kid dare to curse old man. Isn't it, as the saying goes, a gentleman loves money and takes it? This Tao is not the Tao of reason, but the means. You don't have the means and you don't measure up. What is it if you are not seeking death?" Lulu said casually. How could you have such a strange understanding?" Wuda stared at Lulu with a face full of wonder. "Haha. Of course I realized it myself along the way. You're a funny one, kid. But you have a point." Wuda nodded and some emotion. "I think years ago the old man is planted in the greed for money and love to get together on these two things, or else today will not be here to listen to your nonsense. But unfortunately, the river and the mountain is easy to change, the nature cannot change." "Oh." Lulu was filled with curiosity. "How so?" "Forget it. What's an old man doing talking to a little kid like you about this?" Just as the two continued forward, "Master, senior brother, deep in the depths of the endless great Zephyr, there was a cave shrouded by an eerie green light, and a crisp young girl's voice suddenly came out from within. The young girl's voice seemed worried and a little scared. Following the sound, he went in, only to see a 17 or 18-year-old black-clothed girl clasping her fingers, her gaze moving over the black-clothed man lying on the stone bed and the black-robed old man standing beside the bed. "He can't die." The black-robed old man's voice was gloomy and raspy, sounding uncomfortable. This person was the black-robed old man who had gone to Yulong Town to pursue Lulu, and was also the hidden sect that was unknown to people under this great Zay nowadays, the Incorp sect's Grand Elder Emotion. If the righteous sects knew that there was such a secretive sect hidden down here, they were afraid that it would immediately create a storm in the cultivation world. "Master, it's all because of my disciples' uselessness, letting Master take the trouble," the man on the bed said with some self-abasement. "Humph," Emotion snorted coldly. "Troublesome. You can really make the old man troublesome. Who let you bring Wei Yue out privately? If anything happens to her, with this cheap life of yours, can you afford it?" "Yes, it is the disciple who is wrong." He-Jin's heart was sore, but he didn't dare to show the slightest disrespect to his master. He-Jin knows that his own this sister in the master's heart of the weight of how much. He also just cherished the little sister living in this mist all year round, have not seen the outside world, good intentions to take it out for a walk. He had thought that it would take a while for his master to return from his outing, but he just didn't realize that the two of them would be caught just as soon as they got back. "Not right? Go to the Hall of Punishment yourself to receive 100 canes, and next time, if you bring Wei Wei out privately again, you'll have no choice but to stay in the pit of 10,000 corpses." The old man directly turned around and left after saying that. "Master, senior brother, he has a wound in his body. 100 staff. Senior sister, don't need to say more. I'll just go." Heejin struggled to get off the bed and trembled as he walked outside. The young girl called Wei Wei wanted to help but was stopped by him shaking his head. He understood very well that what the master said, stay in the pit of 10,000 corpses, was not for him to go to the pit of 10,000 corpses to cultivate. That place, only dead people would go there to stay. If he dared to refute a sentence now, he might have to go to the pit of 10,000 corpses to stay right away. As he passed by Emojan, Heejin still didn't forget to say, "That's Xianyin land. There is no need for you to be in charge of this matter." Seeing that Heejin was so sensible, Emojan's expression also slightly eased. The Xianyin land is no longer useful, but these two people actually managed to escape from under Wei Yue's soul regenerating bell. There is some research value. Master will send Wu Qi to deal with it. Seeing his master say so many words to himself, Heejin instantly felt a great favor, and even the fact that he was about to go and eat 100 cold staffs didn't make him feel sad, and he happily bowed. "Disciple understands." After saying that, he limped out of the cave. "Master, I was the one who took the initiative to go out. Isn't this a bit too unfair to senior brother?" Wei Wei looked at the door and said with some sadness, "Ai Wei Wei, you have to remember that you have a noble status and are not from the same world as that brat. If it wasn't for him bringing you back, Master wouldn't even look at him, and would he accept him as his disciple?" To this young girl, Emojan's tone seemed very gentle, even a bit humble, and then said, "The outside world is still not peaceful, and we need an opportunity. When the time is ripe, the Master will take you out of this gloomy dazes. The world is so big, you can go as far as you want." "Really?" A strong yearning was revealed in Wei Yue's eyes. "Of course, trust in Master. This day won't be too far away." Emojan's bloodless face grinned. A hard smile, but it was indeed a smile. "I understand, Master, don't worry, that's it. I won't leave the Great Zephyr privately again." Wei Yue felt that Emojan was probably worried that she would sneak out again. Emojan smiled more happily at his words. He knew that this girl is now kind and never lies. As for the future, maybe it will change, but please don't forget him as a master only. Weeping Moon was actually so confused that she couldn't even remember what happened when she was a child. Even more, she didn't know where she came from, only remembering that she was here the moment she opened her eyes, and that her master and a few eccentric old men were looking at her with excitement on their faces. She was puzzled, wondering what was happening, who she was, what she was doing here. Chapter 107 Mutated Dajo Wisp. Emojan and Wei Yue walked out of the stone room together. The passageway outside was intricate. The two of them walked side by side. Between their walks, Emojan uttered words of enlightenment from time to time. The two of them followed a slightly wider passage to the west, and in a short while they came to an open area, which surprisingly had a square underneath. The square was more than 10 miles in circumference, all paved with black boulders 5 or 6 feet in length and width. Very shocking. Unlike the darkness in the passageway, the top of this plaza is not covered. Looking up you can see the dim sky overhead. Emojan stopped and looked at Wei Yu and said in a warm voice, "If you feel bored, then sit here, for the master still has things to do, so I'll leave first." Wei Yu nodded. "Disciple knows, Master, take care." Emojan nodded, then headed towards the cave on the north side of the square. Wei Yu looked up at the dim sky and sat down on a stone chair under a big tree in the corner of the plaza, then leaned her back on the stone chair to look at the sky in a daze. She didn't like to stay in the gloomy stone room too much, and she would come here almost every day to get some fresh air. From time to time, there would be figures walking by on the square, but when they saw Wei Yu sitting here, they were far away and avoided it, not even daring to look at it more. Emojan walked into the square directly north of a huge stone hall carved with various gods and demons. The plaque in front of the door of the stone hall was carved with the words, "Een Corpse Hall." There were 5 stone chairs on the left and right side of the hall, and there were 3 in the directly north. The stone chair in the center is the largest and the sides are slightly smaller. Emojan sat straight onto the slightly smaller stone chair to the right of the large chair and shouted in a slightly somber voice, "Someone come." As the words fell, the black-clothed guard on the right side outside the temple door immediately walked in with quick steps, kneeling on one knee with his head hanging down, respectfully saying, "Please command the Grand Elder. Have the Wookiee come see me." Yes. The guards didn't have any unnecessary nonsense, and after getting up, They kept their heads lowered and backed up until they had retreated to the entrance of the Great Hall before turning around and quickly running towards the east side of the plaza. Not long after, a slender man in black with a purple Fong mask hurriedly rushed in, bowing slightly after entering the hall, calmly saying, "Wu Qi, please ask the Grand Elder to command." 7 Martial Fury is the elite of the elite within the Qingyang Sect's disciples. The lowest cultivation is also the 7th level of Qi cultivation, and each has the ability to defeat 10 with 1, undefeated at the same level, and even cross the level to kill the enemy. Mo Zhan remained expressionless, seemingly only acting like a person in front of Wei Yue. He pulled out a grayish jade tablet and threw it to Wu Qi, saying in a deep voice, "2 people in total, the highest practicing Qi 6th level. The old one will bring it back. The young one will kill it. No problem, right? Lead the way." Wu Qi's voice did not fluctuate in the slightest, bowing once again and turning to leave. The other side, on a certain piece of substantial grass in the endless great zephyr, Lu Li and Wu De were flying desperately. Both of them had messy hair, their bodies and heads were covered in grass clippings, and they looked quite wretched. Behind the two of them, a bucket-thick, 5 or 6 feet long, black-bodied giant centipede was chasing after the two of them. It's a bit of a funny story to say the least. Just yesterday, the two of them encountered a group of great zephyr centipedes, but their strength was not high, and the two of them chopped their way through, easily harvesting 40 to 50 great zephyr centipede corpses, and the more they killed, the more they got more and more energized. But just when they were happy, a dark head suddenly cocked up in front of them, its crimson eyes staring at the two men as if it had a father-killing grudge against them. Lulu felt bad and turned around to escape, but was pulled by Wu De, nonetheless saying that this thing is just a little bit bigger, not much spirit, and it's especially valuable. With that, he killed towards this large centipede, but unexpectedly, the other party's long tail flicked out and jerked Wu De back in one go, and along with it, knocked Lulu out 2 to 3 feet as well. Lulu turned around to escape again, but unexpectedly he was pulled back by Wu De, grinning, "It doesn't hurt. I'll go seduce it, and you sneak up behind it." Lulu was furious. "If it wasn't for me patting you, could you not be in pain?" But seeing Wu De holding up the turtle shell and charging up again, Lulu had no choice but to pull out his big black axe and wait for an opportunity to sneak in. It was hard to find an opportunity to chop an axe on the tail of the big centipede, but unexpectedly it was like chopping on top of the steel. When sparks splashed, the big centipede was furious and violently pumped. Lulu directly flew backward for more than 10 zhong, and his ribs were broken a few times. He never did it again and spilled his guts. Wu De immediately screamed with a look of hatred. "This guy doesn't have any spirit at all. What the hell are you running for?" But Lulu ran. He is also a solo, sighing, and sighing. Some also pulled his legs and ran wildly. In his opinion, as long as he escaped a mile or two, this will certainly not chase again. Unexpectedly, this fellow had pursued the two all the way to the present. Even if the two of them used the sprinting talisman from time to time, they could only get rid of it for a short period of time, and it was as if the big guy had planted eyes on the two of them, and they were able to find their way to the door again a few moments later with precision and accuracy. "Old man, didn't you say that this thing doesn't have a spirit?" Lulu was so angry that his mouth was crooked. He was running wildly and bellyaching at the same time. Fortunately, although this guy was strong, his speed was not very fast. Lulu could temporarily get rid of the other party as soon as he used his stance or talisman. "How do I know this? This guy might have mutated." Wu De cried with an unlucky look. "Serves you right." Lulu was speechless, thinking that this is not the way to go on. The use of the body to consume true qi, and the middle order speeding talisman will soon be used up. Is it necessary to use the high-level talisman? Is not. This one can be 300 condensation of true Dan. Think about it, are a little reluctant to give up. That's all. He turned back and glanced at the giant centipede behind him that was chasing after him with 100 feet, like dozens of sailors rowing oars. And with great difficulty he made a decision to run while inclining his head towards Wu De next to him. "Old man, are there any high-grade talismans?" "No." The old man, all the belongings left 2 pants. Wu De heart that regret, had I known that I would not provoke this big guy behind. This thing, if the dead chase not to let go, I have to be consumed to death. "No." Lulu's mouth grinned. "I do. You have." Wu De's face was ecstatic. Quickly throw a few to give it a taste. Old me just can't carry it anymore." "Oh, you tell me how much this big guy could be worth first." The main reason he had trouble deciding before was that he was worried that this guy was worthless, and then there was the fact that this thing's shell was too hard, and he was afraid that even his high-grade talismans wouldn't be able to hurt the other side. Wu De knew Lulu's thoughts as soon as he heard it and said sharply, Don't hesitate, this guy can be worth 2,000 condensed truth pills, even if it's a normal high-level Great Zephyr wandering. As soon as Lulu heard this, he began to calculate. 2,000 condensed truth dawn were equivalent to 7 high-grade talismans, which meant that as long as they could be resolved with 7 high-grade talismans, they wouldn't lose too much. But if you can't solve it, it's a washout. Wuda also saw Lulu's hesitation and said bluntly, "Qin kid, old man really can't hold on any longer. Let's be frank with you, although the high-level talisman can't kill it, it can blow it up. The lifeblood of the Great Zephyr Wisp is in its jaws. If you blow it up, old man can take the opportunity to go up and stab it to death. And I won't split the corpse with you. This Dazawe Wisp's corpse all belongs to you. How about that?" Saying this, Wuda was already panting. "Deal." Hearing Wuda say this, Lulu also stopped talking nonsense. Reaching out while running wildly, 5 explosive talismans were pinched in his hand. "Is it enough?" Chapter 108. Is it there? Wuda inclined his head towards the bursting talisman in Lulu's hand and seemed relieved. At the same time he reached out and a bright long sword was cupped in his hand. "That should be enough. Throw it accordingly, and I'll spell my last breath to take its life." "Yes." Lulu slightly slowed down his pace, put out his divine sense to explore the back, only to see that the body of the black shiny giant centipede has arrived behind the 10 feet away. The speed is not fast nor slow. There is not the slightest sense of urgency. It was as if they were deliberately teasing the two, waiting for them to be exhausted. Lulu thought that this good high spiritual intelligence immediately muttered in a low voice, "Old man Wu, this guy is teasing us. It seems that we have to pretend to be powerless to fight again before it will take the bait." Wuda froze and similarly released his divine sense. His face suddenly looked as ugly as if he had eaten, and he angrily cursed. "I said how this guy is always hanging on from afar, so he is playing with this idea." After the two discussed, Wuda steeply accelerated his pace and ran out 5 or 6 feet, leaving Lulu behind. Lulu feigned exhaustion and planted himself on the ground with a thud, while cursing at Wuda, panting, "Good you old coin. At the critical moment even left your father alone. Have the courage not to run?" While cursing, he shook his body and stood up with difficulty. Wuda sniffed and nearly spit out blood in anger. "Thinking I just told you to pretend to be exhausted. You even opened your mouth to scold the old man. Do you think this can understand what you are saying?" The giant centipede in the back even turned its eyes humanely when it saw this, and then it flew towards Lulu with a swoosh, and its speed was simply appalling. Lulu heard the sound of the air being torn apart. Instantly the hairs of sweat stood up, could not think too much. 5 high-grade explosive talismans pinched into a ball backhandedly smashed back. Boom! A burst of sound like a thunderbolt exploded in his ears, making Lulu's ears squeak and scream, while feeling the earth beneath his feet shake a little. At the same time, the powerful aftermath directly catapulted Lulu to lunge forward by more than 2 feet. Just as he lunged out, he saw a bright sword shadow speed past him, followed by a cackle from behind him, as if someone was scraping the floor with a spatula. Immediately afterward, Wuda frantically retreated explosively, while lifting Lulu, who had fallen to the ground, and swept forward more than 10 feet before coming to a stop. A violent clapping sound followed behind the two, slapping the ground. Lulu turned back to take a look. It turned out to be the dark and shiny giant centipede that was boarding for its life. It had a long sword inserted in its jaws. Its body was twisting madly, and its tail was desperately slapping the grass on the ground. It looked quite painful. "Old Wu, you're really something." Lulu couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Wuda, who was bracing his knees and panting violently at the sight. Small meaning, if you feel bad about it. Sell this corpse and share some of my condensed jindan. Screw you. I've spent 5 high-grade talismans and a full 1005 condensed jindan.
¿Qué, Betty?
Wunder skimmed his lips and directly sat down on his butt, resting his knees to recover. Lulu saw that the giant centipede couldn't die for a while, so he similarly sat down on his knees to recover, only glancing at the giant centipede from time to time. After about half a quarter of an hour like this, the struggling giant centipede finally stopped, and after another moment, Lulu saw that the other party had indeed stopped moving, and only then did he carefully walk over. The giant centipede had shrunk into a ball, and its dark and shiny leather armor looked extremely extraordinary. This would definitely have good defensive power if it was used to make armor. Staring from afar, Lulu walked up and kicked 2 feet, and found that the giant centipede was indeed cool, so he carefully squatted down and put his hand on the giant centipede, and then with a thought, the giant centipede in front of him, which was like a small mountain, was immediately taken into the space palace. At this time, The space hall is like a giant attic. The dark floor stretches nowhere. This several feet long centipede is not inconspicuous inside. Wuda also walked over, picked up the long sword on the ground, and looked at Lulu and said sourly, "You kid, you're picking up a big bargain this time." "What picking up a great bargain? If it wasn't for my few high-grade explosive talismans, you'd still be on the run right now." Lulu stood up and continued, "How far is it to the Ningxian flower?" Wuda retrieved his long sword and pointed at the small, hooded hill in front of him and said, "It's right underneath that hill." The mountain bag was about 10 miles away from the two of them. It didn't seem to be too high, but it was wider in scope, like a giant graveyard that had been built up, with some black unknown ancient trees scattered sparsely on top of it. As he looked towards the mountain bag, Wuda's eyes were also filled with anticipation as he took the lead and moved forward. Let's hope that there are still Ningxian flowers there, or else it would be a wasted trip. Within a short time, the two arrived at the foot of the mountain. Looking at the faint gray gas rising from the mountain in front of him, Lulu was frowning. "The fog here seems to be a bit off color. It's not toxic, is it?" "This is yin qi. It's only when it's absorbed over the years that it affects the body. A few days won't be much of a problem," Wuda said, having stepped into the gray gas. Lulu would believe it, still feeling a little uneasy, took out a poison avoidance pill and ate it, then slowly followed. Between walks, Lulu found that the land on this mountain bag was also gray except for the gray mist feet, and even the weeds growing on it were also black and gray, even hastily accelerated forward a few steps. "What is yin qi?" "Yin qi." Wuda inclined his head to look at Lulu and said as he walked, "It's the yin and cold qi. Some places don't see the sun all year round, or places with dense concentration of yin souls will produce yin qi after a long time. But it's not like this is a place where you don't see the light of day, is it? Do you mean that there are a lot of shadowy souls inside this mountain bag?" Lulu suddenly felt a little hairy in his heart. "See how scared you are," Wuda snorted lightly and explained. "Although this surface can receive sunlight, there is a yin river flowing from nowhere underneath this, and the river water is ice cold to the extreme, and when I came before I even saw corpses floating in that river." Lulu couldn't help but be shocked upon hearing this. So it turned out that there was actually another space down here, and suddenly asked, "The Ningxian flower you mentioned, it wouldn't be down here, right?" "You boys aren't stupid," Wuda said as he walked. "Last time I fled to this place, I happened to see a hole up there, so I drilled into it and went all the way down and finally landed on solid ground before realizing that there was another space below. There were quite a few Ningxian flowers growing in there, only the year was still shallow, and with the cultivation level of the old man at that time, this thing could not be used at all, so I let it stay here. Unexpectedly, this Ningxian flower had to be taken by the old man after all." "With your cultivation level back then?" Lulu curiously said. "Kid, there are some things that are not for you to ask about." Wuda glanced at Lulu and continued to walk towards the top of the mountain. "Mysterious." Lulu looked at Wuda oddly and didn't ask any more questions. Finally, the two of them came to a position close to the top of the mountain. After Wuda looked around, there seemed to be doubt in his eyes, and then he asked Lulu to stand to one side, and then he swung his true chi to bombard the surrounding area. Between the splashes of mud and dirt, Lulu suddenly saw a place that was sunken, and hurriedly called a halt, pointing at the sunken place and shouting, "Old man, isn't it there?" Chapter 109, The Origin of the Workshop. Wuda turned around to take a look, and instantly beamed with joy. "That should be it. Let's go down," said 3 or 2 steps rushed to the depression. Once again a palm shot down. In front of the body immediately revealed a diameter of about 2 feet of pitch-black hole, and then couldn't wait to slide in. Lulu thought to himself that this old thing was running so fast. He was afraid that he didn't want to take it all for himself, so he also hurriedly followed. Sliding into the cave entrance, Lulu suddenly felt that he stepped on something, and was wondering that the passage was so shallow when Wuda's grumbling voice suddenly came from below. "Kid, you stepped on the old man's head?" "Huh? Sorry. Why are you running so slow? What's the point of panicking? This passageway is very steep. If you're not careful, falling down can break your ass into 2 pieces." Wuda, who was walking in front of him, used his hands and feet like a spider, holding on to the wall of the cave and carefully moving down. On the contrary, Lulu, walking in the back without fear, accidentally slipped down a few steps and stomped on Wuda's head, causing Wuda to curse. About a little over half a quarter of an hour later, there were 2 snaps and the two finally landed on solid ground. Lulu realized that there was really a river around him. The river was not wide, but the water flowed very fast. The cold air rose above the surface of the river, accompanied by a cool wind. Lulu, despite being a cultivator, still felt that the cold wind was a bit harsh. There was a path, not quite a road, along the cliff face beside the river, and the two men were now standing on the edge of the cliff face with the steep, straight opening of the cave they had just slipped down above their heads. After just a short pause, Wunder hurried forward along the cliff face. Lulu knew that the Ningxian flower that Wuda had mentioned must be right in front of him, so he hurriedly sprinted to follow. It didn't take long for the cliffs around them to disappear, replaced by an open space, the black soil on the ground similarly bubbling with nourishing cool air, as if the refrigerator had been opened on a June day. There were quite a few unknown weeds growing on top of the black soil, but the sharp-eyed Lulu saw an unusual plant in the weeds in front of him on the right at a glance. That thing is 2 feet tall, stalks black and gray, leafless flowers, petals and stamens are light gray. Hidden in the same black and gray weeds and inconspicuous, Lulu did not hesitate to run over, because this thing was exactly the nimbus flower he was looking for. Wunder also seemed to have discovered the presence of the nimbus flower and ran towards the other side. Lulu ran to the Ningxian flower and surveyed it, realizing that this Ningxian flower was actually infinitely close to the 4th rank, with more than 700 spiritual lines, and after a little thought, he uprooted it and threw it into the medicinal garden. Then he released his divine sense again and started searching around. To Lulu's delight, there were really quite a lot of Ningxian flowers in this space, and in just half a quarter of an hour, he had found more than 50 of them, and although some of them were not even of the 1st rank, Lulu was not prepared to let go of them and uprooted them all. On the other side of the Wuda, but only the flowers to pick down, see the situation, came over and frowned and said, "Qin kid, only picking flowers is not good. You do not leave a road for the descendants. I'm afraid that will be condemned by heaven." Lulu looked at the flowers in the other party's hands, and then looked to the bare stalks left not far behind Wuda, directly staggered over to the roots and uprooted them. "You don't want it, I want it. You!" Wuda was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. "Can you be a human being? Listen to my advice. This thing can't live away from here. Don't do this kind of foolishness. There is a reincarnation in the heavens. Be careful of retribution." "Retribution? It's only retribution when God gives and doesn't take. You old man don't understand. Don't get in my way. Go find your Ningxian flower." Lulu said in his heart cannot help but sneer, thinking that if you can plant this thing alive, afraid of robbing faster than a dog, will still care about retribution or not. About half an hour or so, the two of them finally swept the space, and Lulu had harvested a full 90 Ningxian flowers with stalks, and the remaining 95 plants had no flowers but only stalks, which were left behind after Wuda's sweep. A total of 185 plants, which is considered a full harvest. After packing everything up, the two crawled out of that underground space. Wuda then proposed to leave right away to find a workshop to exchange all the proceeds of this Dazai line into condensing pills. Lulu naturally had no opinion, and he always felt that the air inside this Dazai was not very good, making him a little uncomfortable. The two of them discussed as they walked, as they finally decided to head to the Qingyang Square market in the center of the Eastern Prefecture, considering that they would be retaliated against for their previous encounters outside of the Beiwang Valley Square market. Lulu also do not know the Qingyang market, but Wuda old man into a fine, must be more thorough consideration also according to him. What he didn't expect was that they were gone for a full month. It was midday on this day. The two finally arrived in the middle of a misty valley in the middle of the eastern state, and just like the North Watch marketplace, the mist was all a blindfold, and the two walked in with ease. Into a look, Lulu found that this Qingyang Square city than the North Hope Square city is much larger, not to mention the street is 3 feet wide, and also extends a lot of ramps. The street is also people quite lively. Lulu asked with some curiosity, "Old man, are all the houses inside these markets built by the casual cultivators themselves?" Wuda said, "Of course not. There are forces behind every marketplace. If not, whoever dares to sell things here would not be looted clean immediately." "There are forces? What kind of power?" "There are all kinds. There are clan forces and scattered cultivator forces." "Clan forces? What are they building a workshop for? Is it to facilitate casual cultivators?" "Hee, of course it's for all kinds of resources. After building a workshop market, they will collect taxes from the operators inside, and at the same time, they will also purchase some of the clan's much-needed materials at low prices near the water. In short, without background and strength, wanting to build a workshop market that's hard and difficult. So that's how it is." Lulu finally understood the origin of these markets, and asked as he walked, "Then which power owns this Qingyang market?" Wuda shook his head and said, "How do I know this? The general workshop market has a workshop master's mansion. That is not for ordinary people to go in. Even if you go in, if you're not an insider, people won't easily tell you who's standing behind him. Otherwise, being targeted by a hostile force, wouldn't you be exterminated in an instant? As they spoke, another extremely luxurious 5-story attic building appeared in front of the two. From a distance, Lulu only felt that this attic was very familiar, and when he got closer, it was really the Wanbao Pavilion, and his heart was both delighted and surprised. Happily, he happened to be looking for the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion to purchase the Buddha heart fruit. He was surprised that this Wanbao Pavilion had so many stores. From the Earth Tiger Town to here, he had already seen 3 Wanbao Pavilion stores, so it seemed that the strength of this merchant house was really outstanding. Wuda stopped far away and discussed with Lulu. How about we sell the snake galls and Dazawe centipedes in our hands together in a while? This way the quantity is also better to negotiate the price. Lulu of course had no problem with it and nodded. Older brother is the one who makes the decision. The two of them then walked in towards the Pavilion of 10,000 Treasures. Chapter 110 Trading at the Court of 10,000 Treasures. This inside was a bit more luxurious than that Wanbao Pavilion in Northwatch Valley Market. The entire lobby was richly decorated, and there were still 2 rows of beautiful and gorgeous maids standing on both sides of the lobby. The 2 maids walked towards Lulu and his duo with standardized smiles on their faces. Hello, customer. What do you need to buy? The mechanical greeting, which Lulu had felt good about when he was in Northwatch Valley, but now instead felt a bit perfunctory. Wuda glanced at the two and said indifferently, "We're in this together, call your steward, we need to bid on something." One of the maidservants smiled and said, "Yes, sir, but our Wanbao Pavilion doesn't do transactions below 10,000 condensed jindan. Are you sure you want to notify the steward?" Wunder nodded. "Go ahead. All right, customer. Please wait a moment." After saying that, the maid turned around and went up to the 2nd floor, and the remaining maid retreated back to her original position until someone else came in again before smiling and going forward to greet them again, following that person into the trading area at the back of the lobby. AI, a good person, cultivated like a machine, it's really sad and pathetic. Wuda shook his head and sighed. Indeed, far less amiable and cordial than our town's Amma. Lulu nodded deeply. Not long after, a middle-aged man wearing a green robe thumped down the stairs, followed by the very same maid who had just gone up, and after descending the stairs, the maid whispered a few words to the middle-aged man, and then stood back in her original position. The green-robed middle-aged man changed his smiling face and walked quickly towards the two of them, arching his hand and saying, "My name is Tong Yun, one of the stewards of this 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. Is it the two of you who want to sell supplies?" This Tong Yun's cultivation was already at the 6th level of Qi practicing, but his mannerisms were very modest. Lulu didn't open his mouth, he hadn't made a deal before. It was better to let Wuda do this kind of thing. Wunder smiled. "Exactly." Tong Yun smiled and said, "That's fine. How about asking the 2 Taoists to come upstairs with me to discuss in detail?" "Okay." Wunder nodded, his language concise. The two of them then followed Tong Yun to the 2nd floor, which also had a lobby and many rooms with closed doors. Tong Yun opened the first room on the left-hand side of the stairway straight away, and reached out his hand to indicate, "2 fellow Taoists, please." Wuda seemed not to be surprised and walked in without even thinking about it. But it was Lulu who wondered if he was too cautious and hesitated a little before going in. Inside, there was an antique tea table with 2 large mahogany chairs on each side of it. Tong Yun signaled the two to sit down before he himself sat down opposite to the two, and was not in a hurry to talk about the words of the deal, but personally poured a cup of tea for the two and said with a smile, "The spirit mist tea produced by the spirit mist mountain of Muzhou refreshes the spirit and awakens the brain, quite good. Only when entertaining the honored guests in the time under me only spared to take it out. You two taste it?" This was obviously a polite remark. He had never seen the 2 men before, so how could he know that they were honored guests? Wuda did not care, picked up the teacup and took a small sip. Ramp barred his mouth and laughed. "Good tea indeed." Lulu directly such as an old cow drinking water as a mouthful of irrigation. The tea is warm, but after entering the abdomen there is a stream of cool air straight to the sky. Lingai cannot help but eyes bright. "Indeed good tea." This action directly looked at Wuda's jaw dropped, with an expression of "I don't know him well." Tong Yun, however, smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist is truly a man of nature." Saying that, he poured another cup for Lulu, and after thinking about it, he simply pushed the teapot directly to Lulu. "If you like it, you can drink more." Lulu only felt that this tea really let him many days of suppressed boredom alleviate a lot. Sniffing is not polite, coo straight into 4 or 5 cups. Until the transparent small teapot has reached the bottom, this only stopped. Until this moment, the boredom in his heart went away. thinking that this tea in this thick fog filled with incomparable oppression of the great Zay is really a good thing. If you can take away some of it would be good. And see the two men are watching themselves, cannot help but slightly embarrassed. You talk about the deal, look at me to do what? Right, talk about trading. Tong Yun looked back at Wu De with a smile. Fellow Taoist, I wonder what resources you are planning to sell? Wu De sniffed without any nonsense and said bluntly, I'm not hiding it from you, our brothers just came out from the Great Zay, we hunted and killed some three-headed serpent guts. And there are also some carcasses of the Great Zay centipede that we want to put up for sale, so I don't know what kind of price we can give here, fellow Taoist Tong. Tong Yun was originally casting aspersions on this old man for calling a youngster under 20 years old a brother. When he suddenly heard the two come out of the Great Zay, he couldn't help but look shocked. The two Taoist friends have even entered the Great Zay? When really let me admire, The Zay is known as the Great Chen Forbidden Land. It is said that most of the cultivators who entered the inside are difficult to come out alive. And over time, even if there are a lot of representative resources inside, no one dares to risk their lives to go in again. It's just a fluke. We didn't go to the middle of the Great Zephyr either. We just blindly wandered around in the north and came out. Wu De said casually. Others do not know, but he is very clear. 1,000 years ago that war directly turned the Great Zephyr land. Inside the strong demonic beasts are dead. Today's Great Zephyr is far from 1,000 years ago so horrible. It wasn't just a Zay. The battle of extermination 1,000 years ago directly set the entire eastern wasteland cultivation world back 1,000 years. And it still hasn't been able to catch its breath. Did you take a stroll? Tong Yun will be skeptical. Can you let me check on it? Of course it is to be examined. With a wave of Wu De's hand, a reddish oval snake gall appeared in his hand with a few black spots. Handing it to Tong Yun. Fellow Taoist, please take a look. After saying that once again a centipede corpse about 6 feet long, all gray was also then his hands, rolled it into a circle also handed to Tong Yun. This is the body of the Great Zephyr centipede. When Tong Yun saw the body of the gray centipede male, he immediately believed that the two had really traveled to the Great Zay. While the joy on his face grew stronger, a big reason why the Wanbao Pavilion was located here was because he wanted to hit the idea of the resources inside the Great Zay. It was just a pity that the dojo specialties he received over the years were getting fewer and fewer. It seemed that he was lucky this time. If the quantity was large, it was possible that he would still be able to obtain a lot of rewards. After just a slight inspection, he smiled and asked, I wonder how many snake galls and dazer centipede corpses Tomo has? Wu De said, this kid and I together have a total of 520 snake gall bladders and 90 dazer centipede corpses. Let's see what price we can offer. Shall we? Reaching out as he spoke, he instantly collected both the corpse of the Great Zephyr centipede and the snake's bile in front of Tong Yun, as if he was afraid of being snatched by the other party. When he heard 520, Tong Yun's pupils visibly shrunk for a moment. It looked like he was shocked, but he instantly calmed down again and tapped the tabletop, saying tentatively, I'll give you 50 condensed truth pills apiece for the snake gallbladder, and 60 for the corpse of the Great Zephyr centipede. What do you think, fellow Taoist? Hearing this price, Lulu thought to himself that Wu De was really prescient, and what he had said before was not wrong at all. However, Wu De stood up with a mischievous sniff. Since fellow Taoist has no sincerity, let's call it a day. For a moment, both Lulu and Tong Yun froze. Chapter 111. Fellow Taoist, let's have a talk. Let's have a talk. Seeing Wu De so agitated, Tong Yun hurriedly got up with a smile on his face and said, My friend, business is talked about. Since my friend thinks it's too cheap, why don't you make a bid? To be honest, this price was set by Wanbao Pavilion a long time ago because it had been too long since there had been any Dezay specialties traded, so no modifications had been made, and nowadays the price was definitely far more than that, and he was just testing Wu De by doing so, and he didn't expect the other party to react so greatly. Wu De is not really want to go. Sniffing feigned displeasure sat down. Some unhappy said, A price? Snake gall 60 condensed trude and a Dezay centipede 70. He didn't ask for a sky-high price either. He just raised the price by 10 condensation pills. Lulu did not say anything, just quietly watched the two negotiation. Do not look down on this 10 price increase. More than 500 snake gall round down, but can earn more than 5,000 condensed real dan. Tong Yun couldn't help but feel relieved in his heart after hearing this, but he still pretended to be in a difficult situation and said, Fellow Taoist mentioned so much at once. I'm afraid it's difficult for me to make the decision. Allow me to go and find the chief administrator to ask for instructions. How about it? No problem. Wunder said faintly. All right, two fellow Taoists wait for a moment. I'll be right there. Tong Yun slightly arched his hand, then quickly walked out. When Tong Yun left, Wuda then revealed an odd smile and looked at Lulu. Kid? Learn from this. No surprises. This kid is most likely to go outside to drink tea and get some fresh air. As long as the two of us pretend to be impatient and leave, he will surely run his ass off to say that he has already asked for good advice. Lulu froze at his words. No way. He won't. Wuda gave Lulu a wink and stood up. Try it if you don't believe me. Saying that, he pulled Lulu up and walked outside with a sullen face. Lulu was curious in his heart and also pretended to look unhappy as he walked out of the room with Wuda. Outside the lobby by the window position, Tongyun picked up a cup of tea before he began to drink it to see two people with an unhappy face walked out. The heart was shocked and quickly put down the cup of tea to quickly run to the two people. Two fellow Taoists, what are you? Wuda glanced at Tongyun faintly. Aren't you Taoist friends going to ask for instructions from your Lord Chief Administrator? Why do you still have the heart to drink tea here? Since you, Taoist friend, have no intention to do business, then we'll just find another place. Tongyun was instantly a bit embarrassed, and with a turn of mind he hastily said, What are you talking about, fellow Taoist? The Chief Administrator is not here. I have already ordered people to go and look for him, and I am just taking this opportunity to take a breath of fresh air here. Said here seems to have made a major decision in general. So well, since the two Taoist friends rush time, then under the private initiative, according to the price of the Taoist friends said to buy, then the chief if there is a chastisement under their own burden is. This wouldn't be too much for you, would it? Wuda said with a wry smile. It's fine. It's just a few thousand condensed jindan. Big deal. I'll just make it up out of my own pocket. All right then. Seeing that it was almost time, Wuda stopped teasing Tongyun and turned around to turn back again. Ginger is really old enough to guess this. When Lulu saw this scene, he thought to himself that he was still too young, and that such a thing as experience could only come from experience. After entering the room, the trio went straight to the point, and in no time the deal was done. According to the price given by Wuda, Lulu had obtained a total of more than 18,700 condensation pills, a rather good harvest. Of course, the dangers involved were only known to Lulu and his duo. After the deal was completed, Wuda and Tongyun both brought satisfied smiles on their faces and were ready to leave after some mutual courtesies. But at that moment, Lulu gently pulled on the corner of Wuda's coat. Old man, help me put that big guy out for a bit. Wuda slightly stunned. Only then remembered that this kid also has a mutant large centipede. Eyes turned whispered. A moment to invite old man to drink? Deal. Lulu agreed decisively. Only then did Wuda turn around with satisfaction and looked at Tongyun. Fellow Taoist, this brother of mine has another big guy. I wonder if you dare to be the one to take it? Big guy. Tongyun's body trembled as he quickly ran over. Fellow Taoist doesn't need to consider this at all. Quickly pull it out and give me a palm. Lulu looked at the empty space in the room and estimated that he could fit his big guy. So he let the two of them retreat to the back, and only then did he reach out his hand, and with a snap, a mass of giant black armored centipede corpses curled up together like a small mountain suddenly appeared in the empty space in the room, directly blocking the way. This is a high-level Great Zephyr Wisp. Tongyun looked excited as he stepped forward and gently touched the hard armor. Fellow Taoist can take a closer look. Does a high-ranked Great Zephyr Wisp look like this? Wuda laughed lightly and continued. Fellow Taoist might as well try this armor with Shen weapon? Tongyun also revealed a foxed look when he heard this, thinking that the high-level Great Zephyr centipede on the illustrated book said that the leather armor was only grayish-black, while this one was shiny black, and under the curiosity, he pulled out a short sword and used all of his strength to slash it down with a bang when it was done. Instantly, sparks flew in all directions. Tongyun was immediately shocked. This short sword is a real Shen weapon. Its sharpness is far from ordinary weapons can be compared. I did not expect that it could not break open this black shell. Now you understand. This Dazawe centipede has mutated. Wuda stroked his beard and smiled. At first, this thing chased our brothers for a day and a night. If it wasn't for our great fate, we would have already lost our lives in the Great Zay at this time. Mutated. Tongyun's heart became more and more shocked. He had never seen a mutated Great Zephyr centipede before. But this leather armor was indeed powerful. If it was used to make armor, it would be enough to withstand a Shen weapon attack. He stood up and pressed his excitement to inquire, How many strikes are you ready to make, fellow Taoist? Wunder didn't say anything and directly extended a finger. Tongyun's eyes lit up as he tried. 1,000. Wuda's face sank. Fellow Taoist, this joke is not funny. 10,000. No second price. Lulu couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. This old man only said that this guy was only worth 4,000 or 5,000 in the first place. But now he's even asking for 10,000? But this is good, who doesn't want to earn a little more? Tong Yun heard a sudden face. This is not pretending the normal high-level Dajo centipede then the value of 2,000 top day, this although the mutation, but to say 10,000, I'm afraid that a little on the high side. Staring at the shiny corpse again and again, Tong Yun clenched his teeth and said, fellow Taoist, this at most. I can only offer you up to 8,000. If you think it's not enough, why don't we wait for our chief to come back to identify some, and then do the negotiation how? What do you think? Wonder looked at Lulu. Lulu wasn't willing to waste time waiting for that chief steward of whatever. And after a little thought he said, 8,000 then. Fellow Taoist is quick. Tong Yun didn't talk any nonsense after hearing this and immediately ordered someone to fetch 8,000 condensed jindan and handed it over to Lulu. In this way, Lulu finally exchanged all the proceeds from his trip to Dezhe into Jindan, a total of more than 26,000, which was considered a worthwhile trip, and more importantly, he got the Ningxin flower that he wanted. He was going to find a place to settle down after procuring the Buddha heart fruit and start refining the vein nurturing pill. Chapter 112. The end of the song. Walking down to the second floor, Lulu didn't leave immediately but came to the spirit medicine area to buy 30 Buddha heart fruits. This Buddha's heart fruit is yellow and about the size of a baby's fist, and looks a lot like a smiling Buddha. According to Lulu's intention, he was prepared to buy 40 of them, as there were 40 heather grasses that he had gotten from Wuda earlier, which just happened to make up 40 groups of vein nurturing pill materials. Unfortunately, there were only 30 of them in the Wanbao pavilion, which was a small pity. As for the price, it was more or less the same as what Wuda had said before, 60 lower grade condensed jindan apiece. He had spent a total of 1,018, counting up to 25,000 condensed jindan left on him. After thinking about it, Lulu spent another 3,000 condensed truth pills and procured 10 high-grade bursting talismans to use as a precautionary measure. Wuda didn't make any purchases, but waited outside for Lulu, and when he saw Lulu come out he asked, "What did you kid buy again? Taking so long to come out?" Lulu straightened up and bought a few Buddha heart fruits. Wuda was stunned. "Is your kid stupid? This Buddha heart fruit, even if it is preserved in jade, it can only be preserved for 1 year at the most. By then, once the medicinal effect is over, aren't you wasting the condensed truth dan for nothing?" "Is that so?" Lulu feigned surprise. "That would be careless of me." Saying that, but he didn't have the slightest worry in his heart because the second floor space hall seemed to have a special prohibition. So he didn't have to worry at all about the elixir losing its potency. "AI really convinced you? What the hell did your bull master teach you?" Wuda looked contemptuous and shook his head. "Let's go. Things are done. Promise to buy old man a drink." Lulu saw this expression on Wuda's face and thought to himself that although this old man was a bit of a pit, sometimes he felt that his heart was still a bit kind, and nodded his head. "Let's go. Where should we go to drink?" "I remember one right up ahead." "Follow me," Wuda said as he walked forward down the street, and Lulu hurriedly followed. Most of the cultivators who traveled on the street were in a hurry, and there were almost none of them who traveled the street to enjoy the scenery, and it looked like they were all bitter people who labored for the sake of cultivation. Within a short time, the two of them arrived in front of the door of a luxurious restaurant in the middle section of the square market, with the 4 big golden characters of Hong Luk Restaurant flying in the air. Lulu today is considered a small prophet, coupled with many days only eat grain dan, not into the slightest bit of oil and salt feel mouth light panic, so sex directly on the second floor, ready to rub on a meal. That grain-preventing dan was really average, although it could maintain energy, but eating it was like chewing wax, making people very uncomfortable. Every time he ate it, he swallowed it in one mouthful so as not to taste the flavor. Although both the first and second floors of this Hongyun restaurant used condensed jindan as currency, the people on the second floor were obviously much less than on the first floor, with only 7 or 8 of the 30-odd tables seated with people. While walking, Lulu suddenly glimpsed a man in black sitting in the corner drinking alone. The man looked good, but his face was expressionless, and a pair of eyes like an abyss emitted a cold light from time to time. Perhaps the crowd all felt that the coldness on this person was too heavy. Intentionally or unintentionally, the table around that man in black was empty. Lulu only glanced at him lightly and welcomed a narrowed look from the other party. A master. An absolute master. It was with this glance that Lulu felt like he was being looked at by the other party as if he had no clothes on, and he could not help but feel shocked in his heart and barely managed to squeeze out a trace of an apologetic smile before quickly sitting down in the window seat a little farther away from the black-clothed man. After sitting down, Wuda saw that Lulu's face didn't look quite right, and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Lulu gently tapped on the tabletop. Do you feel that there is something familiar about the scent on the black-clothed man in the corner? Men in black. Wuda pretended to glance back inadvertently, then quickly turned around and said with a frown, 9 times out of 10, they're in league with those 2 people outside of Northwatch Valley. What then? Don't worry. This is a workshop market, and all workshops have a rule that no fighting is allowed in the middle of a workshop market. Even if he wants to strike, he will have to wait until we are out of the workshop market and eat first. Is there still such a rule? No wonder he had never seen anyone start a sword fight in the marketplace. Upon hearing this, Lulu also slightly lowered his heart. Not long after, a smiling waiter sent up the wine and dishes that the 2 had ordered, and seeing the fragrant dishes, Lulu no longer thought about the man in black and devoured them. Only when he was halfway through his meal, the man in black suddenly got up and stood up, which made Lulu mention his heart, revealing a few wary colors. Wunder's glass to his mouth also froze in mid-air. What the 2 did not expect is that the man in black settled the bill straight down the stairs, since the beginning of the 2 did not look at a glance, as if they were in its eyes simply does not exist. Lulu looked down along the window and saw that the man in black didn't stay even after he left the restaurant, but went in the direction of the exit of the marketplace, which made him a bit puzzled. Aren't they a group? Wunder also breathed a sigh of relief and said thoughtfully, maybe we misjudged. Whatever. Drink, drink, drink. Near the end, Lulu suddenly asked, old man, what are your plans next? Intentions? Wuda shook his head. The old man's intentions are many, but I can't tell you this time, even if it's a parting bar after drinking it, the old man will be leaving. Your kid is quite suitable for the old man's appetite. Wait for the old man to be stronger and then come back to cover you. You can be steady, don't get killed. The corner of Lulu's mouth twitched, and he thought that this old man really couldn't spit ivory out of a dog's mouth. And he picked up a glass of wine and drank it all in one go, and said in a quiet voice, I'm fine, on the contrary, it's you old man, your character is too bad. You have to be more careful when you walk at night. Don't be sneaked to death. When I want to burn a pillar of incense for you, I can't find the bones. Good you beast. Instead of getting angry after hearing this, Wuda laughed out loud. Then let's see who dies first between us brothers. Then who will die first? Then I definitely can't beat you. The 2 of them tossed their mouths around for a while, and when it was finally time for the song to end, Wuda stood up and gave Lulu a solemn look. Kid, I'll really be leaving. The sky's the limit. We'll see each other again when we're destined to meet again. Lulu thought for a moment, took out a storage bag and said, old man, to be honest, the first time I saw you I really wanted to get you killed. But now I really hope that you won't die so early. Otherwise, I'm afraid that this long immortal cultivation road of mine is going to be a lot less fun. Then he handed the storage bag to Wuda and solemnly said, you're not allowed to open it until half a month after you leave here. Otherwise, I'll have a hard time. Wuda saw Lulu so solemn. I think the thing inside is not a simple thing. For a moment his heart was moved to the extreme. Kid, your friendship old man remembered. Live well, old man said cover you for life will cover you for life. After saying that, he gently patted Lulu's arm and walked away forlornly. Chapter 113 Changes in the Medicinal Garden. After Wuda left, Lulu again in the original position silently staring at the street sat for a long time, and finally all the thoughts into a light sigh, got up and settled the bill and asked the second to ask for a room, in the other side of the lead down to the 3rd room. After entering the room, Lulu closed the door with his backhand. Then he sat down at the table and poured himself a cup of hot tea, and began to calculate the previous bits and pieces, as well as his future plans. Just now that black-clothed man gave him a wake-up call. What he encountered in the North Hope Valley before made him feel vaguely worried. Why that delicate black-clothed girl and the other person wanted to tail him, this matter until now he could not figure it out. This trip to the eastern state, the 2 main things are considered to be half accomplished. The rest is to uncover the person who hit the idea of the old mansion of the Willow House. In the middle of his thoughts, Lulu took out a grayish jade tablet and frowned as he flipped it around. Snapping, Lulu stood up in a mischievous manner. How could I have been so stupid? It's not likely that those 2 are coming for this jade tablet. Thinking of this, Lulu's face gradually tends to be heavy, so it seems behind this jade plate, I'm afraid that it is not a person so simple. Maybe it will also lead to trouble for themselves. No, you can't take this thing with you anymore. Lulu made a snap decision and scuffed down the stairs with the jade token, then headed straight towards the outside of the valley. Came to the valley, Lulu all the way south wildly more than 10 miles, and finally stopped under an ancient tree on the roadside, crouched down and buried the jade deeply under the tree, and then drew back quickly to the Qingyang City. He originally intended to catch a demonic beast to tie the jade card on its body to tease the other party, but thought that when his strength is stronger and perhaps also use this jade card, and finally thought about it or did not do so. When he returned to the marketplace again, the sky had already darkened, and Lulu then remembered that he seemed to have forgotten to ask Wuda where there was an earth fire in the vicinity for alchemy, and he didn't seem to have any acquaintances here. Unconsciously, he arrived at a square area in the central region. There didn't seem to be many people here during the day, but now it was brightly lit, and there were quite a few people setting up stalls on it, and it actually looked somewhat similar to the gathering in the Earth Tiger Town, except that there were no guards in the square. He curiously walked in, and under observation Lulu realized that these people were selling something similar to the Earth Tiger Town assembly. Most of them were first-order spirit medicines, and the price tag wasn't too expensive, just more than 10 condensed truth pills. There were also some that were less than first order, just 1 or 2 could buy a big bundle. Lulu looked around and didn't have anything he wanted. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly saw a middle-aged man in a green robe was looking around the crowd. Unable to help his mind, he quickly walked over, arching his hand and saying, "Is old brother Tong also coming to the night market?" This person was none other than one of the Wanbao Pavilion's stewards who had traded with them earlier, Tong Yun. Seeing that it was Lulu, Tong Yun did not hold back and returned his bow to, "So it's you. I came here to try my luck and see if there are any rare things. It's a pleasure to meet you." Lulu nodded and said with a twinkle in his eye, "So that's how it is, old brother? Can I borrow a step to talk?" Tong Yun nodded with a slight hesitation and said, "No problem." The two of them then walked towards an unoccupied place in the corner of the plaza, and Tong Yun asked curiously, "There's no harm in saying what a fellow Taoist has to say." For this young man who dared to break into Dezhe, he always maintained enough respect in his heart, and as a businessman he also liked this kind of person who dared to fight the most. Lulu didn't beat around the bush and said bluntly, "In fact, I would like to ask you, old brother, if there is a place near this eastern state that is capable of refining pills? A place for alchemy?" Tong Yun was startled. Fellow Taoist can still refine pills. Hey, barely a little bit. Tisk, Mr. Tong really looked away. Hearing that Lulu actually knows how to make pills, Tong Yun couldn't help but show a touch of admiration on his face, and at the same time, guessing that Lulu is the first time to come to this Qingyang market, he made up his mind to get on good terms with Lulu, and so he said without hiding anything, "Older brother doesn't know. There are places where you can refine pills right here in Qingyang Square Market." "Oh!" Lulu's face lit up with joy. "Please also show the way, old brother." Tong Yun pointed to the road to the west of the square. "Older brother, follow the west street all the way to the end. There is the Qingyang Fong Market's Fong Master's house. Become the Fong Master's house's titular Dan Master will be able to use their ground fire free of charge, and I've heard that they're looking around for Dan Masters lately. Older brother can go to give it a try. I'm really thankful to you, old brother. Otherwise I'd be bumping around like a headless fly. I don't know when I'd have to find it." Lulu's heart rejoiced upon hearing this and said with heartfelt gratitude, "Haha, old brother is polite. Come to the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion to find me for tea when you have time." Tong Yun said with a smile, Definitely. Lulu once again arched his hand and excused himself and left. Looking at the sky, Lulu finally decided to go back to the Fong Master's mansion tomorrow, so he went straight back to Hongyun Inn. Returning to the inn, he first checked the space of the medicinal garden and found that after planting more than 180 Ningxian flowers, the space of the medicinal garden had become bigger again, reaching a full 20 miles in circumference, and it was already quite large. Only some places gave birth to weeds, which made Lulu slightly depressed, thinking whether he still had to do the weeding himself. Such a large space, how much time would be wasted? Suddenly, Lulu's eyes stared as he saw something incredible in the center clearing. It was a mass of gray gas the size of a faceplate, writhing unceasingly on the ground as if it were a large reptile. He hastily sank his mind into the body of the body model towards the gray reptile. The reptile seems to have eyes. See him coming. Even Humane stood up, nodded head towards him. This scared Lulu to death, thinking that this couldn't be some old demon, right? He couldn't help but take 2 steps back. The reptile saw Lulu backing up and swung his head suspiciously, suddenly lying on the ground and swishing to Lulu's feet again. Lulu just wanted to hide, but suddenly felt a soft pressing sensation coming from his shoes. The force was very soft. At the same time, the gray gas squirmed and made confusing babbling noises, as if a baby was shouting. Lulu was full of shock. He felt that this gray gas must be wrapped with some entity inside, and tried to touch it, but when he carefully squatted down, the gray gas disappeared in a puff of smoke like a frightened rabbit. What the hell kind of monster is it? Lulu looked confused as he searched around for that reptile figure. But no matter how he searched, it was as if this thing had never appeared. Even if he released his divine sense, he couldn't find the other party's trace at all. In desperation, Lulu had no choice but to retreat from the medicinal garden and then use God's view to observe the entire medicinal garden. Unfortunately, the reptile figure was still nowhere to be found. Lulu frowned slightly and murmured, "I hope it's not an old monster like Qin Feng, or else we'll be in trouble." He then entered the Hall of Time to cultivate until the early hours of the following morning, when he exited from his cultivation and simply washed up and ate some breakfast before heading in the direction of the place master's mansion that Tong Yun had mentioned. Chapter 114, Qingyang Sect Master Mansion. At the end of the west street of the workshop market was a gate with a courtyard wall, and above the gate hung a plaque with the words, Qingyang Workshop Master Mansion. Behind the gate there is a broad walkway leading to the rear plaza. Neatly arranged on the east and west sides of the plaza were a block of exquisite single courtyards, with 9 horizontal and 3 columns on both sides, adding up to a total of 57 such courtyards. Directly to the north are 3 large black halls, slightly taller in the center and slightly shorter on the sides. At this point, in the large hall in the center that was hung with the Hall of Deliberation, a middle-aged fat man wearing dark gold robes, sitting on the main seat in the main north, frowned and stared at the 2 old men sitting on the 2 crossed chairs in front of him on the right, somewhat reluctantly. "2 masters, do you really have no one to recommend? Why don't you think about it again? If you recommend them, I will have a heavy reward." What few people know is that this middle-aged fat man with a face of reluctance is the mysterious master of the Qingyang market, Wan Hongan. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint Lord Square Master. The old man has always been withdrawn, and has few friends on weekdays, so this favor, really have the heart to not be able to do it. One of the green-robed old men arched his hand and said. Another gray-robed old man also shook his head. "I do have a close friend who can make pills, but unfortunately, they have been separated for several years and have not been seen again so far, so I'm afraid I can't help." Well, then I can only think of another way." Wan Hongan sighed, then collected himself and lifted his teacup. "Come. No more. 2 masters, drink tea." The 2 old men looked at each other with a helpless look on their faces, and they picked up their teacups to take a sip. After drinking, the scene will be cooled down, the atmosphere seems a little awkward. The 2 old men see the atmosphere is not right, look at each other at the same time, get up to say goodbye. Wan Hongan heard the words, and hurriedly got up to see them off, seemingly quite respectful of these 2 people. Of course, he couldn't afford to be disrespectful. In case these 2 guys sneaked off, his head would be on the ground. 3 months ago, the above sent word led him within half a year to find 5 alchemists back to the clan to assist in alchemy. If it fails, not to mention this Qingyang workshop owner position is not stable, his head will have to move. Wan Hongan's surface seems to be a beautiful scenery. In fact, it is only a puppet. He does not even know which clan is behind him, only know that every time he comes to send a messenger is extremely powerful, so that he cannot afford to give birth to the heart of the slightest resistance. What made him helpless was that half of the half-year period had already passed, but he had only found 2 of the 5 alchemists that the above wanted. When he thought of this, he felt like a death row inmate locked in a cage, waiting to be executed in the fall, as if he was having a hard time eating and sleeping. The 3 of them just walked out of the hall door. A young boy dressed as a guard ran over from the square in a fiery hurry, shouting as he ran, "My lord, wait, my lord." Wan Hongan frowned and waited until the man came closer before he rebuked in a deep voice. "What's all the fuss about? If you offend the master, watch out for your dog's head," he said and smiled apologetically at the 2 old men. The gray-clothed old man hurriedly said, "It's not a problem. They are all cultivators. Lord Square Master, please go ahead." The green-clothed old man also smiled and said, "Brother Shiyun is extremely right. Elder brother Wan will be busy first, so we will leave first." After saying that, the 2 of them raised their steps towards the east side of the square. "What is it? Say it." Only then did Wan Hongan say faintly to the guard, "Yes, it's a young man who, he said he wanted to borrow our ground fire for a while." The guard said while surreptitiously gauging Wan Hongan's expression, "Borrowing fire from the earth?" Wan Hongan's complexion shook as he asked urgently, "Where is he?" Just at the gate." "Asshole, how dare you shut our honored guest out?" Wan Hongan was both excited and worried in his heart. Cursing angrily, his body had already reached 30 feet away. He was excited that the one who came to borrow the earth fire must be a Dan master undoubtedly. and there was one more ray of hope for the task explained down from above. The worry was that most of the Dan masters had eccentric temperaments, so it would be difficult if that guard didn't know what to do and rushed the other party. My lord! A guard at the entrance saw Wan Hangan running in a hurry and saluted respectfully. Shut up! Wan Hangan rebuked in a deep voice, and with a shake of his clothes, he changed into a kindly smiling face and walked towards the powerfully dressed teenager with his back turned outside the gate. The young man was none other than Lulu, who had turned around when he heard the commotion behind him, but was not sure of the identity of the visitor, so he did not open his mouth. Wan Hangan walked forward and politely arched his hand. Fellow Taoist, is it you who wishes to borrow the earth fire? He did not have the slightest bit of arrogance at all because his cultivation level was higher than Lulu's, and even appeared to be somewhat humble. Lulu saw that this person spoke so politely, so he hurriedly bowed his hand and returned the salute. Exactly? Haven't you asked for advice yet? Ah, I'm sorry. I'm the workshop owner of this Qingyang workshop market, Wan Hangan. I don't know how to address you. Surprisingly, it's the workshop owner. This shocked Lulu. With another salute, he said, so it's Lord Squaremaster. I'm rude. Lord Squaremaster, just call me Qin Shorin. When Wan Hangan saw that Lulu knew how to be polite, he immediately felt much better and humbly said, What workshop master? It's just a false name, Master Qin. Quickly, inside please. Hearing the 3 words Master Qin, Lulu immediately had a feeling of being flattered, whereas he a master but seeing that the other party is so enthusiastic, I think there should be hope in the matter of borrowing the earth fire. I can't help but be secretly relieved, and under the guidance of the other party walked in side by side. Lord Squaremaster won't be fooled. This kid isn't even as old as me. How could he be an alchemist? The guard who had just gone forward to inform him stood at the door and muttered to another person. You kid, I advise you to say less words. Whether or not people can make pills is their business. Even if it is really come to cheat by the workshop owner to death, that is also his deserved. But if people really know how to make pills, and you talk like this and he knows about it, I'm afraid that in the future you'll have to suffer a lot. The other guard had obviously been through the social beatings and knew the truth of talking less and doing more, and Wan Hangan all the way to the main hall. Wan Hangan also did not sit in the main seat, but sat side by side with Lulu, with only a coffee table separating the two of them, and immediately after sitting down, 2 maids brought tea. Master Qin, please. Wan Hangan kept a polite smile on his face and lifted his teacup to indicate. Lulu looked a little uncomfortable with Wan Hangan's enthusiasm, always feeling like the other party had some plans for himself, but he still needed to use the earth fire, so he couldn't afford not to give face to the other party, and smiled as he lifted his teacup and said, Your Honor, please. After drinking, Lulu went straight to the point and said, Lord Squaremaster, the matter of borrowing the earth fire that I mentioned before? Wan Hangan smiled and said, Don't worry, Master Qin. There's definitely no problem with borrowing the earth fire. However, I have a condition that shouldn't be considered a condition to you, as well as a request. If the master does the conditions I said and agrees to my request, you can not only use the ground fire here at any time, but also get a considerable amount of payment, you see. Conditions that don't count? Request? Lulu thought to himself that there really is no such thing as a free lunch in the world, so he said, Let's hear it from your lordship if it's possible. I will never excuse myself, that is. Chapter 115 Conditions of the Master of the Workshop. Wan Hangan nodded and pondered for a moment before saying, I'm not hiding anything from Master Qin. In fact, this condition and request of mine are related. I'd like to ask Master Qin to try refining this first. Wan Hangan opened and closed his mouth with master, looking very respectful towards Lulu or the profession of a Dan master. As he spoke, he fished out a Dan formula from his pocket and handed it to Lulu. Lulu took a look. This Dan is very simple. Dan only wrote above the Buddha heart fruit, cold jade stone marrow, 5 spirit leaves, 3 materials refining order. In addition, even the name of the Dan is not. He asked suspiciously, Dare I ask Lord Feng Master, what kind of elixir is this? And why doesn't it even have a name? Wan Hangan smiled and said, This, in fact, is I also do not know what is the elixir. If the master can be refined successfully will be considered to have completed that condition of mine. As for the request, it's not too late to say it after you succeed in refining it. Is this Dan hard to refine? Lulu asked with a frown. Wan Hangan shook his head and said, It shouldn't be difficult. 2 masters have already succeeded in refining it. Lulu heard that someone had already succeeded in refining it. That was enough to show that there was no problem with this Dan formula, and after a little contemplation he agreed, In that case, I'll give it a try, it's just that the materials on it? Alchemy can be, but to provide him with materials that is never allowed, not to mention that he now only has one of the Buddha heart fruit, even if all of them, it is not possible to easily give away. Wan Hongan smiled at his words and took out 3 more jade boxes and placed them on the coffee table. Master, don't worry. I will provide the materials. There are a total of 5 sets of materials here. As long as Master successfully refines a pill, it will be considered passed. 5 sets of materials are both the amount to refine 5. Lulu couldn't help but light up when he heard this, which meant that there were a total of 5 Buddha heart fruits in here. If he were to make a pill in one go, wouldn't he earn 4 for nothing? He was worried about having only 30 Buddha heart fruits on him, but he didn't expect to come across such a good thing. So he immediately put away the 3 jade boxes, smiled and said, "Since this is the case, let's begin." "Good." Wan Hongan admired Lu Li's decisiveness a little in his heart. From this, the other party shouldn't be the kind of people who cheat. Excitedly rubbing his hands together, he stood up. "Master, come with me, I'll take you to the Dan building." Dan building is located on the right side of the council hall, is a single-story building. Open the main door, inside is a long passage. There are many stone rooms on both sides of the passage is the alchemy of the place. Following Wan Hongan all the way to the door of the first stone room on the right side of the passage, Wan Hongan stopped and pressed the switch by the door, and the thick stone door rumbled up. Then he smiled and said to Lu Li, "Master Qin, how about refining it right here?" The arrangement inside was very simple. Apart from a Dan table, there was only a stone-long case and a futon left, of course. There is also a large jade plate that specializes in holding spiritual medicines on the side of the Dan platform, which is considered the most basic configuration. The low level of Qi practicing stage makes it impossible to use the Dan flame. If you reach the Jindan level, you don't have to go through so much trouble. You can directly use the Dan flame to make pills. Lu Li gave a light to indicate that it was okay, and then he walked in, putting the stone door down in front of Wan Hongan. Wan Hongan was not dissatisfied with this. He knew that all alchemists had their own secrets. It was impossible for him to keep an eye on the alchemy, and this Dan formula of his own had not been known to any outsiders other than those 2 old Dan masters. The 2 old Dan masters were in control of their whereabouts and had never leaked their Dan formula, so he wasn't worried about Lu Li cheating with the pills he had made in advance. Inside the number 1 alchemy room, Lu Li first released his divine sense to look around and realized that the surroundings were thick stone walls, and there seemed to be prohibitions on them to isolate the divine sense from probing, and only then did he sit down in front of the foot-high Dan platform with peace of mind, taking out his own Dan furnace and setting it on top of the Dan platform. Then he gently twisted the ground fire switch to test the strength of the ground fire, and found that the ground fire here was a bit more violent than Qingyang Mountain, and repeated the test many times until he could completely control the fire corresponding to the magnitude of the knob twist, and only then did he stop. In addition to the Dan formula's own chances of success, the fire is the biggest factor affecting the success of the Dan, so he cannot afford to be careless. The chances of the Dan formula here mainly refers to the fact that some of the Dan formulas are formed because the number of trials is not enough, and although the owner of the Dan formula has succeeded in refining it by chance, there is no guarantee that the elixir recorded above the Dan formula is the best match. Therefore, there are grades of Dan formulae. 1,000 trials or more with a success rate of 10% can be called the primary Dan formula. More than 1,000 tests, the success rate of 30% can be called intermediate Dan formula. The success rate of 60% can be called high-level Dan formula. The success rate of 90% can be called the top Dan formula. The Dan formulas that could be graded had been verified by the Alchemy Guild and stamped with a spirit seal. Of course, this was the standard of the Alchemy Guild. Some loose cultivators or sect alchemists did not join the Alchemy Guild and did not want their hard-tested formulae to be taken in by the Alchemy Guild, so many of the formulae did not have spirit seals stamped on them. Lulu didn't know the grade of this Dan formula, but in his opinion, as long as it had been made into a Dan, then there was hope, and as long as he was careful when refining it, the probability of it being made into a Dan was still quite high. The first to be refined was the Buddha heart fruit, considering that it would also need to be refined in the future to refine the pulse nurturing pill, so he was much more careful when refining it, experimenting as much as he could to find the best refining temperature for the Buddha heart fruit. About half a quarter of an hour, the surface of the orange-yellow Buddha heart fruit finally began to overflow with a faint yellow spiritual liquid, converging towards the bottom of the Dan furnace. Outside the Dan chamber, Wan Hongan walked back and forth with his hands behind his back, looking even more nervous than Lulu, who was in the middle of refining pills. "Lord Square Master, this is..." Suddenly, a slightly old and surprised voice sounded at the doorway outside the passageway, and a green-robed old man walked in slowly. It was one of the 2 major Dan masters who had left earlier, Jia Tong. Jia Tong and another alchemist, Li Shoyun, were both passing through the Qingyang market by chance. He also heard that the workshop master's office was looking for alchemists with good pay, so he came here to try his luck. Most of the alchemists will not go out to look for elixir themselves, and only rely on their own refined pills to exchange for the purchase of pills. If it is a high rate of Dan masters naturally earn a lot of money, but like him, it may not be possible to lose money. So when he heard that there was a huge amount of condensed Jin Dan to be earned, he came without hesitation. However, only here did he realize that this one Hangan actually needed 5 Dan masters before he would take them forward to that mysterious place to refine Dan, which had already raised his intention to go for a few moments. He came to this Dan building at this time with the intention of refining all the medicinal herbs he had on him here, and then saying goodbye and leaving. After all, it's not easy to find a place with a ground fire when you're out and about. When one Hangan saw Jia Tong coming, he collected the anxiety on his face and smiled, arching his hand and said, "So it's Master Jia. A master has just come and is refining pills inside. I'm not doing anything, so I'm just waiting here." Oh! Jia Tong's face was also happy when he heard this. Surprisingly, another person has come. Then I really must congratulate Lord Square Master. Haha! Ditto 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 ditto. Seeing this, Jia Tong was not in a hurry to go to alchemy and chatted with Wan Hangan at the door. He was also eager to meet the master that Wan Hangan was talking about. Chapter 116 Request of the Master of the Workshop. About 2 hours later, the door to the number 1 Dan room shook slightly and then slowly opened. Wan Hangan, who was having a chat with Jia Tong, immediately jogged towards the door of the Dan room, slightly raising his head and looking expectantly at the teenager in front of him. How is it? Seeing this, Jia Tong also followed up, and seeing that the other party was actually a teenager who was no more than 20 years old, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. In his opinion, this person was too young, and even if he had once actually refined a pill, it was most likely just a fluke. He was well aware of how difficult it was to refine the pills provided by Wan Hangan. Even he had to refine 3 bad ingredients before familiarizing himself with the medicinal properties in the 4th round, and was lucky enough to make the pills. Lulu also saw Jia Tong, but didn't pay much attention to him. Retracting his gaze and smiling at Wan Hangan, he took out a jade bottle from his pocket and handed it over. "Lord Square Master, please take a look." Wan Hangan panicked and took the jade bottle, pulled the cork and poured it into his hand, and with a gurgle, a yellow with a faint gray mist elixir rolled down in his hand. "It's done. It's really done." Wan Hangan felt the residual warmth on the elixir and was indescribably happy. Jia Tong was shocked in his heart, wondering if he had even looked away. He hurriedly came forward and pinched the elixir in Wan Hongan's hand while sizing up Lulu in astonishment. After watching some, could not help but feel ashamed. This elixir, although I do not know what its function is, but the medicinal properties contained within this elixir is obviously a bit more powerful than the last time he refined it. Hastily cupped his fists and asked, "This, Grandmaster, dare I ask, how many times have you succeeded in refining it?" Lulu similarly cupped his fists and returned the salute with a slight look of shame on his face. "I don't dare to take the title of master. I was lucky to succeed in refining until the 5th set of materials." In fact, Lulu had only failed once, and it was still because that cold jade stone marrow had been poured too much, and the temperature inside the furnace had plummeted. However, Lulu obviously didn't intend to tell the 2 of them the truth, because he wanted to swallow those remaining 3 Buddha heart fruits. Like this, Jia Tong's mood instantly improved when he heard this and smiled as he handed the elixir back to Wan Hangan. "This elixir is of good quality. Congratulations to your excellency for finding another person." He was still waiting to go to that mysterious place to make money from alchemy, so it was not easy for one person to come, so he naturally would not deliberately nitpick. Wan Hangan didn't even care how many times Lulu had refined. In his opinion, as long as it worked, it was an extraordinary Dan master, and quickly greeted him with a smile. "Master Qin, how about we go outside and talk about the next request?" "Good." Lulu nodded with a smile. Lulu took the lead out of the Dan building, and Wan Hangan and Jia Tong exchanged a few polite words before following. After the 2 of them came to sit down at a stone table at the edge of the square in front of the temple, Lulu said, "What is the so-called request of Lord Square Master?" Upon hearing this, in order to avoid attracting the other party's displeasure, Wan Hangan also stopped beating around the bush and said bluntly, "In fact, it is the force behind me that urgently needs 5 alchemists to help refine a batch of pills for a period of 1 month, and the remuneration is 20,000 condensed Jin Dan." Oh! Lulu was slightly interested. This reward could be said to be quite generous. When he and Wuda had to die 9 deaths in the Great Zay to obtain less than 20,000 condensed truth pills only. but such a good thing made him still a little uneasy, and asked, "Dare I ask, what power is it?" He knew it wasn't very polite to ask, but he couldn't help but be curious as to who had been so generous. "This? I'm not afraid to laugh at you, master. In fact, I don't know, I'm just following orders," Wan Hongon said with a face full of embarrassment. Surprisingly, even Wan Hongon didn't know who the power behind him was. Lulu secretly said that Wuda was really right, the forces behind each workshop were really careful, and even the workshop owners were not informed. Seeing Lulu's silence, Wan Hongon was afraid that Lulu would not agree, and hurriedly picked up. "As long as master agrees, in addition to the payment given by the forces behind me, the ground fire of this Qingyang Fong master's mansion can be opened free of charge for master for a lifetime. And in addition, I'll then send a separate courtyard for master. How about it? This condition can be said to be extremely generous, just help people to refine a month of Dan only. It is equivalent to have the Qingyang Fong master residence of the permanent right of residence." However, the more this happened, the more uneasy Lulu became in his heart, and he chased after Wan Hongon to ask some more questions. When he heard the other party say that it would take more than 2 months before that mysterious force came to pick him up, Lulu stared at Wan Hongon and asked the last question. "May I ask Lord Square Master, if I don't agree, is it true that I won't be able to use the alchemy room here?" Seeing that Lulu was so hesitant, Wan Hongmin thought that if he didn't push him, he would be afraid that it would be difficult for him to agree, so he pretended to be a no. "Master Qin, although I am a person who loves to make good friends and has the utmost respect for alchemists, but I'm afraid that if Master Qin doesn't agree." "All right, I promise." Lulu pondered over it and felt that his cultivation had been stagnant at the 5th level for too long, and with such hesitation he didn't know when he would be able to find the next place where he could refine pills, so he directly agreed. Wasn't it just helping it to refine a month's worth of Dan? It wasn't even worth mentioning compared to his own breakthrough to the 6th level. See, Lulu agreed. Wan Hong and Dun was overjoyed. Directly to the east of the 9th row of the most right, a single house to him. Said that this single house belongs to him forever. Lulu heart, although I do not think so, but the surface is still polite to think. For him, it is impossible to stay here for the rest of his life. He is a little worried about Chun Zhong's safety, thinking that after this matter is over, he will go to Xinzhou to find Chun Zhong's whereabouts. For this brother, he is never forgotten. The road to immortality was long, and he didn't want to get to the end only to be left alone. After chatting with Wan Hongon for a while, seeing that the other party was always asking him if he had any suitable Dan masters to recommend, Lulu felt a bit bored and excused himself to head to his own courtyard. The courtyard is not particularly large, covering a total area of less than a mile square. For Lulu, who is used to seeing the Bihu Yuan, this courtyard seems a bit showy and compact. Of course, if placed in the world, such a courtyard could be considered extremely wealthy. I don't know whether it was intentional or not, but Wan Hongon also equipped Lulu with 2 guards and a delicate maid. The 2 guards were both in the 3rd level of Qi cultivation, and the pink-skirted maid was no mortal, 15 or 16 years old in appearance, and also had the 1st level of Qi cultivation. The guards just walked to the entrance of the courtyard and did not go in, like with standing apart on the left and right outside the courtyard door. Lulu did not talk to the 2 men much and walked straight in. The courtyard has no backyard. The entrance is a party planted with a variety of flowers and trees in the courtyard. The front door is opposite a 2-foot-long and 1-foot-high stone carving of the wall. The courtyard surrounded by hanging corridors and some attic rooms. Lulu walked past the shining wall and stepped onto the wooden steps up to the connecting corridor. The first thing in front of him was a hall. Lulu just looked inward and turned to the maid and said, "Miss Chun Tao, go and work on your own. I'm a bit tired. I'd like to find a room to rest for a while." The maid curtsied at his words and tentatively asked, "Does master want spring peach to serve?" Chapter 117, Refining Vein Nurturing Pill. "Serve?" Lulu stared oddly at the maid, Chun Tao, and thought to himself, "Serving what? It's not meal time yet, right?" Shaking his head, "No need now, just bring me some meals later." Hearing Lulu say this, the maid couldn't help but look at the sky, not knowing what she was thinking. Her pretty face swished red to the roots of her ears, and then she playfully said, "Yes." Then she covered her face and ran away. "What do you mean?" Unsure, Lulu shook his head and turned to follow the connecting corridor toward a hut on the east side. Entering the house, Lulu closed the door with his backhand and then sat down next to the round table to start counting his materials for refining the pulse-nurturing pill. Inside the medicinal garden, there were 40 plants of heather grass and 90 plants of usable Ningxian flowers. There are 33 Buddha heart fruits in the space temple. Don't worry about the Earth's milk essence. There are still a full 125 bottles. In that case, the Buddha's heart fruit is the shortcoming of this alchemy, but I still have to go and make pills for that mysterious force. I think the other party must also have the Buddha heart fruit, and then I will deduct some from it, and it should not be discovered. After inventorying the vein-nurturing pill materials, Lulu put his divine sense into the medicinal garden again. At this time, the red flame fruit had already shown a little sign of turning red. There were a dozen or so spirit lines, and it looked like if he waited for some more time, he would be able to mature again. When that time came, he would be able to continue his breakthrough again by refining another round of acupuncture point pills. After doing so, Lulu came to his bed and entered the Hall of Time to start cultivating. The aura of this place was not too dense, and the absorption and refining speed of his Taoist scripture was already enough, so there was no need to use the concentration pill to assist him. In the evening, there was a sudden, crisp knock on the door outside. Lulu guessed that it was the maid who had brought himself a meal, so he hurriedly retreated from his cultivation and opened the door to take a look, and then his heart couldn't hold back its wild beat. The maid is that maid all right. Only that in addition to carrying a few trays of rice, she had also changed into a thin gauze dress. The exquisite jade was hidden. Looking at Lulu's blood boiling under panic, Lulu took the tray as soon as possible, and then clanged the door closed backhandedly. Leaning her back behind the door of the room, she panted, "Chun Tao, next time don't dress like this." Outside the door, Chun Tao looked at herself dressed up and blushed like a ripe red apple. A little lost and seemingly relieved, curved her body through the door panel and said crisply, "Yes, master." Hearing the sound of Chun Tao's departing footsteps, Lulu then took a hard breath and calmed down to sit at the table with a few plates of rice. But nay, eating, the mind will always come up with the other side of the luscious body. Cannot help but annoyed to the extreme, 3 or 2 steps jumped to the bed to sleep with their heads covered. Hey! Cultivation also requires cultivation of the heart. It was the first time Lulu encountered such a situation. Tossing and turning in his bed, he couldn't sleep, and he realized that the more he forced himself not to think about it, the more chaotic his mind became instead, with thoughts floating around. Even the shadows of others began to appear, from carrying Ling Xiaoyun to escape to sharing a ride with Lei Xiaoman. It wasn't until he went out to use the restroom and wash his face again that he calmed down completely. Returning to his room, he was filled with a bitter smile, but his entire being was much more relaxed, and he went back into the Hall of Time to cultivate until the next morning. Early in the morning, Spring Peach came knocking on the door. At this time, she had already changed into her original pink dress, but the two of them were still a bit awkward to meet. Seeing this, Lulu let her leave after she put her breakfast on the table. After a hurried breakfast, Lulu couldn't wait to rush towards the Dan building. On the way, he ran into a gray-clothed old man. He had already learned from Wan Honggan yesterday that this person was Li Shuyun, one of the 2 major Dan masters, and by the looks of it, the other party was also going to rush to the Dan building. Lulu took the initiative to make way for a greeting. However, Li Shuyun only gave him a faint look before walking ahead of him. In response, Lulu touched his nose in embarrassment before slowly walking behind. Li Shuyun opened the door of the Dan building with a jade card in front, and after walking in, he nonchalantly pressed the mechanism and closed the door again. Such a behavior made Lulu feel a little displeased in his heart. "Can't you see I'm going in too?" Shaking his head, he also took out the token to open the door again and walked in, only to find that Li Shuyun had already disappeared after entering, and must have already entered the alchemy room. He couldn't figure it out. He didn't seem to have offended the other party, right? How to make himself as if he owed him money. After a short pause, Lulu walked towards the front of the Dan room. At this time, number 1 and 2 of the Dan room door that open button has shrunk, indicating that there is someone inside. He walked straight to the number 3 of the Dan room, pressed the button of the mechanism. With a rumble, the stone door slowly lifted. The layout of the 3rd Dan room was not different from the 1st Dan room he entered yesterday, so after closing the stone door and taking out the furnace and the materials for refining the pulse-nourishing pill and stacking them on the jade tray, Lulu started the first pulse-nourishing pill refining. Before refining, Lulu was still careful to familiarize himself with the earth-fire switch. This was a habit he had developed, the earth fire in different places. Even if it was a fire vein, the temperature it spewed out was different. After adapting to the changes in the fire brought about by the amplitude of the switch twisting, Lulu set up the furnace to start heating up the furnace. The furnace was warm. Lulu stabilized the fire and twisted up a gray plant from the jade plate, which resembled Artemisia, but was only half a foot tall and did not have a rooted elixir to throw it in. This is the heather grass. As for the roots, at this time, it is still left inside the medicinal garden. As soon as the heather grass into the Dan furnace will rise zizi white smoke. See Lulu eyelids jump. Heart is not right. This is only hot furnace temperature only. Is this also cannot withstand? He was full of suspicion, turned off the ground fire and then took it out. Took a look in his hand and found that it was just the blades wilted. As for the white smoke, I'm afraid it's the normal reaction of this heather grass itself when it encounters heat. After thinking about it, I threw the heather grass in again, and it was still the same as before. Just as soon as it went in, white smoke came out, but it was smaller than before. Lulu held the intention of not wanting this heather grass and slowly turned up the heat. However, the truth was what he expected. The white smoke coming out of the heather grass immediately disappeared, replaced by a light gray liquid overflowing from above the leaves and stalks. Lulu was slightly pleased in his heart, thinking that it was fortunate that he didn't throw it away. Otherwise, wouldn't he have wasted a precious elixir for nothing? In this way, he stabilized the fire, refining for a small a quarter of an hour. The spirit liquid inside the heather grass was finally refined cleanly, transforming into a small thumb-sized drop of light gray liquid quietly lying at the bottom of the Dan furnace. The stem and leaves, on the other hand, had already turned into flying ash and were expelled outside the Dan furnace. Looks like alchemy isn't as hard as they say. With a successful move, Lulu muttered with a small sense of satisfaction, and then threw in the second flavor of the main Buddha here. Tea fruit. Buddha heart fruit has been refined twice before, and he has a certain understanding of the fire it needs, but you can't copy the fire between different elixirs. In case the heathergrass spirit liquid that was refined before is ruined, then it will be a big game. Thus, Lulu still followed his past habits, slowly turning down the fire before gradually increasing it, finding a balance between the two types of elixirs. In this way, Lulu was carefully refining for his coveted pulse-nurturing pill as if he was walking on thin ice. Chapter 118 100 canes is too little. Still no word from Wookiee. Deep in the endless great swamp, in the underground Corpse Hall, Emotion slowly stood up from his chair and said to the guards who were bowing in front of him. The guard buried his head and respectfully said, "Reporting to the Grand Elder, there is no news yet, or I'll send someone out to look for it." "No need." Emotion raised his hand. "No one is allowed to leave this place without my orders. Go and call Guqiu here. Old Me has something to order him." "Yes, Grand Elder." The guards led the order to fly away. After landing in the square, they quickly swept towards the first main road on the left-hand side. This main road is very long. It is difficult to see the end of it at a glance, and on both sides there is also a huge stone room distributed. However, the guards didn't go for long before stopping at the entrance of a stone room called the Hall of 1,000 Opportunities. At this point, within the stone room, a middle-aged man dressed in black with a thin face was sitting on the main seat and discussing something with a dozen men and women seated on both sides of the hall. When he saw the guard at the door, he immediately raised his hand to interrupt the crowd and calmly asked, "Servant Lu, what's the matter?" The crowd turned their attention to the doorway guards. Although this person's position was inferior to theirs, but the other party was a pre-temple guard of the Nether Corpse Hall. That was not to be taken lightly. Servant Lu said with a slight arch, "Hall Master Gu, the Grand Elder has an invitation." "Great Elder." Upon hearing this, Guqiu hurriedly stood up from the main seat and said to the crowd, "Everyone, let's leave today's meeting here. I'll go pay my respects to the Grand Elder first." After saying that, without waiting for the crowd to speak, he hurried out of the 1,000 Chance Hall and followed Servant Lu for a while before tentatively asking, "Does Brother Lu know what the Grand Elder is looking for me for?" Although he is the head of a hall, but the Great Elder, this person has always been difficult to predict the mind. Maybe the next moment this hall head will not be able to do, so he wanted to explore some wind sound or be prepared. Servant Lu shook his head and said, I really don't know." However, before asking Lord Hall Master to come, the Grand Elder inquired about Wu Qi. "I wonder if it could be related to this." Takashi 7. Hearing this name, Guqiu couldn't help but be shaken. As the head of the 1,000 Chance Hall, he was in charge of all foreign affairs and intelligence resources outside, so he naturally knew what Wu Qi had gone out to do, and that their 1,000 Chance Hall was also involved in this matter, with special people to assist Wu Qi in investigating where those two had gone. But nay, more than a month had passed without the slightest clue of those two. Could it be that the Great Elder is unhappy? This is going to be a real pain in the ass. Guqiu's mind was racing, trying to find a suitable reason for himself to get away, but he couldn't come up with a suitable solution even after thinking about it. In the blink of an eye, the two had arrived at the entrance of the temple. Guqiu saw that Emojan's expressionless, incomparably creepy old face from afar, and couldn't help but cross his heart, rushed into the hall in 3 or 2 steps, and cried out as he knelt in front of Emojan, "Eldest Elder, I am guilty. Grand Elder, I failed you ah." The crying was so miserable that it directly dazzled Servant Lu outside the door and the man on the opposite side. Emojan's brows furrowed furiously at the sight, his eyes like knives, staring openly at Guqiu, and chillingly drinking. "Asshole, what have you committed again?" "Me? What is it?" Guqiu for a moment actually froze, thinking that could it be that he is not looking for me for the matter of Wuqi? What the hell? Am I not making things difficult for myself? If he was pretending just now he is really crying, being himself the stupid cry. He pulled the cuffs, slapped himself 2 slaps, cried. Eldest elder, subordinate work is ineffective. More than a month has not yet been able to help Wuqi to detect the 2 traces. Subordinate. Guilty. So you said this. Emotion looked at Guqiu slyly, thinking that this guy is quite honest. The old man has no intention of pursuing him, but he even came to ask for punishment automatically. So he said, all right, for the sake of you taking the initiative to admit your fault, you will be punished to go to the punishment hall to receive 100 canes. 100 canes. Guqiu heart that called a depressed well himself to invite a beating. What? Seeing that Guqiu seemed to be unhappy, Emotion's face sank once again. It's fine. It's just that I think that 100 canes is just too little. Oh? Really? You're quite aware, kid. So go get your 200 canes. Oh. No, I'm going. Where did Guqiu dare to say half a word more? He was afraid that if he got excited and said not enough again, then he would be in trouble. 200 canes, even if he was a 12th level chi practitioner, he would have to be beaten half to death. Any more than that and he might actually be killed alive. After that, he was about to get up and leave. Wait! Just then, Moxie called out to him again. Guqiu's heart beat wildly as he turned around. His face even uglier than if he had died his own father. Great elder, please command. How is the matter of asking you to find an alchemist and refine the corpse-nurturing pill doing? Emotion looked at Guqiu indifferently and asked. It turned out to be for this. Guqiu now sort of understood what the other party was looking for him to do. He hurriedly saluted respectfully and said, my subordinate has already sent people down to do it. Probably within 2 months we can find 5 alchemists. Find someone to do it. Emotion thought for a moment and said, corpse-raising Dan is already in short supply. This is a matter of carelessness. In order to ensure that nothing goes wrong, this matter will be handled by you personally, and if anything goes wrong, you will have your head brought up to see it. Guqiu was flabbergasted in his heart, and hastily led the order. Yes. The guard Lu at the door saw Guqiu running out of the temple with a gray head and face. He couldn't hold it in and let out a laugh, causing Guqiu to look at him angrily before forcing him to hold it back. And Guqiu out of the hall did not stop, obediently headed to the hall of punishment. Although this is his mouth cheap self-inflicted. But that old man sent word, if he dared not go, may have to go to the pit of 10,000 corpses tomorrow to sleep. Qingyang Fong Master's Mansion. That kid is really scrappy. It's been 3 days since he went in and he hasn't come out yet. At the stone table at the edge of the square, Wan Hangan, Li Xiaoyun, and Jia Tong were sitting together chatting idly. When Jia Tong suddenly turned his gaze toward the Dan building and said with a face full of emotion, hey, young people are just impulsive. Wan Hangan somewhat enviously rubbed his own fat stomach. Unlike me. Apart from eating, I don't want to do anything. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoyun was frowning. I think that brat is just improvising. Didn't old brother Jia Tong say that he refined that elixir 5 times before refining it? Maybe he's worried about losing face when it comes time to really go at it. Don't say that, old brother. I did say that the quality of the pills refined by fellow Taoist Qin is much better than mine. If you say that, if fellow Taoist Qin finds out about it, he'll have to flip out with me. Flip-flop. Li Xiaoyun snorted. Older brother, a hallowed Qi practicing 6th level, is still afraid of a Qi practicing 5th level kid flipping out? It's not right for old brother to say this. It's not that I'm afraid of him, I just think that, as we are all alchemists, it's inevitable that we have to communicate with each other, so don't make the relationship too stiff. Humph. Li Xiaoyun stood up in a mischievous manner and said disdainfully. Communicating with a milquetoast little doll in the district, the old man still can't pull this old face. The way is different. I'll go back to rest first. The workshop master lord will call out to the old man again when he's looking for enough people. Watching Li Xiaoyun leave angrily, Wan Hangan and Jia Tong both had bitter smiles on their faces. Chapter 119, Taking the Pulse-Nurturing Pill. In the blink of an eye, it had been 5 days since Lulu had entered the number 3 Dan room. This morning, the maid, Chun Tao, as usual, brought a few light breakfasts to Luli's room, and replaced yesterday's untouched dinner, slightly wiped and cleaned the room, and then prepared to leave. This is her daily routine. Spring Peach is also a person who cultivates but only just stepped into the first level of Qi cultivation, and do not have any friends, so simply do not dare to go out to wander alone, can be accepted by the workshop owner's house to stay, and get a few condensed truth pills every month is already a great favor to her. Some days ago, Wan Hangan did mention her, said she was good, that Qin master and young, if you are willing to put down the face, may be able to get a good future. She didn't want to be a maid for the rest of her life, and struggled for a long time to gather enough courage to change into that costume that even she herself blushed. But naturally, that Master Qin didn't seem to have any feelings for her. Every time she thought about it, her heart was very confused, with loss, celebration, resignation, and doubt. She didn't know whether she was not poised enough, or whether it was that Master Qin. Packing up the rest of yesterday's meal, Chun Tao went out of the room, gently pulling the door closed, and was about to leave, when he suddenly glimpsed a teenager dressed in inky green power suit, with an extraordinary temperament but with a slightly darker complexion walking towards him. The teenager's face revealed a bit of fatigue, but it was equally mixed with a strong color of joy. Chun Tao greeted her and curved her body in greeting. "Master Qin, you're back." The visitor was none other than Lulu. He nodded and smiled with a light "Busy?" Chun Tao smiled and nodded. "Well, Chun Tao just brought you breakfast. It's still hot. Go eat some." "Good. Hard work." Lulu smiled and glanced at Chun Tao. Then he rubbed himself. It seems that the Dan master's temper isn't that eccentric. Chun Tao's pair of big eyes turned soulfully. Then she smiled lightly and headed off into the distance. Room. Lulu simply ate breakfast and moved his body, then came to the bed to lie down, after which he couldn't wait to come to the Hall of Time. Sitting on top of the futon in the center of the hall, reaching out, and a jade bottle appeared in front of him. This time, he used a total of 33 sets of materials and refined 32 vein nurturing pills. It is not that he does not want to refine more, but this pulse nurturing Dan is really not good to refine. If it is one time to refine a group of materials is okay, almost all of them can become Dan. However, if several groups were refined together, they would, unsurprisingly, all lose money. Lulu had used 3 groups of materials to refine together 3 times, and 2 of them had only produced 2 pulse nurturing pills, and only 1 had produced 4. He guessed that it was mostly due to the fact that this Dan formula was not perfect enough, and after that, he no longer dared to refine more than 1 group together, and because of this, he lost a group of materials. I don't know how effective it will be, so let's try it first. Lulu put the pulse nourishing pill back in its place, picked up a bottle of acupuncture pill and poured out one in his palm while swallowing it in one gulp. No surprises, still that familiar feeling. The rolling medicinal power was like a sharp arrow rushing across his dantian. Lulu had already experienced the strength of this medicinal power, and this time, in order to minimize his injuries, he was much more careful in controlling it. In front of the 8th acupoint of the 5th chi vein, Lulu slightly relaxed his control, and the long dragon of sharp arrows suddenly rushed out like a flood that broke the dike. And when Lulu tried to pinch the gap again, he realized that he could no longer control it. There was a muffled poof. The 8th acupoint was broken in response to the sound, and he, despite his preparations, nearly gritted his teeth, with veins popping out above his forehead. Just like last time, the acupoints that the long dragon of sharp arrows had rushed through became bruised and bloodied, and the slightest movement of true chi sent a sharp pain that tore at the heart and lungs. After the 8th acupoint was flushed open, the long dragon of sharp arrows disappeared by half and continued to surge forward uncontrollably. Lulu simply stopped controlling it as well. He was worried that his use of external force to block it would instead affect the medicinal power of the acupuncture point pill. Pest! Another muffled sound came out, and the 9th acupoint was also shattered one after another, and the rolling medicinal power was only a wisp of remnants left, wandering around in the chi veins for a bit before disappearing. Under Lulu's internal vision, both acupoints were covered in blood. Next was the time to witness the efficacy of the pulse-nourishing pill. Lulu endured the pain and carefully poured out a pulse-nourishing pill with a flash of expectation in his eyes, and then put it into his mouth. The pulse-nourishing pill instantly melted in his mouth, and the gentle and comfortable breath flowed through Lulu's mouth as if he was basking in the warm sun on a spring meadow. Lulu was secretly happy in his heart, and he hurriedly carefully controlled this gentle mass of breath, letting it slowly enter the dantian, and then driving it step by step towards the 5th chi vein. After entering the chakra, it was much easier to control. Lulu drove behind, and the mass of breath approached the 8th acupoint step by step. When it came into contact with the bloodline wound, the mass of medicinal power immediately stuck on like a band-aid, and Lulu saw that there was still quite a bit of medicinal power left, so he hurriedly controlled it to head to the 9th acupoint. In this way, both acupoints were affixed with the grayish-white medicinal power of the pulse-nourishing Dan. At the same time, a numb and itchy sensation came from within his chi chakra acupoints. He knew that this was the pulse-nourishing Dan helping him to recover from the injuries of his acupoints, and in his heart, he said that this pulse-nourishing Dan really lived up to its name. To Lulu's surprise, despite plastering the 2 injured acupoints, About half of this medicinal power was still left, which made him a bit reluctant. Was it just going to be wasted? This was something that he had managed to refine with great difficulty, and there were only 32 of them. According to his projections, he had no problem repairing 4 acupoints with this pulse-nourishing pill. It would be a shame to waste it like this. Why don't you take another acupuncture pill? Lulu tried to look at the plaster attached to the acupuncture orifice barrier and thought so. However, he was really worried that the medicinal power of the acupuncture point pill would destroy the plaster, which would be more than worth it. For a while, Lulu was caught in an extreme tangle. After hesitating like this for a long time, Lulu finally couldn't let go of that remaining medicinal effect and made a decision with a clench of his teeth. He first drew the medicinal power of the pulse-nourishing pill back into his dantian, and then he took out another acupuncture point pill and ate it. Under his control, the long dragon of sharp arrows transformed by the acupuncture point pill swiftly whistled past the 8th acupoint, and in an instant, the poultice that had been affixed to the wall barrier of the acupoint showed signs of collapsing. Lulu was startled and controlled the long dragon of sharp arrows to fly forward until it had completely passed through the 8th and 9th acupoints. Only then did Lulu look at the anointing that was nearly swept away with a slight sigh of relief. Then 2 muffled sounds of poof came one after another, and the 10th and 11th acupoints broke one after another. Lulu endured the pain and quickly mobilized the medicinal power of the vein-nourishing pill that was previously stored in his dantian, and along the way, some of the medicinal power was absorbed by the first 2 acupoints, but to his delight, the remaining 2 acupoints still managed to be affixed with the poultice. Although the potency of the last acupoint was much weaker, it was better than nothing. Lulu also came to the conclusion that he could take a maximum of 2 acupuncture point pills at a time and then use a pulse-nourishing pill to recover from his injuries. The next step was to see how long the pulse-nourishing pill would take to complete the recovery of his injuries and continue to the next round of sprinting. Chapter 120: A Polite Teenager. 30 days in the Temple of Time, 3 days in the outside world. Lulu, who had just finished practicing the fireball technique, stopped panting, and he was delighted to find that the injuries to his 4 acupoints had completely recovered without the slightest after effects. After extrapolating, the recovery speed after taking the pulse-nourishing pill was more than 10 times faster than natural recovery, which was really something to be happy about. Moreover, after he had taken the pulse-nourishing pill, he could still use his true chi during his recovery period, so he just needed to be more careful. To summarize, about 4 acupoints can be made at a time, costing 2 acupuncture dan and 1 pulse-nourishing dan, taking only about 3 days from the outside world, so the speed is not too fast. With his heart in the right place, Lulu didn't want to waste any more time and was ready to directly close the door to consume all of the remaining 53 acupuncture point pills. In order to avoid being disturbed, he also purposely found Wan Hongong, the workshop owner, and bluntly stated that he was going to be in seclusion in the Dan room to refine pills, and asked him not to disturb him without anything important. Wan Hongong was worried that Lulu's youthfulness could not withstand loneliness and escaped privately. When he heard that Lulu was going to be closed for alchemy, he was naturally overwhelmed with joy, and he even said, "Master, despite being closed there is no need for it, and I will definitely not disturb the master." Just like that, Lulu entered the alchemy room alone, and the outside world would no longer have anything to do with him. The other side. Don't chase. If you chase again, I'll kill you all. Somewhere at the edge of the jungle, an old gray-robed man swept wildly out of the forest, screaming and shouting as he ran. "Old thing, dare to dig up the tomb of my Xian sword sect's old ancestor, you're dead. Leave your old ancestor's relics and reward your whole body, or else my Xian sword sect will surely pull out your tendons and skin." "Old dog, stop." Behind the old man, 5 or 6 handsome teenagers wearing sword-shaped badges on their chests were full of shade, carrying long swords in hot pursuit and cursing. It seems like this old man dug up their ancestor's grave. At those words, the old man not only did not stop, but instead ran even faster, running while bellyaching and cursing. What kind of bull old ancestor? But just a little doll. How can the old man look at a little doll's tomb? If you guys chase after them again, the old man may really want to flip out. Flipping out? Come on. Have the guts to stop and give me Yun Jian Kong a 300-round battle. The teenager chasing at the front said. A high-grade sprinting talisman was pasted on his feet, and with a swoosh he fiercely accelerated towards the old man. At the same time, the long sword was sheathed, and an eerie cold light flashed above the brightly shining sword. Seeing that the old man was about to be pierced through the back by the long sword, suddenly with a bang, a turtle shell appeared behind the old man, splashing a cloud of sparks, and the old man staggered forward and flung out more than 10 feet away. 10th level of chi practicing, you brat. Don't give me the chance to catch you next time. The old man's face suddenly changed, and he similarly offered a high-grade sprinting talisman, while a green-colored triangular flag was held in his right hand, and he took off into the air with a swoosh. Flying out a mile or so, the old man's face suddenly turned white and he smashed into a pile of chaotic rocks with a rumble. Hiss, it hurts, old man. The old man rubbed his buttocks with a face of flesh pain and glanced back behind him, only to see several figures in the distance speeding towards this side. Seemingly remembering something, he pulled out a storage bag full of anticipation and silently said, "Kid, the half-month period is past. I think you won't have a hard time opening it now." This storage bag was sent to him by the kid called Qin Shorin when he left last time, and he also said something like, "Open it after half a month, otherwise he will feel bad." Thinking of the other party's solemn expression at that time, it should be something unimaginable. Now that he was in danger, he could only hope. Opening the storage bag to take a look, the old man could not help but frown his eyebrows, only to see that there was nothing but 2 jade bottles inside. What is it? He took out a jade bottle and opened it. Then his face twitched furiously. "Good you brat. I said, why are you so calm? It turns out that you got the earth milk essence a long time ago." He was both angry and elated in his mind right now. Angry that the kid was clearly using him when he asked him to seduce Zhang Song in the first place. I'm glad that the boy is finally a human being. However, this was clearly not the time to consider this. He hurriedly put away the earth milk essence discreetly, then turned his head and ran. Time flies. The sun and moon rotate. It is now the hot month of June. On this day, the sky above Qingyang City was suddenly covered with dark clouds and thunder rumbled. It looked like there was a rainstorm. In fact, bad weather was not uncommon in places like the eastern state, with extreme weather occurring almost every month, only that the people practicing here were already accustomed to it. At this moment, there were 5 people sitting around a stone table at the edge of the city lord's mansion. In addition to Wan Hangan, Li Shoyun, and Jia Tong, there was another green-clothed old man and a slim middle-aged man who was always reticent. Wan Hangan was in a good mood and didn't feel the slightest bit unhappy because of the thick dark clouds above his head, because just 3 days ago, he had finally gathered 5 alchemists. This meant that he had successfully completed the task that had been given down from above, and not only would he be able to keep his position as the workshop master, but perhaps he would also be able to obtain a lot of rewards. The other green-clothed old man, Ding Yiming, and the reticent black-clothed middle-aged man, Shui He, were one of these 2 remaining people. Several masters. It looks like it's about to rain. Why don't we sit in the main hall? Wan Hangan looked up at the sky and said with a smile. By the looks of it, the person that the workshop master said would receive the guide won't be coming today. In that case, I'd better go back first. Li Shoyun stood up and bowed his hand in farewell. Haha. Then I'll take my leave as well. Jia Tong also stood up. Farewell. Ding Yiming then got up. Seeing this, the remaining black-robed man, Shui He, also stood up and slightly arched his hand, taking his leave. To this, Wan Hangan was not dissatisfied. He stood up and was about to leave when he suddenly swept his gaze and suddenly caught a glimpse of an ink-blue power suit teenager walking out from the Dan building. Master Qin! Wan Hangan waved at Lulu from afar. Lulu was about to go back to the house. See, Wan Hangan shouted at himself. A slight pause will walk towards Wan Hangan, came close to the doubtful, asked, "Square Master adults have something?" Haha. Master Qin is truly an alchemy fanatic, Wan Hangan said with a smile. It's like this, according to the agreement. It's just these few days that the guide of that mysterious force will come to take you to alchemy. Please pay a little attention when you cultivate, Master. Lulu then remembered that he had made an agreement with Wan Hangan earlier. He had already used up all 55 acupuncture point pills in this retreat, while only 4 pulse-nourishing pills were left, and this time when he traveled to that mysterious force to refine the pills, it was just the right time to take this opportunity to deduct some more Buddha's heart fruits for future use. Thinking of this, Lulu nodded his head and said, "Got it. I won't be in seclusion during these times, so when the receiver comes over, Lord Squaremaster will just send someone to inform me." So very good. Wan Hangan said with a smile. Would Master Qin like to join us for a cup of tea? Hee. Thank you for your kind words, Lord Squaremaster. I've been in seclusion for too long this time and I'm ready to go back and wash up properly, so I won't bother Lord Squaremaster. Saying that, he apologized with an apologetic smile and excused himself and left. What a polite teenager. Wan Hangan looked at Lulu's back and marveled in his heart. Chapter 121, The Qingyang Sect. The solo home is fairly well appointed and has a special bathhouse inside. He closed in the Dan room for more than 2 months, feeling that the whole person is rancid, directly with cold water to wash himself again and again, which is refreshed from the barrel. A look in the mirror found that he is, in addition to slightly darker, sells well. The lewdness of his childhood had completely disappeared. Taking a look at his own dress, he moved his mind, and his powerful clothes suddenly transformed into a white shirt. With this change, his temperament was different again, but he found that, in this way, his skin color seemed to be even darker, somewhat mismatched. Shaking his head, he changed back into his original ranger costume. At this moment, outside suddenly came simple-minded rumbling, a bang, followed by bean-sized raindrops la 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 pouring down. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a downpour. Heavy rain poured down and the sky was overcast. Lulu walked out of the bathhouse and stood on top of the long corridor, quietly looking at the rain that poured down, along with a burst of earthy scent surging into his nose, making him unable to stop his thoughts from wandering. He remembered that both Chunjong and Chinshoren had said that their favorite thing is these rainstorms so that they don't have to go out and graze the cows. Come to think of it, it's been over 7 years out. Lulu raised his palms and looked around. And I, too, am 20 years old, and I don't know, when will I be able to break through this chi-practicing realm and become that foundation-building power that flies to the heavens and disappears to the earth. Thinking of this, his eyes could not help but be filled with longing. Once the scene of Xiao Jie taking him on a lotus walk was unforgettable, but nowadays, he was only at the early stage of the 6th level of chi cultivation. 9 spiritual roots, are they really the outcasts of heaven? At this thought, a touch of bitterness could not help but appear on his face, thinking that if he were that legendary heavenly spiritual root, he would be fine. Where would he need to run around for resources like this? Master Qin, Master Qin? Right in the middle of Lulu's thoughts, a fat man with a big black umbrella in his hand suddenly rushed out from the pouring rainstorm and came to the connecting corridor waving and shouting at Lulu. Lulu inclined his head to look, but it was Wan Hongong. Could not help but be a little surprised in his heart. Not just met, and ran over to do what? It looked pretty anxious. Walking up to him, Lulu asked curiously, Lord Square Master, what are you? Qin, Master Qin. Someone has come from above. Please go over with me. Wan Hongong panted and said, Someone from above? Lulu was stunned. Then it dawned on him that it must be the so-called guide coming. After gathering his thoughts, Lulu nodded his head and said, Let's go. Good. Wan Hongong enthusiastically held the umbrella for Lulu, and the two of them then went out of the courtyard. In the hall of deliberation, a thin, black-robed man with his hands behind his back faintly surveyed the 3 old men and a middle-aged man in front of him. This person was unexpectedly that Qingyang Sect's Thousand Chance Hall Master Guqiu. On each side of the main hall, there were 4 black-robed men with powerful auras standing solemnly, their eyes not slanting like statues. I don't know if it was because the sky outside was too dark. The atmosphere inside the hall also seemed a bit heavy. Li Shuyun's 4 people all kept their heads down and didn't say a word, until the sound of clattering footsteps came from outside, which eased the oppressive atmosphere by a few points. The man in black? Lulu stopped abruptly just as he arrived at the door, while a strong uneasiness rose in his heart. The dress of these people was almost the same as the 2 people they had met outside the Northwatch Valley before. Could it be that they were from the same force? Master Qin, what happened to you? After taking 2 steps, Wan Hongong realized that Lulu had stopped and hurriedly walked back again. By now, there couldn't be a mess. As soon as Wan Hongong spoke, everyone in the hall looked towards Lulu. It's fine. Lulu forced himself to calm down. These people's auras were too strong. Each one of them was at least an 8th or 9th level existence. If he turned his head to run away, it would definitely be an unwise choice, so he could only pretend to follow as if nothing had happened. Walking inside, Wan Hongong then left Lulu behind and walked to the black-clothed man at the head of the group and respectfully said, My lord, everyone has arrived. Take a look. Make sure it's all alchemists, right? If the seat finds out that you're faking, the consequences will be very serious. Guqiu said expressionlessly. Yes, all of them. I dare to guarantee it with my life. Wan Hongong said and then took out 5 jade bottles and handed them to Guqiu. This is the pills they refined out, you check and inspect? Guqiu took it and took a general look. All right, count it as you completing your mission. Your performance was good this time. This is a reward for you. With that, he handed a storage bag to Wan Hongong. Wan Hongong didn't even look at it and directly kneeled down. Many thanks for your reward. Many thanks for your reward. Get up. Guqiu remained expressionless and suddenly turned his gaze to Lulu, who was hiding behind Jia Tong. What are you hiding for? Don't give this seed a chance to come forward. This is a real pain in the ass. Lulu's heart thumped, lowered his head and took 2 steps forward to stand side by side with Jia Tong's 4 men. Stuttering, "Duh, Your Honor, forgive me. Little afraid of life." Afraid of life? Instantly, several gazes stared towards Lulu. Claptrap. Li Shuyun thought that Lulu was trying to intentionally get Guqiu's attention and couldn't help but look contemptuous. However, when Guqiu inclined his head and surveyed Lulu, he first frowned, revealing a touch of contemplation. Then his face became joyful and he took 3 or 2 steps to come forward and laughed heartily at Lulu. "Kid, you are really a blessing to my old man." This smile directly confused the crowd, completely unaware of what Guqiu meant, including Lulu, who couldn't turn the corner for a moment. "Duh. What does your lordship mean?" "Haha. It's nothing. You just need to know that it's fate that you and I meet," said, also patted Lulu's shoulder. "Little brother, don't be afraid. Old man is not a bad guy. Not a bad guy. He's not in league with those two, or is it that the other side doesn't intend to pursue him at all?" As things stood, Lulu could only make a false start and take a step forward, so he simply grinned as well. Hee. I think I'm very much destined to be with Senior. Horse's ass. The color of contempt in Li Shoyun's eyes increased, while his heart couldn't help but feel a little sour. Yes, karmic. Guqiu hemmed and hawed and gave a wink to the 8 guards standing on either side. "Let's begin." "Start?" The people were all stunned at the words, but the 8 guards had already surrounded towards the several people, and 5 of them were holding a small black cloth bag in their hands, wanting to put it over their heads. What are you doing? What are you doing?" Seeing this, Li Shoyun's face changed and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. The hearts of Lulu's few people were also raised at the same time. Guqiu frowned and said calmly, "A few of you don't need to be alarmed. Our clan has always been secretive. This headgear is just preventing you from using your divine sense to spy out where the clan is, and it won't be right to harm you." "That won't do. I am a Dan master. How can I be subjected to this kind of insult?" "I, Li Shoyun, state with my personality that I won't disclose where your clan is located, that is." Personality. A cold aura flashed in Guqiu's eyes. Then, a slapping sound rang out in the great hall. Looking at Guqiu again, it seemed as if he had never moved, standing still and turning over his palms to look at them. It was obvious that he was the one who had just struck out. Such a turn of events caused Jia Tong and Ding Yiming, who were originally prepared to concur, to instantly shut their mouths. Seeing that the crowd was silent, Guqiu then said, "I hope you all recognize some facts. I'm talking about demands, not requests." Chapter 122, The Witty Guqiu. Speaking here, Guqiu suddenly smiled. "Of course, you have a second choice. I'll take second. Take second." Upon hearing this, Li Shoyun, who had just been slapped in the face, thought that the second option was "get lost," and shouted without hesitation. Lulu is also a little bit of intention, although this person has been smiling and talking to him, but he always felt that there is something wrong. A little hesitation and then said, You pick second?" Before Lulu could finish his words, Guqiu picked up on Li Shoyun's words while saying to the man in black next to Li Shoyun, "Since that's the case, let's send him on his way. Up the road? No, I'll choose first. Feeling the cold and piercing killing intent of the black-robed man beside him, Li Shoyun reacted and begged frantically for mercy. "I'll be damned. I'm glad I didn't finish." Lulu gulped and thought to himself that he could not be so impulsive in the future. "Are you sure you've chosen?" Guqiu didn't seem surprised. Only his face sank as he stared straight at Li Shoyun. Think about it. Count on you to be sensible." Only then did Guqiu withdraw his gaze to look at Lulu. "Kid, you have something to say?" The corner of Lulu's mouth twitched, thinking that this seems to be quite a serious person. How come he likes to play with the setups? And awkwardly said, "I would like to say that the rain is a bit heavy outside. Why don't we wait for the rain to stop before we wear this headgear? Is that okay?" Yes, Master Qin has a point. Why don't we wait for the rain to stop before we set off?" Jia Tong also felt that this rain wouldn't stop for a while, so if he put this hood on early, wouldn't he be suffocating? What's the fear of a mere rain? This seat only has a way to keep you guys out of the rain. Guqiu lightly glanced at Jia Tong, and then looked at the several black-clothed guards. "Put them on!" Upon hearing this, several guards directly came forward and propped open the black cloth bag and placed it over their heads. Experienced just now, a few people do not dare to resist again, Let the black pocket will be their own head shrouded up. The pocket above there is an elastic rope, covered down after the guards pulled a few times until almost several people to strangle off the breath, this only to give up. Wearing this black pocket, Lulu realized that this thing is really not simple. As long as they put out the divine sense, immediately will be bounced back directly in front of a black, such as open-eyed blindness in general, what cannot see. Seeing that all the people had put on their headgear, Guqiu then walked towards the outside of the hall, and a few guards also assisted Luli's 5 people to go out of the hall one after another. At the entrance of the hall, Guqiu reached out and conjured up a palm-sized boat, and then offered a black talisman to stick on the boat, and after inputting true qi into the talisman, the boat began to rapidly enlarge. In just a dozen breaths, the original palm-sized small boat had turned into a 3-zip long large boat. This scene directly stunned Wanhangan. The adults who came before had never used such a magical thing. Guqiu ignored the bumpkin like Wanhangan and ordered a few men in black to help Luli and his party into the cabin before turning back to Wanhangan and saying in a deep voice, "Remember, you've never seen these people before in your life? Got it." Wanhangan froze, his heart thumped, and with an apologetic look at Luli and his party sitting inside the cabin, he lowered his head and whispered, "Yes, my lord." Guqiu nodded and leapt onto the boat, entering the cabin. Inside, the arrangement is very simple. The center is a channel, each side has a long bar-shaped bench. Guqiu along the channel until the very front, and then took out a storage bag from which he took out a body of blue shiny stone, thrown into the round hole in front of the body. And then, with both fingers together, he inputted a piece of true qi into a raised hemisphere in front of him, and instantly odd patterns began to emerge on top of that hemisphere, and the 3-foot-long ship whistled up into the air. Although Luli was not blindfolded, he still felt as if he was floating, and immediately afterward, a gust of blistering wind and rain began to continuously slap his cheeks, making him somewhat unsteady in his seat, which was extremely similar to the feeling he had when Xiao Jie had taken him flying in the sky before. Could it be that that person was actually a Foundation establishment power? Luli secretly thought so. In fact, Luli thought wrong. Guqiu, although it is the 12th level of qi cultivation, but there is still a lot of road to go from the Foundation. He can drive the spirit boat, in fact, is borrowed that mysterious talisman amplify their own divine sense. Otherwise, with his cultivation cannot manipulate the spirit boat. The spirit boat sped eastward in the sky, and the scenery directly underneath its feet turned into a small dot that constantly receded, and although the speed was not as fast as Imperial flight, it was also many times faster than a normal qi cultivator's flyby. Flying over the mountains and into a desolate swamp, and then flying further east for an unknown period of time, the spirit boat finally landed slowly in front of a low mound of earth that could not be seen at a glance. The dirt bag didn't look anything special except that it was big, and it was covered with yellowish weeds, like an old grave that hadn't been cleared for a long time. However, it is such an inconspicuous place that hides a heavenly secret. Guqiu took the lead, only to see him take out a grayish jade tablet and input his true qi before speaking to it in a deep voice. "Open the door." As soon as the words fell, a sudden rumbling sound came from the earth bag in front of him, and a giant stone door covered with grass sod opened in response, revealing a 10 feet wide, eerie passageway. A man in black walked out from behind the stone door and saluted Guqiu. "Greetings to Hall Master Gu." Guqiu nodded and saw that all the people had already disembarked, so he reached out and put away the spirit boat, and without saying anything after glancing at the crowd, he directly walked in towards the passageway. Luli, several people were being assisted to walk slowly. This mask was impervious to light, but his intuition told him that he had entered a gloomy place. Another rumbling sound rang out like pushing a mill, followed by a click, like the sound of an organ closing. Luli guessed that he should have arrived. It wasn't long before the light was a little brighter again. Weiwei, who was sitting at the edge of the plaza and fidgeting, saw a line of people wearing black hoods coming, and could not help but feel a great curiosity as she walked over towards Guqiu. Guqiu brought a few people to the square and was ready to go forward to report. When he saw Weiwei come, he stopped again and greeted her with a smile. "Senior Sister Weiwei." Cultivation was not just about realms but more about human feelings, and by all accounts, his hallowed thousand-chance hall master didn't need to grovel so much to a little girl, but he did. If there hadn't been people around, he could have groveled a bit more, even on his knees, because one word from the person in front of him was enough to affect his future and life and death. Weiwei smiled faintly and said softly, "Hall Master Gu, what are they?" "Them, they're the ones I got to help with the alchemy. It's the Grand Elder's orders." "Alchemist?" Weiwei nodded. "It's the so-called Dan Master. Isn't it a bit disrespectful to cover your head like this?" "Respect." Guqiu froze, thinking that these people are now fish and meat on the chopping board, What is the point of respecting them? Thinking about it, Guqiu was well aware of the young girl's heart in front of him, and in order to please Wei Yue, he sunk his face down and rebuked the several guards in a cold voice. Are you all deaf? Who told you to cover the master's heads and take them off? The guards. Chapter 123. The Truth of the Matter. After the hood was ripped off, Lulu first exhaled a few hard breaths. The depressing feeling of being locked in a small black room was just too unbearable. Then his eyes turned around, and when he saw the delicate black girl, an unpleasant feeling rose abruptly. At a glance, he recognized the girl as the one who had fought with Wu De outside the Northwatch Valley marketplace. I thought to myself that this is going to be a big trouble. I didn't realize that they are really a gang. Wei Yue also saw Lulu and couldn't help but show a touch of surprise. Then she walked over to Lulu and looked up and down curiously. This action immediately caused a burst of strange gazes. Guqiu of course knew why Wei Yue was looking at Lulu like this. He clasped his hands on his chest. His face was odd, and he didn't say anything. It wasn't until she had watched for several breaths that Wei Yue exclaimed in shock, "It's you! Cough, girl. Long time no see," Lulu said with a bitter smile on his face. You guys were too heavy-handed last time, right? Senior brother, he was in bed for more than 2 months before he recovered. Wei Yue huffed and puffed. This kid has a grudge against this girl? Li Shoyun and Ding Yiming beside him immediately moved half a step to the side upon hearing this, fearing to get involved with Lulu. What happened last time was actually a misunderstanding. I thought you guys were here to rob, so… Lulu said helplessly. Robbery? Wei Yue was slightly stunned. On second thought she felt that there was a little bit of truth in it, nodding her head. So that's how it is. Then it's indeed a misunderstanding on your part. Senior brother, he just wanted to ask you about something. At this point, Lulu had long guessed that senior brother, he was afraid that he was the master who entrusted the search for the land of Insouls. However, senior brother, his cultivation was only at the 4th level, and he was most likely just following orders. There should still be a big hand behind this matter, and it was even said that this mysterious sect was this black hand behind the scenes. Thinking of this, Lulu simply kept his mouth shut. Seeing that Lulu didn't say anything, Wei Yue added, Actually, senior brother, he is quite a good person. When you have time, I'll take you to get to know him. I'm sure that senior brother, he won't take it personally. What do you think? Just as Guqiu thought, they were all fish and meat on the chopping board right now. Lulu was thinking about how he could get out of here, thinking that if he could get some words out of that senior brother his mouth, there might be a ray of hope, so he nodded his head and said, but at the girl's command. Good. Wei Yue smiled happily after hearing this and looked at Guqiu. You guys get busy first. I'll look for him when you're done. This girl looks a little innocent. Huh? Wei Yue's every move was very different from these cold black-robed men, which made Lulu secretly start thinking again. Seeing that way, you didn't seem to want to pursue the matter. Guqiu couldn't help but stare at Lulu, frowned in thought and said, Kid, come with me. After saying that, he said to the remaining 4 Dan Masters and 8 black-clothed guards, You guys stay here and wait for me to come back. Then he greeted Lulu and walked towards the large hall directly north of the square. At the entrance of the Incorp's hall, Guqiu stopped slightly to look inside and realized that Emogen wasn't inside, and after inquiring about the Lu guards, he led Lulu down the stone corridor in front of the hall to the right. Without going far, he stopped in front of a wide carved stone door cave on the right, which was engraved with the words Mo Yunju. Guqiu walked straight to the right side of the stone door and gently turned the black knob protruding from the door frame, and then retreated back in front of the door to wait silently. At this moment, Guqiu's face was expressionless, and he was simply a different person from the one who had smiled with him in the square before. And Lulu's heart grew heavier and heavier, always feeling that something bad was waiting for him. Enough to wait for a small half a quarter of an hour. The stone door in front of him only clicked and slowly opened towards both sides. A strange old man clad in a black hooded trench coat stood in the doorway like a ghost. When Lulu saw the bloodless face with only an old skin, he couldn't help but let his pupils shrink violently. The man's appearance was too scary. Greetings to the Grand Elder. Guqiu's respectful voice interrupted Lulu's thoughts. What is it? Reporting to the Grand Elder, the Dan Masters have all been brought back. But this person is somewhat special, Guqiu said, turning his gaze to Lulu by his side. Although Wei Yue did not intend to pursue the matter, the order was sent out by the Grand Elder after all, and the matter had to be decided by the Grand Elder before he could do so. Only then did Emogen look at Lulu. This look, Emogen steeply narrowed his eyes. The next instant had already stood in front of Lulu. This time not only Lulu, even Guqiu next to him was scared and took 2 steps back. Kid, are you really making it easy for me to find you? Emojin looked at Lulu playfully, his voice icy cold. Great Elder, what is it that you are looking for me for? Lulu was calm on the surface, but in reality, his hairs were standing on end and his heart was hanging to the very edge. Ho ho, what is it? Upon hearing this, Mojang instead withdrew that cold and icy aura, took out a pitch-black pill bottle and poured out 4 black pills and handed them to Guqiu. Send those 4 to the Dan workshop first. I still have things to ask this kid. Guqiu took the pills and nodded his head, glancing at Lulu again before leaving. Emojin also turned around and walked towards the stone room, while faintly counting. Put away your little tricks and follow the old man. Lulu took a deep breath, put away the talisman in his hand, and followed Emojin as he slowly walked in. As soon as he entered the room, the stone door clicked shut, and the dark stone room looked especially eerie under the green night pearl irradiation. Emojin stood in the center of the hall, turned back to gaze at Lulu and said, "Do you know why the old man is looking for you?" Seeing that the other party did not have the intention of killing himself immediately, Lulu hurriedly bowed his head and said, "I still ask for Senior's clarification. I really don't know where I have offended Senior." This was true, he really didn't know where he had offended this old monster. To say that the matter outside the North Hope Valley Marketplace is nothing more than a normal fight in the immortal cultivation world. Not to mention that it didn't hurt the lives of that Wei Wei and Senior brother it shouldn't be enough to make such a character hold a grudge like this. Hee. Then it's good for the old man to show you something. Saying that, he reached out his hand and a small bronze coffin was held in the palm of his hand, and then threw it forward. The small coffin enlarged rapidly, and in no time at all it turned into a normal bronze-colored bronze coffin. Is it a legendary magic weapon? Lulu's pupils shrank. In the cultivation world, ordinary metaphysical artifacts simply couldn't do changing size at will. In his opinion, this bronze coffin was at least at the level of a magical artifact, and as for above the magical artifacts, he didn't dare to think about it yet. Just then, the lid of that coffin had slowly slid open. A man wearing a cloud robe with a greenish color slowly stood up slowly from the coffin and mechanically turned around, staring at Lulu in a nebulous manner. It's him. When Lulu saw this person, the clues in his mind that were like a mess were instantly straightened out. This person was the man named Zhang Yu that he encountered when he saved Lei Xiaoman at the Yulong village. According to what he had seen and heard at that time, and in conjunction with Wuda's later statement, it wasn't difficult for him to learn that the one who had put out a bounty for himself in the Thunderfire Mountain range at the beginning must be this weird old man. And it was really unlucky that he had mistakenly intruded into someone's lair. Chapter 124 Silkworm Pupa in the Medicinal Garden. It looks like you already know why the old man is looking for you. Emojin looked at Lulu indifferently. According to reason, you have spoiled Old Me's chance. Old Me should have slapped you to death. However, for the sake of you being an alchemist, let's leave you alive for now. Upon hearing this, Lulu's hanging heart finally relaxed. As long as he didn't die immediately, then there was still room for maneuver. However, Emojin's next action was to plunge him into despair again. Only to see Emojin take out a pitch-black pill and hand it to Lulu. This pill is called Soul-Devouring Pill. After taking it, it will erupt every month. During that time, if you don't have the antidote provided by the old man, you'll die for sure. From now on, you'll stay here and obediently refine pills for the old man for the rest of your life. Speaking here, he didn't care whether Lulu answered or not. Dodged forward and pinched open Lulu's mouth, and with a flick of his fingers, he directly shot the elixir into the depths of Lulu's throat. Cough, cough, cough. Lulu coughed violently, but to no avail. The elixir had already turned into a ball of black gas and rushed into his sea of consciousness. However, the black gas did not attack him immediately after entering the sea of consciousness, and directly concealed itself, as if the scene just now had never happened. Lulu knew that this thing had definitely not disappeared into thin air. It was just buried, just like a demon hidden underground that could pop up at any time and take his life. His face was ugly to the extreme. In this case, even if he found a way to leave this place, I'm afraid it would be difficult for him to survive for more than a month. Kid, it looks like you are very angry. Emojin sat straight on top of the stone chair in front of him, looked straight at Lulu and growled hoarsely. To say angry, the old man was more than 100 times angrier than you in the first place, and if it wasn't for the sake of the clan's great cause, you wouldn't have survived more than a breath in front of the old man. Between words, his fists pinched and clicked, obviously forcibly enduring the resentment in his heart. For a long time, he slowly loosened his fists, shook his head and sighed and said, "It's just, perhaps this is the will of heaven." He stood up his complexion slightly and faintly said, "As long as you are obedient, every month I will give you a clear spirit pill. With this pill, you can safely survive the outbreak of the soul-devouring pill. However, if you dare to have any crooked thoughts, I won't show any mercy when I lay my hands on you." Upon hearing this, Lulu was helpless in his heart. But there wasn't the slightest thing he could do about it, so he could only nod his head in agreement. Perhaps worried that if he spent too much time with Lulu, he wouldn't be able to suppress his inner killing intent. Emotion also stopped talking nonsense with Lulu and brought him out, and didn't stop when he came to the plaza, directly leading him towards the west side of the plaza. Lulu remained silent all the way. The two men crossed the plaza and took a few more steps down sunken stone steps to the mouth of a passageway that went straight ahead. The passage looked long and very dim, almost indistinguishable from night if not for the faint ethereal light emitted by a night pearl every few feet at the top. Lulu frowned slightly, thinking that if he stayed in this kind of place all year round, he was afraid that he would have to suffocate even if he didn't get sick, so it was no wonder that the people here didn't look very good. Just when Lulu thought that Emotion was going to take himself further inside, Emotion stopped in front of the door of the first stone room on the right side of the passageway entrance and turned to Lulu. "Kid, the houses in this row on the right side of West First Lane all belong to the Sect's Dan workshop. Don't say that I don't take care of you. This one stone room is right next to the square. As long as you complete your rationed alchemy tasks every day, I'll authorize you to come to the side of this square to take a breath." "Many thanks, Senior." Lulu squeezed out an ugly smile as he really couldn't be happy. This practice of hitting a stick and giving a sweet date didn't work too well with him. If he wasn't worried about offending the other side, he wouldn't even bother to smile. Emotion didn't care. He walked forward and took out a jade tablet to open the stone door, and looked sideways at Lulu. "Go in? Get used to it first. Tomorrow, the old man will send someone to inform you of what you need to do every day." Perhaps because of the consideration of alchemy, this stone room was not as gloomy as the one in Emotion, and the night pearl on the roof blossomed with a trained white light, similar to a fluorescent light. However, the layout of the room was rather simple. Apart from the alchemy area on the left-hand side, there was a stone round table in the center, and on the right-hand side was a stone bed without a roof, and there wasn't even any bedding on the bed. Beyond that, there is nothing else. Lulu entered the stone room. That stone door automatically closed. He looked around and found that there is no mechanism inside that can open the stone door, but there is a small opening at the foot of that stone door. People certainly can't drill out. It should be the place where the food is sent in. This made him feel like he was back in the days when he was captured by Zhang Song into Qingyang. Then he walked to the alchemy area, test the ground fire, found that the quality of the ground fire here than the Qingyang city is even higher than a grade. After the switch twisted to the end, the blue flames baked his skin are a little raw pain. Now there's no shortage of earth fire. Lulu thought with bittersweet joy as he looked at the raging earth fire in front of him. Then, he came to sit down on top of the stone bed and contemplated what he should do in the future. This place was so gloomy that it was clearly not a place where normal clans could stay. Combined with what Wuda had said earlier, this might be the so-called Qingyang Sect, which was not a good name alone. Of course, this is Lulu's subjective guess combined with his own encounters and insights. And if he wanted to get out of here, he had to solve a couple of puzzles. One is to leave from where and how. The second was whether or not there was a way to permanently remove the poison of the soul-devouring Dan from his body, rather than temporarily relieving the pain, and if this problem was not solved, it would be a great trouble. Thinking about it, think of the head as almost fried. Lulu did not come up with a good way. Simply lying directly on the bed do not want anything. Half an hour later, however, he snapped his eyes open, his divine sense sinking into the pill garden space at once. Looking down from above, the gray mist appeared again. It was like an urchin, jumping up and down in the middle of the medicinal garden. Lulu could obviously feel that the gray mist had solidified a few more points. It looked a bit like a giant gray silkworm chrysalis. Out of curiosity, Lulu directly transformed into his original form and entered the medicinal garden towards the silkworm chrysalis. The silkworm chrysalis seemed to have eyes, and when it saw Lulu appear in front of it, it raised its head humanely, and its head veered around, as if it was pondering something. Lulu found it very interesting and squatted down to try and touch it towards its head. The silkworm chrysalis instinctively wanted to dodge, but as if it felt that Lulu had no malicious intent, it froze in place. Lulu's hand finally touched the gray mist, soft, like a sponge, very comfortable to touch. Lulu gently pressed, wanting to probe his hand into the gray mist to see what kind of thing was wrapped inside. But it was this action. The gray silkworm chrysalis was like an enemy. A strange cry directly disappeared from Lulu's eyes. That's right, it just disappeared into thin air. Even if Lulu used his divine sense, he couldn't find any trace of the other party. Ran off again. Lulu stood up and scratched his head depressingly before walking towards the direction of planting the red inferno fruit tree again. Chapter 125 Alchemy Task. Come to the place of the red inferno fruit tree. Lulu fixed his eyes and saw that this red flame fruit had actually matured and was already far beyond the first rank. Looking at the more than 100 Chuizhu grasses and the patches of thunderfire orchids, they had basically all exceeded the first rank. This meant that he could start refining the acupuncture point pill again. Lulu felt that it was a waste for these elixirs to stay here and grow endlessly, because with the fact that he didn't have a second-order formula yet, even if these elixirs grew to the second order, they were still used as first-order elixirs, which was a complete waste. So it was decided to first harvest all the spirit medicines that had reached the first rank in the entire medicinal garden and store them inside the space palace for backup. It's like cutting leeks. Only after a crop is cut will new shoots grow back. Say it and do it. It took him more than 2 hours to finally harvest the entire medicinal garden. Looking at each and every one of the elixir stakes on the ground, Lulu revealed an expectant smile. Grow fast? I'll come back to cut when you guys grow up. Took stock of the harvest. He had harvested a total of 950 thunderfire orchids this time. Crested bamboo grass, 150 plants. Red flame fruit, 55 pieces. Nimbus flowers, 57. Heather, 7 plants. The materials for the acupuncture point pill were not bad. It would have been better if there was heather grass and Buddha's heart fruit so that he could not only refine the acupuncture point pill, but also refine some more pulse-nourishing pills, and then he would secretly break through in the middle of the stone room. Wouldn't that be great? Clunk. Just then, an ear-piercing sound suddenly came from the outside world. Lulu hurriedly retreated from the medicinal garden and looked around before realizing that there was an additional square tray underneath the stone door, which was loaded with a few plates of rice on top of it, while an icy voice came from a small opening in the middle of the stone door. Send the dishes out from underneath when you're done eating. Lulu didn't have much of an appetite and got up to the stone door, directly pushing the tray out. Take it away. I'm not hungry. The meal looked just average, and I'm sure it didn't taste any better than the pesca pill. Heh, quite arrogant. The man outside taunted, and without saying anything more, drew back the tray and left. Lulu listened with his side ear for a while and realized that there was no more movement outside. Then he walked towards the alchemy area to start refining the acupuncture point pill. According to that grand elder, he would be given the task of alchemy tomorrow, and in order to avoid being unable to find the time for the heavy task, he still decided to refine the acupuncture point pill first. This time, Lulu refined it much faster than before. In almost 6 or 7 hours, he finished refining all 55 groups of materials and harvested a full 70 acupuncture point pills, and if he had enough pulse-nourishing pills, he would have immediately broken through more than one small realm again. Speaking of the pulse-nourishing pill, it did make Lulu a little difficult. If the next thing to be refined was the kind of mysterious elixir that was refined at the Qingyang Master's mansion, he still had hopes of seeking some Buddha heart fruit. But if it was any other elixir, there was no hope. Then again, the refining of the pulse-nurturing pill also required heathergrass. He did get 40 heathergrasses from Wuda last time and planted them in the medicinal garden, but he had only harvested them once more than 2 months ago, and there were only 7 of them in the Space Temple warehouse today. Although the harvested heathergrass grew quite fast, it still needed quite a bit of time before it became a first-order spirit medicine. To summarize, he was now in dire need of Buddha heart fruit and briar grass. If he could obtain these 2 elixirs, then his cultivation would immediately skyrocket again. The next morning, Lulu had just laid down not long before the stone door was opened from the outside, and a black-robed man with a blue fong mask just stood quietly at the door, not entering or leaving. Lulu frowned and rolled out of bed and walked over, quietly looking at the masked man waiting for the other party to speak. The masked man sized up Lulu. A flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. Then he calmly handed out a storage pouch. This is today's mission. According to the Grand Elder's orders, if you can't finish it before the hour of dawn, I'll reward you with a heart-stabbing pill. Stabbing pill? It's a poison mixed and refined by countless poisonous insects. After taking it, you will be able to experience the taste of death by 1,000 cuts. But don't worry, the medicinal power of this heart-devouring pill will only last for an hour. It won't kill you. Nima. The corner of Lulu's mouth twitched as he blanked the other party. A hand picked up the storage bag. Good luck. The masked man's voice didn't sound too old, like a teenager, and when he finished he voluntarily retreated, then pressed the mechanism outside and closed the door to the room. Lulu hurriedly opened his storage bag, only to see 3 jade boxes and 5 small jade bottles the size of his thumb placed inside. And then there was a Dan formula and a yellow paper with today's task written on it. When he opened the Dan formula and took a look, Lulu couldn't help but be delighted. Buddha heart fruit, cold jade stone marrow, 5 spirit leaf, corpse nurturing pill. This Dan formula was almost the same as the one that had been refined in the Qingyang master's mansion before. The only difference was that there was an additional name for the Dan, corpse nurturing Dan. He didn't care what this corpse nurturing pill was, but as long as there was a Buddha heart fruit, it was a good thing. Then he opened the yellow paper, which read, "Use 5 sets of materials to refine 2 corpse nurturing pills." Lulu frowned slightly and thought to himself that this is not a low request. It seems that he has to be more careful or else he will have to eat that bull heart stabbing pill if he didn't get the Buddha heart fruit deducted. But everything's okay. Under Lulu's careful control, the 2 corpse nurturing pills took him just over an hour to successfully refine, and they were both successful in one go, earning him 3 Buddha heart fruits for nothing. After refining the corpse nurturing pill, Lulu didn't stop. He still had 7 plants of heathergrass, so it was just the right time to use them to refine the vein nurturing pill. This time, Lulu took a gamble and directly refined all 3 sets of materials together. But unfortunately, no miracles happened, and the 3 sets of materials were refined just like normal. Only 3 pulse nurturing pills came out. Although he was sorry, he was not disappointed. 3 pulse nourishing pills were already enough for him to impact 12 acupoints. Compared to normal cultivation, I don't know how many times faster. Still early. Lulu directly sat on the bed and started taking the acupuncture point pill. Within a short time, he had utilized 2 acupuncture point pills and 1 vein nourishing pill to open 4 acupoints. So far, his 6th chi vein had opened 20 acupoints, and he would soon be able to enter into the middle stage of the 6th gravity. Only 4 of the points that had just been opened were still plastered with plasters, and they needed to wait until 3 days before they could continue punching the points. In the dead of night, the stone door opened and the blue-fanged masked teenager came back. He was still standing at the door, quietly waiting for Lulu to pass. Lulu had been practicing his blistering wind steps in the Hall of Time, and as soon as he heard the sound, he immediately retreated, grabbed the storage on his bed and walked over. Check it out. Seeing Lulu so calm, the teenager was a bit surprised and opened the pill bottle to have a look. He couldn't help but have his eyes light up. You're refining at a good level. Surprisingly, they are all mid-grade. So it seems that those old guys are really a waste. Old man. Lulu knew in his heart that this person was afraid that he was talking about Jia Tong's few people. So he couldn't help but ask, how are they doing? Heh, what else can I do? Of course I fed them the heart-stabbing pill, and now they are still inside covering their stomachs and ghosting. Chapter 126 Wu Lu's Request. Time flew by, and a month had passed in the blink of an eye from when Lulu entered the Qingyang Sect. On this day, Lulu finished refining the last corpse nurturing pill as usual, then prepared to enter the time hall to cultivate blistering wind steps and shaking mountain. Because aside from these 2, he really didn't have anything else to cultivate. The aura in this alchemy room was quite thin, simply couldn't be used to punch the acupoints. And the 7 pulse nurturing pills refined from those 7 heather grasses had also been used up. Without accident, it helped him break through 28 acupoints, and he now had 44 open acupoints in his 6th chi vein, reaching the mid-6th level. Only 56 of the 70 acupuncture point pills remained as well. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of directly taking the acupuncture point pill and then recovering naturally for a month. But then, he wouldn't be able to use his true chi during this period of time, and if he encountered an unexpected situation, he was afraid that it would be difficult to cope with it, so he thought better of it. It was worth mentioning that over the past month, the alchemy task for his alchemy had been raised higher and higher. From the original 5 sets of materials to refine 2, it had been mentioned as a requirement of 10 sets of materials to refine 8. I don't know if it's done on purpose, seeing as how you get things done every day. But despite this, Lulu was able to save at least 1 Buddha heart fruit per day. So far, he had saved a whole 70 Buddha heart fruits, and if he had heathergrass, he could immediately start refining vein nurturing pills again. However, just as he was getting ready for bed, the stone door, however, opened unexpectedly. That blue-fong masked teenager walked in and looked at Lulu and said, Master Qin, the Grand Elder said that you have performed well this month. So tomorrow you can be allowed to rest for a day, and at the same time you are authorized to go to the plaza for a walk accompanied by me. After spending this month together, this blue-masked teenager had changed from being cold towards Lulu at the very beginning to being respectful and even somewhat pleasing. Lulu also knew that this teenager's name was Wu Lu, and he was the 6th-ranked existence of the Qingyang Sect's 7 martial furies. Of course, this name was just a code name. Whoever defeated him could have this code name. As for his real name, the teenager didn't mention it. Thanks a lot. Lulu nodded, indicating that he knew. All right, then I'll leave first and come back to you later to pick up the medicine. Wu Lu slightly arched his hand and turned to leave. He actually sympathized with what Lulu was going through. But there was nothing he could do, and he didn't dare to help Lulu. Lulu didn't tell Lulu that he had actually already refined today's pills. He was worried that after this matter got out, that Great Elder would give him another increase in his daily tasks. I don't know how long those 3 old guys can hold out. Lulu sat cross-legged on the stone bed. These times he could always hear Lulu say, "There's an old guy who takes the heart-stabbing pill every day, he's already dying." This made him feel like a rabbit dying. Although the current him can complete the task, it is not possible to guarantee that one day that the Great Elder suddenly want to deliberately make things difficult for himself. Later in the evening, Lulu came to pick up today's 8 corpse nurturing pills as promised, and said that he would come to open the door for him first thing in the morning. And after Lulu made a few polite remarks, Lulu excused himself and left. He'll have someone to cover his shift tomorrow and he can relax. In the Hall of Time, Lulu only left a trail of residual shadows as he tossed and turned. At this time he had already reached a state of great success with his blistering wind steps, which could reach a distance of more than 70 zhang in one breath, and although it was extremely consuming of true qi, it had to be said that this kind of speed was already far more than that of the general practicing qi 8th or 9th grading. Then there was the fact that after practicing for this period of time, his fist-shaking mountain had also been perfected, allowing him to utilize 5 times the strength of his physical body. In conjunction with the base physical strength of 6,000 jin, if one used shaking mountain, it was enough to burst out with a huge force of 30,000 jin, which was quite appalling. But in addition to these 2, Lulu's other skills are pitifully small. 5 elements of magic is only basic fireball magic, said not even like a real cultivator of immortality. This also made Lulu make up his mind to seek out a few high-level spells if he had the chance. Not to mention, so cool. That's right, it's just a pull. With his physical body's explosive power, it was enough to punch out any same ranked cultivator's art attack. Hey! At this moment, Lulu's mind suddenly came a burst of sharp pain from being chopped by a messy knife. Caught off guard, he fell to the ground with a bang and held his head and screamed miserably, "Ouch! It hurts! It hurts me to death!" It was a kind of pain that penetrated into the soul, and when he looked closely at this time, inside his mind, countless skeletons made of black gas illusions were crazily eating away at his divine sense, causing him pain. It's the soul-devouring pill. Lulu's eyes turned red before he remembered what the creepy old man had said earlier, and he summoned a jade vial by forcing himself to endure the severe pain, and took out a crystalline elixir from it and stuffed it into his mouth. This pill was called Clear Spirit Pill, and Lulu had sent it to him 3 days ago, only that the soul-devouring pill's potency hadn't kicked in, so Lulu hadn't taken it. In an instant, the medicinal power transformed into countless green droplets and surged towards those black skeletons in his mind. These black skeletons seemed to be a little afraid of this green water droplet and started to retreat madly. But the green water droplet was unforgiving and wrapped these black skeletons in no time. A few moments later, these black skeletons fell down as if they had been hypnotized, and quietly lay motionless in Lulu's sea of consciousness. After this scene, Lulu couldn't help but turn pale and sat on the ground panting. Took a long time for him to recover. It seems that we have to find that Lulu to probe and see if there is a way to completely solve this soul-devouring Dan. Lulu looked downcast. This feeling of being restricted by others was really hard to bear. Early the next morning, Lulu really came as promised, and Lulu also waited at the table early. In this cage for a month. His heart has long been bored, very much looking forward to go out to breathe. As soon as the gate was opened, Lulu got up and walked out, saying gratefully, "Thank you, Brother Lulu. You're welcome, Master Qin. I'm just following the Grand Elder's orders." Lulu responded with a smile. The 2 walked side by side toward the square. Although the sky above the square was gray, the cool air that sprinkled from time to time made the feeling of boredom in Lulu's heart immediately alleviate quite a bit. Tilting his head back and looking at the sky, heavily exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. "Master Qin, there are chairs there. Let's go over and sit down." Lulu pointed to the stone chair on the corner and said. Lulu nodded, and after sitting down, he quietly looked at the sky without uttering a word, his mind drifting to nowhere. When Lulu saw Lulu dazed, his eyes secretly swept Lulu's cheeks from time to time, as if he had something to say, but every time the words came to his lips, he stopped. Lu Centrifugal felt something and withdrew his gaze and said, "Marshal 6th brother, just say what you have to say." "Ahem, Master Qin has seen it." Lulu scratched his head awkwardly. "Actually, I wanted to ask for Master's help in refining an elixir to come, but I was afraid that you wouldn't have the time." "Alchemy?" Lulu was slightly surprised. Looking at this expression on the other side, He was afraid that it was a private matter. On second thought, he also happened to want to ask about the soul-devouring Dan, so he smiled and said, "Brother Wu Lu, don't need to feel embarrassed. Although you and I have known each other for a short while, we are very much destined to be together. If Brother Wu Lu doesn't mind calling me Brother Qin, that's it. As for the alchemy, I can help you try." "Great, in that case, thank you, Brother Qin." Wu Lu was filled with joy as he sneakily fished out a beast-skin Dan formula from his pocket and handed it to Lulu. "Brother Qin, look." Chapter 127, Seeking the Antidote. Jade muscle pill? Lulu took the prescription and looked at Wu Lu with an odd expression before continuing to read down. Jade muscle pill to open up the muscle and blood, beauty and skincare medicine also. First, he boasted about the efficacy of a whole bunch of things before the formula of the potion. Jade muscle flower, 100 herb dew, snow lotus seed, octagonal Zhengping grass. At first glance, it's an elixir for women. "Well, are you sure?" Wu Lu asked nervously. Lulu's eyes turned slightly and said, "Brother Wu Lu doesn't know. This alchemy thing isn't something that can be made just by getting it in our hands. We need to familiarize ourselves with the fire of the herbs first, so it's almost difficult to succeed the first time we make it. I wonder how many sets of herbs Brother Wu Lu has prepared?" Upon hearing this, Wu Lu hurriedly took out 4 jade boxes and handed them to Lulu, saying apprehensively, "I've prepared 3 copies of each. You see?" 3. Lulu frowned and put the jade box away. "In fact, from my experience, I'm afraid that this jade muscle pill is missing an ingredient. If we can get the assistance of the heathergrass, we can definitely greatly increase the success rate." This is of course something he made up off the top of his head. A Dan formula that wants to add or subtract herbs must go through countless trials. How can he make it up on the fly? However, Wu Lu, a layman, does not understand. He only knows that this Master Qin alchemy technique is excellent. This month, the other side of the refining of corpse-raising Dan has never failed in the task. This alone is better than that a few old men do not know how many times. Hearing that the heathergrass could increase the success rate, he immediately said, "No problem. I'll go to the pill hall later to exchange some for you. In that case, the chances of becoming a Dan will definitely increase greatly." Lulu nodded and was silent for a moment before he tentatively asked, "Brother Wu Lu, I would like to ask, did the other few Dan masters also take the soul-devouring pill?" Wu Lu replied somewhat sympathetically, "That's not true. The name they take is Soul Control Pill. As long as the Grand Elder doesn't move them, they'll be fine and won't break out once a month like Brother Qin." "So it is." Lulu leaned back in his chair with a lost look on his face, let out a long sigh and stopped talking. When Wu Lu saw Lulu in a bad mood, he didn't know how to comfort him. Not to mention that he didn't have the ability to help Lulu with the soul-devouring pill. Even if he did, he didn't dare to do so, and for a while, both of them fell into silence. After sitting in silence like this for more than an hour, Wu Lu suddenly saw a young girl in black walking up to the square with a lazy pace right across the square. He couldn't help but turn his eyes and gently poked Lulu in the arm and whispered, "Brother Qin, I've heard about you. You should know her, right?" Lulu slowly opened his eyes and followed Wu Lu's gaze. Realizing that it was actually the young girl named Wei Yue, he gave a lighten and asked, "Remember, what's wrong?" Wu Lu hesitated for a moment and said, "Brother Qin doesn't know. Senior sister Wei Yue is deeply loved by the Grand Elder. And if I'm not wrong, she definitely has the antidote to the soul-devouring pill and the soul-devouring pill on her." "Seriously?" Lulu instantly sat up straight and looked at the young girl in the distance, a hot light blossoming in his eyes. Wu Lu nodded. However, this senior sister Wei Yue is the one who rarely interacts with people other than the Grand Elder and senior brother He Jin. So I'm afraid that there's not much hope for Brother Qin to obtain the antidote from her hands. Saying that, he suddenly looked at Lulu solemnly. "In addition, I have to remind Brother Qin, no matter what, you must not tell anyone else about the news that I revealed to you just now. Otherwise, not only will it be unfavorable to Brother Qin, but it is I who will have to be implicated along with him." Lulu nodded. "Don't worry, sixth brother Wu. I know the limits. Even if I am exposed, I will never involve sixth brother Wu." "So very good." Wu Lu nodded in satisfaction. As he spoke, Wu Lu withdrew his gaze to look across the street once again, only to see that the black-clothed young girl lingered slightly at the edge of the plaza, and even walked over in their direction. He could not help but be stunned. "Elder sister, she seems to be coming this way?" Lulu was thoughtful and didn't say anything. A few moments later, the young girl had already walked to 1 foot in front of the 2 people, and it looked like the target was exactly Lulu and the 2 of them. Strange in his heart, Wu Lu hurriedly stood up and arched his hand. "What is it that senior sister is looking for me for?" Wei Yue's gaze was originally on Lulu, When she heard that, she withdrew her gaze to look at Lulu and said with a slight smile, "It's sixth senior brother. What are you guys?" "Oh, it's the Grand Elder who asked me to bring Master Qin out for some air," Lulu explained. Turbulence. Wei Wei frowned slightly and collected herself. "No wonder I haven't seen a few Dan masters these past few hours. Master has locked them up alone, right?" Yes. I see. Can I talk to him alone?" Wei Wei said with a twinkle in her eye. "Alone?" Lulu suspiciously glanced at the two of them, thought for a moment and said, "Let's do it this way. It just so happens that I'm going to go to the pill hall to exchange for some spirit medicines. So how about senior sister helps me watch him for a while? I'll be back soon." "Okay. Go ahead." "In that case, many thanks." Lulu arched his hand and bowed, then turned to look at Luli. "Master Qin, may I ask, are 3 plants enough?" Luli naturally knew that Lulu was asking about the briar grass. He had the intention to say more but was worried about being suspected by the other party. He nodded his head and said, "That's enough. All right, then you guys chat for a while. But don't leave this place or you'll be in trouble." Lulu said and left at a brisk pace. "You have a private deal?" Wei Wei asked as she sat down beside Luli and looked at him oddly. Luli was shocked. He thought that this young girl looked soft and weak, but he didn't expect her head to be so bright. His mind turned. He smiled and said, "He is looking for me to refine an elixir that can only be used by girls. I don't know what to use it for." "An elixir that only girls can use?" Wei Wei was instantly a bit curious. "What kind of elixir?" Luli wanted this effect. Pretending to be sorry. "That's... Say it or not." Wei Wei stared wistfully at Luli and threatened crisply, "If you don't say it, I'll tell Master about it, and then you'll all say I say still not good." Luli, full of reluctance hesitant, said, "In fact, it is a kind of, through the muscle blood, beauty and skin, eat let a person eternal youth elixir. Beauty and youth forever." Wei Yue's eyes widened when she heard that she could stay young forever. "You've already refined it?" No, haven't started refining yet." "Like this," Wei Yue said with a twinkle in her eye. "Can you, by the way, how about refining a few for me as well?" Luli was a bit worried. A skillful woman can't cook without rice. I don't have the herbs and can't refine wow. Moreover, refining this thing is very traumatic, and I have the soul-devouring dance poison in my head. I'm afraid. Soul-devouring pill? Wei Yue frowned and stared at Luli's forehead, surprised. How could Master feed you this kind of elixir? Could it be that he wants to control you forever? Chapter 128. The antidote arrives. Luli smiled bitterly and did not reply. Although he wanted to seek the antidote on Wei Yue, it would be a bit unattractive to say it outright instead. Seeing that Luli didn't say anything, Wei Yue was puzzled again. "I remember that the soul-devouring pill only erupts once a month, right? Will it affect your alchemy?" Luli shook his head and looked downcast. "The elders said so, but it seems to be a bit different when it comes to me. I have a small pain here for 3 days and a big pain for a month. Although the small pain won't kill me, it's very hard to endure, and I still have to fulfill the elder's task. So I'm afraid it'll be difficult to find the time to refine the jade muscle pill," he said and pretended to be very difficult. He had heard that this young girl was kind-hearted, so he desperately hinted, wanting the other party to understand what he meant. "How come?" Wei Yue's face really changed after hearing this, revealing a few sympathetic looks, but after hesitating for a moment, she added, "I do sympathize with what happened to you, but this is Master's decision, and I don't dare to help you." Halo. Hearing this, Luli was really having a hard time. Isn't it kind? How come? Could it be that he hadn't acted real enough for the other side to see through him? Luli sighed, leaned on the back of the chair and looked at the sky, murmured, "It's okay. I don't want you to help. This is the soul-devouring Dan. It's not something you can solve as a little girl. Maybe this is fate." "Little girl." Wei Yue came forward and held up her high breasts. Like a little girl. Huh. Luli was directly confused by this sudden scene and took a closer look. "I'm not talking about this being small. I'm talking about the age." "Humph. Age, I'm 18 now, and you're only 20, so who's to say I'm small?" Wei Yue sat back down again, with a self-satisfied look on her face. "Besides, who said that I wouldn't be able to cure the poison on your body? Sure enough, there is an antidote." Luli's heart was instantly happy when he heard this, and he once again added fuel to the fire, saying disdainfully, "Don't blow it off. The great elder's poison can't be solved by a girl like you." "You? Who are you calling a girl?" "Believe it or not, This girl will strangle you to death, Wei Wei said while gesticulating. Che, getting annoyed. Lulu directly turned away and didn't look at Wei Wei. You. Good, very good. With a twinkle in her eye, Wei Wei casually took out a turquoise medicine bottle not much bigger than her thumb and waved it next to Lulu's head. What if I tell you that this jade clear pill will be able to cure the soul-devouring pill's poison? Jade clear pill. Lulu immediately turned his head, and when he saw the turquoise pill bottle he couldn't help but have his heart beat wildly, and almost couldn't help but make a move to snatch it. But he didn't choose to do so because even if he snatched it, he wouldn't be able to easily escape from here, and will also offend each other, when it can be said to be stealing a chicken cannot be corrupted. So he still pretends to be a face of disbelief. Who knows if you deliberately take a broken bottle to fool me? Me? Fooling you? Wei Wei looked like she was pissed off to the extreme by Lulu, pouring out the turquoise pill inside and about to stuff it into Lulu's mouth. Open your mouth for this girl. Great. Great. Lulu thought to himself that this girl was really naive, and pressed down his excitement and opened his mouth with a reluctant face. But he waited for a while, but did not see the elixir enter his mouth, and could not help but stare. You tricked me. As it turned out, Wei Wei put the elixir halfway, but then suddenly retracted her hand, her large, soulful eyes darting around. I feel there seems to be something wrong. Oops, failed again. Why does this girl's head work 1 minute and not the next? Lulu was depressed beyond belief and rolled Wei Wei's eyes and said, What's wrong? I think you're weak-minded. Your broken pill can't cure the soul-devouring Dan's poison at all. However, this time, Wei Wei didn't answer immediately. She stared at Lulu again and finally said, It's not impossible to let me help you cure the poison, but you have to promise me 2 conditions. Lulu frowned and asked, What conditions? First, you have to swear to the heavenly Tao that you'll listen to me for the rest of your life, and that you'll never do anything I don't let you do. This can't be right. Lulu instantly refused. Wasn't this asking him to become the other party's slave for the rest of his life? He might as well die. And the heavenly oath to cultivate people not weaker than this soul-devouring Dan. If the oath is violated and breeding demons, cultivation cannot inch forward. There is the possibility of being directly swallowed by the soul of the demon, even the opportunity to reincarnation. Then it can't be helped without the binding of the soul-devouring pill and your refusal to swear. If you do something unfavorable to the clan, I'm afraid that I'll be dragged into it. Wei Wei said as she put the elixir back into the medicine bottle, and said with some loss, Last time I sneaked out Master was already angry. I don't want to mess with him again, or else I'm afraid that I won't be able to leave this place in my life. She wants to get out of here? Isn't she a disciple of the Qingyang Sect? Lulu was a bit surprised. How come it sounded as if the other party was also trapped here? After thinking about it, he eased his tone and said, How about changing the terms? I can swear to help you do one thing. As long as you propose it and I can do it, I will never excuse myself. How? Dua Fing. Weeping Moon froze for a moment. What thing? How do I know that? How about the equivalent of owing you a favor? Like this. Wei Wei stared at Lulu for a moment and asked, Do anything? Anything I can do. Then aren't you the equivalent of not saying anything? When the time comes and you say, I can't do it, then is the favor still useful? Lulu frowned, thinking that this girl is not stupid, he said helplessly. As long as it won't pose a life threat to me and my friends, I can promise you anything. At those words, Wei Wei's eyes rolled. Yes, but 1 is not enough, it has to be 3. Deal. Lulu didn't even think about it, he directly agreed. Compared to the poison of the soul-devouring pill, the 3 things in the district were nothing at all. After that he stretched out his hand. Can you give me the antidote now? No way. Wei Wei flinched her hand back and smiled cheekily. You haven't sworn yet. Besides, this is only the first condition I've made. I haven't even said the second condition yet. Okay. Lulu immediately pointed to the sky and swore, I. Qin Shorin. Wait. Wei Wei suddenly called a halt. No need to say a name. Just say, I make an oath to the heavenly Tao. Grandpa's. Lulu's face furiously pumped. I made an oath to the heavenly Tao. As long as Miss Wei Wei gives me the cure for the soul-devouring pill's poison, I will promise to help her do 3 things. As soon as the words fell, Lulu could clearly feel an inexplicable aura melting into his mind, secretly saying that this heavenly oath really wasn't something that could just be made. It's okay now, isn't it? Lulu asked as he stared at the small pill bottle in Wei Wei's hand. Well, Now you just need to agree to my second condition, it's yours. Wei Wei shook the pill bottle in her hand. Say it. When it came down to it, Lulu was in no hurry instead. The second condition is simple, it's that after you've detoxified, just refine some jade muscle pills for me as well. That's it. Aha. Deal. Here. Wei Wei instantly smiled cheekily and placed the jade bottle into Lulu's hands, asking expectantly, when will you start refining the jade muscle pill? With the antidote in hand, Lulu couldn't help but feel a sense of relief in his heart. That depends on when you give me the materials. Chapter 129, Too Easy. Materials? What materials do you need? I'll go to the pill hall and exchange them. Wei Wei asked. Lulu didn't talk nonsense and directly stated the elixir on the Dan formula as well as the heather grass he needed. Wei Wei said after hearing this with a slight frown on her eyebrows. So many I don't know if there are any in the medicine hall. Forget it. I'll go over there to take a look in a while. By the way, which Dan room are you in? I'll come and find you then. Lulu turned back and pointed to the one on the right side of the passageway behind him. It's right there, but there seems to be a prohibition on that door. I'm afraid you won't be able to open it. You can give the medicinal herbs to Lulu and ask him to pass it on to me. Humph. Looking down on me, let me tell you, there is no door in this entire Qingyang Sect that I can't open. That good. Lulu was surprised at what he heard and at the same time, he couldn't help but have other thoughts. But the two of them were just getting acquainted for the first time. He was worried that asking too many questions would reveal the cloven foot. So he didn't pursue the matter immediately. Not bad. Wei Wei smiled smugly. By the way, you mustn't let others know about me giving you the antidote, Dan, or else I'll be chastised by Master, and moreover, there's a chance that he'll still feed you the soul-devouring Dan. Don't worry, I'm not stupid yet. Afterward, the two of them made small talk, but most of the time it was Wei Wei asking questions, while Lulu was suffering from perfunctory answers. Because this girl's strength is not low, but the insights are pitifully small, asking questions are mostly some extremely boring things, such as the outside of the demonic beasts look like, what is the most delicious, Lu family has a few mouths to feed, and so on. What made Lulu the most speechless was that he actually asked Lulu what people looked like when they were young, if they all looked exactly the same, and then mischievously turned into adults like them. In response, Lulu could only roll his eyes and shut his mouth. Luckily, it didn't take long for Lulu to return, and when he saw Wei Wei wrapping her arm around Lulu, he couldn't help but be shocked and reminded with two light coughs. Senior sister, if this is seen by senior martial brother Wu Yi, I'm afraid that it will be unfavorable to Master Qin. No one in the entire Qingyang Sect didn't know that Wu Yi liked Wei Wei, but unfortunately, Wei Wei didn't have the slightest meaning for Wu Yi. Wei Wei froze, and only then realized that her actions were a little too intimate. Lightning retracted her hand, and said with a red face, "It's none of your business." After saying this, she directly ran away in a puff of smoke. Watching Wei Wei leave, Lulu shook his head helplessly and walked up to hand Lulu a jade box. Brother Qin, I didn't contribute much and only exchanged it for 5 plants. Take a look. 5 plants. Lulu was a bit surprised. Didn't I say I only needed 3 plants? I'm not prepared for it. In case it's broken, it can still be remedied. Lulu looked extremely attached to this jade muscle, Dan. That's true. In that case, I'll take this time today to help you refine this jade muscle pill. With that, Lulu stood up, wanting to go back to his room. How can that be a good idea? It's your break. Hey, what's the point of talking about this between friends? Lulu said as he patted Lulu on the shoulder. Friend? What a strange word. Lulu looked at Lulu with emotion, then nodded his head heavily. Good. Thanks to Brother Qin's unwillingness to give up, then Lulu will make you a friend. With that, the two of them returned together to the entrance of the stone room. Lulu opened the door and said, Brother Qin, I won't go in to bother you. How about I find you to pick up the Dan tomorrow when I come to deliver the mission? Well, no problem. Lulu nodded his head and seemed to have thought of something and added, Marshal Sixth Brother, can you ask the Grand Elder for me? Just tell him that I would like to receive a month's worth of quests at a time, and also save you from wasting your cultivation time by running around every day. The antidote was already in his hands. He had to find a way to sidetrack Lulu and see if there was a way to get out of here. This was likewise for the good of Lulu, and if something went wrong, the other party would not be implicated. This is good. Lulu's eyes lit up. In fact, he had wanted to do this for a long time. Running back and forth every day like this made it completely impossible for him to calm down and cultivate. He sniffed and immediately took a stand. I'll go and ask Lord Elder in a while. The door of the stone room closed once again, Lulu couldn't wait to sit on top of the stone bed, took out the jade-clear pill that he had just gotten from Weiyue, stared at it, and then swallowed it in one gulp. The elixir was cool in the mouth, like drinking water from a cold spring, making Lulu's heart happy. The rolling green medicinal power transformed into small swords and rolled backwards, heading straight into the sea of consciousness, and instantly those black skeletons that were originally slumbering were like enemies and began to frantically dodge. However, the countless small green swords swarmed all over the place like gangrene. Lulu seemed to be able to hear a plopping sound coming from the sea of consciousness and the wailing sound of the skeleton. In about half an hour, the black skeletons in his sea of consciousness finally disappeared without the slightest remnant, and those small green swords also dissipated after they ran out of opponents, turning into a cool air that nourished his divine sense. Finally, Lulu let out a long breath, and his hanging heart finally let go. The next step was to find a way to refine more vein-nourishing pills and then seek a breakthrough before finding a chance to leave this place. After solving the problem of the soul-devouring pill, Lulu went back to the alchemy area and started working on the jade muscle pill. On the other hand, Ink Cloud residence. Inside the Moxie Cave. You're saying that that kid asked to receive a month's worth of missions at a time? Emotion asked as he stared suspiciously at Lulu. Yes, Great Elder, moreover, my subordinate also feels that this is more economical, you see? Alright, then we'll send him tasks on a monthly basis from now on, but difficulty, we need to mention it again. Speaking here, Emotion pondered for a while before continuing. Just give him 300 groups of materials every month, but he must refine 270 corpse nurturing Dan. It's a little. What? Nothing. I just think it's a little too easy for him. Takashiroku was startled and changed his words in a panic. Is it too easy? Emotion's eyes rolled. That's good. Then let him refine 290 pills with 300 groups. What? You think he's more than that? No, I think it's just right. Lulu's face under his mask twitched furiously, thinking, Brother Qin, I'm really sorry. I really didn't mean it. Well, it's decided then, you go to the pharmacy to extract the herbs. Emotion nodded and dismissed Lulu, thinking that this kid has some skills. After contemplating for a while, he walked out of the cave to find Servant Lu and instructed him. You can go find Xiao Lu again in a while and ask him to tell that Dan Master surnamed Qin that I will give him a 1-year performance period, and as long as he performs well, I will remove his soul-devouring Dan and convert it to a soul-controlling Dan. In that case, there's no need to take the clear spirit pill every month. Servant Lu nodded his head and said yes, thinking that really look at people cannot look at the appearance, the heart of the great elder is not so heartless. Chapter 130. Do I look good? Evening. Lulu looked at the 3 pills in the jade bottle that were like pearls bubbling with a faint white light and slowly stretched his back. This was the jade muscle pill. As for how effective it was, Lulu didn't know, but it was finely refined and surprisingly smooth. And incidentally, he had also refined 5 pulse nurturing pills. Just when he was satisfied and ready to take a rest, the stone door suddenly opened and a black-clothed girl slipped in with her head poking out. And when she saw Lulu, her face was immediately delighted. Hi! I'm here for you again. Lulu was stunned, thinking that this girl really didn't lie. She actually opened the Dan room prohibition. He walked to Weiyue and asked, You got the materials? Weiyue smiled cheekily. Of course, who am I? Is there any material I can't get? He said, clattering a bunch of jade boxes and threw them onto the stone table. Look! Is it enough? This. Lulu suspiciously glanced at the jade box and jade bottle on the table and opened it to take an inventory. Jade muscle flower, 46. 100 herb dew, 50 bottles. Snowdrops, 45. Octagonal Zhengping grass, 60 plants. Heather, 50 plants. Well, is that enough? Shimmering Moon asked curiously. Enough, right? Lulu looked at Weiyue oddly. How much are you? How many jade muscle pills are you going to refine? Of course, the more the better. This is all the stock in the medicine hall. If it's not enough, I'll issue another quest for someone to find it. Don't. Lulu hurriedly stopped. Enough, completely enough. This jade muscle pill will have side effects if you take too much instead. These are completely enough for you. If that Emotion knew about this, he would think that he was idle. Oh, I heard Master say that it's medicine that's 3 times poisonous. I think that's what you mean? Weiyue seemed to understand. Yeah, that's the idea. Lulu was too lazy to explain, but it was true that this was also the reasoning. Not everyone had experienced that mysterious fruit refining their body like he had, and could eat pills as sugar beans with impunity. Because normal people eat pills after the residue out of the body need a certain amount of time. The more the pile up, want to discharge, the more difficult. This is also the reason why the average person, even if there is a pill, also do not dare to take it recklessly. Oh, then I know. Then let's see how much you can refine. When I can't finish it, I can still give it to the other senior sisters of the sect. Senior sister? Lulu curiously said. There are other female disciples just in this gloomy place? Of course there is, or else why do you think Junior Brother 6 is looking for you to help refine this elixir? I guess he has someone he likes, right? Oh, so that's how it is. Lulu nodded. All right, you go back first and come back to me in half a month. Half a month? Is it going to take that long? Of course, it's not like I'm just refining pills for you alone. I still have to complete the task, or else you go beg your master not to give me alchemy tasks, and I'll specialize in alchemy for you alone. Oh, Wei beamed. All right, then I'll come back for you in half a month. After saying that, he waved his hand at Lulu. See you later. Lulu smiled and waited until the stone door closed before he sat down at the table and stared at the pile of herbs. According to the number of herbs given by the other party, if they were paired in groups, 45 groups of jade muscle pill materials could be paired, and the remaining jade muscle flowers and 100 herb dew couldn't be planted, so they could only be put away in the space palace for preservation. However, the 60 plants of octagonal Zhengping grass had sound roots, and this octagonal Zhengping grass generally grew in the cold land, and it was also a rare spiritual medicine which might be useful in the future, so he cut all of its rhizomes and transplanted them into the medicinal garden. Sort of a surprise. The same goes for the heather grass. Counting the strip of rhizomes obtained from Lulu, there are now a full 95 heather grass stakes in the medicinal garden. After the inventory was completed, Lulu started refining pills again. It wasn't until the early hours of the next day when Lulu felt that Lulu might be coming over that he stopped. After this night's fierce battle, he had used up all the materials he could refine for the acupuncture point pill and the vein nourishing pill, and he would not be able to refine any more realm-breaking pills in a short period of time. Right now, he possessed a total of 56 acupuncture point pills and 55 vein nurturing pills. Lulu was ready to start a new round of acupuncture point charge breakthrough in a while to reach the 7th level of Qi practicing cultivation in one fell swoop. Just as Lulu was taking stock of his harvest, Lulu came in, scratching the back of his head. A little excited and a little embarrassed, he asked, Brother Qin, how's it going? Lulu smiled and took out a jade bottle and handed it over. 3 of them. 1 serving of herbs wasn't wasted. Ah, great. Thank you, Brother Qin. Lulu opened the cork of the bottle to take a look and was instantly delighted. However, after coming back to his senses, he was a bit embarrassed and said, the elder's mission has come down. Take a look. With that, he handed Lulu a piece of yellow paper with writing on it. Lulu took a look at it and saw that it read, August task. Refine 290 corpse-raising pills using 300 groups of corpse-raising pill materials. It's too outrageous, isn't it? Lulu's gaze moved back and forth between Lulu and the task list. Lulu was a bit uncomfortable being looked at and quickly said, Brother Qin, don't feel bad first. I have good news. Good news. Well, the elder said that he would give you a 1-year performance period, and if you perform well after 1 year, he will help you expel the soul-devouring pill and replace it with a soul-controlling pill, so you won't have to take the clearing spirit pill every month. What? Lulu's eyes rounded, thinking, what kind of good news is this? I managed to get rid of the soul-devouring pill's poison with great difficulty, and you're replacing it with the soul-controlling pill for me? Thinking about it made him feel like he was on the edge of his seat. It seemed that we had to find a way to get out of here as soon as possible, and we definitely couldn't wait until a year later, or else we'd be in big trouble. Brother Qin, don't be too happy. Perform well. When Lulu saw Lulu's dumbfoundedness, he thought that the other party was caused by being too happy, and the guilt in his heart disappeared quite a bit, carrying the jade bottle and leaving cheerfully. Only Lulu was left sitting at the table with a sullen face. Half a month later, the micro-moon arrived as promised. As soon as he entered the door, he impatiently asked, How is it? Has the jade muscle pill been refined? Lulu smiled and took out 3 jade bottles and placed them on the desktop. There are a total of 30, so count them. In fact, he had refined a total of 45 of them, but thinking that he would take them to sell them in the future to see, he didn't hand them all over. Wei didn't think about it that much, excitedly putting away 2 of the jade bottles and pouring out a capsule from the remaining one to pinch it in her hand and look at it, then swallowing it in one gulp. Instantly, she felt a slight change in her skin and couldn't help but bring her face to Lulu. How is it? Do I look good? Face like fat jade, agar nose jade, pink red lips close at hand, fragrant between words, Lulu could not help but feel a heat in his palms and said with a red face, "Good looking is good looking. Can you back up a little bit?" Oh. It was only then that Wei Yue realized that she had gotten too close, and she too was pink in the face, but she recovered in a moment and rushed at Lulu with her eyes darting around, and suddenly puffed, "You shy!